I traveled through time with a bizarre terminal illness. If I don't inhale a woman scent, I'll be in excruciating pain. Just arriving in another world, I was immediately selected to enter a deadly S-rank horror dungeon, becoming the groom destined to marry the eerie young lady. The veteran players around me were being instantly killed one by one, yet I unexpectedly discovered a seemingly timid and socially anxious girl. Her life countdown spans over 200 years. To save my life and cure my illness, I clung to the legs of this Tianshan old crone, but the look in her eyes, yet it seemed even more profound and perilous than the anomalies within the dungeon. My name is Qin Lang, is a novice player who has just transmigrated to the Blue Star's Eerie Dungeon. This planet regularly selects individuals into Eerie Dungeons for life or death screening, and those who pass can not only fulfill one wish. Additionally, one can acquire extraordinary talents, making them either wealthy or noble in reality, or even capable of moving mountains and filling seas. I am currently in the wedding instance of Fengmen Village, which is of A-level difficulty, and the survival rate is extremely low. To make matters worse, the original host I transmigrated into was an orphan poor boy, and he suffers from an incurable disease. Once it flares up, the pain is unbearable, with no cure, and the only relief comes from smelling the scent of girls. My body is already starting to feel unwell, and in this desolate wilderness, there's no body fragrance to absorb. However, those who clear the dungeon can have one wish granted. I've decided to risk my life and make a wish to cure my terminal illness. At that moment, my golden finger, the mental power system, successfully bound, granting me the free skill of Death Countdown. This ability allows me to consume 10 mental energy points to examine any person or object. Even the eerily displayed remaining lifespan, counted in hours, which once shown, becomes permanently valid. I have 100 points of mental energy, which allows for 10 viewings. I was just thinking about finding someone influential to latch onto when 8 veteran players emerged from the forest, 3 men and 5 women. A bald, burly man scrutinized me as he asked for my name and special skills. Upon learning I was a complete novice, they immediately paired me with another rookie. I found that newcomer, a girl with twin ponytails named Su Mubai, who looked no older than 20 years old. Exquisite and lively. She's a girl, that's great. I immediately suggested teaming up, and she timidly agreed. I was just about to move closer to catch a whiff of her scent when the bald man behind me let out a scream and collapsed with a thud. A little girl in red held his head in her hands, gnawing on it with relish. The remaining 7 veteran players were terrified, yet none dared to flee. They knew that running away in the face of the eerie presence was the most foolish thing to do. It was easy to break the rules and get killed. Instinctively, I stepped in front of Su Mubai, pretending to be utterly fearless. The little girl in red turned to a bespectacled man, Lu Ji, and issued a chilling invitation. Come play with me. Lu Ji knew he couldn't refuse the bizarre demand, lest he meet the same fate as the bald giant. He tried to stay calm and agreed. Seizing the opportunity, I spent 10 points of mental energy to check Lu Ji's countdown, and the result showed 0. He's about to die any moment now. Lu Ji stepped forward with a forced smile, but the little girl bared her bloody maw and demanded his liver. Lu Ji's expression changed, yet he still agreed. The little girl rushed over and thrust her hand into Lu Ji's stomach, twisting it around. Lu Ji let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Just when I thought he was done for, the number above Lu Ji's head shot up from 0 to 39. At the same time, the little girl in red turned pale with fright and swiftly vanished into a red light. I understand that the death countdown isn't fixed, it changes based on actions and surrounding circumstances. This skill helps me predict whose choice is correct. Su Mubai whispered that she wasn't afraid of death because she also had a terminal illness and less than half a year to live. I raised an eyebrow but didn't mention my strange condition, instead using the excuse of checking her fortune to hold her hand and absorb her natural fragrance. At the same time, I spent 10 mental energy points to check her countdown timer. A staggering number lit up above her head, 1,879,680. Over 200 years. I'm certain she's the ultimate powerhouse who can clear the game's wish system, cure terminal illness, and grant longevity. I immediately assured her with certainty, believe me, you will live to be 100. Those who clear this dungeon can have one wish granted. Let's work hard and strive to clear it together, and live peacefully ever after. Su Mubai, moved by my words, took a step forward and asked, when you said together, did you truly mean it? Can I really trust you? Without hesitation, of course I can. Su Mubai smiled, and an indescribable exotic fragrance wafted through the air. In an instant, my physical discomfort vanished, leaving me feeling incredibly at ease. At that moment, Lu Ji walked over. The bloodstains on his abdomen and his torn clothes were still there, but he himself was completely unharmed. It turned out his innate ability was healing. A seductive woman named Linglong said we'd done well and decided to let us join the team, since bald old 7 was dead. The groom's backup options are running out. This scenario's plot is about helping the young lady complete her wedding. Su Mubai smiled and said, isn't being a groom a good thing? I smiled bitterly and said, the young lady here must be a supernatural being. Is it really a good thing for a human to marry such a creature? As our group walked into the village, Su Mubai stayed close to me the entire time, which I secretly welcomed. In the end, she took the initiative and said, I think we can walk together holding hands. Infected by her smile, I directly took her hand. The village was filled with a foul stench, and the houses were dilapidated. Ling Long noticed a chair that was spotless, clearly someone had been sitting there frequently. A cold and aloof beauty shouted, "Someone's there, and I'm certain it's not human." She closed her eyes to sense the surroundings, then suddenly paled and collapsed to the ground. A sinister voice echoed, "Welcome, everyone, to Fengmen Village." At some unknown time, a monstrous creature with a human body and a horse's head had taken a seat on that chair. It called itself the steward of the Fengmen Village instance and went by the name Numa. The mayor told us that the wedding is scheduled for tomorrow night, with one of us becoming the groom and the rest being guests. It pointed to the house with the character for double happiness pasted on it, telling us to go in and rest for the night, and emphasized, only 2 people are allowed in each room at a time, and under no circumstances may the door be opened during the session. Otherwise, something terrible will happen. Veteran players know all too well, choosing a room is choosing how you'll die. I didn't hesitate to say to Su Mubai, "Miss Su, let's share a room." She smiled and replied, "Alright, let's stay together then." Luigi asked the female horse how to choose a room, and the female horse said we can choose by ourselves. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a shrill scream erupted from a door behind us. Chapter 4, Choosing a Room. Everyone turned their heads to look at the door that was emitting a shrill scream. Someone's inside? The beauty was utterly astonished. She hadn't sensed anything just now. The mayor seemed a bit annoyed. "Fat girl, no pranks. Come out now." One of the doors opened, and a chubby girl poked her face out, grinning at everyone. Qin Lang felt quite uneasy seeing her smile. Fat girl bore a striking resemblance to those traditional rural good luck dolls' plump cheeks, bright rosy cheeks. Staring too long made one's heart flutter uneasily. The mayor smiled apologetically, "Sorry about that. That's my daughter. She just loves playing pranks." No one spoke. They were all thinking, could a woman like Numa even have children? And the child looked perfectly normal. It was almost unbelievable. "Mommy, there are so many people." The chubby girl laughed and leaned her entire body forward. From her neck down, she was covered in scales like a snake, with no arms or legs. Ah! The beauty was so terrified she collapsed back onto the ground. Horse-faced humans, human-headed snakes, what the hell is this? Qin Lang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Host's emotional fluctuations detected, mental energy increased. Host's remaining psychic power, 160,200. Qin Lang was pleasantly surprised, so this was how one could increase spiritual power? Come to think of it, I haven't really asked the system about methods to increase spiritual power yet. He'd find a chance to ask properly later. Seeing Qin Lang smiling, Su Mubai looked puzzled. "Qin Lang, everyone else is so scared, what are you laughing about?" Qin Lang snapped back to reality, "Nothing. Just thought this little guy looks pretty unique. By the way, why aren't you scared either?" Su Mubai chuckled back, "What good would fear do? I stopped caring ages ago." The fat girl wriggled her body, slithering across the ground like a snake while constantly scanning all the players. Under the horrified stares of the crowd, fat girl crawled to female horse's feet, wrapped her body around her thigh, and continued to stare at the others with her large head. Female horse chuckled, "Sorry about that. My daughter's just like that, she really likes that room. But that room is prepared for you all too, you can choose." The crowd snorted inwardly. A room that a creepy creature favors? Who would go in there? The mayor stroked the plump girl's serpentine body, revealing a crimson tongue. "Alright, you may begin selecting your rooms." Lu Ji and the others exchanged glances, already sensing something unusual was about to happen tonight. Still, they had to choose rooms. Lu Ji spoke up, "It's better to go in pairs, but that leaves one person without a partner. Any volunteers?" "I'll start by saying I can't. My abilities work well as support, but I'm useless on my own." The others fell silent. The lone person would undoubtedly be the most vulnerable. The beauty pointed at Su Mubai, "Let her stay alone." Qin Lang stepped in front of Su Mubai, "No way. Miss Su and I must be paired together." The beauty shot him a withering look, "Are you an idiot? Putting 2 newbies together is just asking to get wiped out as a group. You're turning down a chance to survive? Is your brain fried?" Qin Lang insisted, "I don't care. I'm teaming up with Miss Su. You're the one who's lost your mind. Su Mubai has over 200 years of experience." Just then, Qin Lang felt Su Mubai's hand grip his tightly. A man with tattoos on his arm spoke up, "I don't approve of pairing 2 newbies either. They might wipe each other out, leaving a capable person stranded alone. What could have been 1 casualty could now become 3 deaths at once. That's absolutely not worth the cost." The others nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Qin Lang and Su Mubai shifting noticeably. Qin Lang sensed trouble brewing. Were they planning to force the issue? Suddenly, Linglong spoke up, "Then I'll stay alone tonight." The tattooed man replied, "Sis Linglong, we know your abilities, but this dungeon's strangeness defies conventional logic. Just look at how suddenly Old Seven died." Linglong cut him off, "Old Seven was an accident. Nothing like that will ever happen again. Enough said. That's final." Linglong clearly assumed the leadership role among them. After her declaration, the group immediately split into 4 teams, leaving Linglong alone.
Qin Lang said to Linglong, "Thanks."
Linglong tied her hair back, looking decidedly decisive.
"No need to thank me. I prefer working alone anyway. But you two newbies follow the rules to the letter. If you're not told to open a door, don't open it.
The anomalies in the dungeon all follow a set of behavioral rules.
As long as you don't break them, you'll be fine."
Qin Lang nodded and thanked her again.
He discreetly checked Linglong's death countdown. 87,654. Only a little over 10 years left? Well, that should be enough to get through this dungeon.
Since Linglong was alone, she had the privilege of choosing her room first. The cottages in Fengmen Village were all roughly the same size, differing only in style. Some looked newer, others visibly old and neglected.
Numa and Fat Girl didn't rush them, just watching with a half smile.
After scrutinizing them for a while, Linglong pointed to a room in the middle. "I'll take this one." She started to step inside. At that moment, Qin Lang saw the number above Linglong's head suddenly drop from 5 digits to 0.
"Sis Linglong." Qin Lang blurted out, "Don't pick that one." Linglong frowned, "Why?"
As she withdrew her leg, the death countdown reset to 87654.
Qin Lang said, "Well, just a hunch. This room feels unlucky. Try another one?"
He felt Linglong had helped him before, so pulling her back from a wrong decision would even the score.
But truly saving her? He couldn't do it, nor did he have any obligation to. Even the King of Hell couldn't hold back a ghost destined to die. Linglong considered it, then pointed to the adjacent room. "What about this one?"
Qin Lang glanced over and saw the number above Linglong's head hadn't changed.
He nodded. "I think it's fine."
Linglong nodded. "All right, I'll take this one."
Lu Ji was speechless. "Linglong, have you lost your mind? Actually listening to a newcomer?"
In a dungeon, only your own judgment is trustworthy. Linglong shrugged. "Mind your own business." With that, she strode confidently into the village house.
The others didn't bother arguing further and began choosing their own rooms. Qin Lang turned to Su Mubai. "Miss Su, where do you think we should go?" Su Mubai blinked. "Aren't you the one with the spot on intuition? You pick." Qin Lang chuckled. "Intuition isn't always spot on, you know?
Even the sharpest intuition can't hold a candle to your luck living over 200 years.
Su Mubai glanced at the room Linglong had entered and asked, "Do you care about that woman?" Qin Lang was taken aback by the question, then shook his head. "It's not about caring. It's just reciprocating the favor. If she hadn't chosen to go alone, wouldn't we have been split up anyway?" "Split up." Su Mubai repeated the phrase under his breath. "All right, I understand."
Qin Lang frowned again, puzzled by what Su Mubai had seemingly grasped.
"Then let's choose this room." Su Mubai pointed casually.
Qin Lang followed his gaze.
"Ha? Isn't this the room Fat Girl loved the most?" Chapter 5, Vanished.
Qin Lang watched as Su Mubai chose the very room no one else wanted to go into, his eyes growing blank.
But he quickly nodded. "All right, let's go in." Su Mubai smiled. "All right." Seeing Qin Lang and Su Mubai's choices, Lu Ji couldn't help but sigh. "Newbies, huh? They really don't believe in superstitions." The beauty asked Lu Ji, "Aren't you going to stop them?"
The dungeon will definitely need to keep one guy as the groom at the end.
No need to guess, the groom's death rate is sky high.
That kid's a newbie, perfect for the role.
Lu Ji shrugged. Linglong agreed to it. "What can I do?"
Upon entering the room, Qin Lang discovered it was surprisingly spacious, easily accommodating 4 people. However, the furnishings were extremely sparse. Mosquitoes, insects, and rodents were everywhere, and thick layers of dust covered the tables, chairs, benches, and beds. The light bulb overhead cast a dim glow, flickering intermittently as if the voltage was unstable. Fortunately, there were no strange objects or hidden traps waiting for them. Qin Lang picked up a broom from the corner, intending to clean up a bit. After all, they'd be staying the night. Just as he was about to grab it, Su Mubai reached out his hand too. They gripped the broom together, then shared a smile. Qin Lang took the broom. "Miss Su, let me handle this. Find a place to sit while I sweep for a bit." Su Mubai smiled and stepped back, pausing in the middle of the room before saying, "You're such a good person." Qin Lang replied while sweeping, "We're the only 2 newcomers in the team. Of course we should support each other. They're so unfriendly to newcomers." Su Mubai sighed softly. "There's nothing we can do. The survival rate for newbies entering dungeons is indeed low. There was even a year when only veteran players cleared all dungeons. Not a single newbie made it out alive. I'm sure they helped and saved newbies before, but seeing them die one after another right before their eyes must have numbed them." Qin Lang nodded, finding the reasoning plausible. But he soon sensed something was off. Su Mubai didn't sound like a newbie at all when he said those things. Recalling the earlier scene, had she really shown no excessive reaction upon seeing the plump girl because she felt her own days were numbered and thus didn't care? Lost in thought, Qin Lang swept his gaze toward the bedside. "Ha?" Qin Lang's eyes widened. Peering under the bed from his crouched position, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. "No way." Su Mubai approached, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Qin Lang pointed at the bed. Dust had settled on the bed, and even the quilt had mold growing on it. but underneath it was surprisingly clean. Qin Lang wiped his finger across the surface and saw hardly any dust clinging to it. Qin Lang said, "The top of this bed is covered in dust, yet underneath it's spotless.
Doesn't that mean someone has actually been in the room all along, and they often hide under the bed?" The thought made Qin Lang feel uneasy. Whatever's hiding under there probably isn't good, right? Su Mubai countered, "Didn't the woman just say her daughter loved this room? Maybe she often played under the bed?" Qin Lang shook his head. "No way. Fat girl's head and body are both pretty big. The space under the bed is too narrow, she couldn't fit in there. But it would be perfect for a small child." Su Mubai's mind raced. A child? Could it be that little girl in red we saw at the village entrance? Qin Lang hummed in agreement. Possible. She might be a villager from Fengmen Village. Could this be her room? But why would she hide under the bed? Su Mubai's gaze toward Qin Lang held a new note of admiration. "Your observation skills are pretty sharp. Seems like you've got potential." Qin Lang smiled faintly. "That's nothing special. The one with real potential is you, a girl who can live for 200 years. The next second, the light bulb in the room dimmed instantly. Qin Lang and Su Mubai took a step closer to each other, too tense to speak. A woman's voice echoed from outside. "Guests, it's curfew time in our village now. The young mistress is watching us. She dislikes people running about, so under no circumstances should you open the door. Understand?" The woman's voice drifted closer and farther away, as if she were pacing back and forth. Qin Lang frowned. "The young miss is watching us? Is she choosing a groom?" Su Mubai asked, "Qin Lang, are you afraid of becoming a groom?" Qin Lang shook his head. "Being a groom isn't necessarily a bad thing. What if this young lady is a beauty? I'd be quite fortunate." Before he could finish, a strange noise erupted outside. It sounded like some kind of beast howling, echoing incessantly in their ears. But no matter how hard Qin Lang racked his brain, he couldn't fathom what creature could produce such a sound. Qin Lang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down and stop scaring himself. It should be close to midnight now. Once he refreshed a powerful new skill, he might not have to fear any eerie phenomena anymore. Squeak, squeak. Outside, another bone-chilling sound echoed like two blades scraping against each other. The sound repeated incessantly, "Young miss. Young miss." Squeak, squeak. The sound echoed relentlessly around the room, growing louder and louder. Just hearing it sent shivers down one's spine. Thud. A forceful pounding erupted at the door. Qin Lang held his breath, clenched his fists, and resolutely refused to open the door. He even glanced at the door's death countdown. The door could hold out for another decade or so. In other words, as long as he didn't open it, whatever was outside couldn't break through. Qin Lang exhaled in relief. "Miss Su, don't be afraid." "Miss Su?" Qin Lang reached out his hand to feel ahead, but touched nothing. Su Mubai was gone. Qin Lang sucked in a sharp breath before asking, "Miss Su? Where are you?" There was no sound of the door opening. She shouldn't have left yet. At that moment, the knocking abruptly ceased and the sounds outside grew much quieter. Qin Lang grew anxious. "Miss Su? Where are you?" In the darkness, he dared not act rashly. He even felt the urge to open the door and go out looking for her. No, he couldn't open the door. Qin Lang pulled his hand back. Su Mubai must still be in the room. She said she had a terminal illness. Could she have fainted from a flare-up? Qin Lang bent down, reaching out to feel around, hoping to find Su Mubai. But before he could begin searching, something worse happened. Qin Lang's body began to feel extremely unwell. Oh no, the scent he'd inhaled earlier wasn't enough. Could he be about to relapse too? But that wasn't Qin Lang's greatest concern. As long as there was a woman nearby, even the faint scent lingering in the air could alleviate his symptoms. The fact that he was having an episode now meant there were no women in this room. Su Mubai wasn't here. At that moment, a blood-red light flared before Qin Lang. Qin Lang's pupils dilated as he stiffly turned his head to look. Chapter 6, Come Here First. The red-clad girl who had previously wrenched off bald old Seven's head now stood behind Qin Lang. "Big brother, wanna play together?" Crouching beneath the bed, the red-clad girl emitted a low, chilling chuckle, a tone so deep it sent shivers down one's spine. Qin Lang's first reaction wasn't fear. The pain in his body was already excruciating, as if countless needles were stabbing violently into his limbs. Qin Lang couldn't help but crouch down on the ground, hugging himself. Damn it, why does it hurt so much? This illness was far worse than he'd imagined. When it flared up, it felt like death was preferable to this agony. The little girl in red slowly crawled out from under the bed, standing with her arms outstretched. "Big brother, come play with me." Big brother? Qin Lang was already sweating cold beads of pain. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through his mind. This little girl in red is also a woman. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Better than dying from the pain. Sure, big brother can play games with you. Qin Lang held out his hand, but could you come over first? The red-clad girl froze. She clearly hadn't expected Qin Lang to say that, and the eerie aura she'd been giving off weakened considerably. The red-clad girl took 2 steps forward, uncertainly asking, "You want me to come over?"
Qin Lang nodded and beckoned her over, looking somewhat impatient. She took a few more steps forward. Qin Lang suddenly grabbed her hand and pressed it against his forehead. His nostrils flared wildly as he inhaled deeply, drawing in the scent lingering on her fingertips. The scent of a girl. After the pain in Qin Lang's body vanished, he exhaled a long breath of relief. He opened his eyes to find the hand he held looked perfectly normal, nothing like the long, dirty, ugly nails of the female ghosts in movies. Suddenly, Qin Lang noticed a strange symbol on the little girl's hand. Qin Lang lifted his head just in time to see the red-clad girl's innocent, puzzled face. The atmosphere instantly grew awkward. His heartbeat quickened, and he forced himself to stay calm. If she didn't attack now, that meant he hadn't broken her rules, right? Upon closer inspection, Qin Lang realized the girl wasn't as frightening as she'd first thought. Little sister, you're actually quite cute. The red-clad girl's voice took on a hurt tone. Whoa! The young lady has gone mad. She's killed so many people. I've been locked up here, and no one came to save me. Qin Lang glanced under the bed and asked, who locked you in here? The red-clad girl's shoulders shook as she began to cry. It's all the young lady's fault. The young lady? She? Just as Qin Lang was about to ask more, a violent clatter erupted outside. That voice again. Qin Lang was certain no known creature could produce such a peculiar and terrifying cry. The crying girl in red before him suddenly twisted into a hideous grimace. Veins bulged across her face, and her teeth sharpened to razor-like points. Arg! Just as the red-clad girl lunged to bite Qin Lang, her eyes suddenly widened. Ah! Miss, hurry back! Qin Lang froze. Young miss, hurry back? What does that mean? With a flash, the little girl who had been snarling and lunging instantly transformed into a streak of red light, darting back under the bed. Hey, little sister, why are you leaving? Before Qin Lang could react, a cold hand rested on his shoulder. Who? As Qin Lang turned around, a familiar, exotic fragrance wafted toward him. Shoo! Su Mubai whispered softly, don't make a sound. Qin Lang stood up, his mind racing with thoughts of where this girl had just been. He glanced at Su Mubai again, noticing the death countdown above her head still read a terrifying 200+ years. It seemed she was fine, and there was no sign of anything else impersonating her. Coincidentally, the moment Su Mubai appeared, the commotion outside subsided, and the lights came back on. Su Mubai exhaled in relief. Qin Lang, are you okay? Qin Lang shook his head. Miss Su, where did you go just now? Su Mubai replied, I don't know. Everything went black, and I lost consciousness. What happened to you just now? Who were you talking to? The little girl I saw at the village entrance earlier. Qin Lang recounted the events, though he omitted the part about inhaling her scent. Su Mubai listened and said, you're incredibly lucky. I passed out completely, knowing nothing, yet you somehow didn't break that girl's rules, and she didn't do anything to you. Your luck and mental fortitude are impressive. Qin Lang gave a wry smile. Same here. Truthfully, I should have suspected something was off about this room. Never imagined it'd be like this. Su Mubai asked, you should have? Qin Lang explained, yeah. Didn't the woman outside just say not to open the door and that the young lady dislikes people wandering around? Hearing don't open the door, our first instinct was that something outside might break in, so we should shut the door to keep others out. But there's another possibility, something inside the room forcing us out. And when we run out, we'll be breaking the young lady's rules. Su Mubai nodded. Makes sense. So the thing in this room forcing people out, is it that little girl? Qin Lang shook his head, that's probably it. I just wonder what the young mistress did to make her so afraid. Su Mubai's voice grew noticeably colder. Do you think the young miss did something wrong? Qin Lang was puzzled. What's right or wrong about it? I'm just pondering the connection between the young miss and these strange occurrences. Besides, if she's not the biggest threat in this room, then it must be whatever weirdness knocked you unconscious. Su Mubai quickly chimed in, true. So what do we do now? Qin Lang looked at the bed and said, let's lift it up and take a look. That red-clothed girl emerged from underneath it, and from her description, something significant seems to have happened beneath this bed. The key to this dungeon lies with the young lady. And from the girl, we might be able to get some clues about her. Su Mubai asked, lift up this bed? Aren't you afraid that girl will come out again? Qin Lang glanced again at the death countdown above Su Mubai's head. Still no change. This meant that what he was about to do wouldn't affect her lifespan. If there really was something terrifying under the bed, it wouldn't just come after him alone, would it? With a lucky charm by your side, there's nothing to fear. Qin Lang said, don't worry, everything will be fine. Trust me. Su Mubai hesitated for a moment before nodding. Qin Lang took a deep breath and crouched down, preparing to lift the entire bed. Ding! Midnight has arrived. Host's superpower refreshed. Chapter 7, Unaware of Fear. New superpowers again? Qin Lang exhaled in relief, thinking it was truly a godsend. Host has acquired ability, sensory deprivation. Host can automatically disable certain senses and emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, fear, smell, hearing, sight, etc. After sensory loss, the host can choose when to restore them. Mental energy cost per activation, 50.
Host's remaining mental energy 140,200. Disable some of my senses?
This ability might seem useless, but for Qin Lang right now, it's actually quite useful. The most terrifying thing is fear itself. If one could eliminate the sensation of fear, then any situation could be handled with complete composure. Qin Lang chose to shut off his sense of fear first.
Host has disabled the fear response. Host's remaining mental energy 90,200.
Alright, Miss Su, please step back for a moment. Qin Lang felt his voice had grown noticeably calmer, and the tension and unease he'd felt toward this room and indeed the entire dungeon had vanished. With a powerful heave, he violently flipped over the bed concealing the red-clad girl.
Ah! Su Mubai covered her mouth and took a step back. Beneath the bed, a desiccated corpse huddled in the corner.
Its size and the clothing it wore made it unmistakably the red-clad girl from moments ago. Qin Lang's expression remained as calm as a still lake, showing no sign of being disturbed by the sight of the desiccated corpse. After glancing at the corpse for a moment, Qin Lang's attention quickly shifted to the underside of the bed frame. Countless claw marks covered the surface, some still stained with blood. It was clear what kind of struggle and endless agony the person trapped beneath the bed had endured.
Su Mubai pointed at the corpse and whispered, "Did she scratch all this?" Qin Lang nodded.
"Yeah, probably. She must have been trapped here until her death, unable to escape or move, left only to struggle like this."
No wonder the area under the bed is cleaner than the surface. Su Mubai asked, "Couldn't she have gotten out herself?" "She couldn't get out." Qin Lang sighed. "Remember what I said? Fat girl couldn't crawl under the bed because the gap was too narrow. Even a teenage girl would struggle to squeeze in from outside. Likewise, if she was pinned beneath the bed, she couldn't escape either. In other words, she was trapped alive." Su Mubai nodded. "So someone lifted the bed like you just did, waited for the girl to crawl underneath, then slammed it back down." Qin Lang stared at the scratch marks. "Exactly. After being pinned down, the girl in red had no water or food. She starved to death quickly." Su Mubai frowned. Who could be so cruel, causing a girl to die such a miserable death? Qin Lang walked over to trace the uneven scratches, then crouched down to examine the desiccated corpse. Seeing Qin Lang act so boldly, Su Mubai's eyes filled with astonishment. Wasn't he afraid? That level of courage and mental fortitude would blow away 90% of new recruits. Qin Lang suddenly spoke up. It wasn't about harming her. The person who pinned her under the bed might have been trying to protect her. Su Mubai frowned in confusion. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang explained, "Common sense tells you, beds aren't torture devices. No sane person would think of using one for murder. The corpse showed no signs of gagging or binding around the mouth. In other words, she could have screamed for help or escaped. Fengmen Village had many villagers. This method of killing is slow and easily discovered. Who would do such a thing?" Su Mubai considered this and asked, "Then what do you think happened?" Qin Lang replied, "Judging by her attire, it doesn't appear to be everyday clothing. Before being pinned down here, she seemed to be attending some kind of celebration or festival." Su Mubai immediately exclaimed, "A wedding." Qin Lang agreed, "Exactly. Perhaps something went wrong at the young lady's wedding, and her family or friends hid her here. That very incident led to her tragedy and the village's downfall. Something must have happened in the village, causing everyone to flee. The girl's parents hid her here." Qin Lang lifted the little girl's hand again and sure enough, saw that eerie symbol. Su Mubai asked, "Is there something wrong with it?" Qin Lang replied, It resembles some kind of religious totem. Could it be a local belief from Fengmen Village?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a shriek pierced the air outside the window. "Ah! Let me out! Quick, let me out! Has a player gotten into trouble?" Qin Lang and Su Mubai rushed to the window, wanting to see what was happening. Just as they reached the window, a dark, shadowy thing suddenly emerged. It was a woman's face. A grotesque creature wore the face, with two tentacles protruding from the eye sockets. Tentacles wriggled incessantly from every orifice, nostrils, mouth, and beyond. The woman's skin looked as if it had just been peeled off, with fresh blood still flowing down. Su Mubai covered his eyes in terror and let out a startled scream. Qin Lang, however, showed no reaction. Having long since lost the capacity for fear, he remained remarkably calm, perhaps even too calm in the face of this horrifying spectacle. Qin Lang recognized the face instantly. It belonged to the beautiful woman who had treated him so poorly at the beginning. Clearly, she was dead and her skin had been unervingly peeled off. Qin Lang asked the creature through the window, "Could you move aside, please?" It was unclear whether the tentacled creature understood such a polite request. It extended two tentacles from its eye-like orifice and pointed them at Qin Lang, as if staring at him with its eyes. Qin Lang shook his head. "Fine, don't move." Su Mubai exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you afraid?" Qin Lang replied, "Yeah, I've always been bold." "Help! Don't come any closer." Outside, a man's voice rang out. "Are you crazy? If we open the door, we'll die. Are you trying to get us killed?" Another woman, presumably sharing the room with the man, shouted angrily. Immediately followed by more shrieks and screams. "Ah! No!" The surroundings quickly fell into dead silence. Su Mubai grabbed Qin Lang's arm and asked, "Are they all dead?" Qin Lang nodded. "Yeah, counting the one who got skinned alive, at least 3 are dead." And this was only the first night. They were already on the verge of total annihilation. The tentacle by the window remained eerily still, its gaze fixed on Qin Lang. Su Mubai remarked, "We're really lucky we didn't break any rules it can't get in. And that red-clothed girl too, she hasn't reacted much either." Qin Lang fell silent for a moment before walking back to the window. He looked at the tentacle creature. "Do you have something to tell me?" Chapter 8, Unexpected. Qin Lang was actually trying to talk to the anomaly? Su Mubai stared at Qin Lang in utter shock. The tentacled anomaly kept its gaze fixed on Qin Lang, but made no further move. Qin Lang hesitated, then reached out to open the window. Su Mubai tugged at Qin Lang's sleeve. "Qin Lang, be careful." Qin Lang replied calmly, "Don't worry. As long as I stick to the rules, no opening doors or wandering off, I should be fine. After all, no one said we can't open windows, right?" Su Mubai gave a helpless wry smile. "You've got the biggest guts I've ever seen. Indeed, courage is a precious quality." Qin Lang stared at her for a moment before smiling. "Maybe it's because you're here." A flicker of shyness crossed Su Mubai's eyes. Qin Lang opened the window and addressed the tentacle creature. "What do you want to say?" The tentacle creature actually spoke. "The young lady is returning." "The young miss? Returned?" That sounds just like what the little girl said. While Qin Lang was still pondering the connection between the two, the tentacle monster's body began to mutate. All its tentacles suddenly became razor-sharp and lunged toward him. Qin Lang reacted swiftly, immediately stepping back. His chest clothing was slashed open. Had he been a second slower, his internal organs would have been exposed. Su Mubai rushed forward to pull him back, asking, "Qin Lang, are you okay? I told you this was dangerous." Qin Lang stared at the tentacles, which were growing longer and more numerous, emerging from the holes in the woman's face. Strange. Which rule was broken here? Qin Lang wasn't fazed by the scene. His mind began racing. Phew, finally safe. Behind them, a woman's voice rang out. Su Mubai and Qin Lang turned to see a female player had materialized behind them. Qin Lang instantly recognized her as the bespectacled woman in the suit among the players. Wasn't she in the room across the hall? How did she suddenly get here? Qin Lang asked, "Did you use your ability?" The glasses-wearing woman nodded. "Yeah, my room got breached by something weird. My teammates were utterly useless." Before she could finish, Qin Lang cut her off. "Get out." The woman frowned. "What did you say?" The female horse said only 2 people can stay in one room. "You're breaking the rules now." Qin Lang pointed at the tentacled monster by the door. "It wasn't going to attack me originally. Because of your arrival, it plans to kill us to silence us." The bespectacled woman retorted, "So what? We can just work together to take it down. How can you refuse to help your own kind?" Qin Lang retorted, "Why should I help you? You agreed to sacrifice Miss Su back then. Now that troubles hit you, you just want to save yourself? How shameless can you be?" Because of this glasses-wearing woman barging in uninvited, Qin Lang nearly died. How could he possibly help her now? Though survival was paramount in this bizarre dungeon, and her actions were understandable, Qin Lang refused to sympathize. Hell is other people. The bespectacled woman drew a dagger from her waist and sneered coldly, "You're a bold newbie. Looks like I need to teach you how to show respect to your seniors." Qin Lang cracked his neck. "Want to go hard? Fine." He glanced at the death timer on the girl in glasses. 0. In other words, she had less than an hour to live. "I'll win." Qin Lang expended another 50 points of mental energy, shutting off his own pain receptors. No fear, no pain. Though Qin Lang didn't know the veteran player's strength, he trusted his own. Most importantly, he truly didn't know what fear felt like anymore. Su Mubai's voice grew urgent. "Qin Lang, be careful. She's a veteran player, and we still don't know her abilities." Qin Lang picked up a candlestick from the table and aimed it at the woman in glasses. "It's fine. When 2 warriors meet on the battlefield, the brave one wins." Su Mubai was momentarily at a loss for words. Had he always been this brave? The woman in glasses was also somewhat surprised, even feeling a hint of admiration for Qin Lang's demeanor. Nevertheless, she launched the first strike, thrusting her blade at Qin Lang with brutal precision, clearly aiming for his life. Qin Lang sidestepped, then delivered a kick that connected squarely with the woman's jaw. A piercing scream erupted as her glasses flew off. "Ugh! You!" The woman in glasses clearly felt her jaw had been dislocated by the kick. "Who the hell is this kid?" Qin Lang instinctively prepared to strike again. But suddenly, the woman in glasses appeared behind him, clamped her hand around his throat, and raised the dagger to stab it into his neck. "Bye-bye, rookie. Game over." Qin Lang twisted his head and brushed against the woman's neck. "You smell so good." When the red-clothed girl had appeared earlier, Qin Lang had only absorbed a small amount of her scent, and the strange illness hadn't stabilized yet. Now, with a woman suddenly pressed against him, Qin Lang's body instinctively unleashed a storm of inhalation. You're sick." The woman in glasses was taken aback and shoved him away forcefully.
At that moment, Su Mubai grabbed a broom and charged forward, swinging it at the bespectacled woman. Without even turning her head, the bespectacled woman kicked Su Mubai away forcefully. Ah! Su Mubai fell to the ground in pain. Qin Lang counterattacked the girl in glasses, knocking the dagger from her hand. You're asking for it. The bespectacled woman, enraged, relentlessly pounded Qin Lang's back. Qin Lang, having shut off his pain receptors, remained utterly unmoved. Instead, he held her tighter. Qin Lang knew how to finish her off, but right now, he only wanted to inhale as much of her feminine scent as possible to stabilize his condition. Meanwhile, the grotesque tentacle had already slithered into the room. Covered in a perfectly intact human face, it writhed toward the three of them. The bespectacled woman panicked. Let go of me. Let go. Or we'll all die. Her ability allowed for small-scale teleportation. From entering this room to ambushing Qin Lang just now, she had relied on this ability. However, the prerequisite for activating her ability was that her body couldn't touch any solid object. Now that Qin Lang was holding her, she couldn't activate her ability at all. Seizing the moment, Qin Lang shoved the bespectacled woman directly in front of the tentacle abomination. The tentacled monster's razor-sharp appendages instantly pierced through the bespectacled woman's body. You'll regret this, you little bastard. The bespectacled woman spat out these words with hatred before being pierced with hundreds of holes. In the next instant, her flesh and bones dissolved into pus, leaving only a flimsy sheet of human skin. Su Mubai watched from the side, his face even paler than before. She hadn't expected Qin Lang's skills to be this formidable. What unsettled her even more was Qin Lang's terrifying composure, as if everything unfolding before her eyes was perfectly natural. Qin Lang, what do you do? Qin Lang rose from the ground and smiled faintly. Miss Su, trust me, you wouldn't want to know. His identity in this world was that of an unlucky soul who had entered a bizarre dungeon. But Qin Lang felt it was best not to reveal his identity from his previous life. After punishing one victim, the tentacled entity gathered its spoils and slowly retreated. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, thank goodness this anomaly follows the rules. He turned to look at Su Mubai. Miss Su, are you okay? Su Mubai struggled to her feet. Yeah, I'm okay. Qin Lang said, alright, now it's just the two of us. We should be fine. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Player Qin Lang has killed player Fu Qin. Player trial now commences. Remaining players will vote on whether Qin Lang may continue in the game. If over half the players believe Qin Lang should not remain in the instance, he will be eliminated. Qin Lang. What? Chapter 9, only 4 remain. Qin Lang, shocked, huh? What does that mean? Players can't kill other players? He couldn't comprehend it. Logically, survival should be the top priority in a bizarre dungeon. Why would there be such a restriction? But soon, Qin Lang figured it out. This wasn't a restriction, it was simply the instance system amplifying the players' mutual distrust and bloodshed. After a player killed another, the survivors could then manipulate the killer's fate. This effectively intensified conflicts and suspicion among players. Especially in situations demanding tough choices, this rule forced players to hesitate. Hesitation could lead to defeat or even death. Had Qin Lang known this rule earlier, he might not have killed the woman in glasses, risking his own life instead. If he chose decisive action, he'd face judgment from strangers like Qin Lang now, leaving his life entirely to chance. The woman in glasses dared to kill Qin Lang because, for the veteran players who had long formed alliances, eliminating newcomers was a given. Survival demands cannibalism, yet killing carries its own risks. Dungeon, you're the real old silver coin. Su Mubai struggled to his feet and said, Qin Lang, rest assured. I'll vote to keep you alive. Qin Lang gave a bitter smile. Thank you, Miss Su. But I still need a majority vote. If the others disagree, I'll die anyway. Su Mubai stepped forward and grasped his hand. It won't happen. You will survive. I promise. Qin Lang gazed at the beautiful girl, feeling surprisingly calm inside. Even if death was inevitable, having such a beauty by his side wasn't so bad. Su Mubai lifted Qin Lang's shirt again, revealing the numerous bruises and wounds inflicted by the bespectacled woman Fu Qin. His brows furrowed into a deep frown. Doesn't it hurt? Qin Lang shook his head with a smile. Just bear with it. It seems Su Mubai truly believed he wouldn't die, still having the presence of mind to examine his wounds. Time ticked by second. Death itself isn't terrifying, what's terrifying is waiting for it. Su Mubai kept staring at Qin Lang, noticing not a flicker of emotion on his face. Qin Lang, aren't you afraid of death? Qin Lang replied, fear won't help anyway. Truth is, I'm pretty thick-skinned, so I'm numb to these feelings. Right now, I feel like a foreigner who doesn't know how to write the word fear. Su Mubai asked in confusion, why? Because foreigners are generally braver? Qin Lang chuckled, no, because foreigners can't write Chinese characters. This lame joke earned him a look of both exasperation and pity from Su Mubai. What kind of time is this to be thinking about such things? Voting completed. Half the players deemed Qin Lang's actions acceptable. Player Qin Lang may continue the game and inherit player Fu Qin's equipment and abilities. Qin Lang was pleasantly surprised. What a stroke of luck. While others chose to protect themselves, the gear and abilities of that bespectacled woman named Fu Qin became spoils of war.
Double the luck. It seems killing players carries immense risk, but the rewards are substantial too. Su Mubai smiled as she clasped Qin Lang's hand. I told you you'd be fine. Qin Lang nodded. Miss Su, you're amazing. Following a lucky charm never fails.
The next moment, Qin Lang suddenly felt a warm current steadily filling his body. The dagger the bespectacled woman had just used floated up on its own, hovering before Qin Lang's eyes. A line of text appeared before him. Ability, Basic Teleportation. Allows you to instantly teleport to any location within 1 meter. Can be cast repeatedly in short bursts, but consumes significant stamina. If contact is made with any solid object before teleporting, you must disengage and wait 10 seconds before using this ability. Black Dog Blood Dagger. Item grade, C. Function, cuts through the body of a Gi, inflicting 1 minute of continuous damage. Qin Lang remarked, inflicting continuous damage on the abnormal for a minute? This gear's pretty powerful. Not a bad deal at all. It's just that this basic teleportation is a pain short range and too many restrictions. No wonder the bespectacled woman was so easily taken down by me and Su Mubai. Besides Qin Lang's cheat ability, she must have teleported multiple times before entering this room, and the massive physical exhaustion was the main reason. Su Mubai chuckled, better than nothing. Qin Lang, you're a power user now too. Qin Lang returned the smile. He desperately wanted to say, actually, I already had 2 skills, and I'll keep gaining more. Oh! A long crow echoed from outside, signaling the end of the bloody night in Fengmen Village. Su Mubai remarked, looks like we can finally get out. Qin Lang glanced at the desiccated corpse of the red-clad girl beneath the bed, lost in thought. Numa called out from outside, gentlemen, you may come out now. Squeak! Qin Lang and Su Mubai held hands as they pushed open the door. Outside, the sunlight was perfect and surprisingly warm. However, the scattered fragments of flesh on the ground made the scene exceptionally bloody and chilling. Needless to say, these were the players who had broken the rules by opening the door last night, now reduced to piles of flesh. The fat girl wriggled her serpentine body, gnawing voraciously on a human thigh. Her already bulging belly continued to swallow with each movement. Qin Lang noticed bloodstains around the mare's mouth. She had partaken too. The mare wiped her mouth, no need to be afraid, guessed. Horses don't grow fat without night grazing, I need to feed at night too. Qin Lang asked, so we're just food to you, right? The female horse smiled without answering. Qin Lang, you actually managed to kill Fu Qin. Impressive. Lu Ji stepped forward, followed by a girl who appeared even more petite than Su Mubai. The girl covered her eyes, muttering repeatedly, so scary, so scary. Linglong also emerged, she was indeed unharmed. Yeah, I was startled too. Linglong remarked, Fu Qin was a veteran who'd cleared 2 dungeons. I wonder if she just hit a snag this time. Qin Lang said, it was out of necessity. Thanks for voting to keep me alive. Lu Ji remarked, since you've inherited Fu Qin's abilities, your responsibilities will grow heavier. We won't treat you as a rookie anymore. Lu Ji's words carried hidden meaning. Qin Lang was now on their side, leaving Su Mubai as the only true newcomer. Qin Lang had to make his position clear. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm still on Team Su. Qin Lang added, next time there's a vote, I'll let you all live too. Facing Qin Lang's stubborn refusal to back down, Lu Ji's expression darkened. He opened his mouth to retort, but Linglong shot him a warning glance, silencing him. Qin Lang counted the remaining members. Including himself, only 5 were left. Suddenly, the female guide clapped her hands. Alright, everyone. Now, please allow me to lead you to the next location to prepare for the wedding ceremony. 4 of you, please follow closely. Qin Lang frowned. 4? You must be mistaken. There are clearly 5 of us here. The female horse's lips curved upward. No. Only 4 survived last night. Only 4 survived? Qin Lang glanced back at Linglong and the others. Who was the extra person? Su Mubai's eyes widened, could it be that one of us isn't human? Lu Ji immediately grew wary, fixing a piercing stare on Qin Lang. Linglong, meanwhile, shot Su Mubai a cold, piercing stare. Chapter 10, The Undercover Segment. Wah, so scary. The girl behind Lu Ji burst into tears, stamping her feet on the spot as her short hair bounced up and down. Qin Lang frowned as he looked at the short-haired girl. Anyone who survived last night wasn't ordinary. So her current fragile demeanor seemed unusual, even a bit deliberate. Lu Ji had said that as a healer, he was only support and could only work with those who possessed combat abilities. That meant the short-haired girl possessed combat abilities and certainly wasn't the type to act so delicate. Was this a deliberate contrast? Out of sight, the bullet comments erupted in a frenzy. Time for my favorite part, who's the mole? Hey, if things go as expected, they'll start suspecting each other and turn on one another. From now on, they'll all be wary of each other during the expedition. Ha! At that moment, Qin Lang spent 10 spirit points to take a look at this girl. Su Miao, 434678. Whoa, she's got nearly 50 years left? Seems like she's a tough cookie too. And this also proves she probably isn't the mysterious intruder who infiltrated the team.
Then who could it be?
Qin Lang glanced at Lu Ji and noticed the text above his head had changed.
Paper Doll Demon, 11898. It was him. Qin Lang smiled. Who knew this ability could be so handy? But now there's a problem: how to unmask this bizarre truth?
Everyone was caught in a chain of suspicion, unwilling to trust each other's words.
If he just blurted it out, what if the other person played dirty and claimed they were the strange one? Then it would be impossible to prove. Qin Lang suddenly chuckled. I'm such an idiot, why all this dithering? The best way to eliminate the strange is to confront it head on. Just do it. Look. There seems to be something strange up ahead. Qin Lang's shout made everyone tense up and look into the distance. Qin Lang activated his newly acquired small area teleportation skill, appearing behind Lu Ji. What are you doing? Before Lu Ji could react, Qin Lang had already thrust the black dog's blood dagger into his throat. Ah! You! Lu Ji's face contorted in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. He lunged to grab Qin Lang, but Qin Lang dodged him cleanly. Qin Lang pulled the dagger free and thrust it back with a reverse stab, aiming straight for his face. Ling Long panicked. What are you doing? She snatched a willow branch from somewhere and swung it at Qin Lang. Qin Lang dodged again, shouting, "Look for yourself." Ling Long's eyes flashed red. She turned to look and gasped in shock. The paper ghost revealed its true form: a body and limbs made of paper, with features drawn in ink. Its appearance was utterly terrifying. Lu Ji. Ling Long's legs went weak, so he's been dead all along? The paper ghost began wailing in agony. The wounds inflicted by Qin Lang burned relentlessly, causing continuous damage. However, this clearly hadn't inflicted any fatal damage, and it quickly regained its composure. Ha! That brat actually saw through me in one go. The paper ghost instantly grew enormous, towering over 2 meters tall, its limbs thickening to monstrous proportions. Despite being made of paper, its hands swept through a mud wall with ease, punching straight through it. Simultaneously, the dungeon system issued an alert. C-grade anomaly detected. Ling Long froze. What? A C-rank anomaly right off the bat? Anomalies within the instance were ranked from highest to lowest combat power, SSS, A, B, C, D, E. For ordinary players, D and E anomalies could still be soloed, but C-level and above required at least 3 players teaming up to defeat. Ling Long felt doomed. She knew she had no chance against this paper man-spectre. Cooperating to fight it now would likely be too late, and their teamwork wasn't solid enough. Was this the end? Arg! The paper man-spectre lunged furiously at Qin Lang, who had just attacked it, ready to begin the slaughter. Qin Lang didn't try to block it head-on. Instead, he stepped back. Yet unexpectedly, the moment Qin Lang's dagger pierced the paper ghost's forehead, its movements began to slow. Arg! The paper ghost let out a wail, shaking its head violently. Qin Lang! Get down! Su Mubai suddenly shouted. Qin Lang pulled out the dagger, flipped in midair, and landed steadily on the ground. Boom! The next second, the paper ghost exploded right where it stood. Ling Long and Su Miao were momentarily dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for this outcome. Even Qin Lang felt baffled. What the hell? He stared at the black dog's blood dagger in his hand. Was this thing really that lethal? Wasn't it just a C-grade artifact? Why was its power so outrageous? Viewers watching the livestream were equally dumbfounded. No way? A C-rank artifact just vanished like that? I thought I'd be fighting for 500 rounds, and this is it? The black dog blood dagger is just a C-rank weapon. It shouldn't pack this much punch. Qin Lang is way too lucky. Su Mubai stepped forward, asking with concern, Qin Lang, are you okay? Qin Lang nodded, I'm okay. Su Mubai remarked, you're incredibly skilled. Your moves don't look like those of a new player at all. What did you do before this? Qin Lang smiled, nothing much. Just taught for a few years. Ling Long stared at Qin Lang, a teacher? You took down a veteran player and instantly defeated a C-grade anomaly? What exactly did you teach? Qin Lang didn't answer. Player Qin Lang has defeated a C-rank anomaly. Reward obtained, paper puppet. Item grade, B. A golden light materialized before Qin Lang, and a paper doll cut from white paper landed in his hand. Qin Lang carefully examined the item's usage instructions. Instantly summons a paper puppet to serve you, capable of reconnaissance in combat. It can assume any form or gender, but if you have any bold ideas, proceed with caution. Qin Lang frowned. How did you know I just had a bold idea? This dungeon is seriously messed up. Still, this thing is pretty useful. It'll definitely come in handy. After stowing the item, Qin Lang turned to the mare. What should we do next? The female horse chuckled. Mr. Qin, do you really need to ask? You're now the only male player left. So tonight, you'll attend the wedding as the groom and marry the young miss. The plump girl swayed her serpentine body excitedly. Wedding. Wedding. Great joy. Great joy. Qin Lang was momentarily speechless. After being single for 2 lifetimes, he was about to get married now? Needless to say, this young lady he was to marry was also a peculiar one. And now, this most crucial role of groom has fallen to him. Look! Su Miao suddenly cried out, what is that? Everyone turned to look, and then a chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 11, Acquiring the Ghost-Slaying Blade. A procession approached from the distance, clad in crimson ancient attire, resembling a traditional wedding escort. Each face was painted stark white, bearing the same eerie, uniform grin that sent shivers down the spine at a single glance. They carried 4 ornate wedding palanquins, clearly well prepared for their mission. Su Miao covered her face in terror and screamed, "Ah! They're terrifying! Could this be another supernatural occurrence?" The group grew wary once more. Numa smiled. "All right, everyone. You may proceed to the wedding now." At that moment, a stooped old woman stepped out from the wedding procession. She wore a bright red long robe, with a large red flower pinned in her silver white hair. Her lips were painted a deep crimson, as if smeared with blood. The same blood-red hue appeared on her cheeks, contrasting starkly with her naturally pallid complexion. The effect was eerily reminiscent of the paper effigies found in funeral shops. Such makeup would be difficult to pull off even for a 17 or 18-year-old girl like Su Mubai. For an old woman to wear it was truly nauseating. "This servant's surname is Li. I am the eldest young mistress's personal maid. Master and the other guests, please come up." As these figures drew closer, Qin Lang realized they were all flesh and blood humans, though their makeup was indeed rather unsettling. But given that a paper ghost could impersonate a human just moments ago, Qin Lang and his companions remained wary. Qin Lang and the others exchanged glances. Qin Lang asked Linglong, "What do you think? Should we follow them?" Linglong replied, "Following them shouldn't be a problem. If there's an ambush, we'll just improvise." Su Mubai nodded. "I'll go with you, Qin Lang." Su Miao could only cry and didn't object. Linglong looked worried, but she agreed. Qin Lang added, "But to prevent something like what happened to Lu Ji from recurring, I think we should be better prepared. For instance, we could agree on a secret password. If we're unsure whether someone is genuine, we just need to verify the password." Linglong nodded, "Good idea. What should the password be?" Qin Lang replied, "Well, Imperial Jade Liquor, 108 per cup." The other 3 looked at Qin Lang with puzzled expressions, seemingly unsure what the code meant. Imperial Jade Liquor, 180 per cup. Linglong tapped her chin. "Well, that's easy to remember. Let's go with that." With the slogan settled, the group prepared to depart. But Linglong called out again, "Hold up. I want to pay my respects to those who've passed, especially Lu Ji. He tackled several dungeons with me." Qin Lang didn't object, it was only natural. But old lady Li frowned and said, "Young master, delaying the auspicious time won't do. We should set off quickly." Qin Lang retorted, "Don't you understand the principle that the dead come first? What harm would a little more waiting do?" Granny Li scoffed coldly, "There are countless dead here. Even if we erect a monument now, it'll be dug up soon enough. All for nothing." Before she could finish, Qin Lang punched her square in the face. He felt no fear now, not even a shred of apprehension towards someone like Mrs. Li, who might be a supernatural entity. Hearing her earlier words had simply made him furious. What's the rush? Granny Li was knocked 2 meters away by the punch, stumbling several steps before collapsing. Linglong and the others were stunned by the scene. This old lady Li must be a crucial NPC in the dungeon. Regardless of her strength, her role was undoubtedly significant. Qin Lang actually attacked her, and with such brutal force? This newbie is way too reckless. The live stream audience collectively gasped in shock. Is this kid's elemental sign recklessness? He struck with such decisive force. Impressive. Never seen such a fierce newcomer. Those weirdos probably didn't even have time to react. Qin Lang said, "I told you, can't we just wait a little longer? I know you're all supernatural beings who've died before, but just because no one buried you, does that mean you can't bear to see others being honored?" At these words, the expressions of the villagers carrying the palanquin shifted one by one, as if Qin Lang had struck a nerve. Qin Lang sneered coldly, "What are you staring at? If you've got the guts, come kill me. Let's see how your precious young lady's wedding proceeds without a groom. I wouldn't mind slaying a few more ghosts either." His words proved effective. The supernatural beings instantly retracted their killing intent. Seems this young lady's wedding is rather important after all. Granny Li slowly rose to her feet, her features completely disfigured, her nose caved in several centimeters. The groom truly possesses tremendous strength. But please, sir, calm your temper. We shall simply wait a little longer. Qin Lang snorted. Ding. Host's emotions have surged again, boosting psychic power. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful level up. Host's current mental power, 500,500. Host has obtained item, Ghost-Slaying Blade. A formidable weapon whose malevolent aura strikes fear even into malevolent spirits, and A-grade treasure in dungeons. The artifact has been automatically stored in the host's inventory space. Retrieve it with a thought when needed. Qin Lang was thrilled once more. The C-grade Black Dog's blood dagger was already quite powerful, and now he had an A-grade Ghost-Slaying Blade to boot. This was going to be game-changing.
Linglong piled a small mound of earth on the ground and bowed toward the scattered remains at the village entrance. She took out another cigarette, lit it, and placed it before the mound, then pressed her palms together in prayer.
Rest in peace. I will avenge you. Su Miao followed suit, bowing deeply behind her.
Su Mubai, who had remained silent, approached Su Miao and bowed toward the mound. Qin Lang made no move, his gaze fixed on the eerie sight of old lady Li and the pallbearers. Linglong stood up and said to Qin Lang, "Thank you, Qin Lang."
Qin Lang remained as still as a stone. "It's nothing. Let's get going."
Su Miao and Linglong each selected a sedan chair to board.
As Su Mubai was about to board, Qin Lang called out to her, "Miss Su, this is for you."
He handed her the black dog's blood dagger.
"For me?" Su Mubai froze. "Something so valuable?"
Qin Lang replied, "You're the only one among us without a weapon or special skill.
It's always good to have something to protect yourself with. Take it. I have my own ways. With the ghost-slaying blade, my trusty sidekick, this dagger would be like a second wife. Giving it to Su Mubai is just a favor.
She's a lucky charm who can live 200 years. It never hurts to stay on her good side." Su Mubai felt touched.
"Qin Lang, you're really good to me."
This dagger just helped Qin Lang take down a paper puppet. It's practically a treasure everyone covets.
And now, for my safety, he's offering it up without hesitation. He really does care about me.
Qin Lang beckoned to her, then stepped into the foremost sedan chair. Su Mubai tucked away the black dog's blood dagger and murmured softly, "Qin Lang, rest assured.
I will make sure you survive."
Just as Qin Lang settled into the sedan chair and was about to draw the curtain, old lady Li suddenly approached. The wounds on her face had vanished, yet her hideous features remained unchanged.
"What? Seeking revenge?" Qin Lang was already reaching for his ghost-slaying blade. Grandma Li said nothing. Instead, she quietly tossed a note to Qin Lang before walking away.
Qin Lang unfolded the note and gasped in shock.
Chapter 12, Let's Wash Together.
Qin Lang discovered the note contained only one sentence.
"Save the young miss." "Huh? What does that mean? What's wrong with the young lady? Why does she need saving? And why me?" Qin Lang couldn't quite figure out what this meant. He had just beaten up this Mrs. Li. Could this be her revenge, setting some kind of trap?
Before he could ponder further, the sedan chair began to float upward on its own. And it moved faster than he'd anticipated, as if these villagers weren't walking swiftly, but rather gliding low through the air. Meanwhile, the live stream chat erupted once more with fervent discussion. "Ha! They really got into that sedan chair. If they knew the truth about this palanquin, they'd probably go crazy. What the hell is this? If they saw their destination, they'd probably be shaking in their boots." From the viewer's perspective, what these villagers were bizarrely carrying wasn't a palanquin at all. It was clearly 4 enormous coffins. Qin Lang and the other 3 were like corpses, being carried away at breakneck speed. After what felt like an eternity, Granny Li's voice rang out, "We're here. We're here." Qin Lang sat down, his buttocks numb from the ride. He lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and discovered it had already grown dark outside. What was going on? Had they been sitting in this sedan chair for an entire day? Is Fengmen Village really that big? After Linglong and the others stepped out, they too looked utterly astonished.
Granny Li smiled and said, "Everyone, please come in."
Only then did they notice the sedan chair had stopped at the entrance of a massive, imposing mansion. 2 stone statues stood guard on either side of the entrance. Typically, such entrance sculptures would depict animals like stone lions. But these 2 statues were different. They had 2 horns on their heads, resembling some mythical beasts. Qin Lang felt strangely familiar with them, yet he couldn't quite place them. Su Mubai stepped forward and took Qin Lang's hand, looking visibly nervous. Qin Lang smiled. "Miss Su, there's no need to be afraid. We'll just take things as they come." Su Mubai nodded. "With you here, I'm not afraid." Linglong glanced their way, looking as if she wanted to say something but held back. As the 4 entered the gate, they saw the courtyard filled with men and women dressed in festive attire. Great joy! Great joy! Great joy! Congratulations to the groom and the young lady. May you enjoy 100 years of bliss. Upon seeing Qin Lang, they erupted in loud shouts of festive greetings, their faces radiating excitement. Though the scene was bustling, Qin Lang could read a single emotion on their faces, greed and hunger. It was as if he and Su Mubai had already become their food. A young woman dressed in a red qipao, standing over 1.8 meters tall with a slit reaching to her thigh, approached Qin Lang and smiled. "Greetings, master. I am Xiaoqin, the concubine made assigned to you by the young miss. Please follow me to bathe and change, master." Qin Lang glanced at Linglong and the others. "What about my friends?" Granny Li interjected, "Don't worry, master. These are honored guests. We'll take excellent care of them. The young mistress enjoys lively company, the more the merrier." Linglong gave Qin Lang a knowing look, signaling everything would be fine. Qin Lang nodded and followed Xiaoqin away. Xiaoqin wasn't just tall, her figure was perfectly curvaceous, with all the right curves in all the right places. Her qipao hugged her rounded rear, swaying left and right with each step, a true drifting rear. Especially the fragrance wafting from her body. Qin Lang, a man craving the scent of a woman, inhaled deeply, thoroughly enjoying it. Qin Lang knew full well that Xiaoqin was most likely a female ghost herself. But his strange illness made his body crave that scent intensely. "Sis, you smell so good." Qin Lang drew closer and closer. "Groom, we're here." Xiaoqin pushed open a door. Her gaze fell to the floor. She then pulled several silver needles from her bosom, finer than strands of hair, and scattered them silently onto the ground. The slender silver needles seemed to come alive, springing upright the moment they touched the floor. Xiaoqin sneered coldly. Even someone clad in iron armor would be pierced through if they stepped on these. "Oomph. Dare to strike old lady Li? Here's a taste of what's coming." Xiaoqin turned and said, "Sir, please come in." "Ah." Xiaoqin gasped as Qin Lang had silently approached her shoulder, his eyes closed as he sniffed repeatedly. "Sir, what are you doing?" Xiaoqin stared at Qin Lang in terror. Qin Lang smiled. "Nothing. I just think you smell so good. It's fine. Aren't you my personal maid? Let me smell you again." Xiaoqin took a step back. "No, master. I'll scream. What's wrong with this human?" The comments section erupted. "Dude, can't you tell this woman's got something off about her? Granny Li and those palanquin bearers were all weird. How could she possibly be a decent person? If you're bold enough, the female ghost takes maternity leave. If you're bold enough, she takes it twice." Xiaoqin was a female ghost, but Qin Lang was a lustful one. Qin Lang hadn't gotten a whiff of a woman's scent the entire journey, leaving his body ravenously hungry. Now, with such a stunning beauty right before him, he couldn't care less about any supernatural nonsense. He lunged forward with all his strength. Xiaoqin couldn't dodge in time and was swept into his arms as they both fell backward. Oh no, there were silver needles on the floor. Needles. Xiaoqin hadn't had time to retrieve the silver needles, forcing her to take the full brunt of them on her back. She was now like a human shield, helping Qin Lang dodge the first wave of traps. What was even worse was that she had set this trap herself. Pain. Unbearable pain. The excruciating agony made Xiaoqin lose all control of her expression, yet she could only bite down hard on her lower lip to endure it. Qin Lang, however, lay comfortably pressed against Xiaoqin's chest, inhaling her scent deeply and thoroughly. Ah! Only after letting out that shameful cry did Qin Lang's rationality gradually regain the upper hand. Come to think of it, lying on top of Xiaoqin felt pretty good. No wonder so many guys love driving big trucks. Qin Lang lifted his head and noticed something off about Xiaoqin's expression. "What's wrong?" he asked. Xiaoqin clenched her teeth and replied, "Nothing, dear. Could we get up first?" She felt blood trickling down her back. Qin Lang nodded. "Oh, sorry. I got a little carried away." After standing up, Xiaoqin endured the pain in her back and pointed to a wooden tub nearby. "Sir, you can go take a bath now." I'll make sure you get your comeuppance. I've prepared something special for you in that bathwater." But Qin Lang suddenly grabbed her hand. "Xiaoqin, I'm not used to bathing alone. So, you'll bathe with me." Xiaoqin's expression changed. "Ah, this, husband." Qin Lang pulled her closer forcefully. "No need to be shy. Let me check your body." Chapter 13, The Young Miss Peeping. Xiaoqin panicked, covering her chest and stepping back. "Sir, the young miss won't be pleased if you do this." Qin Lang chuckled. "You're only worried about the young miss being displeased. What about my displeasure? Come on, you." Qin Lang grabbed Xiaoqin and tossed her into the wooden tub. The moment Xiaoqin hit the water, she felt something bite her. Ah! Xiaoqin couldn't help but scream. In the bathwater lurked a piranha possessed by a water demon, a vicious creature that attacked anything in sight. Qin Lang stood nearby, laughing. "What's the matter? Xiaoqin, is the water too hot? You're the one who told me to get in. This is your fault. Here, let me help you." Qin Lang reached out, grabbed Xiaoqin's arm, and yanked her hard. Snap! This time, he actually tore the arm right off. Ugh! Qin Lang stared at the severed arm in his hand and the now one-on Xiaoqin before him, momentarily speechless. Xiaoqin thought he was scared, so she yanked out the water ghost fish, stood up straight again, and resumed her smile. "You're such a bad guy, master-in-law. You actually tore off my arm." Qin Lang actually laughed too. "Sorry about that. I didn't realize you were so fragile. Seeing you with only one arm is both inconvenient and unattractive. Ever heard of the Venus de Milo? Xiaoqin, huh?" Qin Lang grabbed Xiaoqin's other arm and yanked it hard again. Snap! Broken again. That looks much better now. Qin Lang clapped his hands and laughed. "Now you're the second Venus." Bullets were flying everywhere now. "Damn, I've seen plenty of people kill weirdos, but this is the first time I've seen someone tease one. If that had been me, I'd have been scared to death the moment I saw that arm. Bro, you're walking a dangerous path." Xiaoqin's jet black hair stood on end. "Go to hell." Xiaoqin's body grew taller, her limbs began to mutate at varying degrees, and a massive insect head sprouted from her body. So this was the bizarre transformation of the dragonfly. Qin Lang laughed. "I'm your son-in-law. If you kill me now, aren't you afraid the young miss will blame you?" Xiaoqin roared furiously. "You're nothing but a stinking man. Fengmen Village ended up like this because of you stinking men. You may be marrying the young miss, but I can still bite off one of your arms or legs. With that, she opened her gaping maw and lunged at Qin Lang. Qin Lang grinned as he drew the ghost-slaying blade. The moment the ghost-slaying blade appeared, a cloud of white mist drifted from its blade. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, so still you could hear a pin drop. Even before the blade touched Xiao Qin, the sheer malevolent aura radiating from it sent shivers down her spine. This. Xiao Qin froze. What is this thing? Don't come any closer. Qin Lang chuckled. What's the matter? Not so tough now? Come on, weren't you going to eat me? Terrified, Xiao Qin instantly reverted to human form. Master. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Spare me, I beg you. As a mere C-rank monster, facing an A-rank weapon like the ghost-slaying blade, there was no path but obliteration. Qin Lang chuckled. Don't want to die, huh? Then tell me about Fengmen Village and the wedding. Otherwise, this demon-slaying blade in my hand will slide smoothly into your body, thrusting relentlessly over and over, releasing its white-killing energy deep inside you. The livestream erupted once more. Damn! What kind of savage talk is this? That blade's fast, and so is his delivery. This guy's definitely got some serious issues. Not bro, why does something as thrilling as slaying ghosts sound so awkward coming from you? Xiao Qin nodded frantically. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Honestly, I don't know much either. The village was already like this when I was born. What I know comes from what old lady Li told me. Grandma Li said Fengmen Village used to be a peaceful place, but after the young miss was born, she started abusing the villagers and caused many deaths. As Xiao Qin spoke, her expression suddenly turned horrified. She knelt on the ground, clutching her head and sobbing. Young miss, I was wrong. Young miss, I'll never dare again. Qin Lang asked in confusion, hey, what's going on? Before he could ask more, countless cracks appeared on Xiao Qin's body as it began to swell rapidly. Boom! Fragments of flesh mixed with blood splattered across the floor. Xiao Qin was gone. Player Qin Lang has defeated one C-rank anomaly. Reward obtained, Basic Marrow Cleansing Pill. Basic Marrow Cleansing Pill temporarily enhances the user's physical strength, endurance, and stamina. Though it sounds like some blue little pill that can make a certain part of a man stand up, the two are vastly different. Those with weak constitutions should exercise caution. Qin Lang scratched his head. This works? But I didn't do anything just now, did I? Judging by Xiao Qin's last words, was it the young miss who just acted? Has she been spying on me this whole time? That's kinda creepy. Qin Lang glanced around and added, since you've been watching me, you should know I won't let anyone push me around easily. If you want to kill or torture me, just get it over with. Finding no response, Qin Lang shrugged and prepared to head out to meet up with Su Mubai and the others. Just then, as he reached the doorway, something felt off. On the room's table sat a Tang tricolor ware. Tang San Kai may have a pleasant-sounding name, but this thing is actually a funerary object, something used only for burying the dead. Why would such a wealthy family display such an inauspicious object? Suddenly, something occurred to Qin Lang. The two stone statues by the door. I remembered those were Tianlu. Celestial deer are mythical beasts said to ward off evil spirits. Like Tang San Kai, they're meant to be buried in tombs. A terrifying thought instantly formed in Qin Lang's mind. Young master. Old Mrs. Li appeared from the other end of the corridor without warning. What's wrong with you? Where's Xiao Qin? Qin Lang looked at her and said, Xiao Qin is dead. The young mistress killed her. Granny Li gave a non-committal "oh," seemingly unconcerned. You haven't changed your clothes yet. Hurry up, don't delay the ceremony. The eldest miss will be coming out for the wedding ceremony soon. Don't upset her when she arrives. Qin Lang cut straight to the point. Old woman, you all seem terribly afraid of the young mistress. What does she look like? Can I go see her now? Granny Li stopped in her tracks, then whipped her head around 180 degrees, fixing Qin Lang with a pair of sinister eyes. The young miss will appear when she is meant to. You needn't worry about it, son-in-law. Just as Qin Lang was about to ask more, he noticed old lady Li had stopped making any sound, seemingly trying to tell him something through lip movements. Chapter 14, 3000 Divine Jades. Qin Lang stared intently at old lady Li and realized she seemed to be repeating one word over and over, back. A chill ran down Qin Lang's spine. He whirled around only to find nothing there. When he turned back again, old lady Li had vanished without a trace. Ah! Su Miao's cry echoed from the other end of the corridor. Qin Lang hurried over, worried that something might have happened to Su Mubai and the others. After passing through one room after another, Qin Lang finally spotted Su Miao in one room, sobbing uncontrollably on the floor. There's a rat! Su Miao crouched on the floor, sobbing like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Qin Lang was momentarily speechless. Is this what you call an experienced player? Where are Linglong and Miss Su? Where did they go? Su Miao glanced around before saying, I don't know when they left. Qin Lang felt even more helpless. He repeated the slogan, Imperial Jade Liquor. Su Miao lifted her head, her large, watery eyes fixed on Qin Lang. 180 for a glass? Alright, that'll do. Qin Lang pulled Su Miao to her feet and started running outside to find Ling Long and Su Mubai.
Qin Lang. Ling Long's voice echoed from a nearby corner.
Qin Lang turned to see Ling Long standing at the doorway of a room.
Imperial Jade Liquor. 180 yuan a cup.
The slogan hit the mark and Qin Lang immediately headed toward her. Ling Long and Su Mubai were both inside that room, which had a distinctly unique atmosphere. The vast room contained nothing but an altar, a statue, and a wooden table holding an incense burner. The statue depicted not the Buddha or the three pure ones, but a Taoist priest clad in a robe, grinning widely as if amused by some unseen jest.
Qin Lang wondered, is this some kind of belief system in Fengmen Village? Su Mubai ran his hand over the table and said, it should be. Look, everything here is pretty clean.
Ling Long and I just encountered a strange creature. We were going to follow it, capture it, and get some clues out of it, but it vanished once we got here. Qin Lang stared at the statue, sensing something was off.
Su Mubai asked again, by the way, Qin Lang, the wedding is almost here. Are you ready over there? Qin Lang gave a bitter laugh. Prepare what? I don't even want to go right now. Ling Long asked, why? Qin Lang replied, because this wedding is anything but normal. Not only is everyone here strange except us, but this mansion itself feels off. I suspect we might be in an ancient tomb. This sent Su Miao into tears. What? A tomb? Ling Long covered Su Miao's mouth and asked, Qin Lang, why do you think that? Qin Lang said, haven't you noticed all the funerary objects scattered everywhere?
Only tombs contain such things.
And those stone statues at the entrance? They're the legendary Tianlu beasts that guard tombs. And the layout here is strange too.
To reach any room, you have to pass through a long corridor, a classic tomb structure, narrow at the front, wide at the back.
Remember the hint at the start of the dungeon?
All the villagers of Fengmen Village perished 80 years ago during a wedding ceremony. So this place might very well be a tomb that holds all the villagers. We thought night had fallen, but it was actually because we were underground.
Ling Long and the others paled.
The live chat started flooding with comments.
Damn, this kid might seem dumb, but he's actually pretty sharp. He actually figured it out, that's impressive. But what's the point of guessing?
Unless they deal with these weird phenomena, especially taking down that boss, the young miss, they're still doomed, right?
Qin Lang continued, a wedding held in a graveyard? What good could come of that? Wouldn't I be an idiot to go? Better to spend more time hunting for clues.
He glanced back at the statue and muttered, this thing might be a clue. The people of Fengmen Village don't believe in the earth deity or the gods, yet they worship this strange Taoist priest.
That's highly suspicious. Su Mubai frowned. But when the wedding date arrives, they'll definitely come looking for you. We don't have that much time right now. At that moment, Ling Long sighed. Looks like we have no choice but to use that trick. She pulled a black jade pendant from her bosom.
Ling Long explained, this is called the 3000 divine jade. It can summon a deity, allowing you to converse with it, obtain intelligence, or even acquire items.
Qin Lang frowned in confusion. If it's so powerful, why didn't you bring it out sooner? Ling Long replied, though its power is immense, the risks are equally great.
As the name implies, the 3000 divine jade contains deities from all 3000 worlds.
Different people summoning it would bring forth different deities.
Summoning a benevolent deity is manageable, but if you accidentally summon something malevolent, the consequences could far outweigh the benefits.
Someone once summoned a demon god who demanded their soul in exchange for granting a wish.
That person died shortly after. I acquired this from a powerful figure who kept it by his side, too afraid to use it.
I've worn it for years now. Qin Lang listened intently, his gaze fixed on the black jade pendant. This thing carries immense risk and reward, how should one choose? Ling Long declared, Qin Lang, I'm giving this to you now. Whether you use it or not is entirely your choice. Qin Lang asked, give it to me? Why? Ling Long smiled.
Truth be told, my fate is ill-fated. I'm what they call a solitary star of misfortune. So if I were to use this divine jade, it probably wouldn't end well for me either. I see you're different from other newcomers. You seem destined for great fortune and blessings. You should be able to summon useful deities with it. Qin Lang accepted the 3000 divine jade, deep in thought.
3000 divine jade. Item grade, A.
May summon powerful deities or spine-chilling evil gods, all depends on fate. The instance system provided the corresponding description, confirming Ling Long hadn't lied.
Qin Lang wasn't entirely sure what he might summon.
But since he felt no fear, Qin Lang was genuinely tempted to give it a try.
Su Mubai frowned, Qin Lang, think twice. Su Miao chimed in, go ahead and try. What if it works?
Then we could all clear the dungeon together.
Qin Lang pondered for a moment before asking Ling Long, how do you use this thing?
Ling Long's expression turned serious, drip your own blood onto it, then recite the incantation. Seeing Qin Lang genuinely intend to use the 3000 divine jade, the live stream audience erupted in excitement.
Ha! Another fool hardy enough to use this thing.
The 3000 divine jade should be an S-tier artifact by its power alone, but its side effects are so severe the dungeon system downgraded it. It's downright unnerving. I remember last time some guy summoned a demon god.
It said it could grant 3 wishes, but the summoner had to help it fulfill its own desires. That guy got played to death. All eyes were now fixed on Qin Lang, eager to see what he would summon. Chapter 15, The Bathing Maiden. Lu Ji slammed the door shut after his threat. Qin Lang looked at Ling Long. You two seem pretty close. Aren't you going to stop him? Ling Long gave a wry smile. He's always been like this. Relying on his powerful healing abilities, he's always running off everywhere. Don't worry, he won't die that easily. Having witnessed Lu Ji's abilities firsthand, Ling Long spoke with confidence. Qin Lang asked, but didn't he say his healing abilities are only supportive, not powerful? Ling Long laughed. In dungeons, you should just listen to what others say. Lu Ji's abilities are far more powerful than he claims. It's just that to lower other players' guard, some deliberately downplay their skills to increase their own chances of winning. It's a common tactic among veteran players to clear dungeons. Qin Lang shrugged upon hearing this. This isn't an old player, he's clearly a sly fox. In truth, Qin Lang already knew exactly how Lu Ji's story would end. The moment Lu Ji stepped out the door, Qin Lang noticed the countdown above his head had silently changed. Lu Ji stormed down the hallway, fuming. What a bunch of lunatics, 1 minute they're listening to some newbie, the next they're all over some weirdo. Splash. The sound of water caught Lu Ji's attention. Lu Ji grew wary, then drew a knife, severed his own thumb, and flung it onto the ceiling above. After doing this, Lu Ji followed the sound of water. Through a wooden lattice window, he saw a beautiful woman stepping naked into a large wooden tub. Veiled by layers of mist, he couldn't make out her face, but he could see her slender curves. Such a sensual scene left Lu Ji feeling somewhat dazed and confused. He shook his head, thinking, wait, could this be the legendary young miss? Lu Ji realized he must inform Ling Long and the others immediately. Splash, splash. Wash, wash, wash it clean, wash the intestines first, then the heart, wash, wash. Lu Ji was drawn by the eerie song and slowly turned his head to look. Ah! After catching a glimpse of the scene inside, Lu Ji nearly screamed in terror and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Inside the room, a young woman bathing had cut open her own belly, pulled out her intestines, and was scrubbing them relentlessly in the bathwater. Then her hands detached and fell into the bathwater, churning endlessly. Oh, and she had to wash her hair too. The girl's head snapped clean off with a crack, tumbling into the water and rolling on its own. This scene was too much for Lu Ji to bear. His legs began to tremble, and only one thought remained in his mind. Run! Just as Lu Ji was about to turn back the way he came, he felt something tugging at his foot. He turned to see a severed female hand. Are you also a guest of the young lady? How vulgar of you to spy on someone bathing. On the wooden windowsill beside him, the girl's severed head floated in midair, grinning horrifically at Lu Ji as wet strands of hair dripped ceaselessly downward. Lu Ji tried to scream, but a severed foot was shoved into his mouth, leaving him gasping for breath. The girl chuckled coldly as other dismembered parts floated out from her body, swarming around Lu Ji and relentlessly attacking him. The freshly cleaned intestines were looped around Lu Ji's neck. With a powerful twist of her hands, the girl strangled him to death. After Lu Ji collapsed, the girl's body parts reassembled, revealing a stunningly beautiful naked woman standing in the middle of the corridor. Bending down, she tore a piece of Lu Ji's skin from his face and chewed it relentlessly. Young faces are so tender, after all. The girl ate with relish, and soon only a pile of white bones remained on the floor. She licked her lips. I wonder what the groom will taste like. Meanwhile, the finger Lu Ji had tossed onto the rafters began to transform. A faint glow emanated from the severed stump as slender threads began to emerge. The slender threads gathered and multiplied, eventually forming a dense network of fibers. Then they transformed into various organs and a brand new flesh body. Damn, I'm glad I was quick on my feet. Lu Ji coughed once, his entire body slumped weakly against the beam as he muttered, never imagined I'd have to use my rebirth ability right off the bat. What the hell is this weirdness? He claimed his ability was healing, but that was merely a surface explanation. His true power was limb regeneration. As long as even a fragment of his body remained, he could reassemble a new physical form after his original body was destroyed. This was the very reason he dared to act alone. After confirming no one was nearby, Lu Ji planned to hurry back to his room and report everything to Ling Long. If that strange entity was indeed the young miss, then they'd be wise to leave this place quickly. There you are. The girl's head reappeared behind Lu Ji as if out of nowhere, her eyes fixed on him with a smile. Your ability is quite interesting. Lu Ji let out a startled cry as the girl opened her gaping maw and sank her teeth into his neck. Blood gushed from Lu Ji's neck, dripping onto the headless female corpse standing below. Lu Ji forced the blood vessels in his throat to regenerate rapidly while biting his own finger to draw a talisman on the girl's face. Sizzle. Wispy white smoke rose from the girl's face. With a sharp howl, she released her bite. You know exorcism spells too? Gritting her teeth against the pain in half her face, the girl sneered coldly, not half bad. Lu Ji clutched his throat and leaped downward. His windpipe had healed enough for breathing, but his vocal cords would take time to regain function. Lu Ji sprinted forward, desperate to escape this hellish place. Suddenly, a shadow appeared ahead. Lu Ji instinctively thought another enemy was approaching.
He quickly formed hand seals, mimicking the exorcism gesture of a Western priest, and thrust forward with force.
With his vocal cords partially restored, he swiftly chanted the incantation, Anadoran, Dorosokia, Hona Jie.
This was a Western exorcism spell he had learned from a previous dungeon, a technique only mastered by advanced exorcists, powerful enough to confront the 14 demons under Satan's command. A golden light surged toward the shadow. The moment it made contact, the light vanished into the shadow's body, leaving no trace of effect. Lu Ji despaired, how could this be? At that moment, the shadow began charging toward him. Lu Ji's pupils contracted rapidly. The young lady is the young lady.
You are the young lady.
Inside the room, Qin Lang was still staring at the note covered in clues. Su Mubai poured a cup of hot tea using the room's teaware and handed it to Qin Lang. Qin Lang thanked him, took a sip, then returned to his deep contemplation. Su Mubai sat beside him. The wedding ceremony is about to begin.
Aren't you afraid? Qin Lang smiled. He truly didn't know what fear felt like right now. If time permitted, he'd even like to catch another nap.
At this point, there's nothing to fear.
If anything, I find it rather intriguing.
Hearing this, Linglong, who had been meditating on the floor, leaned in.
What part is interesting? Chapter 16, The Young Miss.
Qin Lang pointed to the line above and said, after the young miss transforms into something strange, she must hold regular weddings to harvest yang energy to replenish yin.
But the question is, there are many ways to collect yang energy to replenish yin energy. Why must it be a ghost marriage? Linglong inquired, so what other methods are there for harvesting yang energy to replenish yin energy?
Just as Qin Lang was about to explain, he noticed Su Mubai, Linglong, and Su Miao, all three girls staring at him expectantly, waiting for him to enlighten them on the other methods of replenishing yin with yang.
Ugh, never mind.
Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively, don't sweat the small stuff. Just then, the door swung open. A man, completely naked and covered in blood, walked in.
Who else could it be but Lu Ji? Yikes. Su Miao quickly covered her eyes. Lu Ji, you scoundrel. Shameless. Lu Ji stared blankly at everyone before muttering, it's so cold. Linglong asked in confusion, Lu Ji, why did you take so long? Wait, did you use that move? Lu Ji nodded, yeah, I did. Linglong was utterly shocked. For Lu Ji to use his rebirth ability means something major happened. What happened? Sit down and tell me. Qin Lang suddenly stopped Linglong, don't go over there. He's not Lu Ji. What? He's not Lu Ji?
Linglong couldn't help but step back, then stared at Qin Lang and demanded, how do you know? Qin Lang said, trust me, he absolutely isn't. From the moment Lu Ji stepped out of the room, Qin Lang had seen Lu Ji's death countdown reset to 0. In other words, he had less than an hour left to live. An hour had passed, how could Lu Ji still be alive? Moreover, when Qin Lang looked at Lu Ji again just now, he saw that the death countdown above his head had vanished, proof that he was already thoroughly dead. Lu Ji glared at Qin Lang and barked, you brat, always spouting nonsense here. Now you want to spread heresy and deceive the masses. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. With that, he lunged toward Qin Lang. Seeing this, Linglong swiftly drew the branch concealed in her sleeve and struck fiercely at Lu Ji. Sizzle! A wisp of white smoke rose from Lu Ji's arm. Lu Ji's features contorted in pain as he bellowed, Linglong. What are you doing? Linglong frowned at the wisp of smoke and said, so you really are dead. If you were the real Lu Ji, you'd know this willow branch wards off evil spirits. It only reacts like this when struck against something unnatural. With that, a sinister grin spread across Lu Ji's face. The young mistress has already stated that you must die without realizing it, only then will you qualify as proper sacrificial offerings. Now it seems you'll only be second-rate offerings. Lu Ji fixed his gaze on Qin Lang, you may die later, but you'll still be played like a puppet in the young miss's hands. With that, he opened his mouth wide, his jaw dropping so far it nearly touched his chest. The next instant, a swarm of long, black worms burrowed out from his body, swiftly crawling across the entire room. Ah! Su Miao burst into terrified sobs and scrambled onto the antique table beside him. Qin Lang swiftly scooped Su Mubai onto the bed while drawing his black dog's blood dagger. Miss Su, hold on tight. Su Mubai clutched his neck tightly with both hands and nodded vigorously. Linglong raised the branch and swung it down toward Lu Ji's head. The willow branch struck like a sword, cleaving Lu Ji clean in two. As the insects lunged toward Linglong, preparing to bite, her skin seemed as hard as steel. The insects sank their teeth in repeatedly, yet their efforts proved futile. Linglong grabbed another branch and swung it backward, splitting the black insects on his body clean in two. Lu Ji instantly dissolved into a pool of pus, while the remaining insects, like toys whose remote control had been cut off, emitted an unsettling howl before turning into black smoke and slowly dissipating. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, well done. Linglong asked, how did Lu Ji turn into such a monster? Players who die in dungeons are truly dead, this has never happened before. Qin Lang replied, this must be the power of the blood sacrifice. Hurry up, we should go. Linglong frowned in confusion, where? Aren't we supposed to wait for the wedding to begin? Qin Lang shook his head.
Leave the wedding to me and crybaby. You and Miss Su go uncover the truth behind the blood sacrifice. Linglong was surprised by this split-up plan, and even Su Mubai was puzzled. Qin Lang, weren't you supposed to come with me? Su Mubai's tone carried a hint of reproach.
Qin Lang explained, Miss Su, we're still together, of course.
That's why I need you to keep an eye on Linglong.
I won't feel at ease leaving the investigation into the blood sacrifice ritual to you alone. I may not care for that crybaby, but she was one of last night's survivors.
Working with her should be fine.
If the young miss appears, I'll do my best to stall her. You and Linglong must move swiftly, locate the site of that ancient blood sacrifice and uncover what that strange entity among us truly seeks.
Su Mubai nodded with a complex expression, then said, all right then. Crackle. Firecrackers crackled outside, accompanied by the clanging of gongs and drums.
Groom, the auspicious hour has arrived.
Granny Lee's voice echoed from the other end of the corridor.
Qin Lang immediately changed into the groom's attire on the bed and whispered urgently, hurry up. Linglong and Su Mubai exchanged a glance and dashed out. Qin Lang watched their retreating figures, then glanced at Su Miao, who was shivering in the corner.
All right, hurry up and go. Su Miao covered her face and wailed, no. I don't want to go. Wah! Old Mrs. Lee appeared at the doorway. Spotting Qin Lang, she sneered coldly, Groom, why did two young ladies just run out?
If the young miss catches them, it won't be good.
Should we have them come back?
Qin Lang retorted, my friends can go wherever they please.
Is that any of your business?
Mrs. Lee remained coldly indifferent. Sir, I still advise you to persuade them to return. Without another word, Qin Lang stepped forward and slapped old lady Lee across the face.
You old hag. I've put up with you long enough. Qin Lang declared, I'll say it again, my friends can do whatever they want. Mind your own business.
Mrs. Lee painstakingly twisted her neck back into place, the joints creaking loudly. Her eyes glowed with venom as she glared at Qin Lang.
Very well. Since you insist, young master, you'd best come with me now.
Qin Lang grabbed Su Miao and started walking out.
Wah, I won't go.
If you don't go, you'll die faster staying here. Seeing them tugging at each other, old lady Lee coughed again. Young master, if you keep this up, the young miss might not be pleased when she sees it.
Qin Lang raised his hand. Old hag, you think I won't hit you again? Lead the way.
Old Mrs. Lee could only shut her mouth. After dragging Su Miao a few steps, Qin Lang once again sensed someone watching him. He turned his head toward the corridor and saw a woman dressed in a black and white cheapao walking toward him.
Grandma Lee, who is she? Could it be the young miss?
Qin Lang asked, only to find that Mrs. Lee had vanished without a trace.
Mrs. Lee? Old hag?
Qin Lang called out several times, but there was no response. What a handsome young master. The woman in the cheapao had silently materialized before Qin Lang, her lips curled into a wide grin nearly reaching her ears, her eyes brimming with longing. The young miss is truly blessed. She was the very same strange entity that had just devoured Lu Ji-hole. Now, facing Qin Lang, her saliva dripped uncontrollably.
Chapter 17, Behind the Divine Statue. The commotion made Qin Lang alert once more. 6 points of light appeared in the corridor, steadily closing in on them. Upon closer inspection, they were actually 6 enormous eyes glowing with a blue light.
A spider-like monster crawled swiftly, its body covered in countless human heads and remains, its 8 long legs crisscrossing as it moved.
Corpse Spider King. Eerie level, B. Su Miao turned pale with fright and immediately ducked behind him. Ah! It's a B-level anomaly.
Qin Lang was about to charge forward, but Linglong stopped him.
Don't go. A B-level anomaly is practically a mini-boss.
Even with your A-level weapon and decent skills, you still stand little chance against a B-level weirdness.
We should leave now. Qin Lang glanced at the statue of Zunyangzi and immediately declared, to that place.
He suddenly recalled the words old lady Lee had mouthed to him.
The back. Could she have meant the back of this statue?
Though Linglong didn't understand Qin Lang's meaning, she could only trust the intuition of this powerful newcomer. Any divine or sacred statue enshrined in a temple always had its back carefully protected. Who had ever seen the back of the Buddha or any other divine statue? Qin Lang and the others leaped onto the altar, and even Xiao Chun followed them up.
The flapping of those massive wings truly resembled a fluttering moth. The corpse Spider King moved to the doorway and let out a furious roar at Qin Lang and the others. Arg! Su Miao clung tightly to Linglong and asked, Sis Linglong, why did we come here? Linglong gripped the willow branch used for exorcising ghosts tightly, her palms sweating.
Qin Lang, however, remained utterly composed, his hand gripping the ghost-slaying blade as he stared down the corpse Spider King.
Surprisingly, Qin Lang's plan actually worked.
Seeing Qin Lang and the others behind Zunyangzi's statue, the corpse Spider King seemed to lose its target, making no further move to attack them. But it didn't leave either, just glaring intently at Qin Lang and his group from the doorway. The livestream had now flooded with viewers, shouting in excitement. Grade B weirdness. I haven't seen this in ages. Is this instance that powerful? If even the elite monsters are this level, isn't the big sister even more formidable? These players are definitely going to get wiped out. Too bad I was hoping to keep watching Qin Lang pull off some more stunts.
Speaking of which, what exactly is Qin Lang doing? Everyone's attention instantly shifted to Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't want to keep facing off against the corpse spider king. Time wasn't on his side. Dragging this out wouldn't just put Su Mubai in greater danger, it would make it uncertain whether they could even escape this hellhole. Behind. Qin Lang continued to ponder the clue given by Old Lady Li.
The reason the corpse spider king dared not approach now might be fear of provoking Zunyangzi.
But could there be another possibility? Could there be some hidden secret behind the Zunyangzi statue? In the pitch-black darkness,
Qin Lang could only reach behind him and feel his back. Suddenly, he felt something. Qin Lang said to Xiao Chun, "You can't fight, but surely you know some spells?
Can you light a fire?" Xiao Chun responded with an immediate "Oh."
She snapped her fingers, and a ball of flame instantly appeared in her palm. "Honey, this fire is for our dual cultivation session, a little candle dripping fun.
It's the flame of passion, you know." Qin Lang. Who knew summoning a succubus would be such a hassle? But with the light finally revealed, Qin Lang could see the truth behind Zunyangzi's back. There, etched across Zunyangzi's back, was a long string of incomprehensible characters. Qin Lang frowned in confusion. "Ha? This looks like some kind of cultivation method." Linglong was utterly astonished. "Qin Lang, you can decipher this?" Qin Lang nodded. "Yeah, I can." "Why? Can't you guys read it?"
Linglong, Su Miao, and even the divine Xiao Chun shook their heads in confusion.
Qin Lang frowned. "But isn't this pretty straightforward?
The first line says.
The second line reads. It's not that simple. It's perfectly clear at a glance."
The looks Linglong and the others gave Qin Lang were as if they were staring at a monster that had sprung from the earth. They couldn't decide whether the terrifying corpse spider king outside was more frightening, or this Qin Lang, spouting nonsense. Qin Lang himself didn't understand why, but he could read these things. Ever since his transmigration, Qin Lang had realized the original host must have suffered from some serious illness. At the very least, there were issues with his brain structure and bodily tissues. Otherwise, how could he have contracted such a bizarre illness that left him dying without the scent of a woman? Perhaps it was precisely because his mind worked differently that he could decipher what others saw as gibberish?
"Ah, look!" Xiao Chun shouted.
Everyone looked over and saw the corpse spider king's appearance had changed.
It retreated several steps, lowering its head and entire body.
Its 6 large eyes fixed intently on Qin Lang, yet the murderous intent had vanished.
It looked as though it were kneeling before Qin Lang.
Linglong exclaimed excitedly, "Qin Lang, maybe the spell you just chanted worked.
Try it again quickly." Qin Lang attempted to chant again.
The corpse spider king's gaze actually grew significantly more serene. Qin Lang continued reading and discovered that Zunyangzi had recorded numerous things on the back. But even though he knew the meaning of each character, comprehending it all remained difficult. It was like ancient classical Chinese few words, yet packed with meaning.
Different interpretations could yield entirely different meanings.
Still, if reciting it to the corpse spider king before him proved useful, then recite it.
Qin Lang continued reading aloud.
The corpse spider king grew increasingly excited, then visibly happier. Finally, it actively stepped aside, seemingly inviting Qin Lang and his companions to leave. Linglong still suspected something was amiss, but Qin Lang had already leaped down first.
"Qin Lang!"
Linglong called out, warning him to be careful. But Qin Lang strode out, finding the corpse spider king not only unimpeded but showing him considerable respect.
Qin Lang frowned, looking at it and saying, "You like what I recited? You understand what I recite?"
The corpse spider king nodded, then shook its head. Qin Lang continued, "I need to leave this place now.
Can you help me?" The corpse spider king continued to nod.
Qin Lang pointed at the statue of Zunyangzi. "If you like listening, then pick that thing up and carry it out with you." Without a word, the corpse spider king began to comply, causing Linglong and Su Miao, who had been hiding behind the statue, to scramble out of the way.
Linglong gasped in shock. "Qin Lang, you've actually tamed AB grade weirdness? Chapter 18, still pretending?" Qin Lang chuckled. Maybe it just likes listening to me chant sutras. Not just Linglong viewers in the livestream were equally stunned. What kind of god is this Qin Lang? Even a grade B anomaly dares not touch him? He can decipher those heavenly scriptures clearly. He's no ordinary person. Are all the newcomers this year monsters? The corpse spider king hoisted the divine statue onto its back and began leading the way forward. Qin Lang and the others hurried to follow. At that moment, shadows began to appear throughout the estate. The shadows swiftly materialized into villagers, who began approaching Qin Lang and his group. "Groom, congratulations. Congratulations. Why are you leaving, master? The young mistress is still looking for you." Their faces bore an eerily sinister grin as they steadily encircled Qin Lang and his companions. The corpse spider king opened its gaping maw and bellowed toward the front. The villagers seemed startled by the roar, freezing in place without advancing. Qin Lang glanced at the corpse spider king, thinking it might be quite satisfying to have such a bizarre creature as his minion. Just then, Linglong tugged at Qin Lang's sleeve. "Since you can command this corpse spider king, why not have it help us find Su Mubai?" Qin Lang replied, "This corpse spider king might not be that obedient. Besides, I already said we have to get out first before we can save anyone.
Seeing Qin Lang remain firm, Ling Long pressed on. I still have something valuable on me far rarer than 3,000 divine jades. Help me find Su Mubai dead or alive and I'll give it to you.
What do you say? Otherwise, I'd rather destroy it myself. Qin Lang eyed Ling Long up and down. How come you always have such valuable things? Then why don't you use it yourself? Ling Long sighed. It's the same reason I didn't use the 3,000 divine jades. My luck is poor.
Using them carelessly would only bring misfortune.
Besides, whatever gear or treasures anyone possesses are life-saving items. Who would just blurt them out? Unless absolutely forced, I wouldn't want to reveal them. Qin Lang frowned in confusion.
But you and Su Mubai were mere acquaintances.
How is her disappearance an unavoidable situation for you? Ling Long bit her lower lip. I don't want to abandon my teammates again. I don't want to see anyone die so easily before my eyes. Is that reason enough?
Qin Lang was at a loss for words.
It is. It's downright saintly.
He believed Su Mubai, who had lived over 200 years, wouldn't die easily, so he wasn't in a rush to rescue her. But even if he said that now, Ling Long wouldn't believe him. But Ling Long's mention of that treasure more precious than 3,000 divine jades piqued his interest. Alright then, it's a deal. Only then did Ling Long smile. Agreed. Qin Lang immediately addressed the corpse spider king. We need another companion. Help me capture a talking weirdo. Upon hearing this, the corpse spider king's 6 large eyes began to swivel. Suddenly, it spat out strands of blood-red silk from its mouth. The threads shot into the darkness and soon pulled out an aged woman. Who else could it be but old Lady Li? Grandma Li was tightly bound by the corpse spider king, unable to move a muscle. Qin Lang asked, Miss Su was captured by you, wasn't she? Where is she now? Granny Li glanced at Qin Lang, then at the corpse spider king, and couldn't help but shake her head. This servant has already died once. I fear not dying again, nor would I ever betray the young miss. It seems Miss Su Mubai has truly been captured by the young miss. Qin Lang declared, if you won't speak, I'll tear this place apart now. Once I'm up there, I'll race Fengmen Village to the ground. I refuse to believe that so-called young mistress of yours would stand idly by. Old Lady Li's expression darkened. Qin Lang, you ungrateful wretch. The young mistress will never let you off the hook. Sure enough, men are all scum. That line again. That's what Xiao Qin said before she died. Wasn't the tragedy of Fengmen Village caused by the young miss? Why do they all keep blaming men? The corpse spider king seemed hungry, lunging forward to bite down, tearing off half of old Lady Li's body with a satisfying crunch. Su Miao, witnessing this bloody and terrifying scene, immediately covered her eyes and began to scream. Stop! A desolate, lingering female voice rang out, echoing endlessly around them. A woman stood there, clad in a magnificent crimson robe. Exquisite dark gold patterns embroidered her entire garment, radiating an air of classical dignity. A crimson veil draped over her head, obscuring most of her face, its edges adorned with delicate silver embroidery that shimmered in the glow of the surrounding candles. Grandma Li, already on the brink of death, gasped upon seeing the woman and immediately cried out, Young miss! Young miss! I've done all I can. Ling Long cried out, Qin Lang! The young mistress has appeared. Be careful. The young mistress stepped toward them, one step at a time. The young miss of Fengmen Village. Eerie level, A. The next second, the air around them seemed to drop several degrees. All the villagers knelt down to pay homage to the young miss. A powerful aura of malevolence washed over everyone present, causing even Qin Lang's hands to tremble slightly. This was the terror of an A-level eeriness. Xiao Chun hurriedly hid behind Qin Lang. Honey, you've gotta protect me, okay? Even though I'm a god, this is what I fear most. Qin Lang. You've really brought shame upon the gods. Qin Lang turned to the young lady and chuckled, so you have such a stunning figure, Mississippi. I should have rushed to marry you sooner. Is it too late to regret it now? A bone-chilling voice emerged from beneath the young lady's veil. I hate men. All of you can die. The corpse spider king let out several low growls, blocking Qin Lang's path. Ling Long drew her willow branch and asked, Qin Lang, where's your demon-slaying blade? Qin Lang drew the ghost-slaying blade and replied, right here. Ling Long said, Qin Lang, since you can command the corpse spider king, hand me that ghost-slaying blade. Order the corpse spider king to deal with the young miss, and I'll use the demon-slaying blade to take her down while you're distracted. Su Miao can fight too and protect you. What do you say? Qin Lang nodded. Yeah, we've got ranged, front line, and a support to protect the back line. Not a bad team-up plan. Ling Long extended her hand, alright then, we. But Qin Lang cut in immediately, but I refuse. Ling Long frowned in confusion, why? Qin Lang chuckled, hand over the ghost-slaying blade, then take the chance to kill me? Ling Long gasped in shock. Su Miao stopped crying and stared blankly at Qin Lang. Ling Long grew anxious, Qin Lang, what are you talking about? Qin Lang yawned, what? Still pretending? Chapter 19, Betrayal. Qin Lang took a few steps back, pointing the demon-slaying blade at Ling Long. It's true the real boss is the young miss, he said. But you're no saint either, right?
Linglong's eyes narrowed as she stared at Qin Lang. What do you mean? Qin Lang, you haven't been bewitched by that weirdo, have you?
Qin Lang smiled. No, I'm perfectly clear-headed right now.
By the way, weren't you looking for Su Mubai? She's right in front of you. Linglong froze. What do you mean? Qin Lang looked at the young miss and sighed. Miss Su, there's no point in you wearing that veil anymore.
After hearing this, the young lady fell silent for a few seconds before removing her veil.
It was a face of breathtaking beauty.
Her skin was porcelain white, her features exquisitely delicate yet tinged with an eerie, otherworldly allure. Her eyes were deep and pitch black, the faintly reddened pupils radiating an unusual, bewitching charm. Blood-red tears seemed to be trickling down the corners of her eyes.
It was Su Mubai. Su Mubai, the eldest daughter of Fengmen Village. Su Mubai looked at Qin Lang. How did you know?
Qin Lang sighed softly. I guess the moment I saw old lady Li. He pointed to his own nose. I've got a bit of a problem with my brain. I'm exceptionally sensitive to scents, especially a woman's natural fragrance.
Last night, we shared a room, and I caught your scent.
That's how I know what you smell like. When I saw old lady Li, I caught that same scent from a distance. Then when I met Xiaoqin, I caught that same scent again. In other words, you must be quite familiar with these strange occurrences. After piecing this together, Qin Lang also understood why Su Mubai possessed a lifespan of over 200 years.
To humans, that's a long life, but for the uncanny, it makes perfect sense.
The livestream audience erupted in applause for Qin Hao.
Awesome! 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 So he knew all along. So he's been playing dumb all along? He even guessed who the boss is? Let's look into this Qin Hao. What exactly was he doing before?
The essence of the Fengmen Village instance is this: sneak a boss into the team and slowly eliminate the human players along the way. On the spot, Su Mubai gave a wry smile. Qin Lang, you're truly the sharpest new recruit I've ever seen.
Most newbies would have been scared to death after discovering my identity. Since you knew all along, why didn't you expose this weirdo sooner?
Qin Lang replied, I judge by actions, not intentions. Miss Su, though we're on opposing sides, you never once harmed me along the way. Besides, I suspect you were the one who took care of that first paper doll specter that died by my hand, and that little Qin who tried to harm me, right? When the paper man ghost self-destructed, I observed your expression. You remained unervingly calm, as if everything unfolded precisely as you intended. And before Xiaoqin died, she cried out, Miss Su, I was wrong. That proves you've been secretly aiding me all along. After hearing this, Su Mubai felt the atmosphere around him grow even heavier.
You're wrong, I wasn't helping you. Su Mubai shook his head.
I was just toying with you, wanting to see how you'd ultimately meet your end.
Qin Lang laughed. Say what you will.
He turned his gaze to Linglong. There's another reason I didn't voice my deductions because of this woman.
Linglong frowned. What about me?
Qin Lang, you're going too far. You believe some living, breathing weirdo, yet you don't trust me, a player who's been through thick and thin with you.
Qin Lang chuckled. Your acting is pretty convincing.
I already said it, we judge by actions, not intentions. You seem to have been with us all along, but in reality, you've been setting us up the whole time. First, it was your suggestion to board the sedan chair first, which led us straight to this cursed place.
Second, you insisted on rescuing Su Mubai even though you knew splitting up was a death sentence.
Not only that, you pushed me to use the extremely risky 3000 divine jade, and the thing we summoned turned out to be completely useless. No matter how I look at it, it seems like you've been deliberately sabotaging me.
Xiaoqian?
The more Qin Hao spoke, the more grim Linglong's expression grew. Finally, when the corpse spider king appeared, you forbade me from using the ghost-slaying blade, claiming I couldn't unleash the full power of an A-grade weapon.
You could only run away. Yet just now, when facing Miss Su, you insisted on using my demon-slaying blade to fight. What? When facing an A-rank anomaly, suddenly you know how to unleash the power of an A-rank weapon? Then why, when the corpse spider king appeared, did you turn into a cowardly turtle?
Qin Lang looked at the half-body of old lady Li and sighed. Grandma, I misunderstood you. The lip-reading message you gave me in the corridor wasn't about betrayal. You told me about betrayal, that a traitor had emerged among my people. Grandma Li's expression grew serene before she coughed up another mouthful of black blood.
Linglong's face twisted into a vicious grin. Ha!
Qin Lang, very good. You're truly remarkable. No wonder you possess an A-grade weapon and evaded the calamity of the 3000 divine jade. The corpse spider king now turned its head, glaring at Qin Lang with murderous intent, a stark contrast to its earlier docile demeanor. Qin Lang glanced at the corpse spider king and said, so it's true.
You really are in cahoots.
When you said you were going to find Su Mubai, it wasn't just to send me to my death.
You wanted to delay me so the corpse spider king could track me down, right?
Linglong said coldly. So what?
The corpse spider king is my pet.
I was planning to devour all of you at the wedding, but I never expected you to have an A-grade demon-slaying sword. I won't rest until I have it in my hands. Now, with a B-grade anomaly and an A-grade anomaly both on my side, both you and Su Miao are as good as dead.
Oh, you must be wondering why I included Su Mubai, right?
Linglong shot Su Mubai a smug glance and said, Qin Lang, if you want to die with clarity, why not give me a kowtow?
Or hand over that demon-slaying sword willingly, and I'll grant you a quick death. Qin Lang retorted, no need for you to tell me. I know why Miss Su is on your side. Because of Zun Yangzi, right? Both Linglong and Su Mubai's expressions shifted. Linglong steadied herself, you little bastard, you know about this too? Suddenly, Linglong froze, then abruptly turned her gaze to the celestial scriptures behind the Zun Yangzi statue. Could it be the celestial scriptures told you? Qin Lang raised his ghost-slaying blade, you can guess. Enough, Zun Yangzi. Stop hiding. I know now. You're the boss of bosses in Fengmen Village. Come out. Chapter 20, The Wudo Society. Jia. A lecherous, shrill laugh echoed as the corpse spider king once again opened its gaping maw. But this laughter did not originate from the corpse spider king. A squinty-eyed Taoist priest, clad in a wide-sleeved robe and sporting a beard that reached his chest, emerged from the spider king's mouth. Witnessing this scene, the live-stream chat exploded. Holy crap! There's actually a spy within a spy here? According to Qin Lang, Linglong teamed up with the weirdo to screw him over with the ghost-slaying blade? Something's off, this instance feels wrong. It's different from what I've seen before. Zun Yangzi chuckled, Master Qin, you have keen eyes to recognize this Taoist. You're the first. Qin Lang retorted, humph. After I deciphered those gibberish symbols on your statue's back, the corpse spider king became as docile as a puppy. It's hard not to suspect you're involved. If Miss Su isn't the one plotting against me, then who else in this instance besides you, Sun Yangzi, could be conspiring with Linglong to harm others? Sun Yangzi chuckled, Master Qin, you possess spiritual roots. Why not join me in deciphering the heavenly scriptures and cultivating the righteous path together? He was practically desperate for Qin Lang's expertise. After all, he'd been studying those heavenly scriptures for years yet couldn't fathom their secrets. Qin Lang ignored him and turned to Linglong, who would have thought you, with your bushy eyebrows and wide eyes, would betray us too. Why? Can players even ally with the bizarre? Linglong smiled faintly, then undid the buttons on her robe. With a forceful pull, an expanse of snow-white skin was suddenly exposed. At that very moment, the live stream of the dungeon run abruptly cut out. What's going on? Lost connection? It was going great, right in the middle of the action. What's going on? Damn it, you're not going to show us the good stuff? Facing Linglong's sudden exposure, Qin Lang frowned. Why are you undressing out of nowhere? On Linglong's chest was a peculiar pattern. At first glance, it resembled the Taoist yin-yang fish diagram, but within each black and white fish was a strange rune. Instance system detecting no signal. Repairing. Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat. After this pattern appeared, it actually blocked the dungeon system's signal? Linglong explained, I'm a member of the Wudo Society. Our goal is to collect all treasures from dungeons and items held by players. Qin Lang, you said you couldn't fathom why players would ally with the sinister forces? Because the power of the Wudo Society exceeds your imagination. Qin Lang hummed in acknowledgement before saying, I see. So your lawless society negotiates with the dungeon's supernatural entities to determine who gets to clear the instance, then you split the players' treasures and the rewards among yourselves, right? Linglong nodded. Qin Lang, you're quite talented figuring this out so quickly. Exactly. On my first night here, I already spoke with Zun Yangzi through the abnormalities. Originally, I was supposed to be the sole conqueror of this instance. But now it seems there can be one more. That would be you. Linglong pointed sharply at Su Miao, kill her first, then we'll kill Su Mubai together. That'll count as clearing this instance. We'll split the rewards equally, and I can even recommend you for membership in the Wudo Society. What do you say? As long as you're willing to gather artifacts and treasures for our Wudo Society, you'll receive rewards and power beyond your wildest dreams. Qin Lang glanced at Su Miao upon hearing this. Su Miao burst into terrified sobs. Wha? No, don't kill me. I can join the Wudo Society too. Linglong shook her head. The more people clear the dungeon, the fewer rewards there are and the lower the rating becomes. Su Miao, you lack Qin Lang's aptitude, you're destined for elimination. That's the survival rule of this dungeon. Qin Lang, what do you think? Su Mubai, who had remained silent, glanced at Qin Lang. Qin Lang glanced at Zun Yangzi. Zun Yangzi, all the strange occurrences in Fengmen Village are under your command, right? Zun Yangzi nodded with a smile, that's correct. The Taoist master has always regarded this place as a realm for cultivating immortality. Su Mubai is also one of the Taoist master's pawns used to observe and select suitable individuals among the players to aid my cultivation. Each groom makes an excellent sacrificial offering and cultivation material. Qin Lang, though it's a pity to let you clear the stage, the Wudo Society will be grateful to the Taoist master for this. So it's not a loss. Rest assured, the Taoist master will aid you in slaying Su Mubai. Afterward, we'll simply select another new strange entity to serve as the young mistress. Once you join the Wudo Society, our karmic ties will endure for a long time. Qin Lang nodded, so, if I just agree, I can breeze through this? But I refuse. Linglong frowned, what did you say? Qin Lang chuckled, I have this peculiar quirk, I love rejecting people's offers right when they're gloating over their advantage, thinking I'm about to give in. Seeing the stunned look on their faces is pure enjoyment for me. Ling Long coldly retorted, "You're courting death. You have no idea how powerful the Wudao society is." Qin Lang raised his ghost-slaying blade, "Whether it's the wayless or the wayful. My way is the ultimate way." Qin Lang, who had shut off all sense of fear, simply didn't know how to write the word fear. The most crucial point. The system alerted him, only 10 minutes left until midnight. New superpowers are about to be activated. There's a chance. Just hold them off for 10 minutes. Ling Long roared, "Zunyangzi, strike now." Zunyangzi looked at Su Mubai, "Go. Kill Qin Lang." Su Mubai stood frozen in place. Zunyangzi frowned, "What's the matter? Are you mutinying? Don't forget it was you who slaughtered every villager in Fengmen Village. Without the Taoist master's words, you'll never atone for your sins in this lifetime. Only by helping the Taoist master ascend to immortality will you have a chance to wash away this burden of sin. Su Mubai, move." Su Mubai glared at Qin Lang, clenching his jaw. "Qin Lang, just surrender, will you? Join the Wudao society. Then kill me and clear the level. I'm begging you." Qin Lang looked at Su Mubai and shook his head, "Sorry, Miss Su, we're not close enough for me to do as you ask. I, Qin Lang, always act according to my own will. Making me a lackey for the Wudao society? That's absolutely impossible." Ling Long sneered coldly, "Zunyangzi, it seems your minions aren't quite as solid as they appear. You'd better step up your game, our Wudao society has something you'll want." Zunyangzi roared in fury, "Su Mubai. Do you want to taste the might of this Taoist master? Even without your help, the Corpse Spider King and Ling Long working together can still take his life, it'll just take a little longer." Two hot tears streamed down Su Mubai's cheeks. Then, would suicide be acceptable? Let me die so the three of them can clear the stage together. How about that? Chapter 21, Every Trick in the Book. Su Mubai said, "If I die, that counts as clearing the stage, right? Then you can let Qin Lang go and have him hand over the reward, right?" Ling Long retorted, "Su Mubai, didn't you hear what I just said? The more people clear the stage, the less valuable the reward becomes. Now there are only 3 players left. If Qin Lang refuses to cooperate, I'll be the only one to clear the stage." Zunyangzi lost his patience. He pulled a talisman from his robe and flicked it onto Su Mubai's body in the blink of an eye. Wispy white smoke billowed from Su Mubai's body as she collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. "Ah!" Seeing Su Mubai's state, Ling Long drew the willow branch from her hand and declared to Qin Lang, "Since you refuse to cooperate, death is your only path. I shall execute you in the name of the Wudao society." Xiao Chun and Su Miao cowered fearfully in a corner. "Hang in there, dear. Qin Lang, we're counting on you." Qin Lang reluctantly raised his demon-slaying blade, preparing for battle. New superpowers will be activated in 6 minutes. This feels like an eternity. Ling Long lunged at Qin Lang, wildly swinging the willow branch in her hand. Qin Lang blocked with his demon-slaying blade, but the willow branch suddenly elongated, sprouting countless roots and leaves that instantly coiled around the blade and tightly bound his other hand. Ling Long flashed a confident smile before dashing to Qin Lang's face and delivering a kick straight to his chin. Qin Lang suppressed his pain receptors, but his body still reeled backward from the impact. His right hand clutched the ghost-slaying blade desperately, while his left arm was bound by the leaf-covered willow branches, leaving him unable to break free. He was practically a sitting duck for Ling Long. Ling Long delivered powerful blows to Qin Lang's abdomen, head, and chest. Put! Qin Lang spat a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto the ghost-slaying blade. As if empowered, the demon-slaying blade began to radiate an ever-increasing aura of malevolence, causing the willow branches binding it to snap apart one by one. Just as the blade was about to strike Ling Long, she spun nimbly and leaped upward. Whoosh! Ling Long exerted herself mid-air, kicking the demon-slaying blade away with a single powerful strike. Ha! This is mine. Unrivaled, unconquerable. Ling Long picked up the demon-slaying blade and glared coldly at Qin Lang before her. Go regret it in hell. Zunyangzi shook his head, what a pity. We finally found someone who could decipher the heavenly scriptures, only for them to die like this. But Qin Lang, don't be disheartened. After you die, I'll find a way to turn you into one of Fengmen Village's supernatural beings. Then you can focus on deciphering the heavenly scriptures for me, helping this Taoist master ascend to immortality. At that moment, Qin Lang suddenly laughed. Ling Long asked in confusion, what are you laughing at? Qin Lang declared, you can't kill me. Just then, a figure burst out from behind Ling Long. Ling Long was startled and sidestepped instantly. Upon recognizing the figure, Ling Long gasped again, Qin Lang? 2 Qin Langs had appeared on the scene. Both Qin Lang sighed in unison, your reflexes are truly sharp. Then, the Qin Lang who had just leaped out swiftly picked up the ghost-slaying blade from the ground. Ling Long was still reeling from the shock, unable to comprehend the situation before her. Zunyangzi cut straight to the heart of the matter, it's a paper puppet. Only then did Ling Long recall that after Qin Lang had slain the paperman fiend, the reward he received was precisely this kind of lifelike paperman puppet. Using such petty tricks to stall for time, huh? Ling Long tugged at the willow branch in her hand and shouted, I'll deal with one first. Zunyangzi, what are you just standing there for? Zunyangzi, displeased, formed hand seals and commanded the corpse spider king to attack Qin Lang and the puppet. The paper puppet raised its ghost-slaying blade. Without needing to move much, the sheer aura of killing intent radiating from the blade alone was enough to keep the corpse spider king from daring to approach. At that moment, Su Mubai gritted his teeth against the searing pain and drew the black dog's blood dagger Qin Lang had given him from his robe. Qin Lang, catch. Qin Lang snatched the dagger from his grasp. Ling Long sneered coldly as she struggled, useless. My willow branch is an A-grade weapon. Your measly C-grade black dog's blood dagger won't cut through it. Qin Lang maintained his smile, then slashed down at his own wrist. What? Zunyangzi and Ling Long were both stunned by Qin Lang's actions. To escape, he actually severed his own hand. Qin Lang remained utterly composed, completely unfazed. Just one hand if it meant saving his life, it was a small price to pay. Qin Lang clamped the black dog blood dagger between his teeth, then burst forward toward Ling Long. Just as Ling Long prepared to fight back, Qin Lang vanished again. What? Qin Lang materialized behind Ling Long in an instant. After killing the player Fu Qin, he had acquired her ability for short-range teleportation and now it was proving invaluable. Just as Ling Long was about to be slit across the throat by Qin Lang, a yellow talisman shot out. Qin Lang instantly felt a 1,000-pound force collide with him, snapping several bones throughout his body. Zunyangzi clutched another talisman in his hand and said, Ling Long, your Wudao society should be quite powerful. How did you end up in such a state at the hands of a newbie? Why not let me handle this? I'll just kill him outright. Ling Long glared at him. Mind your own business. If you kill him, his gear and abilities will go to the dungeon system. Only if I kill him can I inherit all his attributes. Zunyangzi tucked away the talisman and said, fine. My earlier strike has already sealed all his physical strength. The rest is up to you. Ling Long shrank her willow branch to the size of a long sword and began advancing step by step toward Qin Lang. Qin Lang, accept your fate. The unrighteous are invincible. Qin Lang lay on the ground, watching Ling Long inch closer. Still 2 minutes until new superpowers. Why is it taking so long? And he had no idea what kind of power this new ability would be. Qin Lang, who feared not even death, smiled wryly, this is just great. Suddenly, Xiao Chun flapped her huge wings and flashed past. Xiao Chun grabbed Qin Lang and flew up into the air. Xiao Chun looked at Qin Lang with concern, honey, how are you? Qin Lang rested his head against Xiao Chun's towering peaks. The overwhelming scent of her femininity filled his nostrils and surprisingly, it perked him right up. Seems you're not entirely useless after all. Ling Long roared angrily, you worthless succubus. Trying to help him in his death throes? Drop him this instant. Zunyangzi wasted no words. Chanting incantations, he thrust a peachwood sword toward Xiao Chun and Qin Lang. Xiao Chun was ultimately just a minor deity with little power, she couldn't block such formidable magic. Ah! The peachwood sword pierced straight through Xiao Chun's wing. The pain threw her off balance mid-air, sending her plummeting downward. Ling Long lunged forward once more, stop struggling. Go quietly to your death and offer your strength to Wudao. Chapter 22, The Final Move. Qin Lang stared at Xiao Chun's pierced wings and shoved her away with all his strength, run. But Xiao Chun clung to Qin Lang with all her might. I've waited 3,000 years just for you, I can't lose you now, my dear. Ling Long's willow branch came crashing down. Ding! Midnight has arrived. New superpower activated. Boom! The willow branch slammed down with such force that a crater nearly a meter deep instantly appeared in the ground. Dust and debris swirled everywhere. Su Mubai's eyes filled with despair. Su Miao cried even louder, Wah, don't come over. Please, don't come over. Suddenly, Su Miao stopped crying. Su Mubai was stunned, no way. Zunyangzi shouted, Ling Long. Qin Lang isn't dead. Ling Long snapped her head up and saw Qin Lang standing about 10 paces to her left. Even Xiao Chun herself hadn't expected it. She kept checking her own body, astonished, I'm fine, dear. You're fine too. Ling Long asked in astonishment, you have immortality? Qin Lang chuckled, haven't you heard of the smoke-filled, no-harm principle? That was a close call. Just as Ling Long unleashed her fatal strike, Qin Lang's new ability finally activated. Time stop. Freezes all time except for the host, who can move freely. Each use consumes 200 spirit points and lasts for 5 seconds. Thanks to this ability, Qin Lang narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Host's emotional fluctuations detected. Restores 20 spirit power. Host's current spirit power, 320,500. Though powerful, this ability held limited value for the gravely wounded Qin Lang. Had he still possessed enough strength to wield the ghost-slaying blade, those 5 seconds would have been sufficient to instantly eliminate Zunyangzi and Ling Long. Now, he only had enough energy left for one more use of time stop. At that moment, the corpse spider king finally devoured the paper puppet version of Qin Lang entirely. The ghost-slaying blade fell into Zunyangzi's grasp. Ling Long continued adjusting her stance and declared, Qin Lang, let's see where you can hide this time. Ah! Su Mubai strained and finally tore the talisman off his body.
but the white smoke billowing from her body intensified, and the pain and suffering she endured doubled.
Su Mubai now stood with disheveled hair, radiating a chaotic beauty. Zhu Nyangzi frowned. Have you lost your mind? You actually dare defy me? Su Mubai declared, I will not aid tyranny any longer. For deceiving so many, for killing so many today, even if I die, I won't let you succeed.
Su Mubai channeled the yin energy within her body, charging straight toward the corpse spider king. Swish! Swish! With a flick of his fingers, like a master swordsman, Su Mubai severed 3 of the corpse spider king's legs. The corpse spider king let out a wail as half its body sank into the ground. Even Zhu Nyangzi, standing atop it, lost his balance and fell with a cry. Fortunately, Zhu Nyangzi was protected by talismans and emerged largely unscathed. Su Mubai immediately channeled a surge of malevolent energy into the corpse spider king. Boom! Unable to withstand Su Mubai's energy, the corpse spider king exploded like a burst balloon. Then, Su Mubai swiftly charged toward Linglong. Linglong immediately swung the willow branch in her hand at him. As an A-grade supernatural entity, Su Mubai's power was far beyond what Linglong could easily counter. The willow branch was effortlessly parried aside. Linglong's expression turned frantic as she shouted at Sun Yangzi, "What are you standing there for?" Sun Yangzi gritted his teeth. "You ungrateful wretch. Watch this Taoist master destroy you." He chanted incantations once more, launching 2 more talismans. My hard-forged talismans wasted like this. This infuriates me. Su Mubai saw Sun Yangzi launch the talismans and instantly sidestepped to avoid them. Boom! Boom! The 2 talismans exploded in midair. At this moment, Su Mubai had already unleashed nearly 200% of his accumulated cultivation and yin energy, pushing his body to its absolute limit. Qin Lang sensed the danger and immediately called out, "Miss Su, don't push yourself. I have a solution." Zhu Nyangzi pinched another talisman between his fingers and coldly declared, "Su Mubai, I never imagined you'd possess such power. But what about your little lover? What can he do?" As he spoke, the talisman in Zhu Nyangzi's hand ignited spontaneously. Yet the ashes that remained burned without dispersing, held in place by his command. Soon, one eerie figure after another began emerging from the dark depths of the corridor. They were all mangled corpses, blood and flesh pouring from their bodies. Where flesh was absent, stark white skeletons were exposed, bearing numerous bite marks. Pieces of human skin were either dragged along the floor or fluttered in the air like banners. These corpses, both male and female, were completely naked. It was clear that not a single part of their bodies remained intact. They were nothing but shattered fragments. Worse still, every corpse was headless, each neck bearing a paper effigy instead. The pallid faces were painted with thick, crimson lipstick, forming eerie, twisted grins. Su Mubai's expression darkened. "These are the villagers of Fengmen Village. Zhu Nyangzi, you beast, you promised me." Sun Yangzi chuckled coldly, "They all died by your hand. How dare you speak of promises? Now, I'll have your villagers surround Qin Lang. If you want to save him, you'll have to deal with these corpses." As the zombies began closing in on Qin Lang, Su Mubai gritted his teeth and charged forward. "Qin Lang, hurry! Kill me with the black dog blood dagger. Kill me, and the dungeon will clear. This will all end." After clearing the instance, players killing each other is against the rules. Linglong and the Wudao sect won't be able to touch you. Qin Lang shook his head, "It's useless. If he truly wanted to kill me, what good would clearing a dungeon do?" Linglong relaxed and laughed, "Exactly. Our Wudao society has already locked onto you. Qin Lang, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, we'll find you. And then we'll kill you." Su Mubai wept, saying, "I'm sorry, Qin Lang. I shouldn't have chosen you as my groom. I should have told you everything sooner." Qin Lang said, "Talking about this nonsense now is useless. Miss Su, could you buy me 1 minute?" Su Mubai froze, asking, 1 minute? Qin Lang nodded. "Yes, just 1 minute. I have one more option. Though I'm not particularly keen on using it." Zhu Nyangzi coldly snapped, "Stop pretending. Your extraordinary meridians have been sealed by me. No matter what divine skills you possess, you won't be able to unleash them." Qin Lang smiled back, "What about the heavenly book?" Zhu Nyangzi froze, "What did you say?" While Su Mubai helped him fight the zombies, Qin Lang began silently reciting the portion of the heavenly book he had memorized. Du, Yang, Zhou, Jiao, Kue, Tue. With that, Qin Lang raised the black dog blood dagger and suddenly plunged it into his own chest. Xiao Chun panicked, "Honey, what are you doing?" Linglong and Zhu Nyangzi were also baffled. Had Qin Lang given up? Was he committing suicide? But then, Qin Lang opened his mouth. His voice had changed, and his expression was grotesquely distorted. "Ha! This feeling of returning to the mortal world. It's truly wonderful." Chapter 23, The Evil Spirit. Qin Lang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Seeing the bloodstained floor, he couldn't help but want to burst into laughter. That remark was also spoken on impulse. While reading the mystical text, he had learned a passage from it. That passage taught how to summon a demonic spirit into one's body. It seemed similar to the 3000 divine jade, but the celestial text spoke of summoning genuine malevolent spirits.
Qin Lang still couldn't quite grasp the true nature of this demonic spirit. However, from what he could tell so far, it wasn't exactly weak. Seeing Qin Lang's altered state and shifting form, everyone present including Su Mubai felt uneasy. Linglong frowned. Qin Lang, are you trying to bluff your way out of this by playing tricks? A flicker of anger crossed Qin Lang's face. How dare you? You don't even kneel before this general?
His voice now was deep and gravelly, sounding like a towering giant. Qin Lang could distinctly sense this wasn't his own voice, nor were these words he intended to speak. It felt as though a massive roommate had taken up residence within his own body. Suddenly, Qin Lang's vision shifted. His entire body plunged violently into the ground, and darkness engulfed him. Ah! Qin Lang opened his eyes to find himself standing on a circular jade platform as large as a football field.
You called me out, you little brat?
Qin Lang turned to see a creature staring intently at him. It had two horns protruding from its head, large eyes, and a long beard, resembling the Dragon King, yet its attire was almost identical to that of an ancient military commander.
Qin Lang stared back. What the hell are you?
The dragon-headed creature paused, then burst into laughter. Not bad, not bad.
To face this general without fear, you're someone special.
To summon me from the netherworld, you've proven yourself a man of destiny. Alas, your mortal flesh can only wield a fraction of this general's power.
Qin Lang pressed on. You haven't answered my question. Who exactly are you? You ask my name in the mortal world?
The dragon-headed monster twirled his beard between his fingers.
If memory serves, it should be Bai Qi? Bai Qi, the god of slaughter? Qin Lang sucked in a sharp breath. Host's emotional fluctuations detected. Mental power begins to increase. Host's current psychic power, 500,500. Just by reciting a spell, I actually summoned the legendary Bai Qi? That can't be right. Qin Lang asked, how did the legendary butcher Bai Qi become a demon spirit? Bai Qi burst into laughter upon hearing this. Butcher? Ha!
Excellent, this general takes great pleasure in that title.
Enough chatter. Look at this.
Qin Lang spun around again to find a gaping hole had opened up. Through it, he saw Linglong's terrified face and heard her wretched cries. Don't come closer.
Don't come closer. It felt like watching a first-person game scene. Bai Qi chuckled. That woman is your enemy, right?
Young man, I'll do you a favor this time and take care of her for you.
With that, Linglong's heart was instantly ripped out from within the scene. The blood-red organ was extracted and exploded on the spot. Blood gushed from Linglong's chest. Though Qin Lang wasn't easily frightened, the sight still delivered a powerful shock. Bai Qi added, and that old goat of a Taoist priest deserves to die too, right?
The scene shifted, revealing Zun Yangzi now pale as paper with terror. Heaven's way is clear, Earth's way is peaceful.
Zun Yangzi chanted incantations, flicking out several more yellow talismans.
Bai Qi sneered, trivial tricks. In the scene, Qin Lang's severed hand had somehow regenerated, snatching the yellow talismans as if nothing had happened.
Seeing his final tactic fail, Zun Yangzi was terrified out of his wits and scrambled to flee. But it was too late. Qin Lang's hands each seized one of Zun Yangzi's feet and yanked outward with all his might. Rip!
Zun Yangzi was torn clean in two like a piece of jerky, his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and intestines spilling out onto the floor, blood splattered everywhere.
Qin Lang frowned. You should be more ruthless with scum like this, but couldn't you at least be a little more hygienic? And you're using my body for this, right? Whose blood is splattered all over me?
Bai Qi clicked his tongue inwardly.
This kid really doesn't hold back with me. Is he just naturally this bold?
Originally, Bai Qi had intended to seize control of the body, but seeing that Qin Lang was indeed somewhat different from ordinary people, he decided to observe him further. He could delegate those tasks to him. Then the screen went black and the surrounding area echoed with the calls of Su Mubai, Xiao Chun, and others, Qin Lang and his dear one calling out in turn. Bai Qi addressed Qin Lang, kid, I've already helped you out for free once.
Now it's your turn to do something for this general. Qin Lang knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, but tentatively asked, can I refuse? Bai Qi raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Summoning this general means you must grant 3 wishes. Once those 3 wishes are fulfilled, this general will return to the underworld, and you'll receive some benefits. Qin Lang was speechless.
Usually, people summon spirits to have their wishes granted, but now he was the one being put to work. As for the rewards Bai Qi mentioned, Qin Lang dismissed them as empty promises from a greedy boss.
Then tell me first, what is this first wish?
Bai Qi chuckled, that would be for you to help me fulfill 1,000 wishes.
Qin Lang? Are you out of your mind?
3 wishes are already a hassle for me, and your first wish is to grant 1,000 wishes?
Have you lost your mind from killing too many people?
Bai Qi retorted, don't you know how to write the character for evil and evil spirit? Until these 1,002 wishes are fulfilled, this general won't be leaving anytime soon.
Fine, you're just going to stick around, huh? Qin Lang warned, what if after these 1,000 wishes are done, the second wish is for another 1,000, or 10,000? You'll never leave.
Bai Qi sneered coldly, you're awfully confident in yourself, aren't you?
You might well meet your end halfway through.
This commander can indeed lend a hand in dire straits, but not unconditionally or without limits. Just now, I was merely itching to act after returning to the mortal realm. Besides, this mortal vessel of yours can't possibly unleash my full power.
Facing a formidable foe? You'd be helpless. Qin Lang pondered for a moment. So you're saying I'm at your mercy? That I have no choice but to serve you faithfully?
Bai Qi nodded with satisfaction. You could put it that way.
You finally get it. Qin Lang chuckled coldly. Dream on. You think just because I summoned you back, I can't send you back again? Bai Qi's eyes widened. What did you say?
Qin Lang continued. Though I haven't fully deciphered the celestial book, I've just discovered a way to send the evil spirit back. First, if I die, you'll lose your vessel and have to go back. A flicker of unease crossed Bai Qi's eyes. Chapter 24, The deal is done. Qin Lang continued. Besides that, there's another way to send you back, but I haven't fully deciphered it yet. Seeing Bai Qi's murderous intent, Qin Lang added, of course, there's also a way to let the evil spirit remain in the mortal world permanently. If you cooperate, I can choose to keep you here. Bai Qi flared. You want this commander to be your slave? Qin Lang countered. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You don't want to be anyone's slave, and neither do I. We could both get what we want. Why should I be your lackey? If it comes down to it, we'll both go down together. He could tell Bai Qi was terrified of returning to the so-called netherworld. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics, concocting the scheme of granting 1,000 wishes to forcefully keep him here. That was his bargaining chip. Bai Qi asked, a lose-lose situation benefits no one.
Spit it out. What exactly do you want? Qin Lang replied, simple. None of us will be slaves anymore, we'll just be brothers. That way, we'd be brothers working together for mutual benefit. What do you say? Actually, Qin Lang's claim that suicide could send Bai Qi back to the netherworld, along with the heavenly book's methods for vanquishing evil spirits and staying behind, it's all bull. Just empty talk to fool Bai Qi. Bai Qi's strength speaks for itself, and he seems like someone you could reason with. Why not strike a deal? We'll each get what we want, fleece the sheep, and call it a day. Bai Qi twirled his dragon-like beard and sneered, brothers? Even the Qin king showed me respect back in the day. What makes you think you're worthy? Qin Lang frowned in confusion. But weren't you ultimately executed by the Qin king? One sentence ended the debate. Bai Qi was speechless. Then he extended his palm and declared, agreed. From this day forward, let our clasped palms seal our oath of brotherhood forged in blood. Qin Lang extended his hand, and with a sharp clap, they sealed their oath. But Bai Qi's size and strength were more than double Qin Lang's. The recoil from the clap sent Qin Lang stumbling back several steps. Ha! Amused, Bai Qi roared with laughter. Youngster, since you've become this general's younger brother. Hold on, I was the one who proposed this alliance. You should be calling me brother. Qin Lang retorted, that's how the Peach Garden Oath was arranged. Bai Qi clearly had no idea what the Peach Garden Oath meant. He roared angrily, what? How old are you, and you dare call yourself this general's elder brother? Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively, if you refuse, then we'll just go down together. It's just a title, what's the big deal? Don't forget, if not for me, you'd still be stuck in that netherworld. Bai Qi clenched his fists. Fine. But as my elder brother, you'd better help your little brother fulfill his wish properly. Qin Lang chuckled, of course. My good little brother, speak. What do you want? Bai Qi declared, first wish, I want you to procure the Heaven-Earth Jade Vessel and the White Dragon's reverse scale. Qin Lang frowned, the Heaven and Earth Jade Vase? The White Dragon's reverse scale? What on earth are those? I'm busy preparing for the next dungeon run, when would I have time to hunt those down for you? Bai Qi retorted, I didn't ask you to find them, just buy them. I know your world has something called ghost coins, you can trade them for all sorts of treasures. Just ask around and you'll find out. Qin Lang said, oh, so it can be bought with money? That makes it easier. Alright, I'll go ask for you. By the way, how do I get out? Bai Qi chuckled, you've always been within your own body. Just close your eyes and feel it. Qin Lang did as instructed, closing his eyes and imagining himself back in his original body. Wet. So wet. Qin Lang felt something wet splashing against his face, trickling into his mouth with a salty taste. Qin Lang. Qin Lang. Su Mubai held Qin Lang tightly, calling his name over and over. Xiao Chun wept bitterly, darling, wake up soon. You can't just summon me and then abandon me, can you? Qin Lang coughed and opened his eyes, alright. I'm not dead. Stop crying. Seeing Qin Lang awake, Su Mubai and Xiao Chun were both overjoyed. Qin Lang, you're okay? Qin Lang nodded, sitting up. Yeah, I'm okay. He examined his body and found all his wounds had vanished. The left hand he'd severed had grown back, feeling exactly like the original. Su Miao sat nearby hugging her knees. Qin Lang, are you even human or a ghost now? Qin Lang felt inexplicably annoyed at her. Oh, so you're the one who's been coasting along this whole time. Where are Linglong and Zun Yangzi? At the mention of those two, Su Mubai and Xiao Chun's expressions darkened. Su Miao immediately burst into tears again. The scene of Qin Lang tearing people apart and ripping out hearts was still deeply shocking to them. Now Qin Lang was acting like he had amnesia. Did he truly remember nothing?
Qin Lang glanced to the side and saw two still bleeding corpses, one male, one female, their deaths gruesome beyond words. He remembered it was me. No, it was me possessed by Bai Qi who killed them.
Qin Lang cleared his throat. Alright, I understand. So next. Instance signal restored.
Major bug detected in Fengmen Village instance.
Player compensation is now being issued. Player Qin Lang's killing of player Linglong will not be pursued. Player Qin Lang has obtained all equipment and abilities of player Linglong. Player Qin Lang receives 1,000 weird coins as compensation. Player Su Miao receives 500 Gue coins as compensation.
Players Qin Lang and Su Miao have officially cleared the stage.
Rewards are being processed. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. We've cleared it. It's finally over.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the entire underground chamber began to shake violently, the floor steadily rising upward. Su Mubai immediately sprang to his feet, smashing several boulders to pieces and shielding Qin Lang from harm. Breaking through the rock layers, the group finally breathed in the fresh air outside. Though it was still deep night, it was infinitely better than being underground. Qin Lang's guess had been correct. The wedding procession had led them to an underground tomb chamber. The villagers, the ornate carvings, all illusions. Surveying the desolate graveyard around them, Su Mubai felt a wave of sadness wash over him. She knelt on the ground and bowed her head 3 times toward the moon. Fellow villagers, Xunyangzi is dead. You may rest in peace. Su Mubai rose and addressed Qin Lang. Qin Lang, thank you. Without you, we would have been slaves to Xunyangzi for generations, forever and ever. Once we pass through the checkpoint, you'll be leaving. I must admit, I'll miss you. Qin Lang's gaze grew complex as he asked, Miss Su, what exactly happened between you and the villagers of Fengmen Village? Su Mubai sighed helplessly and began to recount the true story of Fengmen Village. Chapter 25, MVP Player. 80 years ago, Su Mubai's family were the major landowners of Fengmen Village. Though they were called landlords, the Su family treated the villagers well, and Fengmen Village enjoyed years of bountiful harvests and peaceful living. But one day, villagers began disappearing one after another. Compounding the tragedy, a prolonged drought struck, plunging the community into dire hardship. Then a young man passed through Fengmen Village, claiming that supernatural forces were rampant nearby, bringing calamity upon the village. He personally performed rituals and held rain-praying ceremonies, ultimately saving the village. This young man was Xunyangzi. The entire village of Fengmen was profoundly grateful to Xunyangzi, erecting a divine statue and temple in his honor. Su Mubai's father, hoping to keep him in the village, decided to marry his daughter to Xunyangzi, leading to that wedding. Little did the villagers of Fengmen know that this wedding would become the greatest nightmare of their lives. On their wedding night, Xunyangzi killed Su Mubai. It turned out that all the demons and calamities from the very beginning had been orchestrated by Xunyangzi. Years prior, Xunyangzi had obtained a celestial text. Guided by a sage, he learned it contained a cultivation method. By marrying a woman with a purine destiny, he could perform a blood sacrifice amidst the auspiciousness and joy of the wedding day, thereby greatly increasing his power. He had set his sights on Su Mubai's purine destiny from the start, meticulously orchestrating everything to wed her so he could successfully refine her essence. But after Su Mubai transformed into a monstrous entity, she suddenly went berserk. Her appearance became terrifyingly fierce, and she began slaughtering people, exterminating the entire village. When Su Mubai regained consciousness, she discovered she had slaughtered every last villager. Xunyangzi was performing a blood sacrifice using the villagers' corpses, declaring he would use their souls to cultivate immortality. From that day onward, Xunyangzi transformed Fengmen Village into his personal blood sacrifice ground. He would periodically select one player to serve as the groom, forcing Su Mubai to perform the wedding rites with him, perpetually repeating the blood sacrifice ritual. At this point, Su Mubai couldn't help but sob. Now I am finally free. Qin Lang and Xiao Chun both fell silent. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Qi's voice echoed in Qin Lang's ear once more. Brother, find a way to keep this girl here. Qin Lang frowned, silently questioning, what? Have you taken a liking to her? This general has no interest in women. Bai Qi replied sternly, this woman possesses a purine destiny from birth. She will be of great use in the future. Qin Lang frowned, but she's the anomaly in this instance. How am I supposed to take her with me? This is what you need to handle after all, you're the boss. You. Before Qin Lang could ask more, the instance system's voice sounded. Fengmen Village Dungeon Reward Settlement initiated. Unraveled the truth behind Fengmen Village. Rating, S. Reward, 20. Defeated hidden boss Xunyangzi. Rating, SSS. Reward, 20. Overall rating, SSS. Total reward, 200. Player Qin Lang has obtained 100,000 weird coins. Acquired skill, infinite strength. Instantly boosts stamina and personal strength, with a maximum increase of 500. Acquired S-grade item, Sandflower Stone. A spirit stone exclusively found on the Yellow Springs Road, the bane of evil spirits. Can be used to upgrade weapons and equipment. For example, upgrading an A-grade weapon to S-grade.
Note, this is a one-time use item. Player Su Miao obtains 5,000 ghost coins. Acquired skill, invisibility. Player can remain invisible for 10 seconds, but attacking will immediately reveal their presence. Bonus effect, all damage and debuffs on the entire party are cleared. The moment the words left his mouth, all the wounds on Qin Lang's body vanished, and his body felt considerably lighter than before. Even the wounds on Xiao Chun's wings had vanished. The real highlight was achieving an SSS rating, a score surpassing many veteran players. And to top it off, he had the powerful S-rank item, the Sandflower Stone. This was an absolute steal. With just one weapon level upgrade, wouldn't that a great demon-slaying blade instantly become S-grade? Especially with this 100,000 ghost coins, Qin Lang felt it would definitely be enough to buy that Shen Kuan Jade vase and the White Dragon's reverse scale for Bai Qi, right? Once Bai Qi's wish was fulfilled, he had another reward waiting for himself. Feels great. Su Miao felt a bit aggrieved. Why was the reward so meager? But then he remembered he hadn't done much along the way, so a smaller reward was only natural. Just then, the system spoke again. Player Qin Lang has been designated MVP. Player Qin Lang may now fulfill one wish immediately. Qin Lang glanced at Su Mubai and declared, "Make Su Mubai my companion," and simultaneously closed the entire Fengmen Village instance. Su Mubai gasped, "Qin Lang, you." Qin Lang said, "Miss Su, you will be my companion from now on. Having you by my side will give me much greater peace of mind." Su Mubai's eyes welled up with tears as she replied, "Qin Lang, thank you. Player Qin Lang's wish has been received. This wish can be fulfilled, but as a dungeon anomaly, Su Mubai cannot return to the real world with you. Please be advised." Qin Lang nodded upon hearing this. "Alright. Fengmen Village instance is about to close. Players, please confirm if you wish to proceed to the next instance." Qin Lang inquired again, "That can wait. Can I use anomaly coins to buy something?" "Certainly. Opening the in-game store interface for you now." A list of item information instantly appeared before Qin Lang. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the two items Bai Qi had requested were indeed available. After glancing at the prices, Qin Lang instantly sucked in a sharp breath. The Qiankuan Jade bottle alone cost a staggering 1.2 million ghost coins. How many dungeons would he have to clear to save up that much? Man, the rewards from the God of Slaughter really aren't easy to come by. Brother Bai Qi, listen, can we hold off on buying this treasure for now? Bai Qi, what do you think? Big bro, you promised, let's get it done ASAP. Better safe than sorry. What if someone else snatches it up? Then you'll have to fight for it, way more trouble. Let's head to the next dungeon and earn more ghost coins. Or, you could just snatch them from other players. Qin Lang had no choice. He turned to Su Mubai and said, "Miss Su, looks like we won't have to split up just yet. I'm heading to the next dungeon. Would you like to come along?" Su Mubai replied without hesitation, "Qin Lang, I'm sticking with you from now on. Just give me orders whenever you need me." Xiao Chun quickly hugged Qin Lang tight. "I'm coming with you too, dear." Su Miao chimed in, "Qin Lang, I'm coming with you too." Qin Lang looked at her, speechless. "You're just looking to coast by again, aren't you?" But upon reflection, Su Miao was indeed no ordinary person. Earlier, when they were ascending from the ground, so many falling rocks came down. He himself had to rely on Su Mubai for cover, yet Su Miao somehow emerged completely unscathed? Could she really be a pro? Then let's do this together. Qin Lang addressed the instance system, "I want to challenge the next instance." The words had barely left his mouth when darkness engulfed his vision. Chapter 26, You've Got Company. When Qin Lang came to, he found himself seated on a long-distance bus. Where was this? The interior lighting was dim, with a few small lights barely larger than dates. Qin Lang sat up straight and looked around. His seat was near the aisle, part of a row of 4 seats, but now he was alone. Where were Su Mubai and Su Miao? Where had Xiao Chun gone? Welcome to the new instance. Instance name, Donghu High School. Players will assume roles such as teachers or school staff, interacting amicably with Donghu High students. Clearance requirement, survive for 3 days at Donghu High School. Dungeon difficulty, AA. First task, reach Donghu High School alive. Has the new dungeon already begun? So this car is on the way to Donghu High School? Honey, you're finally awake. A voice transmitted from the palm into Qin Lang's mind. Qin Lang raised his hand, frowning. When did you sneak in here? Xiao Chun explained, when you summoned me with 3,000 divine stones, divine patterns appeared on your palm. Naturally, I could hide within them. Alright. So that means there's a demon spirit by Qi inside me, and a succubus named Xiao Chun. 2 serving 1, isn't that a blessing beyond measure? Qin Lang pressed further, then why don't you come out? Xiao Chun's voice trembled slightly, there's a very fierce supernatural presence in this car. It was just staring at me. I'm afraid if I step out, it'll spot me and drag my dear one into trouble. Qin Lang nodded. I see. Well, you're still a pretty good person. Xiao Chun's voice grew slightly aggrieved. Dear, I'm sorry I can't help you. Qin Lang said, it's okay. You can't fight, but you've already done your best. That information you just gave was incredibly timely. Xiao Chun perked up immediately. Then can my dear reward me? I'm in your right hand, could you channel it here once so I can feel it? Qin Lang. I usually use my left hand.
Suddenly, the long-distance bus jolted.
Ah! A woman's voice from the back seat shouted impatiently, driver, can you even drive? The driver up front said, sorry, folks, this road's a bit bumpy. Please hold on tight, everyone.
Qin Lang turned to see who had spoken.
Don't turn around.
A girl's voice pierced through like needles. The voice was instantly recognizable, somewhat neutral, yet distinctly feminine in tone, reminiscent of a singer whose name contained the character spring.
Qin Lang asked, and who might you be? The girl replied, my name is Yi Zi. Whatever you do, don't turn around. This car is a bit strange. Qin Lang frowned slightly. How can you be so sure? The girl explained, because that eerie thing spoke just now. Someone went over to investigate, but there's been no movement since. They're probably dead. You don't want to end up like him, do you? Qin Lang said nothing more.
If the girl was telling the truth, then the dungeon's elimination of players had already begun.
The girl asked again, you're a player too, right? What's your character this time? Qin Lang whispered back, role? What role? The girl explained, there should be an envelope at your seat.
It contains the role you'll play at Donghu High School this time.
Qin Lang reached behind him and found an envelope there.
By the dim light, Qin Lang opened it and found a passage of text inside.
Qin Lang, senior math teacher.
Your students' math grades this semester aren't ideal.
Find a way to help them. They've been nodding off during math class lately.
While dozing off in class is common, you'd better figure out what they're up to behind closed doors.
Hints. 1. Never mention their previous math teacher in front of them. 2. Students enjoy pranks, so avoid turning your back on them whenever possible.
3. Donghu High students live on campus, so strange noises occasionally echo at night. You may patrol, but never venture out after 2 a.m. After reading this lengthy message, Qin Lang felt his head spinning.
What the hell? I'm supposed to teach math? Seriously? I've forgotten all that college entrance exam stuff, okay?
So, what role did you get?
Yi Zi asked from behind him. Qin Lang tucked the envelope away and replied, I can't say. Yi Zi asked, why not? Qin Lang replied, on the way to Donghu High School, there could be many unexpected incidents. No one can guarantee you'll make it to the end alive.
If you die along the way, telling you any of this won't matter.
If we make it alive, we can talk about it then. Yi Zi laughed out loud, you're pretty cautious, aren't you? You're not a rookie, are you? Qin Lang didn't respond, which counted as an admission.
The old him would have shared this info without a second thought. But after learning of the Wudao Society's existence, Qin Lang resolved to remain vigilant toward everyone except Su Mubai.
What if a traitor like Ling Long had infiltrated the players? Qin Lang scanned the cabin ahead.
The seats were designed unusually high, blocking his view of the back of the front passenger's head. Combined with the dim lighting, it was impossible to tell how many people were actually in the car. Perhaps, aside from the driver and the strange figure in the back, only Qin Lang and Yi Zi were passengers. Or perhaps others were present. Su Mubai and Su Miao were also in the vehicle, but remained silent for some reason. There was another possibility. Qin Lang was the only passenger in the car. The owner of that voice just now, and the so-called Yi Zi, weren't human at all. Squeal! The car slammed on the brakes, sending Qin Lang's upper body forward. The irate woman in the back seat erupted again. Driver, you ing piece of... Can't you drive? You think I won't tear you apart? The driver remained unruffled, continuing calmly, sorry. Someone's blocking the road up ahead. Qin Lang craned his neck forward to look. The door opened, and sure enough, footsteps approached. A frail, elderly voice called out, excuse me, could you give us a ride? We're trying to get to Donghu High School. This old lady is going to Donghu High School too? Was she a player too? Before Qin Lang could finish his thought, the driver flatly refused, no way, we're full. Qin Lang glanced at his empty row of seats. The driver was lying. But it was understandable. Out here in the middle of nowhere, it wouldn't be surprising if someone flagged down a car just to rob it. Not picking up strangers was the right call. But the old woman spoke up again, please, have mercy. We're in a real hurry. We don't need seats, standing is fine. The driver hesitated for 2 seconds before unexpectedly agreeing, all right. Soon, an old woman hunchbacked and leaning on a cane, clad in a black coat, boarded the vehicle. Following behind her were 2 figures clad in black robes. The black-robed figures appeared quite tall, exuding an odd and mysterious aura that made it impossible to discern their gender or identity. Qin Lang detected no feminine scent in the air, leading him to conclude they were likely 2 men. The old woman approached Qin Lang. Qin Lang assumed that upon seeing the 3 empty seats on either side of him, they would either choose to sit down or argue with the driver. But to his surprise, the old woman shook her head, looks like there really aren't any seats left. Qin Lang couldn't help but ask, ma'am, what are you talking about? There are empty seats on both sides of me. But the old woman looked at Qin Lang with a surprised expression. Young man, there are people sitting on both sides of you. How can you say there are empty seats?
Chapter 27, Unclear. Qin Lang frowned slightly. People sitting on both sides of me? Qin Lang repeated his question. You mean there are people on both sides of me?
The old woman said again, young man, don't joke with me. With that, she stood still, her hand resting on the chair.
Qin Lang touched the seat beside him. It was empty. Was I the one with the problem, or was this old woman the one with the problem?
Suddenly, the old woman screamed like a boiling kettle, young man.
That's going too far. The young lady was sitting there perfectly, and you just go and touch her like that? Look what you've done to her. Qin Lang looked utterly confused. What girl? I was clearly groping thin air.
But Qin Lang's hand was now near the seat cushion.
If a woman really was sitting there, then he was indeed groping an unspeakable area. Get your hand off her now.
The old woman's voice grew louder and more urgent. Qin Lang frowned deeply, then moved his hand upward, making a kneading motion.
You're rubbing me too much.
The old woman raised her cane angrily.
Immoral. Scoundrel. Everyone, come see. There's a scoundrel here.
She stumbled and accidentally fell to the ground. The two men in black robes stood frozen in place, not moving an inch.
The old woman struggled to her feet and said, You young man, you're completely lawless. Qin Lang pointed at the two men in black robes and asked, Aren't you two going to help her up? The cloaked figures gave no reply.
The old woman looked puzzled.
Young man, what are you doing? Trying to play dumb and fool your way out of this?
Qin Lang replied, Old woman, they boarded the bus with you.
What am I pretending to be crazy about?
The old woman frowned, every wrinkle on her face etched with disdain.
So she really is a lunatic. I got on the bus alone. Where did this person come from?
Two men in black robes began tailing the old woman again, swiftly passing by Qin Lang. Qin Lang was momentarily at a loss for words. What he could see, she couldn't.
What she could see, he couldn't? Who was seeing things?
She reached her hand behind Qin Lang. Young lady, stop crying.
Come out. Come to me.
The insane are exempt from punishment for murder and arson. Whoever devised this law must be out of their mind. Then the old woman made a gesture as if taking someone by the hand, as if she were truly bringing someone close to comfort them. Glancing around, the old woman continued, Children, there's no need to rush.
Why bother arguing with a fool? What? He's a teacher? No way. A teacher treating students like this? He's worse than an animal. Oh, young man, thank you. No need to get up, no need to get up. I'll just stand for a moment. Oh, how embarrassing.
The old woman kept smiling and sat down to the right front of Qin Lang, repeatedly thanking the air as if there truly was a kind soul who had given up their seat for her. Qin Lang began to wonder if the old woman herself had lost her mind.
Yi Zi? Are you still there?
Qin Lang wanted to speak to the only being he could communicate with normally, to confirm who had misperceived the situation. But Yi Zi, who had just been chatting with him moments ago, was now silent as if she had never existed at all.
Was she just another hallucination? Qin Lang reached for the letter again.
It was still there. This proved that both Yi Zi and what he had seen were real. This old woman must be mentally unstable.
But how does that explain those two men in black robes?
They were standing right here, plain as day.
If the old woman's mind was gone, did that mean her eyesight was gone too? Qin Lang glanced out the window again.
The same desolate wilderness scenery stretched out before him.
As the vehicle sped forward, strange trees kept receding into the distance. What was going on? Was Donghu High School built deep in the mountains? Were Su Mubai and Su Miao also riding in this strange vehicle?
Suddenly, Qin Lang realized something.
Why was it so quiet? If the vehicle was speeding through mountainous terrain, it couldn't possibly be completely silent. What kind of propulsion is this vehicle even using? The vehicle jolted again. Unsurprisingly, the irritable woman in the back started yelling again. Are you crazy? Can't you let people sleep? If you can't drive, don't drive. Go back and drive your mother.
Qin Lang glanced at the old woman beside him. She seemed oblivious to the woman's outburst, her hands gripping her walking stick as she closed her eyes to rest.
Qin Lang called out to the front driver, How much longer until Donghu High School?
The driver replied, Almost there.
Qin Lang stood up and asked again, Can you pull over?
I need to use the restroom. The driver answered calmly, Hold on, we'll be there soon.
Qin Lang walked over, Stop the car. I can't hold it any longer.
As he walked forward, Qin Lang glanced at the other seats in the car.
They were all empty. Then why did the driver say it was full? And why didn't the old woman sit in any of those empty seats? What did they see? The driver continued in his emotionless voice, We'll be there soon. Qin Lang advanced step by step. You think you can push me around, huh?
He pulled the black dog blood dagger from his storage compartment, ready to have a serious talk with this driver. But when he reached the driver's seat, he found it completely empty.
Holy crap, high tech? Driverless?
Qin Lang stared at the steering wheel spinning on its own, finding this car increasingly intriguing.
And this was before even reaching Donghu High School? So many strange things already? The old woman in the backseat saw him again. Young man, what are you doing? Don't you know you shouldn't disturb the driver while they're operating the vehicle? Haven't you heard everyone calling you crazy? If you want to die, don't drag others down with you.
Qin Lang stood rooted to the spot, deep in thought.
If it really was supernatural, so be it, just another battle to fight. He had the ghost-slaying blade, and after Linglong's death, he'd acquired the Willow Branch 2A grade artifacts. With Bai Qi assisting him internally, he could just charge headlong into any ordinary supernatural threat. But right now, he couldn't see anything. How was he supposed to handle this?
Perhaps this entire vehicle, from the very start, was filled with invisible anomalies except for himself.
The old woman who boarded mid-journey could see them, yet he couldn't.
The old woman called out again, "Hey, young man.
Didn't you hear me? Don't distract the driver. Get back here."
Qin Lang ignored her. If there really was a powerful supernatural entity on the bus, Qin Lang felt he could handle a fight with it.
But what if it was also invisible? And what if he was truly hallucinating? Was this illusion created by it? Why hadn't it attacked him yet? What was it waiting for? Qin Lang decided to gather more reliable intelligence before making his move. Just then, Qin Lang noticed a newspaper taped to the driver's door.
He squinted to make out the faint print under the dim light.
This was Chapter 28, Are You a Devil?
The paper read, Donghu High School bus involved in fatal accident, all students on board perish. 2 years ago, Donghu High School chartered 2 buses to transport all 200 senior students to the county seat for the college entrance exams. After finishing the final exam, the students joyfully boarded the buses to return to campus, eager to celebrate with their teachers. But on the return trip, the vehicles malfunctioned. Both buses plunged off a cliff, killing every teacher and student aboard.
200 young lives were lost at the very moment the college entrance exams ended and a new chapter of their lives was about to begin. The news article included a photo showing the accident vehicles before the crash.
Qin Lang stared intently. It was the very same bus he had been riding.
Damn, I ended up riding in a hearse. Quite the thrill ride. Teacher, are you okay? Are you all right?
A young man appeared out of nowhere and gently tapped Qin Lang on the shoulder. Qin Lang turned around, only to be stunned by the scene before him.
The once empty seats were now filled to capacity.
Faces full of innocence, eyes clear and sharp.
All students. Had what he'd just seen truly been an illusion?
Beside the old woman stood a female student, her tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms. A boy said, "Teacher, you were groping Xiaoyu earlier, and now you're distracting the driver.
What's wrong with you? That's terrifying. Is the pressure just too much? But we've already finished our exams." Qin Lang looked at these young faces and felt a momentary sense of unreality.
Glancing back at the driver's seat, he saw a middle-aged man now carefully steering the vehicle where it had been empty moments before. The man glanced warily at him out of the corner of his eye, as if still shaken. And the newspaper with the car accident headline had vanished. The boy asked again, "Teacher, you've been talking to yourself since earlier.
Are you possessed or something?"
Qin Lang looked ahead and saw that the 2 men in black robes who had come up with the old woman were still there.
He suddenly smiled. "Teacher, say something." The boy whispered, "Are you okay, teacher?" Qin Lang patted his head and asked, "You mean I was acting a bit off in my seat just now?" The boy nodded. "Yeah.
We won't blame you for touching your head, but you should tell us if something's wrong."
Qin Lang nodded. "All right, I understand." He tapped on the driver's window, "Pull over immediately." The driver looked puzzled. "Teacher, what are you doing? We're climbing a hill now. We can't just stop randomly, it'll cause an accident." Qin Lang shouted again, "Stop. Now." He drew the black blood dagger and began smashing the driver's window. The driver was startled. "Don't do anything rash. There are children on this bus." The old woman pointed at Qin Lang and shouted, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Someone stop him." Several taller male students stood up and hurried forward. "Teacher, stop this. If you keep this up, we won't hold back." They charged forward to grab Qin Lang. In his panic, the driver jerked the steering wheel. The vehicle began to shake violently. The students swayed uncontrollably, and those standing in the aisle fell flat on their backs. "Ah!" The students began screaming loudly. The vehicle quickly spun out of control, hurtling toward the cliff ahead. Qin Lang braced himself against the driver's compartment and shouted, "Bai Qi!" Bai Qi's voice crackled in his ear. "What's wrong?" Qin Lang said, "The boss orders you to stop the car immediately, no matter what it takes." Bai Qi replied, "Oh? They seem like ordinary people. At least I don't see anything strange. Are you really going to intervene? You might end up with a few blood debts on your hands." Qin Lang's tone was firm. "Who cares? I'm getting out." Bai Qi twirled his dragon beard. "Very well, big brother. Are you ready?" With that, the car windows began to crack like spiderwebs, then shattered with a thunderous crash. Shards flew through the cabin, embedding themselves in the students' bodies. Even the roof dented in, as if something were crushing the vehicle. The old woman watched it all unfold, breaking out in a cold sweat. Just who was this teacher? Boom! The vehicle finally smashed through the roadside guardrail, leaving nearly half its body hanging in midair. "Woo! Mom, I'm so scared." I don't want to die here. Qin Lang immediately ran backward, stepping over several students along the way. Reaching a window with relatively intact glass, Qin Lang stepped over 2 students to reach the windowsill. The old woman gritted her teeth. Hey! These are your students. Aren't you going to help them? Are you some kind of monster? Shouldn't you at least let the students go first? As their teacher, shouldn't you be the last to leave? Qin Lang gave a cold laugh. Oh? I didn't realize you were so kind-hearted. Since you want to play the saint, you can take responsibility for them. See you later, folks. With that, Qin Lang leaped straight out of the vehicle. The moment his feet touched the ground, he unleashed his superhuman strength, violently shoving the bus toward the cliff's edge. The long-distance bus, which had been relatively stable, was now slowly sliding forward under Qin Lang's force, teetering on the edge of the precipice. The old woman inside saw this through the rear window and cried out in panic, "Hey! Don't you have a conscience? There are so many children still inside." Qin Lang chuckled, "If you love children so much, why don't you stay with them?" The students, witnessing this, began wailing loudly. "Teacher, snap out of it. Save us. How could you do this to us, teacher? You bastard. We'll haunt you even as ghosts." With a mighty shove, Qin Lang sent the long-distance bus tumbling off the cliff. Watching Qin Lang's figure standing at the cliff's edge, the old woman gritted her teeth and said, "Who would have thought someone could see so clearly? I miscalculated. Alas." Qin Lang exhaled in relief. If it's this exhausting from the start, this dungeon must offer some serious rewards, huh? You're incredibly strong. A familiar voice sounded again as Yi Zi approached from afar, her body still covered in mud. Behind Yi Zi followed a stunning older woman in red high heels. Her legs seemed longer than life itself. To wear heels on such mountain paths, she was clearly a tough cookie. Qin Lang guessed who she was, the well-mannered lady who had cursed up a storm in the car. Yi Zi smiled. "Thanks to you, we managed to get off that hearse." The elegant woman added, "Handsome, I owe you my life. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Jiao. What about you? Lu Jiao 6 and 9. Girl, your dad sure knows how to pick names." Qin Lang shrugged indifferently. "Skip the formalities. I didn't exactly set out to save you guys. Just don't screw me over. Now, let's figure out how to get to Donghu High School." Yi Zi pointed ahead, "We're already here." Chapter 29, Laughter in the School Building. Qin Lang looked ahead and saw a large patch of light, along with an entire academic building. Qin Lang sheathed the black dog blood dagger and started walking forward. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao tried to get him to wait for them, but Qin Lang's stride was quick, ignoring their calls. What a complete lack of gentlemanly manners. Lu Jiao frowned. This guy must not have a girlfriend. He's got zero luck with women. Yi Zi chuckled, powerful people tend to have big tempers. Looks like he's big in every way. By the way, how's your bestie Linglong doing? Any news? Lu Jiao sighed, no idea. Probably still exploring some dungeon. No worries, she's so skilled, she'll be just fine. We agreed to clear one more dungeon before taking a break. Then we'll go shopping and get our nails done together, heh. Before they knew it, the three of them arrived at the gates of Donghu High School, one after another. Welcome, everyone. A voluptuous monster with a horse's head stood in the center of the gate. Qin Lang felt as though he were seeing an old acquaintance. Horse lady, it's you again. The mayor smiled. Mr. Qin, after you closed the Fengmen Village system, I was assigned here. Truth be told, your performance in Fengmen Village was truly outstanding, the best new recruit I've seen in years. She extended her long tongue to lick her lips, then rubbed her belly. Thanks to you, I've had another hearty meal. Qin Lang now understood how Linglong and Zunyangzi's bodies had been disposed of. But that wasn't his concern. By the way, who else did you see? Qin Lang asked, the girl who was with me on the last dungeon run. Only Numa was at the school gate. Su Mubai and Su Miao were still nowhere to be seen. Numa smiled. Mr. Qin, you're the first player to arrive here. I haven't seen anyone else. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao caught up. Wow, this butler looks so creepy? Lu Jiao covered her mouth and nose, seemingly disgusted by the female horse's appearance. The female horse paid no mind, instead turning to look behind them and smiling. More players have arrived. Qin Lang turned to see a long-distance bus slowly approaching, nearly identical to the one he'd just pushed down the cliff. As the doors opened, a flurry of hurried footsteps followed. First, 2 men stepped out. They stood on either side of the door. The bespectacled man grinned, Lan, we're here. The other, a muscular guy in a tank top, added with equal affection, welcome to Donghu High, my precious little princess. A young girl in a pink dress with twin ponytails stepped down. Haoren, Long, thank you both for protecting me all the way. Lu Xinlan smiled and ruffled both men's hair. Just as one of her feet was about to touch the ground, the muscular man, Zhang Haoren, quickly crouched down in front of her and held out both hands. My princess, don't let the dust here soil your shoes. Now, allow me to be your knight and protect you. Lu Xinlan smiled, alright. As her feet landed on Zhang Haoren's palms, he exerted force and lifted Lu Xinlan, allowing her to sit upon his shoulders. Wang Long pushed his glasses up and said somewhat reluctantly, Lon Lon, are you thirsty? I still have some water here. Qin Lang watched the three of them and couldn't help but remark, nice guys finish last, just like they say. Yi Zi asked, what do you mean? Lu Jiao snorted, see that? Now that's what you call gentlemanly manners.
Qin Lang ignored their banter, his gaze fixed on the long-distance bus.
That's it? Just those three? What about Su Mubai and Su Miao? Numa smiled, time's up.
Congratulations to all 6 players for reaching your destination. The Donghu High School instance officially begins. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a white mist rose before the 6 players, enveloping the entire high school. Qin Lang squinted, vaguely making out a small figure appearing in the center of the school gate. You're all teachers sent by the county, right? A short, stout middle-aged man chuckled, I'm He Jinpeng, principal of Donghu High School. Qin Lang recalled his assigned role as a math teacher, meaning he'd be interacting with this He Jinpeng for the next 3 days. Yi Zi smiled and said, Principal, I'm the new school doctor. I look forward to working with you. The others then began introducing themselves. Lu Jiao is the Chinese teacher, Lu Xinlan is the music teacher, Su Haoren is the physical education teacher, and Wang Long is the English teacher. He Jinpeng chuckled, excellent. With all of you here, our school is sure to achieve outstanding results in this year's college entrance exams. Mentioning the college entrance exams reminded Qin Lang of the newspaper he'd seen in the car. The date of that car accident was June 2021. What year was this? Qin Lang suspected that the game's timeline might not align with his own travel time, perhaps they weren't even in the same space-time continuum. From the moment the female horse vanished and He Jinpeng appeared, many things had reset. But asking outright what date it was today might seem odd, and Qin Lang didn't want to draw attention to himself just yet. He Jinpeng cheerfully led them to the dormitory. After a night's rest, classes would begin tomorrow. Donghu High School wasn't large. It consisted of 1 main teaching building, 1 boys' dormitory, 1 girls' dormitory, a cafeteria, an office building that also served as faculty housing, and a sports field. It was around 8 in the evening, and lights were still on in some classrooms. He Jinpeng explained that the senior students were having self-study sessions. Along the way, He Jinpeng enthusiastically shared details about the school. Donghu High School currently had 620 students, all children from nearby villages. Unable to gain admission to the county's elite high schools yet unwilling to leave their elderly relatives behind, they had no choice but to attend this school. Though small, Donghu High School has a history of nearly 70 years. It began as an elementary school and gradually evolved into a high school. He Jinpeng's grandfather served as its first principal. 3 generations of his family have dedicated themselves to teaching and running the school here, earning deep respect from the local villagers. County leaders strongly support He Jinpeng and Donghu High School, frequently allocating funds to assist them. As a result, the school is well equipped with facilities like synthetic running tracks and multimedia classrooms. Teachers, I've had the rooms cleaned for you. The rooms have bunk beds, accommodating 4 people per dormitory. With 3 men and 3 women in your group, you'll have 1 bed free for storing belongings. Everyone except Lu Xinlan, who looked displeased, agreed to the arrangement. Qin Lang stood in the hallway, carefully observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a solitary little house standing in the center of the school playground. The building appeared to be from a bygone era, at least. Qin Lang had never seen anything like it in his lifetime. Such an old structure standing amidst the modern synthetic track not only looked out of place but also carried an eerie vibe. Qin Lang pointed at the building and asked, Principal, what is that? He Jinpeng glanced over and chuckled, oh, that? It's... Before He Jinpeng could finish, an eerie laugh echoed from the direction of the classroom building. Ha! Ha! The sound was peculiar, seemingly distant yet close at hand, like insects burrowing into everyone's ears. Qin Lang instinctively covered his ears. At that moment, he saw a terrifying thing appear in the hallway of the classroom building. Chapter 30, The Top Scholar's Soup. A pallid human head drifted down the corridor, its laughter trailing away with it. Qin Lang looked again, only to find the head had vanished. Was it just his imagination? The laughter had left Lu Xinlan pale with fright. Covering her ears, she trembled and stammered, who's there? He Jinpeng's expression darkened briefly before he burst into laughter. Probably some kid who couldn't sleep at night playing a prank on us. Children in the mountains are mischievous, unlike city kids who follow the rules. Please forgive them, teachers. I'll have a serious talk with them tomorrow. No need to worry. The laughter ceased, but a chill lingered in everyone's hearts. He Jinpeng added, you teachers have traveled a long way. I imagine you haven't eaten yet? I've had the cafeteria prepare a late-night snack for everyone. If you're hungry, feel free to grab a portion. Students finish self-study at 10 and will head to the cafeteria then. You might want to go earlier to avoid lining up with them, ha! Yi Zi smiled, alright, thank you, Principal. He Jinpeng smiled faintly. Alright, I'll be leaving now. Qin Lang called after him, Principal, you still haven't answered my question. What's that building in the middle of the playground for? He Jinpeng hesitated briefly before smiling again. Nothing much. That building has always been there.
My grandfather said no matter how the school changes, that spot must never be touched. There's nothing inside. Then, his tone turned serious, and please, don't go inside unless you have to. Qin Lang frowned, thinking to himself, isn't this like drawing attention to something you're trying to hide? That old building must hold some secret. After that, the men and women went into their respective dorm rooms. As soon as Zhang Haoran and Wang Long entered, they immediately claimed the 2 lower bunks. Zhang Haoran said smugly, sorry, Teacher Qin, you'll have to take the top bunk. Wang Long pushed his glasses up. We're not picking on you. It's just that if Lan Lan needs us, we want to be able to get to her side as quickly as possible. Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to argue and didn't respond. His attention shifted to a wall calendar. May 13, 2022? Qin Lang hissed. Sure enough, time inside the school was different from the time on his journey here. In other words, the moment he entered the school, he had traveled into the future. The car accident had happened over a year ago. Qin, how many dungeons have you cleared? Zhang Haoran had somehow started doing push-ups on the ground. Moreover, he kept one hand behind his back, supporting himself with just one finger on the ground. Even performing such a high-difficulty maneuver, his breathing remained steady and unruffled as he posed a question to Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't respond, continuing to ponder his thoughts. Zhang Haoran grew annoyed. I'm asking you a question. Where's your manners? Wang Long interjected, come on, he has the right not to answer. Speaking of which, I'm getting pretty hungry. Want to grab lunch at the cafeteria? Zhang Haoran abruptly stood up. I'll ask Lan Lan. If she's going, I'm going. Wang Long immediately retorted, Zhang Haoran, you just had Lan Lan sit on your shoulders. Now it's my turn to serve her. Zhang Haoran retorted coldly, you little dog, you have the nerve to compete with me? If it weren't for Lan Lan telling me to get along with you, I'd have already. He rubbed his hands together, his knuckles cracking. Wang Long took off his glasses, oh? Fine then, let's see who ends up. Wang Long, Haoran. Wang Xinlan from next door shouted, there's a cockroach. Quick, come save me. The 2 men, who had been at each other's throats just moments ago, immediately rushed out. Here I come. My little princess. Lan Lan, I'm here to save you. Qin Lang silently closed the dorm door, then extended his right hand. Xiao Chun, come out. A shower of golden dust scattered from Qin Lang's palm. Moments later, a voluptuous succubus with 2 massive wings spread before him materialized. Darling. Xiao Chun couldn't help but rush forward. Qin Lang pushed her away with his hand, hold your excitement for now. I summoned you to ask for your help. Xiao Chun looked puzzled. But I don't know how to fight. Qin Lang replied, I don't need you to fight. Just listen to me. 5 minutes later, Qin Lang stepped out of the dormitory. In the hallway, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were staring blankly at the dorm. Zhang Haoran and the others were deep in a major cleanup, fiercely battling cockroaches, while Lu Xinlan sat on the top bunk cheering them on. Yi Zi watched the scene in utter speechlessness before turning to Qin Lang and asking, did you find anything? Qin Lang countered, you tell me what you found first. Yi Zi chuckled. How come you're still so on guard? What happened to you in the last instance? Did someone screw you over badly? Like you, I noticed that old house on the playground. It might hide something incredible. From my experience, mysterious places like this could be the key to clearing this dungeon. What do you say? Want to check it out together sometime? Qin Lang neither refused nor agreed, instead mentioning a new doubt that had just occurred to him. It's already mid-May, with less than 2 weeks left before the college entrance exams. Why would they suddenly assign us as new teachers? Where did all the previous teachers go? Lu Jiu nodded. That makes sense. Something must have happened to make them all leave, or maybe they're dead? The 3 fell silent. Yi Zi spoke up again, Qin Lang, let's go check out the cafeteria. We can grab a bite while we're at it. Qin Lang didn't refuse. For one thing, he was genuinely hungry. For another, he wanted to see what other oddities this school held. The cafeteria was a 2-story building. The food service and dining area were on the first floor, densely packed with tables and chairs that looked well worn. The moment he stepped inside, Qin Lang caught a distinct, enticing aroma. Not just him, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu sniffed the air too. That smells amazing. Is it pork rib soup? Oh, you must be the new teachers. A plump auntie spotted them and smiled, the principal told us to make something special for you. Come on over. Qin Lang and the others took 3 dishes and a soup, but their minds kept drifting back to that peculiar aroma. The trio quickly pinpointed the source, a large pot at the cafeteria entrance. The pot was tightly covered, with only wisps of white steam escaping. Yi Zi couldn't help asking, Auntie, what delicious food are you making? It smells amazing. The plump auntie wiped her hands and emerged, grinning proudly. Oh, this? It's our school's secret recipe specifically made to boost students' brain power. Students say it sharpens their minds and clears their thinking during exams. They call it champion soup. You 3 teachers should try some later. With that, she lifted the lid off the enormous pot. Qin Lang peered inside and gasped in shock. Simmering inside were several actual human heads. Chapter 31, Have a bowl. Boiling human heads? Qin Lang couldn't help but frown. You use this to nourish the brain? So this so-called top scholar soup is actually human head soup?
Just then, he felt his tray shift. He looked down to see the braised pork and greens had transformed into severed fingers and internal organs. Even the steaming white rice had turned into black worms crawling toward his hand. Even the steaming broth had turned into a bowl of bloody water. Qin Lang immediately flung the repulsive mess aside. Clang! The stainless steel tray hit the floor, scattering food everywhere. Oh my! How could you waste food like this? Auntie Pang knelt down with a pained expression, picking up the scattered food by hand. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao quickly set down their plates and fetched the broom and dustpan from the corner to help clean up. Auntie Pang fumed at Qin Lang. What kind of teacher are you? If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it, but why waste it? Do you even know what kids eat these days? With school funds so tight, we give you meat and you still waste it like this. Her voice grew angrier as she spoke, and she nearly cried. Qin Lang glanced at the large pot once more. It really was a human head. Qin Lang grabbed a spoon hanging on the wall and began stirring the soup. Fat Auntie grew even more frantic. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's for the students to drink later. Qin Lang shoved her aside. Get out of the way. You're brazen enough to boil a human head for soup, yet you still have the nerve to act so arrogant. A human head? Yi Zi and Lu Jiao turned pale with shock and rushed over to look. Qin Lang scooped up a head and recognized it immediately. Wasn't this the boy who had spoken to him on the bus? Wasn't he already dead? Could this school be collecting last year's deceased students' bodies to boil as soup stock? Qin Lang, there's no human head here. Yi Zi asked in confusion. There's clearly only pork ribs and beef bones in there. Hearing this, Qin Lang realized what he'd scooped up was indeed a massive beef shank bone. What's going on? Another illusion? Have I been tricked by something weird again? The plump auntie stared at Qin Lang as if he were a monster. You're not some kind of lunatic, are you? How did someone with that look become a teacher? Lu Jiao quickly snatched the ladle from Qin Lang's hand and chuckled. Sorry, auntie. Our friend here's been through a lot on the journey. Don't take it personally. He tends to ramble when he's exhausted. Please get him some more food. He'll be fine after eating and sleeping. The plump auntie replaced the lid on the pot, tidying up the dishes as she said, All right, you two sit there and wait. After sitting down, Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, what's wrong? Having hallucinations again? Qin Lang looked up. What do you mean again? Lu Jiao added, You were like this on the way here too, just talking to thin air. Qin Lang looked utterly confused. Talking to air? Yi Zi and Lu Jiao then recounted everything they had witnessed along the way. At first, Qin Lang and Yi Zi were still conversing normally. But after the car had been stopped for a while, Qin Lang began acting strangely, engaging in a battle of wits with thin air. After spouting a string of incoherent ramblings, Qin Lang got up and headed toward the driver's compartment, pounding on the windows and doors with his dagger. The vehicle suddenly began jolting violently. Moments later, the window shattered, and as something crushed the car, both of them jumped out. Qin Lang felt his mind grow even more chaotic. The car had stopped just as the old woman and two men in black robes boarded. Had he been hallucinating since then? Was it the old woman, or those two cloaked figures? Qin Lang asked again, Did you just sit there and watch? He wasn't blaming them for not intervening, but rather considering other reasons that might have prevented Yi Zi and Lu Jiao from acting. Yi Zi replied, The car was filled with eerie phenomena. How could we risk making a move? It was you making all that noise. We were on edge just watching you. Lu Jiao took a sip of soup and quipped, Yeah, I thought you were like me using foul language to ward off evil spirits. Qin Lang looked puzzled. Swear words can ward off evil spirits. Lu Jiao nodded. Haven't you heard the saying? People fear ghosts 3 parts, but ghosts fear people 7 parts. As long as you act fiercer than they are, they won't dare come near. That's a trick my grandmother taught me. Qin Lang now understood why Lu Jiao had been constantly spewing profanities from the back seat. But what concerned him more now was whether what he'd seen were truly illusions. Or were they half real, half illusory? Was this eerie presence deliberately messing with his mind, trying to drive him mad? Fat Auntie brought over a simple meal. This time, it consisted of only a can of fish and a plate of stir-fried greens, a rather perfunctory offering, likely out of fear that Qin Lang might waste it. Yi Zi smiled bitterly as she transferred her braised pork to Qin Lang's bowl. I'm dieting. You eat it. Lu Jiao also gave Qin Lang one of his spare ribs. I don't like bones. Qin Lang stared at the ordinary meal before him, doubt creeping back into his mind. What was real now? For some reason, the cryptic texts he'd seen in Fengmen Village began to flicker before his eyes once more. Qin Lang scratched his head, sensing an inexplicable, mysterious force lingering around him, though he couldn't fathom what it was. Ding dong! The bell signaling the end of evening study rang out, and a lively chorus of footsteps echoed from the direction of the classroom building. A group of students charged into the cafeteria like cavalry charging into battle. Auntie! Auntie! I want this one. Auntie, stop shaking your hands. Don't you worry about getting Parkinson's? Where's the champion soup? Auntie, I want 2 bowls today. The students chattered and jostled in a chaotic hubbub, leaving the plump auntie scrambling to keep up.
Yeezy couldn't help but marvel, such youthful energy. So full of life. Lu Jiu chuckled, I was just like that when I was in school. I'd eat 4 meals a day, and even 2 bowls of white rice per meal never felt like enough. Qin Lang watched the students, silent and unspoken.
The most popular dish was undoubtedly the champion soup. Each student received a bowl, and before their bottoms even touched the stools, they couldn't resist taking a sip. Ah! I feel all my fatigue melt away. I wait all day just for this sip. It's so delicious. I'm worried I won't be able to have it after graduation. Qin Lang watched their reactions, recalling the earlier sight of heads churning in the cauldron, and found himself speechless almost to the point of laughter. If he hadn't suppressed his fear, he might have found the whole scene utterly horrifying. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were getting pretty hungry watching them. Is it really that good? I'll go get a bowl too. Yi Zi stood up and asked Qin Lang, so, do you want a bowl too? Qin Lang thought for a moment before replying, alright, I'll have one. I'll see for myself what this top scholar's soup tastes like. Chapter 32, All Rich Ladies. 3 steaming bowls of champion soup were brought over. Gazing at the milky white broth, the images of those severed heads flashed through Qin Lang's mind once more. They say you are what you eat, so eating human brains must nourish the mind, right? Could it be that the students of Donghu High School all rely on this to study hard and strive for excellence every day? Just then, Qin Lang felt a vague sense that someone was watching him. He turned his head and saw a stooped old woman leaning on a cane by the cafeteria window, peering inside. The old woman from the school bus. And behind her stood those 2 men in black robes. Qin Lang stood up, drew the black dog's blood dagger, and rushed outside. Yi Zi was just about to take a sip of soup when she noticed and asked, Qin Lang, where are you going? Lu Jiu sipped his soup and remarked, seriously, can't you just stay still for a moment? This soup really is delicious. What she didn't notice was that the expressions of the students in the cafeteria had all turned slightly strange. Qin Lang ran outside but saw nothing. Gone? Qin Lang had a vague feeling that something had been clinging to him since he arrived. Bai Qi, do you sense anything off? Bai Qi's voice echoed, you should be asking me, what's right about this place? This place is too sinister. I suspect there might be a mass grave beneath this school, otherwise, there wouldn't be such overwhelming resentment. A place that even a dark god finds eerie. This AA-rated dungeon is no joke. Qin Lang looked toward the playground. The most intense malevolence is coming from that building, right? Bai Qi fell silent for a moment before replying, I don't know. You don't know? I can't quite describe what it feels like either. Qin Lang pondered for a moment, suddenly feeling a chilling wind pierce through his body. Yi Zi asked from behind him, Qin Lang, what's wrong? Seeing illusions again? Qin Lang shook his head. Nothing. Returning to the cafeteria, they were surprised to find the students already lining up to leave. Not a single scrap of food remained on the tables. Every tray was neatly stacked by the entrance, each person moving with such synchronized precision it seemed rehearsed. Compared to the earlier scene of scrambling to get food, it was like night and day. Yi Zi frowned. Could it be because of the champion soup? Qin Lang asked, you sense something's off too? Yi Zi couldn't help but glance at Lu Jiu, her voice tinged with concern. Little Lu, how are you? Lu Jiu sat in her seat, hands hanging limply at her sides, head bowed in silence. The food before her was completely gone. The bowl holding the top scholar's soup was completely empty. It was obvious Lu Jiu had licked it clean. Yi Zi stepped forward and asked again, Lu Jiu, what's wrong? Lu Jiu lifted her head, squinting as she replied, Yi Zi, you're back. I suddenly feel so sleepy. Seeing nothing amiss, Yi Zi replied, alright, let's head back together after I finish eating. Qin Lang fell silent for a moment before asking, Lu Jiu, after last year's college entrance exams, where were you seated on the return bus? Yi Zi looked at him in confusion. Qin Lang, why are you asking that? Who would have thought Lu Jiu would suddenly become so agitated? Who's talking? Lu Jiu glanced around, as if someone were talking to her. Come out. Don't sneak around like that. Yi Zi jumped in fright. Lu Jiu, don't scare me like that. What's wrong with you? It's just me and Qin Lang here. Lu Jiu looked terrified. No, there's a man talking to me. I can hear him clearly. He said someone set the car on fire and the driver was killed. He said he's inside my head. Yi Zi grew impatient and demanded, quick. Use your best exorcism method. Lu Jiu took a deep breath and cursed, you damn Sema bastard. Get to work already. Lu Jiu suddenly slapped himself across the face and said in a venomous tone, no swearing. Good students don't behave so rudely. Yi Zi was terrified and immediately asked Qin Lang, what should we do now? Qin Lang said, just as I suspected. This so-called top scholar soup is brewed from the corpses of students who died last year. The resentment of those students is bound within it. Drinking it likely allowed fragments of their spirits to burrow into her mind and control her consciousness. Yi Zi's face was filled with question marks. Last year's car accident? What? Qin Lang, do you know how to break this spell? Qin Lang sat down and began stirring the soup with a spoon.
I have an idea, he said. The one who tied the bell must untie it. We should just ask these vengeful spirits directly. Yeezy urgently pleaded with Lugio, whoever you are, if you'll leave Xiaolu's body, I'll agree to any condition. I can even help you transcend and reach paradise sooner. Lugio shook his head. I don't want any paradise. I want exams. I want the college entrance exam. As long as I don't die studying, I'll study until I drop. The next second, Lugio panicked. I didn't say those things just now. Yeezy, you have to think of a way. Qin Lang chuckled from the side and said to Yeezy, are you stupid? Why would they willingly leave? These vengeful spirits would love to possess more people. Otherwise, why would these students all drink the so-called top scholar soup? Seeing his expression, Yeezy pressed, if you have a solution, use it now. Qin Lang chuckled, nothing in this world comes for free. I do have a solution, but it depends on how sincere you are. Qin Lang gave Yeezy a once-over, prompting her to clasp her chest in alarm. As long as it doesn't involve offering yourself, name your price. 100,000 ghost coins. How about it? Wow, 100,000 git coins? You can just pull that out so easily? My entire reward from the Fengmen Village instance was only 100,000. Let me think. Qin Lang turned to Lugio, and you? How much are you willing to offer as payment? Lugio gritted his teeth, I'll put up 120,000 ghost coins. Who knew you were both loaded? Qin Lang held up 2 fingers, 200,000 ghost coins each, 400,000 total. Lugio's eyes widened, are you robbing us? Yeezy agreed immediately, fine. Open your system store, I'll transfer it right now. Only then did Qin Lang realize that players could conduct transactions or purchase items through the system store within the dungeon. Soon, Yeezy transferred 200,000 ghost coins to Qin Lang right in front of him. But the system actually deducted a 0.1% transaction fee. Such a familiar operation. Though reluctant, Lugio had no choice but to transfer the 200,000 over. Yeezy asked, alright, you got your money. Now how do we get rid of the vengeful spirit in Lugio's mind? Lugio let out a cold laugh. You're overestimating yourself. I'm not leaving. Qin Lang picked up the bowl of champion soup, is that so? Then let's see. With that, he tilted his head back and downed the entire bowl in one gulp. Yeezy and Lugio both gasped, are you crazy? You know you'll get possessed, yet you still drink it? Chapter 33, The Resentful Spirit. After downing the champion soup, Qin Lang felt a surge of energy churning within him before gradually settling into his body. Immediately, a boy's voice echoed in his mind. Hey, this is the first time I've ever seen someone this stupid. Excellent. I've gained another vessel. From now on, you'll drink the top scholar's soup every day to help me fulfill my dream. Ha! Within Qin Lang's consciousness, a white vengeful spirit gradually solidified. The vengeful spirit soon took the form of a high school student, but its body bore countless faces, even its fingers had several pairs of eyes. Each face appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Some eyes were closed, while others stared wide open, mouths agape as if mid-sentence. The vengeful spirit glanced at the faces covering its body and chuckled darkly, don't worry, classmates. We'll get what we want soon enough. Bro, seriously? You just go and get us a new roommate without a word. Bai Chi emerged from behind, his voice booming, you think this little frame is big? The vengeful spirit gasped in terror, who's there? Turning to see Bai Chi's dragon-headed, human-bodied form, the vengeful spirit collapsed in terror. Ghost! How could a spirit already be parasitizing Qin Lang's body? Soon, Qin Lang entered as well. Wow, Bai Chi, he looks even more disgusting than you. Bai Chi stroked his dragon beard, this general is far more handsome than him. By the way, big bro, where did you even get this jing? He'd grown quite accustomed to calling him brother Qin Lang now. Qin Lang was puzzled, what the heck is? Bai Chi chuckled smugly, with your knowledge, you still call yourself brother? When a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost dies, it becomes a gene. Genes cannot be reincarnated, possess no spirit form, and are not accepted into the 6 realms. Thus, they can only parasitize within human bodies. Humans have homes, ghosts have corpses, each has its form. But genes know no bounds. Its appearance is likely the congealed mass of countless ghosts dying together. I often encounter gene in the realm of spirits, but this is the first time I've seen one formed by so many young, strange entities merging together. Qin Lang gloated, see? Following the big brother really broadens your horizons, huh? Bai Chi. This guy must be seriously mentally ill. Better not possess him after all. The vengeful spirit trembled upon seeing the two, don't come any closer. I'm telling you, this is just one of my avatars. Even if you destroy me here, I'll still exist. When that time comes. Qin Lang pointed at Bai Chi, know who my little brother is? The demon Bai Chi. Ever heard of Bai Chi? The infamous butcher of men. Over 500 years of the Warring States period saw over 2 million deaths, more than 1 million of them at his hands. How many avatars do you have? Not even a fraction of what he slaughtered. Better behave yourself. If he goes berserk, even I, as his big brother, won't be able to hold him back.
Bai Qi listened with a hint of smug satisfaction, nodding.
Big brother's absolutely right. The vengeful spirit finally showed terror. No, no. I don't want to die again. Qin Lang delivered the lines he'd rehearsed. Explain yourself clearly. How did you arrive here? What's the truth behind this champion's soup? And get the hell out of me and Lu Jiu. Then I might consider sparing your life. Bai Qi, brother, what are you talking about? He's dead as a doornail, what way out? Qin Lang shot him a glare. The vengeful spirit was quick-witted and retorted, I can leave, but I won't say a word. Gentlemen, I was forced into this. Someone promised to fulfill my dream of becoming top scholar, otherwise, I never would have harmed so many classmates. I'm just a student, please spare me. The young faces staring out from his body fixed pleading gazes on Qin Lang and Bai Qi. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. Bai Qi, just finish him off. By the way, ghosts die as. What happens when dies? Bai Qi twirled his dragon beard. Ghosts die as you dies as 11 dies as E. I don't know what happens after E dies. So it can split again? Qin Lang thought this resembled physics, how molecules break down into atoms, atoms into quarks, and so on. Whatever just wipe him out. Bai Qi grumbled, we were supposed to be brothers. Time and again, you treat me like your enforcer. This general once commanded 400,000 Qin troops. Qin Lang waved his hand. Got it. You do me a favor, and I'll grant you an extra wish. Deal? Bai Qi smiled, now that's more like my big brother. The vengeful spirit panicked instantly, no, I'll talk. We all died last year on our way back from the college entrance exams. That crash wasn't an accident, someone deliberately set the bus on fire, killed the driver, and then we plunged off the cliff. We were all looking forward to getting into college and living a good life. Who would have thought? Yuanling Nu grew increasingly agitated as she spoke, even breaking down in tears. Qin Lang was seeing a ghost cry for the first time. Wait, no, he had seen Su Mubai cry before. Qin Lang snapped, stop wailing. Just tell me who set the fire and did this to you? The vengeful spirit replied, I don't remember either. They were wearing black robes, so I couldn't see their faces clearly. Black-robed figures? Qin Lang suddenly recalled the two figures he'd seen on his way here. Was there an old woman in your car too? Yuanling Nu gasped in shock, how do you know? You saw her too? Qin Lang, continue your story. What happened next? Yuanling Nu replied, I don't know what happened after that. All I remember is that my classmates and I all turned into ghosts. It took a long time before we became like this. Someone told me he could let us live on in the minds of the younger students, guiding them in their studies and exams. Once Donghai produced top students admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University, our mission would be complete. Not only would we fulfill our dream of becoming top scholars, but we could ascend to higher realms. Qin Lang pressed further, who was this person? The vengeful spirit shook his head, I truly have no idea. Bai Qi interjected, asking won't help, brother. Killing ghosts and crafting yenyu, that's a specialized skill. Whoever does this is a master, they wouldn't leave any traces for you to trace. Qin Lang scratched his head, who knew Donghai had such a tricky presence lurking within. Looks like this dungeon's difficulty is off the charts. After a moment of deep thought, Qin Lang addressed the vengeful spirit, alright, get out of my body and Lu Jiu's body. But if I need to contact you through the students, you must appear and obey my commands. Got it? Otherwise. Bai Qi chimed in, otherwise, this general will follow Big Brother's orders and wipe out all your clones. Qin Lang shot Bai Qi a glance, you two are quite in sync. The vengeful spirit nodded repeatedly, yes. I will obey. I'm leaving now, leaving immediately. Suddenly, Qin Lang remembered something. Hold on. Since you're a student at this school, I have a question for you. Chapter 34, Death Senior Year. Qin Lang asked, what exactly is inside the dilapidated building in the center of Donghu High School's playground? Hearing this, the vengeful spirit's expression darkened further. I don't know. Qin Lang wasted no words, Bai Qi. Bai Qi opened his dragon maw and roared. The vengeful spirit knelt instantly, I'll talk. Truthfully, I have no idea what's inside, but every principal since has forbidden us from entering. 2 male seniors and 1 female senior went in before. But they went mad afterward. One senior smashed the full-length mirror in his dorm and sliced off his own ears with the shards. Another senior went home and chopped off his own fingers with a kitchen knife, then lay down in a pigsty and let the pigs eat him. The female senior suffered the worst fate, she murdered her parents and younger brother, then stuffed all their tongues into her own mouth until she choked to death. We all suspected ghosts haunted that old house, but the principal claimed they were just overwhelmed by academic pressure. Qin Lang knew instantly that he Jinpeng was spouting nonsense. Who in their right mind would cut off their own flesh just for fun because of academic pressure? This school really is full of characters. We'll have to investigate that old house sooner or later. Qin Lang said, alright, you can go. I'll call you if I need anything. The vengeful spirit nodded repeatedly and departed. Bai Qi suddenly smiled, brother, this time you're in for a rough ride. If you could match my prime, it wouldn't be a problem, but in your current state, it's looking grim. Qin Lang shot him a glare. Mind your own business.
Returning to his original body, Qin Lang found Yi Zi nervously waiting nearby.
How did it go?
Seeing Qin Lang open his eyes, Yi Zi quickly asked.
Qin Lang flexed his arm. I'm fine. Lu Jiu rubbed his head and said, that weird sound really seems to be gone. Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. By the way, Qin Lang, how did you manage that? Top secret. Qin Lang stood up and stretched lazily. Alright, let's head back. We've got lectures for those students tomorrow.
As the three left the cafeteria, the plump lady serving food kept staring at them through the display window.
A stooped figure emerged from behind. What's the deal with this Qin Lang?
He drank the top scholar's soup and nothing happened.
The plump aunt asked, Mother, should we tell the old ancestor?
The old woman shook her head.
Going to the patriarch over something this trivial?
He'll only scold us for being incompetent.
Let's wait and see. I don't believe they can endure it.
Back in the dorm, Qin Lang discovered Zhang Haoran and Wang Long had already fallen asleep. The girls' side had their lights off. Lu Xinlan, whom they'd been eyeing, seemed to have retired long ago.
Qin Lang frowned slightly.
The three of them had avoided the fate of drinking the top scholar's soup by going to bed early and skipping the cafeteria.
How incredibly lucky was that?
Or was it really just luck?
Qin Lang lay down, waiting quietly for midnight to arrive. Ding! New superpower acquired. X-ray vision.
Allows you to see through objects within 2 meters, penetrating all clothing, walls, and flesh.
Consumes 2 points of mental energy per second when activated. Hosts current mental energy, 500. X-ray vision? This ability is great.
This way, when exploring that mysterious old house, he wouldn't need to go inside. He could simply use the vision within a 2-meter radius of it. Qin Lang silently formulated a plan in his mind. Meanwhile, another question continued to plague him.
Where exactly had Su Mubai and Su Miao gone? What roles were they actually playing in this dungeon? The next morning, the school's wake-up music blared over the PA system just after 6. After washing up, Qin Lang and the others gathered downstairs. He Jinping was already waiting for them, while a group of students were jogging on the playground. Good morning, teachers. He Jinping smiled. Everyone worked hard yesterday, so we didn't ask you to get up early. Tomorrow, I hope everyone can rise by 5:30 a.m., since the students are already up by then. Waiting until the 6 a.m. bell would be too late. Principal, what are we doing today? Lu Xinlan rubbed her eyes, enjoying Zhang Haoran's massage, while Wang Long stood nearby holding a piece of bread. He Jinping smiled again. Yesterday, the senior class took a weekly test. First, grade the papers, then submit the scores, and finally go over the questions with the students. Any other questions? Yi Zi raised her hand. Principal, are we the only teachers here? What about the other grades?
He Jinping replied, we had many teachers earlier, but an unexpected situation arose, and they can't make it now.
I'll explain the specifics to everyone later.
With the college entrance exams and final exams approaching, students should focus solely on practicing problems and self-study. The children at our school are all well behaved.
Everyone just needs to make time to check in on them occasionally.
Everyone shook their heads, indicating it was no problem. He Jinping led them to the teacher's office, then excused himself and left. Facing a table piled high with exam papers, each person received a stack of their assigned subjects. Even Yi Zi, who played the role of the school nurse, received a stack. Qin Lang didn't start grading immediately. Instead, he began counting the number of papers.
Wait a minute. His abrupt remark caught everyone's attention. Yi Zi asked, what's wrong?
Qin Lang pointed at the papers and said, look here, 4 classes, 200 papers.
That means there are only a little over 200 students in the senior class. But the entire school has nearly 1,000 students. In other words, there are 800 students in grades 10 and 11 combined.
If the current senior class only enrolled over 200 students back then, and the current juniors just started the following year, it's unlikely enrollment doubled.
At most, they might have admitted over 300 students, right? So by this logic, when the new freshman class comes in, wouldn't they have admitted over 500 students? 200 in the first year, 300 in the second, 500 in the third. How could a non-key high school like Donghu High possibly achieve double-digit enrollment growth every single year? Wouldn't that mean so many students are left out of good high schools every year? Even if enrollment increased, the disparity in student numbers between grades shouldn't be this extreme.
Zhang Haoran felt his mind spinning.
What exactly are you trying to say? Qin Lang replied, it's simple. The truth is that this school actually enrolls around 400 or 500 students each year. These 400-500 students should progress through their sophomore and senior years. Even accounting for transfers or dropouts, the numbers shouldn't fluctuate that much. But now there are only 200 seniors. In other words, a large portion of students simply vanish after advancing to senior year? The moment this conclusion was voiced, the room fell silent. Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and Lu Xinlan instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. Gone? Yi Zi asked, are you saying many students didn't survive to reach senior year? Lu Jiu shook his head.
That's ridiculous.
What kind of school would do that? Could it be that Dong Hu Hai deliberately expelled a group of students to boost their college acceptance rate? Qin Lang shook his head. Student enrollment is the lifeblood of a school.
They wouldn't just give up on them like that. If they wanted to boost acceptance rates, they could just convince some students to skip the college entrance exam.
Why go through all that trouble? Yi Zi frowned, but so many students vanish every year, don't parents investigate? Aren't the students afraid? Isn't Dong Hu Hai's reputation pretty solid?
Qin Lang replied, that's precisely why we need to investigate thoroughly.
The principal might be hiding something from us too. Suddenly, the office door burst open. Chapter 35, Jumping Off the Building. Yi Zi and Lu Zhou's expressions changed abruptly.
A petite female student stood in the doorway, her high ponytail neatly arranged, revealing a smooth forehead. Her face was small and delicate, and her bright, large eyes radiated an innocent expression. Even in her oversized school uniform, her charm shone through. Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that He Jinpeng had overheard their gossip about the school. Lu Xinlan couldn't help but smile at the sight of the girl.
Oh my, how adorable. If I ever have a daughter, I want her to be just as cute.
Zhang Haoren quickly chimed in, my little princess, you're bound to have an adorable daughter. He even flexed his biceps to show off. Wang Long shot him a withering look.
What are you thinking? What does Lan Lan having a daughter have to do with you?
The two exchanged a glare.
Lu Jiu, seeing such an adorable student, walked over with a smile and asked, what brings you here, young lady?
The girl trembled as she replied, hello, teacher.
I'm Chu Anren from Class 2, Senior 3. Which one of you is the math teacher? All eyes turned to Qin Lang. Qin Lang replied calmly, that's me. What's the matter? Chu Anren hurried to Qin Lang's feet and suddenly knelt down. Teacher, please help me, okay? Yi Zi and the others were stunned. Lu Xinlan stepped forward and helped Chu Anren up. Little sister, what are you doing? Just speak your mind, we teachers will help you.
Tears streaming down her face, Chu Anren pleaded with Qin Lang, teacher, I didn't do well on this exam.
Could you please find a way to let me pass?
I'll work really hard next time, please don't let me fall below 50th place.
Yi Zi patted Chu Anren's back and whispered, Chu, calm down first. How do you know you did poorly in math? The papers haven't been graded yet, it's not certain. Chu Anren sobbed bitterly, I couldn't solve several major problems this time. Teacher, please help me.
I'm not worried about the other subjects, but I absolutely must rank in the top 50 for every single one.
Everyone frowned. Top 50 in every single subject? Are Dong Hu Hai students this competitive? Qin Lang asked calmly, it's just one exam.
If you do poorly, you can always retake it next time.
Chu Anren hurriedly protested, no, teacher. You absolutely must help me. Qin Lang inquired, it's just an exam. If you didn't meet the requirements, what could possibly happen? At worst, I'll get scolded. A flicker of panic crossed Chu Anren's eyes. No, teacher. If I fail, I'll. Teacher, please don't ask. Just help me. I'll do anything. Qin Lang shook his head. No. Lu Xinlan protested, how can you be so heartless? All you have to do is change one score. Why be so stubborn?
If she does poorly again next time, then we'll talk. Zhang Haoren and Wang Long unconditionally sided with Lu Xinlan, also demanding Qin Lang adjust the score.
Even Yi Zi and Lu Jiu couldn't bear to see it and began pleading with Qin Lang.
Qin Lang still shook his head in refusal, no way. Scores are what they are. Not a single point can be changed.
Unless you tell me what will happen if your ranking drops. Seeing this, Chu Anren quickly interjected, my parents will beat me and scold me. My teachers and classmates will be disappointed in me. Teacher, please help me.
Her heartfelt plea moved everyone in the office. Qin Lang still shook his head, if that's the case, I'll have a serious talk with your parents.
If classmates look down on you, I can help set them straight. But rules are rules. Chu Anren began crying again.
Qin Lang remained unmoved. As if making a resolution, Chu Anren declared, teacher, I'll tell you.
If I don't do well on the exam, I'll be eaten alive. Chu Anren.
A tall man had stepped forward unnoticed, his round eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets.
Principal. Chu Anren covered her mouth and slumped to the floor. The man rushed over, yanked Chu Anren to his feet, and roared, class is in session. What are you doing here?
How dare you disrupt the teacher's work?
And you expect teachers to change your grades? What do you take school discipline for? Is this how I taught you to behave?
Turning to Qin Lang and the others, his expression softened slightly, my apologies, everyone.
I'm Principal Su Hu.
This student is too mischievous, she's made a spectacle of herself in front of you all.
Yi Zi interjected, Principal Su, the child didn't mean it.
Please don't punish her. With the college entrance exams approaching, it's only natural for her to feel pressured.
Su Hu retorted sternly, first learn to be a decent person, then learn to do things properly.
If she dares to ask teachers to change her scores now, who knows what she'll dare to do later. I'm doing this for her own good. With that, he shoved Chu Anren forcefully and barked, go.
Wait for me in the office.
Chu Anren trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down her body.
She glanced back at Qin Lang. The look in his eyes was filled with utter despair and grievance, like a trapped animal knowing its end was near. As Su-hu and Chu Anren reached the doorway, Qin Lang rose to his feet and asked, "Director Su, I have a question. Is student Chu so afraid of falling in the rankings because the school has some special punishment measures?" Su-hu shot Chu Anren a glare before softening his tone for Qin Lang. "Professor Qin, you're overthinking it. Our school has always used persuasive education and operates within the law. There are no punishments, she's overthinking it. A little guidance is all that's needed." Just then, Chu Anren suddenly dashed toward the corridor railing and began to climb over it, preparing to jump. "Ah!" Yi Zi screamed, "Don't!" Qin Lang immediately activated his time stop skill. Everything around them froze, even Chu Anren, her feet already dangling in midair. Qin Lang rushed over, pulled Chu Anren up, and set her down on the ground. What terrifying secret was hidden within Donghu High School? Could failing an exam really drive someone to jump off a building? What pained him was 200 spirit power just vanished like that. He hoped to find some useful intelligence on Chu Anren's person, otherwise it would truly be a waste. 5 seconds later, time resumed its flow. Ah! Everyone sighed in relief upon seeing Qin Lang catch Chu Anren. But they were also puzzled. Chu Anren had been about to jump off the ledge just now. Could Qin Lang really move that fast? Chu Anren burst into tears against Qin Lang's shoulder. "Teacher!" Su-hu roared in fury, "You damn brat, come here this instant. Thinking you could solve problems by trying to kill yourself? Teacher Qin, hand her over to me. Are you kidding me? You'll just drag her back and beat her to death. Wouldn't that make my rescue pointless?" Just as Qin Lang was about to refuse, Chu Anren suddenly whispered something to him. Chapter 36, The Self-Reflection Assembly. Qin Lang froze momentarily. By the time he snapped back to reality, Chu Anren had already been dragged away by Su-hu. Chu Anren glanced back at Qin Lang, her eyes now brimming with hope and expectation. Qin Lang pressed his lips together without a word and turned into the office. Yi Zi remarked, "The secrets hidden within this school likely extend far beyond that old house. We must uncover the strange occurrences here as soon as possible, or else we might be in danger too. Nothing happened last night when we first arrived, but tonight might be different." Based on their previous experiences, once night fell, the dungeon would become extremely dangerous. Just like when Qin Lang was in the Fengmen Village dungeon, all sorts of strange occurrences appeared at night. Something will definitely happen tonight. We must gather as many clues as possible before dark. Lu Jiao agreed, "Exactly. Students failing exams or jumping off buildings, what kind of nonsense is this? When I grade papers later, I'll try to give high scores, otherwise, I just can't take it anymore. After grading, I'll take a walk around the school to see what's so strange." Qin Lang shook his head. "No, give them all low scores. Deduct points wherever possible, as many as you can. Even if their handwriting is terrible, give them low marks." Lu Xinlan protested, "Don't you have any conscience? You know how important these scores are to the students, yet you want us to torment them like this? What if innocent people die because of this and drag down our ratings?" Qin Lang asked, "Killing people randomly lowers our ratings?" Zhang Haoren sneered, "You don't even know that? Are you some kind of rookie? The instance strictly grades us based on our actions. Any innocent deaths will reduce our final score and rewards and might even trigger system sanctions. If we could kill indiscriminately, I'd have slaughtered everyone on my first day. Why bother playing this childish game?" Qin Lang recalled that in the Fengmen Village instance, everyone except players was a supernatural entity, so killing as many as he wanted had no consequences. But in this school? Not a single weirdo has shown up yet. Qin Lang added, "No, I'll still aim for a low score. If they can't handle the pressure and die, that's their problem. I didn't force them." With that, he scooped up his grading pile and retreated to a corner to mark papers. Lu Jiao glanced at Yi Zi. "What should we do?" Yi Zi hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do as Qin Lang said, grade them low, strictly." Soon, the midterm results were released. The entire senior class's scores were pitifully low. Especially in the math papers graded by Qin Lang, nearly half of the 200 students failed. When the papers were returned, the students reacted with intense agitation and dissatisfaction. "Teacher, I only got the answer wrong on this question, all the other steps were correct. How could I get 0 points? Didn't you say writing the word solution alone was worth 2 points? Teacher, you can't do this." Faced with this clamor, Qin Lang pulled out the black dog blood dagger and plunged it straight into the desk. "This is how I grade papers. Who's in favor? Who's against?" The students in the classroom, seeing the oddly shaped dagger, instantly fell silent. Qin Lang declared, "Keep making noise, and I'll send you straight to Director Su and the principal. You think you can start a rebellion?" At the mere mention of Su-hu and He Jinpeng, the students fell silent, their eyes brimming with terror. Several students, staring at their papers, began to cry outright. Qin Lang pretended not to notice, too lazy to explain the test papers, and simply told them to study on their own. By afternoon, the score rankings had been tallied. Due to Qin Lang and his team's strict grading, many who had previously ranked in the top 50 were knocked out of the top 50. He Jinpeng turned on the loudspeaker, his tone stern. "The results of this exam are extremely disappointing.
Many students have regressed severely, which shows you are irresponsible and careless about your own future. You cannot afford such complacency before the college entrance exams. Those who were previously in the top 50 but have now fallen outside the top 50, as well as any students who have consistently ranked outside the top 50 for 2 consecutive exams, are all to attend the self-reflection assembly at the back mountain. After the announcement ended, many students began crying even harder and started getting up to leave. Qin Lang grabbed a girl and asked, "What exactly is this self-reflection assembly?" The girl wept uncontrollably. "I examine myself 3 times daily. This assembly is for self-reflection." "Teacher, you're so heartless. I didn't have to go." Qin Lang pressed further, "I didn't ask for the literal meaning. I asked what purpose this self-reflection assembly serves." The girl bit her lip, shot Qin Lang a hateful glance, and hurried out of the classroom. Qin Lang immediately turned to follow her. But Su Hu's figure appeared once more. "Mr. Qin, you should be supervising the remaining students during self-study. Where do you think you're going?" His voice carried a hint of threat and warning. Qin Lang replied, "Nothing. I just need to use the restroom." "Is that okay?" Su Hu paused, saying nothing more, and stepped aside to let Qin Lang pass. Qin Lang took a few steps before turning back to ask Su Hu, "Director Su, where's Chuanren? I haven't seen her anywhere." Su Hu replied bluntly, "Her behavior constitutes a serious disciplinary violation. I've sent her home to reflect on her actions." Qin Lang smiled briefly before heading toward the restroom at the end of the corridor. Standing by the restroom window, Qin Lang clearly saw the students marching in perfect formation toward the back mountain. Without a single adult watching over them, Jinpeng and Su Hu were both absent. They marched into the mountains as obediently as anything. Qin Lang gave a cold laugh and headed downstairs. Su Hu suddenly appeared again, asking, "Teacher Qin, where exactly are you going? Don't you want to follow the rules too?" Qin Lang stared at Su Hu and asked, "Don't try to intimidate me with that. I'll ask you this, why are there so few seniors, yet so many freshmen and sophomores? I've already checked the records in the office. Your freshman enrollment stays consistent every year around 400 students. So why is it that by senior year, only half of them remain? Why did so many people not make it to their senior year of high school?" Su Hu's expression changed, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Qin Lang pressed further, "And what exactly is the purpose of these students attending the self-reflection meetings?" Su Hu's expression turned grim. "What business is that of yours? You're just here temporarily to help out. Why are you meddling in this? Now get back to your post." Qin Lang stepped closer, smiling. "If you won't tell me, I have plenty of ways to make you talk." A menacing glint flashed in Su Hu's eyes. "What? You want to get physical?" His hand darted toward his pocket. Chapter 37, The Ancestor. Before Su Hu could retrieve whatever was in his pocket, Qin Lang lunged forward in a single swift motion, pinning him to the ground. As Su Hu tried to scream, Qin Lang pressed the black dog's blood dagger against his throat. "Make a sound and I'll kill you. I'm no teacher. Don't expect me to reason with you." Su Hu gritted his teeth. "Fine, I won't scream. But let me go first, that hurts." Qin Lang didn't release him immediately. Instead, he pinned Su Hu against the corridor wall and began searching his pockets. A hard object rattled in Su Hu's pocket. Pulling it out, Qin Lang saw it was a small pistol. Instead of bullets, it was loaded with miniature crossbows like the hidden weapons used for ambushes in martial arts novels. Qin Lang leaned close to the muzzle and sniffed. Well, he chuckled. "A genuine tranquilizer, I see. Looks like you've been pulling this stunt on students regularly?" Su Hu broke out in a cold sweat before saying, "Let's go to the office. I'll explain everything." Qin Lang naturally intended to follow him to the office, but first he needed to call Yi Zi and Lu Jiu. He had no choice. He needed to inhale a woman's scent to prevent that strange illness from recurring. Even knowing Yi Zi and Lu Jiu might harbor members of the Wudao Society, he had no choice but to trust them for now. After all, Su Mubai and Su Miao were nowhere to be found. "Where the hell are you two?" Upon arriving at Su Hu's office, Qin Lang and the other two took seats around him. Yi Zi asked, "Qin Lang, should we check on that self-reflection assembly first? Are those students in danger?" Qin Lang was speechless. What did their lives have to do with her? He shook his head. "Don't worry. They're about to take the college entrance exams. The school wouldn't let them die so easily." He turned to Su Hu, "Spill it. First answer my question, why did so many students die right before entering their senior year?" Su Hu swallowed hard before replying, "It's the rules set by the ancestor. He said Donghu High only needs 200 students to take the college entrance exam each year. The rest are unnecessary. They should stay here as human pillars." Lu Jiu frowned. "Human pillars? What does that mean?" Su Hu shook his head. "I don't know. The old master said as long as they stay, the school will keep producing college graduates, even top-tier talent for Peking and Tsinghua. And it's true, our school's nothing special, but every student gets into college. For a small place like ours, that's a blessing from our ancestors." Qin Lang cut him off. "Who's the ancestor?" Su Hu replied, "The ancestor is just the ancestor. I've never seen him." Lu Jiu was speechless. "You believe in things you've never seen?"
Suhu retorted, all those who believe in God and Buddha, have they really seen Jesus or the Buddha? Lu Jiao was instantly speechless. Qin Lang pressed further, has the principal seen the old ancestor? Suhu paused, then nodded, yes. The old principal has seen him too. Many major decisions at our school require the ancestor's approval. And... Suhu trailed off mid-sentence, hesitating, never mind. Qin Lang flashed his dagger, speak up. Or I'll slice off your fingers one by one. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao exchanged glances. Qin Lang is a real hard man. Suhu hurriedly added, the patriarch will also be present at the self-reflection assembly. Students who perform poorly will receive the patriarch's guidance and admonishment. It's actually quite effective. Our school's results have been improving year after year. Last year we even produced a top scholar, though he died on the way back. Qin Lang, Lu Jiao, and Yi Zi exchanged a knowing glance. It seems this so-called patriarch has been orchestrating all these affairs at Donghu High School. He sounded like the leader of some cult. But the problem is, this old ancestor's actions seem to be urging students to study harder? Is there such a boring cult leader in the world? Seeing Qin Lang and the others silent, Suhu timidly asked, can I go now? Qin Lang chuckled again, you think you can just leave like that? Let you go tattle to the principal? You'll need to spill some juicier details first. What exactly is in that old building in the middle of the playground? Hearing this, Suhu waved his hands frantically, I don't know. I really don't know. Don't ask me anymore. Don't ask me anymore. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he rambled incoherently, repeating only these simple phrases over and over. Just as Qin Lang moved to press him further, a cloud of white mist suddenly appeared behind Suhu. The mist quickly solidified into a bizarre shape, with a head, torso, and limbs slowly taking form. Its head resembled both a wolf and a fox, its arms were of different lengths, and its feet resembled chicken claws, as if it were some kind of malevolent entity forcibly assembled. Something was terribly wrong. Qin Lang swiftly drew his demon-slaying blade and charged toward the mist-formed creature. The mist opened its mouth eerily and lunged at Suhu's shoulder. Ah! Suhu let out a heart-wrenching scream, followed by a torrent of blood spraying out, splattering the walls in large patches of crimson. Even Qin Lang was startled by the abnormal amount of blood. The misty form let out an eerie chuckle, flashing a chilling grin at Qin Lang. It's you who's been watching us from behind. Qin Lang swung his ghost-slaying blade down with all his might. The white mist reached out and caught the demon-slaying blade in mid-air. The demon-slaying blade erupted with a surge of malevolent energy, shaking the white misty apparition's hands until they scattered. The white mist apparition's expression turned frantic as it retreated backward. Qin Lang closed in once more, his movements growing even faster. The white mist suddenly coalesced, transforming back into human form the next instant. Qin Lang was about to strike again, but upon recognizing the apparition's new form, he cried out in shock. Miss Su! The white mist apparition had transformed into Su Mubai's likeness. Qin Lang, save me! Qin Lang halted his attack. Has Su Mubai been captured by the eerie forces here? Suddenly, Bai Qi's voice echoed within him, brother, you're being too literal. Look closer. What is that thing really? The voice rang out like a thunderous bell, instantly jolting Qin Lang back to his senses. The earlier eerie white mist had vanished. Qin Lang opened his eyes again and found Yi Zi standing before him. Yi Zi spat blood, barely blocking Qin Lang's ghost-slaying blade with a paper fan. Behind her, Lu Jiao gripped a demon-subduing staff, glaring at Qin Lang. What do you think you're doing? Stop this at once, or I won't hold back. Yi Zi shouted, Lu Jiao, put down your weapon. Mr. Qin's eyes seemed to have returned to normal. Qin Lang's breathing grew ragged, what's going on? Lu Jiao gritted his teeth, you still have the nerve to ask? Look at your feet. Qin Lang looked down and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Chapter 38, It's All Fake. Qin Lang looked down and saw a pool of limp, bloody flesh on the ground. Suhu had actually been split in two by his own strike. What the hell just happened? Lu Jiao snapped, you're the one to talk. The moment you pulled out that knife, you started hacking at him, we couldn't even stop you. Now he's dead. What do you suggest we do? If the principal and others find out, how will we ever show our faces around this school? If they come after us, we can't just kill them in retaliation. That would put us at a disadvantage. You've just stirred up trouble. Facing Lu Jiao's accusations, Qin Lang paid little heed and offered no response. His mind was reeling. What had just unfolded felt more real than any illusion they'd encountered before. What was going on? Was it because this dungeon's eeriness was too powerful? If it could manipulate his consciousness and create illusions, why hadn't it moved to attack him yet? Yi Zi stepped forward and asked, Qin Lang, are you okay? Qin Lang suddenly asked out of the blue, have you guys seen Journey to the West? Yi Zi froze, huh? Qin Lang explained, when Sun Wukong dealt with minor demons and lesser immortals, he could use his magic to make them sleep whenever he wanted, make them faint at will, and even confuse them with his 72 transformations. Why could he do that? Lu Jiao pulled Yi Zi closer to him. Yi Zi, we should keep our distance from him. This guy might really be off his rocker. Qin Lang continued, oblivious, because Sun Wukong is stronger than them. His magic and power surpass theirs. That's why he can do whatever he wants to those weaker than him. Yi asked, so? What conclusion did you draw?
Qin Lang didn't answer but pressed on, but there are plenty of immortals and demons with more powerful magic than him.
Why didn't they knock Sun Wukong unconscious? Take the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, for instance.
His magic ring is so powerful. Why couldn't he subdue Sun Wukong during the rebellion in heaven? Yet later on the journey to fetch the scriptures, his ox used that very ring to make Sun Wukong suffer greatly.
The reason is simple, it's all fake. Yi and Lu Jiu both frowned in confusion. Huh?
Qin Lang wiped the blood from his ghost-slaying blade and explained, the Heavenly Palace uprising was orchestrated by the Jade Emperor to settle scores. The pilgrimage was engineered by the Buddha to prove his own power. Everything was fake, calculated, pre-arranged. From the very beginning, Sun Wukong's actions, what he could and couldn't do, were never truly his own. Those stronger than him didn't confront him only because they hadn't exerted their full strength.
Fake. It's all fake.
With that, Qin Lang hoisted his blade and strode toward the exit.
Yi asked, Qin Lang, where are you going? Qin Lang reached the doorway and replied, need I say more? I'm going to that provincial assembly.
I'll see who this so-called ancestor really is. I'll see for myself what's real. Yi tried to stop him, but Qin Lang had already dashed out.
Lu Jiu buried his head in his hands. Oh no. He's gone and provoked the boss. What are we going to do now? We haven't gathered any clues or items yet. This is a disaster.
Yi frowned, then said after a moment's thought, at this point, we have no choice but to follow him and see for ourselves.
Maybe we can stop Qin Lang. Lu Jiu pulled her back and slammed the office door shut. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Yi was utterly baffled. Lu Jiu snapped, Yi, have you lost your mind? Did that bastard Qin Lang feed you some kind of mind control potion? You actually trust him? He's gone completely mad. Yi sighed helplessly. Then what do you suggest we do?
Lu Jiu said, we have no choice but to discuss this with Lu Xinlan and the others. But first, we need to dispose of Su Hu's body properly. If the principal and the others find out, we'll be in big trouble. We're only supposed to deal with supernatural threats. Suddenly, Lu Jiu glanced out the window and exclaimed in alarm, damn it, the sun's setting. The sun sank below the western mountains, and night descended. The slaughter hour in the dungeon had begun. Thud. At that very moment, the office door was knocked upon. Director Su, are you there? An aged voice echoed from outside. Lu Jiu and Yi exchanged glances. Yi raised her fan and waved it vigorously toward the floor. A swift gust of wind swept through, miraculously rolling Su Hu's corpse along with the blood on the floor into a ball beneath the desk. Lu Jiu opened the door to find an old woman standing outside. Had Qin Lang been present, he would have instantly recognized her as the old woman who had appeared on the long-distance bus. Behind the old woman stood the same two figures cloaked in black robes. But to Lu Jiu and Yi, only the old woman stood outside the door. Lu Jiu asked, what brings you here, ma'am? The old woman replied, oh, well, I'm a helper at the cafeteria. I was hoping to speak with Director Su about something. I've been looking for him for ages but haven't seen him anywhere. Have you two seen him? Lu Jiu shook his head guiltily. Director Su just took leave to go home. He said he wouldn't be back until tomorrow. The old woman looked at her suspiciously. Lu Jiu swallowed hard. What's wrong, Grandma? You don't believe me? Of course I don't believe you. The old woman stared straight at the office. Isn't he standing right behind you? At those words, Lu Jiu and Yi felt a chill run down their spines. They whirled around to see Su Hu, who had just been sliced in half by Qin Lang, standing upright. He was clutching his exposed intestines with one hand, his head twisted at an unnatural angle. His severed half stood upright, twitching restlessly as if striving to reunite with the head-bearing half. Ha! Su Hu's body continued to bleed profusely, his mouth twisted into a grotesque grimace as he emitted an eerie, unnerving laugh. Lu Jiu and Yi immediately realized, this is bizarre. That old woman must be problematic too. Lu Jiu and Yi quickly drew their weapons, preparing to take them on separately. Ha! Where did they go? Just as Lu Jiu drew his demon-subduing staff, he realized the old woman had vanished without a trace. Yi grabbed Lu Jiu and dragged him toward the exit. Whatever happens, we can't stay here any longer. Something's off about this classroom building, we'll figure it out outside. But barely a few steps outside, a piercing scream echoed from below. By then, Qin Lang had already reached the back mountain. After scrambling over a small hill, he paused abruptly after a few more strides. Bai Chi's voice rang out again, asking, what's wrong? Qin Lang turned, flashing a triumphant grin toward the school as he declared, of course I'm running back. Chapter 39, Warfare is the Art of Deception. Bai Chi frowned in confusion. Weren't you supposed to find some old ancestor? Qin Lang chuckled, and you used to lead troops. War is the art of deception. I just wanted to make it clear to the weirdos hiding in the school that I was heading to the back mountain. But my real target is that old house on the school grounds. Bai Chi understood, so all that nonsense you spouted to those two women was just an act? You wanted to prove you're unstable to lower their guard?
Qin Lang nodded, you're only half right. I really did want the person behind me to think I'd gone mad. But what I said wasn't false. The entire journey to the West story was a meticulously orchestrated performance by the heavens, gods, and demons.
The moment I entered this dungeon, I was already being suppressed by a mysterious, powerful, and indescribable force.
As long as I remain within the school, I will continue to be affected by it. Bai Qi pressed further, but if you go back now, won't he still find out? Qin Lang smiled, that's where you're wrong. I've already made arrangements.
With that, he whistled sharply into the air. Soon, a winged shadow began swooping toward Qin Lang.
Darling. Xiao Chun clung tightly to Qin Lang. I haven't seen you in nearly 24 hours. I've missed you so much.
Qin Lang nearly choked on her ample bosom. Cough, cough.
All right. Hurry up and get me airborne. Also, tell me everything you've discovered since last night.
After Qin Lang released Xiao Chun last night, he tasked her with aerial surveillance of the entire campus and surrounding areas. Xiao Chun giggled, sure thing.
Honey, you have to reward me with a lollipop after we're done. Milk would be even better. Qin Lang. Bai Qi chuckled, impressive. You actually have a way to fly back. Bro, your brain's still sharp. Did you foresee this move when you let that female succubus out last night?
Xiao Chun immediately crouched down and said, come on, dear. Just climb right on top of me and use your natural weapon to whip me forward.
Qin Lang would have preferred to walk back now.
Xiao Chun took off with Qin Lang on her back, quickly reaching the school's rooftops. Along the way, Xiao Chun shared her discovery with Qin Lang.
Last night, around midnight, a group of students had rushed out of the dormitory.
They headed straight for the back mountain.
The back mountain again. It seemed inextricably linked to that so-called ancient ancestor. Qin Lang asked, did you follow them to check it out?
Xiao Chun replied, yes. From a distance, I saw the students run to a clearing on the back mountain. Goosebumps rose on Xiao Chun's arms as she described the scene.
800 freshmen and sophomores gathered in the clearing, each holding a book.
At the center stood a massive statue of Confucius. The students began circling the statue, opening their books, and murmuring passages in unison.
The scene looked quite eerie. All the students seemed like emotionless machines, their eyes utterly vacant.
After the reading concluded, several students approached the statue of Confucius of their own accord and began confessing their sins.
Some admitted to early romantic involvement, others confessed to climbing over walls to leave campus, while still others acknowledged their recent decline in academic performance. After confessing their transgressions, they began repeatedly kowtowing before the statue. All the while chanting, Grandmaster, spare us. Grandmaster, spare us. I will study diligently and bring honor to the school. They kept bowing and apologizing until their foreheads bled, yet they wouldn't stop. Suddenly, one or two students found themselves suspended mid-air, feet dangling. Crack! With a loud crack, those two students were blown clean in half, their body parts scattering across the floor. The students who hadn't been blown to bits continued kowtowing, thank you, ancestor, for giving me this chance. I will study diligently from now on. A plump woman stepped out of the crowd, severed the head, and departed. Immediately afterward, a short, stout man stepped forward. It was Principal He Jinpeng. He Jinpeng declared, students, you are all part of this school and the future pride of your parents. You have no parents to secure you a job, no powerful connections, and no other paths to take, only the path of diligent study. To squander the environment and opportunities this school provides is to ruin your own lives. Rather than that, strive to make greater contributions. Now, step forward according to your rankings to receive the headmaster's rewards. Second-year students, come forward first. No sooner had the words left his mouth than students began stepping forward one by one. Each bowed before the statue of Confucius, then drew a knife to cut a piece of flesh from the charred remains of their classmates' bodies blown clean in two before placing it in their mouths. By the time everyone had taken their turn, the deceased students had been reduced to skeletal remains. Hearing this description, Qin Lang furrowed his brow. The statue of Confucius? Could it be that the ancestor they speak of is none other than the sage Confucius? Bai Qi chuckled coldly, Confucius? That Confucius? That pedantic scholar? Does he even deserve to be called a sage? Qin Lang suddenly remembered that Bai Qi belonged to the military school of thought, which was the sworn enemy of Confucius's Confucianism. But setting that aside for now, Qin Lang concluded that what Xiao Chun witnessed last night must have been a self-reflection assembly for the first and second-year high school students. No wonder over half the students vanished by the time they reached their senior year. At this rate, where several die in each self-reflection assembly, how many could possibly survive? What exactly was the process for the senior year self-reflection assembly? Just then, Xiao Chun reminded him, honey, we're above the school now. Bai Qi inquired again, a surprise attack from the sky is indeed a clever strategy. But aren't you afraid the strange forces lurking in the school will make you hallucinate again? Qin Lang replied, no. I'm 90% certain nothing will happen. Bai Qi pressed, why? Qin Lang replied, the Wudao Society. Bai Qi, the Wudao Society? What does that have to do with them? Qin Lang explained, I've experienced hallucinations 3 times so far.
Once on the long-distance bus here, once in the cafeteria, and the third time was just now in Suhu's office.
Haven't you noticed? Every single time, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi were right beside me. Bai Qi realized they're behind this.
Qin Lang said, one of them must be a member of the Wudao Society.
Or maybe both of them are.
That's how the lawless society operates. They find ways to kill players and seize their gear and skills. I killed one of their members in the last dungeon run. Maybe that's what enraged them. I wonder what methods they're using to track me down with such precision. Just then, Qin Lang spotted someone sprinting out of the old building onto the school's central playground.
Had someone broken into the old house ahead of time?
What did he discover?
Chapter 40, Exploring the Old House. Flying too high, Qin Hao couldn't make out the person clearly.
He could only vaguely discern from the silhouette that it was Zhang Haoran, the man who had been following Lu Xinlan.
Zhang Haoran's strides were frantic, as if he were fleeing for his life. Xiao Chun, fly a little lower. Qin Lang commanded. Just hover above the top floor of the teaching building. Xiao Chun complied, setting Qin Lang down on the rooftop.
Standing on the rooftop, Qin Lang finally got a clear look. It was indeed Zhang Haoran.
Meanwhile, Lu Xinlan, Wan Long, and others stood on the other side of the playground, shouting Zhang Haoran's name.
Zhang Haoran's state was utterly bizarre. He was biting his own ears, blood spurting relentlessly from both sides of his face. His eyes bulged wide as his running speed increased. His body bore numerous wounds that looked like they had been clawed by a wild beast. Some of the gashes on his left arm were so deep that white bone was visible. Zhang Haoran kept running outward, his face etched with terror.
Lu Xinlan covered her eyes. Ah! Haoran, what happened to you?
Wang Long stepped in front of Lu Xinlan and shouted, Lan, don't worry.
I'll protect you. Zhang Haoran has gone mad. We have to get out of here.
Yi Zi and Lu Jiao hurried down the stairs.
What's going on? Lu Xinlan tearfully recounted the entire incident.
Originally, when they were preparing to search for clues hidden around the school, they also noticed the old house on the playground.
Wan Long said the old building was unusual and they shouldn't enter it rashly.
But Zhang Haoran accused Wan Long of being a coward. So the two made a bet: whoever dared to go into the old house and retrieve the crucial clue would win. The loser would never be allowed near Lu Xinlan again. Zhang Haoran charged in like that and ended up like this.
Just then, Lu Jiao turned around and gasped in shock, holy crap, what are these students doing?
Everyone turned to see that all the students from the classroom building had come out, standing side by side in the hallway looking down. They didn't seem to find this strange at all. Instead, each one remained incredibly calm.
Ah!
Zhang Haoran's biceps suddenly began swelling rapidly, growing twice as thick as his thighs. Immediately after, Zhang Haoran charged straight toward Lu Xinlan and the others. Wan Long immediately pulled out a bell, shaking it vigorously while chanting incantations. Upon hearing the bell's chime, Zhang Haoran's back erupted in a series of bloody gashes, as if someone had slashed him from behind. Wang Long's shaking of the bell grew faster and faster, thick, bulging veins appearing on his forehead. Zhang Haoran let out a wail, collapsing to his knees as his hands were pinned down by an unseen force. Wan Long gritted his teeth.
What immense strength! What on earth did he see in there? How did he become so savage all of a sudden? Yi Zi remarked, looks like he's possessed by some kind of demonic force. Lu Jiao gripped the demon-subduing staff, let me try.
She leapt upward in her high heels, hurling curses mid-air before driving the staff viciously toward Zhang Haoran's head. Suddenly, a whip formed from multiple bones erupted from Zhang Haoran's wounds, lashing out violently toward Lu Jiao. Seeing this, Lu Jiao swiftly flung her demon-subduing staff skyward.
Om Maha Bazi Maha.
The demon-subduing staff erupted in golden light, instantly deflecting the bone whips.
Seeing his weapon work, Lu Jiao grinned and chanted louder. Avarokiguru, Nada Balam.
The golden light radiating from the demon-subduing staff grew even more blinding, while the surrounding temperature steadily climbed. Even the air began to warp. Zhang Haoran and the bone whip on his body seemed to show signs of fear, attempting to retreat. Wang Long suddenly shook the bell violently, attempting to pin Zhang Haoran down once more. Just as they were about to subdue Zhang Haoran, Yi Zi and Lu Xinlan breathed a sigh of relief. But then, Yi Zi glanced upward again and felt a chill run down her spine. The students' gazes turned excited as they watched, their smiles growing more sinister and unsettling. Suddenly, a shrill, terrifying scream erupted from the old hut in the center of the playground. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell itself, its very presence on earth a colossal mistake. Those who heard it felt the deepest terror of their lives, their legs growing weak beneath them. Wang Long and Lu Jiao halted their movements and incantations. Unspoken, the same thought struck both their minds: this might be their last day on this earth. Arg! Another furious roar erupted as Zhang Haoran slammed his fist down, punching a massive crater directly into the playground's surface. The immense force sent shockwaves rippling through the air, knocking Lu Jiao back over 2 meters and shattering 2 of his ribs. Wang Long spat blood as he collapsed to the ground, shouting, his power is too great. I can't hold him back. Run! He's completely lost his mind. Zhang Haoran pounded the ground with each strike, causing small-scale tremors. Seeing this, Yi Zi and Lu Jiao abandoned their plans for direct confrontation and scattered to flee. Faced with Zhang Haoren's terrifying frenzy, the students present remained calm and composed, as if watching a performance.
Yi Zi shouted, "Everyone, run! Stop watching!"
Yet the students stood as if possessed, their eyes fixed on them with an eerie, vacant stare.
Zhang Haoren's eyes rolled upward, revealing a blank, white expanse even more terrifying than before, and the force of his punches intensified. Arg!
Zhang Haoren nearly smashed the playground to pieces. Still unsatisfied, he locked onto the school building and charged toward it in a single stride.
Was he going to attack the students? Yi Zi screamed, "Help! Someone help!" But no one answered her. At a time like this, people were barely able to protect themselves who had time to save students. Besides, these students clearly weren't normal. Suddenly, a figure flashed before Zhang Haoren.
Qin Lang held his demon-slaying blade aloft, a smirk curling his lips. "Quite the unique look you've got there."
Yi Zi and Lu Jiao exclaimed in surprise, "Qin Lang? Weren't you supposed to be at the provincial assembly?" Zhang Haoren opened his mouth to roar, as if demanding Qin Lang get lost. Qin Lang chuckled, "Why so worked up? Relax, I've pretty much figured out what you're up to.
But first, you need to answer a few questions." Zhang Haoren let out a loud cry, his bone whip poised for a fierce attack. Yi Zi raised her paper fan. "Qin Lang, I'll help you. He's definitely going after the students, we can't let him get to them." Lu Jiao spat on the ground. "Who'd have thought this Qin fellow still has a shred of conscience?"
But Qin Lang acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to address Zhang Haoren. "Oh? You won't tell me? Then I'll go upstairs myself. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to kill every single one of these students." Yi Zi gasped in horror. "What?" Chapter 41, Mutant Monsters. Qin Lang's words stunned everyone once more. Yi Zi asked in confusion, "Qin Lang, what are you talking about? Why target the students?" The others were equally baffled.
Zhang Haoren, who had been menacing moments ago, froze in place.
Qin Lang smiled and said, "Now you're being obedient?
Listen carefully, if you don't tell me what's in that old house, I won't hesitate to take action." Zhang Haoren, his eyes bloodshot, let out several low growls.
Qin Lang wasted no words. He grabbed a student and raised his blade, ready to strike. Zhang Haoren roared in fury, seeming particularly desperate.
Yi Zi flicked her paper fan out, striking Qin Lang's demon-slaying blade with a sharp thud. Qin Lang felt a sharp tingling in his arm and paused.
Yi Zi was furious. "Qin Lang, have you truly lost your mind? Why attack innocent students? They must be possessed by something." Qin Lang retorted, "This monster wasn't targeting the students in the first place. Haven't you figured that out yet?" Yi Zi looked puzzled. "What?" From his earlier actions, Zhang Haoren was clearly targeting the students.
Qin Lang explained, "I was watching him from upstairs earlier. Even though he was fighting you guys, his eyes were fixed on the principal's office the whole time." At this revelation, Yi Zi and the others seemed to grasp something.
Right, where was Principal He Jinpeng? Could all this be connected to him? Wang Long asked, "Then how do you know this monster won't target the students? Even if it doesn't attack students, what purpose would killing them serve?" Qin Lang replied, "I can't tell you that yet. One of you must be from the Wudao Society. I refuse to share such crucial information." While Wang Long and the others were locked in a decisive battle with Zhang Haoren, Qin Lang had already quietly approached the old house from the other side of the playground. From 2 meters away, he activated his X-ray vision and saw the situation inside the old house. In that instant, Qin Lang felt he understood everything. Zhang Haoren roared with fury, "Kill him! Kill him!" Qin Lang said, "He Jinpeng isn't here right now. He's gone to the provincial assembly. Go find him at the back mountain." Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoren immediately turned and dashed out. Lu Xinlan asked, Haoren he? Wang Long said, "Zhang Haoren is already dead. This one is merely a shell possessed by a strange entity." At that moment, Yi Zi and Lu Jiao exchanged glances. Yi Zi asked, "Qin Lang, you mentioned the Wudao Society earlier. Why did you say someone here is a member of the Wudao Society?" Qin Lang glanced at the two of them but didn't answer. He turned to the students and barked, "You there. Get out here." A boy stepped forward, his voice cracking before he could speak. "Mr. Qin." Qin Lang commanded, "Have all the students surround that old house. Form a circle and stand in position." The vengeful spirit hesitated, then said, "But that house." Qin Lang barked, "I said go, now." The vengeful spirit, "You could only comply, yes." One by one, the students quickly lowered their heads and descended the stairs, heading toward the old house. Yi Zi asked, "Qin Lang, what's the meaning of this? That house is clearly so dangerous." Qin Lang sneered coldly, "Danger? I'll show you what real danger is." His gaze swept toward the distance. As the vengeful spirit Nu controlled the students toward the playground, a stooped figure blocked their path. The old woman tapped her cane on the ground and said, "Everyone, go back. Don't you know it's class time?" Upon seeing the old woman, the vengeful spirit seemed to recall some unpleasant memory. Its control and emotions became strangely unstable, and the students all wore uneasy expressions. Qin Lang stepped forward. "Old hag, we meet again." The old woman fixed her gaze on Qin Lang and chuckled, "Young man, failing to kill you back then was indeed my mistake. A year has passed. Hope you've been well. Qin Lang laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? What year? I've only been here for 2 days. The old woman frowned. Second day? What do you mean? I distinctly remember seeing you a year ago. Qin Lang sighed. So it was. Everything is fake. You still haven't figured it out, no wonder you can't break free. This is absurd. Absolutely absurd. The old woman's eyes widened. What do you know? What are you talking about? Qin Lang said, you've actually been trying to stop these students from leaving this school all along. The old woman froze, staring blankly at Qin Lang. Yi Zi was even more confused. Qin Lang, what on earth are you talking about? Qin Lang continued, this old woman mentioned an incident from a year ago, a tragedy that occurred at Donghu High School. After the college entrance exams, 200 seniors fell off a cliff on their way back to school and met untimely deaths. And the one responsible for it all was this old woman. She boarded the bus mid-journey and deliberately started a fire, causing the vehicle to lose control and killing all the students. The vengeful spirit spoke up, confronting the old woman. Why did you do this? What wrong have we done to you? Who are you to treat us this way? Nearly 1,000 students shouted in unison, their voices so loud they deafened the air. The old woman remained utterly silent. Qin Lang then said, alright, it's time you revealed your true identity. Last year, you killed 200 students who had returned to campus. Your goal wasn't to harm them, but to prevent them from harming others, correct? The words sent shockwaves through the crowd once more. Lu Jiu gasped, Qin Lang, what are you saying? What do you mean, preventing them from harming others? Qin Lang remained silent, fixing his gaze on the old woman as if waiting for her to speak. The old woman asked, what else do you know? Qin Lang shrugged. As far as I can tell, that's about it. Ever since learning about the top scholar soup and the existence of the, I've had a hunch. How could students from this school possibly be normal? The champion soup began brewing last year. In other words, the examinees who drank it and took the college entrance exam were the ones who died in that car accident last year. The fact that you happened to kill them, that can't be a coincidence. You were trying to stop them from graduating and leaving, weren't you? The old woman chuckled, you truly surpassed this old ancestor's expectations. Alas, you are no match for him. Young man, leave this place at once. Otherwise, you will die. Chapter 42, The First Principle. Qin Lang said, if I didn't have other business, I wouldn't want to stay in this godforsaken place either. Now, you must tell me everything you know. The old woman sighed, alright. Those people. I did indeed kill them. What they drank wasn't some top scholar's broth, it was a potion that allowed the spirit to enter and possess human bodies. All of this was ordered by the old ancestor. What a sin! Lu Jiu retorted, you committed such heinous crimes, yet you still have the nerve to talk about guilt? Who exactly is this ancestor? Just then, the two cloaked figures reappeared behind the old woman. Unlike before, this time everyone could see them. Ah! Yi Zi and the others jumped in fright, thinking another strange apparition had appeared. The old woman turned, her pupils dilating, you are. One of the black-robed men addressed the old woman, Li Chunhua, you aided others in forcibly refining vengeful spirits, unlawfully slaughtered wandering souls, and disrupted the order of the underworld. Today, you too shall die. A place in the 18 levels of hell awaits you. Li Chunhua? Yi Zi looked at the old woman. Is that your name? It sounds somewhat familiar. Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Li Chunhua smiled with resignation. So hell truly exists in this world. Qin Lang looked at the two men in black robes. Are you the legendary underworld officials? The first black-robed man to speak said, indeed. A large number of people who died unjustly before their time have appeared here. We've been sent to investigate. But unexpectedly, after death, they didn't become ghosts instead, they were forcibly transformed into Yin blood. This matter is far too peculiar. We've been sent to investigate. Qin Lang, by uncovering the true culprit and preventing these Yin beasts from wreaking havoc on the mortal realm, you have accomplished a great feat. I'll report your achievement to the higher-ups and secure a reward for you. Qin Lang replied, the matter isn't resolved yet. I need to hear all the clues Li Chunhua knows. The cloaked figure hesitated for a moment before replying, we were originally going to take her away immediately, but we'll grant you this favor. Yi Zi and the others held their breath, not daring to make a sound. For even the underworld officials to show such deference, Qin Lang's influence was truly formidable. Come to think of it, this was their first time encountering a Yin officer within a dungeon. Qin Lang turned to Yi Zi and the others. Step back a bit. Lu Jiu protested, hey, why? Can't we even listen in? Qin Lang replied coldly, I've made it clear before some of you belong to the Wudao Society. I won't collaborate with Wudao Society members or share intelligence with them. This lead was found by me alone. Why should I let you eavesdrop? Lu Xinlan pouted, so stingy. Sure, you're skilled, but do you really think you can clear this instance all by yourself? Qin Lang retorted, that's none of your business. As long as you're here, I won't let Li Chunhua continue. Or, how about we settle this with a fight? The choice is yours. Wang Long's face twisted with resentment as he pulled out the bell, seemingly intent on forcing the issue. Yizi stepped in to restrain the agitated Lu Jiao and Wan Long, saying, "Forget it. If Qin Lang doesn't trust us, there's nothing we can do. We all know what kind of entity the Wudao Society is, no need to put him through this. This lead truly has nothing to do with us. Qin Lang has the right to decide who gets to hear it and who doesn't." Seeing Yizi speak thus, Lu Jiao could only snort before turning and walking away. Yizi addressed Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, I understand your perspective, but you're being overly suspicious. If any of us were really members of the Wudao Society, why haven't we made our move yet? Besides, the Wudao Society's purpose is to scam players. From the start of the dungeon until now, have we done anything to you? Dungeons require teamwork to clear successfully. Why not start learning to trust others beginning with us?" Qin Lang didn't respond directly, merely turning his back to her. Yizi sighed and walked away. Only then did Li Chunhua speak up. "Qin Lang, I don't know what methods you used, but you must already know what's inside that house, right?" Qin Lang nodded. "That's correct. Then you know my identity too?" "Yes. You're the founding principal of Donghu High School." Qin Lang replied, "In other words, you're He Jinping's grandmother." Through his X-ray vision, Qin Lang saw 3 old photographs in the house, one of which was of Li Chunhua herself. Beneath the photo was a line of text, "Principal Li Chunhua, 1977-1997. She served as Donghu's principal for 20 years until her passing." In other words, this old woman had actually been dead for nearly 40 years. Li Chunhua sighed, "Truthfully, this is all my fault. This old house was actually the very first classroom of Donghu High School. That year, Li Chunhua was sent down to the countryside and later caught the wave of the college entrance exams reinstatement. But she didn't get into university, so she stayed on as a rural teacher. The school expanded over time, eventually encompassing both elementary and junior high levels. Donghu Elementary eventually became Donghu Middle School. Many nearby villages had children who couldn't afford schooling, along with numerous left-behind children. Li Chunhua personally persuaded each of them to attend school here, hoping knowledge would change their destinies. Later, when the government announced free compulsory education, students could finally afford junior high school. But when it came time for high school, they still faced challenges. Li Chunhua stepped forward again, declaring her willingness to establish a high school so these students could attend university and fulfill the dreams she herself had been unable to achieve. Unfortunately, her capabilities were limited. Student performance failed to improve, and the county refused to provide support. Consequently, the school's teaching quality began a steady decline. Li Chunhua knew she could no longer sustain the school. After deliberation, the county decided to close Donghu High School and establish a new public school to better accommodate these students. But Li Chunhua held on to an obsession. She was convinced she could teach these students to become college students. Back when Donghu High was slated for closure, I was possessed by a strange obsession. I listened to others and invited a divine statue, believing it would bless these mountain children to pass the college entrance exams, even become top scholars. The statue was brought back, the students' grades did improve, and the school was saved. But, Qin Lang asked, that statue was the Confucius statue placed on the back mountain, right? Li Chunhua nodded. Recalling the past, Li Chunhua still felt a chill run down her spine. She said, inviting a deity is easy, but sending it away is hard. It wasn't until later that I learned it wasn't a Confucius statue at all, it was a demon. Every year before the start of classes and major exams, I would take the students to burn incense and pray to it. Little did I know that all that incense and offerings would empower it, granting it physical form. Eventually, it even began appearing in my dreams. It was then that the children of this school and I became trapped in a complete nightmare. Chapter 43, The Origin of the Ancestral Spirit. Li Chunhua had no idea what kind of monster lurked inside that Confucius statue. One night, the creature appeared to Li Chunhua in a dream, declaring that the current students could achieve even greater heights, even producing top scholars who could gain admission to prestigious universities like Peking University or Tsinghua University, or even become imperial examination champions. This would be an immense honor for Li Chunhua. She felt that if just one student from her school, from among her own pupils, gained admission to Peking or Tsinghua, it would make her entire life worthwhile. At this point, Li Chunhua could no longer hold back and knelt down, weeping. Qin Lang stared at her coldly and asked, "What did you promise it?" Li Chunhua replied, "It said that if we selected suitable students as sacrifices and had the high-achieving students eat their flesh, it would make the students even smarter. The more they ate, the faster and better their grades would improve." At first I refused, but he said if those students couldn't get into university, they'd be trapped in these mountains forever like me. What meaning would life have then? All trades are lowly, only scholarship is noble. Qin Lang sighed softly, "And then you agreed." Li Chunhua wept even harder. How foolish I was. To actually agree to it. All I could think at the time was, I was a top student. It was the era that failed me, this society that failed me. I could have gone to university back then. All my classmates got in, why couldn't I? I just wanted to prove, I'm no worse than anyone else. Qin Lang shook his head and said, "It's not just that. You think that since you can be betrayed and your life can be ruined, why can't others be too? Li Chunhua, you never intended to nurture these children into capable individuals, you merely saw them as tools.
Li Chunhua collapsed onto the ground, sobbing even harder.
Yes. That's right. From that moment on, I became a devil.
I cast spells on the students as he instructed, making them eat their classmates' flesh without hesitation, teaching them that this was the law of the jungle. After the students sacrificed as offerings died, I even helped him slay their spirits, transforming them into one een after another. Because Ling exist outside the 6 realms, even the underworld finds them hard to detect. The underworld official corrected him, it's not that they can't detect them, it's that it's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. For a task like this, the 2 of us are sufficient. Why make such a big deal? Qin Lang then asked Li Chunhua, with so many deaths at the school, don't the students' parents know? Li Chunhua replied, no one cares how these left-behind children fare here.
If their parents truly cared, how could so many left-behind children go astray?
Even if their parents came looking, as long as we made them eat that meat and let the spirit take control, there wouldn't be any problems. With the Imperial Scholar Soup, this method became even more convenient, allowing the spirit to easily parasitize both the students' bodies and minds. Qin Lang glanced at the students behind him, already possessed by the spirit, and said, you really are. That monster also told me, since they're destined to become societal trash anyway, we might as well extract more value from them.
What a bastard I am. I actually believed him. Qin Lang continued calmly, you ate that student's flesh too, didn't you? Li Chunhua gritted his teeth and nodded. He said it would keep me alive. He extended my life, promising I'd see a top-ranked student from Dongwu High get into Peking or Tsinghua. Qin Lang turned to the 2 underworld officials, eating human flesh can extend life? The underworld official replied, I cannot answer that. Qin Lang smiled. The lack of denial spoke volumes. Li Chunhua declared, there's no turning back for me now. All I can do now is help it recruit more students, turning them into its sacrifices. Last year, I couldn't bear it anymore. I finally lost my mind and killed those children. But it still won't let me go. It demands I collect the children's bones to make top scholar soup. At this point, Li Chunhua could no longer continue speaking, only sobbing uncontrollably. Qin Lang remained expressionless. What does that ancestor look like? How powerful is it? Li Chunhua replied, I don't know. I've never seen its face. My son, daughter-in-law, and grandson became his slaves just like me. I couldn't persuade them, nor could I move them. Now it's settled, I can finally leave. Mr. Qin, since you can put an end to all this, I beg you. Qin Lang retorted, don't speak as if you're nobly entrusting your legacy. You've been the most despicable person from the very beginning. If that weren't the case, why did you attack me on my way here? Where did all those teachers go back then? Can you really say for sure? You clearly just want to keep scraping by. I'll ask you one last question, besides us, who else did you see? Did 2 girls also arrive at the school? Li Chunhua paused slightly upon hearing this, girls? No, there weren't any. The underworld officer spoke up, enough. The hour is upon us. It's time to depart. With that, he pulled a thick, black chain from beneath his robe and looped it directly around Li Chunhua's neck. The Yin officer added, Qin Lang, you've done us a tremendous favor this time. It counts as a major contribution. That so-called ancient ancestor's demonic spawn, only someone like you could subdue it. We won't let your efforts go unrewarded, nor will we leave you to handle this alone. Another shadowy official in black robes stepped forward. The chain-wielding shadowy official declared, he can serve as your assistant. Once the task is complete, we shall reward you handsomely. Qin Lang glanced at the black-robed underworld official, thinking his combat prowess should be decent. Perhaps Bai Qi wouldn't need to intervene. Besides, shouldn't the underworld officers have elemental advantages against these supernatural threats? Not bad. You're actually pretty decent. Qin Lang declared, leave this matter to me. The shadowy enforcer who had been restraining the prisoner nodded. Before him, a dark tunnel materialized, from which wails of anguish echoed incessantly. Li Chunhua shivered and stammered, I've taught and educated for years. I only strayed briefly. Surely I won't suffer too much? Can I still be reincarnated as a human? The Yin official replied coldly, what do you think? Li Chunhua's face turned as pale as paper. She screamed, no. No. The underworld official kicked her inside with one foot, then turned to Qin Lang and said, oh, and there's one more thing in this old house, you absolutely must not touch it. I don't know why it's here, but it's not something mortals should meddle with. Qin Lang smiled and nodded. After the first shadowy attendant departed, the remaining one suddenly shrank considerably. Phew, he's finally gone. That scared the hell out of me. Qin Lang's expression changed upon hearing the voice. Why did that wail sound so familiar? Chapter 44, what kind of deity is this? Learning that Su Miao was one of the black-robed figures, Qin Lang truly couldn't hold it together anymore. Why? If she was one of the black robes, why hadn't he noticed from the start? And if the other black robe was a genuine underworld officer, why would they let Su Miao be their colleague? Su Miao wiped her tears and looked at Qin Lang. Finally, I can talk to you. I was scared to death earlier. Qin Lang frowned in confusion. So what's going on here? You're not playing the role of a Grim Reaper in this scenario, are you? Su Miao nodded, then pulled out an envelope.
Opening it, he saw several lines of neatly written text.
Your role, Underworld Messenger.
Deaths occur frequently at Donghu High School, yet not a single spirit has reported to the underworld.
This has severely disrupted the underworld's order for decades. As the newly appointed underworld officer, you ought to do something about it.
You will now be stripped of all human traces and follow a true underworld officer to fulfill your duties. Remember, during this process, obey your senior's instructions.
Do not act independently, and above all, do not speak. Failure to comply will result in mission failure. Qin Lang was utterly speechless. Why? This role is way too easy, isn't it? Her luck has always been this good. Could she have some shady deal with the dungeon system? Su Miao retorted indignantly. Easy?
You have no idea how strange that person is, or what kind of tasks he might assign you.
What if he wants me to go back to the underworld with him? Wah!
Qin Lang sighed, rubbing his forehead. Alright, stop crying.
Come with me to the back mountain. Su Miao protested. Mountain? I hate hiking the most. Wah!
Qin Lang glared at her. If you don't come now, you'll have to start fearing me next.
Su Miao, wah!
Though Yi Zi and the others in the distance couldn't hear their conversation, seeing Qin Lang conversing so easily with the underworld officials, especially one official crying so pitifully before him, instantly sent a chill down their spines.
Lu Jiu swallowed hard and said, Yi Zi, you were right. Avoiding direct conflict with Qin Lang is the smart move. He can even make a spirit official cry? What kind of power is that?
Wang Long recalled his earlier argument with Qin Lang, and a chill ran down his spine as a wave of dread washed over him.
Could Qin Lang be some hidden big shot here to bully the weak? Qin Lang summoned Xiao Chun once more.
A flash of golden light erupted, revealing the stunningly beautiful Xiao Chun, her voluptuous figure adorned with two large wings, standing before the crowd. Spotting Qin Lang, Xiao Chun instinctively lunged forward. Darling.
Qin Lang waved her off. Mind your manners.
Lead the way, I need to inspect the venue for the provincial assembly.
Xiao Chun pouted. Master, doesn't that mean I won't get any reward?
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and studied her for a moment. Xiao Chun shuddered, stuck out her tongue, and said, Darling, I'll lead the way right now.
This scene left the others utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! Is that a succubus? Could it really be a succubus? Lu Jiu covered her mouth with both hands. Qin Lang actually has a succubus, the hardest to summon, with an extremely high power ceiling? Yi Zi asked, Xiao Lu, how do you know it's a succubus? And what do you mean by extremely high power limit?
Lu Jiu swallowed hard and explained, My sister Linglong once possessed a 3,000 divine stones artifact and a great item capable of summoning 3,000 deities. She told me that among the deities summoned by the 3,000 divine stones, they could be categorized into 4 tiers based on cost effectiveness: high, medium, low, and miscellaneous. Succubi belong to the highest value tier. Succubi start with very low power, lacking even basic combat ability. But after consummating a relationship with their master once through the process of replenishing yin with yang, they evolve into powerful succubi with other abilities. The more times this process is performed, the stronger the succubus becomes. Plus, they become fiercely loyal, making them one of the most cost-effective deities among the 3,000.
Wan Long couldn't help but feel a tingle of desire upon seeing Xiao Chun's fiery figure. He sneered, Humph. Yang replenishing yin absorption?
Mark my words, one day I'll turn him into medicinal dregs.
Lu Jiu shook his head. You're mistaken. Yang replenishing yin isn't one-sided extraction. That's a commoner's misconception.
Each time the master and succubus practice this, they simultaneously replenish their own yin and yang, gaining significant enhancement. In other words, as long as the master possesses sufficient physical stamina, ample time, and doesn't find the act monotonous, he could entirely rely on daily yang harvesting to cultivate. At these words, the crowd fell silent. They watched Qin Lang's receding figure, their expressions etched with utter astonishment.
Qin Lang possessed the ghost-slaying blade and had a succubus by his side. He could even converse with the yin envoys with ease. What kind of god was this man?
Qin Lang began ascending the mountain, determined to investigate the provincial assembly for himself. Yi Zi and the others quickly followed suit. The group traversed mountains and valleys for a long, arduous journey.
Honey, it's right up ahead.
Xiao Chun pointed upward, where a cluster of lights indeed shone brightly. At the same time, a thick, pungent smell of blood drifted down the mountain with the wind.
Something's wrong. Qin Lang twitched his nostrils slightly before saying, Looks like we're a step too late. Roar! The familiar roar echoed once more. It's Zhang Haoran. Su Miao covered her ears. Ah! Is it the monster?
Qin Lang said, It is a monster, but it's not after us.
Yi Zi, who had just caught up, asked, How do you know it's not after us? Qin Lang replied, That monster's target has always been the principal. Haven't you noticed?
If he'd wanted to harm the students just now, it would have been effortless. Students choose to come out and watch the match not for fun, but because of a natural sense of familiarity.
Lu Jiu frowned in confusion. Familiarity? Qin Lang nodded.
Though they lose most of their memories, they still hold on to attachments to things from their past lives. So when something from their past appears, it inevitably triggers a response, just like how hunger makes you eat.
It's an instinctive reaction. In other words, the you within the students and this monster are actually old acquaintances.
It had likely been sealed within that old house all along.
When Zhang Haoran entered, he accidentally broke the seal and became possessed.
These were Bai Chi's deductions, based entirely on his understanding of the entity gained in the netherworld.
Qin Lang hadn't fully grasped it at first, and Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were even more baffled now. To them, Qin Lang seemed more monstrous than the monster itself. Could it really be some max-level powerhouse here to bully the weaklings? Lu Jiu swallowed hard and said, this He Jinping and the old ancestor must be up to something shady. Once they succeed, we're all screwed.
The group quickened their pace and charged forward. When they reached the slope, the scene before them left them all utterly stunned.
Chapter 45, The Art of the Scholar Boy.
Scattered across an artificially leveled expanse lay hundreds of dismembered corpses. Upon closer inspection, they were arranged in an inexplicable pattern, radiating outward from a colossal statue of Confucius. Before the statue, a bound girl stood.
Lu Jiu recognized her immediately. Isn't that Chu Anren? The one who came asking us to change her grades today? Qin Lang shook his head. No, she's not Chu Anren. Yi Zi frowned in confusion. Then who is she? Qin Lang stepped forward and called out loudly, Miss Su. Chu Anren lifted her head.
Spotting Qin Lang, she gave a wry smile. Mr. Qin, you finally recognized me.
Yi Zi and the others were even more bewildered. What on earth is going on here? Had they known each other all along? Qin Lang smiled faintly. I should have figured it out long ago. If the spirit can possess a student, then as a supernatural entity, you certainly can too.
Earlier, after Qin Lang rescued Chu Anren, she had uttered a single word to him.
Feng.
At the time, Qin Lang suspected this Feng referred to Fengmen Village. In this dungeon instance, the only ones who knew about Fengmen Village were Su Mubai and Su Miao, the two who had tackled the previous instance with him.
When Su Miao appeared, Qin Lang realized Chu Anren was actually Su Mubai. Qin Lang inquired, was this arranged by the instance system? Su Mubai nodded. I arrived earlier than you, so I've encountered more storylines and quests.
Plus, the system requires I can't reveal my identity myself, I can only admit it when you figure me out.
Qin Lang shook his head. Alright, so this is how we play it, huh?
In the Fengmen Village instance, Qin Lang proposed bringing Su Mubai the boss out.
The instance system agreed, but clearly felt resentful.
So within this instance, it deliberately forced Su Mubai and himself apart, prevented Su Mubai from revealing his identity, and even deliberately weakened Su Mubai. It was clearly designed to make things difficult for him. But dwelling on it now was pointless.
Qin Lang asked again, where's He Jinping?
Su Mubai replied, a man with bones protruding from his body just arrived. They fought for a while before leaving. Mr. Qin, you must be careful, the ancestor has already possessed He Jinping. He originally intended to possess me, but that man intervened and stopped him.
Qin Lang nodded upon hearing this, I understand. Arg! A furious roar erupted, instantly stirring commotion in the nearby woods.
Qin Lang and his companions immediately went on high alert. Then, one by one, trees began to topple.
A towering figure slowly emerged from the debris.
Roughly estimated, the creature stood nearly 3 meters tall, an intimidating sight.
Boom!
Several more massive trees crashed to the ground as a colossal monster clad in ancient attire appeared before them. It possessed no eyes, nose, or ears. Its enormous head was completely smooth, its massive jaws gaping wide open. A huge tongue dangled down to its chest, and copious amounts of blood dripped continuously from its mouth.
Its thick limbs were covered in ancient Chinese characters that were impossible to decipher, resembling some kind of incantation. Hey, more of them! The monster licked its fingers. Perfect timing.
I need to replenish my strength after completing the ritual.
You've arrived just when I need you.
The moment they saw it, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu froze in terror.
Such eeriness was truly beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Old ancestor of East Lake. Weirdness level, AA. Qin Lang raised his ghost-slaying blade, eager for the challenge and AA level eeriness. The rewards after taking it down must be incredibly generous, right? The old ancestor chuckled, defeat me? You're quite naive, aren't you? I've been lurking here for nearly 60 years, cultivating countless spirits and ghosts. Even the underworld's shadowy enforcers can't touch me. And you, a mere speck, think you can take me on? He pulled 2 severed heads from behind him, chuckling darkly, this is what awaits you. The crowd stared in horror, recognizing the heads as those of Zhang Haoran and He Jinping.
Lu Xinlan covered her eyes and gasped, ah!
Haoran is truly dead.
The ancient ancestor chuckled, I've waited all these years.
Today, I finally possess my own body once more. Ha! This must be the will of heaven. Qin Lang replied calmly, yes, indeed it is.
However, your cultivation of the Confucian child technique remains incomplete. And to choose He Jinping's flesh as the catalyst in the end truly a failure upon failure.
The others looked puzzled once more. Confucian child technique?
The old ancestor stared in shock, eyes wide.
How do you know? The Confucian child technique is an ancient art, no one should know it today.
Before he could finish, the patriarch seemed to realize something.
You've read the Pango heavenly scriptures? And you can even understand it?
Qin Lang smiled and then said, before coming here, I stayed in a place called Fengmen Village. There lived a man named Zhu Nyangzi, who kept a book called the Heavenly Book. It contained many records, all quite fascinating. Take this Confucian child technique, for instance, it involves continuously creating the spirit formed after a scholar's death to return to life, even enabling one to attain enlightenment and become an immortal in one fell swoop. Though scholars aren't saints themselves, they study the words of sages. After years of diligent study, they absorb a certain scholarly aura, making them superior sacrifices compared to ordinary ones. Young scholars, especially, are more susceptible to manipulation and brainwashing.
With just a little incentive, they'll agree to do almost anything.
Once transformed into Ling, they transcend the 6 realms, making them harder for the underworld to detect and capture. After storing them for a certain number of years, they could be used to set up arrays for cultivation. Qin Lang glanced at the corpses on the ground and remarked, these students, striving for a future through their studies, have pushed themselves to the brink, each generation more fanatical than the last. They are the perfect raw material for cultivating Confucian children. Your intentions are truly sinister. You manipulated 3 generations of Donghu High School principals to gather sacrifices for you, slaughtering so many students over these 60 years. His words left Yi Zi and the others pale as death. Lu Jiu stammered, can such a wicked art truly lead to immortality? Qin Lang glanced at her and replied, human sacrifice was common in ancient times. Why couldn't eating people lead to immortality? The old ancestor chuckled, indeed. Over the centuries, how many have been devoured by the imperial examinations? Batch after batch of scholars went to take the exams, only to die in the process, ultimately securing the prosperity of dynasties and the glory of emperors. This was always a ritual, sacrificing many to enable a few to attain enlightenment. How much have they consumed? How much have I consumed? Mine is likely not even a fraction of theirs. Qin Lang smiled, pity. All you've done comes at a price. The old ancestor felt an inexplicable tension. What cost? What cost? Chapter 46, The True Ancestor. Qin Lang raised the ghost-slaying blade and declared, your price is me. The old ancestor opened his mouth wide and roared with laughter. You? Even if you could decipher the Pango heavenly book, so what? Can you truly master everything written within? If you truly grasped its secrets, you'd have attained immortality long ago. Why waste your breath? Qin Lang stepped toward the statue of Confucius, preparing to lower Su Mubai. You can try it yourself. I'll rescue the sacrificial offering you hold in such high regard right now. Do you dare step forward to stop me? The old ancestor was genuinely taken aback. Why is this mortal so bold? Qin Lang severed the ropes binding Su Mubai with his ghost-slaying blade, then caught her in his arms. Su Mubai was now extremely weak, possessing Chu Anren. She clearly couldn't wield her full supernatural power. Qin Lang handed her to Xiao Chun, then advanced toward the old ancestor with his blade raised. The old ancestor laughed again. I let you save her, not because I fear you, but because I figured killing you and then devouring her would be just as satisfying. Next, I will. Qin Lang charged forward, raising the ghost-slaying blade to strike the old ancestor. By the time the old ancestor reacted, one of its arms had been cleanly severed by Qin Lang. Ah! The old ancestor gaped, pressing its head against the stump, still unable to accept this reality. Though it lacked physical eyes, its spiritual vision allowed it to perceive everything unfolding. Just who was this Qin Lang? Qin Lang pointed his ghost-slaying blade at it. Stop howling here. Got your last words ready? The ancient ancestor recoiled violently, veins bulging across its body. Don't come any closer. In his divine vision, Qin Lang was no longer merely a single figure. Behind him loomed a massive black shadow. Upon closer inspection, it was a monstrous creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a human. Brother, you've borrowed my power again. You'll have to repay this someday. Bai Qi chuckled darkly. Qin Lang retorted, I never said I wouldn't. Hurry up and take care of it for me. If we wait too long and it adapts to its new flesh, it'll be much harder to deal with. Bai Qi replied, understood, big brother. Qin Lang raised his blade once more and swung it down at the ancient ancestor. The ancient ancestor scrambled to dodge, but his massive form made evasion impossible. Swish! After several blows, the old ancestor's limbs were severed, and his body was hacked to pieces by Qin Lang. Only his massive head remained, rolling across the ground. As the head rolled to the foot of the Confucius statue, the old ancestor let out a piercing howl to the heavens. Impossible! Impossible! I've never encountered anything like this in all these millennia. Master, you deceived me. Qin Lang paused in surprise. Master? The old ancestor gritted his teeth. I am not like you mortals. I was one of Confucius's 3,000 disciples back in the day. This is a sneak attack. Dishonorable. Cheating. He couldn't accept it. He hadn't even exerted himself yet, and Qin Lang had already beaten him like this. He hadn't even launched his attack yet. Qin Lang frowned. Fighting isn't turn-based. Am I supposed to wait for you to unleash your attack? Kill you sooner means I get the reward. Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. So you're a student of the Kong family. No wonder he reeks of that pedantic scholar vibe.
I bet this so-called Confucian child's art was taught to him by Confucius himself?
I knew these bookworms were up to no good.
Qin Lang retorted, you slaughtered 40,000 people, does that make you a saint? The pot calling the kettle black. By Qi.
The old ancestor shouted at Confucius' statue, Master, if you have any spirit left in heaven, please help me one last time. Your disciple has done so much, can you bear to? Before he could finish, the statue of Confucius began to sway slightly.
The surrounding mountains and forests trembled incessantly. An earthquake. Yi Zi gasped in alarm.
The others quickly scattered, rushing to the nearest open space. The statue swayed back and forth once, and then the connection between the statue and its base snapped. Ah! Ah! The massive statue crashed down, landing squarely on the old ancestor's head.
Put!
The old ancestor's head was crushed into a pulp, never to make a sound again. Almost simultaneously, the earthquake ceased, and all returned to stillness. Qin Lang planted the ghost-slaying blade into the ground and smiled, so there really is such a thing as divine will. For some reason, despite his decisive victory, he felt not a shred of joy. Instead, his expression remained deeply somber.
Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and the others were utterly dumbfounded. They hadn't even gotten a chance to fight, and yet the boss had been taken care of by Qin Lang? Didn't that mean the dungeon was over? Just like that? A speed run, plain and simple.
Qin Lang still held the demon-slaying blade as he walked toward Su Mubai.
Mr. Qin, you're still so amazing. Su Mubai smiled, I knew it. You could clear it without me.
Qin Lang sighed softly, don't talk for now.
Just rest and recover.
Su Mubai had no idea how long before her he'd arrived here, nor could she fathom the suffering he must have endured in this place. It was nothing short of a miracle he was still alive.
At that moment, Lu Jiu couldn't help but ask, Qin Lang, who exactly are you? Qin Lang didn't answer her, instead saying, you two should hurry and get ready. The business here isn't finished yet. Yi Zi looked utterly perplexed. Not over? But didn't you kill that old ancestor? Qin Lang sighed softly. You really are naive. If we'd cleared the stage, why hasn't the instance system popped up a notification? Typically, clearing a dungeon means either defeating the boss or completing the quest objectives.
But now, there's not a single reward notification, which means the boss isn't actually dead.
Yi Zi and the others felt a chill run down their spines. So you're saying the ancestor is still alive?
Qin Lang gazed toward the academic building below the mountain. The patriarch nearly failed to refine his physical body. I only disrupted his completion of the Confucian child technique and destroyed his physical form.
I didn't actually kill him. Su Miao began crying again, why isn't this over yet? Does that mean we have to kill all those students next?
Qin Lang was speechless, wondering how she could utter such brutal words in such a timid tone.
Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, are you saying there are still incarnations of the old ancestor among those students down there? Qin Lang replied, didn't I say before? Everything is fake. The old ancestor I just fought might not even be the real one. The real old ancestor has been watching us all along.
Then he turned to look at the Confucius statue that had smashed through the old ancestor's skull.
Right?
Old ancestor. Everyone abruptly whipped their heads around to look.
What happened next sent a chill down everyone's spine. Chapter 47, Immortal and Indestructible.
The fallen statue of Confucius slowly began to rise again. The flesh it had crushed into pulp began to cling to its surface, slowly enveloping the statue until only its head remained exposed.
But that wasn't all.
Strange objects began appearing behind the statue, and even the students' corpses on the ground started transforming, as if driven by some terrifying force. The scene before them was utterly beyond comprehension.
Yi Zi and the others dared not move a muscle.
Only Qin Lang retained his composure, staring intently at the spectacle.
Heh, how do you know I'm not dead? The old ancestor's voice echoed once more, piercing through everyone's eardrums.
It possessed neither mouth nor vocal organs, yet it seemed to have established a direct connection with the minds of every person present, transmitting its voice outward. Qin Lang declared, your obsession runs too deep, lingering in this world for 1,000 years. The Confucian child technique is merely one manifestation of that obsession. It isn't the source of your very existence.
Breaking your technique doesn't mean I've taken your life.
I believe that over these 1,000 years, you must have tried countless times to use the Confucian child technique to return to life, to attain enlightenment and become an immortal.
Yet not once did you succeed. Otherwise, how would you have conceived of using exams to collect sacrifices, then manipulating them with the E-ritual?
Every step you took was flawless. You evaded earthly laws and even nearly slipped past the underworld's enforcers.
As long as the students' obsessions persist, you persist. As long as we remain in this school, we cannot defeat you. One day, you will surely annihilate us. Hearing this, Yi Zi shivered uncontrollably and asked, Qin Lang, so you're saying we have no chance of winning? Lu Jiu's face turned deathly pale, no way. This is an AA-level instance?
A wave of despair washed over everyone. The ancient ancestor, now transformed into the Confucius statue, stepped toward Qin Lang, his voice cold.
You're quite clever, aren't you? To have guessed even this?
Indeed, I have long been an immortal being. As long as people in this world cling to the obsession of studying hard to rise above their station, I shall endure. As long as students in schools continue to study diligently, they will forever be my pawns. Studying and becoming an official have always been like 1,000 soldiers and horses crossing a narrow bridge. The world only notices the victors who cross that plank bridge. Who cares about those who fall? Take the students of Donggu High, for instance. Coming here to study signifies their limited potential. They'll never make the grade for top universities, and no one will care about them afterward.
Since no one cares, what harm is there in me making use of them?
After a pause, the old patriarch declared triumphantly, no matter how powerful you become, you will never be able to destroy me.
I was just playing a little game with you lot, ha. Yi Zi's face paled even further. Lu Jiu murmured, immortal and indestructible? What can we possibly do?
The group's eyes dimmed once more as the old ancestor steadily approached them, the inexplicable sense of oppression growing ever more intense. Qin Lang, however, smiled.
I'm not that clever. I couldn't have thought of all that on my own. The ancestor inquired, oh? Then how did you come up with these ideas?
Qin Lang paused briefly before replying, someone told me.
The ancestor froze, halting his steps.
Who? Qin Lang replied, I don't know either, but he's standing right behind you. An old man with a white beard. Looks quite old, and he's rather tall.
The ancestor gasped, then demanded, are you trying to deceive me?
Qin Lang shook his head. As you said, I did see part of the Pango Heavenly Book. After deciphering it, my mind grew even stranger. I often hear and see things others don't. I suspected my mind was failing, and even wondered if someone was playing tricks on me.
Qin Lang glanced at Yi Zi and Lu Jiu.
Yi Zi grew tense. Did you suspect us?
Qin Lang didn't answer.
He turned back to the ancestor and continued, later, I realized that all of this was actually someone communicating with me in some way. Sometimes, they were even helping me. Perhaps this is the marvel you spoke of in the Pango Heavenly Book.
Do you want to know what I heard after meeting you?
A hint of hesitation flickered in the elder's voice. What did you hear? Qin Lang smiled. The old man behind you told me to tell you you made a mistake. The old ancestor's body began to swell further, sprouting limb-like appendages. The corpses around him seemed to be struck by some force, exploding with a loud bang. A long tentacle extended from the Confucius statue, sweeping toward Qin Lang and the others. Qin Lang scooped up Su Mubai and leaped upward.
Yi Zi and Lu Jiu also scrambled backward. Ah!
Wang Long threw himself in front of Lu Xinlan, taking the full brunt of the blow.
His body snapped clean in two. He let out an agonized scream and coughed up a torrent of blood. Only then did Lu Xinlan seize the chance to flee the old ancestor's attack range. Wang Long!
Lu Xinlan cried out in anguish.
Qin Lang, cradling Su Mubai, addressed the old ancestor, what's the matter? Getting impatient? The old ancestor's voice brimmed with fury and resentment. What nonsense are you spouting? I was wrong. Where did I go wrong?
The Confucian child technique was taught to me by my master on his deathbed.
Wasn't it precisely so I could use this method to attain immortality? You're deceiving me. You're deceiving me.
I know, in the eyes of you ordinary mortals, this method is cruel and should never be done.
But my master said, knowing it is impossible, yet doing it anyway. Some things, though clearly unattainable, still have their reasons for being pursued. Where have I gone wrong?
These were my master's teachings.
Qin Lang frowned and roared, you bastard.
The thunderous roar was deafening, and from the tone and volume, it sounded as if it weren't Qin Lang himself speaking. Su Mubai clung tightly to Qin Lang, his gaze shifting. Qin Lang continued, knowing it's impossible and doing it anyway doesn't mean asking if something is possible. When you act it means asking if it should be done. The patriarch froze, old. Qin Lang pressed on, is it also knowing it's impossible yet doing it to commit atrocities against heaven and earth, to slaughter the innocent? You were shown the Confucian art of nurturing children, and you chose to learn how to kill innocent students? Don't forget you were once one of them yourself. You remember to act despite knowing it's impossible, yet you forget the principle of not imposing on others what you yourself would not want? The patriarch's movements froze completely, and the surrounding disturbances fell silent. Qin Lang lowered his head, falling silent. Su Mubai stared at Qin Lang's face, holding his breath. Ah! The patriarch suddenly let out a tremendous wail, echoing through the night sky. Chapter 48, Learning without reflection is useless. After the old ancestor's wail, the strange transformations across his entire body became even more pronounced. Numerous indescribable organs and body parts sprouted from his form, making him appear even more horrifying. Impossible! 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 The old ancestor roared furiously and lunged at the crowd. Not a single one of you will leave here alive. Become mine. At that moment, a white light erupted from Qin Lang's body. When the old ancestor saw that white light, he froze once more. The light was blindingly bright, and Qin Lang and the others couldn't make out what it was. Yet the old ancestor stared straight at it, his voice gradually trembling. Impossible. Impossible. As the light drew near the old ancestor, a hand extended from within it and gently rested upon the head of the Confucius statue it enveloped. Qin Lang, who had lowered his head, suddenly began muttering to himself again. Alas, you can no longer reincarnate. You must now suffer in the underworld.
Learning without reflection is meaningless. Reflection without learning is dangerous. Why can't you grasp this simple truth? The old ancestor's voice suddenly grew youthful. Master, I'm sorry. I was foolish. Another hand emerged from the white light, resting upon the elder's head. Qin Lang, Lord Underworld official, proceed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the tearful Su Mubai hastily produced a chain and slowly approached the old ancestor. She looped the chain around the elder's front, and to everyone's surprise, it forcibly pulled out a young man who had been keeping his head down. Ugh, let me remember the incantation. Su Mubai bit her lower lip and whispered softly, Underworld officer, seize the soul. Mortals, keep your distance. Gates of hell, open. A vast, pitch-black cavern appeared before them, filled with the wails of ghosts and howls of beasts. The black-robed spirit officer reappeared, standing before the cavern's entrance to receive the bound elder. The black-robed spirit official first bowed slightly toward the white light. After the light slowly dissipated, he fixed his gaze on the young man the ancestor had transformed into. Ah, he was once one of Confucius's 3,000 disciples, destined for greatness. Why must he involve himself in such matters? The black-robed spirit official sighed, then turned to Qin Lang. Thank you for your assistance, Brother Qin. He reached into the old ancestor's chest and pulled out a blood-red jade token. The black-robed spirit official declared, this blood jade token was a treasure bestowed upon him when Confucius ascended to immortality. Over 1,000 years, he cultivated the Confucian child technique, concentrating much of its essence within it. It must be a treasure indeed. I shall give it to you as your reward. With that, he tossed the blood-red jade token to Qin Lang. Qin Lang suddenly looked up and snatched the jade token. Blood jade tablet. Treasure grade S. Function? An S-grade treasure? Yi Zi and the others were utterly stunned upon seeing the system notification. They'd only heard that S-rank items could drop in S-rank dungeons, never imagining they'd witness an AA-rank dungeon yielding one. Moreover, none of them had ever seen a genuine S-tier item before. Their envy and jealousy toward Qin Lang had reached an all-time high. To obtain an S-grade item in an AA-grade dungeon, what kind of luck and skill was that? Qin Lang, however, looked puzzled. What exactly is this thing for? The black-robed Grim Reaper replied, this object undoubtedly possesses divine powers. But how exactly to use it, that depends entirely on your destiny. Qin Lang clutched the blood jade pendant, sensing the crimson glow on its surface pulsing faintly, as if it were a faintly beating heart. Not only that, but Qin Lang suddenly felt his body grow noticeably lighter. The next second, his superpower system spoke up. Congratulations, host, on your upgrade. Superpower system fully upgraded. Host will no longer randomly acquire new skills daily, but will instead refresh new skills daily. Host has already acquired 3 skills. At midnight each day, 1 skill may be selected for refresh. For instance, with the Death Countdown skill, if the host wishes to replace it, they may select one of the 3 options A, B, or C to refresh it into a new skill. The host may also choose not to refresh. Doing so will grant 100 mental power as compensation. Host's current mental energy, 100010000. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Who knew acquiring this blood jade Jew would come with such perks? S-grade items really are useful. Qin Lang gripped the blood jade Jew and declared, alright, I'll take it. The shadowy figure in black robes almost nodded before leading the ancient ancestor away. The instant the gates of hell closed, the instance system finally manifested. Donghu High School dungeon completed. Congratulations to players Qin Lang, Su Mubai, Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and Lu Xinlan on clearing the instance. Dungeon objective, survive 3 days at Donghu High School. Player Qin Lang single-handedly defeated the boss on day 1, breaking the record. Rating, SSS. Super God Perfect. Rewards as follows. 1. Player Qin Lang receives 1 million weird coins. 2. Obtained item, Desperate Virus Serum. Item grade, AAA single use. Significantly enhances human physiological functions, enables self-healing of injuries, and transforms the user into a super soldier. 3. Item obtained, Assassin's Cloak. Item level, AA. Wearing it accelerates movements to 8 times normal speed, dramatically increasing agility and jumping power, transforming you into a true elite assassin. 4. Select privilege. Player Qin Lang may freely select the difficulty for the next instance. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, smiling to himself that this time he'd truly struck gold. 1 million Gue coins, combined with his previous earnings, would be more than enough to buy by Qi either the Heaven and Earth Jade Vial or the White Dragon's reverse scale. The Desperate Virus and Assassin's Cloak were also valuable items. Paired with the Blood Jade Jew, wouldn't that be a game changer? Especially that choice privilege, it was enough to make anyone green with envy. Clearing an AA rank instance in a single day? Choosing a relatively easier one would be as easy as drinking water, right? A sure win, right? Qin Lang has undoubtedly become the biggest winner. All other players receive 10,000 deception coins as reward. Lu Jiu couldn't hold back, damn system. I may not have contributed much, but I put in the effort. How come I only get this measly amount? She had over 200,000 ghost coins when she entered this dungeon. After giving Qin Lang 200,000, she thought she could recoup her losses by clearing the dungeon. But this is it? Are they trying to feed beggars? Yeezy chuckled. Alright, little Lu, this time we basically coasted to victory by following Qin Lang. Without him, who could have figured out how to take down this ancient boss? We'd probably all have been killed by that ancestor one by one. Less is less, survival is what matters most. Lu Jiu could only nod helplessly upon hearing this. Lu Xinlan hurried forward and said to Qin Lang, Brother Qin Lang, you're so amazing. Please look out for me from now on. Qin Lang took a step back. Stay away from me. Lu Xinlan froze. What's wrong with you? Qin Lang replied, I saw everything just now.
You're the most dangerous one in this group.
Chapter 49, The New 3A Dungeon.
Lu Xinlan froze upon hearing this, then felt a pang of hurt. Why would you say that?
What did I do?
Qin Lang replied coldly, when the ancestor attacked, Wang Long had a chance to survive.
You controlled him.
The moment Qin Lang leaped up while holding Su Mubai, he saw Wang Long about to dodge. Lu Xinlan formed hand seals, and Wang Long froze, forced to take the full brunt of the attack. I suspect Su Haoren and Wang Long weren't genuinely fond of you, they were bewitched and controlled by you in some way.
Now tell me, did Su Haoren truly volunteer to explore that old house?
At these words, everyone's gaze toward Lu Xinlan shifted. Lu Xinlan shed her earlier pitiful expression, her face hardening into a cold, stern look. You're truly clever, incredibly clever. Lu Xinlan chuckled. No wonder you're the man who speed cleared an AA-level dungeon in a single day. Qin Lang retorted, now's not the time for flattery. Someone like you, who takes pleasure in killing players, you must be from the Wudao Society, right? The moment the words Wudao Society were uttered, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu both tensed up. Lu Xinlan chuckled, Qin Lang, you're being overly sensitive. I did consider joining the Wudao Society.
But I'm still undergoing the assessment. Qin Lang retorted, that's practically the same thing.
If you're in cahoots with them, don't come looking for trouble. Qin Lang still vividly remembered the near assassination attempt by Linglong and the Wudao Society. He would settle this score sooner or later. If Lu Xinlan had just admitted she was with the Wudao Society, Qin Lang wouldn't mind testing out his new gear and gadgets right now.
Lu Xinlan shrugged and walked away, clearly annoyed. Qin Lang glanced at Su Mubai in his arms and asked, Miss Su, how are you feeling? Su Mubai's voice was faint as she replied, I'm fine. You can release this physical form now. After Qin Lang complied, Su Mubai instantly separated her spirit from Chuanrun's body and reappeared before him. Yi Zi and the others were startled once more. The Su Mubai Qin Lang had spoken of was actually a ghostly entity. And an A-class one at that. In other words, besides the succubus in Qin Lang's grasp, he also had a powerful phantom capable of instantly killing any one of them as a teammate. This was terrifying. Qin Lang could practically be the boss of a dungeon himself. Su Mubai gave Qin Lang a wry smile. Sorry, Qin Lang. I didn't manage to help much this time. Qin Lang chuckled, the dungeon system deliberately weakened you. There's nothing anyone can do about it. Next time I'll pick an easier dungeon so everyone can relax a bit. Just then, Bai Chi's voice rang out. Bro, are you out of your mind? They deliberately held this girl back because they were worried you'd breeze through this dungeon too easily. Choosing an easier one would just make things harder for her, wouldn't it? Qin Lang realized he was right. So does that mean we have to pick a harder one next time? Bai Chi, what else? The rewards for clearing a harder one are way better. Qin Lang sighed inwardly, realizing he wouldn't be getting any easy breaks this time. Donghu High School dungeon is about to end. New instance will open in 1 hour. Players may decide whether to stay or leave. Continue the challenge or temporarily return to the real world? Needless to say, Qin Lang intended to keep accumulating ghost coins. After spending 1.2 million in the shop to buy the Heaven and Earth Jade vessel, Bai Chi was genuinely thrilled for quite some time, though he never mentioned what the thing was actually for. Bro, secrets of the heavens must remain hidden. I'll tell you once I get the White Dragoness. Bai Chi placed the Qiankuan Jade vessel before the dragon's elongated snout. Every scale on its body trembled, as if it had just skated on ice. Qin Lang began pondering what difficulty level to choose for the next dungeon. Su Miao approached at that moment. Hey Qin Lang, can you take me with you again? Qin Lang was speechless. You coasted through this one too, just cosplaying as a Grim Reaper the whole time. Isn't that enough? Why do you always have to tag along with me? Honestly, Qin Lang found this crybaby even more creepy than Lu Xinlan. She coasted through 2 perilous dungeons just by crying. They look as timid as mice, yet they charge headlong into dungeon challenges without a second thought. What the hell is the point? And so far, she's the only one who hasn't revealed any details or abilities. Su Mubai smiled as he gave Su Miao a hug and said, Mr. Qin, before you arrived at this instance, it was Sister Su who kept helping me. She recognized me from the start and secretly aided me using her underworld official status. Otherwise, I'd likely have been sacrificed by the ancestral elder long ago. Su Miao is quite capable after all. Qin Lang sighed softly. All right. He then chose to team up with Su Miao again, heading toward the next instance together. Qin Lang, take us with you too? Lu Jiu and Yi Zi approached him. We want to join you for the next dungeon too. Qin Lang replied, why? I'm planning to tackle an even tougher dungeon next. You're tagging along? Aren't you afraid of dying? Lu Jiu retorted, who comes to this dungeon without fearing death?
But we only got a measly reward for clearing this dungeon, and we practically gave you all the ghost coins.
We can't go back empty-handed.
We can definitely help out, trust us. Yeezy chimed in, yeah, you've already figured it out, we won't betray you. It doesn't matter if it's tough, even if we die, we won't blame you. Qin Lang glanced at the two of them and said, fine then. You're on your own for the consequences. Having more women around might even help with his strange illness. Speaking of which, Qin Lang noticed that after reading that ancient text, his symptoms seemed to worsen. It was only because he always had a woman by his side now that it didn't show. Could it be that something was truly wrong with his mind? Qin Lang shook his head and examined the dungeon system again. The AA grade instance was labeled AAA, followed by Quad A, and finally 5A. The same applied to other dungeon tiers. However, the 5S dungeon featured a new difficulty tier 1 that, as far as he knew, no one had attempted yet. Though Qin Lang was now well equipped, he still didn't dare to take on. Then he addressed the dungeon system, next dungeon I'm challenging AAA. Received. AAA tier instance will commence shortly. All players, prepare. The only one left out, Lu Xinlan, glanced at the others with a faint, cold smile. She pulled a crimson card from her pocket. Qin Lang, you think you can ditch me? Not so fast. A flash of golden light erupted, and Qin Lang and the others vanished from their positions. When Qin Lang opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a large bed. The antique-style room and the classically designed dressing table made it feel like he'd stepped onto the set of a period drama. Qin Lang looked utterly bewildered. Where the hell did this happen? Chapter 50, The Diva's Presence. Qin Lang sat up, about to roll off the bed. Click. A rough, booming voice rang out. A man wearing a baseball cap stood up in front of him, pointing angrily at Qin Lang. According to the script, you're supposed to be unconscious. How could you wake up on your own? How can you be so unprofessional as an actor? Qin Lang looked at him, then scanned his surroundings. Cameras, spotlights, and a crowd of men and women dressed in modern attire. So they really are filming a period drama? This dungeon's storyline is quite unique. Director Qin Shi addressed Qin Lang, hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? He turned to a skinny guy beside him with obvious displeasure. Li Wei, I gave you so much time to cast, and this is what you found? Li Wei hurriedly apologized, sorry, director. Let me talk to him. Approaching Qin Lang, he instructed, bro, according to the script, you're supposed to be lying in bed now, waiting for the female lead to come find you. Qin Lang shrugged. Since it was such an easy scene, he might as well play along for now. Besides, it was about time he got a break. As Qin Lang lay down, he took a quick glance at his outfit. A long, grayish-black robe, distinctly reminiscent of the Republican era. Was this a period drama? The instant his head touched the pillow, Qin Lang discovered a face staring down at him from the ceiling. Yes, a woman's face. She seemed glued to the ceiling, winking and making faces at him incessantly. Qin Lang, however, showed no reaction whatsoever. So what if it was weird? Just don't disturb my sleep. The female ghost, seeing Qin Lang remained unmoved, flashed a look of surprise. As if asking, why aren't you afraid? It was at this moment that the dungeon system notification finally arrived. Dungeon name, Death Crew. 2 years ago, 5 young bloggers who came here to livestream their exploration died mysteriously on this site. Since then, countless film crews have ventured here to shoot, yet without exception, they've all encountered supernatural phenomena. Filming never proceeds smoothly, plagued by frequent accidents and even fatalities. This film crew refuses to believe in superstition. Can you complete the shoot? Clearance requirement, assist the film crew in completing their shoot. Difficulty, AAA. A flood of background information instantly filled Qin Lang's mind. He found himself in a 200-year-old Qing dynasty mansion. Legend held that a horrific massacre had once occurred here, after which every family that resided in the mansion met an untimely end, earning it a notorious reputation as a haunted house far and wide. After the founding of the People's Republic, the site was developed into a tourist attraction. However, paranormal incidents persisted, forcing local authorities to abandon it. Demolition would have required substantial funds, so no action was taken. 2 years ago, 5 daredevil bloggers came here to prove there were no ghosts by spending the night. Unexpectedly, all 5 were found brutally murdered the next day. At that moment, a woman slowly approached Qin Lang. She exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Oh my god, On, what happened to you?" Qin Lang frowned slightly. Is this the female lead? Her acting is really terrible. Qin Lang opened his eyes slightly and realized this female lead was a stranger with a typical internet celebrity face. Honestly, the ghostly faces on the ceiling were far prettier than her. The female lead suddenly screamed into the air beside her, "Ah! There's a ghost! Cut! Cut!" Shinshir couldn't help but yell again, "Mimi, that was way too fake. Anyone can tell you're acting." Qin Lang chuckled. The director had a point. Mimi pouted, "But we are acting, aren't we?" Shinshir. Then Chen Shi could only sigh and explain the scene to her. Listen carefully. In this scene, you discover your missing companion, On, and you're initially overjoyed. But you notice something strange about his clothes and start to suspect something's wrong. Just then, you spot a female ghost sitting by the bed and get scared out of your wits. Got it? You have to be natural, understand? Mimi lifted her chin, which had seen too much silicone. I get it, you've said it a million times already. One more take and then let's go eat. I'm starving. Chen Shi looked like he wanted to curse her entire family, but quickly gritted his teeth and said, fine. Qin Lang, bored, opened his eyes again. He noticed the woman's face had shifted from the ceiling to the wall opposite him. Trying to come over and play with me? Having dealt with the supernatural for so long, Qin Lang could clearly sense that this female apparition held no real terror. Lying there filming was too boring, so Qin Lang decided to just stare at her. The female apparition noticed Qin Lang was genuinely staring at her and suddenly felt a flicker of panic. He can actually see me? Then why isn't he afraid of me? One. You're here. You're right here. Mimi launched into her over-the-top acting again, this time even stumbling over her lines. Director Chen Shi felt utterly hopeless, sighing helplessly. What could he do? After all, Mimi was the investor's mistress. Firing her would spell trouble for him too. He glanced at his meticulously crafted script, his heart bleeding inside. If only a ghost would come out and kill this. Chen Shi muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible to himself. Just then, Mimi finished her line and glanced to the side, ready to half-heartedly yell out before heading off to eat. But then, the female ghostly figure emerged from the wall, staring straight at Qin Lang. Mimi saw a woman with disheveled hair suddenly appear, her eyes bleeding and her face as pale as paper. Instantly, her scalp tingled. Mimi's legs buckled, and a warm, wet liquid gushed out. Ghost! 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 There's a ghost! Don't come near me! Don't come near me! Chen Shi's eyes lit up. Good, very good. That's the feeling. Finally, he captured the effect he wanted. He quickly instructed the cameraman to zoom in closer, capturing Mimi's facial expressions in greater detail. Mimi collapsed onto the floor in terror, screaming at Chen Shi and the crew, there's a ghost. There really is a ghost. Come save me. The crew was stunned. Damn, that acting is incredible. Who would have thought? Mimi had hidden this talent all along. The assistant director sensed something was off. Director, this scene isn't in the script. Something doesn't feel right? Chen Shi was thrilled. What do you know? This is an actor's ad lib, okay? I think it's great, let her keep going, don't stop her. This Mimi, she's got the makings of an Oscar-worthy actress. Mimi burst into tears. Are you all dead? I'm not joking, there really is a ghost. But no matter how loudly she screamed, everyone thought it was an incredible acting moment. They actually started to appreciate her terrified expression. The female ghost slowly approached, but her focus wasn't on Mimi, it was on Qin Lang lying on the bed. Mimi wailed, help! Don't come over here! Don't come over here! The next second, darkness engulfed her vision, and she fainted instantly. Only then did everyone realize something was terribly wrong. Something's wrong. Quick, save her. Chapter 51, I'm a ghost, but you're not human. The crowd frantically carried Mimi away. Chen Shi stood up, his entire expression blank. Is this really necessary? Isn't she acting a bit too intensely? Chen Shi reviewed the footage from earlier and realized Mimi's terrified expression was genuinely authentic, a completely instinctive reaction. Not acting. Chen Shi felt a chill run down his spine. Could there really be a ghost? Other crew members whispered, Director, should we wrap her now? Chen Shi swallowed hard and replied, what's there to be afraid of? We're almost done filming. Nothing happened before, so why should we be scared now? Let's grab some food first. Though he claimed there was nothing to fear, his footsteps were the quickest of all. The others hurried to follow. This left Qin Lang standing alone behind. Qin Lang sat up and stretched lazily. That felt good. Qin Lang patted his head, what a great nap. Can you see me? The female ghost stared intently at Qin Lang, her question serious. Qin Lang nodded. Yeah, I can see you. Why? The female ghost suddenly let out a cold laugh, extending her long arm to strangle Qin Lang. Then you're going to die. A sharp pain shot through him. The female ghost discovered Qin Lang had stabbed her chest fiercely. Sizzle. White smoke still curled upward. Qin Lang shrugged, gripping the black dog blood dagger. Sorry, but I'm still a bit faster. The female ghost spat out a mouthful of black blood before saying, I just wanted to play a joke on you. I meant no harm. How could someone be so unafraid of ghosts? Most people would wet themselves the moment they saw me, just like that Mimi girl earlier. Qin Lang hummed in acknowledgement. Well, you should have said so earlier. With that, he yanked the dagger out. SSS-level. Another puff of white smoke billowed out. The female ghost screamed in agony, Qin Lang looked apologetic. Sorry, does it feel better when it's in? Then he thrust the dagger back inside. The female ghost gritted her teeth. You. Qin Lang asked, would it feel better if I pulled it out?
He withdrew the dagger once more. The female ghost, overcome by pain, lost all control of her expression. No, no. Qin Lang said, don't want it out? Fine, I'll put it back in. Plop.
The female ghost glared at Qin Lang with venom in her eyes. I meant don't put it back in.
Qin Lang nodded, I understand. When a woman says no, she really means yes.
Just wait, a few more thrusts and you'll feel better.
Plop. Plop.
After several thrusts, the female ghost screamed, stop. Qin Lang sighed, you say it hurts when I'm inside, but you say it's not enough when I pull out. Women really are such a hassle.
The female ghost flew into a rage, you dare mock me.
Her hair instantly stood on end, her body began to float in midair, and she lunged at Qin Lang with a gaping maw.
Qin Lang calmly drew his ghost-slaying blade. The female ghost's eyes instantly cleared. Ah!
The female ghost retreated, clearly unable to withstand the killing intent emanating from the demon-slaying blade.
Qin Lang stroked the demon-slaying blade and asked, what's up? Not so tough now? Pressed against the wall, the female ghost swallowed hard. Who are you? Qin Lang chuckled, who I am doesn't matter.
What matters is you're in for trouble now.
The female ghost pleaded, I never harmed anyone. Can't you just let me go?
Qin Lang advanced, blade raised, replying, fine.
Answer me a few questions first. The female ghost nodded. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. Master, ask away.
Qin Lang stroked his chin.
Am I handsome? The female ghost froze upon hearing this. The next second, she nodded frantically, handsome. So handsome.
Qin Lang raised his blade and swung it down toward her.
The female ghost let out a heart-wrenching wail. Why? The female ghost couldn't understand what she had said wrong.
Qin Lang shook his head, you know too much.
The female ghost. Qin Lang added, I'll give you one more chance. Am I handsome? The female ghost shook her head, not handsome. Qin Lang didn't hesitate another slash. How dare you lie? The female ghost despaired. Qin Lang asked again, I'll ask you one more time, am I handsome?
The ghost girl clutched her body, already slashed and battered, gritting her teeth and refusing to utter a sound.
Qin Lang slashed again, silence means you think I'm not handsome. The female ghost was utterly despairing.
She wasn't human, but Qin Lang was undoubtedly a true devil.
The female ghost wept, Master, please spare me. I'll never dare again. Qin Lang gripped his ghost-slaying blade and demanded, then tell me how long have you haunted this ancient mansion? The ghost replied weakly, I don't know. I can't even remember when I first arrived. Qin Lang pressed further, so you've been obstructing the film crew this entire time?
The female ghost shook her head, no, I just played a prank earlier.
Qin Lang didn't believe a word of it. Not a shred of useful information. You can die again. The ghost hurriedly pleaded, no, master. Please give me one more chance.
This ancient mansion is filled with ghosts, almost every room has one. But the most powerful one, the Ghost King, is actually hiding in a well. He's very dangerous, you must be careful.
We're being controlled too, it's so pitiful, woo. Qin Lang replied, alright, I understand. Now you can go die. The female ghost wailed, I already gave you the intel. Why must you kill me now? Qin Lang laughed, I just said I'd kill you because you didn't give me any information. When did I ever say I'd spare you just because you gave me information? The female ghost was truly going mad.
This man is truly a devil.
Player Qin Lang successfully slays grade B anomaly. Reward, 1000 ghost coins. Ha! Such a weak anomaly, and it's actually B rank?
Qin Lang remembered that B rank anomalies usually required a group effort to handle.
Is that it? But come to think of it, he just used the Black Dog Blood Dagger and the Ghost Slaying Blade. It took him so many strikes to finally kill it. That's a pretty formidable anomaly.
Qin Lang stepped out of the room, curious to see where Su Mubai and the others had gone this time.
With eerie phenomena everywhere, Su Mubai should come in handy. Qin Lang glanced down at his clothes, finding them utterly hideous. He decided to look for a changing room to switch outfits. Just then, a commotion erupted from the courtyard. What did you say? Director Chinshur shouted into his phone, clutching it tightly, Mimi is dead?
The other crew members looked stunned. Chinshur put down his phone and looked around at the others. Mimi was in a car accident on the way to the hospital.
She's probably gone. The assistant director asked, Director, how are we going to explain this to Mr. Liu? Also, the other crew is still filming, should we call them back too?
With the lead actress gone, filming should logically stop.
But Chinshur gritted his teeth and declared, no. Shooting can't stop. We'll rewrite the script, just have the female lead die in that last scene. Where's the screenwriter? Get him here.
Just then, a crew member came running over, completely out of breath. Director!
Me's back. Chapter 52, False Alarm. How could someone who was already dead come back? Chinshur stared wide-eyed at the staff member. Are you sure about that? The staff member replied, no, it's definitely Mimi. She said she wanted to see you. Chinshur's legs were already trembling. No way. Could it be that I've been constantly messing with her, so she has a grudge against me? Qin Lang stood silently watching from the side. Are the ghosts in this dungeon this brazen? Coming out in broad daylight? The assistant director asked, Director, what should we do? Could this old mansion really be haunted? Shenshur trembled uncontrollably, then forced himself to calm down. Everyone, don't panic.
We're outnumbered, and with so many men present, the yang energy is strong.
It's broad daylight, what is there to fear?
No sooner had he spoken than a woman appeared before them, head bowed, hands outstretched, barefoot, moving slowly.
Nini lifted her head, Director.
Her face was covered in bright red blood, her eyes filled with profound resentment. You've done me such a terrible wrong.
Ah! A ghost! Shenshur and the others immediately took off running.
As they passed Qin Lang, Shenshur was suddenly grabbed by him.
What are you doing? Are you trying to die?
Shenshur's legs still tried to run, but Qin Lang's strength pulled him back.
Look closely. Is she really a ghost or not?
The group halted and turned to scrutinize her.
Shenshur! Who are you calling a ghost?
Nini wiped the blood from her face and shouted, I'm going to tell my father to strip you of your position. Shenshur pointed at her face, your blood.
You're bleeding so much. Nini snapped angrily, I accidentally got prop department's fake blood on me. How could you guys be so careless? Can't you even store things properly?
Shenshur held up his phone and asked, but I just heard the ambulance taking you to the hospital crashed.
Nini frowned. What accident? I never even left. I was fine when they carried me into the ambulance, and then I came right back. This old mansion is huge, I couldn't find you guys anywhere. Shenshur pressed, then why are you barefoot?
Nini explained, I just walked through a narrow gap and my high heel snapped off.
What choice did I have but to come barefoot? And you still dare call me a ghost?
Shenshur and the others breathed a sigh of relief, patting their chests.
We scared ourselves. Turns out it was just a false alarm.
Just then, Qin Lang suddenly spoke up, don't get too excited just yet.
He asked Nini, what about the person who was going to take you to the hospital? Nini frowned. How should I know?
I told him it wasn't necessary, but he drove off anyway.
Qin Lang pressed further, was it one car or two?
Of course it was one car.
Nini snapped impatiently. Qin Lang turned to Shenshur, Director, who just called you?
Shenshur felt a sudden chill run down his spine.
Right. If it was one car involved in the accident and someone died, then who could have called him?
The police wouldn't have arrived so quickly, and they certainly wouldn't have been able to contact him that fast. Everyone's hearts, which had just settled, began to race again.
Shenshur quickly checked the caller ID.
The number was legitimate, it belonged to a crew member. But when he called back, all Shenshur heard was a burst of mocking laughter on the other end.
Ah!
Shenshur was so startled he dropped his phone.
What the hell is going on? Qin Lang said, it's obvious we've been targeted by the ghosts here. The car accident might be real, it was the ghost calling you. Everyone's legs trembled, ready to flee again. Stop. Qin Lang snapped, and you call yourselves horror film crew? Don't you realize splitting up is exactly what these vicious ghosts want? Shenshur asked, so what do you suggest we do? He hadn't expected this last-minute male lead stand-in to be so calm. Qin Lang said, simple. Call the other crew back. Then keep shooting. Shenshur's eyes widened. Keep filming? Shouldn't we call the police now? Qin Lang sighed in exasperation, if you manage to call the police, wouldn't that make the ghosts here look pretty bad? They want to keep us trapped. Instead of that, we might as well push through and finish the shoot. That's how the supernatural works, the less you fear it, the more it fears you. Shenshur swallowed hard, why should I believe you? Qin Lang chuckled, well then, if any of you want to run, feel free. The group exchanged glances, none daring to take a step. A skinny kid couldn't take it anymore. No way. I'm outta here. I'm not dying with you guys. He immediately bolted toward the courtyard exit. But the instant his foot crossed the threshold, a stone smashed into his head with a thud. Brain matter splattered everywhere, blood gushing like a fountain. Ah! Nini was so terrified she collapsed back onto the ground. Now no one dared to run. Qin Lang shrugged, see? That's what happens to those who try to run. We're still standing because we followed some rule. Running away is clearly breaking the rules, and that's a dead end. Shenshur's breath came in short gasps as he asked again, so once we finish filming, we can leave? Qin Lang nodded. I think so. He wasn't entirely sure himself. But to complete the dungeon quest, they had to finish this film. Until then, he'd have to trick them into finishing the film. Nini burst into tears, Daddy, Daddy. I don't want to film any more movies. I want to go home. Wah! Qin Lang frowned and asked Shenshur, this woman is disgusting as the lead actress. Can we replace her? Shenshur shook his head, she's already in all the previous scenes. Replacing her now would be impossible. Qin Lang scratched his head and sighed, fine. How much is left to shoot? Where's the script? Let me take a look. Also, everyone should get back to work. Isn't it almost time for lunch? Qin Lang had now become the undisputed leader of the crew. The assistant director followed Qin Lang's instructions, calling over the other film crew while the rest went to prepare lunch. Qin Lang took the script and began flipping through it.
Shenshur cautiously explained, we've already completed most of the plot filming. Only part of the ending remains where the leads encounter the evil spirit, kneel to beg for forgiveness, and then safely leave the old mansion. But in the end, the female lead realizes it was all a dream. She's still trapped in the old mansion and the evil spirit devours her in one gulp.
Qin Lang nodded. Not bad. There's a twist. But with actual ghosts appearing like this, will it even pass censorship in China? Shenshur replied, of course it won't pass censorship in China, but this film wasn't made for domestic audiences anyway. Qin Lang asked, then who is it for? Shenshur suddenly looked troubled. At that moment, wails of agony echoed from the neighboring courtyard. Ah! Ah! Come quickly! Chapter 53, The Cannibal Mansion. The cry instantly drew everyone's attention, and they rushed over in alarm.
Qin Lang approached and saw a staff member slumped on the ground, trembling as he pointed at several insulated boxes.
Look!
The boxed meals inside the coolers were all smashed open, spilling out a mess of food covered in mold. Even the sealed packages of meat, bread, sandwiches, and other items were moldy and crawling with insects.
The sight sent a chill down everyone's spine.
Needless to say, it was undoubtedly the eerie forces within the ancient mansion causing the chaos.
Shenshur's teeth were chattering uncontrollably as he looked toward Qin Lang. What should we do?
Just as Qin Lang was about to speak, another group of people rushed over.
Qin Lang. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu recognized Qin Lang immediately.
Su Miao, who was prone to tears, followed right behind them.
Qin Lang frowned. Where's Miss Su? Is she absent again? Qin Lang, I'm right here.
A girl with a sweet, childlike face and, well, let's just say she was quite, raised her hand.
Qin Lang looked her up and down. So you've possessed someone else again? Su Mubai gave a wry smile. Yes. What else can I do? My physical body was destroyed long ago. Ever since leaving Fengmen Village, I can only exist in human form by possessing others. Qin Lang patted her shoulder. Not bad. At least you get to experience different lives. This old mansion is full of weird stuff. Have you guys run into anything? Lu Jiu blurted out before anyone else could speak. We haven't just encountered them. 3 people from our film crew have already died. But we haven't even caught a glimpse of anything strange. What about your side? Qin Lang replied, yeah, we just took down AB rank, and we've had deaths here too. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu sucked in their breaths. Killed AB level weirdo? Solo kill? What kind of terrifying combat prowess is this? But recalling Qin Lang's performance in the last instance, it suddenly didn't seem so hard to believe. Su Mubai asked, Qin Lang, how's it going over there? Qin Lang pointed at the moldy, foul-smelling food and said, these anomalies won't let us eat, huh?
Facing the foul-smelling food, Lu Jiu and the others grimaced in disgust.
Shenshur hurriedly interjected, we never imagined we could bring you all here. Please use whatever abilities you have to help us. This movie must be completed. Yi Zi frowned. What time is it now? Instead of thinking about escaping, you're still thinking about the movie? Is filming more important than your own lives?
Suddenly, Qin Lang grinned.
Fine. If they won't let us eat, then they won't eat either. With that, he stepped into a room and closed the door behind him.
Qin Lang retrieved the desperate virus, a reward from the previous dungeon, from his storage space and drank it down.
Ah, this feeling.
A searing heat surged from his throat throughout his entire body, like downing a shot of 50 proof liquor.
Awesome.
Qin Lang distinctly felt a qualitative transformation in his body, from his cells to his bones. Bai Qi remarked, bro, this stuff really works. Your physique feels completely different from before.
Before, you were just an ordinary mortal. Qin Lang asked, oh? And now?
Bai Qi, a much more formidable mortal.
Qin Lang.
Bai Qi said, it's already quite impressive. I estimate you can now harness at most 2,000ths of my power.
By the way, what's the sudden plan here?
Qin Lang drew the black dog's blood dagger, slashed his palm, and said, just wanted to try something different. A crimson gash appeared, only to begin healing visibly within seconds.
Ha! Qin Lang chuckled.
Enhanced physique, superhuman strength, and this accelerated healing speed combined.
Any kind of fun is possible.
Outside, Shenshur and the others waited anxiously for Qin Lang.
Why is it so quiet? Could something have gone wrong? This place is way too spooky. Bang!
A tremendous crash echoed from inside the house, as if a wall had collapsed.
Qin Lang. Yi Zi thought something had happened to Qin Lang.
But Su Mubai reached out to stop her. Don't go.
Qin Lang will be fine. Boom! Another deafening crash followed immediately.
Qin Lang kicked the front door open with one foot and shattered a row of windows with a single punch. The scene left everyone speechless.
How insane is that?
Qin Lang then twisted off a pillar in front of the door, weighted in his hand a few times, and suddenly thrust it into the adjacent wall. The wall instantly shattered into pieces, sending dust and debris flying everywhere.
Qin Lang bellowed at the surrounding area, first you won't let us out, then you ruin our dinner. Are you trying to starve us to death?
If you won't let us get something to eat, I'll flatten this entire place right now.
If you've got the guts, come out now.
With that, he raised his fist to smash another wall.
Yi Zi suddenly shouted, Qin Lang, wait. Look over there. On the adjacent wall, 2 words written in blood had appeared. Stop. Qin Lang laughed, then let 2 of us go out to buy food and bring it back. 2 more words appeared on the wall, written in blood. All right. Qin Lang addressed Lu Jiao and Yi Zi, you 2 go buy it. Everyone else stay put and don't move around.
By now, Qin Lang had undeniably become the leader. Though others wanted to go out, they complied with his arrangement. Qin Lang smugly brushed dust off his hands, thinking to himself, so this is the weirdness of a 3A dungeon. Ah! This house. Female lead Mimi suddenly screamed. Qin Lang turned to look and was instantly startled. The brick walls that had just been shattered, along with the columns, all seemed to come back to life, automatically returning to their original positions. Every hole and crack that had been created vanished. It was as if none of Qin Lang's earlier chaos had ever happened. Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh. Bro, looks like those weird things weren't afraid of you, they were just giving you face. You're in for a rough ride now. A smirk touched Qin Lang's lips. This is getting interesting. Shen Shi's legs gave way in terror and he collapsed onto the ground. Could that legend be true? Qin Lang asked. Legend? What legend? Shen Shi swallowed hard, as if he hadn't heard Qin Lang speak, muttering to himself, a house that eats people. The house eats people. The staff members all turned pale. Qin Lang crouched down and patted Shen Shi's face. Stop mumbling. What kind of house eats people? The pain snapped Shen Shi back to his senses. He touched his flushed cheeks and said, there's always been a legend around here that this ancient mansion is actually alive. And for over 200 years, it's been devouring people. Chapter 54, A Movie for Ghosts. Shen Shi trembled as he continued, the first owner of this mansion was a scholar from the early Ming dynasty. It said he had a strange recurring dream every night, a woman pacing the courtyard, constantly spitting water. Later, he invited a Taoist priest to perform an exorcism. They dug in the courtyard where the woman appeared in his dreams and discovered a female corpse submerged in water. Yet the corpse appeared perfectly normal. The Taoist suggested cremating it, but that very night, both the Taoist and the scholar's entire family died, and the corpse vanished without a trace. From that day onward, everyone who moved into that house met inexplicable deaths. People claimed the ghost of that corpse had fused with the house itself, consuming everyone within its walls. Qin Lang listened and remarked, that's it? Doesn't sound particularly terrifying. He had just dealt with a 1,000-year-old ghost in his last dungeon run. This century-old female ghost was no big deal in his eyes. But the objective of this dungeon was to complete the film. The main challenge lay in protecting the film crew, ensuring they could complete the movie without being killed by supernatural forces before it ended. Shen Shi continued, I haven't finished yet. 2 years ago, 5 young people came here to livestream a haunted house. After moving in, someone else dreamt of a woman pacing in the courtyard. So they followed the legend of the scholar and dug up the courtyard soil to see what lay beneath. Just like the scholar 2 centuries ago, they unearthed a female corpse submerged in water. Just as the legend described, the corpse hadn't decomposed despite being submerged in water. It looked almost exactly like a living person. But the next day, they all died. And their deaths were horribly gruesome. It said one person ripped open his own stomach, clutching his entrails with both hands. Those internal organs bore bite marks, as if someone had taken several bites out of them. Su Miao recoiled in horror. Don't say anymore. Qin Lang stroked his chin. Oh? So it sounds like the key to this old mansion is that waterlogged corpse, huh? Shen Shi nodded, probably. At that moment, the assistant director couldn't help but ask, Director, how do you know all this? Didn't the live stream of those 5 people cut out midway? Qin Lang asked, cut? How did it cut? The assistant director explained, I watched that live stream too, I was one of the viewers that night. The live stream cut off halfway through, there was no dream sequence or female corpse segment. I joined this crew out of curiosity too. No sooner had he finished speaking than others in the crew chimed in, yeah, I watched that live stream too. There definitely weren't any of the scenes or segments the director mentioned. What a coincidence you saw it too. Damn it, I should have never come here. This place is seriously haunted. Only then did Qin Lang and Su Mubai realize. These people all had one thing in common, they'd watched that livestream of the 5 people. Could such a coincidence really exist? Qin Lang fixed his gaze on Shen Shi again. Director, where did you see those clips you mentioned just now? Shen Shi hesitated, glancing around uneasily. Qin Lang reassured him, don't worry. With me here, these weirdos won't dare make a move. Shen Shi finally cautiously replied, actually, about a month ago, I received a video. Someone added me as a Feishin contact, sent the video, and then blocked me. I opened it and discovered it was the second half of that livestream from the 5 people. It scared me so badly I couldn't sleep properly for half a month. Qin Lang asked, and you still dared to come here to shoot a movie? Shen Shi's face turned deathly pale. Clearly, answering this question was even more terrifying than what he'd just confessed. Because after watching that video, I received a phone call that very night. The caller said, I need you to film a movie here and release it for the ghosts to see. Qin Lang frowned, what? A movie for ghosts? Shen Shi replied, I have no idea what it means. At first, I thought it was a prank, but the calls just kept coming like they were haunting me. Not only that, but I started having nightmares every single day always about this place. I had no choice but to find investors, which is why I ended up here. I have this vague feeling, if I don't finish this movie, I might die. The other crew members exchanged glances, then all turned to stare at Chen Shi with resentful eyes. Turns out it's all because of this guy that they're in this mess. Qin Lang stroked his chin again. There were too many unanswered questions right now. First, why did the live stream of those 5 people cut out? And wouldn't the first instinct after such a technical glitch be to restore the broadcast? Why did they keep digging up the bodies? If there were live stream segments, did that mean they hadn't realized their broadcast had been cut off? Second, who sent Chen Shi that eerie video and kept harassing him? Finally, what does a movie for ghosts even mean? Just as Qin Lang was about to ask more questions, a phone suddenly rang. Chen Shi quickly answered it. Hello? It's me. Whatever was said on the other end sent Chen Shi jumping to his feet in shock. What did you say? Chen Shi frantically scanned the room. Are you sure? Qin Lang asked, what's going on? Chen Shi swallowed hard. The police just called. They said they found our production crew's vehicle involved in an accident. There are 2 bodies inside, 1 male, 1 female. And according to the IDs found on the bodies, one of them is Mimi. At those words, a chill instantly ran down the spines of every crew member, sending shivers down their spines. Where is Mimi? Everyone began looking around frantically. The female lead, Mimi, who had been with everyone just moments ago, had vanished. Had they all just been with a female ghost? Chen Shi trembled uncontrollably, as if his entire skeleton was about to fall apart. Qin Lang said, everyone, don't be afraid. Sit down and wait for dinner. He then turned to Su Mubai. Miss Su, you go look for her first. Su Mubai nodded and rose to walk outside. Yikes. After taking just a few steps, Su Mubai spotted a figure standing at the courtyard gate. It was Mimi. Chen Shi and the others quickly stepped back several paces. The assistant director, as if possessed, called out, Mimi? Mimi, facing away from the group, slowly turned around. Then, a scene etched into everyone's memory forever unfolded before their eyes. Chapter 55, A Fresh Start. Mimi turned her body toward them. Her skin had been peeled away, exposing her eyeballs, pearly white teeth, and blood-red facial muscles to the air. Not only that, but all her clothing and skin from her neck, chest, abdomen, and lower body had vanished. The relentlessly bleeding muscles, organs, and exposed bones were horrifying and nauseating to behold. Her entire front was devoid of skin, resembling a medical school cadaver. Ugh! Some staff members vomited on the spot upon seeing this. Many others felt a chill run through their bodies, covering their eyes tightly, unable to bear another glance. Qin Lang, unfazed, remarked, wow, so this is the legendary exposed bones? Chen Shi and the others were speechless. You still have the nerve to joke around at a time like this? But deep down, Qin Lang already sensed something was terribly wrong. Suddenly, he glanced at Su Miao behind him. This crybaby who usually weeps at the slightest ghost story, why was she so quiet now? Qin Lang glanced at Su Miao out of the corner of his eye and discovered she was actually smiling. Qin Lang, watch out. Su Mubai's shout snapped Qin Lang back to attention. Mimi reached out her hand, grinning as she ran toward the group. Hey, still filming? When's my scene? Su Mubai extended his right hand and slashed across Mimi's neck. Mimi's head instantly separated from her body. Su Mubai reached back with his hand, plucking out Mimi's heart. With a slight squeeze, he crushed it. Mimi suddenly carbonized, her body cracking in multiple places before disintegrating into a pile of powder that scattered in the wind. Su Mubai sighed, pitiful, truly pitiful. Qin Lang remarked, looks like the eerie forces in this old mansion can't stand the loneliness anymore. Things are bound to get lively tonight. Chen Shi grew desperate. Why didn't anything happen during the previous shoots? Qin Lang inquired, someone among you must have broken the rules. Rules? Qin Lang explained, eerie phenomena harming people can be either active or passive. If you were unharmed before, it means the mansion's supernatural forces aren't actively harming people. Now that they're acting this way, it can only mean someone among you broke the rules and touched their sore spot. At this, the crew exchanged glances, each trying to recall if they'd done anything out of line. Chen Shi asked, Master, are we going to die? This was also the question on everyone else's mind. Qin Lang replied, perhaps. But I also hope the film can be completed. So if you don't want to die, do as I say. Chen Shi nodded vigorously. Just then, Lu Jiu and Yi Zi returned from buying food. Carrying 2 full boxes of boxed meals, they set them down on the floor and began distributing them. However, after what had just happened, many had lost their appetite. The food tasted like chewing wax, and some even began crying while eating. Qin Lang ate heartily, sharing the recent events with Yi Zi and the others. Huh? That happened too? Yi Zi clicked her tongue. No wonder it's a 3-level instance, even the weirdness here is bizarre. Lu Jiu asked, showing ghosts a movie? How exactly? Qin Lang shook his head. I've only ever heard of putting on plays for ghosts. Wasn't that a tradition in the countryside? Hiring a troupe to perform all night in the ancestral hall to please the spirits? Lu Jiu interjected, I get it.
Maybe that's what this weirdness is about. They want to film a movie here and screen it in this old mansion. As long as we fulfill their wish, everything will be fine. Qin Lang said, but I still feel like this isn't that simple. Yi asked, why? Qin Lang took a sip of cola and said, think about it. The legend of this old house devouring people dates back over 200 years. In other words, even if there is something strange here, it must be an old spirit that has been around for over 100 years. Did they even know what movies were back then? Why would they be so obsessed with watching films? Even if they kept up with the times and knew about movies, they wouldn't be satisfied just by watching one, right?
The others nodded in agreement. Qin Lang continued, and the supernatural activity here is no simple matter. That Mimi had been disguised as a human among us, and I never realized she was a supernatural being. Even when she stood right in front of me, before she turned around, I didn't notice anything unusual.
So the anomalies in this instance are vastly different from before. Su Mubai said, Qin Lang, you can leave this matter to me. The moment that Mimi appeared, I knew she was my kind. So I believe I can tell who's real and who's strange. Qin Lang glanced at Su Mubai with a smile. Then he added, there's also some kind of killing rule here. If you break it, they won't hesitate to strike. One known rule is, anyone who leaves this place without permission will die without exception. That includes the staff member at the beginning, as well as Mimi and the person who took her to the hospital all died because of this rule. Su Miao whimpered, then what are we supposed to do tonight? We can't sleep in this courtyard, can we? What if this is the very courtyard where that female corpse is buried? Yi Zi and Lu Jiu felt uneasy too, glancing down at the ground.
Qin Lang scratched his head.
That is indeed a problem.
I don't have to worry, but everyone on this film crew is too easy to take down one-on-one. But without them, we'll never finish this movie. Suddenly, Qin Lang had an idea. He called Chen Shi over. Director, how long will it take to finish the remaining scenes?
Chen Shi shook his head. I don't think we can finish it.
Both the male and female leads are dead.
How are we supposed to proceed? Qin Lang asked in confusion, when did the male lead die? Yi Zi interjected, didn't I mention we lost 3 people?
One of them was the male lead.
Qin Lang rubbed his forehead and asked, what if we rewrite the script and reshoot?
Chen Shi shook his head again, there's no time.
Rewriting and reshooting would take another half-month. I'm afraid delays will cause complications.
Qin Lang suggested, I meant rewriting the script.
We don't need to shoot that 2-hour epic. Could we just make a half-hour version instead?
We could recast the actors locally.
Surely that's feasible? Counting actors, camera crew, lighting, and you as director, how many people would a production team need at minimum?
Chen Shi thought for a moment and said, I'd estimate at least 10 people.
Qin Lang said, great. We only have 5 people here.
You pick 4 more from that group.
These 10 people will be our new crew. We'll all sleep in one room tonight. Chen Shi froze, then asked, what about the remaining 20-odd people? Qin Lang replied calmly, they can die however they want. What? Chapter 56, Cold-Blooded. Yi Zi gasped, Qin Lang, you mean we're just abandoning them? Qin Lang nodded. Exactly. That's what I mean. Lu Jiu objected, no way. That's too cold-blooded. It's not how you clear a dungeon. Qin Lang asked, then tell me, what is the way to clear this dungeon?
Lu Jiu replied solemnly, of course, it's to complete the dungeon quests with all our strength and minimize casualties.
Because the humans appearing in this instance are real people. Put yourself in their shoes, would you want to be abandoned?
Chen Shi stared at them in shock, you mean the dungeon?
Yi Zi said, you probably can't understand. We're not from the same dimension or world as you.
Your world has been engineered as a horror dungeon. We are the players tasked with clearing it.
Chen Shi's expression froze.
He seemed unable to process it, or perhaps his brain had simply shut down.
Qin Lang stroked his chin. I see.
So the dungeon system intertwines stories from different eras and worlds, bringing us here to complete so-called mission.
The system, or rather, a group of people is watching us. Lu Jiu nodded. Exactly. Qin Lang, you'll eventually have to return to the real world. What if your life was chosen as a dungeon, turning you into an NPC in someone else's eyes? How would you feel? Would you be willing to be abandoned? Qin Lang chuckled, humph, of course not. I'd choose to kill those players and become the biggest boss in that dungeon myself. I've always been the master of my own destiny. Lu Jiu couldn't help but retort, you're insane. In any case, I oppose your idea. Yi Zi nodded in agreement, me too. Qin Lang said, doesn't matter. I never expected your understanding anyway. He looked at Su Mubai, I believe Miss Su will definitely stand by me. Su Mubai nodded, exactly. Whatever Qin Lang says, that's what I'll do. Lu Jiu then turned his gaze to Su Miao. Su Miao covered her face, what, don't look at me. I don't know. Qin Lang declared, I'm not seeking your opinions, nor will I decide based on a vote. I'm merely informing you. Since 10 people are sufficient to complete a film, the rest are superfluous. Protecting them would divert extra resources and make us vulnerable to the mansion's supernatural ambushes. If you insist on wallowing in your saintly compassion, then so be it. Lu Jiao stormed to his feet and walked out. Yi sighed and followed behind. They knew full well they were no match for Qin Lang. But they couldn't condone Qin Lang's actions either, so protesting this way was their only recourse. Qin Lang couldn't care less. He never intended for these two women to come along in the first place. In a 3A-level instance, expecting a happy ending? Not even 1,000 drinks could make him entertain such a notion. Qin Lang turned to Qinshi and added, "Now that 2 more have left, you'll need to find 2 more people. We need a full team to keep this movie rolling." Qinshi nodded, his voice trembling. Understood. After they left, Qin Lang asked Su Mubai, "Do I seem too cold-hearted?" Su Mubai smiled. "Qin Lang, just do what you believe is right." Qin Lang smiled too. Soon, the group split into 2 factions. One group comprised Qin Lang, Su Mubai, Su Miao, Qinshi, and 6 crew members, a 10-person team. The other comprised Yi, Lu Jiao, and the remaining 22 crew members. By now it was around 5 in the afternoon, and the sun was about to set. With the new groups formed, Qin Lang now needed to consider rewriting the script. Qin Lang asked, "Did the person forcing you to make this film have any specific requirements for the movie?" Qinshi swallowed hard and replied, "Well, I remember him saying it absolutely had to be about the aftermath of those 5 people in the ancient mansion. In other words, their exploration livestream was the first installment, and what we're filming now is their sequel." Qin Lang said, "Right. You keep saying you've seen the live stream about what happened to those 5 people afterward. Dig it up and show me. What did they encounter later?" Qinshi hesitated. "Are you sure you want to see it? Everyone who's seen it so far except me is dead." It turned out Qinshi had previously shown it to other friends. After being terrified, they all subsequently met with accidents. That's precisely why Qinshi obediently followed the mysterious stranger's instructions, scrambling to secure funding to finish the film. Right now, Qin Lang was the only reliable ally Qinshi had seen. If something happened to him, wouldn't they truly be doomed to perish at the hands of this old mansion's eerie forces? Qin Lang yawned, "That's not your problem. Open it." Qinshi had no choice but to comply. He pulled out his laptop and clicked on one of the videos. On the screen, 3 men and 2 women were excitedly chattering away to the camera. A guy with a crew cut declared solemnly, "You might not believe this, but all 5 of us just had the exact same dream at the same time. We all dreamt of a woman appearing in the courtyard outside. It was exactly the same. Oh my god, could this old mansion's curse be real? Let me repeat, this is not a drill. This is not for show." Another girl with long hair says, "So now we plan to do what the legend says, dig up the ground in the courtyard and see if there's really something there." A short-haired girl stared at the screen, seemingly reading a comment. "Aren't you afraid of disturbing the ghosts here?" "Ha, we're not disturbing them, we're just saying hello." She pulled out her phone again and said, "And look, our phone signal is still full bars. That means if anything happens, we can still call for help. And with all of you watching, if there really are ghosts, we'll all witness it together." The guy with the flat top from earlier chimed in, "If there really are ghosts, I'll make sure Nobel comes back from the dead to give me the award." The 5 young people burst into laughter. Qin Lang pressed pause and asked, "This video only you and your friends have seen it? It wasn't part of the live stream?" Qinshi shook his head, "No. The live stream ended after they fell asleep. The next news we got about them was that all 5 had died tragically. So this footage of them waking up in the middle of the night is definitely exclusive." Qin Lang added, "Well, that's interesting. The way they were acting, it seemed like they hadn't noticed the stream had cut off. Plus, there were still comments interacting with them. Was a ghost streaming with them?" Chapter 57, Turmoil Erupts. The moment Qin Lang finished speaking, Qinshi and the other crew members couldn't help but shiver. Ghosts are actually interacting with these 5 people? Ghosts toying with humans? Qin Lang chuckled. Looks like the eeriness in this old mansion is actually quite entertaining. He pressed play and continued watching. The 5 people in the livestream pulled out tools and began digging up the soil, genuinely intending to excavate the courtyard. Qinshi had already seen the video and knew what would happen next, yet he now trembled uncontrollably, unable to watch directly. He turned away instead. "Look!" The short-haired girl's excited voice rang out in the video, "There really is something here." The man with the flat top and the other 2 guys exclaimed, "Wow, it's gold." But in Qin Lang's eyes, what they had unearthed was hardly gold. The excavated soil was filled with stagnant water, and within it lay the pale corpse of a woman. Yet the 5 of them acted as if they hadn't seen a thing, continuing to insist there was gold underground. "We're rich. We're rich. Good heavens, should we turn this over to the authorities? Is it really gold? Take it out and look. Don't throw it in the water, it'll float." Just then, the corpse opened its eyes. The next second, the video ended. Su Miao burst into tears again. "Wah." Qin Lang looked at Qinshi, "Is that all?" Qinshi nodded, trembling. "Yeah, I wanted to delete it right after watching it. But the very next day after deleting it, the video would reappear on my desktop. I suspected I'd caught a virus and replaced several computers, but the video kept reappearing." Qin Lang chuckled, "So this creepy thing is actually a hacker? It knows how to mess with your computer. You don't have any study materials on there, do you? Otherwise, when you're watching those Japanese teachers' tutorials at night, they'll see you too.
Chen Shi looked utterly speechless. He couldn't fathom why Qin Lang would crack such a joke at this moment.
Qin Lang clapped his hands and declared, well then, let's start brainstorming the script. Since we're filming the story of these 5 people, let's cast the roles. The director, assistant director, and me can play the 3 men. For the 2 women, Miss Su and Su Miao will suffice. At this point, Chen Shi asked again, what about the ghost? Who's going to play the ghost in this old mansion?
Qin Lang chuckled, no need to cast someone specifically for the ghost.
He glanced around and added, isn't this entire place haunted? Chen Shi and the assistant director were startled, so you mean we don't need an actor for the ghost, we should actually let the ghosts appear? Qin Lang nodded. Exactly. Since this film is meant for ghosts to see, why not let the ghosts appear themselves? Chen Shi's hands trembled as he blurted out, is there any other way? Qin Lang countered, what do you think? Chen Shi looked utterly hopeless. He asked again, so once we finish filming, can we just leave? Qin Lang replied, I don't know.
If it weren't for completing the dungeon quest, he wouldn't have bothered with any of this. A flicker of despair crossed the eyes of Chen Shi, the assistant director, and the others.
One crew member couldn't help but plop down and whine, does that mean we're doomed? We're dead if we shoot, and we're dead if we don't, what's the difference? Qin Lang shot him a cold glance. Of course there's a difference. If you don't film it, you'll die right now.
The man bit his lower lip and said, you dare. I'll call the police as soon as I get out.
Qin Lang chuckled, if you can get out, go ahead and call the police. We'll see if the cops die with you then. Besides, do you really think I'll give you that chance?
Seeing the murderous intent in Qin Lang's eyes, the man immediately shut up.
Meanwhile, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi gathered together, surrounded by the anxious crew members. Lu Jiao said, everyone, don't be afraid. We'll protect you.
Though our skills and strength may not match Qin Lang's, we're still no match for ordinary ghosts.
A burly man demanded, then get us out of here.
I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place a moment longer. Several others chimed in agreement. Yi Zi patiently replied, everyone, please calm down. I understand how you feel, but it's almost nightfall. Moving rashly now could lead to trouble. Besides, you've seen it yourselves, anyone who tries to leave hastily ends up dead.
The big guy retorted, but the problem is, staying here isn't an option either. And if we can't move at night like you say, does that mean we can during the day? Didn't Nini die during the day? Lu Jiao grew impatient, then what do you suggest? What do you want to do? The big guy snorted, looks like you guys are pretty capable.
Of course we should start figuring out how to break out right now, see if we can blaze a trail.
That's the only way we'll escape this hellhole. His words immediately drew agreement from the other crew members.
After all, they weren't the ones charging into battle and facing the evil spirits head-on.
Maybe they really could blaze a trail to survival. Lu Jiao was furious, I gathered you all here with good intentions to protect you, and this is how you repay me by treating me like cannon fodder?
The burly man shrugged his shoulders, you said yourselves you'd protect us.
If you didn't have the guts, then just say so. Why pretend to be something you're not? Lu Jiao was furious. How could these people be so ungrateful?
Another long-haired woman pulled out her phone, everyone, stop arguing.
In my opinion, this is very simple, we should just call the police. Police have strong yang energy, they might not fear these ghosts. Then we can just follow them out, right?
The others nodded in agreement.
Yi Zi hurriedly protested, no. Absolutely don't call the police.
You're just provoking those malevolent spirits. The fact we're still alive means this situation doesn't violate their rules.
Calling the police now would only complicate things. Even if they could get in, we couldn't possibly follow them out. The long-haired woman snorted coldly, is it up to you to decide? We're out of food, and we'll need to sleep soon. We can't just stay here knowing this place is haunted. Since our phones still have signal, we can browse the web and make calls, why can't we try calling the police? Are we just supposed to sit here and wait to die?
The big guy chimed in, exactly.
I'm for calling the police.
We could also send messages to friends and family, or post on Weibo to alert everyone about this place.
There's strength in numbers. I refuse to believe the ghosts in this old mansion are that powerful. Lu Jiao and Yi Zi exchanged helpless glances.
Just then, they heard strange footsteps coming from the neighboring courtyard.
Tap, tap, tap. Chapter 58, A Restless Night. The people in the courtyard felt a chill run down their spines and their hair stood on end at the sound. What on earth was that? The big man gripped his phone tightly, the director and the others are coming? Everyone had just been eating in one courtyard.
After splitting up, Qin Lang went to the eastern courtyard, while their group headed to the larger western courtyard.
All the equipment and props were stored in the central courtyard.
In other words, the two groups were separated by just one courtyard, not far apart. And these footsteps were coming from the east from Qin Lang's courtyard.
Over 20 pairs of eyes stared intently at the semicircular archway of the courtyard, yet no figure appeared.
The steady cadence of footsteps echoed through the air, fluctuating in volume, now near, now far, now near, now far.
Yi Zi and Lu Jiao immediately drew their weapons, warning, no. This sound is clearly unusual. Everyone, don't move rashly.
But the burly man immediately shouted, "Ghosts are coming."
Everyone, run.
At that cry, over 20 people immediately scattered toward the westernmost courtyard and houses next door.
Yi Zi grew frantic. Everyone, don't scatter. You'll become easy targets.
Lu Jiu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him.
Why can't these people ever listen? Strangely enough, once most had fled, the thudding footsteps ceased. Yi Zi hurried after them. Everyone, come back quickly. There's no ghost. Don't get separated.
They managed to gather most of the people back together. After a quick headcount, they realized one person was missing. It was the long-haired woman who had insisted on calling the police.
Lu Jiu frowned. Oh no. Looks like we really did cross the line and angered those ghosts. Wah! Help me.
The long-haired woman's voice suddenly echoed from a room in the neighboring courtyard.
Yi Zi and Lu Jiu immediately rushed over. In the dimly lit side room, the long-haired woman called out, "My ankle's twisted. I can't move. Wah, it's so dark in here, I can't see a thing. Someone, please help me."
The burly man and another tall, thin man rushed over.
Hearing this, they immediately urged Yi Zi, You go check it out." Lu Jiu shot him a disapproving glare. At that moment, the long-haired woman's voice grew more plaintive. "Why aren't the four of you coming yet?" Lu Jiu had no choice. Gripping his demon-subduing staff, he said, "I'll go check." Yi Zi grabbed her arm. "Didn't you hear what she said? Little Lu, she's not human anymore." Lu Jiu suddenly understood. Right. She just said she can't see, so how would she know there are four of us here?
A chill swept over them from head to toe.
Let's go back first.
Driven by her own fear, Yi Zi keenly realized the situation was beyond her control. The ghost in this room was far beyond her capabilities.
After retreating, Lu Jiu placed her hands on her hips and addressed the others. "Now you understand? I was right not to let you run around or call the police." The burly man retorted defiantly, "Who says you get to decide?
If we'd called the police sooner, this might never have happened. Besides, you kept promising to protect us, yet now one of us is gone."
"Aren't you ashamed?" Lu Jiu snapped. "Are you out of your mind? You.
The king of hell can't save the damned.
If you insist on courting death, what can I do? I've given you face, haven't I?
If it were up to Qin Lang, you'd be left to fend for yourselves.
We're still here with you, shouldn't you be grateful for that?" The big guy retorted. "Gratitude comes after being protected. What exactly am I supposed to be grateful for now?" Lu Jiu rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Yi Zi quickly restrained her. "Calm down, Lu Jiu. Now is not the time for infighting. We never had much confidence in dealing with these ghosts to begin with. Arguing won't help. Even a clenched fist can't kill anyone, how much less when we're divided?"
Lu Jiu glared at the man with venom before pointing at him again.
Yi Zi stood up again and said, "Everyone, I know you're all scared and tense right now. We felt the same way when we first encountered all these strange phenomena and ghosts. But that won't work. We still have to rely on ourselves to get through this. Qin Lang and the director are figuring out how to make a new movie. Maybe once it's done, we'll be able to get out. Until then, let's stick together, okay?"
Her words were heartfelt and deeply moving, even silencing the burly man who'd been speaking earlier. Seeing their spirits lifted, Yi Zi felt deeply gratified and continued, "Since that's settled, let's decide on the night watch rotations and schedule. There are 24 of us now. We can form teams of 4, switching every hour for 6-hour shifts. Everyone will endure sleeping in this courtyard tonight. Come daybreak, you can join Qin Lang and the others to help with the film shoot. Xiao Lu and I will find suitable rooms and clear out whatever's haunting them. That way, everyone can get a good night's sleep tomorrow." Lu Jiu shot Yi Zi an approving glance. It must be said, this was an excellent solution. But the burly man spoke up again. "Nonsense. We're unarmed and don't know how to catch ghosts. What if we encounter one during our shift? Even if we send word, we'd still get eaten, right? Besides, why should we be the ones running around during the day while you guys get to do nothing? Are you planning to use us as cannon fodder tonight, then sneak out during the day? And you're the ones finding us places to sleep and soothing the children?" These words sparked murmurs of discontent among the gathered crowd. Yi Zi pleaded earnestly, Everyone, that absolutely wasn't my intention. Trust me, if you can't escape, neither can we. Since I chose to be with you, I won't abandon you." The burly man stood up and pointed at her. "But you clearly stood by and did nothing when someone was in danger." The lanky man chimed in, "Exactly. We heard cries for help, and you just said she wasn't human and walked away. Why should we trust you now?" Yi Zi was dumbfounded. She still tried to explain, "It's nighttime. We don't stand much chance fighting ghosts. Everyone, please understand." The burly man retorted, "Understand what? We absolutely refuse to accept your plan. We'll find our own way out. Everyone, what do you say?" The others chimed in, "Right. Let's get out first." Lu Jiu snapped, "Fine, go ahead. Go. I'm not human if I care about you lot." Just then, from the direction where the long-haired woman had cried out for help moments ago, a rotting hand suddenly extended and slowly crawled toward them.
Chapter 59, The Man in the Pink Cloak. The crowd remained furious, vehemently expressing their distrust of Yi Zi and Lu Jiu. Suddenly, someone screamed loudly. Ah! Let me go! Let me go! A girl saw a pair of rotting hands grab her ankles and immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Witnessing this, others scattered in panic, the crowd instantly dispersing. Yi Zi drew her white paper fan and rushed forward. Paper blizzard. Several thin paper slivers flew through the air, striking the rotting hands like razor blades. SSSH. The rotting hands dissolved into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the girl. Miss, are you okay? What was that about? Why didn't you act sooner? You nearly scared the life out of me. The girl shoved Yi Zi away. Exactly. Why weren't you more careful? We only stayed because we trusted you'd handle it. Couldn't you have been faster just now? You made me fall flat on my face. The people around them joined in, blaming Yi Zi. This left Yi Zi completely bewildered. She clearly saved someone, so why was she being scolded? Does being a good person mean you deserve to have a gun pointed at you? Lu Jiu couldn't take it anymore. Will you all shut up? If you love each other so much, just die already. No wonder Qin Lang said you'd be better off dead. You've been given a chance, but you won't take it. Just die already. The words sparked an immediate uproar among the crowd. What did you say? That Qin Lang told us to die? That's heartless. You're just like him. I don't care, you're responsible for us. If even one of us dies, it's your fault. They began slowly closing in on Yi Zi and Lu Jiu. Yi Zi hurriedly pulled Lu Jiu toward the exit. Don't run. Seeing this, the others gave chase. Lu Jiu snapped, seriously. These people are so ungrateful. If it comes down to it, I'll just kill them. Yi Zi said, don't talk nonsense. Killing innocent people will only hurt us in the end. Sigh, maybe Qin Lang really is right. Lu Jiu fell silent. If we just let them fend for themselves like Qin Lang said, why would we have all this trouble? Sometimes people are more terrifying than ghosts. After Yi Zi's reflection, she quickened her pace. Suddenly, Yi Zi gasped, no. Lu Jiu asked, what's wrong? Yi Zi replied, we were clearly running toward Qin Lang's location. Why haven't we reached him yet? Lu Jiu realized it too and stopped dead in her tracks, trembling. They were only one small courtyard away from Qin Lang's. But they'd already passed 2 or 3 courtyards, how could they still be so far away? Yi Zi scanned the surroundings. We've been targeted by the ghosts in this old mansion. Lu Jiu raised his demon-subduing staff and began scanning the surroundings. They're right here. The crew members were catching up, closing in once more. Yi Zi shouted, everyone, stay calm. We've been targeted by ghosts. Don't come any closer, or you'll get hurt too. The big guy from earlier yelled, you think we'd believe you now? Get us out of here now. Lu Jiu gripped his demon-subduing staff and thrust it toward the big man's face. Thud. Lu Jiu pierced a gaping hole through the man's face. Yi Zi gasped in shock. Lu Jiu, what are you doing? Lu Jiu shouted, they're not human. Look. The moment the words left his mouth, Yi Zi finally noticed that these people's eyes were unlike those of ordinary humans. Black. Utterly black. Their pupils were pitch black, devoid of any light, as if their eyes had been gouged out. The burly man whose face had been pierced through actually grabbed Lu Jiu's hand. Ha! A bone-chilling laughter echoed from all directions, sending shivers through every cell in Yi Zi and Lu Jiu's bodies. The crew members all reached out, closing in on Yi Zi and the others. Arg! Several figures lunged forward, gaping mouths wide open. Yi Zi swiftly fanned a swarm of paper scraps one flick, and they transformed into razor blades, shooting out once more. But even with half their heads sliced off, those people moved with ease. Oh no! This was the first time Yi Zi had ever encountered such a situation. Xiao Lu, run! Lu Jiu fought his way through while cursing, shouting, damn it! They won't die. They just won't die. Where the hell are they going? These people are like zombies. Zombies die when their heads are gone, but these guys seem to have no weak points. Suddenly, a pink figure flashed into view. Swish! Several silver flashes of blades lit up. The mutated creatures closest to Lu Jiu and Yi Zi shattered into over a dozen pieces. Had never expected this mansion to be so vast. A man clad in a pink cloak stood before Lu Jiu and Yi Zi, even more unexpected, 2 little beauties here. Tall and imposing, the man radiated an aura of effortless swagger yet concealed immense power. He wore a conical hat, its edges slightly rough, lending him a distinct knight-errant aura. Lu Jiu and Yi Zi stared in shock. Who are you? The man chuckled softly, pulling out a pink hairband to tie back his jet-black hair. Just call me Qin Lang. Don't worry, little beauties, you're safe now. He raised his curved blade, its edge gleaming with a cold, piercing light, then transformed into a pink lightning bolt, charging toward the mutated beings. Lu Jiu and Yi Zi stood rooted to the spot, watching as Qin Lang dispatched each bizarre creature in an instant, their faces filled with astonishment. They had never witnessed such formidable swordsmanship before. In less than 2 minutes, Qin Lang had already hacked all the mutants into a pile of minced flesh. He flicked the blood from his blade and flashed Lu Jiao and Yi Zi a smile. "You're safe now, ladies." Captivated by his striking appearance and formidable skill, Lu Jiao stepped forward quickly and clasped her hands in a bow. "Thank you. Are you a player too?" Qin Lang chuckled. "Ah, yes. But I sleep during the day. I only come out at night to hunt some fierce ghosts for fun. Didn't expect to run into you lot." Yi Zi exclaimed in surprise. "You actually sleep that much in a 3A dungeon? Isn't daytime supposed to be for gathering clues and progressing the story?" Qin Lang roared with laughter. "I'm only here to slay ghosts. Plot? Quests? I couldn't care less." No sooner had the words left his mouth than heavy footsteps echoed from the old mansion nearby, as if some colossal creature was about to emerge. A flicker of excitement flickered in Qin Lang's eyes. "Looks like the big one's coming. Step back, ladies." Yi Zi finally noticed that Qin Lang had 3 knives strapped to his waist, each of a different size. "Oomph. How dare you treat my toys so violently?" From the ancient mansion emerged a fierce, green-faced specter clad in Ming Qing dynasty attire. Its lips were absent, revealing a mouthful of fangs exposed to the air. "You, too, deserve death. Green-faced zombie. Eccentricity level, B." Lu Jiao hurriedly exclaimed. "Qin Lang. This is a B-grade anomaly, let's handle it together." Qin Lang waved dismissively, then drew a knife in each hand. "Grade B anomaly? Then I'll draw both blades as a sign of respect." Chapter 60, Let me slash you. Saliva dripped from the green-faced zombie's fangs as it chuckled. "Looks like you're quite tasty." Qin Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. "Need I say more? Too bad you won't get to taste it." The green-faced zombie roared in fury, sucking in air violently. A whirlwind erupted around them, catching Lu Jiao and Yi Zi off guard. They nearly lost their footing. But Qin Lang stood as steady as a mountain, his expression as still as a deep well. Scattered fragments of flesh were sucked into the green-faced zombie's maw. In the next instant, the green-faced zombie's form had grown significantly larger than before. Jun Xing, who had been nearly the same height as it, could now barely reach its belly. Delicious. Delicious." The green-faced zombie wiped its mouth. "Next, it's your turn." Jun sneered coldly. "Once you're full, you can hit the road too." The green-faced zombie roared with rage, slamming its massive palm down. Qin Lang vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, one foot was planted firmly on the green-faced zombie's hand. He pushed off, leaping into the air, and swung both blades down toward the zombie's face. This ghostly speed startled the green-faced zombie. It tried to block with its other massive hand, then slam him down again. But Qin Lang vanished a second time. Before the green-faced zombie could react, it felt the world spinning wildly, everything upside down. It wasn't the world that had turned upside down, it was its own head, severed and tumbling to the ground. The green-faced zombie struggled to comprehend what had happened, but Qin Lang had already materialized before him. Qin Lang's expression was remarkably relaxed, green blood dripping steadily from his twin blades. Lu Jiao and Yi Zi swallowed hard, murmuring, "So fast." They were stunned by the green-faced zombie's massive size, and when they snapped back to reality, they saw Qin Lang piercing through its neck. Before the green-faced zombie could even spurt blood, Qin Lang's pink cloak swept past, followed by a graceful flip landing on the ground. It all happened in an instant. They were more stunned than the green-faced zombie itself. How could a blade be this fast? The green-faced zombie roared, "You." Before he could finish, Qin Lang's blade moved again. Swish! Qin Lang's blade flashed like lightning, slicing the green-faced zombie into thin strips in mere moments. "Ha!" Qin Lang chuckled with satisfaction, then slammed the curved blade in his right hand down onto the ground. A powerful gust of sword wind erupted from the ground, carrying the blade's energy toward the fragments and body of the green-faced zombie. Boom! The green-faced zombie's body exploded in multiple places, crashing backward to the ground. Qin Lang flicked the blood from his blade, swiftly sheathing it before turning with confidence. The ghosts in 3A dungeons just feel so satisfying to slash through. Player Qin Lang successfully defeated AB rank anomaly. Reward, 1,200 ghost coins. Qin Lang chuckled coldly. Enough for another round of drinks. At some point, a silver flask had appeared in his hand. Ah, nothing beats a drink after slaying ghosts. Qin Lang took a swig of the fiery liquor and sighed contentedly. Suddenly, the surroundings shifted. Only then did Lu Jiao and Yi Zi realize they hadn't left the courtyard at all. They'd been caught in a ghostly maze, circling endlessly in the same spot. Lu Jiao stepped forward and smiled. "Brother Qin Lang, thank you. Without you, Yi Zi and I would have been done for." Qin Lang chuckled. "No big deal. You're safe now, and I had my fun. We're even." Lu Jiao felt warmed by his kindness. "Qin Lang, if only we'd met you sooner. We owe this whole clear to you." Qin Lang asked, "Are you in a hurry to clear the level? If so, we can go find the toughest one." Lu Jiao agreed without hesitation. Yi Zi, however, cautioned, "Xiao Lu, shouldn't we discuss this with Qin Lang first? After all, it's a 3A level instance. What if there are other traps?" Lu Jiao rolled his eyes. Why bother talking to that cold-blooded jerk? He'd probably sell us out anyway. Qin Lang inquired, "Oh? Besides you two, who else is in this group? Lu Jiao nodded. Of course. But he's a talented bastard with no morals. His name is Qin Lang. He can solo B-rank anomalies too, but his character is nowhere near as good as yours. Hearing Qin Lang could handle Class B anomalies solo, Jun Lang's expression shifted. Is that so? I'd like to meet him. Yi Zi pointed to the courtyard beside them. He's right there. Over at Qin Lang's end, he just managed to extract the script. Alright, let's shoot it like this. Director, will half an hour of footage be enough? Shenshur glanced at the script Qin Lang had written and whistled in admiration. Impressive. This story you've crafted is brilliant. I think it's perfect as is. Qin Lang smiled inwardly, thinking, people in this world haven't seen Graveyard Encounter, The Grudge, or The Conjuring? Qin Lang. Miss Lu and the others are back. Su Mubai tugged at Qin Lang, and they brought someone along. Qin Lang turned his head and immediately spotted Lu Jiao and Yi Zi, along with the most conspicuous figure Jun Lang. Jun Lang also noticed Qin Lang. Their gazes met briefly, and both sensed an overwhelming aura of power. Qin Lang thought, this effeminate guy in the pink cloak is a master. But what the hell do I care? Whether from reading the celestial scriptures or harboring a demon god and succubus within him for too long, Qin Lang felt a growing detachment from ordinary humans. Up to this point, the only person he truly trusted wasn't even human. Lu Jiao pointed at Jun Lang with smug satisfaction. Qin Lang, allow me to introduce our savior. His name is. I couldn't care less. Qin Lang asked, how come there are only a few of you? Where's the rest of the crew? Yi Zi looked troubled and explained, they seem to have been possessed by the ghosts in the old mansion and started attacking us. Lu Jiao continued, thanks to brother Jun Lang. He stepped in to save us and single-handedly took down a grade B supernatural entity. Jun Lang smiled. Just a little help. Qin Lang looked at Lu Jiao and teased, so, you've realized being everyone's babysitter isn't all that fun, huh? Lu Jiao flushed with embarrassment. That's not fair. If brother Jun Lang had shown up sooner, maybe none of those anomalies would have appeared. Jun Lang couldn't help but interrupt her, turning to Qin Lang, so you're Qin Lang. Pleased to meet you. Qin Lang nodded. Yeah. Lu Jiao felt a pang of resentment. What was this Qin Lang guy so full of himself about? Was he just jealous of someone more capable than him? Jun Lang stepped forward and asked, I heard you can take on B rank alone. What weapon do you use? Can I see it? Qin Lang replied, I'm not interested in discussing this. If you don't want to help, then leave now. Jun Lang smiled. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. Jing Lang fixed his gaze on Su Mubai, one hand already reaching for his knife hilt. You're a weirdo? Su Mubai asked, what's the matter? Jun Lang exclaimed excitedly, and in a class weirdo at that. Can I get a swing at it? Chapter 61, 30% and 70%. Su Mubai's expression darkened. Jun Lang had already begun drawing his sword. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Qin Lang, knocking everyone near him flat to the ground. Jun Lang sheathed his sword, you don't want me to intervene? Qin Lang didn't speak, but gestured for Su Mubai to move closer. Su Mubai swallowed hard, approaching Qin Lang like a frightened little rabbit. In truth, Qin Lang hadn't acted just now. It was Bai Qi who had done it. Qin Lang withdrew his divine sense back into his body. Bai Qi, what are you doing? Qin Lang looked around but couldn't find Bai Qi anywhere. Big brother, over here. A familiar, weathered voice called out. Qin Lang turned and was stunned by the sight before him. Bai Qi had transformed into a black dragon, coiled around the Qiankuan jade vessel. When purchased, the Qiankuan jade vase could still be held with both hands, yet now it stood several meters tall, its surface so vast that Bai Qi's entire body clung tightly to it. Qin Lang asked, what were you so angry about just now? Bai Qi opened his dragon's mouth, isn't Su Mubai your woman? When that pretty boy tried to lay a hand on her, how could I stand by and watch my sister-in-law get hurt? Qin Lang chuckled, you're not exactly known for your initiative. What was the real reason? Bai Qi explained, when I was still mortal, I had a daughter. Su Mubai bears some resemblance to her, so I just felt a moment of weakness. Qin Lang snorted, so the butcher Bai Qi had a daughter, huh? Well, your wife must have been pretty miserable. A hint of sorrow flickered in Bai Qi's eyes, yes, she is. Qin Lang shook his head. Looks like I can't go after Miss Su anymore. You treat her like your daughter and me like your elder brother, wouldn't that make things chaotic if I were with her? Bai Qi chuckled, what's the big deal? We each have our own roles. I call you brother, you call me father. Get lost. Qin Lang pressed further, what do you make of this Jun Lang fellow? Bai Qi sneered, if this general could return to my prime, a mere mortal like him would be no threat. Unfortunately, you're not strong enough yet. We'd only have about a 70% chance of winning. Qin Lang frowned, only 70%? Bai Qi, that 70% belongs to him. You're lucky to have a 30% chance at all. Qin Lang was speechless, so I shouldn't fight at all? That's too frustrating. Bai Qi reassured him, don't worry. I can sense he's not one who relishes killing. I've already shaken him with the aura of the dark god. No matter how formidable this Jun Lang is, he remains mortal. Though outwardly calm, panic has seized him. He won't strike you for now, at least not with lethal intent. Qin Lang pressed, how can you tell he doesn't relish killing? Bai Qi smiled again, brother, don't you think I know what a true bloodthirsty killer looks like? Qin Lang thought about it and realized Bai Qi was right. After all, Bai Qi was the butcher god who had slaughtered over 1 million people. He could spot a murderous maniac at a glance. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. I get it. You can play with this bottle yourself. Bai Qi added, brother, you still need to be careful. That Qin Lang may be mortal, but his physique and swordsmanship are already near perfection. The moment you show the slightest hint of killing intent, he'll take you down. Don't provoke him. Qin Lang didn't respond, he simply walked away. Returning to his true form, Bai Qi's words proved true. That single strike had left Qin Lang silent for a long while. He showed no sign of drawing his sword again, and his killing intent had faded somewhat. Yet the look in Qin Lang's eyes as he watched Qin Lang held a new spark of excitement. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeezy spoke up, Qin Lang, Miss Su may be peculiar, but she's not a bad person. Besides, she's always been by Qin Lang's side. Let's not ruin the harmony. Qin Lang stroked his chin. So that's how it works? I'll try that next time. Su Mubai shot him an uneasy glance. Qin Lang licked his lower lip. But it's rare to encounter an A-class anomaly. It'd be a shame not to draw my blade. Qin Lang, mind if I exchange a few blows with her? Qin Lang replied bluntly, if you're so eager to draw your sword and chop things, why not join New Oriental? What are you doing here just blabbering on? Qin Lang chuckled, well, if you put it that way, I can't say it like that. I just want to spar with her. He began drawing his blade again. Qin Lang prepared to draw his own demon-slaying blade. The atmosphere instantly froze. Woo! Su Miao burst into tears, it's so scary. So scary. Qin Lang froze, turning to look at Su Miao. Meow meow? Qin Lang and the others were startled. Did they know each other? Su Miao cowered in the corner, sobbing, what, so scary? Don't come near me. Qin Lang stood frozen in place, a rare look of astonishment crossing his face. But soon, he returned to his usual cool detachment. I see. Since Meow Meow was crying, I'd stop joking around. He plopped down and extended his hand toward Qin Lang, sorry about earlier. Qin Lang frowned and ignored him. What exactly was the relationship between Su Miao and Qin Lang? Who were these people? But regardless, with two masters like Qin Lang and Qin Lang present, everyone felt somewhat reassured. At least they didn't have to worry about any more weirdos with bad luck bumping into them. Qin Lang glanced at the time and saw it was already 9:30. 2.5 hours until midnight, only then could he refresh his skills. He glanced up at the sky. Qin Lang was currently sprawled on the eaves of a building, his face hidden beneath a conical hat. His pink cloak served as a blanket, covering him entirely as he appeared to be asleep. What a reckless way to live. Qin Lang realized that if Qin Lang could capture Bai Qi's attention, he clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. At this distance, even using time pause would make a sneak attack nearly impossible. He hoped to acquire a skill, if not to finish him off, then at least to counter him. A 30% chance of success was far too low. Perhaps feeling restless and bored, Qin Lang summoned Shenshi to review the previous script. Shenshi flipped through the pages as he asked, Master Qin, didn't you just write a new script? Why revisit the old one? Qin Lang replied, your previous script went so smoothly because the plot satisfied the ghosts of the old mansion. After things went wrong, could it be that something in the writing upset them? Shenshi grew tense and quickly pulled out a script. Qin Lang took the script and began flipping through it. Suddenly, his gaze froze on the second page. Could it be? Qin Lang turned to Su Mubai and asked, Miss Su, you were on another set earlier today. Could you tell me who died and when? Su Mubai nodded. I remember everything. Wait a moment, I'll write it down for you. The first to die was the actor playing the male lead. At that moment, Qin Lang, who had been sleeping on the roof, pushed his conical hat aside with a finger and glanced at Qin Lang. After hearing Su Mubai's account, Qin Lang's brow furrowed. So that's how it was. Chapter 62, Qi Person. Qin Lang remarked, if the ghost in this ancient mansion is killing according to this pattern, that would be quite interesting. Su Mubai asked, Qin Lang, what did you discover? Qin Lang pointed at the original script and said, look, isn't the order of the deaths now the same as the order of appearances in the script? At this, the others immediately crowded closer. Sure enough, the current sequence of deaths matched Qin Lang's observation. Each victim had died in the exact order their characters appeared in the script. Shenshi swallowed hard. Why would the ghost here do this? Qin Lang replied, isn't it obvious? All of you watched that live stream. The ghost here wants to rekindle that past connection with you. Shenshi and the others paled. Reunite? What did that mean? Qin Lang replied coldly, everyone from the same production crew watched that live stream. And now they've all gathered to film again. Could such a coincidence really exist in this world? Shenshi, you haven't told me the whole truth, have you? Shenshi felt a chill run down his spine before replying, I. Qin Lang added, you don't have to answer me now. Anything you say under these circumstances is likely a lie. Anyway, once filming starts tomorrow, you'll be one of the actors. Whether you choose to live or die, that's entirely up to you. With that, he rolled onto his side, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Chen and the other crew members exchanged uneasy glances, their faces betraying guilt. Clearly, they must have done something unscrupulous in the past and were afraid to speak up directly. The assistant director turned to Chen. The director probably isn't involved in that incident, right? Chen swallowed hard. Don't say that. Let me think, how can I explain this to Master Qin? Another crew member chimed in, Director, if it comes down to it, why not just tell the truth? Those people are all dead. Why are we still guarding that secret? Chen gritted his teeth, those people weren't killed by ghosts. Didn't you hear what Lu Jiu said? They were possessed by ghosts. The killer was that guy wielding both a knife and a sword. The others exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. The night watch duty was assigned to Su Mubai, who didn't need sleep. The rest gathered around a campfire in the courtyard and fell asleep. Lu Jiu glanced at Qin Lang lying on the roof and asked Yi, isn't brother Qin Lang cold up there? And sleeping up there, won't he easily catch the attention of the ghosts in this old mansion? Yi chuckled. How long have you even known him, already fussing over him like this? Once we clear this dungeon, you can team up with him. Lu Jiu slapped her playfully. What are you saying? Stop setting up weird flags like that, okay? I think relying on brother Qin Lang is way better than that Qin Lang guy. At least he's got some human warmth. Yi glanced at Qin Lang, fast asleep, and shook her head. I'm not so sure. Qin Lang might actually be more dependable than Qin Lang. Lu Jiu frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Yi explained, Qin Lang isn't focused on clearing the game. He craves battling stronger anomalies. Following him will only lead you to face more formidable foes. But Qin Lang actually led us through a 2A level instance. Lu Jiu retorted defiantly, but I just can't stand his attitude like the whole world owes him something. In terms of strength, isn't Qin Lang still the stronger one? Yi gave a helpless smile, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang. Qin Lang was now seeking out Bai Qi again. Bai Qi seemed particularly fond of coiling around the Qiankuan jade vase, still clinging to it now. Qin Lang asked, you don't have some peculiar hobby, do you? Bai Qi opened his eyes, his dragon whiskers quivering. Brother, you're not sleeping tonight. What brings you here? Qin Lang stretched lazily and said, I want to ask you something. What is the Pango Heavenly Book? Bai Qi chuckled, you're just now thinking to ask me? Qin Lang replied, I've always wanted to ask, but never had the time. After seeing those so-called heavenly scriptures in Fengmen Village, the characters seemed carved into my brain, I just couldn't shake them. That old master at Donghu High School said I'd seen the Pango Heavenly Book, and in the end, I even summoned Confucius. But every time, I somehow summon it without meaning to, and it inexplicably takes effect. Tell me, what the hell is going on? Bai Qi chuckled darkly. If I could just use the Pango Heavenly Book directly, would I need to latch onto you, big bro? Qin Lang was speechless. You realize you're freeloading off me, right? Bai Qi opened his mouth, the Pango Heavenly Book merely borrows Pangu's name. Who actually wrote it remains unknown. Back in the Netherworld, I heard tales of its power. It can summon deities from all directions and communicate across countless realms. But those capable of deciphering it are exceedingly rare, only one type of person can do so. Qin Lang asked, who? Bai Qi fixed his gaze on him, those who possess qi. Qin Lang looked puzzled, qi people? What kind of qi? Anger? Rage? Balloons? Bai Qi clarified, not that kind of qi. It's the qi as in qi, the vital energy that flows without fire. I don't fully grasp what this qi person means either. But it said qi people are extremely rare, and only they possess the qualification to decipher the heavenly book. And not all qi people can comprehend the heavenly book, let alone wield it. Bro, you're a special case, consider yourself lucky. This is a great opportunity bestowed upon you by heaven and earth. Qin Lang chuckled, want me to give this opportunity to you? Being a qi person, won't that make you a target? Bai Qian nodded. Once the Pango Heavenly Book is used again, it's bound to draw attention. After all, how many people covet the power of such a world-class treasure? As a qi user capable of summoning dark gods through the celestial book, those who recognize your worth will treat you like a prized possession. When that happens, you'll only be able to pray that they don't possess strength comparable to that of Qin Lang. And with all those spirits and monsters swarming around you now, I doubt any of the ones who stick with you will be decent folk. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively, stop cursing me. He seemed to recall something and considered asking Bai Qi further, but upon glancing at its current state, he decided against it. After his divine consciousness returned to his body, Qin Lang checked the time again. It was 10 minutes to midnight. He shifted his position, lying back to gaze at the star-filled sky as his thoughts drifted. What would he ultimately gain from endlessly traversing these dungeons while bearing the secrets of the heavenly book? A man is innocent, but the jade he holds makes him guilty. Nothing good was likely to come of this next step either. Ding! Midnight has arrived. Skill refresh has begun. Please select skills to refresh. Chapter 63, You're Not Telling the Truth. Finally, Qin Lang chose to refresh the death countdown skill. He'd originally used this skill to latch onto someone powerful. Now he was the biggest leg to cling to, keeping it was pointless. Death countdown skill refreshed. Select a new skill. A. Damage rebound. Rebounds 50% of damage dealt by enemies. Consumes 100 spirit per second. B. Danger sense. Scan the environment within 5 meters to identify potential hazards and anticipate danger in advance. Consumes 20 mana per second. C. Super defense. When fighting the same enemy, immune to damage from the first 3 attacks. Subsequent attacks from that enemy only deal 30 damage. Costs 100 spirit per activation. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Wow, these are all pretty useful. It really is an upgraded system. Qin Lang felt these skills would come in handy when facing Qin Lang in battle. For some reason, Qin Lang sensed he'd eventually have to face off against that effeminate guy in the pink cloak. Given that, A and C seemed like the best choices. But Qin Lang hesitated when making his choice. Strange. I'm here to clear the dungeon, not to fight this Qin Lang. Why should I care about him? Besides, with that crybaby Su Mubai around, Qin Lang probably wouldn't start anything. Qin Lang selected option B. He then activated Danger Sense, wanting to see what secrets this ancient mansion held. He closed his eyes, yet found himself not plunged into darkness. Instead, he could still make out certain things. The surroundings were crystal clear at that moment. Qin Lang could even sense the slightest rustle of the wind. Numerous small red dots had already appeared. The walls of the neighboring courtyard, doorframes, and abandoned well, and beneath several paving stones all glowed red clear warnings of hidden dangers. Wow, there were quite a few of them. If he stepped into any of them carelessly, who knew what trouble he'd find? Truly impossible to guard against. Qin Lang found himself puzzled once more. What rules govern the ghosts' killings and attacks within this ancient mansion? The script might be one factor, but those who died earlier, like the 5 live streamers, didn't have a script. If ordinary people like Chen sure kept dying without knowing the rules, the film would never be completed and neither would he be able to clear the stage. The boss of this instance was clever. So far, it had only dispatched B rank or lower anomalies to set various traps. It wasn't targeting powerful players like himself at all, but it set its sights on ordinary people like Chunshur. Its goal was to prevent the film's ultimate completion. As long as it remained hidden and prevented the film's completion, he couldn't clear the stage. Playing on its home turf, the advantage lay with it. Qin Lang's head began to spin at this realization. First off, the condition for clearing the stage is completing the movie. What exactly defined this film? If it referred to the film Chen Shur originally intended to make, then since he had rewritten the script, would the new story still count? If it didn't count, then hadn't all his previous efforts been for nothing? Second, while ordinary people would die trying to leave this ancient mansion except for players like himself, somehow, people seemed able to enter without issue. Thinking about it another way, he could keep bringing people in to expand his team and finish the film. But wouldn't that just turn into a protracted battle? As expected, a AAA level dungeon isn't so easy to clear. Qin Lang pondered for a long time, and before he knew it, the night had passed. When Qin Lang awoke again, the aroma of food wafted from nearby. Sitting up, he saw everyone gathered around eating noodles. Qin Lang, you're awake. Su Mubai handed him a bowl of noodles. This is for you. There's more if you need it. Qin Lang took the noodles and asked, where did you get these? The bowl the noodles were served in was clearly from an outside shop. Someone must have gone out. Su Mubai explained, Qin Lang went out to buy them. He's back searching the old mansion now, saying he wants to find some new weird stuff to practice on. Qin Lang said nothing and began devouring the noodles in big bites. Lu Jiao sneered from the side, turns out we really need brother Qin Lang to handle things. If you kept leading the team, we'd probably be starving by morning. You're eating so heartily, make sure to thank brother Qin Lang properly when he returns. Yi Zi frowned. Xiao Lu. Qin Lang ignored her. Wasting even a single word on that kind of woman was a waste of spit. Chen Shur approached, looking uneasy. Master Qin, I thought it through last night. We've actually been hiding something. If we tell you, will you still help us? Qin Lang didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, do you think you have any other choice? Spit it out, I don't have time for riddles. Chen Shur swallowed hard before saying, actually, those 5 people who came here to livestream before, they used to work at our company too. He and the entire crew were from the same film company, and the 5 young people who came to livestream were contracted streamers from the new media division next door. In other words, they were all familiar faces. Qin Lang nodded. Go on. It really wasn't that simple. Chen Shur continued, actually, the entire project from the live-streamed exploration of the ancient mansion to the film shoot was planned by our company. The boss originally planned to have those 5 streamers come here to do live streaming promotions and build up their fame. Then he'd buy out a few marketing accounts to spread rumors about how terrifying and sinister this place was. Once the buzz and rumors built up, we'd come in to shoot the movie, guaranteed box office gold. Qin Lang downed his noodle soup in one gulp and asked Su Mubai to fetch another bowl. Meanwhile, his mind raced to process all this information. It all fit. Everything clicked.
No wonder everyone on these film crews had watched the livestream. So it was a combination of colleagues and work requirements.
Qin Lang pressed further, so most of the legends about the old mansion are actually fake?
Sure nodded, exactly. The 200-year-old mansion, the scholar encountering a female ghost, the house devouring people.
All just sensationalism.
But the discovery of that incorrupt female corpse is real. You saw it during the livestream.
Qin Lang waved his hand. Take it slow. Don't try to disrupt my train of thought.
The most sophisticated lies in the world are those that mix falsehoods into truths, or reverse the sequence of facts. Sure is a filmmaker, he knows these tricks all too well.
Qin Lang didn't want to be swayed by him.
Your company deliberately spread rumors about this ancient mansion being haunted, hoping to cash in on the opportunity. But unexpectedly, the 5 people who came for the livestream actually died.
And then?
Sure continued, then the company suspended the project. But 2 years later, just recently, I received the second half of that livestream footage.
Once again, the ghosts here commanded me to make a movie. You know the rest. Master Qin, everything I'm telling you is the truth.
Qin Lang thought for a moment and shook his head. No, you're still lying to me.
Chapter 64, The Bizarre Project.
Shure's face turned as pale as paper. Master Qin, I truly didn't.
Qin Lang said, you just claimed your company's boss suspended the project because 5 streamers died? But wasn't your boss originally planning to make a big splash to gather material for a movie? Real death should benefit his plans and project, why call it off? Does death suddenly stop being profitable? I don't buy that any capitalist would be that easy to placate. And now, because of your accident, your company restarted the project? Just for your safety? I believe your boss is bad, but I don't buy that he's stupid. You're definitely holding something back, aren't you?
Beads of sweat formed on Shure's forehead as he couldn't help glancing back at the assistant director behind him. The assistant director and the others merely exchanged a brief glance with him before lowering their heads to continue eating their noodles.
Yeezy spoke up then, Director Chen, if you have any concerns, please speak up. Even if you're carrying the heaviest secret in the world, could it possibly be more important than your lives? How can we help you if you won't tell us?
That gentle voice actually relaxed Shure. Wiping his sweat, he continued, Master Qin, Miss Yi. I didn't mean to hide anything, but there are some things I simply couldn't bring myself to say. You're all clearly divine beings with extraordinary abilities. You can certainly ensure our safety. Once this is done, you'll each go your separate ways. But I still have to keep my head above water around here.
Saying anything carelessly would be the end of me.
Please understand my situation. But after Miss Yi said what she did, I know I can't keep hiding things from you. After rambling incoherently, Shure took another sip of water and continued, Actually, just as Master Qin said, after those 5 men died, the boss really did make a shoot a movie. Qin Lang took a bite of noodles before instructing Shure, hold out your hand. Shure, confused, extended his hand toward Qin Lang. Qin Lang pulled out the black dog blood dagger and swiftly slashed a cut across his palm.
Ah! Shure yelped in pain, clutching the wound and shouting, Master Qin, what the hell are you doing? Lu Jiu was equally baffled. Qin Lang, why are you just randomly drawing your knife? Isn't this bullying?
After witnessing how Qin Lang had bravely intervened and saved his life, Lu Jiu couldn't stand Qin Lang's behavior one bit. Qin Lang remained calm and collected as he addressed Shure. I don't like this toothpaste squeezing style of questioning, where you only spill a little when pressed.
Isn't that just wasting everyone's time? I gave you a whole night to think it over.
Now you refuse to talk properly.
Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson you won't forget. Lu Jiu retorted, couldn't you have used another method? Why must you hurt others? How is your behavior any different from those weirdos?
Qin Lang shot her a glance before turning to Su Mubai.
Miss Su, is there any way to make her shut up?
Su Mubai's eyes turned cold as she exerted a slight force, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet several degrees instantly.
Su Miao covered her eyes in fright. Wah, that's terrifying. Lu Jiu was genuinely panicked this time. She struggled even against a B-grade weirdo. How could she possibly handle an A-grade like Su Mubai? Lu Jiu pleaded nervously, don't do anything rash. Otherwise, when Brother Qin Lang returns, he won't let you off the hook. Yi hurriedly interjected, everyone, calm down. Now is not the time for infighting. Qin Lang, do whatever you need to do. We won't interfere. She then shot Lu Jiu a glare. Su Mubai also turned his gaze toward Qin Lang at that moment.
Qin Lang declared, next time that busybody opens her mouth, Miss Su, you go ahead and rip out her tongue.
Su Mubai nodded. Understood.
Shure began his confession again, trembling with fear. This time, he recounted an even more bizarre tale. After the 5-person livestream team was wiped out, the company planned to capitalize on the momentum and quickly produce a film based on the incident. Of course, to pass censorship, the film couldn't feature ghosts. Instead, it was rewritten with a serial killer infiltrating the group, only to be caught and killed by the police. Filming proceeded smoothly, wrapping up in less than a month. But during the test screenings, strange things began to happen. First, the office storing the master tapes mysteriously caught fire, killing several employees working overtime. Then, while editing the film late one night, the editor inexplicably murdered 2 colleagues before jumping to his death.
As the incidents escalated, the boss even hired Taoist priests to perform rituals. The Taoist claimed the master tapes were heavily cursed. The 5 victims, who had died tragically, resented the company for exploiting their deaths for profit and refused to help them seek justice, hence the string of fatalities. The boss had no choice but to hire private investigators, pull strings to get the police to reopen the cases, and even hold a waterland ceremony to appease the 5 souls. The boss declared he would send the master tape to a Taoist temple for enshrinement, and things did indeed calm down for a while afterward. But on his birthday, he took a knife and slaughtered his entire family, creating a sensational massacre that shook the town. He then killed himself. After the new owner took over, he demanded everyone stop mentioning the old mansion and had all project files completely wiped clean. Shenshur and the others only managed to keep their jobs because of their good relationship with the new boss. That's all there is to it. Shenshur looked uneasily at Qin Lang. I swear I haven't left anything out. Qin Lang spun the black dog's blood dagger in his hand as his mind raced. After hearing this, Yi Zi remarked, so it seems the curse of the ancient mansion is real after all. But if it was the resentment of those 5 people causing all this, why did they ask you to film it again 2 years later? Could it be that someone else has provoked their spirits? Su Mubai added, eerie vengeful spirits tend to be relentless. Typically, they'd eliminate all their enemies swiftly. And if everyone who touched the master tape or worked on the project died, how come you, Director Chen, are still alive? Shenshur waved his hand dismissively. I genuinely have no idea about that. I've already told you everything I know. Qin Lang didn't respond immediately this time. Instead, he addressed Su Mubai. Sometimes the supernatural doesn't seek revenge on its enemies right away. Take you, Miss Su, didn't you also hold off on seeking revenge against Zunyangzi at first? Mentioning Zunyangzi inevitably brought back memories of Fengmen Village to Su Mubai, stirring complex emotions within her. But soon, Su Mubai understood why Qin Lang had said that. Qin Lang wasn't trying to reopen old wounds, he'd simply grasped the crux of the matter. Qin Lang, are you saying someone controls those supernatural entities? Chapter 65, The Underground Chamber. Qin Lang nodded. Those 5 live streamers must have been controlled by something. Otherwise, their behavior wouldn't have been so abnormal. The prime suspect is that female corpse they unearthed. That corpse probably found a way to control the 5 of them to seek revenge against the production crew and company. Then she forced the crew members to return to the old location. The question is, what does she stand to gain? All this effort must have a purpose, right? Silence fell over the scene once more. Lu Jiao spoke up again, why overthink it? Let's just dig up that corpse and destroy it. No matter how strange it is, we just need to take care of it. With brother Qin Lang here, everything will be fine. Qin Lang shot her a glance, thinking she might be the dumbest woman he'd ever met. This ancient mansion can repair itself the moment it's damaged. What's so difficult about moving a corpse? Could you please use your brain? Lu Jiao, you. Yi Zi Dao, enough. Now isn't the time for arguing. In my opinion, we should wait for Qin Lang to return first. Isn't he out investigating the strange occurrences? He might uncover something new. Lu Jiao crossed her arms and added, yeah, maybe brother Qin Lang found the boss and took him down with one swing, then we'd clear the game in no time. She turned to Qin Lang. This time, you get to enjoy the feeling of winning without lifting a finger. Qin Lang replied, yeah, you really do love coasting to victory and being rescued by others. At this remark, Lu Jiao's ears flushed crimson. She had been saved by Qin Lang before, and the last dungeon run had also been a free ride thanks to him. Those words just now seemed rather inappropriate after all. Just then, the pink figure reappeared. Qin Lang shook his head. Man, I'm exhausted. This mansion is huge. Lu Jiao hurried forward. Brother Qin Lang, how's it going? Did you find anything? Qin Lang gave a wry smile. Nothing. I haven't spotted a single weirdo. They seem to have all gone into hiding. Qin Lang listened, then quietly activated his danger sense again. The surrounding red dots remained numerous. Evidently, the anomalies and traps remained, but since Qin Lang claimed to find nothing, it seemed they had chosen to conceal themselves. The question was what would happen once they all activated. Qin Lang pondered for a moment before turning to Shenshur. Finished eating? Then let's get to work. Let's wrap up filming early and see if the eeriness in this old mansion satisfies us. Shenshur nodded eagerly and immediately organized the remaining crew to prepare. Knowing he wouldn't need to appear in the next scene, Qin Lang rose and headed toward the ancient mansion. Su Mubai wanted to go too, but Qin Lang asked her to stay behind and oversee the film's completion. Qin Lang, seeing Qin Lang was about to explore, immediately suggested, hey, take me with you? I walked through this place this morning and know the layout pretty well. Qin Lang replied coldly, I have no interest in teaming up. Qin Lang chuckled, so aloof? I was just offering. Qin Lang simply stated, I don't need your kindness. With that, Qin Lang strode straight into the depths of the old mansion. Lu Jiao scoffed, what a show-off. Qin Lang was being so kind, and he treats it like it's worthless. Su Mubai snapped, watch your mouth. Or I'll do exactly what Qin Lang said, pull out your tongue. Lu Jiu clenched his fists, ready to erupt, but Yi Zi stepped in immediately. Enough, enough. Yi Zi watched Qin Lang's retreating figure, a vague sense of foreboding settling in her heart.
Qin Lang stepped into a house, finding its furnishings antique and elegant and remarkably clean and tidy.
A place untouched for years yet still this clean? Ha, what are you trying to pull? Qin Lang addressed the empty room, trying to scare me? Come out and talk if you dare. Only silence answered him.
Qin Lang said, fine, stay hidden.
But you'd better hide fast.
He immediately activated his danger perception. Beneath this bed lies a hidden compartment, where the red glow is most distinct and intense.
Looks like I hit the jackpot. Qin Lang chuckled, then raised his demon-slaying blade and cleaved the bed apart.
Once the hidden compartment beneath the bed was exposed, Qin Lang thrust the demon-slaying blade into the crack between floor tiles, intending to pry it open with force.
With his current strength and the blade's durability, this was child's play. Bang!
The hidden compartment swung open.
SSS.
Several black venomous snakes shot out from beneath the tiles, biting directly into Qin Lang's arm.
Ha!
The snake's roots were connected to a beautiful woman's head. They had grown directly from her eyes. If an ordinary person had suddenly witnessed this scene, they would likely have been scared to death. Qin Lang swung his blade to sever the snake's bodies, then stomped on the beauty's head.
Is that all?
The head's expression flickered with panic, yet it still wore a savage glare, emitting constant, beast-like growls. Behind the head lay a pitch-black, gaping hole.
Get out!
The snake-eyed beauty head gritted her teeth.
Qin Lang glanced at the venomous snake still biting his arm and remarked, are these snakes still venomous? Too bad I'm not afraid of these anymore. After injecting the desperate virus, these minor wounds and toxins were nothing.
Qin Lang yanked the snake's head clean off, then crushed the snake-eyed beauty's skull under his right foot with a single stomp.
Player Qin Lang eliminates C-class anomaly. Reward, 500 weird coins. Qin Lang surveyed the area and declared, there must be something good down there. If you don't stop me, I'm going in. Sending only a C-rank anomaly to guard the entrance? Do you really think I'm that easy to handle?
The surroundings remained eerily quiet, yet Qin Lang could feel a faint, chilling breeze seeping in, sending a cold shiver down his spine. Qin Lang chuckled, pulling out a useless straw-shaped ghost he'd left behind in Fengmen Village. He transformed it into his own likeness and tossed it down. 5 minutes later, the straw anomaly sent back a signal from below, indicating it was temporarily safe. Qin Lang immediately flipped himself over and jumped down. Clang! His feet landed on a staircase. Once steady, he felt air currents blowing steadily from both sides. That shouldn't be possible. How could there be airflow in a sealed space? No wonder the straw hadn't suffocated. Qin Lang judged by the direction and strength of the currents that the chamber below was quite large. Suddenly, a rather terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that everything above ground in this ancient mansion was merely an illusion and a facade? Could the true horror lie beneath the ancient mansion's foundations? Tap! Footsteps echoed from behind him. Qin Lang raised his demon-slaying blade and said, don't try to play tricks on me. Otherwise, you'll discover I'm the real devil. Chapter 66, The Woman in the Background. The footsteps grew closer, and Qin Lang prepared for battle. But nothing happened. It was as if a gust of wind had just swept past. Tap! Another set of footsteps passed by. Qin Lang's danger-sensing ability detected no threat whatsoever. This was truly baffling. Could it be that there was nothing strange in this underground space? Qin Lang decided to follow the footsteps forward. The straw-like apparition led the way ahead, yet nothing unusual occurred. It seemed as though this place truly held no secrets. Yet the surroundings were eerily open, seemingly stretching on without end. Just then, a small light appeared ahead, suggesting the presence of a room. Qin Lang quickened his pace, thinking, surely something must be here now? Stepping inside, Qin Lang made out the room's layout by the faint light. Holy crap! Qin Lang couldn't help but exclaim, so this ancient mansion hides such things? This is getting interesting. No wonder this old mansion feels so eerie, it's full of secrets. On set, Chen Shi and the crew had just wrapped up filming one scene. Great, absolutely great. Everyone, take a break. Chen Shi hadn't called cut once throughout the entire shoot. He was clearly in a hurry to get out of there, completely unconcerned about the final quality of the footage. Another reason was that the crew was working incredibly hard. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Who wouldn't be fully committed? It was already noon, yet Qin Lang still hadn't returned. Su Mubai was growing concerned. Why hasn't Qin Lang returned yet? Could he have gotten lost? Yi Zi said, he probably found some clues and is studying them. Lu Jiu muttered under his breath nearby, Yi Zi, why are you always sticking up for that Qin Lang? I bet he's probably already. She mimed, slitting her throat. Yi Zi jumped in surprise. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Lang can single-handedly take down grade A anomalies. How could something happen to him so easily? Mind your own business. If Su Mubai hears you cursing Qin Lang like that, he'll probably... Yi Zi patted Lu Jiu's shoulder before heading to distribute the boxed meals. Lunch was also handled by Jun Lang, who went out to buy it. The strange forces within the old mansion didn't seem intent on starving them to death. Lu Jiu wanted to eat with Qin Lang, but Qin Lang skipped meals and only drank, then lay down on the roof to sleep alone. Bored out of his mind, Lu Jiu opened one of the production crew's computers, hoping to find some movies or TV shows to pass the time. As Lu Jiu ate and watched, becoming engrossed in the plot, he suddenly noticed a woman's silhouette on the screen that looked strikingly similar to his own.
Ha! How did I end up in a TV show?
Lu Jiu thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes. But when he looked again, the figure was still there and it seemed to be slowly turning toward him.
Lu Jiu sucked in a sharp breath and quickly hit pause. Yi Zi. Brother Qin Lang. Come see this. Yi Zi hurried over. What's wrong?
Qin Lang lifted his conical hat and asked what had happened.
Lu Jiu quickly recounted his discovery.
I saw myself in there. The moment those words left his mouth, Chen Shi and the others, who were eating, immediately paled. But after exchanging glances, they quickly lowered their heads and resumed eating their boxed meals.
Yi Zi approached Lu Jiu, scrutinizing the screen with confusion. You're in there? How come I didn't see you? Lu Jiu pointed at the screen. Right there, right there. Ha! It really disappeared.
She practically pressed her face against the screen.
It was right here just now. I saw someone who looked exactly like me.
Yi Zi sensed something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was.
Lu, did you see wrong? Lu Jiu shook her head. Impossible.
I clearly saw a figure waiting for me.
Let me rewind and check.
But after rewinding several times, she found nothing unusual. The characters in the show remained exactly the same, not one more, not one less.
Lu Jiu scratched his head. Weird. How could it not be there? I definitely saw it. Yi Zi suggested, maybe you really did see things?
If something truly strange were happening, with all of us here, we wouldn't have missed it.
Besides, you should be able to sense any eerie presence yourself.
Before clearing the dungeon, Lu Jiu and the others had acquired a skill that allowed them to detect anomalies in their surroundings through touch and perception.
If there really was something strange in this computer, Lu Jiu and Yi Zi would have definitely noticed it.
Lu Jiu was so close to the computer yet remained completely unharmed and didn't notice anything unusual.
That means it's nothing, right? Could I really have misinterpreted it?
Lu Jiu swallowed hard, feeling like something wasn't quite right.
Yi Zi patted her shoulder. Stop being so paranoid. Hey, where's Qin Lang?
The two girls turned around only to find Qin Lang had vanished again.
Lu Jiu grew concerned. Brother Qin Lang, is he okay?
Su Mubai, standing nearby, spoke up. Just now, Qin Lang seemed to see something and just bolted off.
Yi Zi hummed in acknowledgement, then turned to Lu Jiu. Qin Lang is so capable, how could anything easily happen to him? Lu Jiu, don't be nervous. Stop freaking yourself out. Lu Jiu nodded and sat back down to continue watching and eating. Did I really see that wrong?
The protagonist in the TV drama continued delivering his lines.
At this point, the male lead declared, there's only one explanation. Lu Jiu, you're going to die. Lu Jiu nearly choked on his food. How could the male lead say my name? Did I hear that wrong? Lu Jiu, is it tasty? How did we do? Why haven't you joined us yet?
Lu Jiu trembled all over, her face as pale as paper. This was the first time she'd ever encountered such a bizarre occurrence. Not only that, but every single character on the screen was staring straight at her.
Lu Jiu's hand slipped, and the boxed meal fell to the floor.
Those characters stared straight at her, their faces twisted into eerie grins.
Hey Lu Jiu, come on over. Stay with us. Stay with us.
Lu Jiu quickly shut the laptop, her breathing becoming heavy and ragged. She was about to call Yi Zi and the others over to look. But for some inexplicable reason, Lu Jiu found herself opening the laptop again. Just then, the TV show resumed playing normally, and all the characters began delivering their lines as usual.
Lu Jiu swallowed hard. What was that? Did I see that wrong again?
And right in the center of the screen, that figure with the same silhouette as her own appeared again. The woman stood right in the middle of all the TV show's characters. She had turned halfway around, and from her profile and figure, she was absolutely identical to herself.
Lu Jiu grabbed the mouse, frantically trying to close the web page.
But suddenly, every character in the drama turned to stare at her in unison, shouting in one voice.
Don't close it. Chapter 67, they spoke. Ah! Lu Jiu screamed, knocking the computer onto the floor. The commotion startled everyone. Yi Zi rushed over. Lu Jiu, what's wrong?
Lu Jiu pointed at the computer, his lips trembling uncontrollably, his speech slurred.
There's a ghost. There must be a ghost in here. Su Mubai, who possessed supernatural abilities, walked over.
He closed his eyes to sense the area, then looked at Lu Jiu with confusion.
Nothing unusual. I don't sense any kindred spirits nearby.
At least within this courtyard, I detect nothing unusual.
Lu Jiu screamed hysterically. There is. There really is. They spoke to me.
She recounted everything she'd just witnessed to everyone present.
Those gathered exchanged bewildered glances, finding Lu Jiu's claims utterly unbelievable. Characters from a TV show talking to her? Could that even happen? Yeezy picked up the laptop and found the screen cracked, though it still worked. She opened the webpage playing the drama, yet still found nothing unusual. Lu, nothing's wrong. Yeezy said, I didn't notice anything. Lu Jiao swallowed hard. What about brother Qin Lang? I want him back. He'll definitely spot the problem. At that moment, Chen Shi, who had remained silent, spoke up. Could you tell us what those characters said to you? Yeezy looked at him and asked, do you know what's going on? Chen Shi shook his head. I don't know, but I've encountered something similar before. Remember that editor who committed suicide I mentioned yesterday? It turned out that the deceased editor had encountered a situation similar to Lu Jiao's. That night, the editor was working overtime in the office, cutting footage. Chen Shi was reviewing footage nearby at the time. Suddenly, the editor said, Director, come take a look. There seems to be something off about this woman. Did we accidentally capture her during filming? Chen Shi immediately dismissed the idea. How could that possibly happen? But when he leaned in to look at the screen, he saw that in the background of the male and female leads' conversation, there really was a woman standing there. Her back was to the camera, and she was wearing clothes that didn't match the story's setting. She didn't look like an extra either. Chen Shi immediately sensed something was off. He didn't recall filming her during the shoot. So he asked, can we cut her out? The editor gave an okay gesture, and both went back to work. But then the editor started muttering, strange, why won't it cut out? Director, I can't seem to cut this woman's footage. Maybe there's a problem with the software? Chen Shi replied, then just restart it. Why ask me? The editor grunted in acknowledgement, then added, wait, this woman looks kind of familiar. The next second, the editor suddenly screamed. Ah! Chen Shi jumped in surprise and snapped, what the hell? The editor pointed at the screen, trembling as he stammered, they're talking. They're talking to me. Chen Shi wondered if the editor was hallucinating from pulling too many all-nighters. He walked over and demanded, what are they saying? Are you out of your mind? The editor covered his eyes and told Chen Shi, the characters in there were talking to me just now. Chen Shi didn't believe him, convinced the editor had truly lost his mind. He watched it again and found everything normal. The strange woman from before had vanished. Isn't this already edited? Chen Shi tapped the editor on the head. Finish the rest of the cuts, then go get some sleep. Stop being so paranoid. The editor looked shaken, took a deep breath, grabbed the mouse, and got back to work. Chen Shi sat at his desk reviewing the footage, but the office felt unnaturally quiet. Thinking the editor had fallen asleep on the job, he turned to look. What he saw next would haunt him for the rest of his life. The editor stared at the footage with an eerie grin, then began slashing his own arm repeatedly with a craft knife. Terrified, Chen Shi was about to speak when the editor suddenly stood up and began walking toward the door. Then he killed several colleagues upstairs. Chen Shi's forehead was covered in sweat. After that, he also took his own life. Before dying, his ordeal was similar to Miss Lu's. Lu Jiao's breathing grew heavy. She had encountered many strange and supernatural phenomena. But none had ever filled her with such dread. This sense of unavoidable eeriness was slowly seeping into her body. Yeezy, hurry and find brother Qin Lang. As long as he's here, everything will be fine. But who dared venture out now? Besides, even Qin Lang had to admit the layout of this ancient mansion was complex. Leaving might mean never coming back. Yeezy held her tightly, don't be afraid. We're still here. Miss Su is quite strong too, most supernatural entities wouldn't dare approach her. Maybe they just want to scare you. Besides, haven't we already checked everything multiple times? Neither the computer nor anything around us shows any trace of the supernatural. Who knew the eeriness in this old mansion could be so well hidden, almost omnipresent? Su Mubai turned to Chen Shi and asked, why didn't you mention those things earlier? You should have explained clearly when Qin Lang questioned you yesterday. Chen Shi hurriedly explained, but you all told me to wait. I didn't mean to hide it from you guys. I was so shaken by Mr. Qin last night, how could I possibly recall all those details? The night the editor went on a killing spree, I nearly died myself. Su Mubai said nothing more, silently packing away the laptop. He decided to wait until Qin Lang returned to discuss everything. Yeezy, holding Lu Jiao, added, Miss Su, I don't think waiting like this is a solution. Everyone might lose the will to keep filming. And judging by what happened to Lu Jiao and the director, these supernatural forces might be tampering with the film. The more footage we shoot, the more dangerous it could get. Su Mubai countered, no. We must follow Qin Lang's instructions and finish the film first. Lu Jiao snapped, are you out of your mind, you weirdo? Didn't you hear what I just said? Those supernatural entities could appear in the film. What if they're already in the footage we shot this morning? What do you mean keep filming? Just because you're no longer human, you want us to join you in death? Su Mubai turned, frowning as he demanded, what did you say? Yeezy, seeing Su Mubai's anger, quickly interjected, Miss Su, little Lu is just scared. Please don't take it personally. Just then, the entire ancient mansion shook violently. Ah! Chapter 68, A Timely Earthquake. The mansion shook for about 10 seconds before everything returned to normal. Lu Jiao, still shaken, asked, "What just happened?" Yi soothed her softly, "It's okay, it's okay. It was probably just a minor earthquake." Lu Jiao recalled the terrifying scene she'd just witnessed and clutched Yi's hand tightly. "Yi, do you believe what I just told you?" Yi's expression turned hesitant. "This." She nodded. "I believe you."
Having run countless dungeons together, they'd witnessed many extraordinary events, so trust came naturally. But she couldn't rule out the possibility that Lu Jiao had genuinely misinterpreted something, or been deceived by the eerie presence. Besides, neither she nor Su Mubai had sensed the slightest trace of the uncanny. Su Mubai kept his gaze fixed on the interior of the ancient mansion. Qin Lang had been gone for quite some time. Why was there still no word? Could the earthquake just now have anything to do with Qin Lang? Chen Shi and the rest of the crew huddled in a corner, shivering, then asked, "So what do we do next?" Su Mubai replied, "Do as I said earlier. Just keep shooting the film until it's finished." As Qin Lang had warned, finishing the film might not guarantee safety, but not doing so would certainly mean they couldn't escape. Chen Shi and the assistant director exchanged glances before quickly getting to work. Su Mubai then approached Lu Jiao and Yi. Lu Jiao, expecting revenge, instinctively raised his demon-subduing staff. "What do you want?" Su Mubai replied coldly, "Don't waste your effort. You two struggle even against grade B anomalies. If I truly intervened, do you think you could defend yourselves?" Lu Jiao fell silent. Yi quickly interjected, "Miss Su." Lu Jiao was just startled. He didn't mean what he said. "Please don't." Su Mubai replied, "That's not what I meant. I just want you to know, precisely because I am no longer living, I understand death's agony more profoundly than anyone. And I grasp life's meaning more deeply. If not for Qin Lang, I'd be trapped here forever like the anomalies in this ancient mansion, existing only to strip others of their lives as my purpose. Though I am dead, I yearn to live more than anyone." With that, Su Mubai turned and walked away. Lu Jiao watched her go, lowering the demon-subduing staff in his hand. 1,000 words that had filled his heart vanished in an instant. Yi gently patted Lu Jiao's back, offering quiet comfort. By evening, Jun Lang and Qin Lang still hadn't returned. Filming proceeded relatively smoothly. With Su Mubai keeping watch, she could sense any supernatural disturbances in advance and eliminate them with her own power, ensuring no casualties among the crew. Yet the more things seemed normal, the more uneasy everyone felt. How could there be absolutely no trouble at all? This isn't normal. "Miss Su, we're all getting a bit hungry." Chen Shi rubbed his stomach and said, "Can we get something to eat?" Su Mubai glanced at Yi and Lu Jiao beside him. "You two went out to buy food earlier. I'll leave dinner preparations to you. I'll stay behind to protect everyone." Yi nodded. "All right, but Lu Jiao was startled today. I'll go alone." Lu Jiao glanced at Su Miao, who had been crouched in the corner all along, and said, "It's too dangerous for Yi to go alone. She can come too. She knows brother Jun Lang, she must be skilled too. She didn't do anything in the last dungeon run, it's about time she contributed, right?" Su Miao burst into tears at the suggestion. "What? No, I don't want to go. I'm terrified of the dark." Hearing her sobs, everyone felt inexplicably irritated. Su Mubai sighed and said, "Then we'll just have to wait for Qin Lang or Jun Lang to return." Yi brushed the dust off her clothes. "All right, I'll go instead. Qin Lang and Jun Lang probably won't be back until late, and by then everyone will be starving. It'll be fine. If anything dangerous happens, I'll find a way out. Maybe I'll even run into Jun Lang or Qin Lang along the way." Su Mubai watched her for a moment before saying, "Be careful." Yi nodded. "Got it." With that, Yi briskly headed toward the exit of the ancient mansion. After taking just a few steps, Yi noticed the temperature around her had dropped, and goosebumps rose on her skin. Realizing something was amiss, Yi immediately drew her white paper fan. A blurred silhouette suddenly appeared before her. Who was there? Yi swallowed hard, unfolding the white paper fan while preparing for battle. But the figure showed no response, swaying unsteadily as it stumbled backward toward Yi. "Stop! Halt!" Yi began backing away. But before she could take a few steps, she felt as if something had collided with her. Yi whirled around, startled to find a high wall had materialized behind her. She'd fallen for it. Yi immediately swung her white paper fan and began attacking the wall. Clang! But no matter how hard Yi struck, the wall before her remained utterly unmoved, emitting only the metallic clang of impact. An impenetrable wall? Yi turned her head again and saw that the figure was already very close. Yi steadied herself and swung her fan forward with all her might. Paper blows snow. Countless paper flakes, like snowflakes, flew out and pierced the figure. Break! Yi shouted as the paper fragments began exploding with loud bangs, filling the air with a cloud of white smoke. Yi stared intently ahead, her heart racing. Did it work? But when the smoke cleared, the silhouette became even clearer yet remained completely unscathed. Gritting her teeth, Yi didn't abandon her attack. Instead, she continued waving the paper fan, sending more shreds hurtling toward the eerie figure before her. But after taking 2 steps forward, she suddenly recognized that silhouette. Ah! Yi froze in shock before letting out a shrill scream. You. She saw herself. That Yi turned her head, gave her a cold, ha-ha chuckle, then extended a blackened arm. Yi scrambled out of the way, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Get lost! It's all an illusion!" But that Yi grabbed her paper fan and yanked her up with brutal force. Yi clutched her weapon tightly, planted her legs firmly in the air, tensed her entire body, and used her own weight to press down. Her feet sank into the ground, yet the maniacal grin on her face only grew wider. She opened her wide mouth, and from within, a black, shadowy arm extended, reaching straight for the Yi above. Oh no! Suddenly, the ancient mansion began shaking violently once more. Boom! Yi's expression changed instantly. She released her grip and vanished into the inexplicably appearing high wall, her face still bearing a look of reluctance. The real Yi crashed to the ground, feeling the intense tremors. What on earth was wrong with this place? Chapter 69, Aiding and Abetting the Tiger. Yi. Su Mubai rushed over and asked, "How are you?" Seeing her, Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I just encountered a strange creature." The tremors in the ancient mansion ceased once more. No one knew why, just as no one could fathom why they had started in the first place. Su Mubai said, "The moment you went out, I sensed something strange lurking nearby. I searched everywhere but couldn't find you. It wasn't until the tremor that I realized you'd been in the neighboring courtyard the whole time." Yi looked around and realized she hadn't even moved 10 meters from her original spot. This place is way too creepy. Yi addressed Su Mubai, "Thank you, Miss Su. Otherwise, I might have perished just now." Su Mubai replied, "If not for that earthquake, I probably wouldn't have found you either." "No need to thank me." Yi forced a wry smile. "You were the only one brave enough to come out just now. My legs are still weak. Without your strange methods, that thing might have come back." Su Mubai helped her up and added, "You're so much better than that Lugio. At least you're reasonable." Yi walked forward, supported by Su Mubai. "Don't blame little Lu either. She has her reasons. She had a very close friend who died in a previous dungeon run, killed by a female ghost." Su Mubai's expression shifted. Yi continued, "Back then, Lugio hid her friend in the shadows. She watched helplessly as that female ghost devoured her friend. She's just a bit too sensitive. She's actually a pretty decent person." Su Mubai fell silent for a moment before nodding. "I understand." Seeing Yi return covered in injuries, Lugio panicked. "Yi, what happened to you?" Yi replied, "The ghosts have started attacking. And that one can even transform into other people's forms. Everyone, be careful. Change into someone else's form?" Hearing this, Lugio recalled the strange incident from earlier that day. "Isn't that just like the one I saw in that TV show?" Yi said, "She's formidable, at least B class or higher. We shouldn't make any rash moves until Qin Lang and Jun Lang return." Lugio felt a wave of despair wash over him. But there's no sign of either of them now. Where could they have gone? Chenshur and the others felt equally hopeless, huddling together as they nervously scanned their surroundings. Time dragged on, hunger gnawing at everyone. Except for Su Mubai, who didn't need to eat, the others were suffering. But the lack of food and water was secondary to the anxiety caused by their current predicament. With Qin Lang and Jun Lang missing, Yi gravely injured, Su Mubai unable to leave, and a grade B anomaly lurking outside, they felt trapped on a deserted island. Then Chenshur spoke up, "Why don't we use the night to finish filming the remaining scenes?" Lugio retorted, "What time is it now, and you're still thinking about filming? What's there to film?" Chenshur patiently explained, "What I mean is, we all work together. Those anomalies only dare to operate outside and won't come in, which means they're afraid of Miss Su and the rest of you. Plus, I've noticed they rarely interfere during filming. This suggests they don't actually oppose the filming starting. So why don't we act together now? Under the guise of filming, we move toward the exit. Then we send someone out to buy supplies. We can even catch up on our progress while we're at it. What do you think?" "That's a good idea," everyone agreed, suggesting they give it a try. Su Mubai and Yi exchanged glances and both signaled their agreement. The group gathered their belongings and cautiously prepared to step out of the courtyard. "Hold on." Everyone whipped around to see Qin Lang emerging from the courtyard on the other side. "Qin Lang." Su Mubai rushed over, his voice trembling with relief, Are you okay?" Qin Lang nodded, then asked, "Where are you all headed?" Chenshur quickly interjected, "Master Qin, it's so good to have you back. We were thinking of moving to another location to continue filming." After hearing this, Qin Lang suddenly smiled, You're planning to find them a better grave, aren't you?" Chenshur froze, stammering, "Mr. Qin, what did you just say?" Qin Lang said, "Stop pretending. I already know the secret of this ancient mansion. Or perhaps, I know your secret too." Su Mubai gasped in shock, then instantly darted in front of Chenshur and clamped his hand around the man's throat. Qin Lang barked, "Miss Su, don't kill him yet. Arrest him first." Su Mubai nodded, then flipped Chenshur onto his back while still gripping his throat. Chenshur screamed, No. Let me go. Master Qin, please don't joke like this.
Qin Lang pulled several USB drives from his coat pocket and tossed them onto the floor. Claiming innocence? Then explain these yourself. Seeing the flash drives, Chen Shi's expression changed completely, visibly different from moments before.
But he immediately protested loudly, Master Qin, I don't understand what you're implying.
Master, please don't joke around like this, okay?
Yi Zi, clutching her wound, walked over, picked up a flash drive, and asked, Qin Lang, what are these?
Qin Lang replied, I found them underground.
This morning I discovered a large underground space beneath the old mansion.
At first, I had no idea what it was for. Until I stumbled upon a small room.
At that moment, Qin Lang stepped into the room and saw a pile of tapes labeled with dates and numerous names.
In the center of the room stood a computer and a projector.
Qin Lang noticed the most recent tape had 5 names written on it. Those 5 individuals were precisely the ones who had come here to livestream earlier.
Qin Lang opened the tape and found a USB drive inside.
After inserting the USB drive into the computer, Qin Lang found only one movie file inside. Upon opening it, Qin Lang discovered it depicted the 5 individuals bound to pillars.
A figure appeared on screen inflicting cruelty upon them. The realism felt undeniably authentic.
That person was Chen Shi. The other tapes contained similar content, all scenes of Chen Shi torturing various individuals.
Those 5 people weren't missing at all.
Qin Lang exclaimed, you captured them. Chen Shi was drenched in sweat as he hurriedly protested, Mr. Qin, I have no idea what you're talking about. I told you, I watched that live stream clip, you saw it too. They were clearly killed by the corpse in the old mansion.
What does that have to do with me? Qin Lang laughed again, isn't that simple?
The clip you showed me was just an experiment you designed together with the ghost in the ancient mansion. You're already in cahoots with all the eerie happenings here.
Chapter 70, Keeping Pace with the Times. In cahoots with the supernatural?
The crowd's gaze toward Chen Shi instantly shifted.
Chen Shi hurriedly protested, no. How could I possibly be in cahoots with ghosts? Master Qin, you've taken your joke too far. You can't slander an innocent person like that. Qin Lang chuckled and added, is that so? Why don't we find out? Do we have a computer? Yi Zi immediately brought over a laptop. Qin Lang inserted the USB drive and opened a video file. No, director, please. I don't want to die here. On the screen, 5 young men and women were bound to pillars, 2 of them already dismembered.
Chen Shi approached a dead woman and began peeling off her skin with a small knife, inch by inch. Throughout the process, Chen Shi's expression remained eerily calm and composed, his technique remarkably skilled. Such a disgusting and bloody scene made everyone present feel nauseous. Lu Jiao covered her mouth. Ugh! What the hell is he doing? Just a sadistic thrill? Qin Lang replied, didn't he say it himself? He came to this old mansion to make movies for the ghosts. He does these things, films these scenes, just to show them to the ghosts in this mansion. He must have struck some kind of deal with the ghosts here, which is why he keeps luring people to this place. As long as people come, he'll keep making these twisted, disgusting things. If you don't believe me, keep watching. At the film's end, after Chen Shi had killed 5 people, skinned them, and dismembered their bodies, he bowed directly to the camera. To all the masters of this ancient mansion, I hope you enjoyed today's performance. He then proceeded to bow and kneel repeatedly to thin air, creating an utterly eerie scene. Qin Lang addressed Chen Shi again, if I'm not mistaken, everyone in this film crew is also your filming material, right? When you said you wanted to leave this courtyard earlier, it was to create an opportunity for the supernatural entities to take control of Miss Su and the others, correct? I believe the 5 people back then were the same. They did indeed unearth a female corpse and were bewitched by the ghost. But you were also in this ancient mansion at the time. Once they were completely ensnared in the illusion, you emerged and led them down into the underground. The reason the basement is so spacious is because it was meant for filming. I just broke through a hole underground and discovered there's another level below. Hidden down there were countless skeletal remains. Yi Zi recalled the earthquake earlier that day, so that was caused by you, Qin Lang. Chen Shi's face had turned deathly pale, sweat soaking through his clothes. No. Mr. Qin, you've got the wrong person. I never did such a thing. I didn't. Su Mubai pressed him down forcefully, stop making excuses. The evidence is right here, confess now. Where are those ghosts hiding? Speak. Chen Shi swallowed hard, I don't know, I really don't know. I didn't do any of this. The rest of the crew huddled in the corner, shivering. Their eyes fixed on Chen Shi now held a mix of resentment, blame, and fear. The assistant director then asked, Master Qin, then why didn't Chen Shi shoot any more of those films for 2 whole years? And during those 2 years, Chen Shi seemed perfectly normal. Why did he act again after 2 years? Qin Lang replied, it's quite simple. Because he brought the ghosts out of the old mansion. Remember those 5 people? During the latter part of the livestream, they remained unaware that the broadcast had actually been cut off. Yet they could still see numerous bullet comments and interactive messages. What does that prove? Those bullet comments were fake, they were fabricated by those ghosts. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Ghosts can send bullet comments? Qin Lang explained, let me give a simple example.
Take those movies men love to watch. Why do so many feel drained and depleted after seeing them? This abrupt question caused the men present to exchange uneasy glances, feeling both baffled and awkward. What else could it be? Isn't it all for the reasons everyone knows? Qin Lang continued his explanation. Have you ever considered that the female leads in those movies might actually be demons, constantly seducing the men watching them before absorbing their yang energy?
Similarly, during that live stream, Chen Shi and the ghost in the old mansion accidentally discovered they could enter mobile phones, USB drives, and even the internet. They tampered with the data, altering the images and content people saw. You think what you see on your screen is pre-recorded footage, but it's actually tailor-made and altered just for you. They can literally bewitch your eyes while you're watching, absorbing your vital energy for their own purposes. Su Mubai suddenly understood. No wonder those who watched the original footage of the haunted mansion went mad, saw strange visions, and even committed murder.
So that's how it happened.
Last night, Chen Shi mentioned that the editor who killed his colleague saw the uneditable silhouette of a woman. In the end, he slashed himself with a knife and then murdered his co-worker. It was because the ghost had possessed the film's data and taken control of his computer. Yi Zi looked at Lu Jiu and said, "Little Lu, so the eerie scenes you saw in that TV show during the day were also because of this?" Lu Jiu recalled, "Right. That laptop, it was Chen Shi's. The reason I saw a woman who looked just like me in that TV show was because the ghost in the computer was scaring me." Su Mubai nodded in agreement. "I can only sense anomalies in the physical world. Ghosts hiding within digital data like this are something I've never encountered before. They can use this method to conceal their presence."
Qin Lang nodded. "Exactly. These days, even ghosts have learned to keep up with the times. When you watch those videos and movies, you are actually being controlled by ghosts. With such a convenient method available, why would they still go to such lengths to hide in this old mansion and scare people?" Chen Shi gritted his teeth. No. You're framing me. What digital ghosts? What movie ghosts? It's all nonsense. Then explain to me, why did they want me back now? Logically speaking, wouldn't it be better for them to stay hidden in USB drives, computers, and network cables? Why do they need me back? Isn't that like taking off your pants to fart? Qin Lang shook his head. You just won't give up until you're at the end of your rope. Do you want me to dig up that female corpse for you to see? Chapter 71, Class A Combat. The female corpse?
At the mention of the corpse, Chen Shi's expression darkened again.
Qin Lang said, "Exactly. Isn't that what you've been doing all along, cultivating corpses?
The souls of those who died in the ancient mansion, or were killed by its eerie forces, are all absorbed into a central host.
I imagine it's that female corpse, right?" Chen Shi swallowed hard. How did you know? Qin Lang chuckled. Shouldn't you be answering my question now? Besides, that rhetorical question just gave the game away. The matter of corpse cultivation was actually revealed to him by Bai Qi. Who else would know more about this than Bai Qi, who'd spent time in the netherworld? Just then, another voice cut in. Qin Lang, you're wrong. Jun Lang appeared, draped in his signature pink cloak. Phew. Finally made it back.
Jun Lang's clothes were stained with blood, and his hair was slightly disheveled.
Seeing Jun Lang, Lu Jiu was thrilled. Big brother Jun Lang, you're back. Jun Lang smiled. Sorry about that.
I spotted signs of something strange lurking this morning and went to check it out.
He then turned to Qin Lang and said, Qin Lang, you got it wrong. Qin Lang asked, why do you say I'm wrong?
Jun Lang explained, I went to that small room you mentioned too. There were indeed many USB drives like that inside, but how could you be certain the footage of director Chen Shi was genuine?
Don't you know that the supernatural can take human form? So what you see isn't necessarily real.
Lives are at stake, we can't afford to be careless.
Qin Lang chuckled. So the supernatural entity ate itself full and decided to impersonate him?
Even if he didn't do those things himself, he's still connected to the supernatural. Jun Lang brushed dust off his clothes, but regardless, we can't lose our heads first.
He fixed his gaze on Su Mubai. Hey, why not release the hostage first?
Then we can question him properly. What truth will torture extract?
Lu Jiu chimed in. Yeah, I think brother Jun Lang has a point.
Let him go first, no need to scare ourselves senseless.
Su Mubai didn't let go, instead turning to Qin Lang. Qin Lang looked at Jun Lang and said, first off, her name is Su Mubai, not Hey. Second, my rules are my rules. You just focus on dealing with the anomalies, stay out of this. Jun Lang ran his fingers over his knife hilt. Oh? So you're treating me like your enforcer? Qin Lang nodded. You could put it that way.
He drew his ghost-slaying blade, locking eyes with Jun Lang in a tense standoff. As the tension between them thickened and a battle seemed imminent, Yi Zi hurriedly interjected, don't act rashly.
The anomalies are still nearby. Fighting here will only give them an opening.
Jun Lang and Qin Lang exchanged glances. First deal with internal threats before external ones.
What do you think? Qin Lang replied calmly, agreed. Then,
the next instant, both men charged toward each other.
Clang! Two blades clashed, sending sparks flying everywhere.
They exchanged a flurry of strikes before somersaulting into the neighboring courtyard.
Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, billowing smoke and dust obscuring everyone's vision. Su Mubai, Yi Zi, and Lu Jiu panicked, immediately wanting to rush over to investigate. But before they could take 2 steps forward, they were knocked back by the shockwave from the battle ahead. This was clearly no fight for them to meddle in. Ha! Behind them, Chen suddenly laughed. Su Mubai and the others turned to see him holding a laptop, its screen open and facing everyone. Humans are just like that, always fighting amongst themselves. Chen opened the laptop, so my choice was right, just don't be human. Yi Zi gasped, stop him. Su Mubai rushed forward, but it was already too late. Countless shadows burst from the computer screen, swarming overhead as wails and howls filled the air. Chen roared with laughter, masters, come forth. Though the sacrifice ritual failed and my film remains unfinished, they can still serve as your sustenance. The shadows gradually coalesced into a solid form, crashing to the ground with a thud. A monstrous figure with 3 distinct heads appeared before the crowd. Eerie and sinister, it stood nearly 4 meters tall, its presence instantly blocking out the moonlight. Some crew members attempted to flee, only to be seized by one of the 3 grotesque heads. They were torn into 3 pieces and swallowed whole. Raw human flesh was simply disgusting. The 3-headed abomination spat out a mouthful of black phlegm, glaring at Su Mubai and the others. How about trying these 3? The other 2 heads emitted cold, mocking snorts as they began closing in relentlessly. Lu Jiu raised his demon-subduing staff and shouted behind him, Brother Qin Lang, stop fighting. The monsters are out. Chen roared with laughter, don't waste your effort. They can't hear a thing over here. By the time they come over after fighting themselves to exhaustion, you'll already be corpses. With that, he knelt on one knee and addressed the 3-headed abnormality. Second master, those 2 men were the strongest. Their flesh must be the most delicious. I will find a way to make them the finest offerings for you all. The central head of the 3-headed abomination spoke, very well, my servant. You may withdraw now. The left head glared at Su Mubai, grinding its teeth. You are a Gyi too, yet you serve humans. What a disgrace to our kind. Join the ranks of those mortal ghosts and become part of us. Su Mubai extended his hands, revealing long claws. He addressed Yi Zi and Lu Jiu, this one is also a class. Take care of yourselves. I'll handle him. Su Mubai leapt suddenly, soaring 2 meters into the air. Blood-red threads shot from his 10 fingers, piercing directly into the bodies of the 3 monstrosities. Blood demon technique? Not half bad. The 3-headed abomination seized the blood threads with its hands and yanked them hard, causing Su Mubai's body to plummet downward. Su Mubai reacted swiftly, severing the blood threads mid-air. He spun once in mid-air, his fingers extending fresh strands of blood that shot toward the 3-headed abomination. Arg! The left head of the 3-headed abomination roared furiously. 2 additional arms sprouted from its shoulders, blocking Su Mubai's blood threads. The right head opened its gaping maw, unleashing a barrage of tentacles that assaulted Su Mubai in unison. Su Mubai spun a spiderweb-like pattern of blood threads beneath her feet. Planting her feet firmly, she leaped upward. She pressed her palms together, coiling several strands of blood into a thick whip that lashed out at the 3-headed abomination. Crack! The central head of the 3-headed abomination was cleaved in 2, black blood splattering out. The other 2 heads also took heavy blows of varying severity. This astonishing combat prowess left Lu Jiu and Yi Zi utterly stunned. Was this what a battle between great anomalies looked like? Su Mubai continued weaving a spiderweb of blood threads beneath her feet, using them as steps to descend slowly. Suddenly, her pupils contracted sharply, something's wrong. Chapter 72, The Traitor. The 3-headed anomaly's body began to regenerate rapidly, its central head soon fusing back together. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. The 3-headed abomination roared in fury, you traitor! How dare you do this to me? Traitor! The 3-headed abomination sprouted a full 8 arms, striking down upon Su Mubai from above. Boom! Countless craters pockmarked the ground as the ancient mansion's buildings and structures shattered into dust. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were choked with dust and forced backward by the shockwave. Miss Su! Yi Zi shouted, ignoring her own injuries as she pulled out her paper fan to assist. I'm fine. Su Mubai's voice rang out from the dust. Yi Zi rejoiced at her safety, but the next moment, she froze in shock. Su Mubai's left arm had been shattered, a large chunk of flesh missing from his right shoulder, and his legs were even worse, exposed bone was visible. Miss Su! Yi Zi's face twisted in horror as she urgently cried out, run! Su Mubai replied, it's fine. This isn't my true physical form. The 3-headed creature chuckled eerily, so you've possessed a human body. You can't even bear to leave this body? Looks like you're pretty weak in spirit form, huh? He had hit the nail on the head. Though Su Mubai was a powerful entity retained by Qin Lang and the dungeon system through a wish, she faced a limitation. She required a physical body to maintain her full strength. Even this one took immense effort for her to adapt to. In the previous dungeon at Donghu High School, Su Mubai struggled to even speak freely because she hadn't adapted to that body. It wasn't until much later that she could finally recognize Qin Lang. Now, abandoning this body in front of the 3 anomalies would be tantamount to suicide. No, worse than death, she would be utterly annihilated. Su Mubai continued to shoot crimson threads from her fingertips.
They densely intertwined, covering the gaps in her flesh and enveloping her skin, forming a blood-red armor.
Lu Jiu couldn't help but exclaim, "So cool." Su Mubai now resembled a heroic female warrior, stirring the blood of all who witnessed it. The three-headed monster sneered coldly, "Doesn't this still rely on the fragile flesh of humans? That is your weakness. Come. I'll show you the consequences of siding with humans." Su Mubai leapt forward, swiftly charging toward the three-headed abomination's chest to strike. The creature's 8 massive hands converged instantly, encircling Su Mubai in a deathly grip.
With a crushing squeeze,
Blood demon art, blazing inferno.
Su Mubai's crimson armor rapidly heated up, releasing puffs of white vapor. When the three-headed monster's hands touched it, they felt as if subjected to the torture of a red-hot iron, sizzling with a hiss.
Arg! All 3 heads of the monstrosity let out wails of agony simultaneously. Su Mubai unleashed the blood demon technique once more.
2 razor-sharp blades extended from his hands. Spinning his body, he transformed into a terrifying storm of blades, charging toward the three-headed monstrosity.
Swish! Multiple wounds appeared on the three-headed abomination's body.
Su Mubai danced up and down, exchanging attacks and defenses with the creature in a fierce back-and-forth battle. But Su Mubai clearly held the upper hand.
The three-headed abomination's wounds couldn't heal fast enough to keep up with her relentless cutting. Damn it!
The three-headed abomination opened its 3 massive maws, spewing one black energy pellet after another, firing them relentlessly in all directions. The density of the projectiles was immense, the 3 mouths firing relentlessly like machine guns, forcing Su Mubai to halt her assault. Seizing this opening, the three-headed abomination unleashed all 8 fists simultaneously, launching a torrential barrage of punches into the air.
Yikes! The three-headed monster's fists were too dense. Su Mubai couldn't even find a place to run. Bang! Bang!
The armor Su Mubai wove with blood demon art shattered instantly.
Yi Zi's legs buckled. Miss Su. Lu Jiu's face instantly turned as pale as paper.
With Su Mubai gone, Qin Lang and Qin Lang were nowhere to be found.
How could they possibly defeat these 3 monstrous creatures? The three-headed abomination roared with laughter. Good. This is the fate of traitors. Ha! The three-headed monstrosity quickly sensed something was amiss. Logically, Su Mubai's spirit form should have floated out for them to absorb. Why wasn't that happening?
Not only that, but the air held only fragments of the blood ghost armor. Even the physical body Su Mubai had possessed was nowhere to be seen. A chill ran down the three-headed abomination's neck. Damn it! Su Mubai appeared behind it, his battered body intact, blood demon arts coalesced into razor-sharp blades in his hands.
Only now did it realize too late.
You seemed to be enjoying yourself earlier.
Now it's my turn to have some fun. The three-headed abomination panicked. Hold on. We're both abominations. Su Mubai's eyes blazed crimson, his hair stood on end as he plunged into the unique berserk-killing frenzy of the abnormal. Swish!
Su Mubai's blade sliced relentlessly across the three-headed abomination's neck, carving deeper and deeper gashes.
Ah!
The three-headed abomination screamed in agony as the flesh on its neck grew thinner and thinner, until only a single layer of skin remained.
Su Mubai coldly remarked, not quite satisfying.
She concentrated all her strength into a single, fierce slash, cleaving through the creature's throat. The 3 heads flew through the air before crashing to the ground.
Su Mubai planted her foot on one of the heads, steadying herself.
Her physical form was clearly pushed to its limits. Multiple wounds and several broken bones made her wobble precariously despite landing steadily. One of the 3 heads, stuck upside down in the ground, asked resentfully, with your immense power, why do you serve humans? Su Mubai, connecting her flesh with blood threads as she spoke, replied indifferently, because I owe Qin Lang far too much.
The three-headed abomination sneered coldly, pathetic.
Then, its massive form dissolved into the wind, scattering like dust into the sky.
Yi Zi clutched her chest. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Su Mubai approached her. Don't relax just yet.
Qin Lang and Qin Lang still hadn't been heard from. They might have encountered the strongest Gue here. Before he could finish, the ground beneath their feet began to heave and tremble violently.
Disperse quickly! Su Mubai shouted. But her reaction was too slow.
A massive black hand emerged from the earth, snatching her lower body and tearing her clean in two with a sharp rip. Yi Zi, seeing this, frantically waved her paper fan.
Paper blows snow, barrier. A shield made of paper fragments blocked the gap between Su Mubai's upper body and the massive black hand.
Though the paper shield shattered quickly, it bought enough time for Yi Zi to catch Su Mubai, who was only half upright.
Miss Su, are you alright?
Yi Zi stared in horror at Su Mubai's exposed intestines.
I'm fine.
Su Mubai said, I'm a ghost. As long as my spirit body isn't harmed, I'm fine.
But this monster is too powerful.
At that moment, a system notification appeared. Haunted Mansion Ghost Hand.
Anomaly level S.
Lu Jiu's face drained of color.
S rank? We're done for. Chapter 73, Spread Too Thin.
At that moment, another explosion erupted from behind the group.
What now? Su Mubai frowned.
But she soon broke into a smile.
Two familiar figures emerged. Just trying to put on a show, and now they're trapped. Qin Lang emerged wielding his ghost-slaying blade. Jun Lang gripped a blade and a sword. We were supposed to lure the snake out of its hole, but ended up getting outmaneuvered instead. How embarrassing. Su Mubai and Yi Zi, Qin Lang. Lu Jiao, brother Jun Lang. Jun Lang chuckled coldly. Sorry I didn't have time to consult you guys. But this play was pretty convincing, right? Acting? Lu Jiao was dazed. Weren't you guys actually fighting just now? Jun Lang said, exactly. Qin Lang and I met during the day and discovered that some of this mansion's eeriness can be hidden within computers and data. Unless we made them believe we were killing each other, we'd never get them to talk. Besides, didn't the dungeon rules say it? You have to film a good movie to escape. This is all part of the script. Soon, his attention was drawn to that enormous ghostly hand. Whoa! Jun Lang's hands trembled with excitement. It's actually an S-rank anomaly. I knew it, a 3A-tier dungeon wouldn't disappoint. Qin Lang frowned upon seeing Su Mubai, now only half his former self. Miss Su, are you alright? Su Mubai shook her head. My spirit body is fine. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. We only eliminated one A-rank anomaly this time, still not much help. Qin Lang said, enough talk. Lie down properly. Bai Qi spoke in Qin Lang's mind. Brother, they touched your woman. Can you just let this slide? Qin Lang snapped coldly, shut up. Yi Zi and Su Mubai exchanged bewildered glances, but we didn't say anything. Jun Lang struck first, blade in one hand and sword in the other, leaping off the wall to slash at the ghost hand. Sword and blade laugh, life and death crisis. A cloud of black mist erupted from ghost hand, materializing into a figure nearly identical to Jun Lang in stature and appearance. That eerie figure, mirroring Jun Lang's stance with blade and sword, reacted with blinding speed, actually blocking the first wave of strikes. Not only that, it countered with a swift sword strike, slicing through Jun Lang's pink cloak. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen my own clone. Jun Lang glanced at his torn cloak, not angered but amused. Now, can you handle this move? Jun Lang stepped on the strange swordsman's head and leaped upward. He sheathed his blade and sword, then adopted a drawing stance with both hands. Jun Lang's figure merged with the moonlight, his pink cloak fluttering in the wind like cherry blossoms blooming beneath the moon. Sword and blade laughed as the moon fell and flowers shattered. His sword flashed with blinding speed, piercing the sinister swordsman's body faster than thunder could cover its ears. The surrounding air crackled with sonic booms, its thunderous roar shaking the very soul. Yes. Lu Jiao clapped excitedly. Brother Jun Lang, you're amazing. Yi Zi was utterly transfixed. She hadn't even caught Jun Lang's movements. It felt as though the moonlight and his sword flash had fused into one in an instant. By the time she regained her senses, the strange swordsman was already gone. Qin Lang remained rooted to the spot. He knew Jun Lang could handle that strange swordsman, but he also knew Ghost Hand's tricks weren't limited to that. And there was definitely more than one Ghost Hand. Jun Lang shouted, it's not over yet. He spun around, his blades slashing toward the Ghost Hand. Boom! The ground split open once more, and sure enough, a second Ghost Hand appeared. It intended to repeat what it had just done to Su Mubai, yanking Jun Lang's leg downward with brutal force. Bai Qi, go! Qin Lang channeled Bai Qi's god-slaying power into both hands, swinging his ghost-slaying blade in a horizontal strike. The power of Bai Qi, combined with the blade's demon-slaying aura and the enhancement of infinite strength, made Qin Lang's strike carry a force nearing 10,000 Jin. Even an S-rank Ghost Hand couldn't withstand it easily. The Ghost Hand instantly released its grip and swiftly retreated to the side. Qin Lang didn't pause. Each strike carried thunderous force, executed with pinpoint precision, targeting vital points. The two Ghost Hands retracted, trembling violently. Then, the Ghost Hands spread wide. With a gurgling sound, they doubled in size, becoming far more terrifying than before. Jun Lang clicked his tongue and quickly took a swig of wine. It grows underground, connected to the restless spirits trapped within this ancient mansion. This endless stream of spirits is its source of power. He looked at Qin Lang and asked, you take one, I take one? Qin Lang shook his head. Are you sure there are only two? Before he could finish, 8 more ghostly hands slightly smaller burst from the ground, forming a protective barrier that completely blocked Qin Lang and Jun Lang from approaching. Not only that, 4 more appeared behind Su Mubai and the others, completely surrounding them. Qin Lang frowned. Now they were caught in a pincer attack. And now they had to deal with 12 ghost hands at once. Clearly, they couldn't be everywhere at once. Those 2 largest ghost hands continued to absorb the power of the Dark Souls. Who knew what even more terrifying tricks awaited them? Qin Lang glanced at the time. 20 minutes remained until midnight. Perhaps his skills would refresh then, offering a sliver of hope. But right now, he had no clue how to break this deadlock. The battlefield descended into an uneasy stalemate. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao grew even more terrified, unsure how long they could withstand an S-rank anomaly. Junko remained unflappable, shouting loudly, meow meow. Only then did everyone realize that the tearful Su Miao was cowering in the corner. Su Miao wailed, covering her eyes as she cried out, don't look at me. Don't look at me. It's so scary, wah. Jun Lang snapped, hurry up and do something. Or we really will die. Su Miao wailed uncontrollably, then pulled out a die from her bosom and tossed it to Su Mubai. Mubai, help me roll it, I'm too scared. Su Mubai held the dice, looking utterly bewildered, unsure what this meant. Qin Lang drew his sword in preparation for battle while chuckling, eerie miss, just roll it. Hope our luck improves. Qin Lang asked, what does this even mean? Qin Lang smiled without answering. Su Mubai still looked utterly confused, but in the heat of the moment, she couldn't afford to think too much. She simply tossed the dice. The dice bounced a few times on the ground before coming to rest with 5 red dots facing up. Oh no! Qin Lang let out a sharp gasp and forced a wry smile. Our luck isn't exactly stellar. Su Miao wailed even louder. Wah, it's a 5. Wah! Seeing that the ghost hand had nearly absorbed all the shadowy soul energy, Qin Lang grew impatient. What the hell is going on? Qin Lang said, see for yourself. Just don't get scared. Qin Lang turned his gaze toward Su Miao. What unfolded next shattered his understanding of reality. No way. Chapter 74, The Dilemma. A ring of blackness swirled around Su Miao, while beneath his feet lay a hexagram array radiating a blood-red glow. The next second, a creature with a goat's head appeared. Its back was covered in layered feathered wings, and its entire body was muscular and sharply defined. Its vertical pupils were the most terrifying feature. A single glance was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were already too terrified to speak. Su Mubai, too, found the scene utterly bizarre. Qin Lang turned to Qin Lang. What the hell is this? Qin Lang looked surprised. First time seeing Baphomet and you're not scared? You're brave. Baphomet? That's the famous Western demon with a sheep's head. Qin Lang took another sip of wine. It also goes by another name, Satan. Qin Lang asked, Satan? Has Su Miao turned into Satan? Qin Lang nodded. Miao Miao gained a power in a previous dungeon, the ability to summon demons. Miao Miao can summon 6 demons in total. Baphomet is the 5th demon. I've seen it once, not exactly the most pleasant temperament. Su Miao stood before Baphomet, her sobs growing louder. Baphomet spoke, you summoned me again. What is it? Su Miao sobbed, protect them for me. She pointed toward Su Mubai and the others. Bafumi snorted coldly, more of this nonsense. The price will be the same as before. With that, Bafumi placed Su Miao on his palm and strode forward on his goat-like legs, approaching Su Mubai and the others. Baphomet's appearance and the aura of evil emanating from him sent shivers down Lu Jiu and Yi Zi's spines. For a moment, they couldn't decide what was more terrifying, those ghostly hands or the demon standing before them. The little ghost hands seemed to sense something and immediately launched their attack at Baphomet. Ah! Su Miao crouched on Bafumi's palm, covering her ears and screaming in terror. Baphomet fluttered its wings lightly, and countless miniature magic circles appeared around it. Blood-red spikes shot out from each circle, whizzing through the air to pierce the black hands with pinpoint accuracy. Squeak! The black hands emitted a series of strange, low growls before gradually dissolving into pools of black sludge on the ground. They then regrouped and surged forward toward Bafumi once more. Bafumi remained expressionless, not even turning his head to glance at them. More and more magic circles appeared, launching countless crimson blades that sliced and pierced through the small black hands. No matter how the black hands regenerated or launched their attacks, they could never get close to Bafumi, let alone Su Miao and the others. Qin Lang turned to Qin Lang and asked, what price did Bafumi mention? Qin Lang replied, Bafumi demands a part of Miao Miao's body. The higher the demand, the greater the cost. Bafumi had a 70 to 80% chance of defeating this S-class anomaly directly. But the problem was the price was too high. Qin Lang suddenly understood Su Miao a little better. Anyone with such an ability would go mad. Yet, he found inspiration instead. By Qi, look at him, he doesn't need a host to fulfill his desires. All he needs is a part of a body. Why don't you learn from him? Bai Qi chuckled, bro, you think I'm stupid? What use would your flesh and blood be to me? Besides, you've got the extreme crisis virus inside you now. Even if you lose an arm or a leg, it'll just grow back on its own. I take one of your fingers today, and tomorrow you're back to normal. Think you can profit without any investment, huh? Qin Lang chuckled, his thoughts exposed. Bai Qi continued, brother, you'd be better off focusing on how to deal with these ghost hands. If we clear this stage, you'll earn more bounty money enough to buy me the White Dragon's reverse scale. Then, combined with that heaven-earth jade vase, just imagine the scene, huh? Qin Lang shrugged, thinking Bai Qi was being a bit overly optimistic. He hadn't even figured out a good way to deal with these ghost hands yet. Meanwhile, the ghost hand continued to grow larger, and the other ghost hands began to stir with excitement. Black liquid oozed from their palms, splattering onto the ground and coalescing into one eerie humanoid after another. Like soldiers, they materialized before the group. Qin Lang's hands suddenly began to tremble. Qin Lang asked, are you scared? It's not me trembling. Qin Lang released his grip, and only then did Qin Lang notice that it was his blade trembling of its own accord. This blade, named Blazing Sun, was a weapon of supreme righteousness and pure yang energy. These ghostly hands were clearly using the souls of those who died in the ancient mansion as servants, forcing them to remain slaves even in death. Li Yun couldn't bear to watch, so it wept.
Qin Lang drew blazing sun and declared, "No need to weep, old friend. We'll simply cut them down together." A powerful gust of wind erupted from Qin Lang's body, causing Qin Lang's clothes to flutter wildly. Qin Lang instructed Qin Lang, "Like before, I'll engage it head-on while you find an opening to join the fight.
An S-rank anomaly is absolutely not something you can handle alone." Qin Lang retorted, "I won't follow your plan. At a time like this, there's no room for prioritizing roles where both the main attackers." Qin Lang paused, then smiled. "Then let's see who's faster." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Qin Lang lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. His blazing sun blade erupted in flames, blazing brightly in the night. The shadowy spirits were incinerated to ashes before they could even draw near. With unthinkable speed, Qin Lang drew another blade, its icy glint flashing in an instant. Blade and sword laughed, ice and fire danced. The two blades in Qin Lang's hands whirled like electric fans, their attack patterns shifting constantly. One moment the blazing sun blade would cleave through the air, the next the sword would slash fiercely. His speed was so blindingly fast that many newly formed ghostly souls were sliced into fragments before they could even materialize. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly horde scattered, while Qin Lang's figure darted about with lightning-like speed. Qin Lang had to admit Bai Qi's prediction was spot on. If he were to actually fight Qin Lang, having even a 30% chance of victory would be pure luck. It seemed that to survive in this dungeon world, one had to be powerful and then even more powerful. Bai Qi chuckled, "Brother, I sense ambition stirring within you. It seems you crave power. Then keep fulfilling my wishes, I'll help you reach new heights." Qin Lang retorted, "Enough. I'm not buying your pie in the sky promises." Bai Qi chuckled resentfully before asking again, "So? Are you in?" Qin Lang stared at the two largest ghost hands and asked, "Can we break through?" Although Qin Lang had temporarily suppressed the smaller ghost hands, they hadn't yet approached the most troublesome giant ones. Bai Qi replied, "We can, but the risks are immense." Qin Lang raised his ghost-slaying blade, then cut the crap. "Let's go." Chapter 75, Demons and the Uncanny. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from beneath Qin Lang's feet. He charged forward at full speed, the malevolent aura emanating from his demon-slaying sword intensifying. As the little ghost hands lunged toward Qin Lang, the killing energy automatically coalesced into miniature whirlwinds that rebounded, forcing the little ghost hands to retreat step by step. Bai Qi said, "Brother, I'm channeling my power to enhance your strength across all fronts. But this will burn your body and even shorten your lifespan. If it hurts too much, tell me." "Pain?" Qin Lang laughed. "I shut off my pain receptors long ago." Powerful demonic energy erupted from Qin Lang's body. Getting closer, one could see a black dragon coiled around him, roaring. Far away, Su Mubai and the others watched the battle between Qin Lang and Qin Lang, their faces frozen in utter shock. Lu Zhou's jaw nearly hit the floor, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Baphomet chuckled, "One relies on speed, the other on strength, quite the perfect pairing." This time out, he'd finally get to see something interesting. Qin Lang charged forward relentlessly, closing to within 2 meters of the great demon hand. The lesser ghost hands clustered together, abandoning Qin Lang to defend against Qin Lang. "Excellent." A surge of exhilaration filled Qin Lang's chest, clustered together, they'd be easier to deal with. He raised his demon-slaying blade high and brought it crashing down. Boom! A bottomless fissure opened beneath Qin Lang's feet. Everything near the crack was either split in two or sucked into the abyss. All the little ghost hands were instantly split in two. Su Mubai watched the scene with delight. "Excellent." Qin Lang's expression turned intensely excited. "I never expected him to be this strong. I definitely didn't misjudge him at the start." Qin Lang licked his upper lip. "I must find an opportunity to fight him properly." Those ghostly hands were cleaved in two, and then... Ha! Two enormous ghostly hands sprouted mouths, erupting in unrestrained laughter. Mouths sprouted from the palms of the giant ghost hands. The left hand emitted a male voice, while the right hand produced a female voice, both continuing their unrestrained laughter. "So you can talk, huh?" Qin Lang exhaled in relief. "I thought S-rank anomalies were mute." The left hand chuckled, "Though you've forced us out of hiding early, it's about time anyway." The right hand chimed in, "Indeed. After centuries in this ancient mansion, devouring countless souls, I've grown utterly sated." Qin Lang raised his demon-slaying blade and declared, "I don't have time for your stories. Just let me finish you off already. Stop babbling here." The right ghost hand chuckled, "Kid, no matter how skilled you are, you're still just human. You're nowhere near ready to take on a centuries-old supernatural entity like me. Now, I'll show you the gap between us." With that, countless holes erupted across right ghost hand's body, spewing forth a swarm of black spheres. These spheres had smooth surfaces, each bearing only a sharp, fanged mouth. They swarmed like locusts, blanketing the sky and completely engulfing Qin Lang. Su Mubai panicked. "Qin Lang." Qin Lang planted his feet and leaped into the air, preparing to rescue Qin Lang. But the left ghost hand suddenly appeared. "Hey, what about me?" Its fingers stretched endlessly, transforming into tentacles that lunged toward Qin Lang. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Lang's eyes as he drew his third blade. Sword laugh, 3 phantom gods. He flung a blade into the air.
The blade seemed to possess a life of its own, slashing and cutting wildly before it.
The remaining ghostly souls and Zhuge Guishuo's tentacles dared not come near.
Below, Qin Lang relentlessly attacked with dual blades.
Recall.
At Qin Lang's command, the blade in front automatically returned. He tossed another, catching the returning blade to continue his assault. The three blades seemed an extension of Qin Lang's body, moving with effortless grace and precision amidst left ghost hand's assaults. The left ghost hand laughed heartily, impressive skill, but you still fall short. With that, it spat a viscous green liquid toward Qin Lang. Qin Lang instantly recognized the poison in the liquid. He accelerated his blade's speed, using sword chi and blade winds to disperse the attack. Yet the venom automatically dispersed into more clusters, spreading around Qin Lang. Left ghost hand shouted excitedly, "Explode!" The small poisonous blobs exploded in rapid succession, enveloping Qin Lang completely in thick, toxic smoke. "Ha!" Left ghost hand smugly asked right ghost hand, "My side's done. What about yours?" Right ghost hand surveyed the scattered ghost orbs and replied with equal smugness, "He was devoured down to the last crumb." Lu Jiu's face turned pale as he collapsed onto the ground. Brother Qin Lang and Qin Lang are both gone. Su Mubai gritted her teeth, trying to crawl over, impossible. Qin Lang wouldn't. Yi Zi quickly pulled her back, "Miss Su, don't act rashly." At that moment, the two ghost hands turned their attention to Bafumi, who stood guard beside Su Mubai. They said, "You're not human either. Why bother helping them? Hand over those humans, and we'll let you go." Baphomet chuckled coldly, "What kind of tone is that? Do you take me for your servant? Do we Western demons hold no respect in your world? I advise you not to provoke me. The consequences will be yours to bear." The two ghostly hands chuckled coldly, "Threats won't work on us. I heard every word you said. As long as that girl hasn't paid the price, all you can do is defend yourself. Besides, her summoning must be permanent. Once the time limit is up, you'll have to return, right? Why should we fear you?" Baphomet let out a cold chuckle upon hearing this, then set Su Miao down on the ground. "You two are pretty sharp. I operate on a pay-as-you-go basis, but I do possess a degree of initiative. I've long wanted to test how far apart we Western demons stand from your weirdos." Baphomet muttered incantations as a massive scythe extended from his hand. His arm glowed with intense crimson light before he swung it forward with force, Reaper's scythe. Ha! A massive crimson beam shot forward like a razor-sharp blade, poised to slice through those two ghostly hands. The two ghostly hands burst into a wild, unrestrained laughter. The left ghost hand splayed its 5 fingers, suddenly grasping Bafumi's crimson blade. The right ghost hand lunged forward, transforming into a massive fist that slammed toward Bafumi. Baphomet raised his scythe to block, withstanding the blow. "Trivial tricks." Bafumi sneered coldly, "These few moves of yours aren't even as good as the insects I summoned." But then, the right ghost hand let out a cold chuckle, "Is that so?" Countless venomous snakes suddenly erupted from its body, striking Bafumi with lightning-fast bites. Chapter 76, Another Use for Bai Chi. Bafumi frowned slightly as countless magical arrays activated around him, attacking the venomous snakes. Boom! The snakes were severed by the magic array's energy, but the right ghost hand's venom had already fully injected into Bafumi's body. The right ghost hand retracted with a cackling laugh. Bafumi attempted to continue his assault, only to find his body immobilized as if locked in place. The left ghost hand and right ghost hand pressed together, slapping him hard. The left ghost hand chuckled, "Ha! Truly worthy of a great demon still not dead. That's the poison we've refined for 100 years, forged from hundreds upon hundreds of souls and grudges. Even a great immortal would die from it." Seeing this, Su Miao cried out, "Big goat, are you okay?" Bafumi snorted coldly, "I'm fine. Just temporarily immobilized. My defenses are intact." This time proved trickier than expected my oversight. "This time, you'd better pay up big time." Su Mubai and the others heard this, their hearts racing. Even such a powerful demon was no match? Is this the power of an S-rank anomaly? Lu Jiu went limp all over, his lips trembling uncontrollably. "It's over. Everything's over. I never should have come to this dungeon." She truly hadn't expected an S-rank anomaly to be this difficult to fight. Yi Zi took a deep breath and said, "Don't be afraid. Baphomet said we can defend. As long as we have time, we have a chance. We absolutely cannot give up now. Otherwise, we'd be letting down Qin Lang and Qin Lang." Before he could finish speaking, 2 figures burst out from the ground with a loud bang. Qin Lang, bare-chested and revealing his muscular physique, stood before the crowd with Qin Lang, who was carrying a pink cloak. "Qin Lang, you're okay?" Yi Zi's face lit up with relief, but just as she was about to speak, she noticed something terribly wrong with Qin Lang's appearance. Qin Lang frowned, panting heavily as he demanded, "How did you manage this?" When he'd been engulfed by the poisonous smoke, he'd tried to break through, but S-class bizarre toxins weren't something you could simply overcome. Qin Lang's limbs instantly went numb, leaving him immobilized. Just as he thought death was imminent, the next second he found himself hoisted onto Qin Lang's shoulder. Though Qin Lang wasn't dead now, he had inhaled a small amount of the toxic mist and, like Bafumi, was completely immobilized.
Had he received the same lethal dose as Bafumi, he would likely be dead by now. Qin Lang didn't answer Jun Lang, instead retorting, "You're still fretting over that now? Just lie still."
When the swarm of round faces had surged toward him earlier, Qin Lang had immediately activated both time pause and teleportation, retreating to the side to prepare for another attack.
Seeing Jun Lang engulfed in poisonous gas, Qin Lang repeated his tactic, rescuing him once more.
A hole had been punched in the ground during the fight, so Qin Lang hoisted Jun Lang onto his back and leaped down, only to struggle back up moments later. Using Bai Chi's power for such an extended period left Qin Lang feeling noticeably drained.
Without the desperate virus's enhancement, an ordinary person would have perished by now.
The virus continuously repaired Qin Lang's body, yet it could never keep pace with the rate of damage.
Bai Chi asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Qin Lang snapped, "Cut the chatter. Keep going." Bai Chi warned, "Your body is at its limit. If you keep this up, you'll die. Find a place to hide and recover first." Qin Lang raised his ghost-slaying blade, "Then I'm going to hide? Where could I possibly hide? There's only one way to fight." He stared at the two ghostly hands before him. "If I must die by the hands of such monsters, I should die fighting." Bai Chi shook his head helplessly. Bafumi looked at Qin Lang and smiled, "Ha, you're the most spirited insect I've ever seen. I'll give you a little help. Go. Once I've purged all this poison from my system, I'll come to your aid." Qin Lang glanced at him before continuing toward the two ghostly hands. Su Mubai clenched his teeth and looked at Yi Zi, saying, "Miss Yi, could I borrow your body?" Yi Zi startled, "Lend it to you?" Su Mubai nodded. "I want to use your body to fight. I can't let Qin Lang risk himself alone. Though I've never possessed a living person before, I promise I won't harm you." Jun Lang interjected, "Miss Yi, you must be cautious. Once a supernatural entity possesses a living person, it becomes incredibly difficult to expel. Moreover, Hareen energy could affect you, you might even suffer permanent damage." Lu Jiao immediately chimed in, "Exactly, Yi Zi. This is an S-class entity, the power gap is enormous." Yi Zi hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right. Miss Su, come on in." Lu Jiao, Yi Zi. Yi Zi replied, "We might not even survive this moment, what's the point of talking about later? I have to do something." Meanwhile, Qin Lang's battle against the two ghost hands resumed. Wielding his ghost-slaying blade, he used his teleportation ability to evade the barrage of weapons and venom spewed by the two ghostly hands. Countless restless spirits and poison-coated projectiles assaulted Qin Lang, but his agile movements allowed him to dodge every strike, leaving the attacks to miss their mark. Boom! The weapons struck the ground, triggering continuous explosions. Their potent toxins corroded the earth. Both ghost hands opened their massive jaws simultaneously, spewing a red and a black energy orb skyward. Rain of death. The energy blasts detonated mid-air, instantly cascading down from several meters above as countless droplets, blanketing an area over 10 meters around Qin Lang. Blood demon technique. Yi Zi charged to Qin Lang's side, unfurling a massive barrier formed from her own blood. No, at this moment, she was Su Mubai. Qin Lang asked in confusion, "Miss Su?" He sensed Su Mubai's aura. Su Mubai spoke, "I'm currently borrowing Miss Ye's body. Qin Lang, you must find a way to leave immediately. I'll draw this guy's fire." Before she finished speaking, the relentless rain of deadly souls intensified, nearly piercing through Su Mubai's barrier. Qin Lang gripped his ghost-slaying blade tightly. His expression remained composed, but rage burned fiercely within him. He roared inwardly, "Bai Chi, increase the power. Bai Chi, brother, I've been channeling my power to bolster you since the start. I'm already pushing you to your absolute limit. Any more and you'll die." Just as Qin Lang was about to tell him to stop meddling, a mechanical voice cut in. "Host may now refresh skills." Qin Lang froze. It wasn't the skill refresh that surprised him. Rather, he saw that the system panel before him displayed his mental energy as maxed out. That couldn't be right. To evade the ghost hand's attacks, Qin Lang had used time pause multiple times in succession. His remaining mental energy should have been depleted by now. Even with intense emotional fluctuations, it shouldn't have increased this much. Suddenly, Qin Lang realized something. "Bai Chi, stop channeling your power to me." Bai Chi looked puzzled. "If you can't win with my power, won't you win even less without it?" Qin Lang snapped, "Cut the nonsense. I said stop, so stop." Once Bai Chi ceased the energy transfer, Qin Lang activated time pause, scooped up Su Mubai, and dashed toward the exit. Host's current mental power, 800-1000. Bai Chi, give me your power. Though puzzled, Bai Chi complied. Host's current mental power, 10001000. Qin Lang, holy. Bai Chi, you're actually a healer? Can you heal me? Chapter 77, doing whatever he wants. Qin Lang was both surprised and delighted. Bai Chi, so you're actually a healer. Bai Chi? How could the legendary slaughter god possibly be associated with the term healer? Qin Lang burst out laughing. "I've got a plan. Keep feeding me your power, don't stop. How much is up to you, but don't stop." He rarely checked his psychic energy lately, only discovering Bai Chi's function in the heat of the moment.
It was like a sports car that not only raced fast but could refuel at full speed while moving. No. Bai Qi said he was currently utilizing less than 2/1000ths of his power. Yet it's already this powerful. That's like installing a nuclear power generator in a sports car. If he had a powerful skill, wouldn't he just take off? Qin Lang kept using the time pause skill, freezing time for over a minute. Only after getting Su Mubai to safety did Qin Lang let time resume. Qin Lang. Ha! Su Mubai thought she was still enduring the Dead Soul Rain's assault, only to realize both her and Qin Lang's positions had shifted. The others were equally stunned and bewildered. Jun Lang, that was faster than me. But Fumii, it vanished in the blink of an eye. Did that bug use some kind of magic? It realized that even if it had faced that attack head-on just now, it likely wouldn't have emerged unscathed. No matter how swift its movement, it couldn't evade the dense, wide-spanning hail of death souls. Yet Qin Lang had managed it utterly baffling. The two ghostly hands were utterly astonished. They thought that last strike was the final blow, yet Qin Lang emerged unscathed? How was that even possible? Qin Lang positioned himself in front of Su Mubai. Don't move around. Just occasionally cover me. Su Mubai, okay, Qin Lang. Be careful. Qin Lang raised his ghost-slaying blade once more and charged toward the two ghostly hands. Human, don't get too cocky. The left ghost hand roared furiously, spewing a torrent of venom from its mouth like poisonous spears hurtling toward Qin Lang. The right ghost hand first retracted underground, then reappeared behind Qin Lang, lunging forcefully at him, aiming to cut off his retreat or crush him outright. Your attacks and teamwork are pretty intimidating. Qin Lang laughed, but no matter how formidable your attacks are, they're meaningless if they don't land. Time, pause. Everything froze in place, the two ghost hands rigidly suspended in mid-air. Yah! Without hesitation, Qin Lang unleashed a furious flurry of slashes at the right ghost hand, venting all the pent-up rage he'd been holding back. The right ghost hand's 5 fingers were severed, its palm nearly sliced into strips as thin as spicy jerky. Qin Lang then ducked behind the right ghost hand, using it as a shield against the venom spewing from the left one. Time restored. Ah! Arg! The right ghost hand screamed in agonizing pain, smoke sizzling from the wounds where the demon-slaying blade had struck, as shadowy spirits continually escaped from within. Combined with the left ghost hand's venom attack, the wound tore open even further. The left ghost hand was stunned. Ah! The right ghost hand roared angrily, what the hell is with you? Can't you even aim properly? The left ghost hand bellowed, how the hell should I know? How did you get sliced up like this? You're useless. Right ghost hand, dare you say another word? The tide of battle had suddenly and silently turned. Su Mubai and the others were utterly stunned, speechless. He hadn't seen it coming again. Jun Lang was swift, but facing the massive ghost hands in such rapid venom attacks, he couldn't avoid getting hit. Yet Qin Lang remained utterly unaffected. Stranger than strange. Qin Lang looked at the ghost-slaying blade in his hand and shook his head. What a pity. It can't finish them off with a single strike. These two ghost hands were remarkably resilient. The right ghost hand, constantly regenerating itself, snarled at Qin Lang, you brat, I'll swallow you whole in a moment and make sure you never find peace. Qin Lang shrugged, is that so? Then let's see just how much you've got. While the standoff continued, Qin Lang began refreshing his new skill. Host may select any skill for refresh. 1. Superb X-ray vision. See all objects and terrain up to 100 meters away. Consumes 80 SP per second. 2. Let the bullets fly. Host may select any body part as a barrel to fire bullets formed from mental energy. These bullets target indiscriminately, dealing 100 true damage to ghosts, monsters, superhumans, Batman, and more. Each bullet consumes 10 spirit power. 3. 0-degree freeze. The host can activate a designated area, freezing all objects within it. Consumes 100 mental energy per second. Whoa, all 3 skills are so awesome. Honestly, Qin Lang really wanted them all. But for now, he chose the second one, let the bullets fly. Converting mental energy into bullets. What I have in abundance right now is mental energy. And it's true damage. Paired with Bai Qi, who can heal endlessly, this is bound to take off. Bai Qi, remember the healing must never stop. Bai Qi's mustache twitched upward. Bro, does that even sound like something a human would say? Qin Lang charged again, this time forming a pistol gesture with his left hand, aiming it at left ghost hand. Kid, times have changed. Bang! He unleashed dozens of bullets in an instant, reducing all the ghostly souls spewed by left ghost hand to dust. The left ghost hand froze for a moment before immediately retreating to dodge the barrage. Right ghost hand, still not fully healed, roared, what the hell are you doing? Fight him. Left ghost hand flared up, easy for you to say. These bullets are deadly and they're no ordinary bullets. Qin Lang chuckled inwardly, exactly, they're not ordinary bullets. They're bullets from Wang Wei's poetry. Jun Lang forced the last bit of strength he had left to take a mouthful of wine, sighing, this is the first time I've ever seen bullets used to eliminate the supernatural. And where did he hide that gun? Lu Jiao shook his head firmly, impossible. The supernatural entity is immune to all physical attacks. Without the right weapons or tools, it shouldn't be possible to inflict any damage.
Bafumi also fell silent. Physical exorcism. Well, I never. Seeing how effective psychic bullets were, Qin Lang decided to stow away his ghost-slaying blade. He raised both hands, simultaneously manifesting a gun barrel on his chest. Fire! Tap tap. A barrage of powerful fire instantly formed, surging toward the left and right ghost hands. The two ghost hands swiftly expelled masses of shadowy souls to shield themselves from the barrage, while countless smaller ghost hands burrowed up from the ground to disrupt Qin Lang. I refuse to believe your bullets are infinite. The left ghost hand roared furiously, shoot. I'll let you shoot your fill. Once you've fired them all, I'll slaughter you. Qin Lang laughed. Run out? Sorry, but having a long blue bar means you can do whatever you want. Chapter 78, 1,000 Years of Cultivation. Left ghost hand was exerting every ounce of strength, continuously conjuring monsters and soldiers of various forms from the Yin soul energy within his body to withstand Qin Lang's firepower. Left ghost hand, I refuse to believe that our combined centuries of cultivation could lose to a mere human. Right ghost hand, exactly. Let's see how many bullets he has to waste. Even Qin Lang and the others watched with growing concern. Lu Jiu swallowed hard. Is Qin Lang some kind of monster? How can he actually grow gun barrels out of his body? What does he use as bullets? Qin Lang gripped his wine flask and said, Qin Lang's technique likely uses his own internal energy or something similar as the raw material. But judging by how powerful those bullets are, the energy drain must be enormous, right? Bafumi, Qin Lang actually wants to wage an attrition war? He's made a colossal mistake. No matter how skilled he is, he's still human. No matter how disadvantaged his opponent may seem, he's a century-old, bizarrely powerful being. They're not even on the same level, let alone starting from the same point. If this battle continues, he's bound to suffer losses. Su Mubai watched Qin Lang anxiously, desperately wanting to rush over and help. But the battle raged fiercely before her eyes, and Ghost Hand unleashed a swarm of eerie specters. She simply couldn't intervene. Moreover, she hadn't fully adapted to Yi Zi's body yet. Even though Yi Zi's physical form and soul didn't resist her possession and allowed her to use the blood demon technique, Su Mubai, who had never possessed a living person before, still felt somewhat overwhelmed. Time ticked by, and Qin Lang continued his relentless assault. Everyone sensed something was amiss. Qin Lang frowned in confusion. How come Qin Lang's firepower keeps getting stronger? This wasn't normal. Logically, shouldn't his internal energy be depleting, not increasing? Lu Jiu was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? I don't get it. Bafumi felt the events unfolding before him were beyond comprehension, even breaking out in a cold sweat. Are Easterners and Eastern mysticism this damn powerful? I can't make heads or tails of this. But the most mortified of all were those two ghostly hands. What's wrong with this human? Why was he still firing? As if his bullets were endless. Left ghost hand, this kid clearly isn't as strong as us. He's just overwhelming us with sheer numbers and firepower. It's been this long, yet why does he still have so much ammunition? Right ghost hand, he's actually trying to outlast us in a war of attrition, and he's managed to keep it up this long. What the hell is going on? This is the first time I've encountered a human like this. Truthfully, even now, those two S-class anomalies still hold the upper hand. In terms of raw power, Qin Lang is still far behind them. Otherwise, he would have already blasted them to death with his mental bullets. But Qin Lang's move shattered everyone's expectations, catching them completely off guard. Moreover, this skill was newly acquired, so he hadn't used it before. From others' perspective, it seemed Qin Lang had possessed this skill all along but deliberately concealed his true strength. Which raises another question: how many more skills is he hiding? Even the uncanny can feel fear, and the unknown strikes terror into all living things. How many bullets did Qin Lang have left? How many more tricks was he hiding? Before Qin Lang's bullets were exhausted, they would likely be annihilated. Bang! A bullet pierced through the last layer of the ghostly defense, grazing past left ghost hand. Left ghost hand wavered. Should we retreat? As long as the old mansion stands, we still have a chance. Right ghost hand retorted, are you an idiot? Look what he's done to this old mansion. If we retreat now and he discovers our base, we're finished. Left ghost hand, then what do you suggest? Right ghost hand, we fight to the end, of course. Left ghost hand, easier said than done. Their current state presented Qin Lang with an opportunity. Mental breakdown? Perfect. Qin Lang turned to Su Mubai and shouted, Miss Su. Su Mubai seemed to grasp something in an instant and immediately charged forward. Qin Lang aimed as many gun barrels at himself as possible, intensifying the barrage of fire. The left and right ghost hands charged forward as well. I refuse to believe it. With over a century of cultivation, how could I lose to you, you little brat? Qin Lang laughed. Over 100 years of cultivation? He and Bai Qi spoke in unison. My cultivation spans over 1,000 years. Boom! A barrage of firepower engulfed the left and right ghost hands, completely scattering the Yin soul energy they had unleashed. As the right ghost hand struggled to hold on, it suddenly felt threads wrapping around its 5 fingers. It grew eyes in the back of its head and saw Su Mubai using several strands of blood to tightly bind it. Blood demon technique. Su Mubai seized the blood threads and yanked them with all his might. The thin, sharp strands swiftly sliced through the right ghost hand's fingers. Just as they were about to be completely severed, the right ghost hand hastily used its own soul power to repair itself. You brat! You're asking for death. The right ghost hand unleashed several venomous snakes from its back, lunging toward Su Mubai. The left ghost hand roared, "Don't get distracted! You idiot!" Realizing Qin Lang ahead was the real threat, the right ghost hand hastily erected new defenses. But it was all too late. Qin Lang leapt into the air, raising his ghost-slaying blade. Ha! A vertical slash fell from the heavens, cleaving the right ghost hand clean in two. Immediately after, Qin Lang unleashed a barrage of fire from both hands, riddling the right ghost hand with countless holes to prevent its regeneration. Jun Lang clapped his hands. Brilliant! Su Mubai smiled too, her gaze filled with admiration and awe as she watched Qin Lang. Simultaneously, she felt her heart racing intensely, her cheeks burning hot. Strange. Though Su Mubai inhabited Yi Zi's body as a supernatural entity, she possessed no physical sensations. Her emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, or delight did not manifest in the flesh. So this racing heart and blushing reaction were Yi Zi's? Seeing this, the left ghost hand immediately prepared to retreat underground and hide. At that moment, a large hand seized it firmly. Bafumi chuckled, "Hey, Eastern Ghost, you were pretty cocky just now, huh?" Left ghost hand panicked, "We're not human either, we're fellow travelers. You don't need to exterminate us all, right?" Baphomet sneered coldly, "I hear the Eastern hell is far more terrifying than mine. Why don't you help me take a look down there?" With his other hand, he swung the massive scythe of death, slicing left ghost hand clean in half. Ah! Severed from its root anchor, left ghost hand instantly dissolved into wispy smoke, slowly vanishing. Qin Lang finally exhaled in relief, watching Bafumi silently. Baphomet said coldly, "Bug, you're quite impressive." Qin Lang retorted, "You're the insect." Suddenly, an intense burning sensation spread throughout his entire body. Ah! Qin Lang clutched his chest, let out a scream, and collapsed. Su Mubai's eyes widened in shock as he cried out, "Qin Lang." Chapter 79, Two Major Events. Qin Lang opened his eyes to find Bai Qi beside him. Am I dead? Qin Lang sat up, finding himself surrounded by pitch darkness. He must be in his consciousness realm. Bai Qi stroked the Qiankuan jade vase and said, "Brother, I warned you long ago, your physical endurance has its limits. That's why my energy keeps flowing into your body, causing constant backlash. Fortunately, you had already injected the desperate situation virus, and your physique is different from ordinary people, so you didn't die." Qin Lang murmured in acknowledgement, attempting to return to his physical body only to find himself utterly drained of strength. Bai Qi, you're still unconscious. Don't waste your energy. You'd best rest for a while now, or your body will definitely break down. Qin Lang replied, "Yeah, I guess it's time to rest. After clearing this instance, the reward should be enough to buy that white dragon's scales. Your first wish, I've fulfilled it." Bai Qi nodded, "Thanks, big bro. Well then, I'll be making my second wish." Qin Lang sighed, "Alright, just don't ask for the moon." Bai Qi said, "Don't worry. My second wish is for the wheel blade." Qin Lang frowned, "Will sword? What is that? The name sounds so strange." Bai Qi's expression and tone grew somber. "The wheel sword was the very blade I used to take my own life. After that, it became the sword worn by the king of Qin. You know Jing Ku, right? When he attempted to assassinate King Ing Zheng of Qin, Ing Zhang used the wheel sword to parry Jing Ku's Lady Dagger and killed him." Qin Lang, so this Gulong sword has such a significant history? Suddenly, he asked again, "Wait, you were already dead when Jing Ku attempted the assassination. How do you know about this?" Bai Qi smiled, "Because I met him in the underworld." Qin Lang, alright. Bai Qi was a god slayer among men, while Jing Ku was the top assassin who nearly killed the future emperor Qin Shi Huang. Two legendary figures of the Warring States period, both fell by the wheel sword. This treasure has quite the pedigree. Qin Lang pressed further, "What do you need this sword for? Revenge?" Bai Qi twirled his dragon whisker beard, "This general isn't so petty. Anyway, just help me find it properly." Qin Lang added, "If the system is in the marketplace, I can get it for you. But if it's not there, we're in trouble. It might be in some collector's hands, buried underground, or even lost forever." Bai Qi shook his head, "Impossible. A treasure like the wheel sword is protected by heaven and earth, it won't perish easily. Besides, I've heard from the netherworld that it has reappeared in this world. Perhaps some mortal possesses it now. Brother, if you put your mind to searching, you'll surely find it." Qin Lang scratched his head, alright. Actually, I wasn't planning to tackle the next dungeon anyway. I'll head back to the real world for a bit. Just then, Su Mubai's voice echoed overhead. Qin Lang? Qin Lang? Bai Qi, looks like you've recovered enough. You can head back now. Qin Lang stood up to leave, but suddenly remembered something. Bai Qi, I've always wanted to ask, why did you become like this? Bai Qi twisted his dragon head, "Bro, you don't need to ask about that." Qin Lang shrugged and walked away in a flash. Moments later, Qin Lang's true form opened his eyes to find Yi Zi staring at him with a look of intense concern. Wait, she should be Su Mubai now. Su Mubai exclaimed with delight, Qin Lang, you're awake. Lying in her embrace, Qin Lang felt a wave of warmth and comfort wash over him. He couldn't resist rubbing his face against her a few times. Miss Su, your legs are so soft. Su Mubai blushed, Qin Lang, those aren't my legs. Qin Lang. Alright, this body still belongs to Yi Zi. Qin Lang cleared his throat and sat up. Why haven't you gotten off her yet? Su Mubai shook her head, I can't do it.
Jun Lang, standing nearby, spoke up, once a spirit possesses a living person, it's extremely difficult to transfer to another host.
Unless the possessed person dies, or someone else intervenes to help.
You should return to the real world and seek help from a Taoist priest or monk with profound spiritual cultivation.
Qin Lang looked at him and remarked, you're recovering pretty quickly, aren't you? Jun Lang laughed heartily, thanks to you. After clearing the dungeon, all my wounds and toxins were purged. But you'd better hurry. If Su Mubai's energy continues to corrode Yi Zi's body much longer, even immortals won't be able to save her. Su Mubai's expression darkened.
She lowered her head and murmured, I'm sorry, Miss Yi.
Qin Lang and I will find a way. The next moment, her voice shifted back to Yi Zi's, it's fine.
This was my choice from the start.
I believe in you both.
Qin Lang watched Su Mubai and Yi Zi coexisting within the same body, his heart filled with complex emotions.
Behind them, the goat-headed Baphomet spoke, ha!
This outing has truly broadened my horizons.
Baphomet let out a devilishly cold, mocking laugh. Su Miao wailed, go back. I'm scared. Wah! Baphomet retorted, humph. Then I shall take my due payment.
Qin Lang and the others turned their gaze back to Baphomet, wondering what the price was for summoning a demon to do their bidding. They watched as Baphomet extended his claw and drew a swift stroke across the back of Su Miao's head. Su Miao's long hair instantly transformed into shoulder-length bob, the severed locks taken by Bafumii. I wanted more, but since this fight was so satisfying, I'll settle for this much for now. Clutching the lock of hair, Baphomet summoned a hexagram barrier beneath his feet and vanished in a flash.
Qin Lang frowned. Is this the price? A part of my body?
Well, hair does count as part of the body.
Su Miao wailed, wah! Now I have to grow my hair long again.
Short hair looks so ugly.
Everyone. Jun Lang chuckled coldly and added, the instance is settling up. Rewards will be distributed shortly. Oh, Qin Lang, shall we team up again for the next instance? Qin Lang replied, no need. I'm heading back to the real world for a while.
The top priority now is to get Su Mubai out of Yi Zi's body and retrieve that wheeled sword Bai Qi asked for. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps echoed through the air. Who's there? Lu Jiu heard the noise and rushed out.
No, don't kill me.
Director Qinshi crouched on the ground, hands clasped over his head, trembling as he begged for mercy. Honorable masters, I've made a mistake. Please let me go. Lu Jiu grabbed him by the collar. Damn it, you were so cocky just now. Working for the supernatural and killing so many people.
You made that kind of film?
Pervert.
Shameless.
Lu Jiu raised his hand and slapped Qinshi hard several times, beating his face until it swelled like a pig's head.
Stop it. Stop it.
Qinshi wailed, I'm sorry, I won't do it again.
I was forced into it.
Just as Lu Jiu was about to deliver the final blow, a mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears. Congratulations, players, you've cleared the level. Rewards will now be distributed.
Chapter 80, Global Announcement.
The moment the system settlement began, everyone froze in place. Congratulations to player Qin Lang for successfully defeating an S-class anomaly.
Rating, SSS.
Perfect. Player Qin Lang has obtained 2 million anomaly coins. Qin Lang obtained the S-rank item, Luotian Jade. Luotian Jade allows normal breathing underwater for 48 hours. A golden light instantly appeared in Qin Lang's hand, revealing a circular, exquisitely crafted jade pendant that emitted an eerie glow.
Stay underwater for 48 hours? This thing is definitely a divine artifact. Qin Lang obtains the great item Swift Fist Gauntlets.
Swift Fist Gauntlets increases attack speed by 60. Another pair of uniquely designed yet remarkably lightweight gloves landed in Qin Lang's hands.
Boosting memory speed is also nice. Paired with the Mind Bullet skill, it allows for more frequent and faster attacks.
The other players, like Jun Lang and Yi Zi, had already received their respective rewards. Jun Lang chuckled coldly, Qin Lang, thanks to you, I got the chance to participate in taking down an S-rank anomaly. This reward is incredibly generous. Jun Lang's reward alone included a staggering 500,000 light anomaly coins, the highest haul of his career. Though the item he received was only B grade, Jun Lang didn't mind much. He figured having the money to buy a new blade was good enough. As for Lu Jiu, who had barely participated in the battle against the ghost hand of the ancient mansion, he could only receive a consolation prize of 2,000 ghost coins. Conversely, Su Miao and Yi Zi's rewards far exceeded Lu Jiu's, second only to Qin Lang and Jun Lang. Lu Jiu knew the outcome was perfectly fair, yet she still couldn't quite accept it. She vented all her anger on that Qinshi. You bastard. Just a moment ago, you were trying to kill us and use us as sacrifices, weren't you? Qinshi immediately covered his head and wailed, no. Please, spare my life. Qin Lang walked over and patted Lu Jiu's shoulder.
Alright, Miss Lu, let him go. Lu Jiu was baffled. Brother Qin Lang, a scumbag like him doesn't deserve forgiveness. Now that the dungeon's over, we can teach him a lesson.
Qin Lang replied, when you can show mercy, show mercy.
Let him go. Lu Jiu reluctantly released Chen Shi. Chen Shi kowed out to Qin Lang and said, thank you. Thank you, master. With that, he turned and fled.
Suddenly, Qin Lang drew his sword and severed Chen Shi's head in one swift stroke.
Before Lu Jiu could even react, Chen Shi was already decapitated.
Qin Lang declared, I let you go, but I never said you could live.
Now the world was finally at peace.
At that moment, the system spoke again. Player Qin Lang has demonstrated outstanding performance in 3 consecutive dungeon challenges. Effective immediately, you have earned eligibility for ranked matches.
Initial rank assessment in progress. Ranked matches? Initial tier? Qin Lang frowned in confusion. What's this? Qin Lang chuckled, huh? You don't even know about this?
Beyond the S, A, B, C difficulty tiers, there's an even tougher ranked mode.
Both your previous dungeon and this current one are in normal mode.
Entering ranked mode grants you corresponding points upon clearing the instance, allowing you to achieve your own rank. Ranks ascend from lowest to highest: iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, grandmaster, and challenger. Each rank is further divided into 5 tiers, with tier 1 being the strongest and tier 5 the weakest. Once you qualify for ranked matches, your initial tier is determined by your performance in your last 3 dungeon runs.
Player Qin Lang's initial tier, Gold Tier 2. Lu Jiu was stunned, his jaw practically hitting the floor. What? Gold Tier 2? Qin Lang couldn't help but widen his eyes, repeating in disbelief, unbelievable. Truly unbelievable.
For ordinary players, the highest possible starting tier is silver. Over the past 20 years, the highest starting tier recorded was merely silver tier 1.
Qin Lang, you're a freaking prodigy. A key-shaped artifact fell from the sky, its surface shimmering with flowing golden light. A gemstone was embedded in the key's handle. Qin Lang produced a similar key-shaped token, though his was crafted from silver. This is the token proving your rank. As you can see, I'm only at silver rank right now.
Qin Lang stowed the token and asked, if you can play ranked matches, why come to this normal mode?
Qin Lang chuckled coldly, simple. After one ranked match, my confidence took a hit.
To be honest, the B-tier ranked match I joined was about as challenging as this AAA tier normal dungeon. Many players who excel in normal mode or have cleared S-tier dungeons get crushed after just one ranked match. I advise you not to rush into ranked matches just yet.
Practice more first. A B-rank ranked match is harder than a 3A normal dungeon?
Qin Lang instantly grasped the true value of these ranked matches.
Once you clear the ranked mode, the rewards must be even more generous, right?
Player Qin Lang contributed over 80% damage in this dungeon boss battle, ranking first among unranked players.
Received a global announcement reward. Global announcement?
Lu Jiu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and his teeth chattered violently.
This was an incredibly rare benefit. Fame and glory. Global announcement about to begin. Hide name? Qin Lang didn't hesitate before replying, hide.
He had no desire to draw such attention to himself. Qin Lang seemed unsurprised and chuckled, don't worry, we won't tell anyone.
Qin Lang retorted, even if you do, I'll just deny it. Lu Jiu frowned and muttered under her breath, what's with the attitude? Oomph.
Qin Lang then informed the instance system he intended to return to the real world.
Lu Jiu immediately protested, Qin Lang. I'm going with brother Qin Lang, but Yi Zi, you better protect me. If anything happens to me, you won't get off scot-free. Qin Lang patted his chest. I thought you were going to tag along like a little shadow. Good thing you're all about the ladies and not your buddies. Lu Jiu, you. I just don't want to hang around with you anymore. Qin Lang ruffled Su Miao's hair, meow meow, shall we head back together? Su Miao burst into tears, why, I don't want to go back. Qin Lang, no need to go back, no need to go back. Let's head to the next dungeon instead. Don't be scared, don't be scared.
Then he turned, facing Qin Lang, and knelt on one knee.
Lu Jiu gasped, brother Qin Lang. Qin Lang, this time I owe you a life and a favor. You're strong, but I'll be stronger. Next time we meet, we'll race to see who clears the dungeon faster.
Qin Lang replied indifferently, I have no interest in competing with you.
Besides, we probably won't meet again.
Qin Lang stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and smiled, don't speak so definitively.
Oh, and if you're looking for a way to get Su Mubai out, I know a place.
Go to Qingshan City and find the White Dragon Temple. Tell them you're my friend, and Master Wukong there will help you.
Qin Lang, got it. I'll remember. A spatial gate opened wide. Qin Lang took Su Mubai's hand and stepped through. Simultaneously, media outlets and social networks worldwide received this announcement. Mysterious player achieves initial ranking, Gold Tier 2. This player earned 80 contribution points for defeating an S-rank anomaly. The entire gaming community erupted in chaos. Chapter 81, Entering the City. What? 80 contribution points against an S-rank anomaly? Doesn't that mean he basically did all the fighting? That's practically a solo battle. Even if it wasn't a ranked boss, that's still impressive. But the real shocker is that he started at Gold Tier 2 on his first attempt? That's just insane. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, who exactly is this mysterious player? Is this the real world?
Qin Lang stepped out of the spatial gate to find the exit was in the middle of an abandoned construction site.
Qin Lang surveyed the surroundings and asked, is this whole area just a bunch of unfinished buildings?
Yi Zi's voice came from behind him, not unfinished buildings.
We must have arrived in the old district.
Pointing toward the brightly lit city center in the distance, she explained, that's the current residential area, also known as the new district.
Every city has a place like this.
In the distance, a forest of steel and glass rose skyward.
Suspended tracks weave through the clouds like silver threads, giving the scene a near-future sci-fi feel. Qin Lang inquired, new district? Old district? Is it because the new district is more luxurious? Yi Zi continued, of course not.
The old district was where humans used to live, while the new district is the city built by players with superpowers.
Wait, Qin Lang, how could you not even know this? Qin Lang shrugged. I just didn't know. Go on.
Through Yi Zi's explanation, Qin Lang gradually began to understand. The technological level of this world was roughly comparable to that of Earth before his transmigration.
Maglev trains, AI, and the internet had it all. But after the instance system arrived, countless players emerged.
They applied skills brought from instances to real life, creating the current cities and civilization.
For instance, constructing buildings once required migrant workers laying bricks and tiles one by one.
Now, manual labor could be replaced by thought alone. Even entire facilities could materialize through mental command.
Some dungeon rewards, like special tools, could also be integrated into daily life and production.
The old rules governing society had fundamentally changed. With these convenient superpowers, humanity abandoned the old facilities and moved en masse to the new cities. Qin Lang asked as he walked, then why not completely renovate the old districts too? Yi Zi replied, it's simple. On one hand, the costs are pretty high. People with special abilities don't work for free. Many players stop exploring dungeons after acquiring a single skill, choosing instead to use their new abilities to earn a living in the real world. Most of them rise above the masses, and over time, they become accustomed to a life of luxury. Besides, if all zones were advanced, none would stand out. Keeping the underdeveloped old zones is how they maintain their sense of superiority.
Qin Lang scratched his head and asked, so we're heading to the new zone now? Yi Zi nodded. Yes, first things first. Yi Zi crouched down, letting out a pained wail. Qin Lang hurried over, what's wrong?
This time, it was Su Mubai's voice. It's probably because my Yin energy is too strong, so Missy can't maintain control for too long.
We need to find a way to get me out of here quickly.
Qin Lang said that Jun Lang mentioned something about Qingqing's White Dragon Temple, but where exactly is Qingqing? They had just left the construction site, hoping to find someone to ask for directions or locate a bus stop. But this area felt like a ghost town, not a soul in sight. Yi Zi was too weak to be called out directly to ask about the situation, so Qin Lang had no choice but to carry Su Mubai and head toward the bustling new district. Along the way, Qin Lang spotted many familiar sights, yet the further they ventured into the new district, the more unfamiliar the surroundings became. Not only did the architectural style change, but the clothing of the people on the streets was different too. The young people dressed especially bizarrely, both men and women sporting brightly colored, wild hairstyles. The roadside billboards were blatantly explicit, openly displaying elements of pornography, gambling, and drugs without any pretense. Qin Lang considered asking a passerby for directions, but their mental state seemed off, obviously high on something dubious. Even a couple was openly engaging in intimate acts on the street, yet no one around seemed to care. They didn't even show any interest in watching.
Qin Lang, look! Su Mubai pointed ahead in astonishment.
The gate stood imposing as the spine of a colossal beast.
Its surface, a weave of steel and glass, reflected the neon lights of the new district, cold and detached.
Flashing electronic screens embedded in the gate scrolled entry fees and warning slogans, severing the bustle from decay.
Warning! 2 unidentified individuals detected approaching. A mechanical voice blared from the loudspeakers. A squad of heavily armored guards, wielding sophisticated weapons, swiftly closed in. The police captain at the front barked, halt! What are you doing here? Qin Lang pointed ahead, entering the city. The captain asked, have you paid the fee? Qin Lang shook his head. The captain pressed, show me your entry code. Entry code? Qin Lang and Su Mubai looked utterly confused. The captain snapped impatiently, don't play dumb. Show me your city entry security app. Qin Lang waved his hand. I don't have a phone. Just pay the fee, right? Cut the crap, just tell me how much it costs to get in. The captain chuckled, a broke schmuck without a phone? You think you can afford the entry fee? 1,000 per person. Can you even afford that? Qin Lang pulled out a Gui coin and asked, can I use this? The moment the police officers saw the ghost coin, their eyes widened instantly. A ghost coin? Their eyes instantly cleared. The captain stared at Qin Lang, swallowed hard, and asked, excuse me, are you a dungeon player? Qin Lang nodded. Yes, I am. Why? The captain snapped to attention, all personnel. Attention. Salute. The entire police squad lined up and saluted, clearing a path for Qin Lang and Su Mubai.
The captain nervously said, I apologize for not asking properly earlier.
You may now enter the city. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Lang and Su Mubai exchanged a glance. Qin Lang clutched the demon coin. You don't want this thing? The captain broke out in a cold sweat. No, we wouldn't dare. Players entering the city are always free. We were negligent earlier, please forgive us. Qin Lang chuckled inwardly. So dungeon players enjoy such privileges in the real world, huh? But then again, it made sense. Dungeon players returning to reality meant they'd cleared the dungeon they were clearly capable. How could ordinary people dare to provoke them? He walked straight into the city, with Su Mubai quickly following behind. The police captain wiped his brow and grumbled, they look like that, and they're actually players? Another officer remarked, maybe they cleared a lower-level dungeon? They're back from the old zone. The captain ordered, call Tiger immediately. Tell him another player has returned. Chapter 82, High-Level Player. Upon entering the city, Qin Lang noticed the new zone's scenery was indeed different from the old one. Skyscrapers of every shape formed a dazzling steel forest, with sky bridges connecting different floors. Overpasses and rail tracks crisscrossed the streets, and the city's terrain undulated like a surreal landscape. Qin Lang and Su Mubai casually picked a larger restaurant for a meal. This, and this too. Qin Lang hadn't eaten a proper meal since the dungeon run. Now, he picked up the menu and ordered nearly everything except the cover. The waiter stared in disbelief, wondering if this man and woman could possibly finish it all. Surrounding diners glanced their way, eyeing Qin Lang's table with looks reserved for the mentally unstable. Qin Lang and Su Mubai were dressed quite plainly. Were they here to eat for free and cause trouble? Sir, we require payment before serving any dishes. The waiter stated, you've ordered a total of 21 dishes, which comes to 36,789 yuan. Qin Lang produced a Gue coin. Can I use this? The next second, the waiter's mouth dropped open in shock. Ah! A ghost coin. His hand trembled slightly on the silver tray, his pupils suddenly contracted, his throat rolled, as if even his breathing had stopped. Mr. Ghost Coin, are you certain you wish to use this for payment? His voice tightened, trembling with disbelief. Surrounding patrons were drawn to the scene, pausing their cutlery as their eyes fixated on the ghost coin in Qin Lang's hand. Good heavens, it really is a ghost coin. A dungeon player who made it back alive? Why would they come to a place like this? This is the first time I've ever seen a real player. Their voices were hushed, yet they couldn't hide their shock and envy. Qin Lang examined the ghost coin in his hand, confirming its genuine worth. Thinking of this, he regretted spending over 1 million ghost coins so quickly to buy Bai Qi the White Dragon's reverse scale, leaving him with only 40,000 odd in bonuses now. What was even more infuriating was that after Bai Qi got the White Dragon's reverse scale, he treated it like a treasure and started tinkering with it in secret. He wouldn't say what exactly he was doing, just told Qin Lang to wait and not bother him unless it was urgent. Just then, the restaurant manager approached personally. Good evening, sir. The manager smiled apologetically. My apologies for the delay. Please join us upstairs in the private dining room. Your ordered dishes will be prepared immediately. Qin Lang naturally wouldn't refuse. Rising to his feet, he asked, what city is this? Manager, you don't know, sir? This is Qingchang. Well, what a coincidence. Qin Lang continued, then do you know White Dragon Temple? Manager, yes, it's on the 2nd floor of District D. Zone D? 2nd floor? That doesn't sound like a proper place name. Never mind, as long as I know the location. I'll check it out after I've eaten. Qin Lang pressed on, is a single ghost coin worth a lot? The manager chuckled, you've got a sense of humor, sir. Right now, a single Guekai coin has reached an all-time high price over 1,000 federal coins. Moreover, Gue coins represent your strength and status. We are truly honored to host such a distinguished guest. Qin Lang nodded, finally understanding why so many dungeon players were reluctant to venture into dungeons anymore. With a single ghost coin, or proof of player identity, one could rise to the top of the social ladder in the real world. Who would risk their life to venture into a dungeon? After entering the private room, Qin Lang produced another 50 ghost coins. At 1,000 to 1 exchange rate, these spooky coins should cover the meal, don't forget the change. The manager took the coins, his hands trembling, eyes reddening. Qin Lang frowned. Is it really necessary to get so worked up? Manager, sir, as a hero who cleared the dungeon, you actually pay for your meal? You're truly a saint. Qin Lang, oh? So it's possible not to pay? Manager. In the end, persuaded by Su Mubai, Qin Lang paid after all. Once all the dishes arrived, Qin Lang immediately began devouring the meat in big bites, alternating between mouthfuls of meat and sips of wine, eating with such relish. Though Su Mubai couldn't taste anything and didn't need to eat, she took a few bites to ensure Yi got proper nutrition. Drawing on her memories from her human days, she chewed the food carefully with her teeth before swallowing. Suddenly, the private room door was kicked open. A burly man in a suit strode in, followed by a group of people.
The man plopped down at Qin Lang's table, leaning back slightly with one arm draped over the chair back and the other holding an unlit cigar. His henchman closed the door and stood in a straight line, not daring to speak. An invisible aura of intimidation filled the air. "Kid, you've got quite the appetite." Black Bear chuckled. "Heard you're one of the players who cleared the dungeon too? Congrats. Tiger Boss sent me to have a little chat with you." Qin Lang didn't look up, continuing to gnaw on his pork hock. One henchman grumbled, "Hey, our bear brother's talking to you." Black Bear waved them off. "Ah, I know that feeling fresh out of a dungeon. Back in the day, I was starving like a ghost after clearing mine too." Su Mubai asked, "Oh? You're a player too?" Spotting Su Mubai's host with her stunning looks, Black Bear licked his lips. Of course. How else could I work for Tiger, sir? But heroes don't dwell on past glories, it's all water under the bridge now. I just managed to pull off a few minor achievements." The little guy from earlier chimed in smugly, "Hey girl, Bear Bro here is a pro who's cleared 3 normal B rank dungeons. Back in the day, he started at Black Iron Tier 2 and worked his way up to Bronze. Pretty awesome, huh? Su Mubai. 3 B rank dungeons." She, who had just defeated an A rank dungeon boss, was suddenly at a loss for words. Black Bear chuckled, "Hey, why bring that up? Keep it low key, low key. Look how you scared the little beauty." The guys chuckled and launched into their flattery routine. Black Bear turned to Qin Lang, "Hey kid, Tiger Boss is looking to assemble a team to tackle a dungeon. The bounty's pretty hefty, you know." Qin Lang shook his head. "Not interested." Black Bear replied coldly, "Kid, you've got it all wrong. Those last 2 sentences weren't questions, nor were they an invitation. I'm telling you to join, got it? You're new to Qingcheng, so you don't know the rules yet, huh? Our Tiger Boss is the biggest shot around here, even the city mayor answers to him. It's just that there aren't many usable players around lately. Otherwise, when would you ever get such a sweet gig working for Tiger Boss?" Qin Lang wiped his mouth. "Oh, so that's how it is. Why didn't you just say so earlier? If you'd said so earlier, I could have told you to get lost." Black Bear roared angrily, "Damn brat. I cut you some slack since we're both players, but you don't even appreciate it, huh? I was a bronze tier player back in the day. You didn't die in the dungeon, so you want to die here instead?" Qin Lang retorted, "Oh, just bronze? Then you really are trash." Chapter 83, The Test. "What did you say?" Black Bear's eyes widened. "I earned my way to bronze through sheer skill." Qin Lang didn't even look up. "Bronze? What's that?" "I'm gold tier now." Black Bear's eyes widened, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the floor. The air in the private room instantly froze. "Gold? Ha!" Everyone present burst into unrestrained laughter. Black Bear bellowed, "Kid, cut the crap. Gold? You? I'd be ing diamond tier then. Come on, prove it to me. I want to see it with my own eyes." "Qin Lang, I owe you no proof. Get out." He had absolutely no desire to communicate with this kind of person. Black Bear roared, "Kid, you dare talk to me like that? Don't think clearing a dungeon makes you special. When I first entered that dungeon, you were still a noob." Before he could finish, a dark shadow shot forward and appeared before him. Su Mubai raised his palm and slapped Black Bear across the face. With a loud smack, Black Bear's entire body flew upward. His massive frame, nearly 1.9 meters tall, slammed onto the ground with a heavy thud, causing the surrounding floor to tremble. "Brother Bear." The underlings rushed over to check on him, only to find the bear's face swollen from the blow, several teeth knocked out, blood trickling from his mouth, and his cheeks streaked with blood. Su Mubai then delivered a vicious kick to the bear's rear. "Watch your tone when speaking to Qin Lang," Su Mubai said coldly, "or I'll kill you right now." Her gentleness was reserved solely for Qin Lang. To everyone else, she remained that cold-blooded, unsettling killer. The palpable killing intent and overwhelming aura froze the henchmen in place, leaving them frozen in fear, staring at Su Mubai with wide eyes. "Su Mubai, now get out of here. Our Tiger Boss kindly invited you over, yet you show such ingratitude. You'll regret this someday." The henchmen dragged Black Bear out while cursing under their breath. Su Mubai closed the door and asked, "Qin Lang, looks like we've been marked the moment we entered the city." Qin Lang wiped his hands. "No big deal. They brought it on themselves. If they get beaten to death, they deserve it. Let's handle your business at White Dragon Temple first." After eating, the two took the high-rise elevator to District D. On the second floor, they spotted the entrance to a temple. The 3 characters White Dragon Temple were carved on the plaque above the door. A long line of pilgrims snaked outside, stretching endlessly. Qin Lang thought to himself, if we wait in line like good little sheep, we'll be lucky to see the abbot before tomorrow. He addressed a young monk maintaining order. "Young monk, is your abbot available?" The young monk glanced at him impatiently and replied, "No idea." "Get in line." "Qin Lang, I was recommended by a friend of his." The young monk's expression remained as still as a well. "Friend? Which friend?" "Jun Lang." "Jun." The young monk's mouth fell open, his eyes bulging. "How do you know Jun Lang?" Several other young monks nearby turned pale at the mention of Jun Lang's name, staring intently at Qin Lang.
Qin Lang looked puzzled at their reaction. What's wrong?
Qin Lang called me here. The young monk who had spoken earlier immediately offered a fawning apology. Forgive me, benefactor, for my earlier offense.
The abbot left early this morning. Would you like to wait inside? Qin Lang waved him off. No need. Just tell me where he went.
The young monk quickly replied. The abbot went to mansion number 5 in District C. The Dragon Tiger Association's chairman summoned him for urgent matters.
He left in quite a hurry. Qin Lang pressed his hand to his forehead, thinking, why must I make another trip? Meanwhile, inside Mansion 5 of District C. Master Wukong, look at this wheel sword, is it genuine?
A silver-haired man dressed in a bespoke suit and exuding an air of luxury asked in a solemn tone. Master Wukong held the ancient blade, examining it closely before nodding.
No doubt about it. The spiritual energy emanating from it is exceptionally potent. This is undoubtedly genuine.
Both Bai Qi, the legendary butcher of men, and Jing Ke met their ends by this blade. It is no ordinary weapon. This monk can perceive the spiritual energy lingering upon it without even opening his heavenly eye.
Bai Qin sighed in relief. That's good. I can rest easy now.
That plan should be nearly complete. Wukong pressed his palms together in prayer. Layman Bai's earnest devotion will surely move the heavens and fulfill his long-cherished wish.
At that moment, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Master Hu, it's bad news.
Bai Qin sheathed his wheel sword and motioned for the person to enter.
What's going on? A subordinate entered and reported, Black Bear's been attacked. He's badly injured. Bai Qin froze. How is that possible? He's a veteran who's cleared multiple dungeons, even bullets don't faze him. Where is he? Bring him here.
The subordinate withdrew promptly. Soon after, Black Bear, his face swollen like a pig's head, limped inside.
Boss. I'm so sorry.
Black Bear entered, one hand covering his face, the other clutching his rear. I've brought shame upon you. Wukong saw him like this and almost laughed, but quickly pressed his palms together to cover his face. Amatba.
Bai Qin frowned. Who did this?
In Xincheng, few dared to strike such a brutal blow against members of the Dragon Tiger Association. Black Bear wiped away tears and explained, I followed your orders and gathered as many players who just cleared the gate as possible for the assessment. Then I ran into this guy named Qin Lang. Not only did he refuse to cooperate, he actually dared to attack me.
This injury is from his attack. Bai Qin stroked his chin, thinking, Qin Lang? Never heard of him. Where'd he get the nerve? He and Wukong exchanged glances, a suspicion forming in their minds. The Wudao Society? Wukong remarked, lately, many promising players have been deceived by the Wudao Society and led astray. Layman Bai, you must be vigilant during the assessment. Black Bear wailed again, Tiger Lord. That wasn't but he hit it was clearly your face. Bai Qin Bai Qin told Black Bear, go tend to your injuries first. I'll handle this matter for you. Also, have all the examinees been gathered? Black Bear nodded, all present. They await your orders in the main hall. White Tiger replied, very well. I understand. I'll assign a few more men to apprehend that Qin Lang. How dare he lay a hand on our Dragon Tiger Society members? At that moment, a maid stood at the doorway. Mr. Bai, 2 guests outside are seeking Master Wukong. Bai Qin glanced at Wukong with a hint of displeasure. Master, didn't you say you'd accompany me specifically to evaluate those players today? Wukong shrugged, this monk was unaware. Perhaps they came uninvited. Just send them away. The maid added, but they said someone named Qin Lang sent them. At the mention of Qin Lang's name, Master Wukong's face turned ashen. Bai Qin however, grew excited, Qin Lang. He's emerged from the instance? What's the guest's name? Seems to be Qin Lang. Chapter 84, Instant Kill. Qin Lang? Black Bear roared angrily, that brat came looking for trouble? Wukong and White Tiger were equally puzzled. How is this Qin Lang connected to Qin Lang? Wukong said to Bai Qin since Qin Lang recommended him, we really should meet him. Bai Qin sneered coldly, fine. Since he's sent by Qin Lang, I'll make sure to give him a proper welcome. Perfect. Have him join the assessment in the main hall. Black Bear, you'll be the examiner. Wukong gasped, Layman Bai. Bai Qin retorted, Master, you know my relationship with Qin Lang. I'd devour him if I could. For your sake, I'll first test that brat's mettle. If he's truly that kind of person, we can always have a proper talk later. If he's got no skills, he deserves to die. Just say you've never seen him before. He's crossed our Dragon Tiger Society, his death would be only natural. Wukong could only nod in agreement, very well. Amen. Xiong let out a cold chuckle. Rest assured, Tiger, I'll make sure to teach that good-for-nothing brat a lesson he won't forget. Meanwhile, Qin Lang and Su Mubai were led by servants into a lavishly decorated hall. Dozens of people sat throughout the hall, dressed in diverse styles that seemed to belong to different eras. Who would have thought we'd be summoned by the Dragon Tiger Society right after clearing the dungeon? Yeah, I was hoping for a little rest. Since Tiger Boss summoned us, could he be recruiting me into his association? That would be an honor.
Once I'm part of the Dragon Tiger Society, I won't have to worry about anything in Xincheng. Qin Lang and Su Mubai found a sofa to sit on.
Qin Lang was puzzled. This is strange. Weren't we supposed to meet that old monk? Where did he bring me? Su Mubai tugged at Qin Lang's sleeve. Qin Lang, look at him.
Qin Lang looked up and saw a burly man with a bandage wrapped around his head stepping out onto the second floor platform. His mouth was twisted into a grin that nearly reached his ears. It was none other than Black Bear, the man Su Mubai had beaten earlier. Black Bear scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Qin Lang and Su Mubai. He let out a cold chuckle before announcing, "Greetings, fellow adventurers.
Welcome to our gathering.
Tiger Lord has gathered you all here to select capable individuals to form a team and conquer a dungeon. Succeed in the trial, and we'll immediately award 100,000 Gue coins as a bonus. Whoever conquers the dungeon and completes its hidden quest will receive not only monetary rewards but also a mysterious grand prize. Moreover, they will gain access to all resources and protection from our Dragon Tiger Society. Tiger Lord promises to honor this pledge without fail."
The players on site erupted in excitement. Another dungeon run? What's Tiger Lord up to now?
But 100,000 ghost coins is no small sum. I only got 10,000 for clearing it. If I could join the Dragon Tiger Society and have Tiger Boss's protection, I'd be set for life. Watching the eager crowd around him, Qin Lang felt utterly bored.
What's with this assessment nonsense?
He was ready to leave, but the unusual situation before him made him pause. He'd come here to meet Wukong, yet ended up in this place.
Was this deliberately orchestrated? By Wukong? Or by this Tiger Lord everyone kept mentioning? What was their connection?
At that moment, a surveillance camera overhead was directly focused on Qin Lang and Su Mubai. Inside the monitoring room, Bai Qinhu and Wukong watched Qin Lang, their expressions both showing a hint of indifference.
Is this Qin Lang? He looks rather ordinary. Bai Qinhu took a sip of red wine. I had someone check.
There's no prior record of him.
Probably just some newbie who recently started running dungeons, right? Wukong remarked. Maybe he's tagging along with Qin Lang, coasting on his coattails to win? It's happened several times before.
Qin Lang has even brought people to me seeking sutras and mantras. Most of them only cleared the dungeon because of Qin Lang. Bai Qinhu snorted coldly. Then he's got no real skill.
Daring to mess with my people? He's asking for death. Wukong couldn't help but sigh. Amitba. In the main hall, Black Bear's emotions were running high. He bellowed, "Next up, the first wave of assessments begins. Are you all ready?" The assembled players shouted in unison, "Ready." Black Bear let out a cold chuckle. Then, the first wave of the assessment is. He pointed sharply at Qin Lang. "You all face off against that man. Whoever defeats him passes." All eyes turned to Qin Lang. Qin Lang frowned. "You want to fight me? Seriously?" Black Bear gritted his teeth. "Don't underestimate him. This man never officially registered his clear records or player identity. In other words, he just emerged from the dungeon too. Yet he claims to be gold rank." The moment he spoke, the room erupted in laughter once more. Gold? Fresh out of the dungeon and already gold? Could he be that mysterious player mentioned in the global announcement earlier? No way. A player of that caliber would have either retired to enjoy life or joined the official ranks long ago. A gold tier player could easily become a city leader. Why bother coming here? Kid, you've talked yourself into a hole. Bai Qinhu in the monitoring room shook his head, still daring to impersonate a gold player? What a fool who doesn't know when to quit. Master, if you'd met him, who knows what trouble he might have caused you. This was me helping you out. Wukong sighed. Sigh, why does Qin Lang always introduce me to people like this? Qin Lang watched them expressionless, his mind unruffled. A man with a fierce appearance strode out and stood before Qin Lang. Kid, you say you're gold? Then show me you can take me down in one hit. Another man stepped forward. Hey, I'm closest to him, I should fight him first. You step back. He pointed at Qin Lang and demanded, Kid, if you're so tough, take me out too. Qin Lang raised his hand and fired 2 psychic bullets at them. Bang! Bang! Both men's skulls were instantly blown apart, their brains splattering across the floor. Everyone was stunned, their jaws practically hitting the floor. He killed 2 people with a single gesture? And they were dungeon players with special abilities? Many present had only tackled B or C tier instances, where such horrific scenes were rare. Deaths did occur, but most had never witnessed it firsthand. Their companions simply vanished in confusion. This was the first time they'd witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. And that was with Qin Lang's overwhelming combat prowess. Qin Lang, everyone saw it, they asked me to take them out instantly. I've never heard of such a demand in my entire life. Chapter 85, Screams. Watching this unfold from the second floor, Black Tiger's legs began trembling uncontrollably. Is this kid that monstrous? No, it must be that those guys underestimated him earlier. Wasn't I the same back then? There are so many of us here, what's there to fear? Everyone, don't panic. Black Bear shouted, attack together. Don't be afraid of him, never underestimate him. At his words, every player in the hall instantly heightened their alertness.
They began using furniture like sofas as cover, circling Qin Lang and waiting for their chance to strike. Having learned from the earlier sacrifices of two comrades, they were far more cautious this time.
Su Mubai prepared to rise. Qin Lang, let me handle this. Qin Lang held her back. Forget it. I'll handle this faster. He stood up, surveying the room. Listen up, I'm here to find someone, not to participate in this damn assessment. Master Wukong, are you there?
Suddenly, three figures leaped out from behind him, each wielding different weapons as they attacked Qin Lang.
Qin Lang drew his ghost-slaying blade with a backhand motion and swung it horizontally. Ah!
The three men were instantly cleaved in two, their bodies falling apart.
Qin Lang thrust the demon-slaying blade vertically into the ground and demanded, "Who else is there?"
The players present felt a chill run down their spines, their legs turning to jelly.
That's an A-grade weapon. Yes, a grade. My god, he actually has an A-grade weapon. No wonder he's so powerful. The malevolent aura emanating from the demon-slaying blade made their own weapons tremble uncontrollably, as if in protest. I'm out.
One player bolted straight out.
Me too. What kind of bull test is this? Survival comes first. Run.
Before long, the entire group had fled.
Qin Lang slung the ghost-slaying blade over his shoulder and looked at Black Bear. Hey, do you know where Monk Wukong is? High Bear's vision went black again, nearly fainting once more. Could this guy really be gold rank?
Qin Lang and Su Mubai headed upstairs, while He Xiong and the others huddled together, shivering uncontrollably.
Big shot. Big shot. Black Bear dropped to his knees. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please don't kill me. Qin Lang replied coldly, killing you would only dirty my hands. I came looking for someone. Why did you bring me here? Are you out of your mind? Black Bear shook his head, then nodded. Right, you're right. I'm crazy. Boss, please be magnanimous and let me go?
Qin Lang frowned. If you're really that useless, at least act arrogant. This pathetic state of yours is just disgusting to watch. Hearing this, Black Bear immediately tried to comply, but all he felt now was the urge to cry. Just as Qin Lang was about to speak again, Bai Qin Hu's voice came from behind him.
Mr. Qin.
Bai Qin Hu's tone was warm and welcoming, honored by your presence.
My apologies for not greeting you sooner.
Behind him, Wukong clasped his hands together. Amitba, benefactor. This humble monk's dharma name is Wukong. Qin Lang sheathed his ghost-slaying blade, ignoring Bai Qin Hu, and instead explained Su Mubai and Yi Zi's situation to Wukong. Please help us, master. Exorcise my strange friend from my human friend without harming either of them.
Wukong smiled upon hearing this. I see. A simple matter.
Bai Qin Hu smiled reassuringly. Rest easy, Mr. Qin. I'll prepare the space for Master Wukong's ritual.
You may take a moment to rest. Qin Lang frowned. And who might you be?
Bai Qin Hu stood tall. I am Bai Qin Hu, leader of the Dragon Tiger Society.
Qin Lang scratched his face. Oh, so you're the bastard who's been causing me trouble?
Bai Qin Hu, taken aback by Qin Lang's lack of courtesy, replied with some displeasure. Mr. Qin, this is all a misunderstanding. You attacked my men first, then slaughtered people here.
We're even now, right? Qin Lang shrugged. You brought this on yourself. You. Bai Qin Hu clenched his fists, ready to explode, but remembering their future collaboration, he held back for now.
Entering a prepared room, Wukong held a ritual artifact and declared confidently, rest assured, Mr. Qin.
This kind of ritual is something this monk has performed before. In a moment, this humble monk will simply chant a few sutras.
I will definitely summon your strange friend forth and find her a good place to rest. After speaking, he sprinkled some water on Yi Zi, inscribed a few characters on her forehead, then began chanting sutras while swaying the ritual implement.
At that moment, Bai Qin Hu whispered to Qin Lang, Mr. Qin, shall we leave this to the master and step aside to talk? Qin Lang waved him off. I have nothing to discuss with you. Besides, success isn't guaranteed. Why are you butting in? Bai Qin Hu's irritation flared even higher. You're so full of yourself. It's just one weird incident. Is it worth all this scrutiny?
But he wasn't in a hurry. Once he dealt with this weirdo, Qin Lang would owe him a favor and would definitely have to cooperate with him. Time ticked by, yet no progress was made.
Su Mubai remained fixated on Yi Zi.
Wukong's forehead was drenched in sweat.
What was going on? Why isn't it working?
Bai Qin Hu sensed something was amiss and asked, Master, why hasn't it worked yet?
Wukong couldn't help but ask, Layman Qin, what level is the strange entity possessing Layman Yi? Qin Lang, a grade. Wukong, a grade? Wait. What did you say?
Wukong and Bai Qin Hu paled with fear, involuntarily taking 2 steps back.
This Su Mubai is an A-grade entity? Wukong's lips turned pale. Qin, please don't joke around, okay? Where did you get that grade A anomaly? And how did you become friends with it? In his understanding, an A-grade anomaly could wipe out any player below bronze rank in an instant. Its power was terrifying. Qin Lang replied, I met Miss Su while running dungeons. Is there a problem with that? Bai Qin Hu swallowed hard. What kind of dungeon? Qin Lang, an A-rank dungeon. Is there a problem? By Qin, whose brain froze. So, you met Qin Lang in an A-rank dungeon?
Qin Lang shook his head. No, I met him in a AAA dungeon.
3A.
Wukong and Bai Qin, who screamed in unison, their blood pressure skyrocketing. Wukong suspected that if he had hair, it would have stood on end. The strongest player in Qincheng City had only cleared a 2A level instance.
Qin Lang actually survived a 3A tier dungeon? This guy is insane. Wukong couldn't help but swallow hard. Qin Lang's strength is already sufficient to clear a 3A level instance? Holy crap! Su Mubai retorted indignantly. Qin Lang? That dungeon was cleared thanks to Qin Lang. He was the main attacker during the boss fight. Another wave of screams erupted in the room. Bai Qin, who immediately approached Qin Lang and bowed. Mr. Qin, I implore you to assist me. Chapter 86, Two-Wheeled Swords. Qin Lang frowned, his face full of distaste. What are you up to now? Forget it. Don't even bother explaining, I won't help you. He could tell Bai Qin, who was up to something, seeking out players, conducting assessments. It was obvious he had an agenda. But Qin Lang didn't want to get involved. Bai Qin, who pleaded, Mr. Qin, I beg you. If you agree to this request, I'll give you anything you want. Qin Lang was speechless, about to refuse again. But Bai Qi's voice suddenly cut in. Brother, this man has handled the wheel sword. Qin Lang's mind raced with doubt. Are you sure? Bai Qi, I'm absolutely certain. No one knows that sword's aura better than I do. Qin Lang turned to Bai Qin, who and asked, You have the wheel sword here? At the question, Bai Qin, who immediately nodded. How did you know, Mr. Qin? I do have it. Qin Lang inquired. Take me to see it shortly.
Bai Qin, who nodded in agreement.
Qin Lang then asked Wukong, Can you still get Miss Su out?
Wukong nodded. It's possible, but it'll take some time.
I never imagined your peculiar friend was so formidable.
Qin Lang told him to take his time, then followed Bai Qin, who to see the wheel sword. After leading Qin Lang into the study, Bai Qin, who unscrewed a statue beside the door.
Click. The bookshelves beside them creaked loudly as they parted to reveal a passageway.
Bai Qin, who entered and soon emerged carrying a long, exquisitely crafted wooden box.
Qin Lang opened the box to find a sword over a meter long.
Its cold gleam and overwhelming aura instantly conjured images of it slicing through hair and cutting through anything in its path. What a sword!
Qin Lang couldn't help but be captivated by it.
After all, this was the very sword that had slain the butcher Bai Qi and the assassin Jing Ku.
No! Bai Qi's voice rang out. Not this one. Qin Lang asked in confusion. What? Isn't this the Gulong sword? Bai Qin, who gasped in shock. Mr. Qin, what are you saying? I've had renowned experts authenticated. Master Wukong examined it too. They all confirmed it's genuine. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. I wasn't talking to you. Keep quiet. Bai Qin, who immediately shut up. Facing someone who had cleared the 3A dungeon, the Dragon Tiger Society's leader could only obey. Bai Qi explained to Qin Lang, this sword is a wheel sword, but it's also... Qin Lang sighed in exasperation. Stop beating around the bush, okay? Is it or isn't it? Bai Qi replied, famous swords like the Gula sword are never forged as single pieces. One is the genuine blade, the other its counterpart. Take Ganjiang and Moi, they were forged as a pair. Ganjiang is Moi, and Moi is Ganjiang. Likewise, though this is a Gula sword, it is not the one I used to take my own life back then. Qin Lang scratched his head and asked again, so this sword is useless then? Bai Qi replied, that's not quite right. Just as twins share a psychic bond, the true sword and its duplicate are drawn to each other. With the duplicate in hand, the true sword can be found swiftly. Qin Lang understood. He needed to use this sword to find the other one. He turned to Bai Qin, who, I'll take this sword. Name your price. Bai Qin, who listened and exclaimed excitedly, Mr. Qin, you truly are the one I've been waiting for. Qin Lang frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Bai Qin, who confessed, truthfully, I've kept this sword not for any other reason but to save my daughter. A week ago, Bai Qin, whose daughter had died while entering a dungeon. Her companions had risked their lives to bring back her body. Overcome with grief, Bai Qin, who was preparing to cremate her when a mysterious Taoist passed by. He claimed her daughter's fate hadn't yet been sealed, she could be revived once a destined person appeared. That Taoist looked filthy and raving mad. At first, I thought he was spouting nonsense and was about to beat him up and chase him away. But he immediately cast a spell, allowing me to see my daughter's spirit. It turned out that although Bai Qin, whose daughter was dead, her spirit remained trapped within her body. Only a special spiritual herb could restore her to life. Bai Qin, who continued, this elixir exists within an extremely difficult dungeon. Only by completing a hidden quest inside can it be obtained. That instance has existed for 10 years, and so far, no one has conquered it. I was preparing to recruit a team to conquer that instance, but the Taoist priest calculated with his fingers and said I must find the wheel sword. He claimed that doing so would bring a destined person seeking this sword, and that person would be able to conquer the instance. I immediately dispatched men to search for the sword. We finally located and purchased it from a collector, yet no one came to claim it. I began to suspect I'd been deceived or that the sword was a fake. That's when I sent messengers far and wide to gather players for the trial, even inviting Master Wukong to verify its authenticity. Then, Mr. Qin, you arrived. After speaking, Bai Qin, whose gaze toward Qin Lang brimmed with anticipation. Qin Lang gripped the wheel blade. So I was set up? Did that Taoist say who he was?
He hadn't expected that his search for the wheel sword had been anticipated. Recalling that Sun Yangzi from Fengmen Village, Qin Lang really didn't have much fondness for the Taoist community.
Bai Qin, who replied, he didn't leave his name. He only cast this divination for me.
Oh, he also mentioned that the destined person's name contains the character for water. Qin Lang realized it had hit the mark again. His name did indeed contain the character for water.
So you want me to help you get into that instance and complete that hidden quest? Bai Qin, who nodded. Precisely. I implore you, Mr. Qin, to assist me in this matter. If I can get the elixir to save my daughter, I'll give you everything I have.
Qin Lang chuckled. No need for that.
I'm not interested in your possessions. I have a question for you. How many members does your Dragon Tiger Society have?
Bai Qin, who replied, we have branches nationwide, with a total membership of 100,000.
Qin Lang nodded.
Then listen carefully. He then revealed the story of the rolling blade and the genuine sword.
Mobilize everyone to find that sword.
When the time comes, we'll trade goods. You bring the sword, I'll give you the elixir. Bai Qin, who was overcome with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Qin.
Thank you, Mr. Qin.
Rest assured, by the time you emerge from the dungeon, I will have found that genuine sword.
Qin Lang set down the wheel sword and asked, by the way, what's the name of that dungeon you mentioned? How do we get there? Bai Qin, who hurriedly replied, the entrance to that instance is fixed. Players enter periodically, but no one has successfully conquered it yet. The name is a bit strange. Silent Hill. Qin Lang, Silent Hill? Chapter 87, Set Up. Qin Lang asked in confusion, Silent Hill? You mean the Silent Hill from that classic horror movie? Bai Qin, who looked even more puzzled than him, movie? There's a movie about Silent Hill?
Qin Lang suddenly remembered that this world differed greatly from the Earth. He knew many works of art and history were entirely different. It seemed the people here had never heard of Silent Hill, let alone seen it. Back in the day, Qin Lang and his roommates watched Silent Hill together at night, and afterward, they even had to go to the bathroom in pairs. Qin Lang thought to himself, if the Silent Hill setting in this dungeon mirrored the movie he knew, it would be a piece of cake for him. Even if hidden quests were required, he could take his time. This was a surefire win.
Qin Lang asked again, where is the entrance to the Silent Hill instance?
Bai Qin, who replied, Mr. Qin, no need to worry.
I'll have someone escort you there. It's not just me, many associations and groups are eager to conquer that instance, so there will be plenty of players heading there.
This time, you'll be going under our guild's banner, Mr. Qin.
I can even select a few teammates for you. Qin Lang shook his head. No need.
I'll go with my strange friend.
I won't be using your banner either.
Alright, let's go see how things are with Master Wukong. He picked up the wheel sword again.
I'll take this thing with me. It's a treasure anyway, might as well take it. Bai Qin, who dared not refuse, of course.
Please help yourself. Qin Lang cradled the sword as he walked back, and Bai Qi's voice sounded again. Hey, big bro, never thought you'd care so much about your little bro willing to take such risks just to find that wheel sword. Qin Lang thought to himself, cut the self-admiration.
I just felt someone was watching me and needed to get to the bottom of it.
The Taoist who predicted I'd seek the wheel sword, the unbeatable dungeon. If you believe these are coincidences, you might as well believe I am Qin Shi Huang. Bai Qi gave a cold chuckle. If you really are Qin Shi Huang, I'm afraid I'll have to cut you down.
So you think someone orchestrated all this?
But no one could have known I wanted the rolling sword, much less orchestrated it beforehand.
It must have been calculated. Qin Lang replied, I believe it could be calculated. But why would they let Bai Qin, who obtained the rolling blade, only to have me rescue his daughter afterward? The rolling sword you seek is likely already in someone's possession, waiting only for Bai Qin, who to retrieve it. Bai Qi understood, someone absolutely needs you to go to that instance. Qin Lang nodded.
I suspect someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes, but I haven't figured out their motive yet. My instincts have always been spot on. Something big is definitely brewing behind the scenes.
I hate this feeling of being targeted. I won't rest until I flush them out. Bai Qi smiled faintly.
He who harbors thunder in his chest yet wears a calm lake on his face. Such a man deserves the title of general. Facing such a treacherous situation, Qin Lang remained remarkably calm. Truly no ordinary man.
Bai Qi's claws creaked. Perhaps Qin Lang could truly help him fulfill that ambition. Returning to the previous room, bright lights illuminated Yi Zi lying on a bed.
Beside her stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her figure shrouded in a hazy glow.
Wukong curled up in the corner, exhausted, chanting sutras incessantly.
Before him lay several half-burned incense sticks.
It seemed Su Mubai had successfully left Yi Zi's body. Su Mubai spoke up, Qin Lang, I'm fine.
It's just that Miss Yi might have been affected by the dark energy within me and is still quite weak.
Qin Lang nodded, then addressed Wukong, Master, thank you. I'll make a donation for the incense offerings. Wukong gave a bitter smile. You're too kind, Mr. Qin.
As a friend of Qin Lang and an honored guest of Chairman Bai, helping you is only natural. However, her karmic burdens are too heavy for reincarnation. Yet continuing as a wandering spirit is hardly a sustainable solution.
Su Mubai's gaze dimmed. Truthfully, even if given the chance to be reincarnated, she wouldn't want it.
All she desired now was to stay by Qin Lang's side and help him.
Qin Lang nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Master. He turned to Su Mubai. Miss Su, let's go. We have a new dungeon to tackle. Wait. At that moment, Yi Zi on the bed stirred awake. Qin Lang, are you really going to leave me behind? Qin Lang replied, you're awake. Of course not. I'll take you to a safe place. Yi Zi, I want to go to the new dungeon with you. Qin Lang frowned, but your body. Yi Zi shook her head, it doesn't matter. Even if I die, I won't blame you. Only after adventuring through dungeons with you did I realize how meaningful and exciting this journey truly is. So please take me with you. Qin Lang shrugged, fine, whatever. Let's go. Half an hour later, Qin Lang and Yi Zi, guided by Bai Qinhu, rode out of the city in a vehicle. They passed through dilapidated old neighborhoods and arrived at a desolate construction site. As soon as they got out and saw the place, they exchanged a knowing glance. Wasn't this the very entrance they'd used to return to reality? What a coincidence. Qin Lang felt even more certain that someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes. Unless he uncovered the truth, he feared he'd never find peace again. Bai Qinhu had his men retrieve a box from the vehicle. Mr. Qin, this is an S-grade artifact my woman acquired earlier. I believe you'll find it useful. Qin Lang opened it to find a glossy black ring inside, exquisitely crafted. Bai Qinhu explained, this is called the obsidian ring. It absorbs all supernatural attacks and stores them, then releases them for counterattack when needed. My daughter said it's a very powerful weapon. Qin Lang recognized its immense utility and accepted it without hesitation. Bai Qinhu added, Mr. Qin, if you continue forward, you'll encounter a group of players. The instance administrator will escort you inside then. I'll leave everything to you. Qin Lang, don't worry. With that, he turned and walked forward. Watching Qin Lang and the others fade into the distance, Bai Qinhu wiped his brow with a handkerchief before instructing someone to dial a number. Hello? I've done everything you asked. Can you rescue my daughter now? Voice on the phone, what's the rush? Wait until Qin Lang dies in the dungeon. Bai Qinhu snapped angrily, he entered that instance, there's no way he could survive. You're just reneging on the deal. I lured him here as you ordered and gave him that ring. What more do you want? Voice on the phone, no need to rush. I'll say it again, Qin Lang must die before your daughter lives. Qin Lang and Su Mubai walked about 50 meters before spotting a large group gathered ahead, likely fellow players heading into the instance. Quite a crowd, huh? Before Qin Lang could finish speaking, a piercing scream erupted from ahead. Ah! It's eating people. Chapter 88, Old Friends. Hearing the commotion, Qin Lang stepped forward to join the excitement. What's going on? Qin Lang asked a male player, who ate someone? The player stammered, it was the admin. She was supposed to lead us into the dungeon, but for some reason, she suddenly bit a player to death and started eating him right there. Qin Lang looked puzzled. What's so strange about eating people? Doesn't that happen all the time in dungeons? I've seen it happen several times myself. The other player stared at Qin Lang as if he were a monster. What are you talking about? I've cleared this dungeon countless times and never seen anything like that. You're just bragging, aren't you? Qin Lang didn't want to argue about it. He glanced around at the other players, their faces etched with terror. Were they all just noobs who only did easy dungeons? Several players collapsed in terror, scrambling backward. No way. I quit. What's this about gaining powerful strength after clearing it? My survival comes first. People dying before even entering the dungeon? That's brutal. In the blink of an eye, the crowd had thinned by half. Young man, you're quite impressive, not afraid at all. A hoarse voice pierced Qin Lang's back like a needle. Qin Lang turned to look, spotting several young men and women staring at him, but they clearly weren't the ones who'd spoken. When he finally looked down, he saw an old woman hunched over, smiling at him with a long pipe in her hand. Quite handsome. What do you say? Care to join our crew? After speaking, the old woman took a puff of smoke, exhaled it directly from her mouth, then inhaled it all back into her lungs through her nose before exhaling it again from her mouth. Qin Lang declined promptly, no thanks, I've got my own teammates. The old woman chuckled, a young girl and a weirdo not even 200 years old? What can they possibly accomplish? She could actually see Su Mubai. In her spirit form, Su Mubai was invisible to ordinary people unless she chose to manifest. No one had noticed her along the way. How could this old woman see right through? Qin Lang replied coolly, that's none of your concern, old lady. Mind your own back, don't strain it. A man's eyes widened, anger flushing his square face. How dare you speak to the matriarch like that? She kindly invited you to join us. It's both an honor and a life-saving gesture. Countless others would kill for a chance to travel with the matriarch. Be grateful, you ungrateful brat. A woman in yellow beside him folded her arms. Exactly. We all passed Grandma's screening to join the Silent Hill expedition. You haven't shown any skills yet. The matriarch probably took pity on you and let you join us. How can you not recognize a good deed?
The old mother spoke up. Enough.
She meant no harm. Why are you all saying so much?
She turned to Qin Lang and smiled.
Young man, I see you have courage.
Much more than those others. He must have survived several bloody battles.
I wouldn't want to miss out on such talent.
She pointed her pipe at the square-faced man who'd spoken earlier. This is Fong Chang, a first-rate swordsman who's slain a B-rank anomaly. She then pointed to a man cloaked in black. This is Sima Qing, the strongest mage in Xincheng. Finally, she pointed at the woman in yellow robes. Her name is Feng Lanlan. Don't let her gender fool you. Her stealth and lot-picking skills are top tier.
A rare female assassin.
Fong Chang and Feng Lanlan wore expressions of pride, their looks toward Qin Lang growing even more smug. Sima Qing shot Qin Lang a glance, his expression thick with displeasure, not even bothering to acknowledge him. They had all been rigorously tested before being chosen by the old mother. Yet Qin Lang received an invitation without lifting a finger. Naturally, they were all deeply resentful.
Qin Lang nodded. Oh, a swordsman, a mage, and an assassin. So that's just sword peddling, staff crafting, and dagger peddling, right?
Fong Chang and Feng Lanlan froze for a moment, then erupted in fury. You, what did you say?
Feng Lanlan gritted her teeth. Who do you call vulgar and shameless? Fong Chang turned to the old woman. Grandma, this man has no manners whatsoever. Why bring him in?
I say we just deal with him right here. But the old woman just smoked in silence, saying nothing.
Ah! She's at it again.
Another wave of gasps and cries erupted from the crowd ahead.
Qin Lang said to Yi Zi and the others, come on, let's go see what's going on.
Fong Chang was about to chase after Qin Lang to argue, but the old woman stopped him.
Never mind. Young people just don't understand. Why bother getting worked up over him? The old woman sighed.
He seems like he's seen some big scenes before, but he still lacks experience. His aura feels weak, probably just average strength. What a pity. I thought he was a raw gem worth polishing, but this is all he's got.
Feng Lanlan clenched her delicate fists. I agree. He doesn't seem like someone with real talent.
The old woman exhaled a puff of smoke.
Let's go take a look ourselves. As the four of them moved forward, many players recognized the old woman. It's Golden Leaf Granny. She's personally come to challenge Silent Hill?
We'd better stick close to her than time to suck up. The players showed great respect for Golden Leaf Granny, making way for her as they passed.
Grandma Goldenleaf nodded and smiled in acknowledgement.
At the front of the crowd, a horse-headed monster was gnawing on two corpses. It ate with relish, utterly oblivious to the horrified stares of the surrounding players.
Feng Lanlan covered her nose and mouth, nearly vomiting. She's an admin? How can she look like that? In the dungeons she'd visited before, administrators were always human-like. She'd never seen a horse-headed monster like this before. Fong Chang's face also paled slightly, and he instinctively moved closer to Granny Goldenleaf. Granny Goldenleaf remarked, this creature must be no less formidable than an A-grade anomaly.
To serve as a dungeon master, its power likely surpasses that of a silver tier 1 player. Player tiers, from lowest to highest, were ranked as follows: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Grandmaster, and King. Each tier was further divided into 5 sub-ranks, with rank 1 being the strongest and rank 5 the weakest. Most players present were at best Bronze tier. How could this female horse be this powerful? How did it start devouring people? Can administrators actually attack players? Let's wait and see. The atmosphere froze solid. No one dared make a sound.
A mare?
Qin Lang, who had finally pushed his way to the front, exclaimed, "What are you doing here?"
The female centaur, mid-bite, froze upon hearing Qin Lang's voice.
She turned, her eyes widening with surprise.
Mr. Qin?
All the players immediately turned to stare at Qin Lang in astonishment.
They know each other?
Fong Chang and Feng Lanlan gaped, their eyes widening as their pupils contracted to pinpricks, hearts racing. Their hands trembled even more violently than before, sending a wave of tingling sensation through their scalps.
Feng Lanlan swallowed hard. Am I seeing things? Even Golden Leaf Granny froze for a moment, her brows furrowing tightly.
The female horse wiped her mouth and smiled politely at Qin Lang. "Mr. Qin, I never imagined we'd share such a connection."
Qin Lang stepped forward and asked, "So you're the administrator of this instance now?" The female horse nodded with a smile. "Yes, and it's all thanks to you." She bowed to Qin Lang once more. "I humbly request your continued support this time as well." Everyone felt their breath catch, then sucked in a sharp intake of air. This monster was actually being so polite to Qin Lang? What's his deal? Chapter 89, Hidden Mission. Blood dripped from the female horse's mouth as she smiled. "Mr. Qin, I've long seen that you're no ordinary man. Indeed, you've come." Qin Lang smiled faintly. "Karmic debt, I suppose. Where Ma is, Su Mubai is too. Well, the place where the dream began?" He glanced at the corpse on the ground and asked, "What's the matter? Are you that hungry?" Numa replied, "Those two were spreading gossip. I just taught them a lesson in manners."
After all, not everyone is like Mr. Qin, both capable and well-mannered.
Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively.
Now's not the time for flattery.
Where do we enter the instance? The female horse chuckled. I'm waiting for the notification too. Please be patient. Qin Lang yawned. Alright then.
By the way, I heard there are hidden quests in the Silent Hill dungeon.
Do you have any leads? Numa paused slightly before replying. Mr. Qin, do you have any enemies? Qin Lang frowned in confusion. Why do you ask? Female Ma, whoever told you that probably wants you to take on the mission. Qin Lang nodded. Numa continued. True, Silent Hill does have a hidden quest.
But completing it is far harder than clearing the entire dungeon.
If it's not an enemy, why would they tell you about it? They're trying to get you killed.
I believe you have the skill to clear the game. But I advise you not to be stubborn about completing that hidden quest.
Qin Lang perked up at the suggestion.
Since you know what the hidden quest is, tell me about it. Numa frowned slightly before adding, I can't reveal it outright, but if you're truly determined, head to a basement after entering the dungeon.
One final warning, that hidden quest isn't as simple as it seems.
Qin Lang noted it down. Alright, you continue eating. Just as the female horse was about to resume her meal, she added, Mr. Qin, considering we're old acquaintances, I'll give you this heads up, the Silent Hill dungeon hasn't been conquered in years. Many gold tier players have also fallen victim to it.
If you're not 100% sure, you'd better head back.
I'm not quite ready to eat your flesh just yet. Qin Lang shot her a dismissive glance, blah blah. What he wasn't sure about was whether this Silent Hill was the same terrifying town from the Silent Hill movie he'd seen in his previous life. If it was, then he probably had little to fear after all, he knew the basic plot and monsters inside out. But if there were changes, where would they be? Qin Lang then returned to the crowd. At that moment, all the players stared at Qin Lang as if he were a monster that had just emerged from the ground. This guy wasn't even surprised to see a female horse eating people he could actually chat and laugh with it. Could he be a man-eater too? Yet he looked perfectly ordinary. Thankfully, he's a player, not an enemy. What were they just saying? Yi Zi also asked Qin Lang, do you know that monster? Qin Lang sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Yeah, we've crossed paths before, but not much. Who would have thought this instance manager would be her? She just mentioned this dungeon is tough, especially that hidden quest even harder. You'd better think it through before going. Yi Zi laughed. No need to think about it, I'm going. Qin Lang asked, why? Yi Zi, because you're there. The words left her lips, and Yi Zi's face flushed crimson. She quickly amended herself. I meant you're reliable. Qin Lang, I know. Yi Zi. Su Mubai watched them from the side, his gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions. Across from the trio, Old Lady Jinya and the others kept their eyes fixed on Qin Lang. Fong Chang asked, Granny, this kid's no ordinary fellow. Grandma Jinya replied, that's obvious. If he were just anyone, why would I invite him to join us? To encounter someone like this right off the bat, who doesn't even want to deal with us, that can't be a good sign. Fong Chang patted his chest. But there is good news. Like having me here. Grandma Jinya, I know you're here, but what's the good news? Fong Chang looked puzzled. I just said it, the good news is that I'm here. Fong Lan Lan couldn't stop laughing. By the time Fong Chang snapped back to reality, his face was flushed crimson. Grandma. Sima Ching spoke in a cold tone. Grandma, do you have any leads regarding the Silent Hill instance? Grandma Golden Leaf took a drag on her cigarette and said, if you're talking about clues, there is one. A friend of mine once used a sound-transmitting jade to pass me a bit of information. The sound-transmitting jade is an S-rank item within the dungeon, allowing players to communicate with people in the real world while inside. Many players relied on it to strategize. Players can die in the dungeon, so intelligence is life. The sound-transmitting jade is also extremely rare, making this information incredibly valuable. Hearing Granny Golden Leaf's words, Fong Chang and the others perked up again. Granny, what did your friend say? Granny Golden Leaf fell silent for a moment before uttering just two words, the church. The church? Grandma Golden Leaf nodded. Yes, the church is likely the key. Once inside, we must locate it first. The trio replied in unison, yes. Just then, Numa suddenly spoke up, everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. The Silent Hill instance officially begins now. Please enter in an orderly fashion. As she finished speaking, a dark crimson spatial gate appeared behind her, resembling an abyss with no bottom in sight. The players exchanged glances, their teams buzzing with debate over whether to enter first. Qin Lang led the way, followed by Yi Zi and Su Mubai. Golden Leaf Granny spoke up, quick, follow him. Once Golden Leaf Grandma moved, the other players followed in single file. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. When Qin Lang opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an abandoned roadway. Gray mist crept slowly across the cracked asphalt, visibility less than 5 meters. A rusted metal road sign stood crooked by the curb, its peeling red paint spelling out Welcome to Silent Hill in English. A distant, hollow clang echoed through the air, each toll thickening the fog. Deep brown streaks, like dried blood, snaked across the center of the road, vanishing into the fog. Yi Zi and Su Mubai felt a powerful sense of unease wash over them, making them tense up.
Qin Lang, however, felt a surge of excitement. It's the same. Exactly the same. In his previous life, he had watched every Silent Hill movie and played every game. Everything before his eyes matched his memories of Silent Hill perfectly. Qin Lang started to step forward, but Su Mubai stopped him. Qin Lang, let me scout ahead first. I'm a spirit now, so if anything happens, I can slip away easily. Qin Lang thought it made sense and said, don't go too far. Be careful. Remember, keep an eye out for any churches. Su Mubai nodded and began walking deeper into the mist. Chapter 90, Different Details. While Qin Lang and Yi Zi waited, more and more players appeared behind them. But among them were none of the Golden Leaf Old Women's group. Qin Lang recalled that Old Lady Golden Leaf and her group had followed him through the portal. Could it be that the portal transported players to different locations? But as far as he knew, Silent Hill had only one entrance. Qin Lang realized something. This Silent Hill was indeed slightly different from the one he knew. Just then, the instance system prompt began. Instance, Silent Hill. Decades ago, Silent Hill was a thriving mining town until a sudden catastrophe changed everything. Official reports claimed an underground mine collapse led to the town's abandonment, but survivors told a completely different story. Survivors say black mist rose from the depths of the mines, enveloping the entire town. Those who inhaled the fog wore twisted expressions of agony as their bodies gradually dissolved into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Some say the miners accidentally opened the gates of hell while working the coal. Upon entering Silent Hill, remember to ponder this question: which is more terrifying, the living or the ghosts? Dungeon difficulty, B ranked mode. In ranked mode, players earn points for clearing the dungeon, unlocking richer rewards. Qin Lang nodded as he read. The setting is pretty similar. The story of Silent Hill in his previous life also began in a coal mining town. Qin Lang recalled that Silent Hill had originally prospered as a coal mining town. This aspect remained largely consistent across both the game and film adaptations. But after a massive fire ignited the town's coal mines, the entire area was engulfed in coal dust. The blaze continued to burn the underground coal deposits, raging for half a century. The black mist rising from the depths of the mines, enveloping the entire town, and the twisted expressions of agony on those who inhaled it that must be describing that disaster. Yet some details diverge. For instance, the townspeople gradually merging into the darkness until vanishing without a trace is absent from both the film and the game. And the survivor's rumor about the miner who opened the gates of hell? Qin Lang was hearing that for the first time too. Why isn't Mubai back yet? Yi Zi asked anxiously. Qin Lang frowned. This is bad. He quickened his pace into the fog. The air thickened with the stench of rust and decay, mingling with the tang of blood and moldy wood. Occasionally, a sickly sweet fragrance wafted by, like burnt cotton candy, only to be quickly overpowered by the stench of decay. Miss Su. Qin Lang called out loudly. Qin Lang. Fortunately, Su Mubai swiftly glided over upon hearing Qin Lang's voice. Qin Lang took her hand. Where did you go? Su Mubai replied, I just saw a figure and immediately gave chase. But I couldn't catch up to him. Qin Lang warned, there are many monsters around here. Be careful. Yi Zi, who had just exhaled in relief beside them, suddenly gasped in alarm as her gaze swept toward the distance. Qin Lang, look. In the center of the road ahead stood a pedestal built of stones, with a massive cross erected upon it. A charred corpse was bound to the cross. The body was severely carbonized, its facial features burned beyond recognition. Yet the twisted neck and gaping mouth still revealed the agony endured during its fiery death. Yi Zi's hands trembled uncontrollably, and her entire body shuddered. Even Su Mubai frowned. Yi Zi, is this the work of the weird? Qin Lang, no, it's the Church of Silent Hill. Yi Zi and Su Mubai, the church? Qin Lang nodded. There's an evil church in Silent Hill that believes burning heretics at the stake can exorcise demons. They call it a purification ritual. That's just one method. Another involves throwing people directly into a blazing brazier, roasting them to death like barbecue. Qin Lang recalled from the movie that the Great Fire in Silent Hill started because the church used the second, most brutal method to burn their sacrifices. An accident occurred during the ritual. The ropes binding the sacrifice snapped, causing the victim to knock over the brazier and ignite the underground mineral vein. Yi Zi stared at him in astonishment. Qin Lang, have you been here before? How do you know so much? Just as Qin Lang was about to make up some excuse, a shriek pierced the air behind them. Ah! Players behind him screamed and fled. A creature about 2 meters tall, emaciated as if tortured beyond endurance, was devouring a player whole. The victim's legs still protruded from the monster's jaws, making it look like the creature was puffing on 2 cigarettes. The creature's skin was a dark purple, as if boiled to a pulp, covered in gaping cracks. Within each fissure, eyeball-like chunks of flesh writhed, blinking like eyes as they fixed their gaze on their prey. Yi Zi's face drained of color. What is that thing? The creature's face bore almost no features, only a massive mouth torn open to its ears. Instead of normal teeth, its jaws held layer upon layer of twisted human faces. These faces constantly contorted and writhed, expressing agony as they emitted distorted cries and whispers as if countless souls were trapped within, doomed to eternal imprisonment. Abyssal Howler. Eerie Level, B. Yi Zi felt her body go limp, nearly forgetting about the battle altogether. Many timid players immediately chickened out, scared stiff and collapsing to the ground. Strange. Qin Lang muttered under his breath, then grabbed Yi Zi's hand and sprinted down another street. Su Mubai followed closely behind. Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, aren't we going to fight? Qin Lang replied, we didn't come here to fight monsters. Don't waste your energy. Those people are dead and gone. Let's find that basement the mayor mentioned first. He thought to himself, another unique setting has emerged. He recalled Silent Hill's three-tiered worlds, the real world, the surface world, and the inner world. The surface world and the inner world corresponded to the inner psyche of Silent Hill's pivotal character, Sherry. Both realms were manifestations of her mental energy. Monsters appeared in both the surface world and the inner world, with the latter harboring more numerous, stronger, bloodier, and more terrifying creatures. Logically, judging by the charred corpse in the scene, Qin Lang and his group should still be in the first layer of the real world where monsters shouldn't exist. This familiar yet unsettling sensation stirred unease and uncertainty within Qin Lang for the first time. Woo! A shrill air raid siren suddenly pierced the sky. Qin Lang halted and remarked, Tisk tsk, here we go. Chapter 91, Qin Lang is a kept man. What's going on? Yi Zi felt a sharp pain in her ears. What's that noise? Qin Lang, something's about to happen. Anyone who's seen the Silent Hill movie or played the game has nightmares about that wailing air raid siren. Because once that sound appeared, it signaled the beginning of an exchange between the three worlds. In other words, more monsters would appear, and the scenes that followed would only grow more bizarre and terrifying. Qin Lang spotted a faint outline of a church in the distance. He grabbed Yi Zi's hand and called out to Su Mubai as they all sprinted toward it. Meanwhile, moments after Qin Lang departed, a group suddenly materialized out of thin air. It was the four led by Golden Leaf Granny. Feng Chang sneered, thought they were so tough? Running off like that? What a bunch of losers. Foam Lan Lan stared at the abyssal whalers, frowning. Such disgusting monsters. Granny, should we attack? Granny Golden Leaf swept her gaze over the players sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Saving lives is a good deed. Feng Chang, thrilled at the order, immediately leaped forward. He drew the sword at his waist, took 2 strides, and leapt into the air, thrusting directly at the abyssal whaler. Before he could close in, the abyssal howler opened its terrifying maw, unleashing an indescribable sound that pierced everyone's ears. Feng Chang felt a jolt in his left chest, a sweet taste in his throat, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Feng Chang's hands went limp, and he crashed to the ground, sword and all. Grandma Golden Leaf sighed, Qing, it's your turn. Sima Qing extended his hand, murmuring incantations as 3 fireballs materialized from thin air. With 2 whistling sounds, they shot toward the howler. With several thuds, the fireballs struck the abyssal howlers, igniting a roaring inferno. A cold gleam flashed in Feng Lanlan's eyes as she transformed into a dark shadow, appearing at the howler's feet in an instant. A sharp dagger appeared in her hand, and with 2 swift strokes, she sliced open the abyssal howler's feet. The abyssal whaler let out a piercing cry to the heavens, its body losing balance as it toppled forward. Feng Chang had already risen to his feet. Recalling the scene just now, he felt ashamed and attacked with even greater ferocity. Break! Feng Chang first unleashed a long rainbow piercing the sunstrike, tearing a gaping hole in the abyssal howler's chest. Seeing this, Feng Chang flicked his sword in a flourish, then ducked low to deliver a sweeping strike at the abyssal howler's lower body. Unfortunately, his strength was diminished by his injuries, and the blow failed to deliver a fatal wound. The abyssal howler collapsed, yet reached out with its massive hand to grab Feng Chang. Sima Qing pointed his finger, unleashing a long pillar of fire that struck the abyssal howler, igniting another blaze upon contact. Hot! Feng Chang recoiled in pain, leaping backward. The abyssal howler remained motionless, then disintegrated into ash drifting skyward. Player Sima Qing successfully defeated a Grade B anomaly. Reward, 10,000 anomaly coins. Player Feng Lanlan assisted, earning reward, 5,000 weird coins. Player Feng Xiang assisted, earning reward, 1,000 weird coins. What the hell? Feng Chang protested loudly, after all that effort, you're just giving me 1,000 weird coins? Feng Lanlan chuckled, didn't you bring this hardship upon yourself? Who told you to charge in so recklessly? If it weren't for me and brother Sima, you'd be dead already. Feng Chang argued loudly, what nonsense? My last move pierced right through that monster I dealt the most damage. He pointed at Sima Qing, he just stood there playing with fireballs, didn't break a sweat, and now he's the main attacker? I refuse to accept this. Sima Qing remained utterly indifferent to Feng Chang's fury, as if he hadn't heard a word. Grandma Golden Leaf interjected, enough, Feng Chang. Lan Lan is right, you brought this trouble upon yourself. Sima Qing saved your life, yet you're making a scene over a few Gue coins? What kind of example is that? Apologize to him. Feng Chang still felt resentful inside, but when he met the old woman's gaze, he bowed to Sima Qing and said, I am sorry. I spoke out of turn earlier. Sima Qing, out of respect for Golden Leaf Granny, gave a faint nod. Grandma Genia took a drag on her cigarette and muttered, this dungeon isn't simple. It started off as a great weirdness right from the get-go. Sima Qing spoke up, "Grandma, the most important thing now is to figure out what that cult Qin Lang just mentioned is all about." Earlier, Grandma Golden Leaf and the others had been following Qin Lang the entire time. However, Grandma Golden Leaf had used her magic to conceal their presence, and Qin Lang's attention was focused on the dungeon, so he hadn't noticed them. They overheard every word of Qin Lang's conversation with Yi Zi. Sima Qing continued, "Qin Lang seems quite familiar with this Silent Hill. Moreover, no one has ever cleared Silent Hill, yet he knows it so thoroughly. This clearly shows." Grandma Golden Leaf added, "The things he just mentioned, my friend also spoke of them in the sound jade. Evidently, he possesses a sound-transmitting jade like mine, containing intelligence on Silent Hill and its strategies. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly know so much." Fengmen jumped in, saying, "But a soundstone is such a precious item, how could he possibly have one? He probably heard it from some information broker." Granny Goldenleaf shook her head, "Impossible. Every player who comes to Silent Ridge is wiped out. Only someone like my friend, willing to explore and relay intelligence with a death wish, would risk it. No one else would be that foolish. In other words, only a handful of us know Silent Hill's secrets and intelligence, and none of us would ever leak that information." Fengmen was confused, then how did Qin Lang know such detailed information? Granny Golden Leaf frowned, "There's only one explanation. Qin Lang must possess the ability to foresee the future. Otherwise, he must have been aided by someone extraordinary." Fengmen, a powerful figure? What kind of figure? Granny Golden Leaf took a drag on her cigarette. "Actually, there's a female supernatural being by Qin Lang's side. You just haven't seen her. I believe that ghost is the mysterious figure by Qin Lang's side. The intelligence about Silent Hill was revealed to Qin Lang by that ghost." Sima Qing nodded, "That makes perfect sense." Fang Chang wiped the blood from his mouth, pulled out a pill, and swallowed it. So he's just a lowly punk relying on a ghost for guidance. I thought he was something special. He's probably just that entity's slave. I've seen people possessed by ghosts before forced to serve them. It's like those so-called ghost servants. Ugh. Fengmen suddenly understood, no wonder he knew that female-bodied, headless administrator. Probably because of that female weirdness too. I get it now, Qin Lang is just a freeloader. Granny Golden Leaf puffed on her cigarette. Looks like if Qin Lang refuses to cooperate, we just need to separate him from that ghostly entity to get him under our thumb. That's his Achilles heel. Fang Chang rubbed his hands together. "Alright, let's do it." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a wailing alarm sounded. Fengmen looked up at the sky, her voice filled with delight. "Wow, it's snowing." Granny Golden Leaf looked up, startled. "No, that's not snow." Chapter 92, Underground. Grandma Golden Leaf reached out, pinching a snowflake between her fingers. A large gray stain appeared on her fingertips, clearly not snow. Fengmen gasped, "What is this?" Grandma Golden Leaf replied calmly, "It's coal dust. Didn't the system just mention this place used to be a coal mining town? A massive fire consumed the mine, and embers still smolder underground. Be cautious, all of you." Fengmen and the others replied, "Understood." Sima Qing asked again, "Grandma, should we still follow Qin Lang?" Grandma Genia gazed into the distance. "If he's truly capable, we'll meet again. Let's move forward." The moment they took a step forward, the pavement suddenly cracked with a thunderous boom, splitting into 7 or 8 fissures. The 4 lost their footing and tumbled down. "Ah!" Fengmen and Fang Chang screamed in unison. After they all fell in, the cracked pavement began to miraculously mend itself, as if nothing had ever happened. Meanwhile, Qin Lang continued running toward the church with Yi Zi and Su Mubai. The scenery along the road grew increasingly bizarre and far more unsettling than before, while an indescribable stench permeated the air. Qin Lang suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Yi Zi, what's wrong?" Qin Lang said, "We've fallen into a trap." "Yi Zi, a trap? Why?" Qin Lang pointed to a nearby shop. "Doesn't this look familiar?" Yi Zi finally noticed the surroundings looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, they were identical to the street they had just passed. Earlier, the smoke-filled haze had obscured everything, so we hadn't noticed. "Qin Lang, are we caught in a ghost wall, just circling around in the same spot?" Qin Lang nodded. "Exactly. We could walk for 10,000 more years and never reach our destination." He recalled the original storyline. Both the outer world and the inner world were reflections of Shuero's inner state. In other words, they had entered Shuero's mental realm. If Shuero didn't let them go, there was no escaping. The key was to find Shuero. Qin Lang suddenly spotted an underground passageway in a nearby alley and said, "Let's check it out." Running around the streets was pointless now, this passage might hold clues. Just as Qin Lang and the others descended, a piercing wail of sirens erupted outside. Qin Lang frowned. "Damn it, it's starting again." The air raid sirens signaled the end of the surface world and the beginning of the inner world. The monsters in the inner world were far more terrifying, and the scenes that unfolded were even more horrifying. "Qin Lang, look!" Yi Zi gasped in shock as she noticed the wall beside them covered in thick bloodstains and claw marks, as if smeared and torn apart by countless hands.
Outside, the sky flickered between light and shadow, accompanied by a piercing buzzing sound.
Faint light cast flickering shadows across the bloodstains.
Not only that, the steps beneath their feet were encrusted with dried blood crusts, still dripping with viscous fluid.
The sight made Yi Zi's stomach churn violently.
She instinctively clung tightly to Qin Lang, her face as pale as paper, clearly feeling her feet grow numbingly cold.
Qin Lang addressed Su Mubai, Miss Su, keep an eye on Yi Zi.
If anything happens, make sure she gets out safely first. Both Yi Zi and Su Mubai were startled.
Qin Lang, what about you?
Qin Lang replied, don't worry about me.
Just stay close behind me now.
The scene before him felt somewhat familiar, as similar visuals appeared in both movies and games. This meant that, broadly speaking, the Silent Hill dungeon still followed the framework he remembered.
As they descended, the light grew dimmer and dimmer.
Suddenly, night fell outside, all light vanished, and the surroundings plunged into complete darkness.
Su Mubai quickly lit a ghost fire, finally bringing a sliver of illumination. Yi Zi trembled as she descended, asking Qin Lang, did we take a wrong turn? Shouldn't we go back out? Qin Lang replied, going back won't help. The streets are even more dangerous at night. Yi Zi countered, late night? But it was morning when we came in. How did it suddenly become? Qin Lang hissed, something's coming.
A low, muffled wailing echoed from ahead, like countless people softly sobbing in their ears. Occasionally, it was punctuated by the jarring sound of metal scraping, like someone dragging chains.
A howl.
A monstrous creature, faceless, handless, its skin tightly shriveled, limped toward them, muttering incoherently.
Yi Zi's eyes widened. Ah, it. Qin Lang asked in confusion, you've seen it before?
Yi Zi's legs buckled, and she knelt on the ground.
No, it can't be. It's impossible. She clutched her head and wailed, ah. It can't be. It should be dead.
Sumu acted swiftly, unleashing the blood demon technique to slice the creature cleanly in half at the waist. The creature split into two halves, crashing on the ground and still emitting an unpleasant growl.
Qin Lang crouched down to help Yi Zi up, asking, hey, what's wrong with you?
Yi Zi looked at Qin Lang with terror in her eyes and said, I've seen it.
I've seen it. Qin Lang pressed, where did you see it? Yi Zi sobbed, it's called the white skin monster.
I once raided a dungeon where it was the final boss.
My teammates were almost all eaten by it. Eaten.
Yi Zi's words came out incoherent, her entire body trembling, a clear sign of the deep psychological trauma inflicted by that pale-skinned monster.
Qin Lang seemed to sense something. Could it be? Su Mubai patted Yi Zi's shoulder and added, it's okay now. It's dead, isn't it? You're safe now.
Yi Zi replied, I was part of a team, but they all died at the hands of this monster. That instance was a time dungeon. Survive long enough and you clear it. To trick it, I hid among the dead bodies for a day and night.
Qin Lang fell silent for a moment before asking, so you watched it devour your own teammates alive?
Yi Zi burst into tears, her mind replaying the overwhelming terror and guilt she'd felt back then. Hidden among the monster's discarded remains, she watched through gaps as it devoured her teammates. Her comrades emitted agonized moans, desperate wails, and cries for help. But Yi Zi was frozen with terror, her eyes wide as she watched her comrades being devoured piece by piece.
Traitor! Traitor! The monster, already torn in two, suddenly spoke from its upper half, its voice low and hollow as it whispered at Yi Zi, it's all your fault. We died because of you. Chapter 93, Guilt. Hearing the voice, Yi Zi's pupils dilated in disbelief. Captain? The monster continued, why didn't you help me back then? Why didn't you save me? If you had come out, we could have fought that monster together. I had a fiancé waiting for me in the real world. I could have cleared the game and enjoyed endless happiness and wealth. Because of you, I'm rotting inside a monster's belly. Yi Zi, you're so cruel. Yi Zi burst into tears, no, Captain, I didn't mean to. I truly. Before she could finish, Qin Lang drew his demon-slaying blade and cleaved the monster in two. Though the monster wasn't dead yet, it finally shut its mouth. Qin Lang said, Yi Zi, you've been caught up in appearances. The monsters here must have some kind of mechanism that manifests your deepest fears. Tears still streaming down her face, Yi Zi asked in confusion, really? So everything I saw and heard was just an illusion? Qin Lang shook his head. The monster is real, but it manifests from your mind. It's definitely not the one that devoured your teammates. Otherwise, why would it appear here in Silent Hill? Yi Zi took a deep breath and said, is that so? Then she couldn't help but cry again. I've always wanted to go back to that dungeon and take revenge myself, but every time I think about it. Qin Lang gently stroked her head. There. Calm down. Once the Silent Hill instance ends, I'll go with you to that dungeon and help you get revenge. Yi Zi's sobbing subsided considerably. Her eyes brightened. Really? Qin Lang nodded firmly. I always keep my promises. Alright, let's go. If you're scared, just close your eyes and let Miss Su pull you along. Yi Zi cast an uneasy glance at the monster on the ground, then steeled herself, I'm fine. She followed closely behind Qin Lang, watching his back, then suddenly asked, Qin Lang, is there anything you're afraid of? Qin Lang paused for a moment, then laughed, fear? I haven't felt that in a very long time.
Ever since shutting off his fear response, Qin Lang's emotions had remained remarkably stable. He couldn't even recall what he'd once been afraid of.
Yi Zi pressed further. So does that mean the mechanisms here have no effect on you? Qin Lang shook his head again. Not necessarily. Just because I don't feel fear now doesn't mean I never did before.
They can still manifest as things I once feared. He began to ponder carefully, trying to recall what he had once feared. Just then, Qin Lang and the others found themselves standing before a crimson door. The door panel appeared as if soaked in blood, covered in chaotic scratch marks as though someone had desperately clawed at it with their nails, trying to escape from within.
Su Mubai couldn't help but frown, such heavy resentment. Whatever's inside probably isn't friendly. Qin Lang, let me go through and take a look first? Qin Lang waved his hand.
The resentment is thick, and the malevolent energy is heavy.
My ghost-slaying blade might not stand a chance. Getting too close could get you into trouble. Step back a bit.
Qin Lang retrieved the wheeled blade from his storage space. This blade struck fear even into the heart of Bai Qi, the god of slaughter. Its aura was far stronger. It could absolutely suppress the malevolent energy of this door. Qin Lang took a deep breath, then thrust the blade fiercely into the crimson door.
Arg! Countless wails echoed through the narrow corridor. A pungent stench of blood instantly filled the air. The fluorescent lights on the walls flickered wildly, emitting a low hum of electrical current.
The crimson door creaked open. Qin Lang carefully pushed the door open with his wheel sword. The room was empty, its floor covered in twisted black shadows that resembled struggling human forms. They were clearly shadows, yet whispers could be heard murmuring incomprehensible incantations.
Yi Zi moved closer to Qin Lang. What are these?
Qin Lang replied, most likely the original residents of Silent Hill. During the town's coal mine fire years ago, many were forced underground. These souls were likely suffocated to death. In the disaster that struck Silent Hill, nearly all residents perished.
One can only imagine the depth of their resentment. Qin Lang then declared decisively, Miss Su, take action. Su Mubai nodded, then charged into the room, unleashing her blood demon technique, ready to eliminate those shadowy figures. But the moment she entered, a sudden scream erupted. Villagers, what are you doing here? The shadowy figures transformed one by one into the forms of Fengmen Village villagers, all staring intently at Su Mubai. Though Su Mubai possessed supernatural abilities, she still retained her original emotions. The moment she saw the villagers, her features contorted into an expression of indescribable agony, her brows furrowing deeply. Young miss, why did you abandon us? You're off enjoying life with this boy, while we're still wandering as lonely ghosts in Fengmen Village. Young miss, your heart is too cruel. Whoa! You killed us! You killed us! Su Mubai's breathing quickened as she desperately tried to convince herself these were mere illusions. But she couldn't. She quickly withdrew her blood demon technique, yet the dark shadows closed in on her. Qin Lang frowned, immediately raising his wheel sword and thrusting it toward the shadows. The wheel sword blazed with dazzling golden light, forcing the shadows to retreat. Qin Lang swung it back in a horizontal chop and with two swift slashes, scattered and obliterated another 2 or 3 shadows. Qin Lang yanked Su Mubai toward him and slammed the door shut. Su Mubai's jaw trembled from excessive tension, her entire face contorted as if twisted by an invisible hand. Despite knowing her for so long, this was the first time Qin Lang had ever seen such an expression on her face. Su Mubai looked at Qin Lang. I'm sorry. I know it's fake, but... The memory of Fengmen Village's villagers always tore at Su Mubai's heart. After all, she had killed those people with her own hands. Even if she had been manipulated by Zunyangzi, she had committed an unforgivable sin. Qin Lang gently embraced her. Enough. Don't blame yourself so much. The Fengmen Village instance is closed now. Those villagers won't be disturbed anymore. Yi Zi watched them from the side, feeling both sympathy for Su Mubai and a certain unease. She had been frightened earlier and felt deeply guilty, yet Qin Lang had merely ruffled her hair. Why does Su Mubai get hugs? Oh dear, what am I thinking? What's the point of that now? Qin Lang glanced at the red gate and added, I'll handle this. You two step back. Could it be something that makes you feel guilty? Interesting. I'll see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Chapter 94, Parasite. Qin Lang pushed open the red door and stepped inside first. Every monster in the inner world had a real-world counterpart. He recalled the famously notorious nurse monster, embodying both sensuality and terror. They are the figments of a character's mind in Silent Hill, born from prolonged repression. But in this instance, every monster was clearly a tangible manifestation of the player's own emotions. From the moment they stepped into the other world, Qin Lang and his companions' inner voices were laid completely bare. Qin Lang entered the room to find the shadows had vanished. A musty, decaying stench permeated the air, while mottled stains on the walls formed strange, dark red patterns. A dim bulb flickered uneasily on the ceiling, casting a distorted shadow across the floor as it fell upon Qin Lang. Ahem! A seated man had appeared in the corner at some point. His head hung low, shoulders twitching slightly as if gasping for breath. His crumpled shirt bore a large, indistinct dark stain across his chest, and the air around him carried a faint scent of rust.
When Qin Lang finally saw his face, it felt like a cold hand had clenched his heart. Dad! It was his father, Qin Zhangshi, who had died years ago. Qin Lang's throat felt blocked, unable to utter a sound. His rational mind insisted this must be an illusion, a trick of Silent Hill. Qin Lang. His voice was low and raspy, as if stuck in his throat, like a rusty saw scraping across bone. Why did you kill me? His eyes snapped wide open, fixed intently on Qin Lang. The whites were covered in terrifying bloodshot veins, his eye sockets sunken, lips trembling with fury. Qin Lang gripped the wheel sword in his hand. Su Mubai and Yi Zi entered, ready to intervene. But Qin Lang stopped them. Hold back. With what little rationality remained, he said, the strange presence in this room is currently focused solely on me. If you corner it, more illusions will appear. Then none of us will be able to protect each other. Get out. Yi Zi and Su Mubai looked at him with concern, but you. Qin Lang's gaze was unwavering. I can handle it. Yi Zi and Su Mubai had no choice but to step back. Qin Zhangshi stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Lang. Speak up. His roar exploded through the room like rolling thunder. Qin Zhangshi abruptly rose from his chair, his movements stiff and contorted, like some corpse being forcibly manipulated. His arms trembled unnaturally, fingers clenched like withered branches, joints creaking with each movement. Qin Lang's breath caught in his throat. You brought this upon yourself. Qin Lang declared, all these years, I've never once regretted laying a hand on you. He couldn't help but admire the design of Silent Hill. Even knowing the figure before him wasn't real, the memory of past events still triggered an uncontrollable surge of impulse within Qin Lang. What shocked him most wasn't that. Why could Silent Hill's eerie phenomena read his past life's actions as the avenger of his father's death? Evidently, they didn't fabricate simulations based on existing data or intelligence. Instead, they projected the most primal, authentic emotions and thoughts from the depths of one's soul into reality. How ruthless. Qin Lang couldn't help but marvel this was a ranked mode instance, and its design was truly ruthless. No regrets? Qin Lang, ask yourself honestly, were all your actions back then truly justified? You're just deceiving yourself. Qin Zhangshi's expression grew even more savage. His lips split open, and streaks of black blood slowly trickled down the corners of his mouth, dripping onto the floor. Like rotting mud, it seeped into the cracks between the wooden planks. You killed me with your own hands, Qin Lang. Qin Zhangshi's voice echoed from the depths of hell, reverberating throughout the space. I will exact my justice from you. You beastly creature. Without me, there would be no you. The lights flickered wildly. Crimson liquid began seeping from the walls, and the floor seemed to tremble faintly. For some reason, Qin Lang felt his hands frozen in place, a buzzing roar filling his ears. The wheel sword in his grasp trembled violently, threatening to slip from his grasp at any moment. Qin Lang gritted his teeth. Bull. You were the real beast back then. The things you did, don't even dare say them out loud. Listen up, Qin Zhangshi, I don't regret killing you. With that, Qin Lang raised the wheel sword in his hand and thrust it fiercely toward Qin Zhangshi. Qin Zhangshi's body began to warp rapidly. Bones shifted out of place, flesh split open, limbs twisted into impossible contortions like some monstrous creature struggling to break free from its human shell. Black fluid overflowed from his eyes, and his mouth split wider and wider, as if it intended to swallow Qin Lang whole. Qin Zhangshi's voice pierced Qin Lang's ears. I'm a beast? Then you're the son of a beast. I can't escape, and neither can you. Qin Lang felt his mind was about to explode. Bai Qi. A powerful aura erupted from Qin Lang's body. Bai Qi chuckled darkly. Big bro, so you actually killed your own father? That's pretty intense. Perfect. I never liked my father either. Gripping his wheel sword, Bai Qi sliced through the monster's hands. Looks like we're kindred spirits. Thick white smoke billowed from the monster's body. The floor began to shatter, and thin tentacles shot out from within. Bai Qi chuckled. So that's it. This room is filled with these little tentacles. Whatever steps on them gets exposed to mind-distorting influences, then slowly consumed. The monster attempted to transform again, but could only take on Qin Zhangshi's appearance. Though Bai Qi now controlled Qin Lang's body, the monster's tentacles could only access Qin Lang's hidden thoughts. They had no effect on Bai Qi. In other words, Bai Qi existed as a secondary personality to Qin Lang, utterly beyond the monster's control. How could you possibly fathom this general's thoughts? Bai Qi's blade flashed, severing countless tentacles. He then swept toward its core and delivered a fierce, sweeping strike. Arg! The monster let out a heart-wrenching howl as black liquid erupted from its body. The rest of its form abruptly disintegrated, turning into a cloud of pitch-black ash that vanished into thin air. Yi Zi and Su Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qi, big brother, it's over. Qin Lang returned to his original form. Good work. Bai Qi remarked, brother, you're truly formidable now. I see your physique has grown far stronger than before. You can now wield a full 10% of my power. Truly remarkable. Qin Lang chuckled, that's good. You'd better work even harder for me from now on. With that, the room transformed dramatically once more. Qin Lang's eyes widened. How is this possible? Chapter 95, Blood of Sin. In an instant, the room shed its previous blood-soaked gloom. The flesh-like patterns on the walls vanished, replaced by pale yellow wallpaper radiating a warm, aged hue. The worn floorboards regained their natural wood grain, emitting a faint sandalwood fragrance. A soft, warm glow filled the space, dispelling the darkness that had just enveloped them. It felt as though everything had been an illusion, even carrying a hint of comfort. Yeezy asked uneasily, "What's happening? The illusion's gone?" Qin Lang shook his head. "Not necessarily. We might still be in the illusion. In Silent Hill, never trust what your eyes see. Otherwise, you'll easily be deceived by them." Yeezy asked, "They?" Qin Lang pondered, "There's a church here, so there must be a corresponding cult. Where there's a congregation, there must be some deity they worship, perhaps even a dark god." Su Mubai's expression darkened. Could it be like Fengmen Village? Did all those deaths in the town back then stem from some kind of sacrificial ritual? Qin Lang fell silent. The Silent Hill he knew didn't have such a setup, but in this world, who could say? Just as Qin Lang struggled to respond, his attention was drawn elsewhere. "Look!" Blood suddenly appeared on the smooth wall, slowly forming a line of text. "Your sins are my nourishment." Yeezy swallowed hard. What does that mean? Qin Lang stroked his chin and said, "Taken literally, it suggests that each of us carries sins. These transgressions become either nourishment for the Silent Hill monsters or the raw material for our own torment. Earlier, each of us experienced hallucinations of varying intensity, all tied to past misdeeds, at the very least, morally questionable actions. Take you, Yeezy, you feel guilty for failing to save someone in danger. Miss Su, you believe you're guilty for slaughtering an entire village. As for me, needless to say, killing my own father is the most heinous of crimes in any culture. The monsters of Silent Hill will use these sins to torment us endlessly." Yeezy and Su Mubai's expressions darkened once more. For neither could escape the shadows of their past or the relentless questioning of their consciences. Even if they had their reasons for what they did, wrong is still wrong. Qin Lang, however, remained composed as he walked toward the other door in the room. "All right, let's keep moving down." Opening the door revealed another dark, narrow corridor, thicker with the stench of coal dust. As Qin Lang and the others walked down, they heard faint sounds coming from ahead. Yeezy alerted, "Monsters?" Qin Lang shook his head. "Doesn't sound like it. I think it's people screaming." Sure enough, as they drew closer, they found a group of people wailing in anguish. "Ah! Let me out. Please, let me down. I don't want to die." Qin Lang pushed open the door. A dozen rusted iron chains hung from the vaulted ceiling, each chain's end dangling a person. The stained glass windows lay shattered, moonlight streaming through the gaps and casting mottled, blood-red patches across the floor. The floor was densely studded with sharp weapons, rusty spears, broken blades, and inverted spikeboards, each stained with dried blood. Each person's wrists were tightly bound by chains, their skin turning purple from prolonged suspension. Their feet dangled mere inches above the sharp weapons. The slightest sway could prove fatal. Below lay an ancient altar, carved from black marble and etched with twisted runes. At its center lay a sunken circular basin, its rim inlaid with human bones, its base connected to a complex network of pipes. Upon seeing Qin Lang and the others enter, one of the girls cried out, "Help! Help us! We've been captured. Let us go. You're players too, right? Please help us." The others joined in their pleas. Yeezy instinctively wanted to find a way to lower them down. But Qin Lang pulled her back. Qin Lang asked, "Who captured you?" The girl replied, "We don't know either. We were just walking down the street when suddenly an earthquake hit. We fell down and passed out. When we opened our eyes, we were already here. Please help us. We've been trapped here for so long. I'm scared." Qin Lang scanned the surroundings and noticed a piece of paper nailed to the nearby wall. Leaning closer, he read several lines written there. "Those who enter this door must perform the work of purification. The blood of the sinner is the only way out. Find the one whose sins are deepest. Use their blood to complete the purification, and the key will appear. The most sinful shall perish, and the rest may depart." Qin Lang clicked his tongue and muttered, "This is bad." Before he could finish, the massive door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang. Yeezy, startled, then began pounding on the door with all her might, but to no avail. Qin Lang said, "Don't waste your energy. This room is protected by its own rules. Unless you follow its commands, you won't be leaving." Yeezy grew anxious. "Then let's free the prisoners first? We can figure things out together." Qin Lang pointed to the altar below. "We can't release them. They're the key to solving this puzzle. See the altar and those grooves? Once they fall in, their blood will slowly flow down the channels, filling the entire altar. This paper states that the sinner's blood is the key to escape. Only by filling the altar with the blood of the most deeply sinful among us will we have a chance to leave." The faces of those hanging turned pale, and they immediately began crying out in protest. "I'm a good person. You'd better get this right. Yes, I've never done anything wrong. You have to believe me. Why, I don't want to die." Yeezy frowned and stepped forward to examine the altar. The altar was shallow, perhaps a single person's blood would suffice. She turned to Qin Lang, "But who is the one whose sins are the most profound?" Su Mubai was also puzzled. "Most sinful?
That standard and definition are far too vague. How could one possibly define it? For ordinary people, murder and arson are grave sins, but does it simply come down to who has killed more people? Does that mean all killing is inherently wrong? What about a righteous thief who robs the rich to aid the poor? Is that considered heinous? This standard of judgment is far too vague to be defined at all.
Qin Lang gazed at the 6 figures suspended above the ground, lost in thought. He murmured, "Find the one whose sins are deepest. Purify with his blood, and the key will appear."
What does that mean?
Suddenly, the room began to shake violently.
Chapter 96, All Good People. Yi Zi's body swayed slightly.
"What's happening?" she exclaimed in surprise.
The suspended figures grew even more panicked, their wails rising louder.
She glanced to either side and gasped in shock. Spikes had sprouted from the walls. The needle tips glinted coldly, each one seemingly meticulously polished, with traces of dark red still clinging to their points. The gaps between the needles gradually narrowed, as if some mechanical device was slowly advancing.
Qin Lang said, "Looks like we'll all die here if we don't open that device quickly." Su Mubai asked, "Should I try knocking these spikes off?" Qin Lang waved him off. "It's useless. This is a rule-based room. We can only escape by solving the puzzle.
Forcing our way through might make things worse and waste time. Players who made it into this instance might not be top tier, but I refuse to believe they can't even break free from a measly chain. The fact they can't escape even at the cost of their lives proves something in this room is holding them back."
Yi Zi's face paled. "So we have to kill someone to get out of here?"
That altar may not be deep, but it still requires a living person's blood to fill it.
By the time enough blood flows into the altar, that person will likely be dead anyway.
Qin Lang nodded, then glanced at a nearby table with several buttons. The buttons were arranged in a circle, each corresponding to one of the suspended victims. Pressing the corresponding button would send that person to meet the king of hell.
Yi Zi looked at Qin Lang. "Must we do this?"
Killing a stranger to save her own life was difficult for her. Moreover, it would remind her of the scene where she had to watch her teammates get devoured.
The 6 suspended figures struggled even more violently. "I'm a good person, please don't kill me. I can't die here. Please, I've never done anything wrong. My family is waiting for me to come home. You can't just stand by and watch us die. I'm innocent." Qin Lang waved his hand. "Enough with the noise. Tell me who you all are. Time is short, keep it brief."
Before he could finish, a middle-aged man wearing glasses spoke urgently, his voice trembling.
"My name is Li Zhiheng. I'm an elementary school teacher.
I teach math to children every day and use my own salary to buy school supplies for underprivileged students. I joined the dungeon run just to earn rewards so more children could continue their education. I've volunteered over 100 times, teaching in mountainous regions. I've always taught children to be kind and honest. I'm not a bad person. If there's truly someone in this room who's deeply sinful, it absolutely isn't me." A man with a crew cut roared, his voice laced with fury. "Damn it, what kind of good person are you?" "My name is Zhao Mingxian. I've been a cop for 15 years. I've arrested at least 80 criminals, if not 100. If anyone here deserves to die, it's those real scumbags." He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed sharply on the blood-stained characters on the wall. "I can't be the bad guy, can I?" Qin Lang pulled up a chair and sat down, looking surprisingly relaxed. "Hard to say." Zhao Mingxuan's eyes widened. "You." A woman in a white shirt spoke up next, trying to keep her voice steady. I'm Shenwan Qing, a doctor. I'm a pediatrician. Every day I see children suffering from illness. I also regularly provide free medical care to children at orphanages. My hands have saved countless young lives. How could I possibly be a criminal?" Her gaze swept across the room, her face pale but her eyes resolute. "I would never harm another person. This must be some kind of mistake. If I die, then you've made the wrong choice." Qin Lang pressed further. "Then why did you come to this dungeon of your own free will?" Shenwan Qing hurriedly replied. "I didn't want to come myself, but someone took all the children from the orphanage hostage. They said if I didn't come to Silent Hill, they'd kill them all. I came to save them." Qin Lang paused for a few seconds before saying, "Continue." Next. A young man in his 20s spoke with a trembling voice, clearly on the verge of breaking down. "My name is Chen Hao. I'm just an ordinary office worker. I work every day, put in overtime, get paid peanuts, and have to deal with my boss's exploitation. I'm just an ordinary workhorse. I have a paralyzed wife at home. I heard this dungeon holds a miraculous elixir that can restore people to normal, so I came. I've never even skipped a bus fare in my life. How could I possibly be someone with deep sins?" At that moment, Zhao Mingxian sneered coldly. "Ha! That lie sounds way too fake." Then he shouted at Qin Lang, "Hey, the results are in. He went to all that trouble to spin lies and exaggerate. Clearly he's guilty as charged." Chen Hao flared up. "How dare you slander an innocent man?" Zhao Mingxian sneered coldly. "I'm a cop. Do you think I can't spot the holes in your story?" Players entering this instance are all qualified for ranked matches. They possess a certain level of skill. Such players are considered elites in real life. How could they possibly be exploited like beasts of burden? Who are you trying to fool? I got a treasure hunting skill in the last instance. I've been climbing the ranks and even live in a high-rise now. There's no way my life is as miserable as you make it sound. The others nodded in agreement.
They all possessed certain supernatural abilities and lived well in reality.
Their acts of kindness stemmed from their own ideals and character. A situation like Chen Hao's was completely beyond their comprehension. Chen Hao gasped for breath, his eyes filled with terror. I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. You people clearly haven't seen a truly paralyzed patient. Do you have any idea how much money treating this condition costs? The rewards I got from the dungeon and the ghost coins I earned? They weren't nearly enough to cure my wife.
Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Next.
At that moment, the wall studded with needles drew ever closer. A blonde woman began to cry, her eyes filled with terror. I'm Su Lina, a single mother.
My daughter is only 5 years old. I got dragged into this dungeon by accident.
I fought to survive just so I could give her a better life after clearing it. But 2 days ago, someone kidnapped my daughter. They said I had to come here, or they'd harvest her organs and sell them.
I wouldn't even step on an ant. How could I be a bad person?
Her body shook violently as tears fell one by one, landing on the floor like tiny droplets of despair.
Qin Lang pressed his chin, a vague realization dawning in his mind. Chapter 97, One Must Die.
Qin Lang turned to the last man. Your turn.
Spill it. What good deeds have you done?
A man in a suit finally lifted his head, his expression unnaturally calm.
Han Zhuaran, lawyer.
His voice was steady, yet unsettling. I know what you're thinking.
Lawyers often defend guilty people. Shouldn't they die?
The others exchanged glances without speaking, their silence an implicit acknowledgement. Han Zhuaran gave a faint smile, a shrewd gleam flashing in his eyes, but I never defend true criminals. My duty is to uphold justice and ensure the fairness of the law.
I entered this case under duress, though I cannot disclose the specifics.
He tilted his head slightly. In any case, if there truly is a criminal here, it certainly isn't me.
Besides, even if someone must be sacrificed, it doesn't have to be one of us 6. At this, Yi Zi froze. What do you mean? Han Zhuaran looked at Qin Lang and Yi Zi and said, isn't it obvious?
It requires the blood of someone deeply sinful to find the key. It never specified it had to be the blood of all 6 of us.
You two were in this room too, weren't you?
Perhaps the one most deserving of death is among you. Yi Zi froze, then turned to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled. He does have a point.
Han Zhuaran breathed a sigh of relief. Right? This altar can only hold one person's blood.
We only get one chance, and time is running out.
If we choose wrong, none of us will survive, right? Now it's your turn to come clean.
Yi Zi clenched her fists. If all 6 of them were telling the truth, then they weren't truly sinful. They were even pitiful souls forced into this mess for various reasons. In contrast, both she and Qin Lang had been proven guilty in the previous chamber. Even if she had acted to survive, and Qin Lang had been driven to kill his father by other circumstances, the outcome remained an unforgivable crime.
Su Mubai sensed Yi Zi's turmoil and quickly interjected. Yi Zi, don't dwell on it.
What happened with you and Qin Lang, and even with me, it was all out of desperation, with no other choice.
Don't blame yourself. Just trust Qin Lang.
Yi Zi's nose stung with emotion as she looked back at Qin Lang. Qin Lang rose again and approached the note covered in blood-stained characters. He tore it off the wall and flipped it over to examine it closely. Then he noticed a pattern on the wall, previously obscured by the note. A naked figure was nailed to a cross.
The crucifixion?
Qin Lang glanced at the note and fell deep in thought. The wall studded with spikes was closing in faster.
Zhao Mingxian snapped. Why aren't you moving? We're going to die soon. What's the matter? Afraid to admit your guilt, so you won't even die? Qin Lang sat back down, still holding the note. What's with all the yelling? You think I won't send you to your death first? Zhao Mingxian swallowed hard. You dare? I'm not the guilty one. My blood won't do anything anyway.
You'll die too when the time comes. Qin Lang chuckled coldly. According to that lawyer, I must sacrifice myself to survive. So let me ask, if I let you live, I die. If I don't, I still die. So why would I do that? Before I die, I might as well take a few with me. Shen Wanqing's face drained of color. You're not human.
How could you even think that?
Yi Zi also looked at Qin Lang with concern.
She knew Qin Lang would think that way and act on it.
In the previous instance, to conserve energy, Qin Lang deliberately sent most people to face the vicious, bizarre threat. No matter how many died, he felt no remorse. At the start of this instance, when the first monster appeared and began slaughtering players, Qin Lang immediately continued exploring with his own group instead of rescuing others.
Qin Lang was capable of being ruthless. Chen Hao shouted, no. My wife has only me to rely on. How can you bear to do this?
Li Zhihong also burst into tears. I have so many students. They all depend on me to continue their education and grow up.
If you kill me, how many people's hopes will you destroy? Shen Wanqing cried out, if I don't return alive, the children at the orphanage will be killed. Do you think you'll only be responsible for killing 6 people? It'll be countless young lives. Qin Lang yawned, who cares? I have no morals, so your moral blackmail won't work on me.
Yi Zi's expression twisted with anguish as she tried to persuade Qin Lang.
She felt that if all else failed, she could be the one to sacrifice herself. But Su Mubai pulled her back once more. This time, without Su Mubai saying a word, Yi Zi could read his unspoken message. Trust Qin Lang. Yi Zi could only close her eyes, her heart filled with constant prayer. The needle grew ever closer, now less than 2 meters from Qin Lang and the others. Han Zhuoran was utterly frantic. You're so selfish. Don't you understand that you must sacrifice the small self to fulfill the greater good? The theme of this room is purification. If you refuse to purify yourself, you'll only sink deeper into this. Qin Lang chuckled coldly. Cut the act. No, you should stop pretending. The words hung in the air, stunning everyone present. Han Zhuoran, what do you mean? Qin Lang waved the note in his hand. I only said the blood of the deeply sinful is needed to leave. I never mentioned a key. The word key was only written on the note. You claim you ended up here by accident, waking up already suspended. Then how did you know about the key? Han Zhuoran was suddenly dumbfounded. The other 5 glared at the foolish lawyer with venomous eyes. Qin Lang continued, clearly, you saw the note before I entered this room, then you were captured. If I'm not mistaken, you actually received certain instructions and hints. For instance, if one of you who entered this room were to die, then you could complete your mission and leave here, correct? Han Zhuoran swallowed hard. Qin Lang was absolutely right. Qin Lang declared, from the very beginning, Yi Zi and I were set up by you. Oh my, you all dress yourselves up in such noble rhetoric, yet you're willing to lure a stranger into bleeding themselves dry for your sake. Tell me, isn't that deeply sinful? Seeing Qin Lang had figured it out, Zhao Mingxian immediately shouted, cut the crap. Moral blackmail won't work on us. Unless one of you 2 dies, this trial won't end. The hint you received doesn't necessarily require all 6 of us to die. But the hint we received demands that one of you must die. Don't you get it? If you don't die, this stage won't be over. One of you must die. Chapter 98, The Truth Behind the Mechanism. Qin Lang laughed again upon hearing this. One of us must die? The way you lot are looking, you don't seem like you'll make it out of this dungeon alive anyway. Yi Zi sensed hidden meaning in his words and asked, Qin Lang, what do you mean? Qin Lang didn't answer, instead remaining seated. Shen Wanqing closed her eyes and shouted, whoever it is, find a way to kill him. Li Zhiheng thrashed frantically, I told you this was impossible. If I'd known, I'd have just gone all out. Zhao Mingxian snarled, kid, if you don't make a clean exit now, I'll make it clean for you. Qin Lang yawned, cut the howling. If you really had a plan, would you still be hanging here like this? I could send all of you to meet the king of hell right now. So just shut your mouth. Han Zhuoran glared at Qin Lang with hatred, cursing, you'll die a horrible death. The wall of needles was closing in, now less than half a meter from Qin Lang. Su Mubai grew anxious too, but she didn't know what to do. Yi Zi closed her eyes, her heart racing, praying for a miracle. The 6 people hanging from the ceiling kept screaming for help or cursing Qin Lang. Because of you, we're all going to die. Why won't you just die? Are you that selfish? Bastard. What kind of challenge is this? It's practically designed to wipe us all out. Click. The spiked walls actually stopped. Amidst a dull mechanical hum, the wall of needles slowly retracted, its sharp metal blades gradually withdrawing. The scene stunned everyone present. They couldn't comprehend what was happening. Everyone held their breath, watching the deadly spikes slowly recede. Before the lingering fear could dissipate, it was replaced by sudden astonishment. The trap retracted? We survived? After a brief silence, excited gasps filled the air. Thank God, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Li Zhiheng's face lit up with the wild joy of a survivor, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Shen Wanqing couldn't hold back her tears, murmuring thank God over and over, as if she had finally escaped death's shadow. Yet as the joy faded, an eerie unease began to permeate the air. Is this really the end? Zhao Mingxian frowned, his gaze darting warily around the room, his eyes still guarded. Why? We clearly haven't made our choice yet. Han Zhuoran clenched his fists tightly, murmuring, something's wrong. Weren't we supposed to carry out the purification here? Why did the wall recede without us doing anything? Where's the key? Though none of them had died, the absence of the key to leave the room left them all deeply uneasy. More importantly, they were still suspended in midair. An eerie silence enveloped them all, joy gradually swallowed by unease. Yi Zi asked Qin Lang, what the hell is going on here? Qin Lang replied, it's simple. This was all a trap. If any of us had died and filled the altar with our blood, we'd never have escaped this room. The air froze upon hearing this, shock and confusion spreading across their faces. Zhao Mingxian demanded, what are you talking about? The clue we got said the guilty person who entered the room must die. As Qin Lang had mentioned, they had indeed seen a note when they entered. It read, you must find a way to purify the guilty among those who enter this room. Then Han Zhuoran spotted the note on the wall, the very one Qin Lang now held. Zhao Mingxian paused, his voice low, we hadn't even figured it out when a thick fog suddenly rose, and then we lost consciousness. Han Zhuoran looked at Qin Lang, the clue you got was for the 6 of us to die, right? If we kill you, we pass. If you kill us, you pass. Isn't that how it works? Are the clues on the notes all fake? Qin Lang shook his head. The notes' instructions are real. As long as either Yi Zi or I die, you can leave this room. Likewise, if I kill any one of you or even all of you, I can leave too. Because everyone who enters this room is guilty. Killing them counts as successful purification. But the problem is, you've all misunderstood. It says leave, but it never said you wouldn't die, right? Zhao Mingxian and the others paled instantly upon hearing this. Shen Wanqing gasped, you mean, after we leave this room, we'll die soon? Qin Lang nodded, exactly. Once you kill someone in this room, it deepens your sins, turning you into a truly sinful person. Then, even if you're not purified here, stepping out of this room will purify you. Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, asking with a hint of defiance, how do you know this? Qin Lang pointed at the crucifix pattern on the wall and explained, this room contains Christian elements. Christian doctrine emphasizes love, sacrifice, forgiveness, and justice, especially loving others as yourself. If someone willingly chooses to let another die to save their own life, especially out of selfish motives, it could be seen as selfishness, injustice, or even murder. This violates the doctrine, thereby increasing one's own guilt. Conversely, if you do nothing, you have a much greater chance of survival. Zhao Mingxian snapped, but we're still hanging here. What good does talking about this do? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous roar erupted from the adjacent wall. The wall split open, revealing a passageway illuminated by flames before them. Yi Zi exclaimed excitedly, that must be the new exit. Qin Lang nodded. Yeah. There was never any key. If we kept trying to force that door, we'd never have gotten out. At that moment, Zhao Mingxian and the others grew frantic. Hey! You're leaving, but what about us? Li Zhiheng shouted, yeah, let us go too. Don't be so selfish, this is a crime. Yi Zi glanced at them, then turned to Qin Lang. Qin Lang, if all else fails, could you help them? Qin Lang glanced at her, then silently approached the button-laden console. Han Zhuoran's eyes widened. What are you doing? Pressing that will kill us. Qin Lang chuckled and said, so be it. The exit has already appeared. Even if I shut it now, I'd still make it in time. You lot are too noisy. Just die already. With that, he pressed the button. Chapter 99, Moment of Reckoning. Qin Lang pressed the button without hesitation. Han Zhuoran, suspended in midair, felt his pupils contract sharply as he realized he was plummeting rapidly. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his throat. No. Everyone held their breath, watching helplessly as he plummeted straight down. Below, the cold, jagged spikes resembled a monster bearing its fangs, awaiting the baptism of flesh and blood. Yet, the very instant Han Zhuoran was about to touch the spikes, those icy steel protrusions abruptly retracted back into the floor. Thud. Han Zhuoran slammed onto the hard floor with a dull thud. He lay sprawled on the ground, trembling violently, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with terror at having narrowly escaped death. Those around him froze. Moments later, Su Lina, the single mother who had screamed the loudest in terror, now stammered, he didn't die? Han Zhuoran gasped for air, suddenly lifting his head to glare at Qin Lang. His face was deathly pale, lips trembling. What the hell are you doing? Qin Lang said nothing, continuing to press other buttons. The others, like Han Zhuoran, fell with shrieks, but instead of being pierced, they landed solidly on the cold ground. Watching them all lie on the ground moaning in pain, Yi Zi exclaimed in surprise, Qin Lang, you knew all along they'd be fine? Qin Lang chuckled coldly. Isn't it obvious? The real exit has already appeared. Why would anyone need to die? Zhao Mingxian gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. You little punk, you were pretty cocky just now. Just you wait once we get out, I'll make sure you end up in jail. Qin Lang reached the doorway, glanced back at him, then drew the ghost-slaying blade in his hand. Grade A weapon. Han Zhuoran gasped, then pushed his glasses up. You got this as a reward from the dungeon? Zhao Mingxuan's face turned grim, and he dared not mention dealing with Qin Lang anymore. His strongest weapon was only AB grade at best. If he went head-to-head with Qin Lang, he'd likely be obliterated in an instant. Zhao Mingxian muttered under his breath, humph. I'll deal with you outside. Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to waste words on such an insignificant person. His thoughts now turned to the overarching theme of Silent Hill, sin and purification. This aligned closely with his initial impressions. But the problem was, all the players here were sinners. What exactly was the true method of purification? Moreover, if each subsequent room seemed to have its own set of rules, then none of the weapons or abilities would be of any use. This feeling of being at someone's mercy was truly unpleasant. Qin Lang and Yi Zi led the way, while Han Zhuoran and the others cautiously followed behind. Su Mubai remained in spirit form, watching them warily. They eventually reached a door similar in size to the previous room's entrance. Two large characters were inscribed above the doorway, repentance. Qin Lang frowned, then pushed the door open without hesitation. Welcome, everyone. In the center of the room stood a bizarre creature clad in a black suit. Its form was indistinguishable from a human's, except for its head, a massive, menacing serpent's head. Ah! Shen Wanqing covered her eyes and screamed loudly. Han Zhuoran also frowned, and even Zhao Mingxian felt a chill run down his spine. Bang! A loud bang echoed as the door slammed shut. Hello everyone, I'm Renshi, your host in this room.
Renshi's head was covered in dark green scales that reflected a cold, eerie glow under the lights. His narrow eyes resembled two pieces of yellow amber, with vertically slit pupils that radiated a cold, scrutinizing gaze. Qin Lang noticed 9 chairs arranged in a circle beside him and smiled. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you?
Yes. Thankfully, you're all here. God bless you. May each of you receive the purification you deserve.
A slender serpentine tongue extended slowly from the humanoid snake's mouth, quivering faintly.
It tilted its head slightly, revealing an eerie expression resembling a smile, then opened its mouth, its words hissing with a serpentine tone. Now, our penance ceremony begins. Its voice was deep and raspy, echoing like a ghost crawling up from an abyss. The room's lights flickered faintly, as if echoing its sinister welcome. Han Zhuoran asked uneasily, what penance ceremony?
The snake man smiled without speaking, merely gesturing invitingly for everyone to sit down. Zhao Mingxian and the others exchanged glances, alarm bells ringing in their minds. Yet faced with this mysterious and eerie snake-headed figure, they had no other choice.
Once everyone was seated, the snake man smiled faintly.
Slowly, he drew a stack of cards from his suit jacket, black backgrounds adorned with gold lettering.
His fingers flicked through them with practiced ease, like a seasoned gambler. Next, I will distribute cards to each of you at random.
His voice was low and tinged with a subtle hoarseness, as if some ancient ritual was about to commence. Each card records a crime, and your task is to confess and repent. It paused, its amber serpentine eyes sweeping over the group, a chilling smile curling its lips. For example, if someone draws murder, they must tell us in detail, who did you kill? Why did you do it? And how did you dispose of the body? Just then, Han Zhuoran frowned and spoke, his tone tinged with unease. But what if I've never committed this crime?
Am I supposed to just make something up?
Hearing this, the serpent man flickered its crimson tongue and emitted a hoarse chuckle.
You are correct.
Even if you never committed this crime, you must play the part of a true criminal. Tell your story flawlessly. Shen Wanqing abruptly stood up, her chair scraping loudly across the floor. She glared at the snake man, her voice cold and furious. This rule is utterly absurd.
Why should we confess to crimes we never committed?
Her gaze swept around the room, settling on Han Zhuoran and Zhao Mingxian. Her brows furrowed, her voice dripping with discontent.
Moreover, one of them is a lawyer, and the other is a police officer.
Their professions had exposed them to countless cases, making them well versed in all manner of crimes.
Concocting a crime for them would be child's play. This is completely unfair to us.
Zhao Mingxian snorted derisively at her words, crossing his arms over his chest with a hint of provocation in his eyes. He snorted with disdain, a mocking smile curling his lips.
So what? That's how the game is played. Some people start with an advantage. Isn't that just how it is? He was ecstatic inside. No matter what the crime was, as long as he cherry-picked the key details from the case files and precedents he'd studied, he could pass it off as his own. Zhao Mingxian fixed his gaze on Qin Lang, determined to show this kid what he was truly capable of in this round. Chapter 100, The True Culprit.
But Qin Lang merely shot him a cold glance, his tone detached yet carrying an unquestionable authority.
Shut your mouth.
The smile on Zhao Mingxuan's lips instantly froze, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on his throat, sending a sudden chill through his heart. He instinctively wanted to retort, but upon meeting Qin Lang's piercing gaze, he found himself inexplicably silenced. The arrogance on his face gradually faded. He couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Just you wait. Qin Lang turned to the snake man, his tone calm yet oppressive. Continue explaining the rules. A cryptic smile flickered across the serpent man's eerie, snake-like face, as if he found the unfolding scene utterly amusing. It flicked the cards in its hand lightly and spoke in a deep voice. Now comes the crucial part of this event. The snake man slowly raised the card in his hand, his tone leisurely yet eerie. 2 of you will be dealt cards revealing a crime you have actually committed. Now, you must listen to each other's confessions and identify the one who is truly confessing a crime. In other words, you must collectively uncover the one who is genuinely guilty. Its serpentine pupils narrowed slightly, a peculiar curve forming at the corners of its mouth, the trailing note tinged with a hoarse chuckle. Once this true sinner is identified, he or she will be left behind to undergo purification. The serpent deliberately emphasized the word purification, as if it concealed some ominous fate. It paused, sweeping its gaze across the group, observing their uneasy expressions before slowly adding. As for the rest of you. It drew out the words, narrowing its eyes. The rest of you will pass through unhindered and leave this place. If the guess is wrong, then everyone will be detained. The room fell into a deathly silence as the words hung in the air. The group's expressions instantly darkened. Shen Wanqing sucked in a sharp breath. Zhao Mingxian frowned slightly. Han Zhuoran's Adam's apple bobbed as if he wanted to speak, but ultimately he closed his mouth. A tense atmosphere spread through the room, each person's heart racing uncontrollably. Zhao Mingxian had been smugly confident moments ago, convinced he could make a non-existent crime sound as real as possible. But now it seemed that if he made it sound too convincing, he'd be practically courting death. If his fabricated story was chosen, everyone would die. Yet if he lied about his actual crimes, he risked being called out for his nervousness and exposed.
This is too hard. Too hard. Should he tell the truth or should he lie? The snake man said the true sinner would be left behind. But the question is, who is the true sinner?
No one knows the criteria, and no one understands what purification truly means. Han Joran began to regret his decision. Just moments ago, he'd been scheming how to fabricate a plausible crime, but now his mind raced with panic. What if he played it too convincingly and everyone mistakenly believed him to be the real sinner? That would be the end. The air seemed to freeze, everyone's nerves taut. The snake man watched their shifting expressions, seemingly reveling in this moment. He licked his lips, casually flicked the card onto the table, and murmured, "Well then, let the game begin." It stood up and began dealing cards to everyone. After finishing the deal, the snake man chuckled again. "When you begin confessing the crimes you drew, you may reveal your cards for everyone to see. Let them judge whether your story rings true." The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with wariness and unease. Qin Lang opened his card to find two bold characters written across it. Patricide. Qin Lang placed the card on his lap. Baichi spoke up, "Oh no, big brother, you really did kill your own father. What are we going to do now? If you tell the truth, everyone will find it too convincing and single you out. If you lie, they'll think you're covering something up, leaving you stuck between a rock and a hard place." Qin Lang silently replied to Baichi, "Relax. I know exactly what to do." At that moment, the snake man spoke excitedly. "Next, let the first confessor begin." It looked to Su Lina on its left. Su Lina's fingers trembled as she gripped the thin card, her knuckles turning almost white. She took a deep breath and slowly flipped the card over. Murdering her own husband. The four black characters leapt into everyone's eyes, etched into their very souls. The air instantly grew thick and heavy, every gaze turning toward her. Su Lina's face was deathly pale, her lips trembling slightly. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with terror and struggle, as if she wanted to say something but found herself unable to speak. Finally, she closed her eyes briefly, as if gathering resolve, and spoke in a trembling voice. "It was a rainy night. My husband was drunk and started yelling at me again, smashing bottles and slamming the table. He cursed me, saying I couldn't cook, that I spent his savings too quickly. He even said I wasn't worthy of being his wife." Her fingertips dug into the tabletop, her nails nearly embedding into the wood. "He called these accusations slander. He gambled, got into fights, and frequently brought strange women home to spend the night. My daughter's biological father died long ago. I married him only to find someone to lean on. I never imagined he'd be such a beast, actually wanting to." Her voice choked, tears streaming down her cheeks, but she didn't stop. Shin Wanqing instinctively covered her mouth, while Yizi's expression softened with sympathy. As women, they could already guess what that man had done. Qin Lang, however, remained coldly indifferent throughout, even flashing an almost imperceptible smile. Su Lina continued, "That night, I couldn't take it anymore. The kitchen knife was right at hand. Thunder roared outside the window, and the darkness was maddening. When he raised his hand to strike me, I don't know where I found the courage. I grabbed the knife and plunged it deep into his chest. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, their eyes locked on her. Su Lina's eyes glazed over as she sank into the memory, her lips moving as if retelling some nightmare-like scene. Su Lina stared at her own hands, took a deep breath, and said, his eyes widened in disbelief as he watched me, blood gurgling from my mouth. He grabbed my hands with terrifying strength. I thought he'd strangle me, but he just gasped for breath, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something. Her voice was hoarse, her shoulders trembling slightly. Later, he slowly stopped moving, but I feared he wasn't truly dead and might come back to life. So I pulled out the knife and stabbed him again with all my strength. Chapter 101, Not a single one was human. Tears streamed down her face as her breath came in gasps, as if she were suffocating. Only when his breath finally ceased did I realize what I had done. She covered her face, her voice filled with despair and agony. I was terrified. I dared not call the police, nor did I dare flee. I knelt beside him, apologizing over and over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But he could never hear me again. Her fingernails dug into her palms as she curled into the chair, tears streaming down her face. I thought I'd find relief, but every night, the moment I close my eyes, he stands by the bed, blood streaming from his chest, his gaze fixed on me. He doesn't speak or move, but I know he hates me. Her voice was faint, barely above a whisper. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Her body shook violently, as if torn apart, her eyes filled with terror, regret, and agony. The room fell silent. Everyone was struck dumb by this confession. Her words rang so true, it felt as though she was genuinely repenting. But not everyone believed Su Lina was telling the truth. For now, they could only choose one person who was truly repentant. If they chose wrong, it would be their own lives at stake. Next, it was Li Zhiheng's turn. Li Zhiheng's fingers trembled slightly as he stared at the card in his hand. His lips moved as if he wanted to speak, but in the end, he only took a deep breath and slowly turned the card face up on the table. Harm students. Four black characters came into view, piercing the air like a blade and bringing an uncomfortable chill. In the previous room, Li Zhiheng had spoken at length about how he had devoted himself to his students.
Yet the crime assigned to him was this? Li Zhiheng hung his head, his voice dry, as if weighed down by endless heaviness and self-reproach. As I said before, I am a teacher. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with complex emotion. The corners of his mouth twitched, revealing a self-mocking smile. I chose this path not out of love for education, but because I relish controlling others. The crowd furrowed their brows slightly, holding their breath as they listened intently. I relished standing at the lectern. That feeling of being looked up to and obeyed by a group of children made me feel powerful. Seeing them comply with my every word brought me immense pleasure, a comfort that spread from head to toe. His gaze grew deep, as if lost in the memories of those days. But not every student was obedient. There were always a few mischievous ones, a few who liked to talk back, a few who didn't take me seriously. As he spoke, his face paled slightly, his knuckles dug into the desk, and his voice began to tremble. At first, I only punished them by making them stand or scolded them. But later, gradually, I found I couldn't control my anger. He abruptly closed his eyes, clutching his hair tightly as if trying to tear away some heavy memories. The first time I lost control was when a student kept talking during class. I warned him 3 times, but he wouldn't listen. I lost my temper and slammed a book hard against his head. Seeing him clutching his head, unable to cry out, I felt strangely satisfied. He lifted his head, his eyes unfocused and his face pale. A deathly silence fell over the room. After that, I only grew more ruthless. Anyone who dared disobey was made to lie face down on their desk, or I would strike them hard with the teacher's cane. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the desk, as if he could still feel the cane in his palm, hear the students' terrified gasps and choked sobs. They feared me, too afraid to utter a word, too afraid to tell their parents, too afraid that they trembled every time they saw me. At the time, I believed this was the true dignity of teaching and the thrill of wielding power. He drew a sharp breath, clutching his head with both hands, his voice now trembling completely. But later, I realized how utterly wrong I was. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He wiped them away forcefully, his eyes filled with anguish and despair. One student, driven to the brink by my harsh scolding, ran out of the classroom. When he was found again, he was already a corpse. His fingertips trembled, his voice nearly breaking. In that moment, I finally understood, I wasn't a teacher. I was just an abuser, a thoroughly evil person. I've always been known as a good teacher, yet I've done things worse than beasts. He bowed his head deeply, his body trembling slightly as tears fell onto the tabletop, seeping into the wood's grain. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry to them. His shoulders shook, releasing stifled sobs as if he could no longer hold back, pouring out all his guilt and anguish. The air froze, thick and heavy, suffocating. In that moment, no one spoke. No one offered comfort. No one rashly judged whether his words were truth or lie. Qin Lang looked at Li Zhiheng and the others. Not a single one of them is human. But what intrigued him more now was, what criteria did this game use to determine if someone truly repented for their crime? If the judgment was wrong, the wrongly chosen person would die. The only approach was elimination. Eliminate those who might be lying, those who committed no crime yet falsely confess, and the remaining players would be the truly guilty ones needing purification. So what would someone do if they drew a crime they didn't commit? At that moment, Zhao Mingxian crossed his arms over his chest, leaned back in his chair, and swept Li Zhiheng with a cold gaze, a mocking smile curling his lips. Enough with the act. I've seen too many scum like you. Zhao Mingxian snorted lightly, his gaze sharp as if interrogating a criminal. You say you regret it? But well, heh. He narrowed his eyes, the smile deepening at the corners of his mouth, yet his tone grew even colder. If you truly regretted it, why didn't you turn yourself in back then? Zhao Mingxian leaned forward slightly, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. I've seen plenty like you. You won't truly repent until you've spent years behind bars or been caught red-handed. His voice was low, yet each word felt like a heavy hammer striking Li Zhiheng's chest. Stop playing games. Are you trying to trick us into letting you off, or make us believe your conscience suddenly woke up? The words had barely left his mouth when Li Zhiheng slammed his fist on the table. His face flushed crimson, his eyes blazing with fury. Zhao Mingxian. You have no right to lecture me. As if you're any better. Chapter 102, Hidden Rules. Li Zhiheng's chest heaved violently, as if he might explode from rage. His eyes burned with fury and a stubborn refusal to accept humiliation. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you even know me? Do you know what's in my heart? Li Zhiheng's hands clenched into fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. I've already admitted my mistake and repented. How dare you insist I'm faking it? Just because you're a cop? You think you can just pin charges on people? Zhao Mingxian replied, I'm just stating my observations. Why the urgency? Li Zhiheng gritted his teeth. He turned to Rinshi, I'm sincerely repenting, yet he's disrupting things here. Aren't you going to do anything about it? The snake chuckled, I'm just moderating. Everyone is free to exchange views, as long as it doesn't come to blows. Next speaker, begin. Shen Wanqing's fingers clenched the card so tightly her knuckles turned white. The card bore the same 4 characters, secretly filming patience. The crowd gasped. Shen Wanqing is a pediatrician, after all. The implications were staggering.
Shen Wanqing's gaze darted nervously, as if wrestling with whether to speak. Fine beads of sweat formed on her temples and her lips trembled slightly. She took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress all her emotions, but a tremor still escaped her throat.
You all know. I'm a pediatrician.
Her voice was faint. She licked her parched lips and continued. A doctor's sacred duty is to save lives, but I. She paused, lowering her gaze to the card in her hand. Her fingertips traced its surface, as if trying to erase the words written there. Every time a child came in for a visit, I would comfort them first, telling them not to be afraid. They trusted me, seeing me as the adult who would protect them.
But hidden on my desk was a camera.
The room seemed to grow colder with those words. Her breathing grew slightly ragged, as if each word added another layer of pressure to her chest. Pain flashed in her eyes, as though she were reliving those scenes. Everyone held their breath, their expressions gradually freezing. Shen Wanqing's hands trembled slightly, her voice tightening, yet she continued. The camera was meticulously positioned, its angle precisely calibrated to capture their bodies. Each time they were examined, I would press the switch as if nothing were amiss.
I told myself I was merely recording, that I wasn't doing anything.
But the truth was, I knew exactly where those videos would end up. They would be compiled and sold to wealthy individuals. Her voice gradually grew quieter, as if something were pressing down on her, and even her breathing became rapid. Her fingers unconsciously gripped the hem of her shirt, her nails digging almost into her palms. Her throat felt blocked, her voice turning hoarse. She raised her hand and wiped her face forcefully, as if trying to erase that intangible sense of guilt. But the more she wiped, the more pain etched itself onto her face, and the red veins in her eyes became more pronounced.
I know what kind of people the buyers are.
They're willing to pay high prices, and I understand their needs.
But I never dwell on it.
As long as I don't think about it, I can convince myself none of this is my fault.
I thought that was enough. But then I went to the orphanage.
The air seemed to freeze in that moment.
Those children had no parents, no one to protect them.
Using my position as a doctor, I continued doing the same thing. Her eyes lost all their light, as if she were drowning in her own guilt. Her arms slowly wrapped around herself, as if she wanted to curl up, and her voice trembled. Once, a child cried out to me, "Doctor, will you protect me?" She closed her eyes, and tears finally fell, hitting the tabletop and splashing tiny droplets. Her throat moved as if swallowing bitter emotions before she slowly uttered her final words. I nodded and smiled at her. Of course, Doctor's sister will protect you. Her voice choked, like a blade piercing my heart. Finally, she could hold on no longer, collapsing onto the table, her shoulders shaking violently.
I know I'm guilty. I shouldn't have done it, but I was desperate for money back then. After I cleared a dungeon, I no longer needed the money.
Yet I remained trapped by those wealthy patrons. If I stopped doing those things, they'd ruin my reputation. The entire room fell silent, as if even the air had frozen solid.
Zhao Mingxian spoke again. So you're saying the kidnapping of the orphanage children to force you here was also a lie? You didn't care about those children at all? Shen Wanqing immediately protested. No. It's true. Of course I care. How could I possibly repent otherwise?
The others exchanged glances, saying nothing. Qin Lang's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze drifted among the group, a strange unease rising within him. He surveyed the room. Every face bore the etched lines of remorse and anguish, as if truly burdened by heavy guilt. Their confessions were meticulously detailed from motives to execution, even post-crime psychological shifts described with vivid clarity, as if they'd lived through it all. But something was off. If they had drawn crimes they hadn't actually committed, then logically, their accounts should have contained logical inconsistencies or unrealistic details. After all, even a skilled liar would struggle to maintain perfect consistency when describing a crime they'd never experienced, and their emotions wouldn't feel so deeply immersed. Under such intense pressure, it should be easier for them to slip up. What's more, this wasn't ordinary lying. It required fabricating a plausible crime story in a fraction of a second and delivering it with convincing authenticity. Yet the accounts from Su Lina, Li Zhiheng, and Shen Wanqing earlier flowed with remarkable ease. The emotional peaks and valleys, the anguished struggle, even the rhythm of their sobs were perfectly calibrated, as if people long steeped in suffering had suddenly been pushed to the brink of collapse. But if they truly committed such heinous crimes, their hearts must be utterly cold, almost sociopathic. How could they possibly have their psychological defenses shattered in just a few minutes? Qin Lang's fingers tapped the tabletop unconsciously as his thoughts raced. His gut told him something was off. But where exactly was the problem? Was their performance simply too convincing, or was some external force manipulating them? Chapter 103, Excessive Confession. It was Zhao Mingxuan's turn to confess. He drew a deep breath, glanced down at the cards in his hand, and let a faint, enigmatic smile touch his lips before composing himself. He lifted his head and swept his gaze around the room. His voice was low and slightly hoarse, as if he were lost in some distant memory. Knowing the law yet breaking it. He slowly read the 4 characters on the card aloud, letting out a derisive snort as if mocking himself. That does fit me rather well. He placed the cards on the table, folded his hands, and slowly rubbed his palms with his fingers, as if recalling memories or weighing how to recount this crime. I used to be a cop, a detective specializing in criminal cases. He gave a cold laugh, his gaze drifting downward as if unwilling to meet anyone's eyes. I fought crime every day, but I also did some shady things, and not just once or twice. He paused, as if gathering his thoughts, then continued. A few years ago, a colleague approached me, saying he had his eye on a businessman. This businessman was involved in some shady deals, spent money lavishly, kept mistresses, dabbled in speculative trades, and might even be connected to money laundering. My colleague told me that if we teamed up and applied a little pressure, we could make this guy cough up the cash. Zhao Mingxuan's fingers tapped lightly on his knee, his tone eerily calm. I agreed without much hesitation at the time. After all, the guy wasn't exactly clean himself. In other words, the fact that he could be blackmailed by us meant he should have been caught long ago. Justice comes in many forms. I believe this approach serves him better than throwing him in jail. At first, our plan went smoothly. We made him a suspect in a case, convincing him he could be arrested at any moment. Zhao Mingxian chuckled softly at this point, though his eyes held no trace of humor. He panicked, of course, and immediately handed over a hefty bribe. We lived pretty comfortably during that period. He paused, his gaze drifting to the cards on the table, and sighed softly, his voice growing somber. But once people taste that sweetness, it's hard to stop. We weren't satisfied with just one payment, so we found another excuse to force him to keep paying protection money. But he was a businessman after all, not stupid. Realizing we'd gotten a taste for it, he simply started negotiating a partnership with us. He kept using money to corrupt me and my colleagues, making us his shield. But you can't hide the truth forever. Eventually, he was caught. The moment rumors started spreading, we knew trouble was brewing. Zhao Mingxian clenched his jaw, his eyes darkening. My colleague was even more ruthless than me. He believed this guy couldn't be allowed to recover. So, we found an excuse and kidnapped his family. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Zhao Mingxian lowered his voice slightly, as if recounting the most ordinary of events. We made it clear to that guy, if he didn't comply with our demands, his family would be. The result? He broke. A bitter smile tugged at Zhao Mingxuan's lips. That boss didn't go to the police. He chose to kill himself. He closed his eyes briefly, as if reliving the scene from years ago. His fingers curled slightly, and a hint of weariness crept into his voice. Too bad fate likes to play such cruel jokes sometimes. He paused, a bitter smile touching his lips. If I'd gone to prison back then, I might never have ended up in this godforsaken place. After speaking, Zhao Mingxian leaned back in his chair, eyes closed. It seemed as though he had finally shed some burden, or perhaps he had sunk into endless contemplation. Li Zhihong snorted coldly, arms crossed over his chest. His gaze held obvious contempt and sarcasm as he stared at Zhao Mingxian. You really are the epitome of hypocrisy, Officer Zhao, he said dismissively. You were just criticizing me, yet you're the one with the far more heinous crimes. Zhao Mingxian slowly opened his eyes, the faint, cold smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly piercing right through Li Zhihong's pathetic psychological tactics. He snorted, his tone lazy yet carrying an undeniable weight of pressure. Oh? You say I'm more sinful than you? He leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed intensely on Li Zhihong, his voice low yet powerful. I colluded with businessmen, extorted and blackmailed, and ultimately drove that man to suicide with nowhere to turn. But what about you? At least we sacrificed one to indirectly save many. How many children have you ruined? Can you even count them? Zhao Mingxuan's words struck like a sharp dagger, piercing straight into Li Zhihong's heart, causing his expression to freeze for a moment. Zhao Mingxian sneered coldly and pressed on. The children you beat, humiliated, and tormented, their psychological scars will last a lifetime. You didn't destroy just one life, you shattered countless futures. What gives you the right to stand here and accuse me? Li Zhihong opened his mouth, his face alternating between crimson and ashen, yet no words came out for a long moment. His lips trembled slightly, his eyes darting away, as if Zhao Mingxuan's words had struck the most painful, unseen part of his soul. Moments ago, he had been arrogantly attempting to belittle Zhao Mingxian, only to find himself suddenly cast in the role of the one left utterly ashamed. Qin Lang watched the standoff silently from the side, his brow furrowing slightly as an uneasy feeling grew within him. His gaze lingered on Zhao Mingxian as his mind rapidly processed everything he'd just heard. Zhao Mingxian could have easily stopped at admitting his collusion with the businessman and begun his confession. Yet he chose to keep digging, even detailing how he'd driven the merchant to the brink. This was highly unusual. Qin Lang thought to himself. A normal person in this situation would likely minimize their crimes to avoid suspicion. Yet Zhao Mingxian did the opposite, painting his own actions in an even more sinister light. This wasn't the reaction one would expect from an ordinary person facing such a predicament. His gaze darkened as he sensed something hidden beneath this game of confession, something he hadn't yet uncovered. Chen Hao's fingers trembled, his fingertips barely clutching the card. He took a deep breath and flipped it over with difficulty. Abandoning his first wife. Four black characters stared back at them, like a cold, unforgiving verdict. Chen Hao's Adam's apple bobbed as an indescribable mix of pain and guilt flashed in his eyes. Zhao Mingxian snorted coldly once more. Chen Hao had previously offered various justifications, claiming he took risks for his paralyzed wife. Yet now this crime was also upon him. Sweat poured down Chen Hao's face as he stammered, "My wife's paralysis, it was my fault."
Chapter 104, Coincidence.
Chen Hao kept his head bowed, his voice dry and strained, as if weighed down by the burden of self-reproach. I once swore I'd take care of her for the rest of my life." He clenched his jaw, his gaze shifting nervously, avoiding eye contact with anyone, as if afraid to see contempt or blame in their eyes. "That year, I was unexpectedly selected for a dungeon run.
After completing it, I received a huge sum of money, instantly changing my fate.
At first, I thought both our lives would improve, that our destinies would change because of it. Holding her hand, I promised her that no matter what happened, I would stay by her side, care for her, cherish her.
I believed I could do it.
I believed that as long as I persevered, I could endure. But later, I started finding excuses not to go home. I spent my time out drinking with friends, going to nightclubs, even seeing other women." His fingertips unconsciously dug into the tabletop, knuckles turning white from the pressure, as if trying to grasp something already lost. Chen Hao abruptly closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, as if trying to suppress all his regret and guilt within his chest, yet his voice still trembled. "I was hired by a company and became their enforcer, sinking deeper into depravity and returning home less often than before. When my wife went out looking for me, she was in a car accident." Chen Hao's eyes reddened, tears glistening in his sockets, yet he forced himself to continue.
"I ruined him."
He let out a bitter laugh, his smile tinged with endless self-mockery and pain. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with profound regret, as if he were about to lay bare his guilt before everyone. She lay in a pool of blood, the driver fled the scene, and no one came to help her. If not for a passerby who happened to walk by, she would have died right there. Yet I was out there living it up, drowning in the neon lights, pretending I was still free and unburdened. She could have lived a decent life. If I had fulfilled my responsibility, hired a caregiver, bought her medicine, she wouldn't have died from infection in the end." He buried his face in his hands, shoulders shaking violently as if he could no longer bear the weight of his guilt. Chen Hao's sobs were low and gut-wrenching.
"I was wrong. I was truly wrong."
The room fell deathly silent, the air itself seemed to freeze. Everyone remained silent, their expressions varied, while Qin Lang's brow furrowed deeper and deeper.
Why did he go into such detail? Doubt surged through Qin Lang's mind like a tidal wave.
Chen Hao's emotional collapse was utterly complete, his words brimming with regret and anguish.
If this were merely a fabricated lie, how could it feel so real? But if it was true, why would he bare his soul like this in such a setting? An indescribable unease gradually crept into Qin Lang's heart. He distinctly sensed a trap waiting for him. Everyone present had been confessing earnestly, showing almost no trace of falsehood. Especially during the confession segment, unless these five were all born actors, such compelling performances would be impossible. What exactly was off? Yi Zi's fingers paused on the tabletop for a moment before trembling slightly as she flipped open her card. She glanced down, the color draining instantly from her face as she froze in place. Betrayal of a teammate. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but her throat felt blocked, unable to produce a sound. She took a deep breath, her gaze drifting as if reliving that agonizing ordeal. It was my turn. That was a nightmare of a dungeon run. Her voice was low and hoarse, tinged with restrained pain. There were 4 of us trapped inside the instance. We knew we had to find the exit or we'd die at the monster's hands. Her hands clenched the hem of her shirt so tightly her knuckles turned white, as if she needed to grip herself fiercely to endure the agony of continuing. The monsters in that dungeon weren't like ordinary ones. They didn't attack recklessly.
Instead, they watched us, as if waiting for their prey to show a weakness. Her throat moved as she took a deep breath. I was in charge of setting the traps. We had planned it, lure the monster into the trap, focus our fire, then rush for the exit. Her gaze gradually lost focus, sinking into that nightmare-like memory. But I made a mistake. Her voice caught, her eyes reddening as her fingernails dug painfully into her palms. I was so nervous then, my hands kept shaking. That's why the mechanism didn't trigger. The monster wasn't trapped. Instead, it spotted us. Her eyes dimmed as she lowered her head, her voice trembling. It started closing in on us. We all panicked. Everyone was running, but I couldn't move. Her shoulders shook softly as tears slid down her cheeks. She bit her lip, reluctant to recall what happened next, yet compelled to continue. I was terrified. I was truly terrified. It was getting closer and closer. I felt like it could pounce at any moment. I didn't want to die. I truly didn't want to die. So I did something I can't forgive myself for. Her voice shattered completely, tears falling unceasingly. Her fingers clenched tightly, as if trying to suppress the terror within her heart. I deliberately exposed my teammate's position, letting the monster find him. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Everyone's expression shifted slightly, but she didn't look up, lost in her own agony. The monster lunged at him. Before he could react, he turned to look at me. Her voice grew fainter, as if crushed by the memory. Tears streamed down her face, and she wept uncontrollably. His eyes. He must have wanted me to save him. She clutched her face tightly, as if trying to hide her tears, but the trembling of her shoulders betrayed her inner collapse. But I didn't. I just stood there, frozen, watching the monster grab him, watching him struggle frantically, scream, and then, piece by piece, be torn apart. Her voice broke into fragments, her eyes unfocused as she curled into a ball on the chair. He's dead. I killed him. Her hands dug into her arms as tears streamed down her face. Her voice choked with unspeakable pain and regret. If not for me, he could still be alive. But I chose to live for myself and sent him to his death. Qin Lang looked at Yi Zi, his mind racing with more thoughts. Yi Zi had mentioned betraying her teammates before it couldn't be false. Therefore, Yi Zi's repentance was genuine, and the crimes she had drawn were real. Then the two people the Snake Man mentioned needing purification were they herself and Yi Zi? Had the other 6 drawn sins they hadn't actually committed? Could such a coincidence really exist? Chapter 105, The Code. Yi Zi's sobs echoed through the silent room, heavy enough to make one gasp for breath. Qin Lang's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. First, this game demanded genuine repentance, but it was too real. If someone called her out, she'd be finished. So from a personal standpoint, lying was essential. Why were Zhao Mingxian and the others taking this so seriously? Some even seemed to be overacting. Han Zhuoran's fingers traced the edge of the card for a moment before he finally took a deep breath and flipped it over. Perjury. Han Zhuoran chuckled, I did indeed do that. He stared at the card, his gaze complex. The corners of his mouth twitched as if he wanted to smile bitterly, but in the end, no smile emerged. I did commit perjury once. His voice was low, tinged with a heavy sense of guilt. I thought I could forget it, but it haunts me like a nightmare. He lowered his eyelids, his gaze flickering as his thoughts drifted back to that gloomy courtroom, to that decision he still couldn't let go of. That case was sensational. He spoke softly, his words slow and laced with suppressed anguish. The defendant was a serial killer, a pure-blooded monster. He murdered 6 people with extreme cruelty. Yet I stood on his side. It wasn't out of fear, nor because I was threatened. I simply wanted to prove I could do what others couldn't. He gave a bitter smile, his voice tinged with self-mockery. I was young then, just starting to make a name for myself in the field. I wanted everyone to see my abilities, to know that even the most heinous cases could be overturned if I set my mind to it. So I accepted their deal. Han Zhuoran lifted his head, his eyes hollow. The murderer's family was extremely wealthy. They offered me a huge sum of money, an amount I simply couldn't refuse. His lips twitched slightly, yet his tone held no trace of triumph, only deep regret. Back then, I thought clearing his name would make me famous and bring in money even if his crimes were heinous. Why not take the gamble? Han Zhuoran's eyes gradually dimmed as his fingers unconsciously rubbed against his pants, as if touching some indelible scar. I tampered with testimony, overturned original evidence, and exploited legal loopholes to frame all incriminating clues as police investigative errors. On the day of the trial, I stood in the courtroom, gazing at the furious, despairing eyes of the victims' families. They wept, they screamed, they begged, yet I closed my eyes, pretending not to hear. When the verdict was delivered, the defendant walked free. The air seemed to freeze for an instant. Han Zhuoran's shoulders trembled slightly, as if bearing some unspeakable pain. I thought I would feel happy. After all, I had succeeded. I had proven my abilities. He shook his head with a bitter smile, his voice tinged with restrained bitterness, but when I stepped out of the courtroom and saw that man standing in the crowd, wearing a mocking grin, I suddenly felt as if a wound had been torn open inside me. Months later, news reports covered his next case. He had killed again, this time more brutally than before. The victim was a young woman living alone. Zhao Mingxuan's face twisted with disdain, as if he wanted to stop him from continuing. Han Zhuoran closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and his voice grew hoarse. If I hadn't helped him perjure himself back then, that girl wouldn't have died. His voice finally carried a trace of unmasked regret. I unleashed this monster. I personally sent him back onto the streets, allowing him to continue killing. I am guilty. I was wrong. His fingernails dug deep into his palms, as if punishing himself. I thought I could manipulate the law, control everything. But in the end, I was nothing more than a paid executioner. He jerked his head up, eyes bloodshot, Adam's apple bobbing as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, only a faint whisper escaped his lips. I truly have failed my profession. He closed his eyes, as if unable to face everyone's gaze. A deathly silence fell over the room, even the sound of breathing felt heavy. Qin Lang's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Here we go again. Why were their confessions so meticulously detailed? Even unnecessary details were laid bare? Were they all good people? Thoughts churned in Qin Lang's mind, as if an invisible force had abruptly yanked him back to the original rules. He forced himself to recall every detail, searching for loopholes within those seemingly impartial clauses. Yet the more intently he recalled, the faster his heart raced, as if he had glimpsed some horrifying truth. This confession session could never find the truly guilty party. Or perhaps, everyone here was guilty. He slowly scanned the room, his gaze lingering briefly on each face, trying to catch even the slightest hint of a crack in their expressions. But all he saw was remorse, repression, anguish, and that deep-seated calm buried beneath their eyes. Qin Lang suddenly grasped a crucial point. The number of victims had been predetermined from the very beginning. The snake man spoke up. Mr. Qin, it's your turn.
Qin Lang frowned. The snake man said, only 2 people are truly guilty. But why 2? Why not 1 or more? Oh, right, he and Yi Zi just happened to be the 2. Qin Lang realized this rule had been set long ago. No matter how much they struggled, the one ultimately pushed onto the dock could only be either him or Yi Zi. This confession session had never been about finding the guilty party, it was about manufacturing one. Everyone recounted their own transgressions, their voices heavy with sorrow, their emotions raw. They described every detail meticulously, the surroundings, their inner thoughts, the precise sequence of events. But were all these stories truly genuine? Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat, his pupils contracting slightly. The narratives shared by Han Zhuoran and the other 5 began replaying in Qin Lang's mind over and over. Murdering one's own husband, knowingly breaking the law, sexually assaulting students. These were all things they were capable of. But where were the inconsistencies? Qin Lang's mind rapidly replayed every confession, his thoughts grinding like gears. That's it. Qin Lang instantly realized every confession contained a strikingly similar phrase. Chapter 106, Breaking the Deadlock. Qin Lang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down as he began methodically sorting through the details. After recounting her story of murdering her own husband, Su Lina finally murmured softly, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. After admitting to harming students, Li Zhihang wept uncontrollably, choking out, I'm guilty. Truly guilty. The others were much the same, and all showed signs of acting. Qin Lang's pupils suddenly contracted. If only 1 or 2 had spoken this way, he might not have thought much of it. But for everyone to add this identical phrase? This was absolutely no coincidence. This was most likely a code word. The true meaning of this phrase wasn't an admission of guilt, but a message to a teammate, the crime I drew is real. They were using this method to eliminate possibilities. If more than 2 people confessed to genuine crimes, it can only mean one thing, everyone had drawn genuine crimes. In that case, they only need to select one sacrificial lamb. That scapegoat could only come from either himself or Yi Zi. This explains Qin Lang's earlier confusion. If these people truly hadn't committed these crimes, they would inevitably have logical flaws in their fabricated stories or show obvious signs of guilt. Yet not only did they recount their crimes in excruciating detail, they displayed intense guilt and remorse without a single flaw. In truth, they were merely sending signals. Just now, Han Zhuoran had even admitted outright, I really did do it. This signaled they had perfectly matched the code, all 6 had drawn crimes they had actually committed. All they needed to do was obediently confess and conclude, then collectively implicate either themselves or Yi Zi. The snake man lied from the very beginning. Alright, you wanna play this game? Qin Lang sneered inwardly. So now, he and Yi Zi were completely kept in the dark, becoming the only lambs led to the slaughter. So how could they extricate themselves? Qin Lang glanced at the card in his hand. Patricide. He had indeed done this. What's more, the original owner had done the same. Han Zhuoran and the others would surely pin the blame on him or Yi Zi soon. That meant he and Yi Zi were destined to stay behind. Qin Lang didn't want to see this happen, because he didn't trust any of these 6 people, and Su Mubai probably wouldn't want it either. He glanced at Su Mubai in the corner. Sure enough, her gaze kept shifting between him and Yi Zi. Flip the table? No. Using force in this room was far too risky. Besides, the snake man was an administrator. Killing an administrator could easily trigger some kind of punishment. Qin Lang stared at the card in his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Lang. Got it. It was Qin Lang's turn to confess. All eyes turned to him at once, their gazes carrying a sense of oppression, even a hint of indescribable malice. Qin Lang, it's your turn. Han Zhuoran gave a light chuckle, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Speak up. Is there something you're hesitant to say? Zhao Mingxian crossed his arms, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, tinged with mockery. Exactly. Everyone must confess. You can't avoid it. Shen Wanqing spoke softly, her voice gentle as if coaxing an uncooperative child. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing those around him as his inner doubts deepened. Everyone had completed their confessions, they were already safe. Only he and Yi Zi remained. From the very beginning, the 6 of them had secretly made an agreement. Qin Lang shot Yi Zi a discreet glance. She kept her head bowed, her face pale, lips trembling slightly, clearly sensing something was amiss too. Han Zhuoran and the others might have told the truth, but they were all planning to use Qin Lang and Yi Zi as scapegoats. Qin Lang took a deep breath and suddenly turned to the silent snake man. So, he asked, the rule is that we must confess to the crime written on the card we drew, correct? The snake man paused slightly, then offered a meaningful smile and nodded slowly. Of course. Qin Lang pressed further, but what if I never committed the crime written on the card? Must I still confess? The snake man's smile remained unchanged as he casually replied, the rules are the rules. Whether you did it or not, you must confess according to what's written on the card. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly as he pressed further, but what if the content of my confession differs from what's written on the card? The snake man narrowed his eyes slightly, the curve of his lips widening, then you're breaking the rules. But so far, everyone has confessed according to their own cards. Mr. Qin, are you suggesting you won't confess to the sin on your card? That won't do, you'll be punished. Qin Lang's smile held a hint of amusement. He clapped his hands lightly, the sound echoing distinctly in the silent room. Qin Lang said, "You've heard the saying, the law doesn't punish the many, right?" The snake man licked his lips. "What do you mean?" "Because they've already broken the rules." His tone was calm, as if he were merely making a casual remark, yet his eyes held a trace of mockery as they swept across every face present. Zhao Mingxian frowned, his face filled with confusion. "What nonsense are you spouting? We've all confessed to the crimes on our cards. I even confessed some old crap from years ago." He snorted in disdain, seemingly dismissing Qin Lang's words, yet a faint unease stirred within him. Qin Lang didn't respond directly. Instead, his gaze swept across the room, the smile on his lips deepening slightly. "If you don't believe me, just look at the cards in your hands." Instantly, everyone's hearts tightened as they looked down at their cards. The next second, gasps of shock erupted in waves. "What the hell? This isn't right. Why has the content on my card changed? It wasn't written like this just now." Every face instantly turned ashen. The cards they had just flipped open themselves had listed the sins they were to confess, yet now the words had completely changed. Zhao Mingxian stared fixedly at his card, his fingers trembling slightly. The confession of knowingly breaking the law he had just written was gone, replaced by the three characters, perjury. Wasn't that Han Zhuoran's crime? How could this be? Shun Wanqing's face turned ashen. Her card had originally read secretly photographing patients, but now it had changed to knowingly breaking the law. She snapped her head up to stare at Qin Lang, terror in her eyes. "What did you do?" Everyone began comparing their cards and discovered the contents had all changed. This meant their confessions during the repentance session didn't match what was written on the cards. The snake man's grin finally retracted slightly. His narrow eyes narrowed further as he fixed a deep stare on Qin Lang. His tone remained casual, yet tinged with caution. "Qin Lang, what the hell did you do?" Qin Lang shrugged, the smile on his lips unchanged. "Me? I didn't do anything." Chapter 107, The Dungeon's Rules. Just moments ago, while everyone was immersed in the atmosphere of repentance, Qin Lang quietly activated his time-stopping ability. Qin Lang thought to himself, since they're determined to frame me for death, I might as well overturn the table. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved swiftly, stepping in front of each person and swapping all the cards in their hands. After completing this, Qin Lang retreated to his original position, took a deep breath, and released the time freeze. Time resumed its flow, accompanied by what seemed like a faint crackling sound in the air. Unnoticed by anyone, the group continued their previous actions. And that was how the previous scene unfolded. When Qin Lang instructed them to check their cards again, the entire confession session descended into utter chaos. "What the hell? The content on my card has changed? This isn't right. What the hell is going on? Why is this different from what I just confessed?" In an instant, cries of shock and angry shouts erupted in waves, each person's expression contorting in disbelief. This was utterly beyond comprehension. They couldn't fathom what had happened. They abruptly looked up at Qin Lang, as if seeking an explanation from him. But Qin Lang merely smiled faintly, arms crossed over his chest, observing them with a look that was almost mocking. The snake man's expression finally darkened. He narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly on his knee as if deep in thought. He truly hadn't expected Qin Lang to pull off something like this, completely shattering the entire game's rules. But he had been watching Qin Lang the entire time. How could this happen? He had painstakingly devised a method to eliminate Qin Lang completely without leaving a trace, yet it still hadn't worked? Poof. The snake man let out a soft, derisive snort, his tone tinged with irritation. "Qin Lang, you truly have surprised me." His eyes flickered for a moment, clearly contemplating how to respond, but for the first time, the game's rules truly couldn't continue. After all, everyone had already repented. And now, everyone was wrong again. It was like crying at the wrong grave. The rules had collapsed. The snake man stood rooted to the spot, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Its scales glinted coldly under the dim light, its pupils narrowed to slits, and its tail tapped restlessly on the floor, producing soft, rhythmic clicks as if venting its inner agitation. Qin Lang spoke up. "So, what do you say? Start over? Or should you just let us go?" The snake man growled, unwilling to concede. "Go? It's not that easy." Just as it hesitated, a soft creak sounded from the adjacent door as it slowly swung open. A faint beam of light seeped through the crack, followed by the figure of the mare appearing in the doorway. Her steps were light and graceful, as if each tread upon invisible piano keys produced a silent melody. "Snake man, don't be so rude to Mr. Qin." A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on her lips, yet it never reached her eyes, instead sending a chill down one's spine. "The confession session is over." The mare's voice was calm and detached, as if coming from afar. "Congratulations, everyone. You may all leave the premises." Her voice echoed through the empty room, carrying an undeniable force. The crowd stirred. Zhao Mingxian and the others breathed sighs of relief, preparing to leave. Yet the snake man remained motionless. Its eyes fixed intently on the mare, a low growl rising from its throat. "Why?" The snake man's voice was hoarse and furious.
Its body leaned forward slightly, as if poised to pounce on the mare at any moment.
We're not done yet. You can't just.
Before it could finish, the mare's smile vanished abruptly. Her eyes narrowed slightly, the curve of her lips sharpening like a blade.
The next second, her mouth snapped open.
Her once elegant features instantly contorted and deformed, as if some ancient monster was struggling to break free from beneath her skin. Her mouth stretched wide, vast enough to swallow the entire room whole. Deep within her throat lay a pitch-black, bottomless abyss, as if leading to another world. Before the snake man could react, the mare's head lunged forward with blinding speed. Her mouth, like a vast net, instantly engulfed the centipede whole. The centaur's tail thrashed in the air a few times before vanishing into the darkness. As the mare's jaws snapped shut, a dull crack echoed like the crushing of bones. The room fell deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, as if even the air itself had frozen solid. Su Lina covered her eyes in terror and screamed loudly. After swallowing the human snake whole, the mare slowly raised her head, a trace of blood still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Her gaze was cold and piercing as she swept it over every person present. No one dares to break the rules of the dungeon. Her voice remained calm, yet each word struck like a hammer blow to their hearts, including the administrators. Qin Lang rose from his chair with decisive, fluid movements, as if the harrowing scene had barely stirred a ripple in his heart.
All right, understood. We can leave now, correct?
His black trench coat billowed slightly with his movement, the hem tracing a sharp, icy arc.
Mr. Qin.
Numa's voice came from behind him, tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible smile.
Aren't you going to thank me?
Qin Lang's footsteps faltered momentarily, but he did not turn around. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking smile.
Thank you?
His voice was low and cold, as if forced from the depths of his throat. You're just following the rules.
Why should I thank you? Besides, you've always wanted to devour me, haven't you?
The mare chuckled softly, her laughter seeming to drift in from afar, carrying an eerie, ethereal quality. Mr. Qin, you're quite clever, but sometimes you still need to be careful. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she fixed her gaze on Qin Lang's retreating figure, as if appraising an intriguing prey. Then I hope your luck holds out in Silent Hill. Her voice was soft, yet carried an indescribable hint of danger. In that trap just now, you were certain to die. To think you managed to escape unscathed, truly remarkable.
Qin Lang finally turned, meeting the woman's gaze head-on.
His eyes held no trace of fear, instead carrying a hint of defiance.
Oh? His voice remained calm, yet a hint of disdain seeped through. Another deadly trap, you say? Numa's laughter grew louder.
If you're still fixated on that hidden mission. Her voice was low and deliberate, each syllable seeming to hammer at everyone's nerves, then death is certain.
Chapter 108, High and Low Difficulty.
Qin Lang's eyebrows lifted slightly, his face still wearing that nonchalant expression.
Is that so?
His voice was light and airy, as if discussing some trivial matter.
Then I suppose I'll have to give it a try.
The woman said nothing more, only watching him silently, her eyes holding an unfathomable depth.
She bowed to Qin Lang, then take care on your journey.
Qin Lang said no more, pushing open the heavy iron door with his hand and stepping into the next chamber. The door slammed shut behind them with a thunderous echo, as if severing their connection to the world they had just left. The group traversed another long corridor, none of them speaking. Another room. Qin Lang's words made everyone tense up again. Qin Lang led the way, forcefully pushing open an iron door. This room felt more desolate than any they had encountered before, a deathly silence hanging heavy in the air. The overhead lights cast a sickly pale glow, while in the unlit corners, darkness thickened like viscous ink, stirring an uneasy feeling. The floor was paved with hard stone tiles, and the walls were covered in strange, indecipherable runes that radiated a heart-stopping aura.
Welcome, everyone.
A deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed through the space, causing everyone to look up in unison toward its source. A massive, bull-headed creature stood in the center of the chamber. White mist puffed from its nostrils, and the thick horns on its forehead glinted coldly in the light.
Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. Cut the formalities. Spit it out. What do we need to do to get out of here? And how many rooms like this do you have? I'm in a hurry to get up there. Silent Hill is still in its underworld phase. To reach the church, you must return to the surface world and unravel its secrets.
The Minotaur chuckled, no need to rush, gentlemen.
The rules for the next challenge are simple.
It paused, seemingly savoring the tension etched on everyone's faces, then spoke slowly.
You will enter a one-on-one combat tournament. Each of you must face a Class B anomaly alone.
Victory is defined by utterly defeating your opponent, by any means necessary.
There are 8 of you now.
Win 5 of these matches and you pass this stage. Hearing this, the group's taut nerves instantly relaxed a little.
B rank?
Zhao Mingxian paused for a moment, then a faint smile touched his lips. This is way too easy. The others also relaxed visibly, exchanging knowing glances. Some were already itching to get started. For most newcomers, B rank monsters required teamwork to handle, but for these veteran players, it was a breeze.
The mood in the room visibly lightened.
Some even began smirking smugly, as if this challenge were already in the bag. Yet the Minotaur monster maintained its smile, observing their reactions with a fleeting, almost imperceptible hint of amusement in its eyes.
In a deep voice, it said, "Since you all find it so easy, then I wish you good luck."
Qin Lang stood among the crowd, his brow slightly furrowed as his gaze swept the surroundings with deep scrutiny.
Something was off. Very off. The theme of this dungeon had always revolved around repentance and sin, yet the current challenge was merely a simple combat test? Simply winning 5 battles to clear the dungeon? How could it be that simple? He carefully recalled every room they'd experienced before.
Each rule had been designed with conspiracy and traps, exploiting human weaknesses, deception, fear, selfishness, regret, then pushing them step by step into a dead end.
And now, this final stage was just plain combat?
Qin Lang clenched his fists, a vague sense of unease stirring within him. He was confident in his own strength. Yi Zi might be slightly weaker, but if necessary, having Su Mubai possess her body again shouldn't be a problem.
But the problem was, even if he and Yi Zi won, it would be utterly useless. The others still had to win 3 more matches. The problem was, he had no idea what the others' true strength was, or how to support them. He lowered his gaze, his eyes sweeping over the people around him with a complex expression. Everyone was excitedly discussing the upcoming battle, some even itching to get started, completely oblivious to the crisis quietly closing in. Ha! Finally, we get to kick some serious ass. Zhao Mingxuan's voice snapped Qin Lang out of his reverie.
He excitedly cracked his neck, bones popping audibly, his fighting spirit already boiling over. Those previous stages had me nearly going stir-crazy. Zhao Mingxian grinned widely, eager to dive in. This level is right up my alley. I'm going first. He pointed a finger at the Minotaur standing in the center of the arena, his eyes brimming with arrogance and confidence. Let me go first. Set the tone. The Minotaur monster grinned, revealing a row of sharp, gleaming fangs, and let out a low, rumbling laugh. He extended his thick arm and casually tossed the dark brown lump of mud onto the ground. That's enough. Begin. His voice was hoarse and menacing, as if tinged with some unfathomable malice. Upon hitting the ground, the mud began to writhe like a living thing, its surface bulging and collapsing rhythmically, like a beating heart. Then, its volume rapidly expanded, as if incubating some terrifying entity. Zhao Mingxian stared in shock before bursting into derisive laughter, his face twisted with contempt. Is this all you've got? Can't even spare a proper monster? He casually flicked his arm, then abruptly flipped his right hand. A blinding flash of fire erupted from his palm. In his grasp appeared a deep crimson spear, its shaft carved with patterns of raging flames, the blazing spear. The flame patterns on the shaft seemed to flow like living creatures. A crimson flame smoldered faintly at the spearhead. Heat waves warped the air as Zhao Mingxian swung it, radiating suffocating heat. Kid, watch this is the A-grade weapon, the blazing spear. Zhao Mingxian bellowed at Qin Lang, a faint smirk curling his lips, his tone laced with arrogance, nothing like the junk you're wielding. He slowly raised the blazing fire gun and gave it a light shake. The flames at the tip instantly erupted, roaring like an enraged dragon and unleashing a scorching heat wave. Even the ground beneath it warped slightly, as if it might burst into flames at any moment. Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to respond. But judging by the moment, Zhao Mingxian might be arrogant, yet he did possess genuine skill. Acquiring an A-grade weapon was extremely difficult. The sheer power of this gun alone proved he was no ordinary opponent. Indeed, none of those who entered this dungeon to compete in the rankings were weaklings. But would this battle truly be so straightforward? Chapter 109, The Most Feared Enemy. Zhao Mingxian was triumphantly brandishing his blazing gun, a smug grin on his lips, utterly dismissive of the writhing mass of mud before him. But at that moment, the mud's writhing abruptly halted, as if frozen in time. Then, its form began to shift at breakneck speed. As if shaped by some invisible force, the earth stretched and contracted bit by bit, its outline gradually sharpening until it coalesced into a man clad in a police uniform. His features sharpened, revealing a familiar, grim face staring directly at Zhao Mingxian. His deep blue uniform hung as crisply as ever, a badge pinned to his chest. Those jet-black eyes fixed intently on Zhao Mingxian, radiating an unfathomable chill. Zhao Mingxuan's smile froze instantly, his pupils contracting sharply as if he'd glimpsed something utterly terrifying and unbearable. Li Yang? His voice trembled uncontrollably, nearly causing him to drop the flamethrower pistol. In the human trafficker's room, he confessed how he and his colleague had become corrupt cops, extorting others until they were sent to prison. That colleague looked exactly like this monster before him. The man in police uniform offered a faint smile, revealing a row of perfectly aligned white teeth. Yet, that smile carried an indescribable eeriness. Old Zhao, it's been an age. His tone was gentle, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. Zhao Mingxuan's breath caught abruptly. Cold sweat began to bead on his temples as he froze in place, frozen stiff as if he'd seen a ghost. His eyes were filled with terror and unease. Even the voice, the tone, the mannerisms, everything was identical. How are you here? He instinctively took a step back, his fingers tightening involuntarily until his knuckles turned pale. Li Yang tilted his head slightly, his gaze amused as he studied Zhao Mingxian, the smile on his lips deepening. What? Surprised to see me here? Zhao Mingxian felt as if his throat had been clogged. Memories surged through his mind, a past he had desperately tried to forget, yet could never fully erase. No.
That incident had nothing to do with me. He shook his head violently, his face pale, his voice urgent as if desperately trying to distance himself from the blame. Li Yang, don't come after me. I didn't do anything. Yet Li Yang merely stared back at him, that smile unchanged on his lips. It seemed tinged with pity, yet also mocking the pathetic nature of his defense. The air seemed to freeze solid. Zhao Mingxian could only hear his own heart pounding wildly. Zhao Mingxian, snap out of it. This is all fake. Don't believe it. End this quickly. Han Zhuoran's voice exploded in the air, like an alarm jolting Zhao Mingxuan's senses awake. Zhao Mingxian shook his head violently. Cold sweat trickled down his temples and cheeks as his consciousness finally began to snap back to reality. He drew a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves, then gripped the blazing gun tightly, his gaze hardening with resolve. Whoever this Li Yang was, any enemy standing in his path would meet only one fate, complete annihilation. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Mingxian charged forward. The blazing fire gun in his hand, enveloped in searing flames, thrust viciously toward Li Yang's chest. Thud! The tip pierced Li Yang's body with precision, yet Zhao Mingxuan's pupils dilated in shock. For the sensation of blood splattering and flesh tearing he had anticipated never materialized. Instead, he felt the tip sink into a quagmire, sliding effortlessly into the opponent's chest as if piercing bottomless quicksand. Even more terrifying, the blazing fire gun wasn't piercing through the enemy as it usually did. Instead, it was being slowly sucked into Li Yang's body. Zhao Mingxuan's eyes widened in horror. He immediately tried to pull back his weapon, but the blazing fire gun seemed firmly grasped by some invisible force. He couldn't pull it back at all. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, he mustered every ounce of strength for a violent yank. Yet the spear shaft merely trembled slightly, remaining stubbornly immobile, even sinking deeper. Li Yang's face still bore that bone-chilling smile. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes dark as a bottomless well. His voice was low and dripping with mockery. Old Zhao, are you really this heartless? Zhao Mingxuan's hand trembled, his heartbeat suddenly quickening. Li Yang's tone grew steadily heavier, each word like a nail driven deep into Zhao Mingxuan's mind. Did you forget how sweetly you talked me into joining back then? You swore up and down we'd strike it rich together, brothers united, one job and we'd live the good life. But what happened? I was a decent cop, and you turned me into a dirty cop. Li Yang's voice carried an indescribable mix of resentment and mockery, like a festering sore burrowing deep into Zhao Mingxuan's heart. Zhao Mingxuan's body froze rigid. Images from years ago flashed through his mind. Impossible. You died in prison. Zhao Mingxian murmured, his face drained of color, his breathing becoming erratic. He jerked his hand away, recoiling as if electrocuted. Staring at Li Yang before him with eyes darting between shock and suspicion, his lips trembled slightly. How did you know, you monster? This matter no one else could possibly know. He hadn't told anyone. Yet Li Yang before him spoke with such clarity. So he really was Li Yang himself. Zhao Mingxuan's breathing grew increasingly ragged, his heart pounding so fiercely it felt like it would burst from his chest. What the hell is this monster? Li Yang stepped forward slowly, each stride like a heavy hammer striking Zhao Mingxuan's heart. The air suddenly grew thick and oppressive, suffocating. A faint smile still lingered on his face, yet it carried an unfathomable chill and resentment, like some terrifying thing lurking beneath the skin, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhao Mingxian, do you remember? Li Yang's voice was slow and low, tinged with a bitter nostalgia, yet overridden by an unmistakable fury. Back then, I was a good cop. A truly good cop. As he spoke these words, a flicker of pain and self-mockery flickered in his eyes, as if mocking his former foolish and naive self. But what about you? You dragged me into the abyss when I was most helpless. Zhao Mingxuan's face instantly drained of color. His pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively took a step back, frozen to the spot. You even told others it was me who encouraged you to extort that rich guy. But you did it all. Chapter 110, For My Wife. Li Yang's voice rose sharply, his eyes blazing with long-suppressed fury. You patted my shoulder back then, grinning as you said, brotherly, take the money and make the old man happy. This is nothing to him. And me? I wasn't greedy back then. I didn't even want to touch that dirty money. But my wife was gravely ill, and the exorbitant medical bills were crushing me. I truly had no other choice. You took advantage of my vulnerability and dragged me into this quagmire. Li Yang's fists slowly clenched, veins bulging on his knuckles. He looked exactly like the real person. Zhao Mingxuan's breathing grew ragged, cold sweat pouring in large drops from his forehead. No, it's not my fault. His lips trembled as he stammered incoherently, his voice so faint he could barely hear himself. But Li Yang didn't stop. His steps continued forward, his gaze like a knife piercing straight into the deepest recesses of Zhao Mingxuan's soul. Not your fault? Are you sure? Back then, once you got your hands on the money, your appetite just kept growing. From small sums at first, to millions and tens of millions later, you completely changed. But do you know how I felt back then? I lived every day in terror, dreading the day I'd be exposed, dreading my child growing up to learn his father was once a corrupt cop. And you? Li Yang suddenly pointed his finger at Zhao Mingxian, his gaze piercing enough to pin him to the spot, his tone growing even more icy.
Not only did you refuse to stop, but at the very last moment, you betrayed me. When the truth came out, you prioritized saving your own skin. You immediately pinned all the blame on me, forcing me to take the fall for you. You successfully escaped this storm unscathed, even advancing through the dungeon to enjoy privileges beyond the reach of ordinary people.
Zhao Mingxian, tell me. Did you betray your teammates in that instance too, to gain everything you have now?
Li Yang's voice seemed to carry a certain magic, echoing through the empty space. Zhao Mingxuan's body jerked violently, the color draining completely from his face. He looked as if he'd seen a ghost, his legs weakening, cold sweat soaking his back, even the courage to flee nearly deserting him.
Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer.
His voice trembled as he raised his hands, as if to block Li Yang's advance, yet his feet kept retreating.
Li Yang's pace remained unhurried, yet relentless, his gaze brimming with scorn and resentment. Han Zhuoran's gaze darkened as he barked sharply, Zhao Mingxian. How long do you plan to cower like this? Get up and keep fighting.
But Qin Lang merely shrugged.
It's useless.
You could scream yourself hoarse, and he still wouldn't hear you. Zhao Mingxuan's body trembled slightly. He braced himself against the ground, arms locked in a desperate grip, struggling to rise. His face was as pale as paper, cold sweat beading on his forehead in large drops. His legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead.
I can't.
His lips trembled, his voice faint and barely audible. He staggered upright, but the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. His entire body froze for an instant before crashing heavily to the ground.
Thud. The dull thud of his fall made everyone's heart skip a beat. Zhao Mingxian? Hey, Zhao Mingxian? Ran Yo sauntered over, towering over Zhao Mingxuan's body. His beastly eyes showed no flicker of emotion, as if this were nothing out of the ordinary.
It bent down, extending a thick paw to probe beneath Zhao Mingxuan's nose. Then it stood up, its tone as flat as if stating an insignificant detail, he'd been scared to death. In an instant, the entire room fell deathly silent.
Scared to death? Han Zhuoran and the others paled, their pupils constricting as their minds struggled to process the reality. Zhao Mingxian was dead?
No blood, no struggle, not even a wound.
He was literally scared to death by sheer terror?
It felt like an invisible hand had clamped down on everyone's throats, making even breathing difficult.
Yi Zi frowned and murmured, what kind of joke is this? Someone actually died right off the bat?
All eyes turned unconsciously to the cold corpse, a chill too profound for words rising in their hearts.
Han Zhuoran's fingers curled slightly.
He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and said in a low voice, Mr. Administrator, we need to discuss this battle immediately.
It's likely far more terrifying than we imagined.
Ran Yo heard this and a cold smile curled his lips, a mocking expression that seemed to say, enjoy the show.
Heh, fine. Discuss away. You've all the time in the world.
It drew out the syllables, its tone thick with an unsettling mix of strangeness and amusement, as if eagerly anticipating their next move. Han Zhuoran's gaze swept across the group as he declared in a deep voice, from now on, this mud-clawed monster will become the object of each of our innermost regrets.
But remember, it's merely a monster. Don't be fooled by appearances. Strike ruthlessly, no hesitation.
We only need to win 4 more rounds to clear this stage. His gaze swept sharply across every member of the team.
Got it. Let's just get it done. It's just a Class B anomaly, what's there to fear?
The others nodded in unison, their expressions resolute, as if they were already prepared. Yet Qin Lang, standing to the side, furrowed his brow slightly, a faint unease stirring within him. Ever since the beginning, he'd had this inexplicable feeling. If it were him, he doubted anything could unsettle him.
The question was, could it really be that simple?
Just then, Chen Hao strode forward and said casually, next round, let me handle it.
All eyes turned to him. Are you sure? Han Zhuoran's gaze darkened as he stared intently at his face.
Of course. Chen Hao nodded, his eyes showing not a hint of hesitation. If this monster takes on my wife's appearance, that would make things much easier.
The others froze, and Qin Lang frowned, seriously? Are you sure you won't be affected?
Chen Hao scoffed, his gaze turning icy.
Influenced? What a joke. My wife is one and only. No matter how this monster mimics her, she will never be my wife.
Besides, I came to this dungeon precisely to return to her alive.
How could I possibly be fooled by some petty trick of the supernatural? Chapter 111, The Truth of Deep Affection.
His words rang out with conviction, causing those present to glance at him with renewed attention.
Alright, I'll leave it to you. Han Zhuoran nodded, thinking that Chen Hao's fierce determination might indeed resolve the battle swiftly.
But to Qin Lang, it seemed like he was just setting himself up for disaster. This trial claimed to be a battle against one's inner guilt and darkness, but was it really that simple? Even knowing the truth behind the confession? Could this instance have access to so much intelligence from the very beginning? Mind reading? Impossible. If such godlike abilities existed, there'd be no chance of clearing this challenge. Chen Hao said no more, merely extending his hand. A black, materialized gun slowly materialized in his palm. Its sleek, lethal design seemed to emit a faint, eerie glow, like the sharpest fangs of a predator. Qin Lang saw the gun and thought, this is similar to my psychic bullet ability. But one thing was clearly different: Chen Hao's bullets appeared to be specially crafted, unlike his own, which relied solely on his mental energy as a source.
This is the reward I obtained from the dungeon. Upgrade silver bullets. Even a B-rank vampire dupe would be killed with a single shot. I'll make sure this guy never gets a chance to speak. Chen Hao's lips curled into a faint smile as his fingers traced the gun's barrel. His voice was cold and detached. The moment it appears, I'll make sure it doesn't even get a chance to open its mouth. A palpable chill hung in the air. All eyes followed him as he stepped onto the duel platform, hoping the next battle would proceed smoothly. The mud monster began to writhe again, its surface trembling with countless tiny tentacles, like some ominous creature in the throes of hatching. Yet Chen Hao hesitated not a moment, raising his hand to fire. Bang! The bullet whistled through the air, heading straight for the mud mass. Yet the bullet, which should have instantly pierced its target, bizarrely froze mid-air, as if trapped within an invisible barrier. Then, the bullet slowly dissolved into the air, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. Chen Hao's expression shifted slightly, his brow furrowing deeply. This weapon of his was capable of one-shot kills even against grade A anomalies. How could it be ineffective? In the split second he hesitated, the mud mass rapidly coalesced. Its surface seemed sculpted by an invisible hand, gradually forming the outline of a human figure. 1 second, 2 seconds. The moment the figure fully materialized and its features became clear, Chen Hao's pupils suddenly contracted. His face contorted with shock and terror unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Standing before him was a man with a deep scar across his face. He was stocky, clad in a worn-out worker's uniform. His features weren't particularly striking, yet his face seemed shrouded in a heavy shadow that made the air itself feel oppressive. Chen Hao's hands were trembling slightly. Chen Hao. Seeing this, Han Zhuoran couldn't help but shout anxiously, "What are you afraid of? That guy didn't turn into your wife. Get him." Chen Hao didn't respond. He felt as if something had clamped down on his throat, his breathing becoming unconsciously rapid. At that moment, Qin Lang, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze fixed on the man as he spoke calmly, "No need to ask. I'd wager that man is the driver who crippled his wife back then." Han Zhuoran froze, then whipped his head toward Qin Lang. "How do you know?" Qin Lang's gaze remained steady as he slowly scanned the surroundings. His tone was firm. "Have you noticed that all the rooms we've been through are actually connected? They function like a complete screening system, with each stage serving a purpose." The others were completely baffled. Han Zhuoran frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Lang gestured around him and continued, "First, this dungeon forces us to confront the person we most fear facing the one we truly regret wronging. Then, through these people, it judges what unforgivable sins we've committed. After that comes the confession session. We must tell our stories there whether willingly or forced, and once we speak, we lay bare our past." His gaze turned icy as it swept over the driver, who still stood frozen in place, expressionless. He continued, "The most terrifying aspect of this dungeon is that it crafts so-called monsters based on your own story, combined with your innermost thoughts." Xin Wanqing felt her scalp tingle. She instinctively took a step back, swallowed hard, and asked, "So you're saying this monster's appearance isn't random? It's tailored specifically to Chen Hao's deepest fears, the story he dreads being exposed, the one burdened with the heaviest guilt?" Qin Lang nodded slightly, his tone unwaveringly certain. "Exactly." Han Zhuoran seemed to grasp the concept, yet still frowned. "But in Chen Hao's story, the only characters involved are him and his wife, right? Why did the monster specifically take the form of that driver?" Qin Lang's lips curved slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Simple. Because without that driver, Chen Hao's wife would never have become paralyzed. Don't you understand yet?" The moment the words left his mouth, the others exchanged glances. Han Zhuoran seemed to grasp something, yet hesitated to voice it. A heavy silence hung in the air, drawing all eyes back to the driver. Chen Hao's face had turned deathly pale, his fists clenched so tightly beads of cold sweat rolled down his temples. Xin Wanqing stared at Chen Hao, puzzled. This didn't add up. If this driver had truly harmed his wife, Chen Hao should be furious, so why was he so terrified instead? Qin Lang snorted derisively before speaking slowly, "He's not afraid of the driver. He's guilty. If it was an accident, he should be furious. But what if the driver had been instructed by him to hit his wife?" The crowd gasped in shock. Qin Lang's gaze sharpened as he watched Chen Hao's expression shift. He continued deliberately, "The reason he's so terrified isn't simply because this driver hit his wife. It's because he and this driver definitely know each other. To put it bluntly, they had planned that accident." The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment at those words. Han Zhuoran furrowed his brow. "What are you implying?" Qin Lang sighed softly, his tone unwaveringly certain. "Chen Hao does indeed have a paralyzed wife. But he didn't come to this instance for her sake, there must be another reason." Xin Wanqing gasped sharply, her gaze darting to Chen Hao. "So he wasn't afraid of the monsters, he was afraid his own misdeeds would be exposed?" Chapter 112, Can't Afford to Lose. At that moment, Chen Hao's expression darkened completely. But he said nothing. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly raised his gun and aimed it at the driver. "It's all fake. All of it. I'm not afraid of you." Bang! 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 Gunshots erupted abruptly, flashes of fire flickering in the dim room as bullets struck the driver with pinpoint accuracy. But strangely, the driver didn't even flinch. The bullets seemed to hit a pool of stagnant water, having absolutely no effect. Chen Hao's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead as he clearly realized something was terribly wrong. How is this possible? He muttered under his breath, then hammered the trigger again. Bang! Bullets poured relentlessly from the barrel, which grew faintly warm to the touch, yet the driver remained utterly unmoved, not a single bullet hole marring his body. Cold sweat trickled down Chen Hao's cheeks as his fingers began to tremble. Panic finally seized him. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, flinging the gun aside and charging forward, ready to fight hand to hand. The driver spoke, "You just won't change your ways, will you? Trying to silence witnesses?" Chen Hao shouted back, "It wasn't my fault. You hit her." Yet the driver, standing there, slowly curled his lips into a cold, mocking smile. "Poof. That's not what you said when you hired me." Chen Hao's body froze abruptly, his pupils constricting sharply. Han Zhuoran and Shen Wanqing both sucked in sharp breaths, staring at Qin Lang in disbelief. So he really was the driver Chen Hao hired? How could Qin Lang have been right again? At that moment, Chen Hao's expression twisted completely. Gritting his teeth, he fixed the driver with a gaze filled with madness and roared furiously, "You're talking nonsense. Utter nonsense. I love my wife. Otherwise, why would I take care of her and keep her alive?" The moment those words left his mouth, everyone in the room felt a chill run down their spine. A cold smile curled at the driver's lips, his gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing straight into the deepest wound within Chen Hao's heart. "Don't you know why you let her live?" His voice was icy, carrying an eerie echo that reverberated endlessly through the room. Chen Hao's expression twisted instantly. His eyes flickered, teeth grinding audibly, yet he remained silent. The driver took a slow step forward and continued, "You kept her alive not because you loved her, but because you wanted revenge." Chen Hao's pupils contracted sharply. His fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged. "You kept her alive only to make her suffer for the rest of her days, to make her realize how laughable her past mistakes were, so laughable that even death became a luxury she couldn't afford." The driver's words sliced through Chen Hao's facade like a sharp blade, cut by cut. "Back when you were nobody, your wife cheated on you and treated you like a dog. She exploited your fear of divorce, ruthlessly exploiting you. Then you accidentally cleared a dungeon, gaining unimaginable power and status, turning your life upside down. You thought you finally controlled your own life, that you'd become the protagonist. Everything you've done up until now has been for revenge against her." The room fell deathly silent. Han Zhuoran and the others froze, their expressions shifting from shock to utter disbelief. Su Lina couldn't help but gasp sharply, her face turning deathly pale. "No, it wasn't like that." Lu Hao shook his head muttering, "Absolutely not." But the driver kept his gaze fixed on Chen Hao, closing in step by step, his voice icy as he added, "As for why you entered this instance, it was purely because you were commissioned by certain people. What you did wasn't for your wife at all." Those words struck Chen Hao like a sledgehammer, shattering his mind completely. "Shut up!" Chen Hao roared like a madman, utterly losing his mind. His eyes blazing crimson with madness, he lunged at the driver. Chen Hao unleashed a beastly roar, his fists fueled by rage slamming into the driver's face, simultaneously raising his pistol, ready to once again aim and shoot through this bizarre figure. But the instant he struck, the driver suddenly opened his mouth. It wasn't an ordinary mouth at all, but a vast, pitch-black maw deep enough to swallow everything. Air seemed to be sucked into that abyssal fissure, a colossal suction instantly enveloping Chen Hao's entire body. His movements froze. "Ah!" His agonized scream echoed throughout the room, but mere seconds later, his voice abruptly ceased. Chen Hao vanished completely. All that remained in the room was his discarded weapon, clattering softly to the floor. The mud mass shifted shape once more, becoming a pool of dirt on the floor. Su Lina's face instantly drained of color. Her entire body went limp, her legs unable to support her weight. She clung desperately to Shen Wanqing beside her, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. Her lips trembled so violently she couldn't form a single coherent word. Han Zhuoran's expression darkened to the extreme. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his lips pressed into a straight line. "What the hell was that thing?" His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with unmistakable fear. Qin Lang took a deep breath, his brow furrowed tightly. His gaze swept heavily across the entire room as he spoke slowly, "The way this thing operates is too strange." A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, as if he had already detected something amiss. Why could it know the deepest confessions in everyone's hearts? Why could it not only decipher surface-level sins but also expose secrets hidden so deeply that even the individuals themselves refused to acknowledge them? Such power was terrifying, to say the least. An eerie, oppressive tension filled the air. Everyone held their breath, hearts clenched as if by invisible hands, making even the slightest gasp feel impossible. Ran Nyo's gaze swept across the crowd, his heavy presence filling the space. He asked calmly, "Who's next?" The room fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the writhing mass of mud, filled with wariness and unease. It had just devoured Chen Hao, and the suffocating pressure still lingered in the room, as if the next victim could be any of them at any moment. Qin Lang didn't respond immediately. Instead, he slowly scanned the crowd, his expression as deep and still as water. He knew that 2 more losses would spell their doom. We need to discuss this further. Qin Lang murmured. Ren Yo sneered, take your time. Once everyone had gathered around, Qin Lang finally spoke, I have a plan. It's extremely dangerous, but it's worth a shot. Chapter 113, The Experiment. Qin Lang's voice was hushed, his eyes holding an elusive glint. He shifted slightly to the side, beckoning the others closer with a gesture. Then, in a voice barely audible to anyone but them, he spoke rapidly. Listen carefully. I have a hypothesis. The moment the words fell, their expressions changed abruptly. What evidence do you have for this? And what exactly do you mean by experiment? Han Zhuoran's pupils contracted sharply. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qin Lang, his face flushing with barely contained fury. Qin Lang replied, I don't know. That's why I want someone to test whether my method works. Han Zhuoran flatly refused, you're playing with everyone's lives. He grabbed Qin Lang's arm so tightly his knuckles turned white, his gaze sharp as a blade. Su Lina took a step back, terror written across her face. What if it turns out just like you said? We'd die for nothing. Xin Wanqing's lips trembled slightly. Though she didn't speak, her eyes betrayed profound doubt. Yet Qin Lang regarded them with unflinching calm, his deep gaze carrying a hint of icy resolve. Qin Lang declared, this is the only way. Refusing only hastens your demise. Xin Wanqing stared at Qin Lang, so, according to you, one of us has to go and die, right? If your guess is wrong, we'll all be wiped out next. Qin Lang replied, exactly. Discuss among yourselves who will go. It's not guaranteed death, just a 50-50 chance. But if we don't do this, we'll be trapped here and die for sure. Li Zhiheng glared at him, then why don't you go? Why make us sacrifice ourselves? Qin Lang answered bluntly, if I go, I won't lose. That would defeat the purpose. But what good is it if I don't lose? You have to win for us to get out of here. That's why we need to figure this out. The others exchanged glances. Yi Zi stepped forward, then I'll go. I'm willing to take that risk. Su Mubai frowned beside her and asked Qin Lang, should I go help Yi Zi? She might struggle handling a grade B anomaly alone. Yi Zi spoke up, Miss Su, I appreciate your kindness, but it won't be necessary this time. I'm much stronger than before, and I'm afraid it might interfere with Qin Lang's plan. Qin Lang nodded in agreement, exactly. This time we need to see if the enemy truly possesses mind-reading abilities. If you possess someone, it could compromise the experiment's results. In short, Yi Zi, just follow my instructions. If danger truly arises, Miss Su can assist you later. Yi Zi nodded. Thank you both. Then she took a deep breath and added, with your words, Qin Lang, I feel that even if I die this time, it won't matter. With that, she took out her paper fan and began walking onto the stage. Ran Nyo chuckled, then snapped his fingers, signaling the start of the new round. The mud monster writhed, its form resembling a boiling pool of black sludge constantly churning, compressing, and reshaping itself. It seemed as though invisible hands were manipulating it, molding the chaotic mudflow into a fixed form. Yi Zi kept her eyes fixed on it. Gradually, a twisted yet familiar face emerged from the sludge, followed swiftly by features, a torso, and limbs. Yi Zi's pupils contracted sharply, her heart clenched as if in a vice. It was him. He was the very teammate she had betrayed before. Her breathing became uncontrollably erratic, her fingertips turned icy cold, and the hairs on her arms stood on end, as if she'd been instantly pulled back to that dark night. Luxia. The Luxia before her eyes wore the gear they had once used on missions, even the scarred mark on his chest from a past injury faithfully reproduced. But his face bore an indescribable emotion, his gaze deep and intense, fixed firmly on Yi Zi. Yi Zi. A low, raspy voice emerged from Luxia's mouth, tinged with an indescribable pain and resentment. Why did you abandon me back then? Yi Zi's footsteps froze instantly. She instinctively took half a step back, her palms growing slightly sweaty. Unwelcome memories surged through her mind. In that moment, Yi Zi understood why Zhao Mingxian and Chen Hao had been so utterly panicked, why their performance had faltered so catastrophically that it cost them their lives. This mud-clad monster disguised as a man was more real than the real thing. Facing someone they knew was long dead, someone they felt guilty toward, compounded by the crushing pressure of the situation, it was hard not to falter. The hesitation in her heart caused Yi Zi's previously steadfast resolve and defenses to waver slightly. Luxia continued advancing, an eerie smile still plastered on his face. Just then, Yi Zi caught sight of Qin Lang out of the corner of her eye. Qin Lang stood quietly nearby, his gaze steady as iron. Qin Lang said, "Don't be afraid." Those 3 words sent a jolt through Yi Zi's heart, as if a powerful force had yanked her back to reality. Her gaze gradually cooled, her fingertips tightened slightly, and a cold edge sharpened at the corners of her lips. She stared directly at Luxia, now transformed into a mud-clad monster, took a deep breath, and asked in a calm yet resolute voice, "Do you remember when you drugged me back then?" The words exploded like a heavy bomb in the deathly silent space. The mud monster's expression froze abruptly. Luxia's mouth opened slightly, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes clearly. He hadn't expected Yi Zi to say this. The hatred and agony etched on his face froze in an instant. What did you say? Luja's throat moved slightly, as if he wanted to protest, but after several seconds, he found himself utterly speechless. Yi Zi's gaze grew even colder. She slowly took a step forward, her eyes as sharp as blades, as if intent on completely slicing through his facade. Why aren't you speaking? Her voice was low, yet carried an overwhelming sense of pressure, don't you remember? Back then, you deliberately drugged me before we left, trying to make me your woman. Luckily, the captain discovered it in time. That's also why I let that monster attack you back then. I wanted you to be punished. Though this punishment turned out heavier than I intended, I never imagined I wouldn't be able to save you. The air seemed to freeze solid, everyone's breathing becoming ragged. Lucia spoke again, but you shouldn't have abandoned me like that. Yi Zi suddenly laughed, you've given yourself away. Lucia never drugged me. You really don't have mind-reading abilities. Chapter 114, No Mind Reading. The expression on Lucia's face formed from the mud monster began to twist, anger, panic, struggle. That exposed panic ultimately coalesced into an intensely complex expression. His lips trembled slightly, his gaze no longer resolute but evasive, even tinged with fear. An eerie silence spread between them. Ran Nyo frowned slightly. His gaze locked onto Qin Lang, his pupils slightly contracting. Just as I suspected. Qin Lang spoke slowly, his tone unwavering. The so-called mind-reading abilities, and any claim to discern true evil, none of it exists. Ran Nyo's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes flickering unsteadily. Qin Lang ignored his reaction and continued, these monsters may be able to shape the people from our confessions, even mimicking their tone, habits, and logic with uncanny accuracy. It's not because they can truly see into our hearts. It's like an AI programmed with specific information and algorithms. Han Juoran nodded, I see. The source of these mud monsters' consciousness isn't our genuine memories of that past event, but actual information intelligence. For a moment, everyone's hearts trembled. Ran Nyo's pupils contracted slightly, a hint of defiance lingering in his expression. Su Lina frowned in confusion, I still don't quite get it. Qin Lang's lips curved into a faint smile, his gaze sharp as a blade, it's simple. The dungeon system must have somehow obtained intelligence about each of us beforehand. That's why these mud monsters could replicate the people we refuse to face deep within our hearts. What they know is truly terrifying, they strike directly at our vulnerabilities, even exposing truths we refuse to acknowledge. But, he paused, the smile deepening at the corners of his lips. They're not real people after all, and they don't truly hold all our secrets. Take Lucia from earlier, it did expose Yi Zi's past she'd been avoiding. It knew Lucia had been abandoned, knew Yi Zi had been carrying guilt all this time. But it didn't know every detail of Yi Zi and Lucia's relationship. His tone grew heavier, each word like a heavy hammer striking Ran Nyo's heart. Ran Nyo's expression darkened completely. So? Qin Lang smiled faintly, his tone calm yet tinged with mockery. These mud-clawed monsters may seem all-knowing, but they are fundamentally flawed and incomplete. They merely piece together scattered fragments of information to make themselves appear human. Ran Nyo stared at him intently. After 2 seconds of silence, he snorted coldly, so what? You've always known they're fake, but what's the result? You still lost, didn't you? His tone carried a hint of scorn as his gaze swept over Yi Zi, then Su Lina, finally settling on Qin Lang. This has nothing to do with authenticity. Ran Nyo sneered. Emotions are things you can't defy instinct with. When you face them, you still feel fear, still feel guilt, still remain bound by your past mistakes. That has never changed, from beginning to end. Qin Lang watched Ran Nyo silently, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a meaningful smile. You, huh? He shook his head gently, his tone tinged with pity and sarcasm. You truly understand nothing of human emotions. At those words, Ran Nyo's eyes narrowed sharply. Qin Lang stood in the dim light, hands tucked into his pockets, his expression calm and composed, as if he had already seen through everything. Human emotions aren't just fear, regret, or guilt. You think they can only be our weaknesses, but in truth, they are also our strength. You'll understand soon enough. Ran Nyo's breath caught slightly. His fists clenched, his gaze darkening. The air around them seemed to thicken with tension. Yi Zi launched her attack without hesitation. Countless snow-white paper fragments suddenly swirled through the air, sweeping away like a raging storm, casting fragmented light and shadow in the dim space. Each fragment cut like a razor, slicing through the mud monster's body and sending splatters of pitch-black debris flying. Though it didn't collapse immediately, its movements visibly slowed, even hesitating. The Ox-man watching from the sidelines narrowed his eyes, furrowing his brow. What was happening? He could see that Yi Zi's combat power was steadily increasing, and her fighting spirit was exceptionally high. Qin Lang, however, remained composed, a faint, meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. People feel regret because they care. Zhao Mingxian feared his colleague Li Ming because he had once regarded Li Ming as his best friend. Chen Hao feared that driver not because he dreaded death, but because he still harbored regret toward his own wife. Even though he had harmed her, deep down, he still cared. Yi Zi was the same, she cared about the teammate she had once caused to die. Qin Lang paused, his gaze fixed on Yi Zi battling fiercely on the field.
Her figure blurred like an afterimage as she relentlessly flung deadly paper shreds.
With each swing, the mud monster retreated step by step.
Her movements held no hesitation, no trace of fear. Instead, they were driven by a complete resolve, a cold, searing rage. Qin Lang chuckled softly, his gaze sharp as a blade. When she finally realized you were merely toying with her emotions, using those fragmented memories to piece together a cheap illusion, attempting to manipulate her with superficial information, what do you think a truly sane person would do? Ren Yo paused, momentarily stunned. Qin Lang's smile deepened, his voice low yet powerful, hate and rage. In that instant, Yi Zi's attack grew even more ferocious. Her paper shreds whirled with increasing ferocity. Each swing of her hand seemed to unleash a hurricane, the razor-sharp paper blades slicing through the mud monster's skin, leaving countless deep gashes. The mud monster refused to back down, launching a frenzied counterattack, attempting to bind her with its massive tentacles. But it could no longer gain the upper hand. Yi Zi now seemed utterly liberated from her mental chains. Her movements were so swift they blurred the eye. Every evasion was perfectly timed, every strike delivered without mercy, fueled by an overwhelming fury.
You're not Luja. You know nothing. Yi Zi felt no more fear, no more hesitation.
She had seen through everything before her. She would no longer let past guilt bind her, nor would she allow pointless remorse to cloud her battle.
She would win. The mud monster fully revealed its true form, swelling to monstrous proportions as it launched a fatal strike at Yi Zi. Su Mubai shouted, "Oh no!"
Chapter 115, True Repentance.
Su Mubai frowned slightly, watching Yi Zi in the midst of the fierce battle.
Her hand tightened unconsciously.
She looked at Qin Lang and asked, "Should I go help instead?" Qin Lang merely smiled faintly, his tone unwavering, "No need. Yi Zi can handle it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the battle's momentum shifted instantly. Yi Zi's paper fan abruptly unfolded, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp paper shards like a violent storm that instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Countless fragments swirled and spun, forming a silvery vortex that trapped the mud monster within. The monster struggled desperately to break free, but the more it thrashed, the fiercer the paper slivers cut, tearing into its flesh and sending waves of pitch-black mud flying. The mud monster let out a shrill wail, but Yi Zi's expression remained utterly composed. "It's over."
She swung her paper fan with sudden force, causing all the fragments to contract toward the center like a collapsing giant net, completely engulfing the monster.
In that instant, a blinding white light exploded across the arena, followed by the mud monster's figure vanishing completely. After a brief silence, the arena erupted in cheers of delight. "We won!"
Han Zhuoran stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the scene. Su Lina was so excited she nearly jumped up. Su Mubai's lips curved into a faint smile, his eyes holding a hint of approval. However, the ugliest expression belonged to Ren Yo. His eyes darkened, fists clenched tightly, every muscle in his body trembling slightly with rage. Yi Zi slowly folded her paper fan, took a deep breath, then turned toward Qin Lang. Her gaze and expression were utterly relaxed.
"Qin Lang, thank you."
Her voice carried a hint of complexity, but more than anything, it was resolute. "I feel stronger than ever before."
Qin Lang smiled faintly upon hearing this. "I told you this plan was extremely risky. Surviving it is entirely your own doing." He hadn't known from the start whether this monster, or rather, this dungeon system, could truly read the innermost thoughts of each of them. If that were the case, this stage would be incredibly difficult. For if it truly possessed mind-reading abilities, the humanoid form the mud monster took would be terrifyingly potent, capable of constantly revealing genuine information to unsettle people's minds. He himself might be fine, but others might not withstand it. Qin Lang lifted his head to face Ren Yo across from him. The smile on his lips gradually faded, his gaze sharpening. "So? Still willing to compete?" Ren Yo's expression darkened to the extreme, yet it didn't appear overly alarmed by Yi Zi's victory.
Instead, it merely stared coldly at Qin Lang, a faint, enigmatic smile curling its lips.
"No need to continue."
Its voice was low and deliberate as it spoke, "because your opponent is no longer here." The mud-clawed monster had vanished, and Qin Lang had already uncovered the secret of this stage. Indeed, there was no need to continue.
Ren Yo added, "Qin Lang, you're just as difficult to deal with as my colleague said."
At this remark, everyone froze. Han Zhuoran frowned, looking at Qin Lang in confusion.
Did all these administrators have a grudge against Qin Lang? However, Ren Yo ignored their confusion and continued, "But Qin Lang, do you really think you've won just like that?
What good is discovering the trick? You've merely found a so-called shortcut, but from start to finish, you never truly repented or faced your sins.
Silent Hill's rules and theme are repentance.
So you can't escape." Qin Lang paused slightly upon hearing this, then let a faint smile touch his lips.
He snorted lightly, seemingly unconcerned by Ren Yo's warning, and turned to leave. Han Zhuoran watched his departing figure with confusion, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Wait, this doesn't make sense. If killing the monsters is all it takes to end this, then the rest of us don't even need to compete, right?"
But that contradicts Ren Yo's original rules.
Was everything he said just a lie?
His question voiced the uncertainty shared by the others.
They watched Qin Lang in silence, seemingly awaiting his explanation.
Qin Lang halted, glancing sideways at them. The faint smile remained on his lips, but his gaze had grown colder.
Still haven't figured it out?
From the very beginning, the purpose of every room here wasn't for us to pass through, it was to kill us. If they can't kill us, they might as well let us leave. Han Zhuoran's body jerked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Qin Lang continued, his tone laced with sarcasm. Silent Hill's penance is simple and bloody. Only by facing one's sins and dying, like Zhao Mingxian did, can true redemption be achieved. He scanned the room, his gaze lingering on the faint shadows lurking within, a deeper, colder smile curling his lips. So no matter how lavishly they're packaged, all these rules are just smoke and mirrors. The real purpose is to trap us with no escape, leading us to our deaths. Every room here essentially forces us to struggle to our deaths. The moment we uncover the purpose and Achilles' heel of the trials, they all come to an end. The air seemed to freeze solid. Everyone shivered, a chill rising in their hearts that defied description.
Then what do we do next?
Su Lina's voice trembled slightly.
If death is the only true repentance, does that mean they're actually going to die?
Qin Lang's gaze remained steady as he looked at Ren Nyo and asked,
how many more rooms must we pass through? How can we return to the surface of Silent Hill?
Ren Nyo grinned, his tone tinged with meaning. I already said it, Silent Hill's theme is repentance.
So even if you somehow made it back to the surface now, it wouldn't matter. Qin Lang wasn't surprised by this answer. What about the church?
In his understanding of Silent Hill, some people did indeed remain trapped forever.
Even escaping didn't guarantee liberation.
Ren Nyo's smile froze for a moment before resuming its usual nonchalant expression.
He shrugged, you're sharp, you actually know the church is the key. Actually, you've already reached the church. We're already inside the church? Han Zhuoran was stunned.
To be precise, you've been beneath the church all along.
Ren Nyo said, since you've worked so hard, I'll give you a hint. Once you reach the top of the church, you'll uncover the truth of Silent Hill and discover the way to clear the game.
A chill gripped everyone's hearts as an uneasy feeling permeated the air.
Qin Lang pondered for a moment before asking again, what about the hidden quest? How do we complete it? Chapter 116, The Faceless Man.
Ren Nyo tilted his head, a hint of mockery in his smile.
Find it yourself.
Find a basement and you'll discover the hidden quest's content. But the conditions for completing this hidden quest are extremely harsh, even harder than clearing the game. Ren Nyo said no more, merely watching Qin Lang with an expectant gaze.
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes.
This matched what the mayor had said.
The problem was, where exactly was this so-called basement?
Qin Lang and the others stepped through the heavy door. The air outside felt even colder and gloomier than before, thick with an unsettling dampness. Before them stretched a long, narrow corridor.
At its end, it split into two paths. Hanging above the junction was an old wooden sign.
Though the paint was peeling, the words remained clear. The left sign reads, survival rate 60%, but farther from the exit. The sign on the right reads, survival rate 10%, but closer to the exit. The air hung heavy for a moment as all eyes focused on the sign.
Left.
Li Zhiheng spoke almost without hesitation, his tone resolute. It's farther, but at least the survival rate is higher.
Right, I agree. Su Lina nodded quickly. Things are already dangerous enough. We shouldn't risk our lives.
Qin Lang, however, merely glanced at the sign, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke coldly. I'm taking the right path.
The others froze. Li Zhiheng frowned. Are you out of your mind? The survival rate is only 10%. Survival rate?
Qin Lang snorted lightly, his gaze sweeping calmly over them.
Haven't you figured it out yet?
Those numbers mean nothing.
Li Zhiheng's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. What do you mean by that? This isn't a place where survival depends on probability.
Qin Lang's tone remained measured, yet carried an unshakable certainty. No matter which path we choose, the outcome boils down to two possibilities, life or death. In other words, the probability of survival is always 50%. The survival rates they've labeled are nothing but traps designed to mislead us. What gives you the right to say that?
Li Zhiheng clearly didn't buy it. Qin Lang didn't respond. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself.
I don't need to explain any further. Anyway, I'm taking the closer right path.
The atmosphere instantly froze into a standoff. I'm going with Qin Lang.
Shen Wanqing was the first to speak, her voice firm. The previous challenges had only been barely passed with Qin Lang's help, and now she chose to continue trusting him.
Han Zhuoran hesitated for a moment before nodding. I'm coming too.
You too. Li Zhiheng's face darkened to the extreme as he glared at them. You're absolutely insane. Qin Lang smiled faintly, his tone cold.
In that case, you too can go your own way.
The air seemed to freeze.
The tension at the fork in the road was thick enough to cut with a knife.
Li Zhiheng's fists clenched tightly. Su Lina's face was etched with hesitation, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and whispered, brotherly, let's go. Li Zhiheng shot Qin Lang a fierce glare before abruptly turning and striding down the left passage.
Qin Lang didn't look back at them.
Instead, he stepped into the right passageway, heading toward the unknown depths. Shen Wanqing and Han Zhuoran followed closely behind. Qin Lang and the others moved cautiously along the dim passageway. The floorboards beneath their feet emitted a faint, damp, decaying sensation, as if they might collapse at any moment. An indescribable odor hung in the air, a mix of musty, moldy pages and the scent of rotting flesh. Occasionally, blurred, mottled shadows flickered across the walls, as if invisible eyes were watching their every move from the darkness. After an unknown duration, an ancient iron door suddenly appeared before them. It bore no markings or handles, only a slightly ajar crack, as if awaiting their arrival. Qin Lang led the way, pushing the door open without hesitation. The room was surprisingly empty. Grey walls held no windows, while a bare incandescent bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a dim, yellowish glow that enveloped them in an eerie stillness. In the center of the room, a tall, slender figure stood motionless. It was a man, but without a face. His skin was smooth as glass, flawless. The front of his head was a featureless, flat expanse, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, not even ears. The moment Han Zhuoran saw him, an indescribable sense of unease washed over him. Even when he had encountered the human ox and human snake hybrids before, he had never felt such revulsion. Yet, the very next second, the faceless man emitted laughter despite having no mouth at all. "Welcome, everyone." The faceless man's voice seemed to resonate directly within everyone's minds, gentle yet tinged with a bone-chilling eeriness. "I am the caretaker of this room. You may call me the faceless man. I know you've already been calling me that in your minds." Shen Wanqing's fingers tightened instinctively, while Han Zhuoran frowned, clearly uneasy about this creature's presence. The faceless man tilted his head, seemingly satisfied with their reactions, then continued in a slightly amused tone, "Congratulations on arriving here. The next challenge is arguably the simplest in all of Silent Hill." He paused briefly. "This stage isn't complicated. You can pass it purely by luck." The air hung heavy for a moment. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, watching him with a faint, mocking smile. "Oh? Is there such a thing as a free lunch?" The faceless man clapped his hands lightly. The room's lights flickered faintly before shifting to a cold, white glow that illuminated the floor ahead completely. Following the light, the group saw that the space ahead was actually a narrow bridge suspended in darkness. Its surface was composed of square glass panels arranged in rows, 2 panels side by side, stretching out in 10 complete rows toward the distant end. Beneath the glass, however, lay not solid ground, but an abyss of darkness stretching endlessly below. The faceless man slowly raised a slender hand, his tone calm as he stated, "This is your next trial, glass jump." Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent. Jump across the glass? Why does this challenge feel so familiar? The rules are simple. The faceless man continued in a measured tone. The glass bridge ahead has 2 panels in each row. One is real and can bear a person's weight. The other is fake. Step on it, and you'll plummet straight into the abyss. You'll cross it one by one. Whoever reaches the end wins. Upon hearing the rules, Han Zhuoran's face instantly drained of color. His throat moved slightly, as if something were stuck there, but he couldn't speak for a long while. Chapter 117, Luck. The faceless man paused here, seemingly allowing the group time to digest the information. In other words, each time you can only choose one of the 2 glass panels to step on. Choose correctly, and you advance. Choose wrong, and you sink into eternal darkness. Of course, you may discuss among yourselves who should go first or devise other ways to test the correct path. Oh, and one more thing, no skills or items allowed. If caught, the consequences will be severe. Alright, begin. I look forward to seeing how you handle this. The faceless man had no features, yet everyone could sense his wicked grin directed at Qin Lang and his companions. The air instantly grew unbearably heavy. Rely on luck? Shen Wanqing frowned and muttered under her breath, "This isn't a test at all, it's a suicide mission. This is a life or death trial." Han Zhuoran finally couldn't hold back and shouted, glaring angrily at the faceless man, "They're clearly demanding our sacrifice to find the right path. This isn't a fair game at all." The faceless man watched them silently, his smooth skin remaining blank and unchanging. Qin Lang said, "I already said at the core of this dungeon is forcing us to die in all sorts of ways. Where's the fairness in that?" The faceless man replied, "Mr. Qin is quite clever." Qin Lang looked at him, "You know me? Seems I'm quite famous among your administrators." The faceless man replied, "Naturally. Your battle record is nothing short of spectacular in our administrator's eyes. Lady Ma speaks very highly of you." Qin Lang chuckled, "Well then, how about you cut me some slack?" "Sorry, rules are rules." The faceless man's voice remained cold and unflinching. "The game has begun. Go, or stay, the choice is yours." He waved his hand slightly, gesturing for them to take their time. "You may discuss your options at leisure. I won't rush you." Silence fell over the group. Qin Lang stared at the lifeless glass bridge ahead, narrowing his eyes slightly as he pondered something. A deathly quiet filled the room, broken only by the low, whistling wind echoing through the abyss beneath the glass bridge. Su Mubai stared at the glass bridge before him, furrowing his brow. "Qin Lang, I'm not human. I can cross over in spirit form to scout ahead. There must be a difference between the real and fake glass." She lifted her foot to step forward, her form glowing faintly in the air. As a spirit form, she should have been unaffected by gravity, able to pass through obstacles effortlessly. Yet, with a sharp crack, Su Mubai's body suddenly froze in mid-air. "Ah!"
Su Mubai froze completely in place, unable even to move a finger. What's going on?
Su Mubai froze for a moment, struggling to lift his arm, but his body felt as if it had been nailed to the ground, utterly immobile.
Qin Lang's gaze darkened as he instantly sensed something.
His gaze slowly shifted toward the masked man, who stood leisurely nearby, a dark red talisman clasped between his fingers. The eerie patterns on the talisman seemed to come alive, constantly writhing and emitting a peculiar vibration that suppressed spiritual entities. The faceless man tilted his head slightly, his tone flat.
No cheating allowed here.
With that, the faceless man tightened his grip slightly. The crimson glow of the talisman intensified, and Su Mubai's form flickered into a momentary illusion.
Ah! Su Mubai cried out in agony. Yi Zi shouted, Miss Su. Let her go.
Qin Lang stared intently at the faceless man.
The faceless man didn't respond immediately, instead slowly tightening his fingers, as if waiting for Qin Lang's next move. Boom! An invisible aura exploded outward, instantly chilling the air throughout the room.
Qin Lang's gaze was as deep as an abyss. Standing still, his body leaned forward slightly, hands tucked into his pockets. His posture appeared casual, yet concealed a sharp edge.
We never intended to cheat.
He said slowly, his voice low and firm, but don't push me. I'll say this one last time, let her go. The air seemed to freeze solid in that moment. Han Zhuoran and Shen Wanqing both instinctively took a step back, their breaths catching in their throats. The masked man stared silently at Qin Lang, his face still expressionless. His smooth skin appeared even more eerie in the dim light.
A palpable tension hung between them as silence stretched for several seconds.
Finally, the masked man let out a soft chuckle, slowly releasing his fingers. The talisman crumbled to dust in the breeze. Su Mubai instantly felt the weight lift from his body, his freedom restored. Well then, I'll grant Mr. Qin a little face. The faceless man's voice remained calm, tinged with a hint of mockery. Everyone, please follow the rules. Qin Lang stared at him for a moment, then reined in his own aura. The corners of his mouth turned up in a faint, ambiguous smile.
All right.
Qin Lang said, then let's follow the rules.
A heavy silence hung in the room.
Everyone stood before the bridge, their expressions varied, hearts filled with anxiety and unease.
What should we do next?
Shen Wanqing frowned, her voice tinged with urgency.
Exactly. Han Zhuoran chimed in.
How are we supposed to cross this glass?
If it's all down to luck, there's no way we'll make it.
Yi Zi also looked up at Qin Lang, a hint of expectation in her eyes. However, Qin Lang merely turned his head slowly, his gaze sweeping over the group. A faint, enigmatic smile played at the corners of his lips.
I know how to get through,
he said slowly. The group froze, then their eyes lit up.
Then tell us already. Han Zhuoran couldn't help but urge him.
But Qin Lang spoke with deliberate calm, his voice low and laden with meaning. However, before I tell you, you must first answer one question. The air froze for a moment.
What question? Shen Wanqing frowned. Han Zhuoran frowned impatiently. Qin Lang, stop beating around the bush. The most important thing right now is how to get through this. Who has time for beating around the bush?
Qin Lang shot him a glance, his gaze deep as an abyss. He didn't respond directly but spoke slowly. This question is crucial.
If you don't answer it, I won't tell you the solution.
His voice was calm, yet his tone carried an undeniable authority.
Shen Wanqing studied him intently before finally nodding. All right, ask.
Qin Lang's gaze swept across the group as he slowly uttered a single sentence. Who exactly summoned you all to this instance? The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly. Han Zhuoran's pupils contracted sharply, an unnatural tension flitting across his face as if something had pierced his heart. After several seconds, he opened his mouth, his voice stiff. Why are you asking that?
Chapter 118, The Reason. Qin Lang's piercing gaze swept over Shen Wanqing and Han Zhuoran.
From the very beginning, you claimed you were forced to participate in this dungeon. Qin Lang spoke slowly, his voice low and tinged with scrutiny.
Then I want to know who exactly is forcing you?
In the room with the snake men, every single one of them claimed they were forced into this dungeon run. Qin Lang had sensed something was off from the start. He had come to the instance to collect another wheel sword. Combined with others being forced to participate, it seemed as if someone had been deliberately sending countless players into this instance from the very beginning.
To say there was no conspiracy behind it all? He'd never believe it, not even if he died. Han Zhuoran's expression shifted slightly, his eyes flickering as he instinctively glanced toward Shen Wanqing.
Shen Wanqing frowned, her voice heavy.
Is that question important?
Qin Lang smiled faintly, his gaze as cold as a sharp blade.
Of course it matters. If you don't tell me, I won't be able to rest easy.
Han Zhuoran looked distinctly uncomfortable, his lips twitching slightly, yet no words came out.
Shen Wanqing's expression was equally complex, as if she too avoided the question, hesitating to speak.
Qin Lang declared, if you won't speak, then we'll just keep stalling. I'm not here to clear the level anyway, I can afford to wait. Shen Wanqing glanced at Qin Lang, then at Han Zhuoran, before finally sighing. Her voice was low and tinged with bitterness.
Then I'll speak first. Truthfully, I didn't want to come to this instance at first. But someone approached me, saying that if I didn't come,
Her voice suddenly tightened, as if recalling a deeply unsettling memory. They'd expose everything I secretly did to the children. Han Zhuoran's eyes flickered slightly, while Qin Lang's gaze fixed intently on Shen Wanqing, as if waiting for her to continue.
Shen Wanqing's thoughts were pulled back to that night.
In the dimly lit room, a window stood half open, letting in the night breeze carrying a hint of dampness. She had just returned home from work. The lights were off, casting the room in gloomy shadows. Reaching for the light switch, she casually tossed her bag onto the sofa. But the instant the light came on, she saw a figure standing in the living room. Dressed in a black trench coat with the hood pulled up, the figure stood by the window, half their face hidden in shadow.
Shen Wanqing's heart clenched violently. She instinctively took a step back and demanded sharply, "Who are you?" The figure slowly turned its head, its voice low and icy. "Dr. Shen, don't be nervous. I'm only here to discuss a deal with you." "What kind of deal?" she ground out, forcing her voice to remain steady. The figure smiled faintly, pulling a USB drive from their pocket and twirling it lightly in their hand. "This contains the secrets you've been hiding all along,"
he said, his tone tinged with amusement.
"If it were made public, I imagine quite a few people would change their opinion of you, wouldn't they?"
Shen Wanqing's face drained of color, her heart clenching painfully. She forced down the fear rising in her chest, her voice tight.
"What exactly do you want?"
The man leaned in slightly, his gaze deep and inscrutable.
"It's simple.
All you need to do is participate in a dungeon."
Shen Wanqing's heartbeat quickened. "I don't want to go on any more dungeons." The mysterious figure chuckled. "This is a notification, not a request for your opinion. Refuse, and the contents of this USB drive will be leaked. And that's just the first step." Shen Wanqing paused mid-sentence, and a brief silence fell over the room. Her gaze grew complex as she looked at Qin Lang. "Is this acceptable?" "I promise, not a single word was false."
Qin Lang watched her intently, as if verifying the truth in her words. After a few seconds, he gave a slight nod, accepting her answer. Everyone's gaze shifted to Han Zhuoran.
Han Zhuoran's mouth twitched slightly, his expression grim. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "My situation is much the same." His voice was low, as if he were struggling to recall the scene. "That day, I was preparing for a case at the law firm." He spoke, his brow slightly furrowed as images of the past surfaced in his mind. It was late at night, and he was the only one working overtime at the law firm. The office lights cast a faint yellow glow, while documents piled like a small mountain on his desk. The computer screen was densely packed with case analysis reports. Han Zhuoran massaged his temples, sighed wearily, and reached for the long cold coffee to take a sip. Just then, the office door suddenly creaked open a crack. Han Zhuoran snapped his head up, his brow furrowing slightly. "Who's there?" His voice carried a professional edge of alertness. The door swung open, and a man in a black trench coat stepped inside. Hooded, his face hidden in shadow, his features indistinguishable. Han Zhuoran's heart sank. Almost instinctively, he stood up, snatched a pen from the desk, and fixed the intruder with a piercing stare. "Who are you? How did you get in?" The cloaked figure slowly approached the desk, casually placing a business card on the surface. His tone was calm yet carried an unmistakable note of finality. "Attorney Han, I've come to deliver a special invitation." Han Zhuoran didn't touch the card, narrowing his eyes slightly. "I don't know you." The man in black chuckled softly and replied slowly, "This isn't a case. It's a journey." With that, he took a letter from his trench coat pocket and placed it before Han Zhuoran. The envelope bore no sender's information, only 4 words in blood-red ink. "Silent Hill Replica." Han Zhuoran's heart skipped a beat as his gaze sharpened. "Are you kidding me?" He coldly retorted, "This dungeon is so dangerous you want me to go and die?" The man in black tapped the tabletop lightly, his tone as calm as ever. "You must go." "Why should I?" Han Zhuoran sneered. "Just because you pull out some letter and tell me to go, I have to go?" The hooded figure suddenly lifted his head. His eyes, hidden beneath the shadow of the hood, glowed with a cold, eerie light. "Why?" he repeated slowly, then a faint, mocking smile touched his lips as he uttered, "Because you have no choice." Han Zhuoran's heart jolted, a strange chill rising behind him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "What if I refuse?" The man in black chuckled softly, tapping the envelope with his fingers. "Then you might find that the things you've been doing behind the scenes can no longer be hidden. I know everything." Han Zhuoran's pupils contracted slightly as he stared intently at the stranger before him. He didn't believe such threats, yet the man's tone was so certain it sent a chill down his spine. His gut told him this wasn't empty bluster, it would actually happen. The man in black said nothing more, merely watching him as if already certain of his choice. Just as he spoke these words, Qin Lang suddenly interrupted him. "No." Chapter 119, The Wudao Society Again. "You're lying to me." Han Zhuoran snapped his head up to stare at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes turned cold. "The story you're telling has far too many holes." Han Zhuoran's expression shifted, forcing himself to remain calm. "What inconsistencies?" Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. "You said that man in black suddenly barged into your office, handed you a letter, and demanded you participate in this Silent Hill mission, correct?" "Yes." Han Zhuoran nodded. Qin Lang scoffed, "Ridiculous. You're a lawyer, don't you know whether the dirty deeds you've done might leave evidence behind?" He could use that dirt to threaten Qin Lang, but to threaten you? I find that highly unlikely. The atmosphere in the room had plummeted to freezing point. Cold sweat beaded on Han Zhuoran's forehead. He forced himself to stay calm, but the expression on his face was no longer as natural as before. Qin Lang fixed his gaze on Han Zhuoran, his tone measured yet laced with sharpness, but the biggest loophole isn't any of that. Han Zhuoran's fists clenched unconsciously. You're a lawyer. You represent wealthy clients, even helping them fabricate evidence and smooth over cases. Someone like you must have a lot of powerful connections in your pocket, right? Qin Lang spoke slowly, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. Han Zhuoran remained silent, his face turning slightly pale. Qin Lang sneered coldly, yet you expect us to believe that some mysterious stranger, with nothing but empty threats, could convince you to willingly enter this deadly dungeon? What about your backers? Didn't you consider reaching out to them? Or were you simply too afraid? Han Zhuoran's breathing quickened momentarily before steadying. Wasn't Qin Lang in the same situation? She was threatened too, yet she still came. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his expression a mocking half-smile. True, Qin Lang's story has its holes. But do you know what your biggest problem is? Han Zhuoran frowned. What? Qin Lang's gaze turned icy as he spoke slowly. When I pointed out flaws in your story, your first reaction wasn't to defend yourself, it was to drag her into it. If you truly had nothing to hide, why didn't you simply refute me? Why the rush to drag someone else into this? Isn't that like digging a hole to hide something you're not hiding? Han Zhuoran's expression froze completely. The others turned their gaze toward him, their eyes filled with suspicion and scrutiny. Han Zhuoran's expression shifted abruptly as sweat trickled down his temples. His breathing grew ragged, his eyes darting nervously. I don't know. Han Zhuoran's fingers curled slightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. His lips trembled as if he wanted to speak, but he forced himself to swallow the words back. Qin Lang pressed on, you're a lawyer who understands human nature. To make such a basic mistake, it must be because the person who approached you put immense pressure on you, right? That person is so terrifying you can't even mention their name. Everything I just said is true. Han Zhuoran's voice tightened, tinged with uncontrollable fear. Qin Lang, why must you push me to this point? Qin Lang watched him silently, a faint curve lifting the corners of his mouth, not a trace of panic visible. You've only told part of the truth that doesn't equate to the whole truth. If you won't speak up, I won't treat you as a teammate anymore. From now on, you're on your own. Qin Lang's words struck Han Zhuoran's heart like a steady, icy warning bell. Han Zhuoran's breath caught abruptly. His Adam's apple bobbed as panic flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists, as if locked in a fierce internal battle, his face betraying a faint, agonized struggle. I can't say it, don't push me, okay? Han Zhuoran suddenly growled, his voice hoarse as if suppressing some terrifying emotion. He shook his head violently, a hint of pleading in his eyes, if I slip up, I'll die. The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. All eyes fixed on Han Zhuoran, Qin Lang's brows knitting tightly. Yizi seemed to have guessed something, a faint unease flickering across her face. Qin Lang remained impassive. He asked casually, could it be someone from the Wudao Society came looking for you? At those words, Han Zhuoran's body jerked violently. His pupils contracted sharply, the color draining from his face in an instant. He froze in place as if struck by lightning. Something seemed to catch in his throat, robbing him of his voice. He wanted to deny it, but his expression had already betrayed him completely: shock, fear, struggle, and even a hint of helpless despair. The air in the room seemed to freeze solid. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to skip a beat as they waited in silence for Han Zhuoran's response. Han Zhuoran's lips trembled. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His breath came in short gasps as his fists clenched tightly, as if releasing them would shatter him entirely. The moment the words Wudao Society were uttered, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy, as if the air itself had thickened, making it hard to breathe. Even the masked man, who had remained unresponsive until now, turned his gaze toward them. The Wudao Society, a terrifying organization that hunted players and seized treasures within dungeons. Virtually every veteran player feared them. Han Zhuoran closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly nodded, as if he had made up his mind. Yes, it was them. All eyes fell upon Han Zhuoran, each gaze carrying its own meaning. Qin Lang's brows furrowed deeply, as if deep in thought. Li Zhiheng instinctively took a step back, as if afraid of being swept into some uncontrollable vortex. You encountered the Wudao Society? Han Zhuoran swallowed hard. I didn't know at first, but I had my backer look into it. As Qin Lang said, those people were indeed from the Wudao Society. At that moment, even my backer was ready to abandon me. I had no choice. Qin Lang showed no surprise, no anger, not even a flicker of emotion. Those bastards from the Wudao Society. A faint, cold smile curved the corners of Qin Lang's mouth. Yet that smile carried not a shred of warmth, instead plunging one into an icy abyss. I knew something was off all along. Qin Lang spoke slowly, his tone matter of fact, as if merely stating an established truth. From the very first dungeon, you nearly got me killed. So, someone has been pulling the strings behind the scenes all along. His gaze swept past Han Zhuoran, lingering on each person in the room as if weighing their trustworthiness. Now I understand those pulling the strings behind the scenes are the Wudao Society. Chapter 120, this time, we'll finish them.
The 4 words hung heavy in the air, causing every heart to clench. Su Lina sucked in a sharp breath, Shen Wanqing wore a complex expression, and Li Zhihan was already sweating nervously on his forehead. Han Zhuoran, however, looked as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. His face turned deathly pale, his lips trembling. He wanted to say something but couldn't. Qin Lang paid them no mind. He lowered his head and chuckled softly, his voice low and icy. Interesting. Seems the Wudao Society still hasn't let me off the hook. Not just this instance, they never let me go in any of the previous ones either. Han Zhuoran and the others stared at Qin Lang in unison. You've crossed paths with the Wudao Society? Qin Lang remained silent, his silence serving as an admission. The feud between Qin Lang and the Wudao Society had been brewing for a long time. Ling Lon, that member of the Wudao sect, the woman who tried to kill Qin Lang in the Fengmen Village instance, had ultimately met her end at his hands. Han Zhuoran's expression darkened further. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his temples. He instinctively took a step back, as if fearing Qin Lang might suddenly attack him. But Qin Lang merely stared at him silently, his gaze cold and indifferent. So, I can only fight fire with fire. Qin Lang exhaled slowly, his voice low yet carrying an irresistible sense of pressure. This time, I will expose the Wudao Society's true nature and wipe them out completely. An invisible wave of murderous intent seemed to explode within the room, causing everyone's nerves to snap taut. Even their breathing became cautious and deliberate. Yizi had never seen Qin Lang wear such an expression before. Han Zhuoran's face had completely drained of color. His back was soaked in cold sweat, and he froze in place, unable to utter another word. Han Zhuoran's face remained deathly pale. He took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound calm, though it still trembled slightly. Regardless, we still have to get through this first. His voice was low, yet it couldn't mask the fear within. Qin Lang slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone like a knife's edge. You too, haven't made a deal with the Wudao Society, have you? Shen Wanqing and Han Zhuoran shook their heads violently. No. We wouldn't dare. Qin Lang kept his gaze fixed on them, his expression calm, yet a faint, enigmatic smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Very well. Qin Lang's tone was detached, yet carried an unquestionable decisiveness. Since you're not in cahoots with those bastards, I can take you a bit further. I'll lead the way. Just follow me. With that, he strode forward, heading straight for the glass bridge ahead. Everyone held their breath in unison. The glass bridge floated above the void, like a plank bridge leading into the abyss. Below lay endless darkness, like some monstrous entity ready to devour everything, sending chills down the spine. The bridge deck was assembled from transparent glass panels, glowing with a cold, eerie sheen under the faint blue light. The thought that half of these panels were fake sent a chill down one's spine. One misstep would send you plummeting into the darkness, with no chance of survival. The faceless man stood at a distance, arms crossed over his chest. His gaze fixed on Qin Lang's retreating figure, his voice tinged with a cruel excitement. Ha! Good luck! His voice echoed eerily in the darkness, like distorted sound waves, carrying a hint of cold malice. It sounded like mockery, yet also like anticipation. Shen Wanqing felt uneasy all along. After hesitating for a moment, she finally couldn't resist taking a step forward and whispered a warning. Qin Lang, shouldn't you examine the glass carefully first? This bridge is more challenging than we anticipated. Don't be too impulsive. Qin Lang halted his steps but didn't turn around, merely replying flatly, no need. His tone was cool and resolute, without a trace of hesitation. Shen Wanqing paused, opening her mouth as if to say more, but ultimately remained silent. A vague sense of unease settled in her heart, as if something bad was about to happen. Yizi glanced at the masked man and noticed his posture was odd, his hands clasped behind his back, as if he were up to something. Ha, how naive. The faceless man sneered inwardly. The authenticity of these glass panels wasn't governed by any fixed rules, it was all under his covert control. In other words, no matter how closely Qin Lang observed or how cautiously he tested the ground, the moment he took that first step, the faceless man could shatter the glass beneath him with a thunderous crash. At that moment, Qin Lang would plummet defenselessly into the abyss, his body torn to pieces. From the very beginning, Qin Lang and his group had no chance of clearing this challenge. The faceless man narrowed his eyes slightly, a mocking cold gleam in their depths. He was like a puppeteer watching his marionette struggle, his heart filled with malicious delight. Come on. He murmured inwardly, the smile on his lips deepening. Let me see what your panicked expression looks like. In the darkness, that sinister smile grew ever more eerie and terrifying. Qin Lang wore a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned about the danger of the glass bridge. He flexed his wrist lightly, his gaze sweeping over the people behind him. His tone was as casual as if he were discussing lunch plans. Just stay close to me. His words carried no trace of tension, only an inscrutable confidence. Yizi swallowed hard. Qin Lang, you have to be careful. She couldn't help but wonder, was this obstacle truly just a test of luck? Or was there some hidden mechanism? Han Zhuoran and Shen Wanqing exchanged a glance, but instead of feeling reassured, their unease only deepened. They both knew this glass bridge wasn't something you could cross by luck alone. Qin Lang seemed far too relaxed, which only made them uneasy.
Yet Qin Lang offered no further explanation. He lifted one foot and slowly stepped onto the glass pane to his left. At the same moment, the faceless man standing in the distance tilted his chin slightly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Oomph, finally. He brought his index finger and thumb together, giving a light snap. Snap. This faint sound seemed insignificant, yet on this perilous glass bridge, it echoed like the whisper of death. Just as Qin Lang's foot was about to land on the left pane of glass, its internal structure silently shifted. Beneath the seemingly solid surface, countless fine cracks had already spread. Under sufficient weight, it would shatter instantly. One misstep, and there would be no return. Yet Qin Lang's foot never actually touched down. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, Qin Lang's gaze suddenly darkened, and a smug smile spread across his face. Time stops. Begin. Chapter 121, Too Simple. In an instant, everything in the world froze. Shen Wanqing stood frozen in place, her lips slightly parted as if she hadn't had time to utter a sound. Han Zhuoran's eyes betrayed his tension. His fingers had just twitched, frozen mid-air as if suspended in time. Even the faceless man in the distance froze mid-motion. The entire space fell deathly silent, with only Qin Lang himself able to move. He narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at the left pane of glass he was about to step on, a cold smile playing on his lips. He placed his foot down lightly, shifting his entire weight onto the left pane. An unusual sensation immediately surged through the soles of his feet. Crack! A fine crack spread beneath his feet. Even the slightest pressure would be enough to shatter the glass's internal structure completely. So they've made their move. Qin Lang nodded. His hunch had been spot on. The faceless man could truly manipulate the glass's stability at will. Close call. Qin Lang muttered under his breath, swiftly withdrawing his foot. Instead, he leapt and landed lightly on the glass to his right. Stable. Safe. He glanced down to confirm the glass showed no signs of instability before lifting the corners of his mouth slightly. His mind was already forming a plan. Time remained frozen, the entire world silent as if only Qin Lang stood alone on the bridge. Qin Lang snapped his fingers, and time seemed to resume its normal flow. Qin Lang stood steadily on the right side glass, his expression as calm as ever. He gently cracked his neck, producing a crisp popping sound. His gaze swept across the faces of the crowd as he remarked indifferently, "See? It's simple." Su Mubai froze for a moment before a flicker of delight crossed his eyes. He couldn't help but whisper, "That's great." Han Zhuoran drew a deep breath, wiping cold sweat from his brow. He knew full well that had he been in Qin Lang's place, he would have fallen long ago. Shen Wanqing bit her lip, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had assumed Qin Lang was merely speaking lightly. Facing a life or death gamble like this, no one could remain completely unruffled. Yet Qin Lang had actually taken that first step unscathed. Yet unlike their astonishment and relief, the faceless man's emotions were intensely complex, a tangled mix of rage and confusion. He had no facial features, so no one could see his expression, but if he had a face, it would surely be twisted in agony right now. This can't be right? The faceless man's mind rapidly replayed the previous scene. He had clearly seen Qin Lang aiming for the left pane of glass, and he himself had shattered the support structure of that pane the instant Qin Lang stepped on it. According to his plan, the moment Qin Lang stepped on it, the glass would shatter instantly, sending him plummeting straight down to meet his end within this dungeon. So why did Qin Lang end up standing on the right? The faceless man could scarcely believe his eyes. If Qin Lang had simply been lucky enough to change direction at the last moment, the odds of that happening were impossibly low, almost impossible. But he had seen Qin Lang step toward the left pane with his own eyes. Not only that, but the left glass had shattered. Could he have shattered the left pane first, then chosen the right? Impossible. The faceless man's fist tightened slightly, his knuckles emitting a faint cracking sound as doubt filled his mind. What the hell? He murmured under his breath. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Lang, as if trying to find a flaw in him. Yet Qin Lang's face remained as calm as ever, even wearing a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "Faceless man, why aren't you speaking?" Qin Lang suddenly spoke, his tone nonchalant. "What's the matter? I'm about to continue, you know." This seemingly casual remark instantly ignited a surge of resentment within the faceless man. A dangerous glint flashed in the faceless man's eyes. Impossible. I'll try again. He refused to believe his game could be so easily cracked. He would test it again, to see if Qin Lang was just lucky. Or if he truly possessed some special ability. But in this space, none of the props or skills could be used. Qin Lang stood on the glass bridge, narrowing his eyes slightly as he surveyed his surroundings. Wind howled from an unknown source, carrying a chilling aura that sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. He lifted his foot, ready to step onto the next pane of glass. This time, he chose the left. The gap between the two panels was slightly wider than before, requiring a powerful leap to land securely. Qin Lang took a deep breath, crouched slightly, and instantly tensed his legs with power. The next second, he leapt upward, his body tracing a perfect arc as he descended toward the left pane. Yet, in that very instant he was airborne, the faceless man snapped his fingers again silently. The left pane shattered. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Lang saw the glass tremble slightly. Fine cracks rapidly spread outward from the center, as if it might shatter into dust and plummet into the abyss at any moment. Oh? Trying that trick again? His pupils contracted slightly, and with a flicker of thought. Time, pause. The air froze once more, all sound sucked away. The world seemed frozen by an invisible hand pressing pause. Qin Lang's body remained suspended mid-air, but now he finally had enough time to examine the glass on the verge of collapse. The crack had already spread to the edge. If he continued falling, he would plunge straight into the endless darkness below. He had to find another landing spot. In a split second, Qin Lang abruptly tightened his posture, shifting his center of gravity. His left hand shot out with lightning speed, clutching the edge of the adjacent, still intact pane of glass. Qin Lang swiftly flipped his body, using his wrist strength to propel himself upward. His entire frame executed a nimble somersault, landing securely on the glass to his right. Yet, in the instant he flipped, his gaze inadvertently swept toward the abyss below. Something. A pair of blood-red eyes. Enormous, piercing the darkness, they stared fixedly at him. A deep crimson, like they were soaked in blood, or perhaps some unspeakable malevolence gazing upon all existence. This aura was no less formidable than the S-class anomalies he'd encountered before. Looks like the consequences of falling down here are pretty serious. He drew a deep breath, quickly steadying his mind, seizing the moment to adjust his body to peak condition. Qin Lang snapped his fingers, time reset. Air rushed back into place, and the world resumed its flow. All they saw was Qin Lang soaring through the air. The left pane of glass shattered instantly, yet he remained completely unscathed, landing solidly on the right pane. Yi Zi patted her chest. Thank goodness, he's safe. Faceless man, impossible. You're cheating again. Chapter 122, if you can't get caught, it's not cheating. Su Mubai clenched his fists, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Shen Wanqing and Han Zhuoran were equally dumbfounded. They hadn't even caught how Qin Lang had pulled off this mind-boggling feat. But none were more stunned than the masked man. He froze in place, his black cloak trembling slightly, as if unable to believe what he'd witnessed. How could this be? He had personally set the trap, sending Qin Lang plummeting into the abyss. Yet not only had Qin Lang successfully stood on the correct pane of glass, but the pane on the left had actually shattered? Something was terribly wrong. For the first time, a flicker of fear flickered in the faceless man's eyes. This Qin Lang was definitely no ordinary player. But how did he manage it? You're cheating. The faceless man lunged forward, his voice thick with unchecked fury. His black cloak trembled slightly, his breathing becoming uneven. Though he had no facial features, his entire aura radiated fury. Impossible. You couldn't possibly know which pane was faulty. He roared, his fists clenching tightly. Speak. What trick did you use? Qin Lang listened to the faceless man's furious outburst, a faint, mocking smile curling the corners of his mouth. He gave the faceless man a casual glance and replied calmly, Do you have any proof? You. The faceless man was momentarily speechless. Qin Lang shrugged lightly, speaking with unhurried ease, Without proof, don't make wild accusations. If cheating isn't caught, it doesn't count as cheating, right? The faceless man's body trembled violently. He knew full well that rules were rules. If he couldn't catch Qin Lang red-handed with proof of cheating, he'd have to watch helplessly as Qin Lang advanced. Could it be that you're the one feeling guilty? Qin Lang regarded him with a faint, ambiguous smile, or could it be that the mechanisms of this game aren't as foolproof as you imagined? The faceless man's form trembled slightly, his fingertips quivering ever so slightly. No. He absolutely couldn't let Qin Lang pass through smoothly. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing to a decision. Even if he failed earlier, this time he would succeed in eliminating Qin Lang. He would personally send Qin Lang plummeting into the abyss. Yet Qin Lang seemed utterly unaffected. He gave a light chuckle, stepped forward, and continued toward the next pane of glass. The faceless man drew a deep breath, his fingers lifting slightly at his side. This time, he would not let Qin Lang slip through his fingers. His cold gaze fixed on Qin Lang's footsteps. The instant Qin Lang stepped onto the next pane of glass, he snapped his fingers sharply. Snap! The internal structure of the glass instantly shifted. What had been solid glass was secretly transformed into its most fragile state. If Qin Lang dared to step on it, it would shatter immediately. Yet Qin Lang's stride remained steady. The faceless man's gaze grew icy as he fixed his eyes on Qin Lang's movements, waiting for the moment he would shatter the glass and plunge into the abyss. Thud! The next second, the faceless man's heart lurched violently. To his astonishment, Qin Lang's foot paused ever so slightly just before landing. As if sensing something, he nonchalantly shifted his center of gravity and with pinpoint precision selected another perfectly intact pane of glass. What? The faceless man froze. Oh? Failed again? A faint smile touched Qin Lang's lips, as if he had foreseen everything. He slowly turned his head, his gaze carrying a hint of amusement as he looked at the faceless man. That's truly unfortunate. Just now, he had once again used time suspension to find the correct option. Though I can't use the skills from this dungeon, you can't stop me from using the skills my system gave me, right? The faceless man clenched his fists. Impossible. He had adjusted the glass twice already, yet Qin Lang seemed to foresee the future, evading the traps perfectly each time.
The faceless man's chest heaved violently, his rage threatening to overwhelm his reason. Meanwhile, Yi Zi, Han Zhuoran, and Qin Wanqing followed closely behind Qin Lang. They watched his every move intently, fearing the slightest misstep would trigger a trap. Yet under his lead, they navigated the path without a single hitch. Quick! Keep up with Qin Lang! Yi Zi was the first to react, urging them in a low voice. Everyone immediately quickened their pace, swiftly matching Qin Lang's stride. The faceless man watched them pass one by one, his composure completely shattered. If he had facial features, they would surely be contorted in rage. This can't be. This can't be. The damned faceless man cursed under his breath, radiating terrifying killing intent, yet he was utterly helpless. He watched helplessly as Qin Lang led everyone safely across. Standing at the end of the glass bridge, the faceless man fixed his gaze on Qin Lang and the others as they receded into the distance, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. I lost? No. Qin Lang must have pulled some trick. He was the master of this game, the one who set the rules. Then why was Qin Lang able to toy with him right under his nose? The faceless man's chest heaved violently, his black cloak fluttering as if torn by raging fury. He lunged forward, ready to charge. Even if he couldn't control the glass anymore, he would confront Qin Lang himself. How the hell did he pull that off? But just as he took that step, Yi Zi glanced back. Ah! You! Snap! A bone-chillingly crisp sound echoed beneath the faceless man's feet like shattering glass. His heart sank instantly. Oh no! He ducked down in alarm, only to discover he'd stepped on a trap glass panel he'd set himself. What? Crash! The glass shattered instantly. The faceless man lost his balance, his entire body plunging downward as if swallowed by an abyss. He frantically reached out, desperate to grasp anything to brace himself, but all around was endless void, no foothold to cling to. The howling wind roared in his ears, and the chilling breath of the abyss sent involuntary shivers through his body. At that very moment, within the dark abyss, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. They glowed like two blood-red lanterns burning with demonic fire, radiating a thirst for blood and cruelty. Immediately after, a monstrous, grotesque shadow slowly materialized from the abyss. It was a bizarre creature, its body covered in twisted black tentacles, each writhing as if alive. Its mouth gaped open, revealing rows of jagged, interlocking fangs. A sinister curve slowly formed at the corners of its mouth, as if relishing the faceless man's terror. No, no! The faceless man finally felt fear. He struggled desperately, trying to escape, but his body was completely bound by the dark power, unable to move. It shouldn't be me who dies. He thrashed and roared in desperation, but it was all in vain. Qin Lang and the others stood nearby, looking down to witness the horrifying scene. Chapter 123, The Mechanism. RIP. The monster in the abyss opened its gaping maw and sucked in with a violent pull. The faceless man's body was instantly enveloped by twisted darkness, like a piece of paper being swallowed whole. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Gulp. The monster's swallowing echoed through the abyss. Its crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for new prey. But finally, it slowly closed its eyes and sank back into the endless darkness, as if nothing had ever happened. On the bridge, Qin Lang and the others, having witnessed the faceless man's demise with their own eyes, felt a chill run through their hearts. They stood speechless for a long while. Qin Wanqing drew a shallow breath and murmured, he actually died in his own trap. Yi Zi frowned slightly, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Serves him right. Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, his face pale. But what exactly was that thing? A chill crept into everyone's hearts as they stared into the pitch-black, bottomless abyss, falling into an unspoken silence. Qin Lang and the others stepped out of the room, finding the view slightly more expansive than before. Before them, a stone staircase wound upward. At its end, a soft glow faintly shone clearly an exit. We finally made it out? Han Zhuoran stared at the steps, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Qin Wanqing exhaled softly and smiled faintly. It seems so. Yi Zi also exhaled in relief, her gaze toward Qin Lang now tinged with added admiration. However, just as everyone was about to step forward, Qin Wanqing suddenly stopped, furrowing her brow. Wait, she murmured softly. Li Zhihong and Su Lina haven't come out yet. Should we wait for them? The air instantly fell silent. Han Zhuoran snorted derisively, his tone dripping with contempt. Wait for them? Qin Wanqing, you don't seriously think they're still alive, do you? Qin Wanqing paused slightly. What are you talking about? They chose a longer route, so of course they'd be slower. Han Zhuoran continued without pause, they chose to part ways with us back then. To put it plainly, they broke ties with us. That means they never considered us teammates in the first place. Do you think we should stop for them now? If they really died here, should we keep waiting for them forever? If they were truly capable, they should have caught up by now. Even if they're not dead, how long will it take them to emerge from that detour? We have no idea. Qin Wanqing's expression grew complex, as if she wanted to say more but held her tongue. Just then, Qin Lang spoke calmly. I think waiting a little longer won't hurt. Han Zhuoran frowned. Qin Lang, you wouldn't. Qin Lang waved his hand lightly, his expression calm. It's just waiting. We've got nothing to lose.
Han Zhuoran opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing more, standing impatiently to the side.
After several life or death trials, Qin Lang had undeniably become the leader of this small team, and his words carried significant weight.
Shen Wanqing glanced at Qin Lang and exhaled softly in relief. Yi Zi remained silent, her gaze fixed on the staircase.
The group stood before the steps, waiting for Li Zhihong and Su Lina, who were still nowhere in sight. Time ticked by, the air thick with boredom and restlessness. Han Zhuoran leaned against the wall, fiddling with his cuffs with a look of impatience.
Shen Wanqing stood with her arms crossed, occasionally glancing toward the darkness behind them, as if still holding on to hope.
Yi Zi stood ramrod straight, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang.
Qin Lang was far from idle.
His hands moved back and forth across the surrounding walls and floor, slowly sliding along the stone surfaces. His brow furrowed slightly as he concentrated intently.
Qin Lang, what are you looking for? Su Mubai watched his movements and couldn't help but ask. Qin Lang didn't pause his movements, replying casually, I'm looking for the basement. A basement?
Su Mubai froze, tilting his head in confusion.
Yes.
Qin Lang paused briefly before continuing, I haven't found the basement that Numa mentioned since I first came in. I checked all the previous rooms, there are absolutely no hidden entrances.
So the only possibility is that it's here.
That's why he wasn't leaving immediately but choosing to wait here instead.
Su Mubai blinked, then smiled softly. Qin Lang, you haven't forgotten, have you? Forgotten what?
Qin Lang looked at her in confusion. Su Mubai's lips curved upward as she tapped her own cheek with a finger.
I'm a spirit. Qin Lang froze, then snapped to attention, feeling both amused and exasperated. Right.
Su Mubai was now a spirit unimpeded by walls or floors. She could simply pass right through to investigate.
Why was he still fumbling around here? I'm such a fool. Qin Lang chuckled wryly. Then I'll trouble Miss Su to go inside and see if there are any hidden rooms.
Su Mubai smiled faintly, no problem at all. With that, her form flickered slightly, dissolving into an ethereal light that instantly vanished into the stone wall.
Su Mubai's form emerged from the stone wall like a wisp of smoke, gradually solidifying.
She frowned, a look of gravity on her face.
How is it? Qin Lang asked immediately. Su Mubai nodded. There is indeed a basement-like area.
It appears to be some sort of hidden chamber.
However,
she paused, a hint of resignation flickering in her eyes.
There's a restriction at the entrance. I can't get in. Barrier?
Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her with surprise.
You're a spirit entity even you can't get in? Could it be a barrier? Su Mubai shrugged. Probably.
I tried several times, but the moment I approached the entrance, my entire spirit form was repelled by an invisible force.
I couldn't penetrate it at all. Seems like this place isn't exactly open to just anyone. Qin Lang nodded thoughtfully before asking, what about the direction?
Whereabouts is that secret chamber?
Su Mubai extended her hand, pointing toward a wall not far away. Over there. It should be behind this wall.
Qin Lang walked in the direction she indicated, raising his hand to feel along the wall.
His fingertips slid inch by inch over the stone bricks, searching for any possible anomalies.
His movements were meticulous, leaving no stone unturned. After a few seconds, his fingers suddenly stopped.
HM?
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, pressing his palm repeatedly against one brick. He discovered it was slightly looser than the surrounding ones, seemingly able to be pushed. He tentatively pushed against it. At first, there was no response, but when he applied a bit more force.
Click. Chapter 124, The Basement. A faint mechanical click echoed through the silent space.
Instantly, the wall before them slowly split open to either side, revealing a pitch-black passageway before the group. A chill seeped from the passageway, turning the air itself cold and ominous.
Another secret passageway.
Qin Lang murmured softly, wondering if Silent Hill was riddled with tunnels everywhere.
Shen Wanqing instinctively took a step back, a flicker of unease crossing her face. Something about this place feels off. Han Zhuoran took a deep breath, staring at the pitch-black entrance, his lips twitching. Damn it, how come I feel like we're about to walk into trouble again?
Yi Zi remained silent, only slightly furrowing her brow as she tightened her grip on her weapon, her eyes flashing with alertness. Standing beside Qin Lang, Yi Zi stared into the pitch-black entrance. Her eyes held unwavering resolve as she declared without hesitation, I'm coming with you. Shen Wanqing raised an eyebrow at this, then let out a soft chuckle, then I'll come too.
Qin Lang glanced at her. Are you sure? Shen Wanqing lifted her chin, her tone matter of fact, do you think I'm afraid of death?
Qin Lang held little regard for someone as self-serving and cruel to children as her. Han Zhuoran, standing nearby, frowned, arms crossed, hesitation evident, I think I'll stay behind.
Li Zhihong and Su Lina haven't arrived yet. If they're still alive, someone needs to wait here for them. Shen Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle softly, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Oh? Didn't you just say they might already be dead and we shouldn't bother?
Han Zhuoran's face instantly flushed crimson. He was momentarily speechless, his gaze shifting nervously.
Well. So what?
Shen Wanqing smiled meaningfully, are you scared, or just looking for an excuse to save your own skin?
Fear my ass.
Han Zhuoran gritted his teeth, his expression shifting from embarrassment to anger. He stomped his foot fiercely.
Fine, I'll go. Who's afraid of who?
Qin Lang watched as the group exchanged words and decided to proceed together. A faint smile touched his lips, but he quickly suppressed it, his gaze darkening as he spoke slowly. If you're certain you want to go, you need to think this through carefully. His tone grew serious as he swept his gaze across the group. This place is likely the area for the hidden quest. The difficulty will definitely be higher than previous instances. In fact, it could be extremely dangerous.
Put simply, you might die if you come here.
That single sentence instantly thickened the atmosphere around them. The dark entrance resembled the gaping maw of an abyss, seemingly waiting to devour those who dared to venture in recklessly. Yi Zi, however, remained utterly unfazed. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips as she spoke calmly. Qin Lang, if I feared death, I wouldn't have come here with you in the first place. Shen Wanqing blinked, her smile unchanged.
My dirty laundry is already in someone else's hands. Leaving wouldn't make much difference. Dying here with purpose isn't so bad. Qin Lang, you saved my life.
Returning the favor is no trouble.
Han Zhuoran took a deep breath. Though his heart skipped a beat, he refused to back down now. He pounded his chest emphatically. Let's do it. Who's afraid of who? Qin Lang watched them, then nodded. Good. Let's go.
With that, he strode forward first, stepping into the darkness without hesitation.
Su Mubai gently raised her hand, a ghostly blue flame igniting in her palm. The faint light flickered through the dark passageway, illuminating the surroundings.
As she moved forward slowly, the surrounding scene gradually came into focus. The walls were densely covered with crooked, irregular characters, resembling ancient inscriptions or perhaps the scribbles of a madman. Irregular in shape and varying in size, some appeared as though they had been forcibly carved with fingernails, deeply embedded into the stone walls, exuding an indescribable eerie aura.
As Su Mubai's ghostly light swept over them, the carvings seemed to come alive.
Within the shifting play of light and shadow, distorted faces began to emerge, grotesque, tortured, as if silently screaming.
What on earth are these? Han Zhuoran couldn't help but whisper, his voice tinged with unease. They resembled some kind of talisman, yet they weren't quite that either.
Shen Wanqing frowned, a flicker of unease in her eyes, but it definitely doesn't look like anything normal.
Han Zhuoran, nonsense. Qin Lang offered no reply.
His gaze remained steady as he continued forward, stepping over the twisted symbols with unwavering determination, not pausing for a moment. Finally, at the end of the passageway, a heavy iron door appeared before them. Its surface was similarly engraved with eerie symbols, while a deep, impenetrable darkness seeped through the cracks, its destination unknown. Compared to the chaotic carvings around it, the symbols on this door were distinctly more orderly, emanating a suppressed sense of authority.
It resembled a seal, firmly locking away whatever unknown entity lay beyond.
Qin Lang halted, his gaze fixed on the door as his brow furrowed slightly.
Help.
Suddenly, a low, raspy voice echoed faintly from behind the door.
Everyone instantly tensed, the air seeming to freeze solid. Did you hear that?
Yi Zi lowered her voice, her gaze fixed warily on the door.
No kidding, it's so obvious.
Han Zhuoran also lowered his voice, but a hint of tension flickered in his eyes.
Su Mubai frowned slightly.
The ghostly flame flickered faintly.
She glanced at Qin Lang, her voice hesitant. There really seems to be someone inside. A living person, or something strange?
Shen Wanqing didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood her meaning. Qin Lang stared at the door, his gaze darkening. Slowly, he reached out and pressed his hand lightly against the cold iron surface. From behind the door, that hoarse voice seemed to grow slightly clearer. Qin Lang scrutinized the restrictions etched into the door, his brow furrowing slightly. The intricate, intertwined runes of the seal coiled like vines around the entire iron door, emanating a chilling aura. Su Mubai's ghostly flames flickered upon the runes, shifting and writhing like living creatures, stirring unease in the heart.
Step back a bit.
Qin Lang murmured, extending a finger to lightly trace the runes. In an instant, the runes shattered like torn spiderwebs. A hidden aura surged from behind the door, causing everyone to hold their breath involuntarily. Yi Zi instinctively reached for the weapon at her waist, while Shen Wanqing clutched the talisman paper in her hand.
Everyone entered a state of alert.
Qin Lang took a deep breath, pressed both hands against the door, and pushed with all his might.
Boom!
The heavy iron door creaked open with a shrill grinding sound.
A thick, damp air mixed with an odd fragrance hit them. The ghostly light pierced the darkness, illuminating the scene within the room.
When the group saw the scene before them, their eyes widened in shock.
Chapter 125, The Vessel.
In the center of the room stood rows of neatly arranged desks and chairs, resembling a bizarre classroom.
But the most shocking sight was the towering altar at the far end of the room.
Constructed from black stone, its surface was carved with intricate, eerie patterns. At its center lay a figure, motionless.
Pale skin glowed eerily in the ghostly flames. It was Feng Lanlan. Yi Zi gasped aloud, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on the woman.
It was Feng Lanlan, the very same woman who had been with old woman Genie earlier. Her face was deathly pale, eyes filled with terror. Spotting Qin Lang and the others, she struggled to lift her head, her voice trembling and urgent as she cried out.
Thank goodness, it's you. Save me. Quick, save me.
Her voice echoed through the empty room, tinged with heart-wrenching despair.
Qin Wanqing asked Qin Lang, your friend? Qin Lang shook his head, not very well. Yizi asked, Fengmen, what on earth happened to you? Fengmen's face was pale, her lips trembling slightly, clearly still shaken. Her gaze swept over Qin Lang and the others, as if she'd finally grasped a lifeline. A flicker of hope flickered in her eyes, but it was overshadowed by terror and unease. We were walking with Grandma Genia along that mountain path. Her voice caught as she recalled the scene, her body shuddering involuntarily. Then, out of nowhere, the ground suddenly split open. We didn't even have time to react before we fell. The ground suddenly split open? Qin Wanqing frowned. Qin Lang looked at her, why are you so surprised?
Qin Wanqing and Han Zhuoran exchanged glances before saying, because that's how we ended up underground too.
Qin Lang nodded thoughtfully. Fengmen nodded, her breath coming in short gasps, yes. It was like we were sucked in, we couldn't break free at all. Then I passed out.
Her hands trembled slightly at her sides. When I woke up, I was already here, hands and feet bound, completely immobilized. Her head snapped up, eyes pleading.
Save me. Please, get me down from here. Fengmen's appearance was indeed pitiful.
Bound to the altar, her limbs were restrained by strange black chains. The marks of the restraints were faintly visible on her skin. She seemed imprisoned in this eerie, terrifying room, as if she might become some kind of sacrificial offering at any moment.
Qin Lang, what should we do? Yizi looked at Qin Lang. No.
Qin Lang's voice was calm and resolute.
Yizi's movements froze. She turned back in a daze, why?
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, scanning the entire room meticulously, especially the eerie altar.
Fengmen flashed a look of panic upon hearing Qin Lang's refusal.
Her hands, bound by black chains, clanged against the walls as she struggled.
Qin Lang. Why won't you save me? Hurry. These chains are cutting into me so badly.
If you don't save me now, I'll really die.
Are you just going to stand by and watch me die?
Her voice trembled, tinged with desperation.
Qin Lang replied, saving you is a favor, but not saving you is my right. Don't act like I came here just to rescue you.
Yizi's brows furrowed, a flicker of hesitation crossing her mind.
Qin Lang, if this is a ritual, won't we be in danger once it's complete? Both in reason and compassion, we should rescue her first. Qin Wanqing murmured, I agree. This place feels eerie. If Fengmen is truly some kind of offering, delaying could be dangerous. Qin Lang didn't respond immediately.
Instead, he slowly approached the altar, his gaze sweeping the room intently.
Su Mubai followed him, the ghostly flames he released flickering faintly in the air. They illuminated twisted characters on the walls, characters distorted by some force into eerie curves that sent chills down one's spine. Qin Lang's gaze fell to the floor, where he noticed a circle of ancient runes carved into the base of the altar. A faint red glow flickered within them, as if containing some peculiar energy. Meanwhile, the black chains binding Fengmen's limbs began to writhe like living creatures.
Sensing something, they emitted an almost inaudible, low-pitched creaking sound. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, what you said is all possible, but there's another possibility. Moreover, these chains don't seem like ordinary restraints, they appear to be some kind of seal.
A seal?
Yizi's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly grew alert. Qin Lang nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the altar. His voice was low and solemn. If I'm not mistaken, he said, the reason Fengmen was bound here might be to seal something. She might not be a sacrifice, but a vessel. At these words, everyone froze in shock.
Fengmen's expression abruptly changed.
Her eyes flickered, then grew even more desperate. No, that's not it.
Qin Lang, you're overthinking this. I really was just captured. Save me, everyone.
Her voice trembled, as if she were genuinely struggling to explain, but Qin Lang had already noticed the subtle shift in her demeanor.
Han Zhuoran asked, Qin Lang, what's your basis for this?
Qin Wanqing's expression also grew grave. If she really was sealed away, breaking the seal might unleash something dangerous.
Qin Lang didn't rush to answer.
He recalled Silent Hill from his memories. The evil spirit needed the female protagonist's body as a vessel to return to this world. Qin Lang slowly circled the altar once, then suddenly raised his hand and flicked the black chains lightly. In that instant, the chains seemed to be provoked, emitting a sharp, shrill vibration. The air in the entire room felt as though it had frozen solid. Simultaneously, Fengmen's body jerked violently. Her expression twisted slightly, and an unusual gleam flashed deep within her eyes. Qin Lang's lips curved upward in a faint, ambiguous smile as he watched her. It seems my guess was correct after all.
You harbor some extraordinary energy within you. You're the one causing all these anomalies in Silent Hill, aren't you? Fengmen stared intently at Qin Lang, veins bulging on her face.
Qin Lang's gaze grew deep as he watched her, speaking slowly in a low, calm voice. This town has felt strange from the very beginning. Especially the coal mine accident in Silent Hill. Officials have always called it an accident.
But doesn't that strike you as odd? A small town, completely abandoned in such a short time after a coal mine accident, with even nearby residents fleeing?
This absolutely cannot be caused by a simple mining disaster.
Chapter 126, Sacrificial Lamb. Qin Wanqing frowned, unease creeping into her expression. Are you suggesting the real cause of that accident wasn't a mine collapse?
Qin Lang nodded, his gaze sharpening. My theory is that the root cause of that accident was likely the miners uncovering something they shouldn't have found while digging underground.
That thing destroyed the entire Silent Hill. Yi Zi sucked in a sharp breath and blurted out, what was it?
Qin Lang slowly scanned the surroundings, as if searching for some clue. After a moment, he murmured, perhaps an ancient creature.
Or maybe some kind of evil monster.
In short, those miners dug up something beneath the earth that didn't belong in the human world. They accidentally triggered its prison, and everything spiraled out of control. As the words fell, the air in the room instantly grew oppressive, as if even the twisted runes on the walls were stirring with unease. Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm.
You mean, they unleashed something truly terrible deep in the mines?
Qin Lang tapped lightly on the altar's stone surface, his voice hollow and chilling. It might be far worse than you imagine.
The mining disaster back then likely wasn't caused by a cave-in. Instead, whatever was unleashed turned the entire mine, even the whole town, into some kind of testing ground. A testing ground?
Su Mubai's voice carried a hint of shock.
You mean the people of this town were all test subjects for those things?
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly, perhaps test subjects. Perhaps sacrifices. But either way, it explains why the entire town eventually became a ghost town, and why no one dares approach it to this day. At this, a chill crept up everyone's spine and spread through their limbs, as if the room's temperature had dropped several degrees.
Yi Zi glanced around, sensing the runes growing even more eerie.
She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself and whispered.
Qin Lang, if your theory is correct, then the place we're standing in right now could very well be the source of those things back then? Qin Lang didn't respond, instead shifting his gaze back to Feng Lanlan. At that moment, Feng Lanlan's expression was no longer merely one of terror.
Her face was deathly pale, and her eyes seemed to conceal some unknown secret. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she were desperately trying to hide something. An indescribable silence fell over the room, broken only by the faint flickering of ghostly flames in the air, casting light on the stunned and wary expressions of those present. Qin Wanqing frowned, her gaze fixed on Feng Lanlan atop the altar. Her voice carried a hint of confusion. I still don't understand.
How does any of this relate to Feng Lanlan being sealed here?
Qin Lang's gaze swept the surroundings with profound intensity as he spoke slowly. Someone, or rather, the plot of this dungeon arranged for Feng Lanlan to replace the vessel that was sealed all those years ago.
Han Zhuoran snapped his head up, a flash of shock crossing his face. You mean, the person who sealed that strange thing back then is still alive?
Qin Lang nodded, his expression stern.
The ritual isn't complete yet, so she's still alive.
But that also means someone will definitely come soon to continue the ritual. At these words, a chill swept over the group, as if the air itself had thickened into oppressive viscosity. Yi Zi instinctively took a step back, her eyes darting warily around the room.
Qin Wanqing clenched her fists unconsciously, preparing for battle. Qin Lang didn't pause, swiftly turning to Su Mubai, search for any other secret passages or exits here. Someone must have slipped out earlier without us noticing. There must be another way out. Su Mubai nodded, his form flickering as he transformed into a streak of blue light. He swiftly penetrated the wall and vanished into the darkness. Just then, Feng Lanlan on the altar suddenly began thrashing violently, her voice filled with terror and urgency. Qin Lang. You're wrong. There is no ritual. Hurry and save me.
Her eyes were filled with terror, as if she feared everyone would believe Qin Lang and refuse to rescue her. Her voice trembled with tears. I was truly just tied up here, I'm not some vessel.
Let me go, I beg you.
Her shouts echoed through the dim room, sounding unnervingly shrill and almost frantic.
Yet Qin Lang didn't act immediately.
Instead, he narrowed his eyes, studying Feng Lanlan's expression intently.
Qin Lang.
Just as Yi Zi was about to speak, a low, aged chuckle suddenly rang out from the corner of the room, sounding like dry branches scraping against each other in the wind. Just accept your fate, Feng Lanlan. Everyone whipped their heads around to see two figures slowly emerging from the shadows: old woman Golden Leaf and Sima Qing. Grandma Golden Leaf held a long tobacco pipe, her face twisted into an eerie grin, her eyes as deep and dark as black holes. Sima Qing stood expressionless beside her, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as cold as ice.
Feng Lanlan's eyes widened in terror.
Tears instantly streamed down her face as her voice cracked with despair. Grandma Golden Leaf, save me.
You're not on my team? Aren't we teammates?
Granny Golden Leaf slowly lifted her head, offering a faint smile.
Her gaze held an inexpressible depth. Teammates?
Feng Lanlan, you're so naive. You were merely hired by me. Feng Lanlan struggled violently, tears streaming down her cheeks as she screamed hysterically. Why?
Why me? I didn't do anything wrong. We entered the instance together, why must I be the one sacrificed?
Qin Lang watched the scene unfold silently, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Suddenly, he spoke. Where did you come from? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Granny Golden Leaf slowly suppressed her smile, lifting her unfathomable eyes to meet Qin Lang's. A faint curve touched her lips as she drawled. Why don't you guess? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Golden Leaf Granny. His voice was low and utterly devoid of warmth.
So you knew about this ritual all along? Grandma Golden Leaf chuckled softly, exhaling a puff of smoke.
She took a slow step forward, her eyes flashing with sharp intelligence.
Qin Lang, do you think I would ever fight unprepared?
Her voice was soft, even tinged with amusement. Before setting foot in this town, I had already investigated its history.
The coal mine accident in Silent Hill?
Poof. That was merely the surface. The true catastrophe lies in what was sealed away being unleashed.
And now. Chapter 127, Hidden Mission.
Old woman Golden Leaf paused mid-sentence, a meaningful smile playing on her lips as her gaze swept over the group. Come to think of it, she remarked, I'm rather surprised you managed to make it here alive. Qin Lang said nothing, merely gazing at her coldly. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the doorway, slow and dragging, each step seeming to drain every ounce of strength.
Everyone instantly turned alert.
A man staggered into the room, covered in blood, his face deathly pale. A gruesome wound gouged his chest, blood dripping from the hem of his clothes onto the floor. His breathing was ragged and labored, each step a visible struggle against immense pain. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure as none other than Feng Chang, a member of the Golden Leaf Grannies group.
Feng Chang's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze fixed on Jin Yipopo and Sima Qing with seething hatred. His voice was hoarse, filled with overwhelming fury. You're not human. By the end, his words were practically a roar. His hands trembled, his eyes filled with despair and rage. He forced himself upright, gasping for breath as if preparing to continue his accusation. Boom! Before Feng Qi could finish, a searing flame abruptly materialized from the air. Enveloped in blistering heat, it instantly lunged toward him. Ah! Feng Chang let out a piercing scream as flames instantly engulfed his entire body, the blaze lighting up the entire room. His body twisted in agony within the flames, struggling desperately before finally reducing to a pile of charred ashes. Even his wails ceased abruptly. The crowd gasped in shock, their hearts pounding. Qin Lang turned his head slightly, glancing at Sima Qing, who stood rooted to the spot. His right hand rose ever so slightly, palm not yet fully closed, the air still carrying a faint, lingering scent of burnt flesh. Golden Leaf Granny cast a detached glance at the ashes on the ground, letting out a soft sigh. Her tone was calm, as if the slaughter had been nothing more than a trivial matter. See? Those who speak too much never live long. Qin Lang's gaze turned icy, and the surrounding air seemed to grow oppressively heavy. His gaze swept slowly across the room. Feng Lanlan, bound to the altar, dared not move. Grandma Golden Leaf stood calmly nearby, while the lingering heat from Sima Qing's earlier flame spell caused the air to shimmer faintly. Feng Chang's corpse on the floor had already turned to charred remains, leaving only the acrid stench of burnt flesh lingering in the air. A faint, emotionless smile touched Qin Lang's lips. His voice was low, yet carried an unquestionable certainty. I understand, Grandma Genia. You knew where this ritual would be performed from the very beginning, didn't you? Grandma Golden Leaf didn't answer immediately. Instead, she chuckled softly, tapping her cane lightly on the ground, producing a crisp sound. Qin Lang continued, his pace measured yet each word sharp as a blade. You knew the secrets of Silent Hill even before entering the town. That's why you arrived here before us with one purpose, to find the sealing ritual and control it. He paused, narrowing his eyes as he fixed her with a piercing stare, and Feng Lanlan was your sacrifice from the very beginning. You needed a living being to serve as the core of the seal, and she happened to be the most suitable pawn. At these words, Feng Lanlan's eyes widened in terror. She struggled violently, her voice trembling. No. Grandma, you're not that kind of person, right? Grandma Genia tilted her head slightly, her face still bearing that faint smile, as if Feng Lanlan's cries for help were merely meaningless echoes in the air. Qin Lang's gaze turned icy as he continued, as for the one from earlier, he just accused you both, proving he's a victim too. He was merely a pawn you placed along the way, a sacrificial offering, right? This time, Grandma Genia finally smiled. Her eyes were deep as an ancient well, gazing at Qin Lang with unruffled calm. You are indeed very clever. Her tone remained detached, even tinged with a hint of admiration, as if Qin Lang's deductive skills had earned her considerable respect. Qin Lang snorted coldly, unmoved by her praise. His gaze sharpened slightly as he spoke slowly. If I'm not mistaken, this so-called sealing ritual is actually the hidden quest of this dungeon, isn't it? As the words fell, the smile on Golden Leaf Granny's face faltered slightly. A dangerous gleam flashed in her eyes, like a venomous snake fixated on its prey, faintly revealing a murderous intent. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense, the air seemingly solidifying. Shen Wanqing, Yi Zi, and the others instinctively gripped their weapons tighter. Su Mubai's ghostly flames flickered faintly, casting light upon the walls. The crooked, twisted characters seemed to come alive, casting distorted and eerie shadows. Qin Lang didn't retreat. Instead, he met her gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips as he remarked with a hint of amusement, seems I guessed right. Old Lady Golden Leaf narrowed her eyes, tapping her cane lightly on the floor with a dull thud. A meaningful smile played at the corners of her lips as she exhaled a wisp of smoke that curled upward. Qin Lang, she said calmly, how did you know about the hidden quest? Qin Lang's gaze sharpened like a blade.
He gave a light snort, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a hint of provocation. You guess. He paused, then spoke with unwavering certainty, if completing the ritual is the hidden task, then I can't possibly hand it over to you. The air seemed to freeze for an instant. Old woman Golden Leaf stared silently at Qin Lang. After a moment, she exhaled a puff of smoke. Her face was obscured within the swirling haze, indistinct, then we'll have to settle this properly. Qin Lang smiled suddenly at her words, his voice tinged with mockery as he regarded the Golden Leaf old woman with amused eyes. You intend to start it here? His hand lifted slightly, spiritual energy gathering faintly in his palm. The surrounding air seemed to tremble under its influence. Grandma Golden Leaf showed no urgency to act. She merely chuckled softly, shook her head, and met his gaze with a depth tinged with mockery. I know you're no ordinary man. With your numerical advantage now, Sam Chang and I might not stand a chance. But even if you win, what then? She exhaled slowly, her fingers tapping lightly on her cane. The crisp sound echoed through the chilly room. Only I know the specific method for performing this ritual. Without me, none of you can complete it. Qin Lang's smile faded slightly. He studied old woman Jin Yi intently, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. A brief silence fell over the room. Feng Lanlan continued to struggle on the altar while Yi Zi, Shen Wanqing, and the others remained tense, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Grandma Jinya spoke up, then perhaps, we should talk? Chapter 128, The Demon. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. A deal? Go ahead, I'm listening. Grandma Golden Leaf's gaze swept calmly across the group. A faint smile touched her lips as she spoke slowly and with certainty. Qin Lang, do you think I wish to monopolize this hidden quest? She paused, shook her head gently, exhaled a puff of smoke, and spoke with a hint of leisure. Actually, as you said, the true goal of this hidden quest is to successfully seal the demonic creature within the town. The others were all taken aback by her words. Qin Lang nodded. This matched his own understanding. Moreover, in Silent Hill from his past life, the demon god also sought to descend into this world through the body of the female protagonist, Shiro. But the specific method of sealing? Qin Lang had no recollection. The dungeon system must have altered part of the plot. Grandma Golden Leaf, leaning on her cane, took a slight step forward. Her gaze fixed on the altar as she spoke slowly. Your earlier guesses were correct. The coal mine accident back then was not merely a simple cave-in. It was the miners digging too deep into the shaft and disturbing something they should never have touched. That was the beginning of all the disasters. Her voice was low, tinged with a bone-chilling coldness. They inadvertently unleashed some long-slumbering demonic entity, filling the entire town of Silent Hill with all manner of supernatural and bizarre phenomena. In other words, it drove the entire town mad. A collective gasp rippled through the group, the air seeming to freeze for a moment. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his tone steady. So you're saying that if we can reseal that demon, we'll complete the hidden quest? Granny Golden Leaf nodded gently, her expression serene. Correct. Once the sealing is successful, the town will return to normal, all anomalies will vanish, and the hidden quest will be considered complete. As for the reward. She paused, then offered a meaningful smile. Since we're all in the same dungeon, why fight amongst ourselves? If we cooperate to accomplish this, we can split the mission reward equally. Wouldn't that be a win-win for everyone? Her words fell into a brief silence that filled the room. Yi Zi and Shen Wanqing exchanged glances. Han Zhuoran clenched his fists, while Su Mubai crossed his arms, his gaze flickering slightly. Qin Lang pondered for a moment, his gaze fixed intently on Golden Leaf Granny as he weighed the pros and cons. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Golden Leaf Granny. His tone was steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. You make it sound so simple, but what evidence do you have to prove the hidden quest's true objective is sealing the demonic creature, rather than a sacrifice? Old Lady Golden Leaf chuckled softly upon hearing this. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out an ancient jade token, casually tossing it toward Qin Lang with pinpoint accuracy. Qin Lang caught it with lightning reflexes. The jade felt cool to the touch, its surface engraved with intricate patterns that radiated an unusual energy fluctuation. What is this? Qin Lang frowned, examining the jade token in his hand. Grandma Golden Leaf smiled faintly, leaning on her walking stick as she spoke in a leisurely tone. This is called a voice-transmitting jade. It enables communication between dungeon players and real-world players. It's an extremely rare treasure within the entire instance, one might even call it priceless. The group gasped in surprise. Shen Wanqing frowned. Dungeon players can communicate with the real world? Even as a veteran player, this was the first time she'd heard of such a thing. If players inside and outside the dungeon could communicate, wouldn't that mean impossible dungeons like Silent Hill could be spoiled? No wonder old woman Golden Leaf knew so much. Granny Golden Leaf nodded slightly, her voice deep and measured. Of course. But only if you can find such a thing and possess the qualifications to use it. Qin Lang held the communication jade, his fingertips tracing its surface patterns thoughtfully. So you brought this out to tell us you have inside information? Grandma Golden Leaf smiled, her gaze deep as a well. Exactly. I had a friend who once entered Silent Hill. He wanted to unlock that hidden quest. But sadly, he ultimately failed. Yi Zi's expression shifted slightly as she blurted out, failed? Then he must have.
Grandma Golden Leaf exhaled a puff of smoke, a meaningful smile curling her lips. Of course he died. Alright, open the communication jade and listen. Just give it a slight twist.
Qin Lang stared at the jade communicator in his hand, his fingertips gently caressing its cold surface.
With a light twist, he activated it.
The jade body glowed faintly, and soon after, a hoarse, faint voice slowly echoed through the deathly silent room.
Cough cough. This is my 8th day in Silent Hill.
The voice belonged to a man, his tone urgent and clearly breathless, as if he'd just endured a frantic escape.
Everyone held their breath, listening intently. I've finally found this mysterious basement.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a jarring, grating noise erupted from the jade tablet like fingernails scraping glass, sending shivers down the spine. Next came the sound of metal scraping, followed by heavy breathing as if something was approaching.
Then, abruptly, a piercing scream. Ah!
The scream was accompanied by a series of chaotic thuds, as if someone was struggling violently.
The entire space echoed with the terrified shouts of that person.
Yet the voice gradually distorted, as if being swallowed by some unseen presence, painfully drawn out, muffled, and finally reduced to a series of incomprehensible, low murmurs. Qin Lang and the others were certain those sounds were not human. Yeezy instinctively sucked in a sharp breath, taking an involuntary step back, her face turning pale. Qin Lang, however, kept his gaze fixed on the sound-transmitting jade, his expression unchanged as he continued listening. After a long while, the man's voice resounded through the jade again. But this time, his tone was no longer one of fear. Instead, it carried extreme weakness and despair, as if he was barely squeezing out each word with his last ounce of strength. The thing inside has come out.
We must be sealed away. It never truly vanished.
It's waiting for a vessel. The words abruptly ended.
Then, the jade communicator fell into complete, utter silence, no sound emanating from it.
A deathly silence enveloped everyone, as if even the air had been frozen by this eerie recording.
Shen Wanqing couldn't help but hug her arms tightly, murmuring, What exactly is this? Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat forming on his temple. From the sound of it, whatever that guy saw has already escaped? If that's true, we're in big trouble. Yi Zi murmured, her brow furrowed.
Qin Lang remained the most composed. He turned his gaze back to old lady Jinya, but he didn't specify the exact sealing method. Old woman Golden Leaf slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, a fleeting, enigmatic smile dancing in her eyes.
Well, that's something you shouldn't ask about.
Her tone was calm, yet it sent a chill down their spines. Qin Lang's gaze sharpened slightly.
A meaningful smile curved his lips as he spoke slowly. Grandma Golden Leaf, have you already deciphered these symbols? Grandma Golden Leaf was leisurely exhaling smoke when her fingers paused slightly at his words.
A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes before she narrowed them, fixing them on Qin Lang. Her voice dropped involuntarily.
How did you know? Chapter 129, On what grounds?
Old woman Golden Leaf paused, suddenly seeming to realize something.
Her expression shifted slightly as she fixed her gaze on Qin Lang. Could it be, you can decipher them too? This time, Qin Lang didn't answer immediately.
Instead, he chuckled softly, crossed his arms, and spoke with a hint of casual indifference, You'd better not ask. In truth, the moment Qin Lang stepped into this room, he had already deciphered the strange symbols adorning the walls, floor, and altar. For these symbols were identical to those in the heavenly book he had encountered in the Fengmen Village instance. However, he could only decipher part of them here. Some crucial sections remained unsolved. When old woman Golden Leaf appeared here, Qin Lang realized her words aligned perfectly with his own knowledge.
Suddenly, all the clues seemed to snap into place. Qin Lang began to believe Granny Golden Leaf knew how to complete this ritual. Grandma Golden Leaf fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing something. Then, her face regained its usual calm and composure. She took another drag on her cigarette and said indifferently, In that case, shall we cooperate?
Though phrased as a question, her tone carried a subtle hint of testing and wariness.
Qin Lang smiled faintly and nodded without hesitation. Cooperation is fine. But I want a 70-30 split on the reward.
His eyes gleamed with a half-smile, fixed on old lady Golden Leaf with a hint of amusement and provocation.
Grandma Golden Leaf's eyes turned cold, the smile vanishing instantly from her lips.
She regarded Qin Lang with a deep, calculating gaze, as if weighing the pros and cons. She knew full well that while she held some crucial information regarding this sealing ritual, Qin Lang could decipher these symbols and might even possess as much knowledge as she did. This information gap was crucial, potentially determining the success or failure of this hidden mission. After several seconds of silence, she clenched her jaw and spoke in a low voice, Fine. 70-30. It's settled. You can't do this. Feng Lanlan's eyes blazed with fury and terror. Beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead, her lips trembling slightly, yet she continued to struggle desperately. Her gaze swept across Qin Lang, Han Zhuoran, Yi Zi, and the others, searching their faces for a shred of mercy. How dare you decide my fate, she demanded. Let me down now. Player killing is against the rules. You'll be sanctioned for this. Grandma Golden Leaf stood before the altar, tapping her pipe lightly. Her eyes narrowed, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Feng Lanlan, just do as you're told. Don't think about anything else.
After all, you brought this upon yourself. She exhaled a slow stream of smoke that coiled in the air like a slithering venomous snake. Feng Lanlan's pupils contracted sharply, her face turning pale. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to remain calm as she demanded, "What do you mean?"
Old woman Golden Leaf's gaze was cold as steel, piercing Feng Lanlan like a sharp blade. She slowly paced to the edge of the altar, leaning slightly forward to stare into Feng Lanlan's eyes. Her tone was laced with amusement. "Feng Lanlan, you don't really think I don't know anything, do you? Your abilities are so weak, yet I chose you. Have you never wondered why?" The air seemed to freeze for an instant as Feng Lanlan's breathing grew ragged, her struggles ceasing. Grandma Golden Leaf chuckled softly, her tone laced with a hint of coldness. "After you entered the instance, you acquired the skills of an assassin.
And then?
Feeling empowered, you immediately began slaughtering men who entered the red light district at will." Her voice suddenly deepened, her gaze as sharp as blades. "Your hands are stained with dozens of lives. You slaughtered 40 clients and 32 prostitutes in a single night, a near-mad rampage.
You thought no one knew, that no one cared."
The room fell deathly silent at her words. Han Zhuoran stood to the side, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. He stared at Feng Lanlan's face, subconsciously beginning to search his mind for relevant legal statutes. If that's the case, then she truly deserved it. "I've killed people too, but never with such madness." Feng Lanlan snapped her head up, glaring fiercely at Han Zhuoran. Raging fire burned in her eyes as her fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into her palms. Her face contorted with fury.
"How dare you speak to me like this?"
Her voice trembled slightly with rage, her chest heaving violently.
"You don't know anything. Who are you to judge me? Do you think you're any better?"
Her voice nearly turned into a growl, filled with despair, resentment, and deep-seated fury. She struggled desperately, like a cornered beast, straining with all her might to break free from her bonds. Yet the sturdy ropes held her firmly in place, rendering her resistance futile. The flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows across her face. Her eyes burned with madness and fury, her teeth clenched so hard they ground together, her breath coming in ragged, chaotic gasps. Granny Golden Leaf tapped her forehead with the pipe, producing a sizzling sound and leaving a fiery red mark on Feng Lanlan's head. Xin Wanqing and Yi Zi closed their eyes in horror.
Grandma Golden Leaf declared, "Behave yourself.
You are the most bloodthirsty and deeply sinful among us. That's precisely why we chose you in the first place." Feng Lanlan cried out in pain, then gasped violently as her chest heaved. Her eyes, like poisoned blades, fixed on old woman Golden Leaf.
The next moment, a low, hoarse laugh erupted from her throat laced with scorn, resentment, and a hint of hysterical madness. "How dare you say I'm guilty?" Her voice was hoarse, her eyes bloodshot, as if bearing unspeakable fury and agony. "Do you know what I've endured? Do you know how I survived all this time?" She drew a sharp breath, her fingernails digging deep into her palms as her voice grew shrill, laced with a frenzied resolve. "I was sold into the red light district as a child. I became a whore. I never even dreamed of what a normal life was like." Her voice trembled with a shrill edge, like a wrenching accusation, like tearing open the deepest wound in her soul. "Those men treated me like an animal, abusing me, trampling me at will. Who among you has ever known the humiliation of being treated like a toy? Who among you has known the despair of living in hell every single day?" Tears mingled with rage streamed down her cheeks, but she didn't wipe them away. Instead, she laughed a fierce, maniacal laugh, a laugh of agony. "So when I finally gained the power, why shouldn't I seek revenge?" Han Zhuoran adjusted his glasses after hearing this, no longer looking at Feng Lanlan. Xin Wanqing and Yi Zi also looked away in distress. Feng Lanlan shouted, "Those men deserved it. They deserved to die. Killing them was justice. I have the power to avenge them, and I will make them pay. What's wrong with that? Who are you to judge me? Who are you?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Qin Lang frowned. "This is bad. Quick, make her stop." Chapter 130, The Loophole. Before Qin Lang could finish, Golden Leaf Granny swiftly pressed a yellow talisman over Feng Lanlan's mouth. Feng Lanlan could only emit muffled cries, her voice echoing through the chilly room with bone-chilling hatred, like the wail of a vengeful ghost demanding souls. Yi Zi looked puzzled. "Qin Lang, what's going on? Why stop Feng Lanlan from speaking?" Qin Lang replied, "Didn't you all see? The black marks on Feng Lanlan's body are becoming more pronounced." Only then did everyone notice that the black runes on Feng Lanlan's arms had indeed darkened since earlier, as if carved into her skin. The greater Feng Lanlan's resentment grew, the more the demonic entity became drawn to her. Grandma Genia stood nearby, watching her silently. Her gaze was deep as an ancient well, her face devoid of pity, instead bearing a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "Feng Lanlan, I told you you're perfectly suited to be this vessel and sacrifice. The demon's interest in you proves how deeply sinful you are." Granny Golden Leaf slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke that drifted through the air, carrying a faint herbal scent that made the atmosphere feel even more stifling and oppressive. Feng Lanlan's pupils contracted sharply, her lips trembling slightly. She stared fixedly at Granny Golden Leaf, her eyes filled with extreme fury and terror. Grandma Golden Leaf regarded her with utter indifference, her voice tinged with a bone-chilling coldness. "This is your fate. Accept it.
Her casual words felt like a cold death sentence, instantly freezing the air in the entire room.
Fengmen Village's body trembled violently.
Her fingertips turned white from clenching her fists so tightly, her breathing grew ragged, and her heart pounded wildly. She wanted to protest, to struggle, but a bone-chilling coldness clogged her throat, rendering her utterly speechless. Grandma Goldenleaf paced slowly, tapping her tobacco pipe against her palm. Her gaze fixed on Qin Lang, her eyes glinting with a sinister, icy light. Qin Lang, to complete the ritual, you must kill Fengmen Village with your own hands. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Fengmen Village's eyes widened abruptly, her lips trembling slightly, her face etched with utter disbelief. Her body instinctively recoiled, yet her limbs were tightly bound to the altar by ropes, leaving her nowhere to flee.
Qin Lang's brow furrowed slightly, his tone steady and cool. The reason? Why me?
Granny Goldenleaf exhaled a puff of smoke slowly, her gaze deep and her voice low. The power of the demon has partially entered her body. Upon hearing this, Fengmen Village struggled even more frantically, twisting her body in a desperate attempt to break free. Yet the rope seemed imbued with some mysterious force, tightening relentlessly until they cut deep into her skin, turning it white. Qin Lang's eyes flickered as he calmly weighed the truth of these words.
So? He asked in a deep voice, you mean, if we kill her, the demonic entity can successfully possess her body? Grandma Goldenleaf nodded, her tone eerily calm. Precisely.
The demonic entity requires a perfect vessel to manifest in this world, and Fengmen Village is the most suitable medium. Her hatred, her bloodlust, her obsession all have become the demon's finest nourishment.
Now, it only needs one final step.
Qin Lang's gaze sharpened slightly as he grasped her meaning.
I see. Your plan is to eliminate the demonic entity after it manifests.
Qin Lang spoke slowly, his tone as calm as if discussing something of no consequence.
A faint smile touched the corners of Goldenleaf Granny's lips. Precisely. To seal the demonic entity, we must first draw it out. You can't catch a tiger without entering its den, can you? Once the demonic creature fully manifests, we'll devise a way to seal it away. Yi Zi looked doubtful. But it's a demonic creature. Once it arrives, are we really capable of handling it? Old woman Goldenleaf glanced at Qin Lang. You lot certainly can't. But Qin Lang and I can. That's why I'm having Qin Lang handle it. If it were you lot, you'd probably wet yourselves the moment the demon arrived. Han Zhuoran snorted in resentment.
Qin Lang fell silent for a moment before lifting his gaze to meet old woman Goldenleaf's eyes.
Is it really that simple? A strange gleam flashed in Goldenleaf Granny's eyes as she spoke slowly. Simple?
Oof. If it were truly that simple, it wouldn't deserve to be called a demonic creature. Her voice was cold and low, carrying an indescribable chill.
This thing is no ordinary object.
She narrowed her eyes, tapping the pipe stem against her palm, a meaningful, cold smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Once it truly descends upon the world, it won't just be a disaster for this small town.
Qin Lang, you must stay alert and give it your absolute all.
Qin Lang's eyes darkened slightly, his heart tightening.
The atmosphere instantly fell deathly silent.
The flickering candlelight cast complex expressions across the faces of those present.
Such a ritual was far too reckless, the risks absurdly high. Who could guarantee it would go smoothly? And the biggest question remained, would old woman Goldenleaf also use them as bait? Grandma Goldenleaf seemed to sense their apprehension and said, fear not. What good would it do me to betray you? If the monsters arrive and I can't handle them, won't I die here too?
An old woman like me values her life far more than you young ones do. The others exchanged glances, finding some truth in her words. Grandma Goldenleaf gently tapped her pipe, her expression a mix of amusement and amusement as she looked at Qin Lang.
You want 7/10 of the spoils? You'll have to give something in return.
I originally arranged for Sima Qing to assist me, but since you've decided to meddle, you'll have to earn your share. The others Han Zhuoran, Fengmen Village on the altar held their breath, eyes fixed intently on Qin Lang.
Fengmen Village's face was deathly pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead.
Her hands were tightly bound to the altar, leaving her unable to break free. Her voice carried pleading, fear, and even a hint of desperate hope. Qin Lang fell silent for a moment, as if pondering, as if weighing his options.
He walked over to Fengmen Village's side and then spoke. I refuse.
A flicker of wild joy shot through Fengmen Village's eyes as she stared at Qin Lang in disbelief. Goldenleaf Granny's brow furrowed imperceptibly, her fingers pausing lightly on her pipe. Han Zhuoran's eyes widened slightly, seemingly surprised by Qin Lang's decision.
Throughout previous missions, Qin Lang had remained indifferent to anyone's death.
Only when Su Mubai was captured did he show any sign of anger.
Could it be that he was showing mercy toward Fengmen Village?
Grandma Goldenleaf fell silent for a moment, narrowing her eyes.
Her voice remained calm. Why? Are you forfeiting your 70% share of the reward?
Qin Lang exhaled softly, his gaze sweeping around the room over the altar, the flickering candles until it settled on old woman Goldenleaf. A faint smile touched his lips, his eyes deep and piercing.
There's a flaw in your reasoning. In other words, you're deceiving me.
A flicker passed through Goldenleaf Granny's eyes, but she remained silent, her gaze fixed steadily on Qin Lang.
Chapter 131, The First Generation Vessel.
Qin Lang spoke slowly, the entire theme of the Silent Hill instance revolves around repentance. His gaze was intense, his voice low and powerful, and you claim that simply killing Feng Lanlan, allowing the demonic entity to successfully possess her, then destroying it that completes the hidden quest? He paused, a faint, almost imperceptible sneer curling his lips.
But the question is, what kind of repentance is that?
Shen Wanqing's eyes widened abruptly, seemingly grasping the issue, while Han Zhuoran's expression also grew grave. This instance had been guiding players to seek the meaning of repentance, confronting past sins and mistakes to find redemption. Qin Lang continued, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on Golden Leaf Granny, but your approach is merely summoning a demonic creature and then eliminating it.
What does that have to do with repentance? On the contrary, isn't summoning the demonic entity itself the true act deserving of repentance? Grandma Golden Leaf's expression remained serene, but her fingers tapped her pipe unobtrusively, as if deep in thought.
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his tone tinged with coldness. Moreover, I suspect the events that unfolded in Silent Hill back then were far more complex than they appeared. The others gasped at his words.
Could Qin Lang have uncovered something else?
His voice echoed through the quiet, oppressive space, each word like a stone dropped into stagnant water ripples spreading, sending a jolt through everyone's hearts.
We'd do well to think this through.
His gaze swept slowly across each person. The air seemed to freeze in his eyes, and everyone instinctively held their breath.
Qin Lang continued, if that demonic entity descended back then, transforming Silent Hill into this dreadful state, then why haven't we seen it now? Granny Golden Leaf spoke slowly, her voice still low and raspy. It's simple. Because it currently lacks a suitable vessel, it cannot descend into this world.
That's precisely why we're here.
Han Zhuoran nodded lightly, right. Isn't that obvious?
Yet Qin Lang's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. If that's the case, his voice dropped a notch, tinged with a hint of coldness, doesn't that imply that when it descended back then, a suitable vessel already existed? The moment the words fell, a chill seemed to creep silently across the floorboards, stirring an inexplicable unease in everyone's backs.
The room fell into a suffocating silence.
Granny Golden Leaf remained composed, puffing on her blue smoke, her eyes narrowing slightly.
Qin Lang continued, if that demonic entity truly descended back then, where is its vessel now?
A collective gasp of shock rippled through the room. The question struck like an invisible thunderbolt, exploding in everyone's mind. Indeed, if the demon's arrival back then meant it had found a suitable vessel, why would it need a new one now? Qin Lang said, unless that vessel from back then has vanished. But could a vessel capable of bearing a demonic entity's descent truly vanish without a trace? Granny Golden Leaf, still holding her pipe, took a slow drag. Her expression remained utterly unreadable, save for the faint tremor in her fingertips, a telltale sign of her wavering resolve.
Could Qin Lang's mind be this perceptive? Had he even noticed this?
Qin Lang said no more, merely watching old woman Golden Leaf silently, awaiting her response.
Grandma Golden Leaf didn't speak immediately either.
She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke.
After a long moment, she finally said, you're a clever lad, aren't you? But is it worth your while to dwell on this matter?
Her fingers tapped lightly on the pipe, sending ash to the ground where it vanished instantly into the darkness.
Qin Lang's lips curved upward, his gaze sharp. Of course it matters.
If the demon truly requires a vessel to manifest, then it means when the coal miners unearthed it, it didn't immediately come into the world. In other words, they merely unlocked its existence, they didn't truly unleash it.
Simply put, the demon merely appeared, it hadn't truly descended. Silent Hill didn't transform into this state overnight.
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone tinged with certainty. If that's the case, does it mean someone did something, performed some kind of ritual to truly summon the demonic entity? Grandma Golden Leaf's eyes flickered slightly, but she remained impassive, puffing on her green smoke without responding. Feng Lanlan's face was pale, her lips trembling slightly, as if she had thought of something but dared not speak. Han Zhuoran frowned, seemingly struggling to piece together the logic. Yi Zi's eyes suddenly widened, her pupils reflecting shock and sudden realization. Her voice trembled slightly, yet she spoke with unwavering resolve, I understand. All eyes instantly focused on her, awaiting her next words. Yi Zi took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and spoke with an unprecedented certainty, the demonic creature had humans create the vessel. As the words fell, the temperature in the room seemed to drop by a degree. Precisely because it required a vessel, it couldn't manifest the moment it was unearthed from the coal mine. Yi Zi continued her analysis, her thoughts growing clearer. Therefore, someone must have performed a ritual according to its will, creating its vessel and allowing it to truly descend. Qin Lang smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. The question now arises, if the demon's arrival depended on creating a vessel, then who exactly knew how to perform this ritual back then? And how did that vessel vanish? Qin Lang stood before the flickering candlelight, his eyes slightly lowered as if deep in thought. His fingertips gently traced the surface of the voice-transmitting jade, as if organizing the clues emerging in his mind. So, in my view, what happened in Silent Hill back then should have been like this. Qin Lang explained calmly, though the demon was released, it couldn't immediately descend into the world. It lacked sufficient power, or rather, it lacked a crucial medium, a suitable vessel. Everyone held their breath, listening intently to his theory. Feng Lanlan, lying stiff and pale on the altar, seemed to have grasped something. Grandma Jingya's gaze was unfathomable, her lips curled in an ambiguous smile.
Qin Lang paced slowly, his voice echoing through the gloomy basement.
Therefore, it began searching for a suitable vessel, or rather, it started guiding someone to perform a specific ritual.
Chapter 132, Deception.
Qin Lang stared at old woman Golden Leaf. It must have manipulated that man, clouding his mind with some promise, making him willingly do this.
Ultimately, the first-generation vessel was born.
The air seemed to freeze for several seconds. Suddenly, an impatient voice broke the silence. Sima Qing frowned, arms crossed over his chest, his tone tinged with impatience and skepticism. Alright, what exactly are you trying to prove by going on and on like this? All this happened so many years ago. Even if there really was a first-generation vessel, what does it have to do with us now? Qin Lang's gaze lingered briefly on him and old woman Jinya before a meaningful smile touched his lips. Then, he spoke slowly. Are you deliberately avoiding my point? What I'm saying is, for it to descend upon the world once more, it must lure another to complete the ritual. Don't you think this bears a striking resemblance to what we're doing now? The words had barely left his mouth when everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Yi Zi's expression changed instantly. She stumbled backward, her fingers trembling slightly as she watched old woman Golden Leaf warily. Feng Lanlan's breathing quickened. Though bound to the altar, she couldn't help but struggle, her eyes filled with terror. Han Zhuoran and Sima Qing exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave before they both turned to stare at old woman Golden Leaf. The air instantly thickened with oppressive tension. All eyes turned to the Golden Leaf old woman simultaneously, their gazes brimming with wariness and suspicion. Grandma Golden Leaf remained perfectly composed, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, as if she had anticipated this very moment. She tapped her pipe lightly, sending wisps of blue smoke drifting through the air. Her gaze swept slowly over the crowd, finally settling on Qin Lang. Ha! Her soft chuckle was low and hoarse, laden with meaning. Young man, it seems you've thought this through quite thoroughly. I must admit, I underestimated you. Qin Lang offered no reply, merely staring back at her in silence. Shen Wanqing's face turned deathly pale. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, her fingertips digging into the flesh of her palms as her breath came in short, ragged gasps. Her eyes locked onto Golden Leaf Granny, her voice trembling with fear and fury. So it was you. You colluded with the demon all along. That's why you deliberately lured us here to create a new vessel. The accusation sent shockwaves through everyone present. Han Zhuoran's expression darkened, Sima Qing's brow furrowed, and Yi Zi clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white. Feng Lanlan's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling slightly. So that's why. No wonder it was always you. But old woman Jinya remained composed, a faint smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, as if everything unfolded precisely as she intended. She nodded slowly, her voice low and steady. Correct. Her gaze swept over the assembled crowd, her eyes holding an unmasked sneer. I intended to conceal this from you all. In truth, summoning the demonic entity was the true hidden mission. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. What? Han Zhuoran exclaimed in shock, his fists clenching so tightly the veins stood out. Shen Wanqing frowned fiercely, her voice laced with anger. Are you out of your mind? So you deliberately summoned the demonic creature without a plan to deal with it afterward? You just pulled it out and thought you could walk away? But Golden Leaf Granny merely smiled faintly, her expression carrying an eerie calm. Her gaze drifted slowly toward Qin Lang, the corners of her mouth lifting in a meaningful smile. Qin Lang, haven't you been eager to complete that hidden quest? She exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes like venomous snakes lurking in the depths of night, carrying a hint of mesmerizing allure. Well, now the opportunity is right before you. You should act now, shouldn't you? The Silent Hill quest is nearly complete. Once we reach the surface, we'll have essentially cleared it. Add this hidden item, and the rewards will be substantial. The flickering candlelight danced in the chilly air, illuminating Qin Lang's face. His eyes were deep and unfathomable, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Qin Lang said, I refuse. Granny Golden Leaf paused, a deeper smile playing in her eyes. Oh? Why not? You don't want to do this mission? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, fixing her with a cold stare. You've deceived me too many times. I have no reason to trust you anymore. Grandma Golden Leaf chuckled, gently tapping her pipe and exhaling a slow stream of smoke. Her voice was leisurely. Oh? Deceived you? Qin Lang snorted, his gaze piercing. A true hidden quest is only hidden once it's completed. You only told me part of it, deliberately concealing the other part. How can I be sure that letting the demonic creature descend is the right choice? Perhaps preventing the monsters from descending is the true hidden mission? At these words, the smile on old woman Golden Leaf's face faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. A deal, after all, is a transaction based on information asymmetry. If I revealed every truth to you, would it still be a transaction? The essence of a deal is that one person knows more than the other. How could you possibly think I'm deceiving you? She shrugged, letting out a soft sigh as her gaze fixed on Qin Lang with a haunting intensity. No. I merely concealed a portion of the truth. Qin Lang's lips curled slightly into a cold smile. Oof. No matter how you try to justify it, I won't let you have your way. The air seemed to freeze solid in that moment, everyone sensing an invisible tension of confrontation. Grandma Golden Leaf gazed quietly at Qin Lang, a faint trace of regret flickering in her eyes, as if lamenting some unfortunate matter.
Well, there's no other way then.
She sighed softly, slowly turning her head to look at Sima Qing beside her, her tone calm enough to send chills down one's spine.
Proceed.
The moment her words fell, Sima Qing's gaze darkened sharply. His hand tightened unnoticed. Qin Lang's gaze sharpened as he addressed Yi Zi and the others with unwavering resolve, protect Feng Lanlan. Yi Zi immediately reacted, stepping in front of Feng Lanlan, while Shen Wanqing, Han Zhuoran, and the others also prepared their defenses.
Han Zhuoran frowned, murmuring, shouldn't we have saved her? She's still alive. Qin Lang didn't respond immediately.
Instead, his sharp gaze swept the surroundings, finally settling on Feng Lanlan. The black iron chains binding her limbs emitted an eerie, faint crimson glow, as if blood seeped through them. Feng Lanlan's face was deathly pale, her lips trembling slightly. A flicker of struggle and agony flickered in her eyes. Yes, save me first.
Qin Lang shook his head. No. Chapter 133, Taking Action. I can't save her. Qin Lang's tone brooked no argument. Han Zhuoran froze, why? Qin Lang took a deep breath and explained slowly, the chains binding Feng Lanlan are unusual. They're not just ordinary restraints, they're part of a ritual.
I suspect that as long as these chains remain, she'll stay under the ritual's control. He paused, his gaze turning cold as he added, more importantly, her body has already been partially invaded by the demonic entity. Rescuing her rashly now won't help her, it'll only hasten the demon's arrival. The word sent a chill through everyone present. Just then, Sima Qing let out a cold snort and struck without warning. Boom! Several blazing fireballs shot from his palms, burning with intense flames that seemed poised to devour everything. They trailed crimson streaks across the dark void, like falling meteors hurtling toward Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes instantly turned cold as the ghost-slaying blade shot from its sheath. Clang! A flash of steel. The icy blade traced a silver arc in the firelight. Bang! 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 Qin Lang swung with precision, each strike landing perfectly at the core of the fireballs. The flames instantly exploded, scattering into a sky filled with sparks, like blooming fireflowers. In an instant, waves of heat surged, and a roaring blast swept through the air, kicking up dust from the surrounding ruins. The scorched ground turned faintly charred. Qin Lang looked at Sima Qing and chuckled, so this is all you've got, mage? Sima Qing conjured several fireballs with both hands and warned, you'd better watch out. My fire moves fast. Qin Lang chuckled, faster than the speed at which you'll meet your end. Sima Qing's eyes turned cold. You're asking for death. Grandma Golden Leaf had been watching quietly from the sidelines. She tapped her pipe lightly, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and her lips curved into a faint, meaningful smile. Ha! Her gaze lingered on Qin Lang, as if she were admiring the struggle of an intriguing prey, coldly observing this life and death game about to unfold. And Qin Lang, preoccupied with guarding against old woman Golden Leaf, found it exceedingly difficult to focus his full attention on Sima Qing. Yi Zi's gaze sharpened as she watched Qin Lang and Sima Qing locked in combat. Flames surged around them, blades whistling through the air. Yet Golden Leaf Granny remained standing calmly by the sidelines, observing the battle with a cold stare, as if everything unfolded under her control. She clenched her teeth and growled, Qin Lang, I'm coming to help you. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she suddenly raised her hand, flicking her paper fan outward. With a faint rustling sound, dozens of white talisman papers swirled and danced through the air. Paper blizzard. The paper fragments transformed into snowflake-like blades, flashing with a cold, piercing light as they shot straight towards Sima Qing. Sima Qing sensed the threat, a flash of fury igniting in his eyes. He raised his hand to block the sudden assault. Yet, just as the talismans were about to strike him, they abruptly changed course. Yi Zi's target was none other than Old Lady Golden Leaf. Sima Qing gasped in shock, Granny. The paper snowflakes became razor-sharp in midair, each flake like a thin blade carrying a biting cold as they descended like a storm, slashing toward Old Woman Golden Leaf. Grandma Golden Leaf, who had been casually puffing on her pipe, saw this and her lips curled slightly in a cold smile. With a mere flick of her wrist, as casual as brushing aside a sleeve, the talismans met an invisible barrier 3 inches from her body. They shattered instantly into countless fragments, turning into a swirling white mist that drifted down to the ground. Exhaling a puff of smoke, a mocking smile played at her lips. Her eyes gleamed with amusement as she murmured softly. Young lady, you're quite clever. On the surface, you're targeting Sima Qing, but your true objective is me. HM? Your mind works rather quickly. Her voice was light and airy, yet carried an unsettling, spine-chilling undertone. Yi Zi's heart lurched, her grip on the paper fan tightening as the wariness in her eyes deepened. She knew this old woman before her was more dangerous than anyone she had ever encountered. The cold smile on Old Woman Golden Leaf's lips remained fixed as she gave her pipe a light flick. A strange current suddenly surged through the air. The white paper scraps that had just fallen to the ground seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, suddenly surging upward. Twisting and turning mid-air as if manipulated by an invisible hand, they coalesced once more into sharp, blade-like white arrows, hurtling toward Yi Zi at an even greater speed. Yi Zi's face paled as she hastily raised her fan to block.
Yet she knew her earlier attack had been seen through by Old Woman Golden Leaf. This counterattack would be even harder to handle. Yet, in that very instant, a dark shadow abruptly materialized behind Old Woman Golden Leaf. A crimson figure, ghostly and ethereal, burst through the wall from the shadows. In that instant, thick blood mist seemed to seep through the cracks of the shattered wall as a slender figure burst silently from the darkness. Blood Demon Shadow Erosion. Su Mubai's figure streaked past like a whirlwind, his entire form transforming into a crimson afterimage as he darted toward Old Woman Golden Leaf's back. Her eyes glowed with an eerie crimson light, and the blood energy around her coiled like threads. With a flick of his right palm, the blood mist condensed into a claw as black as ink, lunging viciously toward the old woman's back. The strike was as swift as thunder, as elusive as a phantom, striking from an impossible angle with brutal ferocity, clearly aiming to crush Old Woman Golden Leaf in one fell swoop. Yet at that very moment, a cold, faint curve lifted at the corner of Golden Leaf Granny's lips. With a faint, mocking sigh, she murmured softly, "Humph. Almost forgot there's still one more." Her voice held no trace of surprise, as if she had anticipated this very outcome. Old Woman Golden Leaf shifted her body slightly to the side. The movement appeared slow, yet it precisely evaded Su Mubai's deadly strike. Su Mubai's blade sliced past her, trailing a chill of bloodlust, yet grasped only empty air. Hiss. Her eyes narrowed slightly. The instant she realized her attack had missed, she immediately attempted to retreat using the evanescent power of the Blood Demon technique. Ha! A cold smile curved the corners of Golden Leaf Granny's mouth. She tilted the pipe in her hand slightly and exhaled a cloud of smoke with detached calm. This smoke was no ordinary vapor. It carried strange fluctuations, twisting and churning in the air like a living thing before spreading out in an instant. What had begun as a faint wisp of vapor rapidly swelled into a dense white fog, swiftly coiling toward Su Mubai. Su Mubai's pupils contracted sharply. Sensing danger, she attempted to dodge backward, but the mist seemed to have already locked onto her presence. The white mist twisted and coiled in an eerily unnatural manner, as if possessed of life itself, pinpointing her form with deadly precision. Su Mubai gasped in shock. What? Chapter 134, Taking a Gamble. Su Mubai let out a low growl as her form began to fade, attempting to blend into the shadows and escape. But just as she was about to vanish completely into the darkness, the white smoke suddenly contracted, transforming into countless twisted white tendrils. Like venomous snakes, they instantly coiled around her limbs and torso. Swish! The smoke strands slithered through the air with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Su Mubai's arms were tightly bound. How was this possible? She was clearly a spirit form. How could this white smoke possibly bind her? Su Mubai gritted her teeth and struggled violently, repeatedly attempting to break free using her blood demon arts. Yet the smoke ropes seemed imbued with some peculiar magic. Not only did they resist his blood energy, but the harder he struggled, the tighter they coiled around him. They even dug deep into his spirit body, sending a strange, stinging, burning sensation through him. His brow furrowed, his heart sinking. Something was terribly wrong with this smoke. Don't waste your effort. Grandma Golden Leaf's voice echoed softly. She gave her pipe a gentle shake, a hint of playful amusement on her face. You youngsters are quite amusing, aren't you? Too bad you're still a bit too green. She flicked her pipe lightly, and the smoke tendrils binding Su Mubai instantly tightened, forcibly pulling him down to a half-kneeling position. Don't move. Grandma Golden Leaf's tone was calm as she held the yellowed pipe in her mouth, exhaling a single, ghostly sentence. The pipe seemed to become an extension of her body. The smoke tendrils binding Su Mubai contracted slightly with her breath, tightening their grip. Su Mubai's entire body tensed. He sensed these smoke threads weren't ordinary magic, but some higher-level sorcery, even carrying a hint of an eerie, persistent aura. Unlike ordinary binding spells that could be broken with enough force, this felt more like a soul-trapping restriction. Every struggle only allowed it to absorb his power, binding him deeper. Careful, I might make sure you can't even become a ghost. Old Woman Golden Leaf spoke slowly, her gaze piercing through the faint mist to meet his, a cold smile curling her lips. Su Mubai gritted his teeth and growled, "Go ahead, if you dare." Observing his reaction, Old Woman Golden Leaf suddenly chuckled softly. She gave her pipe a gentle shake, her voice tinged with mockery. "TSK, you little brat sure has a fiery temper. Were you this hot-headed when you were human? Su Mubai, cut the crap. Release me. Either eliminate me now, or else." Old Woman Golden Leaf narrowed her eyes slightly, as if savoring the final struggle of a trapped beast. Then she spoke slowly, "Kill you? Ha, I'm not that foolish. If you die, Qin Lang will likely come straight here to deal with me." Su Mubai's body jerked, frozen in shock. "What do you mean?" Seeing his reaction, Old Woman Golden Leaf's smile deepened. She leisurely drew a drag on her pipe, then exhaled slowly. The smoke spread like ripples on water, forming concentric circles that enveloped Su Mubai. Her tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable certainty. "I can see you mean a great deal to Qin Lang." She paused, deliberately drawing out the sentence, watching Su Mubai's expression shift before continuing. "He even feels it's his duty to protect you." Su Mubai's fingers tightened slightly, his pupils flickering. Responsibility? Her breath caught.
A flood of memories surged through her mind, their first encounter, fighting side by side, the countless times Qin Lang had pulled him back from the brink of death, and that casual yet resolute promise, "Miss Su, rest assured. I'm here." Su Mubai hadn't even considered this herself. Was her peculiarity truly that significant to Qin Lang? Granny Golden Leaf said no more. She had already gotten the reaction she wanted. She could see that Su Mubai's heart had been stirred. She tapped her pipe lightly. The smoke still swirled around Su Mubai, but it didn't tighten further. Instead, it seemed to be waiting for something. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Qin Lang and Sima Qing's battle raged on. Sparks flew as blades clashed, the searing air currents exploding in the atmosphere. Crimson-blue magical flames blazed upon Sima Qing's body. With a flick of his wrist, the fiery tongues coiled like serpents, lunging toward Qin Lang. Each swing carried explosive force, scorching the ground black around him, even filling the air with waves of intense heat. Qin Lang wielded his ghost-slaying blade, constantly dodging and parrying. Each strike of his blade cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound. His figure darted through the flames like a hunting wolf, constantly seeking an opening. Sima Qing proved far stronger than Qin Lang had anticipated. He began to suspect the man was playing dumb to catch the wise. "Ai Qi!" Qin Lang growled, his gaze piercing as lightning. "Against this guy, what are your odds?" Bai Qi's voice echoed in his mind, low and composed, "I must close the distance. Otherwise, my odds are slim. But this guy's magic isn't ordinary. You'd better be careful." Qin Lang frowned, his expression darkening. "Close quarters, but that bastard's flames won't give me a chance." He swung his blade violently, cleaving the incoming flames apart, and instantly darted sideways. At the same time, Sima Qing let out a cold laugh. The flames in his hand suddenly exploded, transforming into dozens of fiery serpentine shadows that closed in from all directions. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed sharply as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Looks like I'll have to go all out." Qin Lang drew a deep breath, stamped his foot, and transformed into a whirlwind of wind, charging fiercely toward Sima Qing. "Madman! Have you no regard for your life?" Sima Qing's expression shifted slightly. His hands snapped together, and the surrounding flames seemed to be drawn to them, madly converging into his palms. The crimson glow illuminated his face, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a low roar, he swung his arm, unleashing a searing wall of fire that erupted like the gates of hell, barring Qin Lang's path. Rolling flames churned violently, waves of heat crashing forward. The air seemed to warp, and the surrounding ground instantly cracked and scorched. "Die!" A cold smile curled the corners of Sima Qing's mouth. To him, Qin Lang's charge was nothing short of suicide. Anyone stopped by this wall of fire would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Yet Qin Lang not only didn't stop, he accelerated. His figure raced through the gale, his footsteps thunderous as they shattered the earth beneath him. He charged straight toward the searing wall of fire, showing no sign of stopping. Had he truly lost his mind? Sima Qing's pupils contracted slightly, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Boom! Qin Lang plunged directly into the wall of fire. Flames instantly engulfed him. Just as a smug smile curled at the corner of Sima Qing's lips, it froze solid. Chapter 135, All-Out Attack. The wall of fire still blazed fiercely, yet Qin Lang's figure emerged unscathed from the other side. Not only that, but a pale blue, translucent barrier materialized beside him. Like a light bubble, it perfectly enveloped his body. No matter how fiercely the external flames burned, they couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. What? Sima Qing's cold sneer instantly froze on his face. His pupils suddenly contracted, unable to believe his own eyes. His flames hadn't even touched Qin Lang? And what was this giant bubble? Qin Lang froze for a moment, stunned that he'd emerged unscathed from that wall of fire. What was this pale blue barrier? But there was no time to ponder it. The moment was fleeting. Sima Qing was already upon him. Ai Qi! Qin Lang growled, swinging his ghost-slaying blade upward. The blade flashed with a cold, piercing light in the fire's glow. Simultaneously, a formidable power surged from the blade, like a long slumbering beast awakened. Killing intent and malevolent aura condensed into tangible substance in the air. Sima Qing's expression abruptly changed. Just as he began to retreat, he suddenly sensed an invisible restraint locking onto his aura, causing his movements to falter for a split second. And that split second was all it took. What? Put! Qin Lang's ghost-slaying blade sliced through the air with thunderous force. Its edge carried a tearing gale, and with Bai Qi's enhancement, it seemed capable of cleaving even souls. Snap! Blood spattered. Sima Qing's right arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder in an instant. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the night sky. Sima Qing stumbled backward, his face contorted in agony. The severed stump was charred black. Evidently, the blade's additional force had seared the wound, making it impossible to heal. But Qin Lang's assault didn't end there. Without withdrawing his blade, he lunged forward with a stump, closing in on Sima Qing. Sima Qing gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with frenzied rage. Forcing back the excruciating pain of his severed arm, he swung his remaining hand. Intense flames gathered violently before him, coalescing almost instantly into several fist-sized balls of blazing fire. Die! Boom! The fireballs erupted with scorching heat, hurtling toward Qin Lang like meteors. Sima Qing's fireballs crashed down like falling meteors. The air ignited instantly with searing flames, and a rolling heatwave surged forward, as if the very earth itself was about to be scorched to ashes. Yet, just as the fireballs were about to engulf Qin Lang, a crystalline barrier swiftly unfolded. Like a faintly glowing soap bubble, it enveloped Qin Lang once more. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions erupted outside the barrier, violent shockwaves sweeping the surroundings. The ground scorched crimson, the air thick with the acrid scent of burning. Yet Qin Lang stood unscathed in the same spot. The bubble barrier acted like a gentle yet resilient wall, blocking all flames from entering, leaving only ripples on its surface. Qin Lang's brow furrowed slightly as he swiftly turned his gaze toward Qin, who stood not far away. Her face was pale, her forehead beaded with fine sweat, and she appeared utterly drained. Her hands trembled slightly as she raised them, fingertips cradling several faintly glowing bubbles. These bubbles seemed to contain the essence of life itself, floating with ethereal lightness yet radiating a peculiar protective power. You? Qin Lang paused in surprise. Qin forced herself upright, biting her lip to manage a faint smile as her voice trembled with exhaustion. This is my ability. These bubbles can heal and temporarily block some damage. Qin Lang's eyes flickered slightly. He hadn't expected her ability to be so extraordinary. To withstand a flame blast of Sima Qing's caliber, this bubble barrier must be far more resilient than it appears, though the energy cost must be immense. Sure enough, Qing's body swayed precariously. I can only block one more time at most. Her voice carried a hint of strain, her breath coming in short gasps. Qin Lang watched her weakened state, a faint smile curling his lips as a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Enough. Seeing the resolute gleam in Qin Lang's eyes, Qing felt a surge of vitality she couldn't explain. Suddenly, she believed there was still hope. Qin Lang's legs thrust violently against the ground, propelling him like a whirlwind towards Sima Qing. The ghost-slaying blade gleamed coldly in his hand, aimed directly at the enemy's vital points. At the same moment, Qing drew a deep breath, gathering her last bubble. With a gentle push, it expanded instantly, enveloping Qin Lang entirely like a layer of transparent armor. A cold gleam flashed in Sima Qing's eyes. Facing Qin Lang's relentless advance, he clenched the fireball in his hand. The blazing mass surged and twisted, rapidly warping and morphing. Within the searing light, a flaming spear slowly took shape. Its shaft glowed crimson, and its tip flickered with an ominous radiance, as if ready to pierce through anything at any moment. I hate cockroaches that just won't die. Sima Qing roared with fury, lunging forward as the flaming spear sliced through the air like a searing meteor, striking straight for Qin Lang's chest. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Qin Lang's lips suddenly curled into a sneer of contempt. Bang! His left hand shot up, forming a pistol grip. With a slight tremor of his fingertips, invisible psychic bullets shot forth like midnight meteors, tearing through the air. Bang! 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 Multiple psychic bullets slammed into Sima Qing. Sima Qing's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected Qin Lang to possess such a technique. His instinct was to dodge, but the psychic bullets were silent and moved at unimaginable speeds. Thud! A jolt of pain shot through Sima Qing's chest, sending him staggering backward, his eyes wide with horror. His consciousness was momentarily blanked out by the impact, causing even the flame spear in his hand to waver slightly. Ha! A cold gleam flashed in Qin Lang's eyes as the ghost-slaying blade swept out horizontally. The blade sliced through the air with unstoppable force, aiming straight for Sima Qing's throat. Yet, the very instant the blade was about to touch Sima Qing's skin, a strange shadow suddenly darted in. Thud! Qin Lang's blade was forcibly blocked. His gaze sharpened. The figure before him wasn't Sima Qing, but old woman Golden Leaf. Golden Leaf Grandma had appeared between them at some unknown moment. With a mere flick of her wrist, the tip of her ancient pipe gently tapped the air, instantly freezing Qin Lang's body as if bound by an invisible force. He. A meaningful smile curved at the corners of Golden Leaf Granny's lips. She drew a deep drag on her pipe, and within the swirling smoke, her gaze grew cold and enigmatic. Young man, what's the rush? Chapter 136, The Ritual is Complete. Qin Lang felt as if invisible threads bound his body. His ghost-slaying blade hung suspended mid-air. Though he strained with every ounce of strength, he couldn't advance even an inch. His arm felt frozen by some strange force, even the twitch of his muscles stripped away. Am I immobilized? What kind of ability is this? He drew a sharp breath, his gaze fixed intently on the golden leaf old woman before him. Why haven't you made your move yet? A faint, meaningful smile curved the corners of Golden Leaf Granny's lips. She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke that swirled around her, forming a faint barrier before her. Her voice carried a hint of languor, tinged with amusement. To remain this composed under such circumstances, quite impressive. It's been a long time since I've seen a young man as sharp as you. I want to give you a chance. She paused, drew deeply on her cigarette, and exhaled slowly. If you agree to a ceasefire now, we can negotiate. I'm even willing to join forces with you to complete the real hidden mission. Qin Lang's eyes flashed, a cold smile curling his lips. Don't lie to me. You never intended to make a deal with me. Grandma Golden Leaf arched an eyebrow, her tone still unruffled.
Oh? And why are you so certain?
Qin Lang's gaze burned like fire as he declared with unwavering certainty, because you're a woman too. Old woman Golden Leaf paused, seemingly taken aback by Qin Lang's unexpected response. Qin Lang continued, his tone tinged with mockery, I can see right through any woman who lies. Grandma Golden Leaf stared at Qin Lang, her eyes deep as a dark pool, as if pondering something. After a moment, she sighed softly. The smile finally faded from her face, replaced by a faint glint of murderous intent.
Then there's no other way.
She slowly raised the pipe in her hand, pointing it at Qin Lang. Her voice held not a shred of warmth, then die.
Qin Lang's pupils contracted slightly, knowing old woman Golden Leaf had no intention of holding back. Time stops.
The world fell into a deathly silence. The smoke in the air froze mid-air, Granny Golden Leaf's hand gesture suspended in mid-motion, her impending killing blow frozen in the stillness of time. At that moment, Bai Chi's voice echoed in Qin Lang's mind, tinged with a hint of confusion, this is a golden opportunity.
Why not take them out now?
Qin Lang frowned slightly, replying calmly, I cannot kill during time pause.
Bai Chi froze, what?
Qin Lang chuckled softly, his gaze as sharp as ever.
Have you ever seen me kill anyone during time stop? That's my restriction too.
On several occasions, Qin Lang had considered committing misdeeds during time stasis, but the system always informed him that extreme events were prohibited during such periods.
Speaking of which,
Qin Lang suddenly realized his ability hadn't refreshed in ages.
Could it be that after staying in this silent hill for so long, time hadn't passed at all? Qin Lang suddenly understood. Right, Silent Hill had both an outer world and an inner world.
They were still in the inner world, where time likely flowed differently. Bai Chi fell silent for a moment before teasingly remarking, Bro, your ability sure is peaceful.
Cut the crap.
Qin Lang's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced down at his hands.
Hurry up and break this immobilization effect, my hands are going numb. No problem.
Bai Chi snorted derisively before releasing an invisible force. In an instant, the binding sensation on Qin Lang vanished like smoke scattered by a fierce wind, leaving no trace behind.
Bai Chi remarked, that old hag isn't your average person. Her magical power was so strong it startled even me. I almost forgot to break through with my own energy. Looks like you've met your match this time, big brother. Blah blah, don't screw up later.
Qin Lang flexed his fingers, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, then without hesitation, he lifted the time freeze. The instant time flowed again, the world erupted in chaos. Golden Leaf Granny stared in shock as Qin Lang regained full mobility.
What?
Her pupils contracted slightly, disbelief filling her eyes. How did you do that? She distinctly remembered sealing his movements with her own hands.
Unless she released him, no one could break free.
Yet Qin Lang stood before her as if this rule held no sway over him, unimpeded. A faint smirk touched Qin Lang's lips, his gaze tinged with mockery.
Slowly, he raised the ghost-slaying blade in his hand, its blade reflecting the old woman's stunned expression. Want to know? Then pay with your life. Golden Leaf Granny showed no panic at Qin Lang's forceful breach of the stalemate.
Instead, she laughed with a sense of release. She tapped her pipe lightly, emptying the ashes onto the ground.
Qin Lang, I concede. You are indeed formidable.
Her gaze appraised Qin Lang, her tone tinged with admiration yet rooted in unshakable certainty. But do you truly believe this changes anything? Qin Lang's heart tightened, his brow furrowing slightly.
What do you mean? Grandma Golden Leaf's smile remained unchanged as her voice drifted calmly. The ritual is nearly complete. Ritual?
A jolt of alarm shot through Qin Lang's heart, alarm bells ringing loudly. He whipped his head around to see Han Zhuoran standing beside Feng Lanlan, a jet-black dagger clenched in his hand. An eerie purple aura coiled around the blade as it shot toward Feng Lanlan's heart with lightning speed.
No!
Qin Lang roared, his pupils constricting as he instantly realized the demonic creature was deceiving him. From start to finish, he had believed the danger came from Old Woman Golden Leaf and Sima Qing. If the demonic entity had formed an alliance with Golden Leaf Granny, then it must have followed her. Therefore, the demonic creature could also possess others.
Stop! Qin Lang lunged forward, but it was already too late. Yi Zi had already reacted.
Her paper fan whirled violently, sending a torrent of razor-sharp, snow-white paper shards hurtling toward Han Zhuoran. Yet, just as the fragments were about to strike Han Zhuoran, his body suddenly melted. Like a formless pool of liquid, it was effortlessly torn into shreds. What? Yi Zi's eyes widened in shock. The liquid, cut into countless fragments, began writhing in midair, rapidly coalescing once more into Han Zhuoran's form. Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat. Could Han Zhuoran's ability actually liquefy his body? This was trouble. Han Zhuoran's face remained impassive, his eyes vacant as he stared at the crowd. He slowly lifted his head, a faint smile curling his lips. His gaze grew so deep it sent chills down spines as he uttered a single, solemn sentence. Everyone is the master's slave. Qin Lang's heart sank violently as a wave of foreboding surged through him. Grandma Golden Leaf chuckled, Qin Lang, don't get distracted. Chapter 137, Descent. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Golden Leaf Granny's lips as she lifted her pipe. A thick, grayish-white smoke erupted from her mouth like a venomous snake emerging from its lair, swirling and surging toward Qin Lang. The moment the smoke filled the air, Qin Lang's vision blurred instantly. A strange odor filled his nostrils like burnt herbs, or perhaps rotting earth accompanied by a dizzying, suffocating sensation. He bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to shake off the daze. The ghost-slaying blade in his hand flared with blinding light. With a sharp vibration of the blade, a fierce blade aura surged forth. Break! Boom! The blade's light tore through the swirling mist, cleaving the thick fog in two. It rolled away to either side, revealing the cold, deep eyes of the golden leaf old woman. But before Qin Lang could catch his breath, Han Zhuoran's form abruptly dissolved into a pool of pitch-black liquid. Like a pool of shadow, it flowed across the ground, slithering toward Fengmen Village like a venomous snake. Not a chance. Yi Zi's eyes narrowed sharply. With a fierce flick of her paper fan, a torrent of snow-white paper shards instantly transformed into a hurricane. They swirled through the air, their icy glint piercing the sky. The paper flakes swept across Han Zhuoran's path like a blizzard. Countless shards sliced through the liquid form of Han Zhuoran like blades, tearing him into countless fragments. He scattered across the ground like a pool of shattered ink. Yet the torn liquid twisted and churned in midair, like a life force gone wild. Unbound by any rules, it pierced straight through the paper storm and charged toward Fengmen Village in an utterly bizarre manner. Oh no! Yi Zi's pupils contracted sharply, her expression one of utter disbelief. Stop him! Shen Wanqing shouted sharply, but it was already too late. Splash! A crimson blossom bloomed silently. Black liquid coalesced like a specter into human form, and Han Zhuoran's figure now stood before Fengmen Village. The pitch-black dagger in Han Zhuoran's hand, radiating a chilling demonic aura, pierced Fengmen Village's chest without resistance. Fengmen Village's eyes whitened in horror, her lips trembling slightly. Blood trickled slowly down the blade, blooming into a sinister crimson flower on the ground. In that instant, everyone froze. A deathly silence descended. Fengmen Village's body convulsed violently. The jet-black dagger piercing her chest felt like a chain leading to the abyss, tearing her life away from the real world. Her skin rapidly drained of color, turning as pale as paper. The faint tremor of her eyelashes abruptly ceased, eerily still. She seemed utterly devoid of life. Yet the truly terrifying transformation had only just begun. Fengmen Village's body suddenly jerked violently as an eerie aura surged forth from within her. A bone-chilling cold wind surged violently from the basement's corner, engulfing the entire space. The runes on the walls flickered with a faint red glow, as if issuing a silent warning. Immediately after, the floor began to tremble faintly. Dust fell in a steady stream from the ceiling, and the air grew thick and oppressive, almost suffocating. Grandma Golden Leaf watched the scene unfold before her, a flicker of excitement dancing in her eyes. She grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and chuckled triumphantly. Ha ha! This time, I've won! Her laughter pierced the ears of everyone present like countless tiny needles, carrying an indescribable chill and triumph. At that very moment, Fengmen Village's body suddenly rose into the air. Without any external force, her limbs hung limply as her entire body seemed lifted by some invisible hand, slowly rising into the air. Her head lifted slowly. The once gentle face now looked utterly unfamiliar, the corners of her mouth slightly parted in an eerie curve. Her eyes had completely transformed into endless darkness, no pupils, no whites, only a profound void. The next instant, her hair began to grow wildly. Jet-black strands seemed to come alive, twisting and spreading through the air like silent, dancing tentacles. They extended in all directions with a near-biological instinct, gently writhing in the atmosphere, sending a chill down the spine. Then, a cold, raspy voice, echoing with countless reverberations, slowly flowed from her lips. Quite a few visitors have come to Silent Hill this time. The moment Qin Lang heard that voice, he knew the demon had descended after all. The creature's lips curled upward, revealing a smile that made the hair on the back of one's neck stand on end. It lowered its pitch-black, abyss-like eyes, surveying everyone present with undisguised mockery and madness in its gaze. Now, it said, we can have some fun. The voice was deep and chilling, tinged with a hint of delighted excitement, as if anticipating an impending feast. Standing nearby, old woman Golden Leaf watched the scene unfold, her smile growing ever brighter. She tapped her palm lightly with her pipe, as if she had foreseen this moment all along. Then, narrowing her eyes, she spoke slowly. Monster, it's time to settle our deal, isn't it? Her voice was measured and deliberate, radiating a confidence that suggested she held complete control over the situation. Fengmen Village's body trembled slightly, her black hair momentarily suspended in midair, as if she had heard the old woman of Golden Leaf's words. After a brief silence, the demon chuckled softly. Of course. As you wish. I shall tell you where the treasures of Silent Hill lie. That is your reward. Qin Lang's pupils suddenly contracted. He finally realized the Golden Leaf old woman's true purpose. She never wanted the demon's arrival at all, she wanted the treasures of Silent Hill. Qin Lang looked at the Golden Leaf old woman, so this was the real hidden quest all along. Hearing Qin Lang's realization, the Golden Leaf old woman's lips curled upward in a cold, sharp smile. She tapped her pipe lightly, sending ash scattering as smoke drifted slowly, seeming to sketch twisted, grotesque ghostly faces in the night.
Quite right. Her tone was leisurely, tinged with sarcasm. Had you chosen to cooperate just now, I might have rewarded you with a little sweetness. But now, you'll just have to wait for death. Qin Lang remained silent, merely adjusting his stance slightly as he watched Feng Lanlan, or rather, this demonic entity born of Silent Hill, suspended midair with wary vigilance. Feng Lanlan's hair, now parasitized, grew wildly in all directions like living creatures twisting black snakes dancing through the air. Her eyes were as dark as ink, so profound they seemed capable of swallowing everything. I am extremely excited. The demon spoke through Feng Lanlan's body, its voice low and raspy, like the whisper of decaying bones. I wonder if you'll let me have my fun. Chapter 138, Playing with Applause. Hearing the monster speak, everyone present couldn't help but. Suddenly, a weak and desperate voice echoed. Grandma, save me. It was Sima Qing. Lying on the ground, his severed right arm had been scorched black by the searing flames, its charred stump staining the floor crimson with blood. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes pleading as he looked toward Granny Goldenleaf, his voice thick with unmasked terror. Granny, save me. Yet Granny Goldenleaf didn't even glance at him, continuing to smoke her pipe leisurely, as if Sima Qing's life held no meaning to her. Despair flickered in Ma Qing's eyes, yet he refused to give up. Gritting his teeth, he pleaded, Grandma, you can't just leave me like this. I've always followed you. I've always obeyed your commands. Save me, please. Grandma Goldenleaf finally turned her head slightly, glancing at him with an expression as cold as if she were looking at a broken chess piece. You are useless now. End your journey within this dungeon. Sima Qing's face drained of color. He finally realized she had never regarded him as a true companion. Grandma. His voice trembled as he looked at her with a complex expression. Suddenly, a bitter smile touched his lips, and he murmured softly. I loved you so much. Dead silence. Everyone froze. Even Qin Lang frowned slightly, surprised that Sima Qing would utter such words at life's final moment. And Goldenleaf Granny was old enough to be Sima Qing's great-grandmother. The two of them professing love to each other felt downright bizarre. Grandma Genia's movements faltered slightly, the ash on her fingertips trembling ever so slightly. But she quickly regained her composure, her expression as indifferent as ever. She exhaled a puff of smoke, her voice cold and detached. So what if you love me? If I tell you to die, you die. Sima Qing's pupils contracted slightly, his lips trembling, yet he could not utter a single word. The next instant, the monster's tentacles lashed out, engulfing him completely. Qin Lang frowned slightly, his gaze lingering for a moment on the spot where Sima Qing had been swallowed. Is this some sort of grandparent-grandchild romance? Grandma Goldenleaf suddenly chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in her voice. She tapped her pipe between her fingers and said leisurely. Since you're about to die, I'll grant you a parting gift. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly as his nerves instantly tensed. His hand unconsciously tightened around the hilt of his ghost-slaying blade, watching her movements warily. Old woman Goldenleaf gently exhaled a wisp of green smoke. The smoke swirled and coalesced rapidly in midair, as if guided by an invisible force. At first, it was merely a hazy mist, but soon, under Qin Lang's gaze, the mist slowly took shape, outlining a slender figure. A stunningly beautiful woman, graceful and alluring, stepped out of the mist. Her figure was exquisite, her skin as smooth as jade, and her jet-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her eyes, like autumn waters, held a hint of bewitching allure in their gaze. She wore a dark golden gown, its hem swaying gently with each lazy, dangerous movement. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, yet carried an eerie, spine-chilling aura. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, finally realizing, so this Goldenleaf Granny wasn't an old woman at all. This is my true form. The Goldenleaf crone spoke slowly, her voice no longer the hoarse rasp of before, but now seductively melodious, carrying a hint of soul-stealing magic. Qin Lang stared at her for a few seconds before suddenly smiling, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. You've got some nerve. A faint smile also appeared at the corners of the Goldenleaf old woman's mouth, but beneath that smile lay deeper calculation and murderous intent. The Goldenleaf crone paused slightly, narrowing her eerie eyes as she fixed them on the demon's twisted, grotesque face. Her hand rose slowly, the pipe at her fingertips trembling slightly as a wisp of blue smoke rose gently. Now that the deal was done, there was no point wasting any more time. Her voice, now restored to its commanding authority, addressed the demon coldly, dispose of Qin Lang and the others first. Yet the demon did not move immediately. Its bottomless, pitch-black eyes fixed on old woman Goldenleaf as the corners of its mouth slowly curled into a bone-chilling grin. Its laughter was low and eerie, like countless mouths whispering simultaneously in one's ear. No rush. The monster spoke leisurely, its drawn-out words carrying an indescribable eeriness. Grandma Goldenleaf's expression darkened as she shot it a cold glance. What do you mean? The creature blinked, its eyes brimming with playful amusement. I'd like to take all of you to see the treasure first. Grandma Goldenleaf's pupils contracted slightly as a sharp killing intent surged from her body. Her fingers tightened slightly as she gave the pipe a gentle twist, sending a swirl of blue smoke billowing and churning. What do you mean? Her voice was low, tinged with a hint of anger. The demon smiled faintly, its tone unhurried. What you desire remains yours. I have never broken my word on that. It's just that. The demon paused deliberately, its smile growing more sinister. Good things should be shared. I'll show them mercy before they die. Grandma Goldenleaf's expression darkened instantly, a cold, murderous intent flashing in her eyes. She understood now, the monster had no intention of honoring their original agreement. You promised me, she said, enunciating each word deliberately. Her voice had turned completely cold, even carrying a hint of danger. The demon remained utterly unmoved, still wearing that bone-chilling smile, seemingly oblivious to her fury. Of course, it replied. I never break my promises. It spoke slowly, its tone tinged with mockery, but this game, if only you were playing it alone, it would be terribly boring. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the scene. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched the corners of his mouth. You mean to say you're certain you can kill me? The demon retorted, you think I can't? Qin Lang gripped his demon-slaying blade tightly. I think you can. The demon chuckled, interesting. But when facing someone vastly weaker than me, I always enjoy playing for a while before finishing them off. Qin Lang crossed his arms, his gaze shifting to old woman Goldenleaf with a hint of amusement. A mocking smile played at the corners of his lips. Poof. Even the esteemed Goldenleaf granny can be toyed with? His tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Where's that arrogant demeanor you had just now? Now you're being toyed with like a puppet by this monster. Grandma Goldenleaf's expression darkened instantly, her gaze turning venomous as she fixed it on Qin Lang. Chapter 139, The Truth. Shut up. She snapped, dangerous light flashing in her eyes, as if ready to tear Qin Lang to shreds at any moment. Qin Lang shrugged, utterly unfazed, and instead gave a carefree chuckle. Just then, the demon's laughter echoed once more deep and eerie, as if emanating simultaneously from countless twisted throats. Enough. Its voice was quiet, yet carried an authority that brooked no defiance. The game must continue. The demonic creature abruptly raised its hand, and an invisible force instantly swept through the entire basement. Boom! The floor shook violently. Caught off guard, everyone stumbled, the stone tiles beneath their feet groaning low, as if some colossal beast had awakened deep within the earth. Then, the entire basement began to sink. Qin Lang thrust his demon-slaying blade into the ground, instantly stabilizing his stance. Simultaneously, he scanned the surroundings rapidly, trying to discern the monster's intent. Candles flickered wildly on the stone walls, casting shifting shadows that distorted everyone's faces with terror. Sima Qing lay sprawled on the floor, deathly pale and utterly immobilized. Old woman Goldenleaf's eyes were dark and unfathomable. Clearly, she too hadn't anticipated the demonic creature's actions. The demon's voice stretched out long and drawn out, tinged with a hint of mockery. Now then, something good is coming. Boom! Another violent tremor shook the air. This time, everyone felt immense pressure bearing down from all directions, as if the entire space were being crushed. The air grew thick and oppressive. After an unknown duration, a thunderous crash echoed as the basement finally came to a halt. Dead silence. Cracks crisscrossed the surrounding walls. Dust settled slowly from the ceiling. The light was dim and gloomy, as if they had descended deep underground into some forgotten ancient chamber. Just as the group was still reeling, the demonic creature suddenly grinned, revealing a chilling smile. It raised its hand and swung it with brutal force. Boom! A wall shattered instantly, sending fragments flying and dust billowing through the air. The group instinctively stepped back, raising their weapons as they watched the dark ruins warily. As the dust slowly settled, a deep, narrow passage came into view. Beyond the passage lay a hidden chamber. Dim candlelight revealed the chamber filled with ancient artifacts emanating an indescribable, eerie aura. The demonic creature slowly turned its head, a chilling smile playing at its lips, murmuring softly. The treasures of Silent Hill lie within. It slowly spread its arms wide in an inviting gesture, its voice echoing like a nightmare in the ears of those present. Come in, all of you. Qin Lang's lips curled upward in a slightly amused smile as he addressed the creature. You're quite polite, aren't you? You're about to kill me, yet you invite me in first. The creature chuckled, its voice low and raspy. Didn't you all come here for it? Since death is inevitable, indulging in a little pleasure before the end is better than vanishing into nothingness without seeing anything, right? Qin Lang couldn't be bothered with small talk. His gaze darkened slightly before he abruptly activated his time-stopping ability. Air froze instantly. Dust particles suspended mid-air, flickering candlelight frozen in place. Even the monster's chillingly grinning face became utterly still, as if the world had instantly transformed into a lifeless painting. Bai Qi rolled his eyes in exasperation and snorted, Bro, doesn't that ability drain your energy way too much? Even with my vast reserves, I can't sustain this kind of usage. Qin Lang snapped, cut the chatter. Hold your ground. Without further hesitation, he stepped through the shattered wall and into the mysterious room beyond. The moment he stepped inside, his pupils contracted sharply, his expression freezing in an instant. The scene within far exceeded his wildest expectations. Qin Lang's heart pounded violently as his gaze darted between the altar and the eerie stone statues. He drew a deep breath and then slowly advanced, walking to the very center of the room. There, a stone coffin lay in silence. Its surface was carved with intricate, unfamiliar patterns neither resembling common religious totems nor symbols of any known civilization. The entire coffin seemed sealed by some peculiar force, emanating an indescribable sense of oppression like a millennia sleeping monster poised to awaken.
Qin Lang frowned, then slowly reached out and pushed open the coffin lid.
Boom! The lid slid open with a heavy thud.
Instantly, a suffocating chill poured out from within the stone coffin, seeping into his very bones and sending an involuntary shiver down Qin Lang's spine. His gaze fell into the coffin, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Inside lay a bizarre corpse. It was an existence beyond description, neither human nor demonic, but rather a monstrous aberration that defied all biological logic. Qin Lang felt utterly incapable of describing what the hell this thing was.
What the hell is this thing?
Qin Lang frowned, clenched his teeth, and dared not look a moment longer. He immediately turned his gaze to the ground beside the stone coffin. There, carved into the stone, were several lines of ancient incantations, the characters twisted and grotesque.
Wait, what's written here is?
Qin Lang suddenly understood the words.
So that's how it was? Silent Hill was actually a. In that instant, Qin Lang fully grasped the truth behind Silent Hill.
A chill shot straight to the top of his head, his throat tightened slightly, and he clenched his fists. Without a word, he immediately took several steps back, swiftly exiting the room without a moment's pause.
Qin Lang then laughed, very well, very well. So that's how it is. Time pause, cancel.
The air resumed its flow, and the bodies of those present swayed slightly, as if everything that had just happened was merely a fleeting illusion.
Grandma Goldenleaf frowned, her gaze immediately fixing on Qin Lang. What trick did you pull now?
Though she didn't know what had just transpired, she sensed he'd done something. The others also wore puzzled expressions, with Yi Zi and Bai Qi both awaiting his explanation. Only Qin Lang's expression darkened to an unprecedented degree, even betraying a hint of barely perceptible panic.
No one is allowed to go in anymore.
His voice was deep and firm, like an unavoidable command. Grandma Goldenleaf's expression darkened, her brow furrowing deeper as her tone turned displeased.
What kind of joke is this?
You may stay out, but I have no intention of giving up.
I said, no one is allowed to go in. Including you.
Qin Lang's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixing her with a cold stare. His words carried an undeniable threat. Old woman Goldenleaf's expression faltered slightly before she gave a cold laugh.
Poof. What gives you the right? Chapter 140, The Fake Monster.
Old woman Goldenleaf's expression shifted between light and shadow, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang with a hint of scrutiny and confusion. She had assumed Qin Lang was merely blocking her out of hostility, but now it seemed the matter was far more complex.
She asked coldly, why won't you let me in? What are you afraid of? Qin Lang drew a deep breath, his gaze sharp as blades.
His voice was firm, I'm not afraid.
But you cannot enter, period. If you insist on going in, I'll have no choice but to kill you. After all, you'll die once you're inside.
The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere froze solid.
Su Mubai and Yi Zi's expression shifted slightly.
It was the first time they'd ever seen Qin Lang speak with such unwavering resolve. Goldenleaf Granny stared at Qin Lang, her brow slightly furrowed. The playful glint in her eyes slowly faded, replaced by a hint of wariness and confusion.
She could tell Qin Lang hadn't been joking just now.
If he was willing to fight her to the death to prevent her from entering the room, it meant whatever was inside was definitely not ordinary treasure.
Ha!
The monster's laughter echoed through the basement, carrying a carefree mockery. It tilted its head, watching Qin Lang, a smile curling its lips as its voice drifted lazily. Qin Lang, are you afraid I'll kill you after you see the treasure? Qin Lang glanced at it and suddenly smiled.
Like I'd fall for that.
His smile held a hint of scorn.
You? Trying to trick me in?
The monster's smile stiffened slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing its eyes before it swiftly resumed its leisurely demeanor. Qin Lang turned his head, his tone firm, no matter what you say, I won't go in. The demon's smile faltered for a moment. It narrowed its eyes, revealing a hint of hidden impatience, but it quickly regained its previous unhurried tone, smiling as it said.
Qin Lang, are you truly unwilling to reconsider? I can take you inside to see for yourselves. The treasures of Silent Hill are no ordinary things, they won't disappoint you. And since you're all going to die eventually, why not take one last look? Its voice was deep, carrying an irresistible allure. Shen Wanqing shuddered at the sound, her legs trembling with the urge to step forward. Qin Lang, however, only gave a cold laugh. A mocking curve touched his lips as his piercing gaze fixed on the demon. He said flatly, Ha! There's just a corpse in there. What are you playing at? Instantly, the entire underground chamber fell into a deathly silence.
The demon's grin finally froze completely. Its pupils contracted sharply as it fixed its gaze on Qin Lang, a flicker of shock and suspicion dancing in its eyes. What did you say? Its voice remained low, yet now tinged with the panic of being exposed.
How could he possibly know? Countless possibilities flashed through the monster's mind, yet none could explain it.
The others present were equally stunned by Qin Lang's words. Granny Goldenleaf furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with confusion and wariness.
Su Mubai couldn't help but gasp in shock. Yi Zi clenched her fists, desperately seeking answers from Qin Lang.
A corpse?
Granny Goldenleaf finally spoke, her gaze fixed sharply on Qin Lang. Qin Lang, what exactly did you see?
Qin Lang slowly scanned the group, his gaze finally settling on the demonic creature. He took a deep breath, his tone steady and resolute. I now fully understand the secret of Silent Hill. Qin Lang slowly raised his hand, pointing at the monster. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and a meaningful, cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. You're not the real monster. You're just an imposter. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. All eyes turned to the monster, their faces etched with disbelief and confusion. Grandma Golden Leaf's expression darkened instantly. Almost instinctively, she snapped, impossible. How could the intelligence gathered at the cost of countless teammates' lives be wrong? Silent Hill undoubtedly held priceless treasures. And every step of the process was correct. How could this creature not be a monster? Yet Qin Lang merely gave a cold laugh, his gaze piercing like a torch, sharp enough to cut through anything. He advanced step by step toward the creature, his voice low and powerful, each word carrying weight as it struck the heart. Qin Lang turned to Old Woman Golden Leaf. Aren't you curious where the first vessel went? Old Woman Golden Leaf's brows furrowed sharply, her eyes flickering slightly. She seemed to sense something, yet refused to acknowledge it. Qin Lang slowly raised his hand, pointing directly at the demonic creature without hesitation. His eyes held an unwavering certainty, his tone firm and resolute. You, he declared, are the first vessel. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze, and every heart skipped a beat. The demon's expression darkened completely, a barely perceptible flicker passing through its ink-black eyes. A carefree smile still played at its lips, yet beneath that grin, a subtle crack seemed to form. It did not immediately deny the claim. Instead, it fixed its deep, unfathomable eyes on Qin Lang, its gaze dark and ambiguous, as if searching for some flaw in him. But Qin Lang remained silent. He simply stared back at the demon, the smile on his lips tinged with a cold, sharp edge. Granny Golden Leaf's expression grew increasingly grim. Her gaze locked onto Qin Lang, her eyes flickering with suspicion, resentment, and a hint of barely perceptible astonishment. She demanded in a low voice, Qin Lang, what exactly are you implying? Is this demon before us the vessel of the first generation? Her voice carried a hint of impatience, as if she feared hearing an answer she couldn't bear to face. Qin Lang drew a deep breath, his gaze as cold as steel. Slowly, he spoke, what lies within is actually the corpse of the true demonic creature. That corpse hasn't been awakened yet. The words sent shockwaves through everyone present. The air seemed to freeze in that instant, thick and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Granny Golden Leaf's eyes widened in shock, her expression instantly shifting to utter disbelief. She opened her mouth to protest, only to find Qin Lang's gaze unwaveringly firm, devoid of any hesitation or deception. A corpse? You say it's the corpse of a demon? Her voice trembled slightly, though she quickly masked it, her tone laced with skepticism and wariness. If the monster's corpse was inside, still dormant, then the creature before them was undoubtedly a fake. Qin Lang didn't answer directly. Instead, he slowly scanned the surroundings, his gaze finally settling on the room behind the shattered wall. His voice was low and solemn as he spoke. Back then, the coal miners unearthed the monster's corpse. But they didn't know what they'd discovered until the sect on Silent Hill intervened. They secretly hid the monster's corpse and... Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his tone tinged with coldness. This is where the cult placed the monster's corpse all those years ago. Chapter 141, Man-Made Disaster. Grandma Golden Leaf's pupils contracted slightly, as if deep in thought. Standing nearby, Su Mubai jolted violently, as if suddenly realizing something. His face drained of color, and he asked in terror. Could it be that the entire town of Silent Hill perished not from a mining accident, but... Her voice trembled, as if she dared not voice the answer. Yet she gritted her teeth and forced out. It was deliberate slaughter? In that instant, everyone's breath caught. A suffocating chill rose from beneath their feet. The underground chamber fell deathly silent, filled only with the rapid thudding of their hearts and the flickering, distorted shadows cast by the dim, yellow light above. The demonic creature stood motionless, the smile fading from its face, replaced by a profound and inscrutable expression. Its eyes narrowed slightly, as if sizing up Qin Lang, trying to gauge how much he truly knew. Qin Lang's voice echoed through the dim underground chamber, each word like a sharp blade piercing the hearts of those present. The mining disaster back then was indeed real. But that disaster was no act of nature, it was a tragedy entirely of human making. He slowly scanned each person present, his gaze lingering especially on Old Woman Golden Leaf. The cold smile hadn't fully faded from her face, yet her eyes flickered slightly, as if pondering something. Qin Lang continued. The mastermind behind it all, after obtaining the monster's corpse, fell under its spell. Thus he began plotting to kill everyone in this town, then resurrect the monster. Everyone? Su Mubai's brow furrowed sharply, his eyes flashing with disbelief. So the entire Silent Hill was just a massive altar? Exactly. Qin Lang nodded. Every resident of Silent Hill had become a sacrifice for the demon's resurrection. A heavy weight settled in everyone's hearts. Grandma Golden Leaf finally couldn't hold back a sneer, breaking the eerie silence. Crossing her arms, a sneer playing at the corners of her mouth, she spoke slowly. Are the people of this town all fools? No matter how skilled the mastermind behind this is, couldn't they have fled? Don't they possess even the most basic survival instinct? A trace of contempt flickered in her eyes clearly, she didn't believe the entire town would just sit and wait to die. Qin Lang merely shot her a cold glance before continuing.
Of course they want to run. But someone won't let them. Who? A flicker of confusion finally appeared in old woman Goldenleaf's eyes.
Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, like a blade piercing through all illusions in the darkness, as he spoke slowly.
What if, for instance, they were all made to hide in the church? What if the leader of the religious order, the true power behind this town, ordered them all to the church? If all the residents were made to take shelter inside before the mining disaster began, then they could simply be left to die slowly afterward. What? In an instant, every face paled. Could someone actually pull something like this off? Yi Zi's lips trembled slightly. As if realizing something, her face turned pale and her breathing grew rapid. Do you understand now?
Qin Lang's voice was low and calm, yet carried an irresistible force. This is precisely why, from the moment we set foot in Silent Hill, we could never reach the church no matter what. He slowly turned, his gaze fixed on the dim yellow light in the distance, his voice low and hollow like the whisper of a ghost from the underworld. Because the real church. He paused, his eyes suddenly turning icy as his tone grew grim. Has become a mass grave piled high with sacrifices. In that instant, a bone-chilling coldness shot from the soles of their feet straight to the tops of their heads. It felt as though this subterranean space was no longer the world of the living, but hell itself. Back then, someone ordered all the residents to take refuge in the church. And so, the church became a mass grave. He spoke with extreme calmness, yet precisely because of this, his words echoed in their ears more sinister and terrifying than the most horrifying whispers of demons. The expressions on everyone's faces had completely changed, especially Su Mubai's. His fingertips trembled slightly, as if he had grasped some horrifying truth. The only one capable of such a deed. Qin Lang lifted his eyes, only the priest who was in the church at the time, right? The moment those words fell, the entire basement plunged into a deathly silence. Silence. Suffocating silence. Grandma Genia's face turned deathly pale. Su Mubai clenched his fists, while Bai Qi frowned, staring at Qin Lang thoughtfully. And did everyone remember what Han Zhuoran said when he was under control? Qin Lang slowly scanned the room. His tone remained calm, yet each word carried a bone-chilling coldness. Back then, he had said he was merely a slave. A slave? Su Mubai murmured to himself as if digesting the true meaning of those words. Yes, a slave. Qin Lang nodded, a cold smile curling his lips. But here's the problem, Han Zhuoran had lost his self-awareness by then, right? In other words, it wasn't Han Zhuoran speaking then, it was whatever had possessed him. Su Mubai's eyes widened abruptly as he exclaimed, wait. If it was a ghost speaking, why would it refer to itself as a slave? Exactly. Qin Lang gave a cold chuckle, that's precisely the key point. He fixed his gaze on the demonic entity, his eyes sharp as knives, as if he had already seen through everything. How could a true demon ever call itself a slave? A heavy, oppressive atmosphere filled the air, and everyone's breathing grew labored. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his gaze like lightning in the night, piercing through layer upon layer of fog to strike at the very core of the truth. Therefore, there was only one explanation. His voice was deep and powerful, each word seeming to send invisible ripples through the underground chamber. That is, the entity possessing Han Zhuoran was not a true demonic entity, but rather a being willing to serve as a demon's servant. He was the one who orchestrated this series of tragedies. As Qin Lang's final words fell, the entire underground world seemed to lose its voice in an instant, falling into a deathly, terrifying silence. Ha! A sudden burst of laughter shattered the silence, echoing through the shadowy space like the maniacal cackle of a demon from the depths of hell. The demon-possessing Feng Lanlan roared with laughter, its crimson eyes flashing with dangerous light. He slowly clapped his hands, a malicious grin curling his lips. His laughter carried a hint of near-arrogant admiration. You are truly fascinating. Chapter 142, A Game of Certain Death. The demon raised its head, narrowing its eyes with deep amusement, finally acknowledging everything. Indeed, I am not a demon. I am the priest of Silent Hill. The air froze instantly. Every heartbeat halted for a split second. Who would have thought someone could uncover these truths? His voice was deep, tinged with a strange admiration, like a chess master who had meticulously laid out his board, finally encountering an opponent worthy of the challenge. Qin Lang, you truly are extraordinary. Qin Lang gave a cold laugh, his gaze sharp, luring us in just to kill us and resurrect your master, right? The priest didn't deny it. He merely clapped lightly, a strange curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Exactly. That's the plan. His tone was matter of fact, as if discussing something utterly insignificant. Yet as the words fell, the temperature in the entire space seemed to drop another notch. An oppressive pressure suddenly spread, as if countless invisible hands were silently reaching out from the darkness, slowly extending toward everyone present. Grandma Goldenleaf frowned deeply, still somewhat perplexed. She was no stranger to bloodshed and had weathered countless schemes and plots, yet the current situation sent a chill down her spine. What exactly did this mean? Qin Lang fixed her with a deep, solemn gaze. Don't you understand? Why has no one been able to clear Silent Hill for so long? His voice was soft, yet each word struck like a hammer, driving deep into everyone's hearts. Everyone froze, as if a possibility had suddenly dawned on them. Su Mubai's expression abruptly changed. Even Golden Leaf Granny's eyes gradually revealed a look of shock. Qin Lang continued, because the entire existence of Silent Hill is designed to kill every player here, turning them into nourishment for the monster's revival. This single sentence exploded like thunderclaps, reverberating violently in everyone's ears. Old woman Golden Leaf's pupils contracted slightly, her heart skipping a beat. You mean? Qin Lang nodded, his voice low and tinged with icy murderous intent. Exactly. Every instance manager we encountered along the way deliberately engineered player deaths at each stage. Do you remember? Every rule seemed fair, yet concealed deadly traps. Every challenge was brutally cruel, offering almost no real chance for survival. His gaze swept over the group, his expression icy. Every rule, every trial, every choice all had one purpose. To kill us. The entire Silent Hill instance was nothing but a murder game orchestrated by the instance system and the monsters. The air seemed to be sucked out in an instant, everyone's breath halting for a moment. Qin Lang slowly raised his head, his gaze like a sharp blade piercing the priest standing opposite him. Every soul who perishes in Silent Hill becomes nourishment for the monsters. The priest smiled faintly, his expression tinged with inexplicable pride and admiration. He regarded Qin Lang as if admiring a masterpiece. Clever. Very clever. What a pity. Yi Zi's face instantly paled. Her hands instinctively clenched the hem of her clothes, her eyes betraying a flicker of tension and unease. Qin Lang, does that mean we have no way out? Her voice was soft, yet in this suffocatingly silent underground world, every word rang out with startling clarity, as if carrying a trembling echo. Qin Lang didn't respond immediately, instead narrowing his eyes slightly as if deep in thought. After a moment, he drew in a deep breath and turned his gaze toward old woman Golden Leaf. Grandma, I ask you, why did you come back to undertake this hidden mission? Granny Golden Leaf frowned, clearly taken aback by Qin Lang's sudden question. She remained silent for a few seconds before finally sighing and deciding to tell the truth. I heard that a cache of treasures is hidden within Silent Hill. Obtaining them would complete the hidden quest, unlock the achievement, and grant a direct path to clearing the game. My teammates have been striving for this treasure all along. Her tone was calm, yet the greed and calculation within it were not deliberately concealed. After all, she was a seasoned veteran of this world, never doing anything without reward. So that's why you're here. Qin Lang nodded, then a meaningful smile curved his lips. Then let me tell you why I'm here. All eyes instantly turned to him. Qin Lang spoke slowly. I'm here because I was commissioned by Qinhu. In other words, each of us knew there was a hidden mission here, and we all came for that mission. But have any of you considered why, out of so many people, only we know about this information? Old woman Golden Leaf froze in shock, while Yi Zi sucked in a sharp breath. Shen Wanqing's expression darkened. Are you implying we were deliberately lured here? A chill crept into Qin Lang's smile. Exactly. This isn't an ordinary hidden quest. It's beta trap designed to lure players here to their deaths. Boom. The words exploded like thunder in everyone's minds. Old Lady Golden Leaf's expression shifted, Yi Zi's body trembled slightly, Su Mubai's eyes flashed with shock and fury, while Shen Wanqing clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles cracked. Everyone grasped the same truth, they weren't challengers, they were deliberately caged prey. The priest smiled faintly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. His gaze slowly swept over Qin Lang and the others, as if savoring their stunned expressions. Quite right, Qin Lang. You're correct. His voice carried an indescribable, eerie excitement. Truthfully, long ago, I was completely obliterated by a mysterious force. He paused, his smile deepening as if recalling some pleasurable memory. As for my master, lacking a suitable vessel, he could only be sealed within this darkness. But that person was magnanimous. Instead of annihilating us completely, he gave us a chance. A chance? Grandma Golden Leaf frowned. What do you mean? The priest slowly spread his arms, his voice tinged with fervor. He said that as long as we continue to play the role of sacrificers here, luring all players into this place as offerings? A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in his eyes. He would permit my master's resurrection. In other words, he is the director, and we are merely the actors. He even sent many beast-faced monsters to assist us in completing the sacrifice. How strange and kind of him, don't you think? Boom! A sudden chill gripped Qin Lang and the others, a bone-chilling coldness spreading up their spines. So this so-called hidden quest wasn't meant for players to complete it all, it was a deadly trap. Qin Lang's voice was low and icy. You never intended for anyone to leave this place alive. Chapter 143, The Monster's Avatar. The priest burst into maniacal laughter, his cackle tinged with sickening madness. Exactly. Every soul who enters Silent Hill will ultimately become a sacrifice. They'll be driven mad by terror, torn apart by monsters, toyed with by the rules. Ultimately, their blood and souls will nourish this land, transforming it into the fertile ground for our Lord's rebirth. Qin Lang's gaze turned icy as he fixed the priest before him. His hand rose slowly, finger pointing at the man, his voice cold and menacing. You should go accompany your master instead. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Qin Lang was already poised for battle. He crouched slightly, gripping the demon-slaying blade with both hands. The blade trembled faintly, emitting a chilling, sinister glow as if it had been thirsting for blood for ages, craving new prey. The priest, however, showed no sign of panic. Instead, he chuckled softly, his laughter tinged with contempt and mockery. You think you can defeat me here? How laughable. Qin Lang remained unmoved, returning a cold sneer. The naive one is you. Before the words faded, he stomped his foot, launching his body like an arrow from a bowstring. The demon-slaying blade sliced through the air, aiming straight for the priest's throat. The blade's glint pierced the mist like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, carrying a fierce intent to kill as it closed in on the priest in an instant. Yet, just as the blade was about to touch the priest, an eerie shadow suddenly spread behind him. It was a vast darkness, expanding like an abyss, swallowing all light. Gurgle, gurgle. Within the shadow, countless twisted faces seemed to churn and writhe, struggling and whimpering, emitting bone-chilling whispers. Then, a massive, pitch-black claw slowly extended its nails, grotesque, encrusted with dried blood, reeking of decay and despair, slashing violently toward Qin Lang. Behold the power of my lord. The priest cackled maniacally, his voice echoing through the darkness, his eyes burning with bloodthirsty fervor. Yeezy gasped in shock. Is that the demonic creature? Old woman Golden Leaf replied, impossible. The demon hasn't been resurrected yet. This is likely just a manifestation. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, sensing an unprecedented oppressive force. The black giant claw roared toward them with unmatched power, tearing through the air with a low rumble as if the entire space itself was warping. Facing this terrifying foe, Qin Lang didn't retreat an inch. His gaze flashed like lightning, his fighting spirit boiling over. The ghost-slaying blade erupted with a dazzling cold light as he charged straight ahead. This battle was unavoidable. Golden Leaf Granny watched the unfolding battle before her, unable to suppress a shake of her head and a sigh. She muttered under her breath, is Qin Lang a fool? Even if this is only a clone, is that power something he can handle? No matter how strong Qin Lang was, he remained immortal. How could he possibly turn the tables? Bai Qi shared this view, urging Qin Lang, brother, this is far too risky. This thing's avatar is incredibly powerful. Only at my peak would I dare confront it. You can't harness my full power yet. Qin Lang snapped, cut the nonsense. I said I'm doing this, and that's final. Bai Qi sighed softly, very well, but you must endure it. The next second, Qin Lang's figure vanished. The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes darting around in search of his whereabouts. Yet, whether through their naked eyes or their skill-enhanced senses, they could not detect Qin Lang's presence. He seemed to have been swallowed whole by the darkness, vanishing without a trace. The priest's expression shifted slightly. His brows furrowed, and a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. Surveying the area, he spoke in a grave tone. Qin Lang, where have you hidden yourself? His voice echoed through the deathly still air, tinged with a barely perceptible edge of impatience. Given his abilities, he should have been able to detect Qin Lang's presence. Yet now, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. A sinking feeling gripped his heart as an ominous foreboding began to spread through his chest. The next instant, a slashing blade flashed behind him. What? The priest's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, Qin Lang's blade came crashing down. Splatter! The ghost-slaying blade, razor-sharp beyond compare, sliced clean through the shoulder of Fengmen Village, possessed by the priest. Blood instantly spattered, staining the priest's cold, grim face crimson. Fengmen Village's body convulsed violently, letting out a piercing scream. In that instant, the priest felt a bone-chilling agony. Qin Lang's attack wasn't merely wounding this vessel, but striking directly at his very soul. Damned brat! The priest's face contorted, his eyes blazing with fury as his voice grew savage and enraged. How dare you hurt me? Gritting his teeth against the soul-tearing agony, he lashed out. A pitch-black shadow rapidly expanded, morphing into sharp tentacles that coiled toward Qin Lang like venomous snakes. Qin Lang, however, let out a cold laugh. With a light step, his figure blurred into a phantom, swiftly retreating to evade the attack. You think such petty tricks could kill me? Qin Lang's gaze was fierce, the blade still dripping blood, his tone icy. Don't you understand? Your weakness has been completely exposed. Yet the priest showed no fear. Instead, he let out a savage laugh, his lips curling into a sinister grin. I have a weakness? He chuckled softly, his voice echoing like a ghostly whisper through the air. Qin Lang, do you truly believe you've won? Before the words faded, the demonic clone behind him erupted in a deafening roar. Boom! Darkness engulfed the area as an even more terrifying killing intent surged forth. Under the priest's command, the demonic clone, dragging its twisted form, lunged toward Qin Lang once more. Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, his brow brimming with coldness. He swung his hand violently, his psychic energy surging through the air and coalescing into several invisible bullets that shot forth like meteors. Bang! 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 The bullets, carrying an invisible intent to kill, slammed viciously into the priest's body. The priest's body convulsed violently, his face instantly contorting into an expression of agony. His soul felt torn apart by a piercing force in that instant. The excruciating pain overwhelmed him, leaving him unable to move for a moment. Damn it! The priest growled, fury churning in his emerald green eyes. Yet, the instant he forced himself to steady his stance. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from the depths of darkness. The demonic clone roared, flailing its massive, twisted limbs. Its claws, covered in black scales, slammed violently into the ground, sending shockwaves rippling through the entire basement. In an instant, it felt like an earthquake had struck. Cracks split the walls, dust and debris rained down from the ceiling, and a heavy, oppressive weight filled the air. Yeezy staggered, nearly knocked off her feet. She hurriedly grabbed hold of a nearby stone pillar, her eyes filled with urgency.
Qin Lang! I'm coming to help you!
She cried out urgently, planting her feet firmly as she prepared to rush to his aid.
Chapter 144, The Way Out.
Yet Qin Lang's voice came without hesitation, cold and unyielding.
Take care of yourself first.
Yeezy's steps faltered. She gritted her teeth, but the worry in her eyes remained undiminished.
At that very moment, the demonic clone's attack struck like lightning, launching a surprise assault from Qin Lang's flank.
Its claws sliced through the air, tracing a chilling arc of light as it tore downward with brutal force.
Rip!
Blood blossomed. A gruesome gash instantly ripped open on Qin Lang's left shoulder. Blood spurted out, splattering onto the ground in a vivid crimson splash. His body swayed slightly, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yet his expression betrayed no pain. Instead, his gaze sharpened, radiating a near-cruel fighting spirit. Yeezy's pupils contracted sharply, her heart clenching in alarm as she cried out, "Qin Lang! You!" She lunged forward, only to be restrained by a bony hand gripping her arm. Grandma Golden Leaf shook her head slowly, her tone calm.
"Don't worry. He won't die. But his wound."
Yeezy's voice trembled. She couldn't bear to watch Qin Lang suffer, yet Genie Papa held her fast, leaving her immobilized.
A faint, meaningful smile touched the corners of Golden Leaf Granny's lips. "Don't forget he possesses the desperate virus." Just as Yeezy was puzzled, Qin Lang's wound began healing at a visible speed. Muscles twitched, flesh regenerated, and the torn wound was swiftly filled with new tissue. Within mere seconds, the gash that had once exposed bone was restored to its original state, even the bloodstains concealed beneath fresh skin. Yeezy looked at Granny Golden Leaf, stunned once more. She knew about Qin Lang's desperation virus clearly, she had been aware of him all along. Qin Lang slowly raised his head, flexed his shoulders, and let a cold smile curve his lips. "Is that all you've got?" "Not even close."
His eyes blazed with fierce combat intent. The ghost-slaying blade trembled slightly in his palm, as if echoing his murderous resolve. The priest watched the scene unfold, his expression finally darkening.
"What kind of monster are you?" Qin Lang licked his lips and sneered, "Monster? No. This is only the beginning."
Qin Lang's form flickered, charging toward the priest like a whirlwind. The demon-slaying blade sliced through the darkness, its cold gleam flashing like lightning. The demonic clone let out a deafening roar, its form swelling abruptly. A massive arm covered in black scales swung down with terrifying force, slamming violently into the ground.
Boom! The entire basement shook violently, as if hit by an earthquake. Massive cracks spread across the floor, walls collapsed instantly, and chunks of rock rained down like hail.
Yeezy's pupils contracted sharply as she leapt back, swinging her short sword to precisely cleave a boulder hurtling toward her. Meanwhile, old woman Golden Leaf merely stamped her foot lightly. True chi surged from within her body, unleashing an invisible gale that swept through the air, scattering all the falling debris around them. "Watch out, this place is collapsing." The others scrambled to employ their own methods, some dodging, others braced for impact, struggling to hold their ground in the collapsing underground chamber. Yeezy looked up, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Lang, her heart filled with anxiety. What on earth was he trying to do? This head-on confrontation was no way to fight. Yet, standing beside her, old woman Genie suddenly smiled softly, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes.
"I understand."
Yeezy froze, turning to look at Golden Leaf Granny. "Granny, what are you saying?" Grandma Genie exhaled slowly, a meaningful smile curling her lips.
Qin Lang never intended to fight this demonic creature's avatar to the death. Yeezy froze, clearly not catching on. "What?"
Grandma Golden Leaf narrowed her eyes, observing the walls crumbling around them. Her voice held a note of certainty. He deliberately allowed the monster's clone to destroy this place. His true goal was to collapse the entire basement, reburying the demon's main body beneath the rubble. Yeezy's eyes widened, her heart skipped a beat, and she sucked in a sharp breath.
"That's far too reckless." Qin Lang continued to dart about, deftly evading the demonic clone's frenzied attacks. He seemed utterly unconcerned with victory or defeat, merely guiding the demon to strike. With each strike from the monster's clone, the basement grew more dilapidated, cracks widening relentlessly. The load-bearing structure supporting the entire subterranean space was teetering on the brink. At this rate, the entire basement would collapse completely in mere moments. The priest finally sensed something was terribly wrong. His expression changed completely. "Damn it! So you've been using me all along?"
Qin Lang heard this and a cold smile curled his lips. He casually flicked the blood from his demon-slaying blade, his eyes brimming with undisguised mockery. "You're nothing but a puppet.
Why would I target you?"
The priest's face turned ashen, a surge of rage welling up from his chest at the humiliation. He snarled through clenched teeth, "You bastard!"
Boom!
Before he could react, the basement finally collapsed under the monstrous clone's frenzied destruction.
Crash! Countless vicious cracks split the basement ceiling, rocks raining down like hail.
The frenzied demonic clone roared amidst the rubble, charging wildly through the ruins with world-shattering fury. Amidst this life-or-death chaos, a slender figure suddenly burst through the shattered wall.
Qin Lang. I'm here to help you.
Su Mubai's voice cut through the deafening roar. Her feet lightly leapt onto the collapsing rocks, her eyes flashing with a hint of tension.
Qin Lang glanced sideways.
Seeing Su Mubai, he showed no surprise, instead lifting the corners of his mouth.
Did you find a way out? Su Mubai nodded.
Of course.
Qin Lang smiled, asking no further questions. Good. Now do me a favor.
Just as Su Mubai was about to nod, Qin Lang suddenly leaned in close and whispered a few words in her ear.
After listening, Su Mubai's expression shifted slightly.
She looked at Qin Lang with apparent surprise, but then a playful smile curved her lips as she gave a light nod.
No problem. Qin Lang patted her shoulder, his gaze unwavering. Then I'm counting on you. Su Mubai said nothing more.
She turned to Yi Zi and the others and called out loudly, "Follow me."
I've found the way out. Yi Zi asked, what about Qin Lang? He'll be fine. Su Mubai lifted her chin with confidence. Just don't fall behind.
She swiftly led the way toward a nearby stone wall, weaving through its layered fissures. Yi Zi, old woman Jin Yi, and the others immediately followed. But just then, the priest's cold laughter echoed.
Ha! Do you really think you can leave this easily? Chapter 145, The Limit.
Qin Lang's gaze darkened as he looked up at the priest, who stood atop a towering cliff face, his face grim and his tone dripping with mockery.
The rock in this underground chamber is among the hardest in the world. Without my mechanism, you'll never escape.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Zi attempted to cleave the rock layers ahead with her paper-blowing snow technique.
Clang!
The blade struck the rock, producing a metallic clang that made even the sword's edge tremble slightly. Yi Zi's expression shifted slightly as she took a step back, gritting her teeth.
It really is incredibly hard. The priest roared with laughter. Ha! This rock has formed over countless millennia. You'll never break through it.
Yet, just as the priest basked in his triumph, Golden Leaf Grandma slowly stepped forward.
Lifting her eyelids, she spoke calmly. Let me give it a try.
She drew her pipe, took a deep drag, and then abruptly exhaled a thick plume of smoke.
The smoke swirled, condensed, and twisted in the air, instantly transforming into dozens of razor-sharp blades of mist.
Each gleamed with a chilling, icy light, as if they were real blades. With a light flick of Golden Leaf Granny's wrist, whoosh! The dozens of smoke blades shot forth like a sudden storm, slashing fiercely at the rock wall.
SSSSH. The rock, once impenetrable, sliced open like tofu under the blade's assault. In an instant, a passageway wide enough for passage gouged itself into the wall.
Yi Zi sucked in a sharp breath, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. This
old woman Golden Leaf's power was truly unfathomable.
Golden Leaf Granny tucked away her tobacco pouch, smiling calmly.
All right, the path is open. Let's go. The priest's face instantly darkened. You.
Qin Lang's lips curled slightly as he watched, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Focus, everyone.
I'm coming again.
The priest trembled with rage, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Su Mubai had already led Yi Zi and the others rushing swiftly toward the passageway.
Don't you dare leave.
Mad fury burned in the priest's eyes as he watched Yi Zi and the others dash toward the open passageway. His reason was nearly consumed by rage.
You won't leave here. He lashed out violently.
The demonic creature's clone let out a deafening roar, its limbs slamming into the ground like a collapsing mountain. It lunged toward Qin Lang, casting a terrifying shadow, intent on tearing him to shreds. Qin Lang, however, was prepared. With a cold snort, he channeled all his strength into the ghost-slaying blade in his hand and brought it down with a fierce strike toward the demonic creature's chest. Ha! The blade, gleaming with a bone-chilling cold light, sliced through the air, piercing the darkness, and struck the demonic clone's body with brutal force. Boom! The monstrous clone's massive body shook violently, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. Qin Lang's single strike sent the colossal form reeling back several steps. A vicious gash ripped open across its chest, spewing forth a torrent of pitch-black energy. The priest's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? His body trembled slightly as he stared at Qin Lang in disbelief, his lips quivering as if questioning whether he had misidentified the monster's clone. Had it truly been repelled by a single strike from Qin Lang? He couldn't comprehend it, couldn't accept it. By all logic, though this demonic clone was only a fragment of the main entity, its power remained terrifyingly immense, capable of leveling an entire city. Yet this mere mortal before him had not only withstood its attack but actually driven it back? The priest's gaze grew colder and colder, his face turning ashen. He growled hoarsely, How did you do that? Qin Lang flicked his wrist, blood dripping from the blade. Priest, did you think a mere fragment of the demon would let you run rampant? He advanced step by step, the ghost-slaying blade radiating a bone-chilling aura of murderous intent. You're nothing but a puppet. Even with the demon's avatar, you can't possibly unleash its full power. You, in the end, are nothing but a pawn. The word struck the priest like a thunderbolt, his face flushing crimson as rage made his entire body tremble. Qin Lang's words struck the deepest wound in his heart. Yes, he could never fully harness the demon's true power. The demon's power was terrifying, but he was merely a vessel borrowing its strength, not the demon itself. If the true entity of the demonic beast descended personally, Qin Lang wouldn't stand a chance. Yet now, he was being looked down upon by Qin Lang, even called a mere puppet? You dare look down on me? The priest's defenses shattered completely. Madness surged in his eyes as he violently bit through his own finger. Black blood instantly permeated the air, and the entire basement was instantly swept by a raging storm, filled with swirling, sinister energy. I'll kill you. He spread his arms wide. The monster's avatar seemed to sense its master's fury, letting out a deafening roar. Terrifying power coalesced in its arms as it slammed down toward Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes blazed with battle intent as a faint smile touched his lips. Interesting. Come at me again. Instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting the demonic clone head-on as he swung his blade once more. Just as Qin Lang was about to swing his blade again, Bai Chi's deep, icy voice echoed in his mind. Enough, brother. Your body is nearing its limit. Bai Chi's voice carried an unquestionable warning, echoing within Qin Lang's consciousness. His tone was stern and urgent, as if he could already see Qin Lang collapsing from the strain in the next instant. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, the veins on his temples throbbing faintly. He knew full well how dire his condition was. His physical strength was completely depleted. His muscles ached as if they would burst, his bones throbbed with a dull ache, and every swing of the blade brought searing, tearing pain. The desperation virus was constantly repairing his body, but its pace was gradually failing to keep up with the damage. Bai Chi's voice was grave. Brother, those last few strikes you only endured them because my power forcibly propped you up. But you can't handle such intense force. Your meridians are already beginning to rupture. If this continues, your body will be utterly destroyed. Qin Lang's mouth twitched slightly. Intense pain surged through his limbs like a tidal wave, yet he gritted his teeth and endured it. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, but his gaze remained as sharp as a blade. Just hold on a little longer. His voice was low and resolute, without a hint of wavering. Bai Chi froze for a moment before snapping angrily, Hold on? You still want to hold on? You know those bursts of power you just unleashed? They only worked because I was propping up your body with my own energy. Otherwise, that demon would have blown you to smithereens on the spot. But you've reached your limit. Even with my power, I can't sustain your body indefinitely. Brother, keep fighting him and you'll die. Chapter 146, Speed is Essential. Bai Chi's voice echoed in his consciousness, tinged with rare anger and urgency. Yet Qin Lang merely drew a deep breath and replied calmly. I know. Bai Chi froze, You know and you still do this? A faint smile touched Qin Lang's lips, revealing a hint of madness and confidence, but I've already figured out how to deal with this guy. Bai Chi's voice faltered. After a moment's silence, he demanded in a deep voice, What plan? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze cold as he stared at the raging demonic clone before him, while his peripheral vision darted toward the distant passageway. It all depends on whether Su Mubai and the others can hurry up. Deep within the underground passage, Su Mubai led the way, his strides urgent and determined, his voice tinged with urgency. Hurry! Faster! We must get out of here immediately. Yi Zi followed closely behind, her brows furrowed in persistent unease. Her breath came in short gasps. Biting her lip, she couldn't help but ask, But what about Qin Lang? Are we just leaving him behind? What about his situation? Before she could finish, Su Mubai cut her off decisively. The faster we get out, the sooner Qin Lang will be saved. Yi Zi froze, her steps halting momentarily as she looked at Su Mubai in confusion. Why? Su Mubai offered no explanation. He simply lowered his head, clenched his jaw, and charged forward with all his might. Yi Zi grew even more puzzled. She turned to look at the others, hoping to find answers in their expressions. But just then, the silent old woman genius suddenly slowed her pace. Her eyes widened as if struck by a sudden realization. Then, she burst into loud laughter. Ha! Her laughter echoed through the narrow passageway. Everyone stopped in their tracks, staring at old Lady Goldenleaf in utter shock. Shen Wanqing couldn't help but frown, asking in confusion, Grandma, what are you laughing at? Grandma Goldenleaf's laughter gradually subsided, yet a meaningful smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. She cast a deep look at Su Mubai, then slowly scanned the crowd, her gaze carrying a piercing insight. She sighed softly, her tone tinged with both admiration and awe. I finally understand what Qin Lang truly intends to do. Her gaze lifted toward the dimly lit passageway ahead, her eyes flickering with an uncanny light. That boy actually intends to summon every spirit on Silent Hill. At these words, everyone paled in shock. Su Mubai was also taken aback. This woman had instantly seen through Qin Lang's plan. Yi Zi's eyes widened abruptly. Her breath caught, her voice trembling with disbelief. What? Release all the spirits? Shen Wanqing's face was equally frozen in shock, utterly unable to comprehend the horror of such a scheme. But how could that be possible? What does he intend to do? Su Mubai didn't turn back, only quickening his pace. His voice was low but firm, You're right. That's precisely why we must get up there as quickly as possible. A chill crept up everyone's spine. Qin Lang's plan was too insane, utterly unimaginable. But at the same time, their pace quickened slightly compared to before. Granny Golden Leaf glanced back at the long, rugged stone steps behind her, a flicker of impatience in her eyes. She abruptly halted, hands thrust on her hips, tilting her head back slightly with a look of disdain. This is far too slow. She gave a cold snort, the corner of her mouth curling up slightly as she held her pipe, a hint of amusement in her smile. With that, she tapped the rim of her pipe and took another deep, leisurely puff. Her chest puffed out slightly before she opened her mouth wide, slowly exhaling a thick plume of smoke. This puff of smoke seemed to carry some inexplicable force, swiftly filling the narrow passageway. At first, everyone felt only a hazy blur before their eyes, the swirling smoke instantly obscuring their vision. But soon, they stared in shock as the ground beneath their feet vanished. This. Yi Zi exclaimed in shock. Looking down, she was stunned to find her feet suspended mid-air, completely detached from the steps. Shen Wanqing was equally stunned. The mist beneath her feet seemed to transform into a gentle yet powerful force, steadying her body and lifting her weightlessly into the air, as if she were riding on clouds. What kind of magic is this? Her eyes widened, her voice thick with disbelief. Su Mubai, however, showed little panic. Instead, he swiftly adjusted his posture, adapting to this sudden levitation. He furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring under his breath, "Grandma Golden Leaf's power is even more unfathomable than I imagined." The smoke grew thicker and thicker, like an invisible giant hand, steadily supporting everyone. The next instant, a colossal force surged outward, propelling their bodies into a sudden acceleration. Like fallen leaves swept up by a fierce wind, they hurtled toward the end of the passageway. Whoa! Yi Zi couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Her body swayed slightly in midair, and she frantically reached out to grab hold of something. Yet the mist enveloped them gently, neither letting them fall nor allowing them to lose control, merely propelling them upward with astonishing speed. Standing within the mist, old woman Golden Leaf wore a smug smile. She gave her pipe a gentle shake, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Hold on tight. The group was utterly stunned, never imagining this seemingly ordinary old woman possessed such terrifying power. Carried by the mist, they shot out of the passageway. Only when their feet touched solid ground again did they feel a sudden jolt. They had finally returned to the surface. Yet, when they lifted their heads and scanned their surroundings, every one of them couldn't help but gasp in horror. The scene before them was utterly different from what they had seen upon their arrival. The once tranquil and peaceful town had vanished, replaced by a desolate, lifeless wasteland. Cracks crisscrossed the streets, deep fissures like black wounds tearing the earth apart. Crumbling buildings stood crookedly, many already collapsed. Thick layers of dust covered the broken walls and rubble, as if untouched for decades. A heavy stench of decay hung in the air, mingled with the musty odor of rust and dampness. It felt as though this place had long been forgotten by the world, becoming a city of the dead. This can't be possible. Yi Zi murmured to herself, unable to fathom how Silent Hill could have transformed into this in an instant. Grandma Golden Leaf spoke, "This is Silent Hill's true form." Chapter 147, Summoning the Spirit. Everyone turned to look at old woman Golden Leaf. Grandma Golden Leaf explained, "What we saw before arriving was merely an illusion created by the priest and the demonic entity." She tapped her palm lightly with her pipe, squinting as she surveyed the surroundings, her tone calm. "This place was already finished long ago. Only now, transformed like this, does it reveal its true form." A sinking feeling gripped everyone's hearts. Su Mubai took a deep breath, a hint of urgency flitting across his face as he broke the brief silence. "Forget about this for now. Hurry to the church." His gaze swept sharply around the area before he abruptly took off toward the town center. The others exchanged glances. Though shock and confusion lingered, none hesitated. They followed him without delay. The church lay just ahead. That Gothic black church stood like a colossal shadow, solitary and forlorn amidst the desolate landscape. Its shattered spire pierced the gloomy night sky, while ancient stained glass windows lay in broken shards, their frames swaying precariously in the cold wind. Indeed, they had been beneath the church all along. Enough talk, let's get inside. Su Mubai's expression darkened as he pushed open the half-open door first. Creak. The heavy church doors creaked open slowly, releasing a putrid stench that hit them like a wave, a sickening mix of blood and rotting flesh. The moment they stepped inside, their scalps prickled. The scene within the church resembled hell itself. Bones lay scattered haphazardly across the floor, bleached white and exposed to the air, some broken and incomplete. Some still clung to withered, shriveled flesh, their twisted postures screaming of agony and despair in their final moments. Black blood had long since dried, solidifying into grotesque trails that stretched from the walls all the way to the ceiling, like the engraved curse of a demon. Yi Zi sucked in a sharp breath, clasping her hand over her mouth as her face drained of color. Is this where the priest performed his sacrifices? Su Mubai offered no reply. His gaze darkened slightly before his hands formed a seal. Blood demon summoning. Crimson blood seeped slowly into the floor, and the chilling wind within the church suddenly grew wild and chaotic. It felt as though countless invisible eyes were watching them from the darkness, waiting to be summoned. Just then, old woman Golden Leaf chuckled softly. With a meaningful smile, she took her pipe, drew a gentle puff, and exhaled a wisp of white smoke.
Her laughter carried a hint of amusement. Qin Lang, this kid's brain is sharper than I ever imagined. Su Mubai stood at the center of the ruin, hands pressed together, eyes closed as she sensed the emotional fluctuations of the spirits. The air thick with the pungent scent of blood only sharpened her composure. Don't be afraid, she murmured softly, her voice carrying an indescribable blend of resolve and tenderness, as if calling out to long-lost kin. I feel your pain, your rage. I can bring you vengeance. The slaughter you endured, all the innocence lost, there is an answer. The spirits slowly materialized, their translucent forms wavering in the darkness. Their eyes were filled with terror and confusion. They did not know what they were, nor why their fate had been so cruel. Su Mubai did not rush to speak further, instead communicating with the spirits through a gentle yet powerful psychic force. Her voice resounded once more, carrying an irresistible allure. I know where the priest is, and I know the cause of your deaths. Your souls have been trapped within these ruins for years, and the one responsible for all this is that imposter priest. Don't you want him to pay for it? The spirits' auras rippled, as if suddenly awakened from their slumber. Their once dazed gazes turned furious, their bodies began to float restlessly, as if pulled by some powerful force. He destroyed everything we had. It's all his fault, he deceived us. The ghost's angry whispers swelled into a roar, the air around them seeming to be consumed by this torrent of resentment. Their breaths grew more restless, their voices echoing through the church. We don't want this anymore. Yet, as the fury grew louder, confusion returned to the spirits' expressions. They seemed to question Su Mubai's intentions. Why should we trust you? Su Mubai sighed softly and slowly opened his eyes. Golden Leaf Granny cut straight to the point. Stop wasting time with them. Get to the point. Grandma Golden Leaf exhaled a puff of smoke that coalesced mid-air into a vast net, swiftly encircling all the spirits. Their movements began to slow, as if controlled by some force. Their resentment still churned, yet it was suppressed by the Golden Leaf old woman's invisible force. Grandma Golden Leaf narrowed her eyes slightly, a cold smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You ask why you should trust her? Because she can lead you out of this place, grant you vengeance. But I show you the truth. You refuse to be trapped here, refuse to be forgotten forever. Don't you want to witness the priest's end? Now a young man named Qin Lang is helping you. Don't you wish to repay his kindness? The mist thickened, enveloping all the ghostly figures. Within the fog, their consciousnesses began to sharpen. With each word spoken by old woman Golden Leaf, their resentment coalesced into a powerful surge. The spirits ceased their hesitation, their response growing louder. Revenge. We demand revenge. Their resentment coalesced into an unstoppable force, clinging tightly to Su Mubai as if a colossal demon were bolstering her power from behind. Su Mubai stared blankly at old woman Golden Leaf. Grandma Golden Leaf said, I wanted to help Qin Lang too. Is that not possible? Su Mubai murmured softly. Very well, then let's go. Grandma Golden Leaf seemed ready, lifting her pipe for another deep draw. Then, she slowly exhaled a wisp of white smoke. This smoke, like a living thing, coiled and swirled through the air, rapidly spreading out in all directions. The thick smoke instantly engulfed the church. Let's go. Put. Qin Lang spat blood, his movements finally slowing. He'd reached his limit. The priest's cold gaze fixed on Qin Lang, keenly sensing his dire condition. A surge of elation filled his heart. Qin Lang couldn't hold on much longer. Ha ha ha. The priest burst into maniacal laughter, his voice crackling with pent-up excitement and triumph. He watched Qin Lang with a sinister glint in his eyes, a cruel smile curling his lips. What? Weren't you so cocky just now? Now you can barely stand. You really are stubborn, but unfortunately, this is where it ends for you. With that, he swung his arm violently, and the monster's clone let out a deafening roar. Roar! Chapter 148, Retribution. Black shadows surged outward like a raging tide, engulfing the entire basement in a twisted darkness. The monster's power unleashed completely, its terrifying energy slamming into the rock walls, causing the entire space to violently tremble. Large chunks of rock crashed down from the ceiling. Cracks spread like a spider web, as if the entire subterranean world was about to collapse completely. The ground trembled violently, as if an invisible giant hand was attempting to crush the entire basement. The priest watched this scene, his smile growing more savage. He pointed a finger at Qin Lang, his voice dripping with arrogance. Die here. This basement will be your grave. Even if my master does not return, I will kill you. In that instant, an eerie, chilling wind swept silently through the air. The wind was bone-chilling, like the whispers of souls drifting from the underworld, carrying a bone-chilling aura that made one's soul tremble. As the wind swept through, the temperature in the basement plummeted, and even the air itself seemed to grow heavier. The priest's laughter abruptly halted, his brow furrowing sharply. This cold wind felt wrong. His pupils contracted slightly as an indescribable chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head, instantly coating his back in a cold sweat. The priest scanned his surroundings uneasily, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, faint, distorted shadows had begun to emerge from the surrounding darkness. It felt as though countless specters were watching him from the shadows, whispering and murmuring. What is this? The priest's voice trembled slightly as he whipped his head toward Qin Lang, his eyes betraying unease for the first time.
Qin Lang was panting, yet a meaningful smile played at the corners of his mouth. He lifted his head, his gaze teasingly fixed on the priest, his tone leisurely yet icy.
What? You don't know yet?
Qin Lang slowly raised the demon-slaying blade in his hand. A faint, eerie cold light glinted along its edge. His lips curled slightly into a cold smile as his icy gaze locked onto the priest.
Your retribution has come.
The walls began to tremble, and streaks of ghostly green light seeped through the cracks. Immediately, countless blurred and distorted figures emerged from the walls. Their eyes were hollow and filled with rage, their bodies shrouded in black, as if prisoners of hell had been released.
Priest! Do you remember us?
A deep voice rose from the shadowy horde, thick with chilling hatred. A man clad in ragged garments slowly emerged from the shadows. Deep knife scars scarred his face, his eye sockets empty, yet the bone-chilling venom radiating from him was enough to pierce the soul. You told us hiding in the church would keep us safe, yet you left us with no place to be buried. You deceived us, calling this a gift from God, but what have we gained? Wails of anguish coalesced in the darkness as more and more specters materialized from all directions. They poured forth from the walls, from cracks in the floor, even from the church's broken statues. Their hands clawed at the air, their faces twisted in agony, but above all, they burned with deep, seething hatred. The priest stumbled backward several steps, his face drained of color, his legs nearly buckling. He recognized them instantly, these were the former residents of Silent Hill. His lips trembled slightly, his eyes filled with terror. Impossible. You should have been purified long ago.
Purified?
The specters emitted a shrill, piercing laughter, a laughter laced with venom, fury, and boundless sorrow.
Do you think your hypocrisy and lies can deceive the true gods? Do you think we've forgotten the suffering you inflicted upon us? Do you think your sins will go unpunished?
The blood debt you owe us, it is time to pay. As these words fell, the entire church plunged into an icy, bone-chilling cold.
Shadowy figures gathered relentlessly in the darkness, their resentment solidifying into tangible form.
Distorted spirits surged toward the priest like a tidal wave. A look of utter terror washed over the priest's face. His breath came in gasps, his heart pounding wildly.
The spirits surged toward the priest like a tidal wave, their resentment overwhelming.
The air within the church grew thick and heavy, as if the sighs of the dead echoed in his ears.
Block them! Block them for me!
Pale-faced, the priest frantically waved his arms, directing the demons' avatars to charge at the spirits. The creatures snarled ferociously, their crimson eyes burning with bloodlust. They swung their sharp claws, lunging at the spirits before them. But the ghosts were overwhelming in number. Ethereal forms poured in from every direction, seeping through walls and ceilings as if the entire church was their domain.
Rip! A demonic clone was brought down by a dozen specters.
Its body twisted and writhed in the, emitting a piercing howl. In an instant, its entire form seemed to be corroded, dissolving into black mist and vanishing.
Damned things! Die, all of you! The priest's eyes blazed crimson as he gritted his teeth, frantically directing the remaining monsters into battle.
But he soon realized that no matter how many demonic clones he slaughtered, the ghosts remained endless like the ceaseless vengeful spirits of hell, forever pursuing his soul. Qin Lang stood casually with his arms crossed, a mocking smile playing on his lips.
What? Weren't you so cocky just now?
Cold sweat beaded on the priest's forehead as he glared at Qin Lang through gritted teeth, his voice trembling. Qin
Lang. We can talk. I can give you wealth. I can give you power. I could even reveal the true secrets of the demons.
Qin Lang snorted derisively, shaking his head with a cold stare.
Too bad. I've no interest in your pathetic secrets.
But you'll have plenty of time to savor what comes next.
The priest panicked completely.
He watched as more and more ghostly souls tore apart the demon's avatar. His sanctuary was collapsing, and the shadow of death drew ever closer. His body began to tremble, his voice pleading. Qin Lang.
No, Mr. Qin. I beg you, take me away. I'll be your servant. I'll swear allegiance to you. Just get me out of here.
Qin Lang looked down at the priest, his eyes brimming with scorn. He slowly crouched down, leaning close to the priest's ear and murmured, "You're begging the wrong person.
You should be begging them."
He raised his finger and pointed toward the ghosts. The priest whipped his head around to find countless pairs of eyes, filled with hatred, staring fixedly at him. "Father, come with us to hell." The twisted faces of the spirits twisted into savage grins as they reached out with their withered hands, waiting to drag him into eternal darkness. Bai Qi finally understood Qin Lang's intent. He stroked his dragon beard and smiled. "Brother, so you intended to use these souls he killed to confront him?
I'm impressed. Brother! What's wrong with you?" Chapter 149, finally over. Qin Lang's body was utterly drained.
His qi and blood churned violently within him, his limbs heavy as if filled with lead. He tried to steady himself, but his legs buckled, sending him tumbling backward.
Crash! Bai Qi, big brother.
A massive boulder plummeted from the crumbling ruins above, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar as it hurtled toward Qin Lang. The stone spun through the air, whipping up a fierce wind and carrying unstoppable force.
If it connected, Qin Lang would be crushed into pulp.
Bai Qi tried to control Qin Lang's body, but he couldn't move at all. At the very last moment, a white mist shot out like a serpent, instantly coiling around Qin Lang's waist.
The mist rope snapped taut, violently yanking Qin Lang's body sideways. By the narrowest of margins, he evaded the crushing impact of the falling boulder. Boom! The boulder slammed into the ground, sending a cloud of dust skyward. Cracks spread across its surface as shards of rock flew in all directions. The entire church trembled, as if foretelling its imminent collapse. Qin Lang was violently flung aside, crashing to the ground and gasping for breath. His body was utterly drained, sustained only by sheer willpower. Yet he couldn't help but lift his head, gazing toward the source of the smoke rope that had saved him. Qin Lang, you should thank me. The familiar smoky voice carried a hint of teasing. Granny Golden Leaf, pipe clenched between her teeth, beamed at him, her eyes twinkling with mischief. With a gentle flick of her hand, the white smoke rope instantly dissolved into wisps of vapor, vanishing into thin air as if it had never existed. Su Mubai appeared nearby. Glancing anxiously at the collapsing basement, she urgently shouted, "Grandma, stop messing around. Let's get out of here." But Granny Golden Leaf leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting her eyes with a smile. "What's the rush? How could I miss such a spectacular show?" Not far away, the priest's body shook violently. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes filled with terror. Ghostly figures surged around him like a tidal wave, their twisted faces, hollow eye sockets, and pale lips silently opening and closing. Filled with resentment, they stared at him relentlessly. "Father! Why did you deceive us?" A ghost shrieked accusingly, its voice thick with agony and rage. Its form was blurred, its ragged clothes torn, and the tips of its outstretched fingers radiated a chilling, sinister aura, as if it were about to tear the priest apart. "You told us to hide in the church, said it was a safe sanctuary. And what happened? We were locked inside, denied even the chance to fight back, sacrificed to the monsters. You're no priest. You're a butcher." The specter's resentment solidified in the air, saturating the space with a bone-chilling cold. Black mist seeped faintly from cracks in the floor. The priest's lips trembled slightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. These spirits before him had once been residents of Silent Hill. They had trusted the priest, entrusting their very lives to him. Yet he had sent them to their doom with his own hands, all to save his own skin. "No, no." The priest waved his hands frantically, trying to defend himself. Back then, I was held hostage by the monsters. I had no choice. I just wanted to survive. You must leave. Get out of here." Yet the ghosts paid no heed to his pleas. Their eyes were cold, their resentment sky high, like demons from the abyss, determined to drag him into eternal darkness. "You had no choice? What about us? You betrayed us, now it's your turn to pay." The ghosts' howls thundered like exploding lightning as they charged forward in unison. Countless ghostly claws tore through the void, bearing a destructive hatred as they lunged at the priest. The priest recoiled in terror, yet his feet seemed bound by an invisible force, utterly immobilized. Struggling desperately, his body convulsed violently and he actually broke free from Fengmen body. His pale, translucent spirit form was exposed to the air. Seeing this, the surrounding ghosts' resentment boiled over instantly, and they all pounced. "Ah!" The priest let out a shrill, agonized scream. His spirit twisted violently as the ghosts tore at him. His fingers clawed helplessly at the air, trying to break free, but it was utterly futile. The spirits showed no mercy. They tore him apart inch by inch. His distorted face contorted in agony as his limbs were ripped to shreds. His torso was dismembered bit by bit, and the despair deep within his soul erupted in a heart-wrenching scream. "No! No! Please, spare me! Put!" With a final piercing scream, the priest's spirit shattered completely, dissolving into specks of ghostly light that swiftly vanished into the air. The ghosts slowly came to a halt, their hollow eyes fixed on the vanishing remnants, their faces etched with complex expressions. Grandma Golden Leaf smiled. "All right, let's go." After an unknown span of time, Qin Lang slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness hadn't fully awakened yet, and he felt as if he were floating on a cloud. A layer of white mist swirled around him, gently enveloping his body and giving him the illusion of being in a dream. "You're awake." A familiar voice reached his ears, tinged with delight and an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Qin Lang focused his gaze and saw Su Mubai crouched beside him, a lingering trace of tension in her eyes. Behind her, a strand of white mist swirled into a ribbon-like shape, apparently the work of old Lady Golden Leaf. Qin Lang shifted slightly and realized he was lying atop this mist, as if supported by some invisible force. He frowned, about to speak, when Granny Golden Leaf's hearty laughter echoed from afar. "Ha! You little brat, you really are lucky." Grandma Golden Leaf strode toward them, her ever-smoldering pipe clenched between her teeth, white smoke billowing erratically with her movements. Qin Lang propped himself up, cracked his neck, and asked in a slightly weary voice, "Looks like it's all over?" Grandma Golden Leaf took a deep drag on her pipe, a faint smile playing on her lips as she replied with a hint of nonchalance, "It's over." "That priest fellow? He's still tangled up with those dead ghosts." A glint of schadenfreude flashed in her eyes, as if the priest's fate held no surprise for her. Qin Lang finally exhaled a long, heavy breath. The weight pressing on his chest seemed to lift, and he felt considerably lighter. He murmured, "Good that it's over." This Silent Hill had been more exhausting than he'd anticipated.
However, Granny Golden Leaf suddenly sighed, shook her head, and said with a hint of resignation, "TSK, what a pity.
This means the hidden quest is completely impossible to complete now." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her. "You were actually still thinking about completing it?" Chapter 150, the first to clear the game.
Granny Golden Leaf shot him a glance, exhaled a puff of smoke, and shrugged.
"Of course. If it could be completed, my teammates and I wouldn't have to keep running the dungeon over and over."
Though her voice still carried a hint of cynicism, Qin Lang detected an unusual emotion beneath it.
Qin Lang paused, not rushing to respond.
Instead, he lifted his gaze toward the distant horizon, where faint mist still lingered. Qin Lang and his companions emerged slowly from the ruined church. Beneath the night sky, the shattered streets remained shrouded in a faint mist. Silent Hill had reverted to its true form, gloomy, desolate, utterly still.
Qin Lang snorted. "Poof. This godforsaken place." Yeezy immediately spotted Qin Lang's battered figure.
She practically jogged toward him, her eyes filled with concern as she urgently asked,
"Qin Lang, how are you? Can you hold on?" A faint, weary yet composed smile touched Qin Lang's lips.
He waved his hand, his voice hoarse but tinged with relief.
"I'm fine. The desperate virus will repair me. I won't die."
No sooner had he spoken than old woman Genie snorted beside him, taking a deep drag on her pipe and narrowing her eyes in displeasure.
"It's not that simple. Your injuries aren't ordinary.
The desperation virus can heal your body, but the cursed power within you won't vanish so easily."
Qin Lang glanced down at his tattered clothes.
Though the wounds on his arms had healed, faint, icy black patterns still lingered.
Yet he didn't seem to care in the slightest.
A faint, mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth.
"Don't worry. Little things like this won't hold me back."
Granny Golden Leaf frowned at him.
"Young man, you wouldn't happen to be."
Qin Lang smiled faintly, his gaze drifting deep into the distance as his tone remained light. "It's nothing.
A minor issue."
With Bai Qi within him, he feared no cursed power.
What demonic power could possibly rival the might of the god of slaughter?
Old woman Golden Leaf narrowed her eyes, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she only shook her head and smiled meaningfully. Just then, light footsteps echoed through the air, accompanied by a faint, ethereal fragrance.
Numa slowly emerged from the mist.
She offered a faint smile, her voice clear and serene. "Congratulations, everyone.
You have completed the trial."
Qin Lang raised an eyebrow slightly, observing the mysterious mare before him. A faint smile curved his lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery.
"Is that all? We've cleared the trial just like that?" The female horse shook her head gently, her gaze serene yet tinged with approval.
"Mr. Qin, the true test of Silent Hill has never been escape, but the complete subjugation of the demonic entities." She paused briefly before continuing. "Truthfully, every soul who steps into Silent Hill knows of the hidden trials.
Yet they all fail.
Because the moment they unleashed the demon, their fate was sealed, death and the end." Her voice remained gentle, yet its underlying meaning sent a chill down their spines. Su Mubai and Yeezy exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of shock and doubt in the other's eyes.
Old woman Golden Leaf lifted her eyelids, exhaling a puff of smoke with evident amusement.
"So it seems Qin Lang truly saved her this time."
Qin Lang chuckled lightly at the remark, shrugging indifferently. "So, I'm the first one to complete it?" The female horse nodded. "Correct.
You are the first to successfully complete the hidden level."
Qin Lang's smile deepened.
His gaze held a hint of amusement as he looked at her, his tone casual yet tinged with anticipation.
"All right then, let's settle the rewards quickly. No need to waste time." The female horse smiled faintly, extending her hand. A golden light slowly emerged from her palm. In an instant, the entire space seemed enveloped by an invisible force.
The air vibrated slightly as a profound golden light spread out from the woman's palm, rippling like water waves, enveloping Qin Lang entirely within its glow.
"Settling dungeon rewards."
A detached yet authoritative voice echoed in everyone's minds, as if emanating from a higher dimension. Qin Lang felt his body tremble slightly as the surrounding scenery instantly warped and shifted. Every frame was filled with countless golden runes, as if some force transcending reality was now in motion.
Dungeon, Silent Hill Nightmare difficulty.
Clearer, Qin Lang first clear.
Completion rating, S.
Evaluation analysis, post-completed hidden objectives under extreme conditions, subverted instance parameters, exposed the priest's conspiracy, permanently sealed the demonic entity, and altered the instance's ecosystem. An extraordinary performance warranting double rewards.
Reward, 1.2 million eerie coins.
As the system's voice faded, golden runes streaked across the sky like meteors, transforming into countless points of light that surged toward Qin Lang's body. Immediately afterward, a series of reward notifications appeared in his mind.
Reward 1, Abyssal Gaze Special Ability.
Ability to perceive illusions and uncover hidden truths. Briefly activates abyssal vision to discern enemy weaknesses and, under specific conditions, influence the fabric of reality.
Reward 2, Spectral Pact Special Skill.
Allows manipulation of spirits and the forging of contracts with specific spectral entities, compelling their temporary allegiance. Effectiveness depends on the target's power.
Reward 3, Purgatory Resistance Passive Skill.
Immunity to 50 points of evil curses, mental corruption, and undead corruption. Automatically adapts to negative energy environments during prolonged combat. Reward 4, Essence of Chaos Source Rare. Can be used to enhance equipment, advance skills, or unlock latent potential. Contains immense arcane energy, enabling breakthroughs in critical situations. Reward 5, Hidden Quest Completion Talent Awakening. Your latent potential has been fully unlocked, granting 1 opportunity for free talent awakening. This may randomly activate an unknown ability. Golden radiance slowly seeped into Qin Lang's body, and he felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Qin Lang sensed his soul connecting with some higher existence, elevating his entire perception to a new level. This outcome proved far more substantial than I had anticipated. Su Mubai gently supported Qin Lang, helping him steady himself. Only when she felt his strength gradually returning did she breathe a sigh of relief. Her eyes held a trace of worry, but more than that, relief. After all, surviving this hellish place was nothing short of an incredible miracle. Qin Lang shook out his arms and stretched his body. Though his wounds had healed, the lingering curse energy within him continued to slowly corrode his bones and sinews. He chuckled softly, his eyes reflecting a weary ease. Alright, don't be so tense. I'm not going to die just yet. Sumu sighed softly, glancing at him without rebuttal. She simply supported him as they slowly made their way toward the exit of Silent Hill. At that moment, Old Woman Golden Leaf spoke up. Qin Lang, shouldn't we settle our accounts? Chapter 151, Granny Golden Leaf. Grandma Golden Leaf strolled over, a pipe clenched between her teeth, her pace leisurely, hardly the gait of someone who just fought a life or death battle. Listen, Qin Lang, she said, you can't just walk away like that. A meaningful smile played at the corners of her mouth. How about taking me with you? No sooner had she spoken than Yi Zi instantly stepped in front of Qin Lang, her face guarded as she stared at Old Woman Golden Leaf, her tone dripping with distrust. What do you want with us? Don't think I don't know you're ruthless and cunning. You can't possibly have good intentions. Grandma Golden Leaf exhaled a smoke ring, glancing at Yi Zi with deliberate slowness, seemingly unfazed by her hostility. She shook her head and chuckled softly. Young lady, that's not very fair, is it? After all, I just saved you. You can't possibly repay kindness with ingratitude, can you? That doesn't change what you did before. Yi Zi retorted without backing down. You wouldn't save anyone for nothing. Spill it, what's your real motive? Qin Lang remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Golden Leaf Granny. His eyes were deep as an abyss, as if he could see right through her. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a low voice, enough beating around the bush. What's your real purpose for wanting to follow us? Granny Golden Leaf chuckled, exhaling her final puff of smoke before tucking away her pipe. Her expression grew serious as she lowered her head to adjust her sleeves. I'm going to save someone, she said slowly. Save someone? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. You? Save someone? What? Think it's unlikely? Grandma Golden Leaf smiled, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Qin Lang didn't respond, instead watching her with keen interest, waiting for her to continue. Old Woman Golden Leaf cut straight to the point. Her smile faded, her voice growing low and earnest. Qin Lang, you must help me. Qin Lang chuckled softly, his tone tinged with teasing. Why should I? Because. Old Lady Golden Leaf uttered the words slowly, her gaze deep and piercing, the smile on her lips becoming profoundly meaningful. Those people are also your enemies. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. Who? Grandma Golden Leaf uttered 3 words softly, instantly putting Qin Lang on high alert. The Wudo Society. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. The surrounding mist slowly dispersed with the wind, revealing Qin Lang's pensive face. Su Mubai and Yi Zi froze. The name was not unfamiliar to them, and Qin Lang knew it all too well. Granny Golden Leaf continued, many of their people infiltrated this instance. Though they should all be dead by now. But they certainly won't let you go, nor will they spare me. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze turning cold and deep, yet a dangerous smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. Then let's do this together. Upon returning to the real world, as familiar light filtered through the air and touched his skin, Qin Lang drew a deep breath. Finally free from the deathly silence and chilling atmosphere of Silent Hill. Unlike that world, the air in reality held a hint of dampness, but at least it no longer carried that suffocating oppression. Granny Golden Leaf said, you guys don't have anywhere to go, right? Come with me. Su Mubai and Yi Zi looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang nodded. Let's follow her. They stood in a secluded alleyway, surrounded by crumbling brick walls. Granny Golden Leaf led the way, her pipe still clenched between her teeth, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Come on, my hideout is nearby. Don't dawdle. Qin Lang, Su Mubai, and Yi Zi exchanged glances. Though puzzled, they followed her lead. After winding through several narrow passages, they arrived at an abandoned building. The rust-covered gate at the entrance looked untouched for years, its walls covered in moss and cracks. Yet, Golden Leaf Granny expertly exhaled a puff of smoke, using the mist to push open a door, revealing a dim staircase. Follow me. She beckoned and led the way inside. Qin Lang frowned but stepped forward nonetheless, with Su Mubai and Yi Zi following closely behind.
The staircase plunged deep into the darkness, descending endlessly.
The air grew noticeably cooler and their footsteps echoed hollowly within the narrow confines. Finally, when they reached the bottom, a heavy iron door stood before them. Grandma Goldenleaf fished a key from her bosom, inserted it into the lock, and with a dull click, the iron door slowly swung open. To everyone's surprise, beyond the door lay not a dark, damp underground chamber, but a spacious and well-lit area. The basement was softly lit, its walls clean and unblemished. Several computers and medical devices were scattered throughout the room, making it look less like a hiding place and more like a meticulously arranged base.
Su Mubai looked around in astonishment.
This place.
Didn't expect that, did you? Grandma Goldenleaf walked to the center of the room and tapped the wall lightly. This place is far more sophisticated than you imagined. Qin Lang remained silent, carefully observing the surroundings.
He noticed numerous red markers on the wall map, while complex data flickered across the computer screens on the desks.
Clearly, this outpost was more than just a resting place, it was an operational base.
Granny Goldenleaf stretched lazily and said, "All right, find rooms to rest.
Tend to your injuries first. I'll bring medicine shortly."
Qin Lang's eyes flickered slightly as he watched her retreating figure. His voice grew solemn.
"When you bring the medicine, we'll have a proper chat." Granny Goldenleaf halted, glancing back at him with a faint smile. "Oh? What about?"
Qin Lang chuckled softly, his gaze sharpening. "Let's discuss what this place truly is and who you really are." The air seemed to grow still in that moment. Granny Goldenleaf narrowed her eyes, and after a brief pause, a meaningful smile curved her lips.
"I'll come find you shortly."
About 10 minutes later, old woman Goldenleaf approached carrying a bowl of herbal soup, its scent wafting through the air. She placed the bowl before Qin Lang, twirling the elegant pipe in her hand.
Qin Lang lifted the bowl, blowing gently on it. "Come on, tell me about yourself."
Leaning back in her chair, Grandma Goldenleaf fixed her gaze on a spot on the ceiling, as if lost in recollection.
"Actually," she began, "I've always had many companions. We've known each other since childhood, growing up together like family."
She paused, took a puff from her pipe, letting the smoke drift slowly through the air. Her voice carried a hint of bitterness. "Later, someone came looking for us, a man called Boss Jean."
Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Jean? What connection could he have to the Wudao Society?" Chapter 152, The Assassination.
"Granny Jean," Yi replied, "I'll explain that later, but I can tell you this much, their connection runs deep." Qin Lang chuckled. "Well, it seems he's not such a good person after all."
"Humph, he certainly isn't." Granny Goldenleaf gave a cold chuckle, her eyes glinting with amusement.
"Mr. Jean hired us specifically to run dungeons. Dungeons are a resource that grant skills, provide ghost coins, and offer every opportunity to grow stronger. Once we obtain the rewards, especially the Gue coins, everything must be handed over to him. That's how Boss Jean built his fortune." Grandma Genia took a drag on her cigarette and spoke slowly. "At first, we all thought this was just a regular business arrangement, complete the task, get paid.
But gradually, we realized things weren't that simple.
Every time we entered a dungeon, someone in our team would die.
One after another.
At first, it seemed accidental.
Later, it became inevitable. Each dungeon grew more perilous than the last.
Though our gear and abilities improved, the death toll didn't decrease, it only climbed higher."
Su Mubai and Yi Zi's expressions darkened.
They understood the dungeon's perils well, having witnessed many deaths before their eyes. From Goldenleaf Granny's tone, it was clear this matter had deeply affected her. Grandma Goldenleaf exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes filled with complexity. "Once, one of our brothers smiled at us before he died and said we were just his tools for making money. If one dies, just replace him with another."
That smile. I'll remember it for the rest of my life.
She paused, as if gathering her composure.
After a moment, she spoke slowly. "Finally, we couldn't take it anymore. We went together to find Boss Jean and told him we wanted out." Grandma Goldenleaf tapped her pipe gently, sending ash plinking into the metal ashtray beside her. Qin Lang said, "He wasn't that kind." Granny Genia nodded. "True. We had to fight hard just to secure one condition. Mr. Jean captured my other teammates and promised me that if we completed the hidden mission in Silent Hill and retrieved the treasure there, he would set me and the remaining teammates free. That's why I led the team into the dungeon and gave my all to complete the mission." Qin Lang leaned against the wall, gently turning the teacup in his hand while his gaze remained fixed on Granny Goldenleaf. "So, you should be reporting back now? Purely from the outcome, you've succeeded." A mocking smile curled at the corners of old woman Genia's mouth. She exhaled a puff of white smoke and spoke slowly. "Success? Yes, I succeeded. But do you really think he'll keep his promise?" Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, setting down the teacup and tapping his index finger on the tabletop. "Of course not." Old Lady Goldenleaf replied indifferently. "Qin Lang, you're right. Why would a wolf ever let its prey escape?" A cold gleam flashed in her eyes as her voice grew low. "Mr. Jin's promises were never meant for tools like us." Qin Lang detected the chill in her tone, his gaze darkening slightly. "Then what do you plan to do next?" Granny Goldenleaf didn't answer immediately.
Instead, she slowly drew on her cigarette, squinting her eyes to savor the momentary silence before letting out a light chuckle.
What do you think? I know full well that a man like Boss Qin would never honor his word. He'll feign satisfaction, smile and tell us good work, then when our guard is down, he'll make sure we disappear completely.
Qin Lang leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and smiled.
I see. You want to eliminate the source of the problem. In other words, you want to kill Boss Qin. So you want me to help you? You're basically hiring me as your hitman, right? No wonder you've been so nice to me.
Granny Genie grinned, revealing a row of slightly yellowed teeth, her expression tinged with cunning.
You're sharp, as expected. That's why I enjoy chatting with people like you, it's effortless.
She tapped the edge of the table lightly with her smoking pipe, producing a crisp, sharp sound. Since he's bound to break his word, I must find help.
Strike first to gain the advantage. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. Sounds like you've got the whole plan figured out already.
Granny Golden Leaf narrowed her eyes, her gaze deep and unreadable.
You're no fool either. Let's cut to the chase.
You just cleared the Silent Hill dungeon, something no one has ever done before.
Mr. Qin will definitely be interested in you. Qin Lang tapped the tabletop lightly, his tone detached, and then
he'll prepare a banquet for you, a trap. Granny Golden Leaf leaned forward slightly, her gaze as sharp as a venomous snake fixated on its prey. We'll conspire together to assassinate Mr. Qin. Qin Lang's expression remained unruffled, yet a hint of scrutiny flickered in his eyes.
He asked slowly, why should I agree to you?
Granny Genie exhaled her last puff of smoke, casually setting her pipe down on the table. She flicked a strand of hair from her face, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of her mouth.
Because this isn't just helping me, it's helping yourself. Qin Lang, you're a smart man. I imagine you've already made up your mind, haven't you?
Qin Lang remained silent, his gaze fixed on her.
The smile on old woman Golden Leaf's lips gradually faded.
Her voice dropped a notch, tinged with a hint of icy coldness. You should be well aware that the Wudao Society is your enemy, and Boss Qin
is one of the Wudao Society's financial backers. Qin Lang's pupils contracted slightly, his gaze finally sharpening.
Granny Golden Leaf tapped the table, her tone light yet carrying a subtle pressure. So, if we kill him together, it won't just help me escape, it'll also deal a heavy blow to the Wudao Society. The air instantly thickened with tension. Qin Lang's fingers traced the tabletop slowly as he weighed the pros and cons of her words. Qin Lang let out a soft sigh, a faint, cold smile curling his lips. He crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes sparkling with keen interest.
All right then.
Since they'll come for me sooner or later, I might as well go play with them. Upon hearing this, old woman Golden Leaf offered a peculiar smile, as if she had anticipated Qin Lang's decision all along. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from outside, sounding like something had been knocked over.
Old woman Golden Leaf's expression instantly hardened, her gaze sharp as a blade.
She sat bolt upright, her eyes fixed warily on the entrance to the basement.
Her voice was low and icy.
No one else knows about this hideout besides me now.
Looks like Boss Jin's people have arrived. Chapter 153, Black Man.
I'll go check.
Yi Zi's heart tightened.
She instinctively clenched her fists, her gaze sweeping warily over the people in the room.
Qin Lang's brow furrowed slightly as a vague unease began to stir within him.
If Boss Qin really sent people, it meant their movements had already been exposed.
No, I'll go instead. Su Mubai suddenly spoke up, I'm currently in spirit form. It'll be easier for me to investigate without being detected. Qin Lang nodded solemnly. Miss Su, be careful. Su Mubai said nothing more.
Her form vanished completely, as if she had dissolved into the air, and she slipped silently toward the exit.
A brief silence fell over the room.
Minutes passed, the air thick with suffocating silence.
Everyone held their breath, waiting for Su Mubai's return.
Yet 5 minutes passed, and still there was no sound from outside.
Qin Lang's expression abruptly changed, his heart sinking. Something's wrong,
he murmured, his tone tinged with an ominous foreboding.
Why isn't Su Mubai back yet? Yi Zi frowned, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Grandma Genia's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop twice.
Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile vanished from her face. Something's happened to her.
Qin Lang didn't wait another moment.
He sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade, and dashed out without hesitation.
Qin Lang!
Yi Zi cried out, trying to stop him, but Qin Lang's speed was lightning fast. Like an arrow released from its string, he vanished in an instant at the basement exit.
Qin Lang burst out of the basement.
The night was as dark as ink, the air thick with an ominous chill. The moonlight cast a faint, eerie glow on the ground, revealing a strange shadow. It was a tall, slender man with an oddly distorted face. His complexion was unnaturally pale, his skin a lifeless grayish-white as if soaked in water for too long. Most unsettling was the chilling smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His narrowed eyes held a mocking glint, and his lips seemed poised to stretch into an ear-to-ear grin, revealing an even more vicious malice. But what truly made Qin Lang frown wasn't the man's appearance, it was what lay behind him. A pitch-black specter, like a monster crawling from the depths of hell, hovered behind the man. Its form flickered between solid and ethereal, like a living curse. Its left half of the face was mangled and incomplete, its right eye a bottomless pit. And its enormous, twisted hand was clutching Su Mubai's body with deadly force. Su Mubai's face contorted with agony as her body thrashed violently within the black pong. Her spirit flickered unsteadily, as if it might shatter at any moment. Yet even so, she gritted her teeth and shouted furiously, "Qin Lang! Leave! Don't worry about me!" The moment Golden Leaf Granny saw this man, her expression turned ghastly. Her pupils contracted slightly as she sucked in a sharp breath, gasping in shock. "Black man?" Qin Lang frowned, glancing at Golden Leaf Granny. "You know him?" Grandma Golden Leaf's expression grew grave as she whispered, "He's one of Boss Jin's most formidable assassins. No one has ever escaped his grasp alive." Golden Leaf, you've done quite well this time." Black Man's voice carried a sinister chuckle as he slowly raised his head. His deep, piercing eyes locked onto old lady Golden Leaf, the curve of his lips deepening as if admiring a trophy already in his grasp. "Never imagined you'd make it out of Silent Hill alive." He clapped lightly, his eyes brimming with contempt. "But that's a good thing. At least I won't have to go looking for you." Qin Lang's gaze was as cold as a blade. He stepped forward, his voice low and dangerous. "Let her go." The dark-skinned man raised an eyebrow, seeming quite amused as he watched Qin Lang. He slowly shook his head and chuckled. "Mr. Qin, you don't seriously believe you're in a position to make demands now, do you?" The specter's massive hand tightened violently, causing Su Mu to let out a pained groan as her spirit form nearly turned transparent for an instant. Qin Lang's eyes flashed with cold fury. His fists clenched slightly as power surged within him. Bai Qi shouted, "Big brother, don't be reckless. Your body isn't fully." Hei Nan shot him a glance and chuckled casually, "Don't be impulsive. You don't want this young lady to vanish completely, do you?" His smile was sinister, his voice tinged with the mocking tone of a cat toying with a mouse. "You're special. No one else in the world has ever survived the Silent Hill dungeon. Boss Jin is very interested." The dark-skinned man raised a finger, wiggling it slightly. "So come with me. To meet Boss Jin." The air froze instantly. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, the corners of his lips curling into a meaningful, chilling smile. "Is that so?" His voice was low and icy. Qin Lang's gaze turned icy cold, killing intent crystallizing in an instant. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, violently drawing his demon-slaying blade. A bone-chilling glint flashed along the blade's edge as it aimed straight for the black man's throat. Yet the dark-clad man merely snorted derisively. With a slight raise of his right hand, the air itself warped. Accompanied by a low, eerie murmur, three twisted black shadows slowly crawled out from the dark specter behind him. Shadow summoning. Qin Lang's pupils contracted slightly. The three specters were pitch black, as if scorched by invisible flames. They possessed no facial features, only sunken eye sockets that glowed with an eerie red light in the night. Long, clawed fingers scraped the ground with a shrill sound, carrying a suffocatingly cold aura as they lunged toward Qin Lang at blinding speed. Qin Lang's eyes sharpened. Gripping his ghost-slaying blade tightly, he flickered forward in an instant, the blade's edge slicing through the air with a fierce, icy glint. Ha! The blade flashed like lightning, striking down fiercely at the foremost specter. But just as the blade was about to strike, Qin Lang's body jerked violently, a searing tearing sensation erupting in his chest. Cough! A mouthful of blood erupted unexpectedly, splattering onto the blade and blooming into a dark crimson trail. His hand trembled, instantly weakening the force of the ghost-slaying blade. Seizing this opening, the specter suddenly opened its gaping maw like a black hole, snarling as it lunged toward his body. Ha! The dark-clad man roared with laughter, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes brimming with mockery, just as the boss predicted. "Mr. Qin, though you barely escaped Silent Hill alive, your body is utterly drained, isn't it?" He narrowed his eyes, a cruel curve forming at the corners of his mouth. "Right now, you're no match for me." Qin Lang's face was deathly pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, gripping the knife handle tightly. His feet sank slightly, forcing his body to steady. Yet the surging blood within him made every muscle protest, as if ready to snap at any moment. Bai Qi grew frantic. "Brother! Do you want to die here?" Su Mubai shouted, "Qin Lang! Don't do anything rash." Chapter 154, The Art of Hospitality. Yi Zi witnessed the scene, a flicker of urgency crossing her eyes. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, raising her hand to unleash a spell to aid him. But just then, old woman Golden Leaf grabbed her shoulder firmly and murmured in a low voice, "It's useless." Yi Zi's eyes widened. "What?" Grandma Golden Leaf's expression was grave as she fixed her gaze on the dark-skinned man, her voice low and solemn, "You're no match for him." Yi Zi's heart sank. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned man narrowed his eyes, watching Qin Lang struggle. A smirk spread across his lips, his voice dripping with contempt. "Mr. Qin, how shall I deal with you now?" Yi Zi's figure shot out like a whirlwind. With a flick of her wrist, a swarm of paper fragments suddenly appeared. With a slight flick of her slender fingers, the paper fragments shot forth like razor-sharp blades, swarming densely toward the three dark spirits. Paper blizzards shimmered with a sharp, icy glint in the night. Each fragment carried a fierce, piercing force, seemingly capable of tearing through any obstacle in its path. Yet the souls emitted a low, eerie chuckle. Their bodies trembled like smoke, and the paper shards which should have been razor sharp passed right through them, inflicting no real harm. Yeezy's heart sank abruptly. What? Her pupils contracted as she swiftly changed her stance, flickering her wrist to flip the paper fragments. They transformed into a slender paper blade, its icy glint flashing as it slashed fiercely toward the foremosting soul. Yet the spectre neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the blade to strike its body. SSSH. The blade sliced through, yet the spectre's body merely rippled slightly, as if struck upon water, sustaining no tangible harm whatsoever. The dark-clad man burst into maniacal laughter, his voice dripping with scorn. Ha! Is that all you've got? You dare to block me with that? His laughter hadn't faded when he lunged forward, extending a withered yet powerful hand to grab at Yeezy's throat. Yeezy's expression changed as she tried to retreat, but the dark-clad man's speed surpassed her expectations. In an instant, his hand closed in on the side of her neck. Oh no! Just as Yeezy was about to be seized, a crystalline light suddenly appeared. Boom! A translucent bubble rapidly expanded, bursting before Yeezy and transforming into a barrier that violently repelled the dark-clad man's hand. The dark-clad man froze momentarily, the smile fading from his face as his gaze swept toward the slender figure that had just burst forth. Shen Wanqing landed lightly beside Yeezy, balancing on two bubbles. She raised her hand slightly, her palm holding smooth bubbles that glowed with a faint rainbow-colored halo. Shen Wanqing swiftly waved her hand, sending several bubbles flying directly toward Qin Lang, enveloping him. Her eyes were cool, her tone resolute. Qin Lang, I'll send you there. Once Qin Lang was enveloped by the bubbles, she could swiftly pull him back to her side, evading the black man's attack. But at that critical moment, snap! The dark-clad man flicked his finger lightly. Behind Shen Wanqing, a dark, grotesque face abruptly materialized. A massive specter suddenly extended its pitch-black ghostly claws at an unimaginable speed. Shen Wanqing's pupils contracted sharply. Before she could dodge, the ghostly claws seized her entire body. Ugh! She let out a muffled groan as her body stiffened. The bubble in her hand shattered instantly, its light fading away. A cruel smile curled the corners of the dark-skinned man's mouth as he slowly stepped forward, his gaze sweeping mockingly over Qin Lang, Yeezy, and Shen Wanqing. Truly a bunch of overconfident fools. He leaned forward slightly, revealing a cold smile. Now, who among you can stop me? Golden Leaf Granny's fingers trembled slightly, a bead of cold sweat forming between her wrinkles. The dark man's sinister laughter seemed to carry a hypnotic power, echoing through the air and making her breathing involuntarily quicken. Her gaze swept over Su Mubai, Yeezy, and Shen Wanqing, all easily subdued by the dark-skinned man. Qin Lang's face was deathly pale, clearly too weakened to fight on. The situation was dire. Black man's gaze settled on her, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. What? Golden Leaf, you want to step in? You should know better than anyone that you're no match for me. His tone was dismissive, as if addressing an insignificant old woman, his eyes holding not a shred of regard for her as a threat. Granny Golden Leaf's fingers tightened around the pipe in her hand. In an instant, countless images flashed through her mind. Black man's voice swept over her like a shadow, dragging her back into that abyss of terror. Her body trembled slightly in involuntary muscle reaction, a lingering fear from past nightmares. Black man narrowed his eyes, the smile on his lips deepening. Ha! Seems you still remember, huh? Grandma Golden Leaf took a deep breath, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the pipe. She couldn't back down. She had already survived Silent Hill. She had endured the brink of despair once before. That fear, that helplessness, she never wanted to experience it again. Black man. Her voice was low and hoarse, her gaze growing sharp. Do you think I'm still that puppet who only obeys orders? Black man snorted, his tone tinged with mockery. Oh? Since returning from Silent Hill, you've grown quite bold, haven't you? He leaned forward slightly, his eyes brimming with contempt. But the question is, do you really stand a chance? You'd better know your place. Otherwise, I doubt I'll make things easy for you. Grandma Golden Leaf offered no reply. She merely raised her pipe slowly, a cold smile curling her lips. Qin Lang suddenly spoke up. Everyone, stop. Granny Golden Leaf turned to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's lips curled slightly, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his face. He rose slowly, raising a hand to casually wipe away the blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. He scanned the room, then turned his gaze back to the dark-skinned man. His tone was matter-of-fact, yet tinged with a hint of careless mockery. TSK. Your boss asked me to pay a visit, and this is how you entertain guests? The dark-skinned man narrowed his eyes, his face still twisted into a sinister grin. He couldn't understand why Qin Lang could remain so calm now. This was robbing him of half the fun. A deeper smile touched Qin Lang's lips as he continued slowly. How about this? When I meet your boss, I'll have a good chat with him. I'll tell him he's got a guy working for him with a terrible attitude. If our conversation turns sour, I'll blame you for putting me in a bad mood. I wonder how your boss will view you then. Hey Nan's smile faltered slightly. Chapter 155, Your Attitude. Qin Lang brushed the dust off his shoulder and continued in a leisurely tone. Honestly, I was quite interested. I wanted to discuss cooperation with your boss, see if we could find a mutually beneficial arrangement.
He paused, fixing Hainan with a sly grin. But now, it seems my impression of you lot isn't so favorable.
Hainan's brow furrowed slightly, the coldness in his eyes deepening.
What exactly do you mean?
Qin Lang shrugged, spreading his hands in a helpless gesture.
If things don't go well between me and your boss, do you think he'll blame you?
After all, if you hadn't made such a terrible first impression, I might have been more inclined to work with him. The dark-haired man's smile finally froze for a moment.
Qin Lang chuckled inwardly. Sure enough, this guy might be arrogant and competent, but at his core, he's just a lackey who follows orders. Mr. Jean was the one he truly feared. And now, Qin Lang had seized his weakness. Black Man's fingers tightened slightly as he stared at Qin Lang with a deep, calculating gaze, seemingly weighing his options. After a moment, he finally spoke, his tone slightly softer than before, yet still laced with menace. Qin Lang, stop trying to intimidate people here. Do you really think such petty tricks will make me release my men?
Qin Lang kept smiling, his tone tinged with mockery. Care to bet on whether your boss will hold it against you?
Black Man's expression finally shifted.
The image of his boss flashed through his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. His expression shifted between dark and light, a flash of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes before he quickly suppressed it. He stared at Qin Lang, his lips twitching slightly as he coldly ordered, Qin Lang, just come with me quietly. Don't make trouble for yourself. Qin Lang, however, lazily patted his skirt as if he'd just finished a casual chat at a tea house, his tone light and cheerful.
Why should I? Look at my friends, what have you done to them? His gaze swept over Su Mubai and the others, still gasping for breath.
His expression darkened, and his tone suddenly turned sarcastic.
You've beaten my friends to a pulp, and I'm supposed to just go with you quietly? Am I a fool? Hainan's expression instantly turned cold. The black hand behind the specter twitched slightly as he hissed lowly, Qin Lang, don't push it too far.
Qin Lang shrugged indifferently, spreading his hands in a gesture of unconcern.
So what if I went a bit too far? If you really can't handle it, then prove you've got the guts to take me down too.
He tilted his head, a meaningful smile playing on his lips.
When I meet your boss, I'll be sure to give him a detailed account of this little hospitality. Maybe I'll even give you a special review. Hainan's expression froze instantly, his facial muscles twitching slightly. He remembered Boss Jin's instructions crystal clear, bring Qin Lang here properly. And now, though Qin Lang was bragging, his words carried a clear threat. He could care less about what others thought, but he couldn't afford to ignore Boss Jin's attitude. Boss Jin detested subordinates causing him trouble, especially when things went awry before the client had even arrived. After a moment of silence, Black Man gritted his teeth and swung his arm sharply. The giant black specter's hand slowly released its grip, flinging Su Mubai, Yizi, and Qin Wanqing hard onto the ground. I can let them go. Black Man glared coldly at Qin Lang, his voice low and strained as if forced from his throat. I'll let them go. But you must come with me. Qin Lang shrugged, the same flippant smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. No way. The dark-skinned man's expression darkened completely, his eyes flashing with dangerous coldness. He fixed his gaze on Qin Lang, his voice low and oppressive. Qin Lang, don't push your luck. Qin Lang, however, shrugged indifferently, a dismissive smirk curling his lips. How am I overstepping? I just came out of the dungeon, covered in wounds, feeling miserable. Shouldn't I rest up first? He deliberately cleared his throat twice, patting his chest. If you're not satisfied, feel free to take me down yourself. Tie me up and carry me away. Hyman's eyes flashed with ferocity, the dark aura around him seeming to thicken further as the restless spirits behind him stirred. Yet he held his ground. Boss Jin's orders were non-negotiable. They were to escort Qin Lang, not seize him by force. Seeing the dark-skinned man hesitate, Qin Lang adopted an air of self-assuredness and remarked casually, since you won't force me, you'll have to make me willing to come along, right? Too bad I'm starving right now. I'm too weak to walk. The dark-skinned man frowned, a realization dawning on him. He asked coldly, then what exactly do you want? A mischievous grin spread across Qin Lang's lips as he replied leisurely, simple. I'm starving. Go buy us some food. The dark-skinned man scoffed coldly, ha. Buy food? You think I'm your errand boy? Qin Lang didn't get angry. Instead, he stared at him with interest. Didn't you say you wanted to invite me over? What guest goes hungry to a banquet? If you're inviting me, show some sincerity. Hainan's expression darkened further as he narrowed his eyes. What do you want to buy? Qin Lang held up one finger and waved it playfully, grinning slyly. Find a 5-star hotel. Bring me every single dish on their menu. Hainan's eyebrow twitched violently. He couldn't help but sneer coldly, the entire menu? Ha! Can you even finish all that? Qin Lang was clearly toying with him. Qin Lang nodded matter-of-factly, what's it to you if I can't finish it? I've made my request, you wouldn't dare refuse me this small favor, would you? Grandma Golden Leaf couldn't help but chuckle. Black Man took a deep breath, the veins on his face throbbing as his fists clenched so tightly they nearly crushed his knuckles. But in the end, he held back. He knew Qin Lang was deliberately stalling, yet he had no choice but to grit his teeth and nod. Fine. Just as he turned to leave, Qin Lang added slowly, wait. I need to send someone to supervise you. Hainan's frown deepened. What do you mean? Qin Lang blinked and chuckled. Who knows if you might spit in the food or sneak in some strange ingredients. He looked at Su Mubai and Granny Genia. Su Mubai, Granny Genia, you two follow him. Make sure he orders properly and keep an eye out for any tricks. Besides, I'm giving you the chance to boss him around. Grandma Genia and Su Mubai exchanged glances, already understanding Qin Lang's meaning. Black Man's eye twitched violently, feeling deeply humiliated. He, the trusted assassin of the esteemed boss Qin, was not only being treated like a lowly errand boy, but now he needed supervision even when buying food? Chapter 156, Relying on a Little Medicine. Yet Qin Lang's words left him with no grounds to argue. What if Qin Lang used the excuse of fearing poisoned food to refuse eating and drag out the time? What could he do then? Finally, Black Man suppressed his rage and gritted his teeth, uttering a single word, "Let's go." Su Mubai and Granny Genie exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with a hint of schadenfreude, before promptly following Hainan's footsteps. The Black Man's figure vanished into the night, yet the air still hung heavy with the murderous intent of his suppressed rage. When Black Man returned with a pile of exquisite meal boxes, his face dark and anger tightly held, Qin Lang sat lazily in an chair, legs propped on the table edge, his eyes radiating pure contentment. "Oh, back already?" Qin Lang deliberately stretched out his words, rising slowly before walking over and casually lifting the lid of one box. A rich aroma wafted up, revealing tempting dishes arranged neatly clearly from a top-tier hotel kitchen. Hainan's face was as dark as a pot bottom. Arms crossed, he stared intently at Qin Lang, his voice cold enough to freeze the air. "Got the stuff? Eat up." Qin Lang, looking utterly unapologetic, stretched lazily and chuckled, "No rush, no rush. When it comes to eating, the most important thing is the mood. Come on, everyone, sit down. Let's enjoy this meal properly." With that, he pulled Su Mubai, Granny Genia, and Yi Zi to their seats. The three exchanged glances, each understanding Qin Lang was deliberately teasing the dark-skinned man. Since free food was on the table, no one refused. They all sat down, picked up their chopsticks, and began eating. Hainan stood frozen at the doorway, his face dark and sullen, looking like he could explode at any moment. Qin Lang picked up a piece of melt-in-your-mouth braised pork, smacked his lips in satisfaction, then lazily glanced toward the doorway. "Hey, brother Hainan, just stand there and watch, will ya?" A flash of anger flickered in Black Man's eyes as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Qin Lang, don't push your luck." "Oh, come on, it was just a joke. Don't take it so seriously." Qin Lang chuckled softly and continued to savor his meal. He savored every bite of this meal with utmost leisure, from the main course to dessert, not wasting a single grain of rice. After eating his fill, he stretched contentedly, let out a satisfied burp, then slowly wiped his mouth. Waving to Black Man, he said, "All right, thanks for waiting outside." Hyman's eye twitched violently, clearly pushed to his limit. Yet Boss Jin's orders forced him to suppress his anger. He gave a heavy, cold snort before turning and exiting the room to stand guard at the doorway. Grandma Jean Yi watched Qin Lang's leisurely demeanor and couldn't help but frown. She murmured, "Qin Lang, dragging this out isn't a long-term solution. You'll have to face Boss Jean eventually." Qin Lang leaned lazily back in his chair, unconcerned. "No problem. I'll just go score another free meal." Old Lady Jean Yi was momentarily speechless, glaring at Qin Lang. "You brat!" Her face betrayed unmistakable worry. She knew full well that Boss Jean was no ordinary figure. No matter how smooth-talking Qin Lang was, he couldn't always wriggle out of trouble with just his words. Just as she was about to plead further, Su Mubai raised a hand to stop her. Su Mubai looked at Qin Lang, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His voice was gentle yet firm, "Just trust Qin Lang." Old Lady Golden Leaf froze, turning to Qin Lang. He still wore his usual nonchalant expression, yet a deep gleam shimmered in his eyes. She sighed, knowing further words were futile. Hyman stood at the doorway, his face dark enough to rain. "Can we go now?" he demanded coldly. Qin Lang leaned lazily back in his chair, yawned, and stretched slowly. He looked at Black Man with a half-smile. "What's the rush? Do we have to leave right after eating? That'd be a raw deal for me." Hainan's brow furrowed, his gaze turning slightly cold. "What else do you want?" Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively, looking perfectly reasonable. "I just fought a major battle. My body's about to collapse. Of course I need to sleep to recharge. I can't very well show up to meet Boss Jean looking pale and exhausted, can I?" Hyman's face darkened instantly. His voice turned icy. "Qin Lang, don't push your luck." Qin Lang blinked, his expression shifting abruptly as a playful smile curved his lips. "Have you ever beaten Silent Hill?" Black Man froze. "What?" "I asked if you could beat Silent Hill." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, enunciating each word deliberately. Black Man's face darkened instantly, his teeth gritted. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang shrugged, his expression saying, "You know what I mean, if you can't beat it, then shut up." "Got it?" Black Man's temples throbbed violently as his fists clenched, ready to punch someone at any moment. But in the end, he took a deep breath, forced himself to endure, and suppressed his rage. "One more night. You must leave by tomorrow morning." Qin Lang waved dismissively. "Fine. Whatever." With that, he returned to his room and quietly closed the door. Deep into the night, the flickering candlelight cast soft shadows.
Qin Lang sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, his consciousness slowly sinking into his inner world. In the darkness, a familiar figure gradually materialized, long beard flowing, none other than Bai Qi.
Qin Lang cut straight to the point. Bai Qi, can I restore my body immediately?
Bai Qi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze piercing.
Brother, restoration isn't the issue.
But given your current physical condition, you'll likely need some medicinal assistance.
Qin Lang frowned. Medicine?
Bai Qi replied calmly, you have quite a few ghost coins on hand.
Open the system store and see if there are any suitable herbs.
I'll prepare the medicine for you.
Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat.
He immediately activated the system interface and the shop's holographic display materialized before his eyes, showcasing an array of mysterious and precious items.
Following Bai Qi's instructions, he swiftly searched for precious restorative herbs.
Scarlet flame ginseng, century-old variety, promotes blood circulation and dissipates blood stasis.
Price, 300,000 ghost coins. Yomi grass, enhances soul power. Price, 250,000 weird coins.
Heaven soul leaf, specifically for repairing damaged physical constitution, priced at 450,000 weird coins. Ghost vine dew, regulating yin-yang balance, priced at 150,000 ghost coins. Qin Lang stared at these astronomically priced herbs, his lips twitching slightly.
Damn, that expensive?
Bai Qi replied calmly, precious things naturally command high prices. Combined, these herbs will restore your body in the shortest time possible, allowing you to face the upcoming dangers in peak condition. Qin Lang gritted his teeth and bought all the herbs in one go, spending over 1 million ghost coins.
Only then did Bai Qi nod in satisfaction. Good. Now learn alchemy from me. Qin Lang, you know how to do that?
Bai Qi replied, I met Zhang Sanfeng in the netherworld.
Qin Lang. The netherworld is full of talent. Bai Qi, enough talk. Get started. Meditate first. Chapter 157, Separate Operations.
Bai Qi stood suspended in the void, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze cold and commanding, like a stern mentor. Alchemy demands precision in heat, timing, and proportions. A slight error leads to a 1,000-mile deviation. Qin Lang placed the newly purchased alchemy furnace before him and sat cross-legged. Bai Qi spoke slowly, his voice deep and steady. The 9-turn elixir is exceedingly complex to refine.
The slightest misstep will ruin all your efforts.
Listen carefully, I will only teach this once.
Step 1, preheat the furnace.
Bai Qi's tone was measured and deliberate. Use your true qi to ignite the alchemical flame, maintaining it at a moderate temperature.
Qin Lang complied.
His palm moved slightly, and a faint flame slowly rose, enveloping the alchemy furnace. The furnace body quickly turned a faint crimson.
Bai Qi nodded. Good.
Next, place the crimson flame ginseng inside and refine its essence through the fire.
Qin Lang carefully placed the crimson flame ginseng into the furnace.
Immediately, a faint crackling sound erupted from within, and the flames flared violently, glowing with a faint crimson gold light.
Stabilize the heat.
Keep it within the nurturing range, don't let the flames grow too fierce.
Bai Qi cautioned.
Qin Lang held his breath, focusing intently as he pressed his palm over the furnace, striving to control the alchemical fire and maintain its most stable state.
Time passed slowly. Moments later, Bai Qi nodded. It's ready.
Add the netherworld grass.
Qin Lang plucked the netherworld grass and gently dropped it into the furnace.
Instantly, a low hum resonated from within the furnace. The flames shifted from crimson gold to deep purple, and a bone-chilling aura permeated the air, as if the surrounding temperature itself had dropped several degrees.
Next came the heaven soul leaf.
Bai Qi's voice remained unflinchingly calm. Beads of sweat had already formed on Qin Lang's forehead. This alchemy process was far more intricate than he had imagined, demanding absolute precision at every step. He dared not be careless, carefully placing the heaven soul leaf into the furnace. A green aura instantly spread within, intertwining with the previous. Finally, he dripped in the ghost vine dew. Bai Qi continued his guidance, remember, only 3 drops.
1 drop more will ruin the entire batch.
Qin Lang held his breath, his fingers lightly pinching the small vial holding the ghost vine dew as he slowly tilted it.
The transparent liquid coalesced into a smooth droplet, plopping into the furnace. Immediately, the second and third drops followed. Boom! A blinding radiance erupted from the furnace, the flames surging violently. The intense light made Qin Lang squint slightly. He swiftly followed Bai Qi's instructions, pressing his palm against the furnace to regulate the heat, gradually stabilizing the flames. Now, envelop the elixir in true qi and nurture it for 3 breaths. Bai Qi's voice remained steady. Qin Lang channeled his qi, slowly infusing it into the furnace. After 3 breaths, bang! The furnace lid trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, a faint golden aroma wafted out, instantly filling the entire room with the scent of medicine. Qin Lang held his breath and focused his mind as he slowly lifted the lid. 3 perfectly round, translucent 9-turn pills lay quietly within the furnace, emitting a warm, gentle glow. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled deeply. Finally, it's done. Bai Qi gave a slight nod, his expression holding a rare hint of approval. It's barely passable. Qin Lang pouted in displeasure. Barely?
These are 9-turn pills.
I succeeded on my very first attempt. Doesn't that count as exceptional talent?
Bai Qi snorted coldly. This is merely the most basic 9-turn pill.
Don't get too cocky. Qin Lang didn't bother arguing. He picked up a pill and asked, is this all I need?
Bai Qi replied indifferently, after taking it, your body should recover almost completely within 5 hours.
Qin Lang frowned. Why so long?
Bai Qi shot him a cold glance, his tone laced with mockery.
Who told you to act recklessly?
For an ordinary person in your condition, surviving this is already a miracle. Qin Lang pursed his lips. He knew he'd pushed his physical and spiritual energy to the limit earlier, leaving him no room to bargain.
Fine, I'll take it.
Without further hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the 9-turn pill. The pill melted the moment it touched his tongue, and a surge of fiery warmth instantly flooded his limbs and bones, as if a warm river were flowing through his body.
Qin Lang felt warmth spreading throughout his entire body. His weary frame seemed rejuvenated, as if infused with new vitality. He gently closed his eyes, waiting quietly for his body to recover. Qin Lang slowly opened his eyes. Morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow across the room, filling it with the faint scent of sunshine. He stretched lazily, feeling his qi and blood circulating much more smoothly than yesterday. The aching in his muscles had nearly vanished, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. The 9-turn pill truly lived up to its reputation as a supreme elixir. Overnight, his body had recovered to a remarkable degree. He rolled out of bed, washed up casually, then pushed open the door. Just as he was about to leave the room, he saw Su Mubai, old lady Jinya, and Black Man already standing in the living room, as if they had been waiting for quite some time. You're up so early? Qin Lang smiled, glancing at the group. Su Mubai crossed his arms, his tone cool. Unlike someone here who ate and drank their fill last night and then slept soundly. Qin Lang shrugged indifferently. Then why are you waiting for me? We're coming with you to find Boss Qin. Su Mubai stated directly. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over them. A faint smile touched his lips. That shouldn't be necessary, should it? Just me and old lady Jinya going is enough. Su Mubai frowned, puzzled. Why? Boss Qin is a dangerous figure. Going alone will only make things more complicated. Qin Lang waved his hand, his tone calm and measured. You have more important matters to attend to. I need you to find Bai Qinhu. Su Mubai's gaze sharpened slightly at this, while old lady Jinya raised an eyebrow. Bai Qinhu? You suspect him? Qin Lang nodded, his gaze darkening. Bai Qinhu sent me to Silent Hill, and that place nearly killed me. Now that I think about it, he's probably connected to the Wudao Society. Su Mubai's expression shifted slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, are you certain? Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his tone casual yet his eyes gleaming with sharpness. Pretty sure. Worth looking into. Since the Wudao Society operates in the shadows, we can't afford to overlook any suspicious figures. Qin Lang continued, you go over there and thoroughly investigate his background, as well as his connection to the Wudao Society. As for Boss Qin, I'll handle him myself. Su Mubai studied Qin Lang, his gaze tinged with inquiry. How exactly do you plan to handle it? Qin Lang smiled lightly, his gaze radiating confidence and a hint of amusement. What else can I do? Take it one step at a time. Besides, I actually have something to ask Mr. Qin. Chapter 158, Negotiations. Granny Jinya frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Qin Lang's casual attitude, but ultimately said nothing more. Su Mubai stared at Qin Lang for a few seconds, then sighed with a smile. Turning to Yi Zi, he said, let's go. We'll find Bai Qinhu. Yi Zi felt uneasy too, but ultimately said nothing and followed Su Mubai out. Qin Lang, you'd better be careful. Qin Lang nodded, watching their retreating figures as a meaningful smile curved his lips. Alright, we should be heading out too. He turned to look at old woman Golden Leaf. Grandma Jinya gave Qin Lang a deep look, but ultimately refrained from asking further questions. She gave a slight nod, let's go. Led by Hainan, Qin Lang, and Granny Jinya entered a vast estate. The estate's outer walls were constructed from layer upon layer of heavy stone blocks, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Though the courtyard was exquisitely maintained, shaded by lush trees and adorned with blooming lotuses in the pond, to Qin Lang, all this beauty carried an inexplicable sense of oppression. A faint chill permeated the air, as if danger lurked around every corner. Hyman's stride was steady as he led Qin Lang and old woman Golden Leaf through a long corridor into the estate's core. The surrounding walls were hung with peculiar paintings. The figures within seemed almost alive, their eyes following every step the trio took. Qin Lang's brow furrowed slightly as a sense of unease rose within him. Moreover, ever since they had entered, an oppressive force had lingered around them. Something was terribly wrong here. Qin Lang murmured. Granny Golden Leaf also frowned deeply, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes. This is a defensive formation specially arranged by Boss Qin. The energy field around us has been meticulously manipulated by him. It's hard for ordinary people to detect. You can sense a presence, right? That means you've entered the core area of the formation. Qin Lang nodded, though shock rippled through his mind. Judging by the oppressive weight of this force, Boss Jin's skills were truly extraordinary. And the fact that even someone as powerful as Black Man had to serve as his subordinate speaks volumes about Mr. Jin's own strength. This seems to be a defensive formation. Qin Lang remarked, seems like Boss Jin has quite a few enemies. Old Lady Jin sighed, her gaze turning complex. He'll stop at nothing to secure more dungeon rewards, even going after other players. Mr. Jin has always been ruthless. Not only did he kill those who betrayed him, but he showed no mercy to anyone threatening his interests. The rule of survival for those who obey, death for those who defy has long been etched into every player's mind. So, it seems he's made quite a few enemies, and quite a few have been wronged by him? Qin Lang asked thoughtfully. Granny Jinya nodded, a chill in her voice, yes. Anyone who dared resist him or threatened his interests, he sent into the dungeons. Thus, they had no choice but to follow his will, endlessly exploring various dungeons, only to meet the same fate, death. Many didn't even know where they perished. Mr. Jin's ruthlessness extended beyond the real world. Not a single player in the virtual realm escaped his grasp. What he craved wasn't merely profit, but absolute control and dominance. And all of this was built upon the flesh and blood of his countless victims. At the end of the corridor, the dark-skinned man halted, glancing back at Qin Lang with icy detachment. We're here. Qin Lang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the massive wooden door ahead. Inlaid with strange symbols and patterns, it radiated an unsettling aura. Go in. Golden Leaf, Granny murmured after taking a tentative breath. Qin Lang nodded and stepped forward toward the heavy wooden door. The moment his hand touched the doorknob, a powerful force surged back at him. Qin Lang instinctively countered the force with his own internal energy. As the door slowly swung open, the scene within gradually came into view. The hall was lavishly decorated, with exquisite carpets covering the floor and walls hung with valuable artworks. Each painting seemed to radiate an unsettling aura. The most striking feature was a massive, glittering golden throne at the hall's center. Though unoccupied, it radiated an oppressive aura. Grandma Golden Leaf stood beside Qin Lang, her voice low and solemn. Mr. Jin is likely inside, preparing to receive us. Qin Lang took a deep breath, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. I hope he gives me a satisfactory answer. As they stepped into the hall, the air around them seemed to freeze, the silence oppressive. The hall's decorations were extravagantly opulent, the gilded splendor reflecting dazzling light. Yet beneath this lavish facade lurked an inexplicable sense of menace. The sparse furniture in the vast space only amplified the eerie atmosphere. Qin Lang walked with deliberate steps, his eyes darting around the room as a strong sense of alertness rose within him. Roar! Suddenly, a deep, thunderous lion's roar echoed from above, its sheer magnitude seeming to shake the very air within the hall. Qin Lang and Old Lady Jin Yi both halted in their tracks, simultaneously feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Qin Lang thought to himself, this Boss Jin is truly formidable, even his entrance carries such presence. Old Lady Jin Yi's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Then, a shadow swiftly moved on the upper floor. A massive figure slowly descended the stairs. It was a lion. This lion boasted a thick, golden mane, powerful muscles, and a massive frame, its stride steady and majestic. Its gaze was sharp, as if it could see through everything. Each step down the stairs sent heavy vibrations through the floorboards, radiating an overwhelming sense of authority. Is this Mr. Jin? Qin Lang furrowed his brow slightly, watching the lion with a hint of puzzlement and wariness in his voice. Old Madame Jin Yi whispered, don't speak. You'll understand soon enough. Before she finished speaking, the lion had already reached the center of the hall. It halted, staring at the two for a moment, a faint, almost amused gleam flickering in its eyes. Suddenly, it spoke. Its voice was deep yet strangely magnetic, sounding less like an animal's roar and more like clear human speech. Golden Leaf, you finally reverted to your 20s. That's more like it. The lion let out an odd chuckle. What's the point of being an old hag? You should be radiant, just like in your youth. It turned to Qin Lang. Qin Lang, you're quite the handsome fellow, aren't you? Chapter 159, The Heartless Boss. Qin Lang froze, his gaze shifting instantly from the lion to Golden Leaf Granny, his mind filled with confusion. He never imagined that this Boss Jin was actually a lion. Bai Qi spoke up then, this is beast taming. Beast control? Qin Lang understood, this lion was merely Madame Jin's puppet. Old Lady Jin Ye's expression shifted slightly. Her gaze grew dim, as if she was no stranger to the lion's words. She sighed softly, Mr. Jin, can we fulfill our agreement now? The lion seemed unconcerned by Old Lady Jin Ye's silence. Its gaze grew increasingly intense as it stared at her face for a moment, as if studying her reaction. Then, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched its lips, its tone turning flippant. What made you accept that kind of deal from me back then? Oh, I know you were desperate then, and I gave you a promise. But you should understand now, you'll never escape my grasp. A flicker of pain crossed Old Lady Golden Leaf's eyes. But she quickly regained her composure, responding coldly, you're becoming less and less trustworthy, Mr. Jin. If anything happens to my team, we'll both end up in ruins. Lion chuckled softly, slowly approaching Golden Leaf. His mouth opened slightly, revealing a row of sharp teeth. You still love to speak provocatively, but this time, there will be no excuse to escape. But right now, I've no interest in you.
It halted abruptly, whipping its head toward Qin Lang with a gaze sharp as blades.
You're the one who survived Silent Hill, aren't you?
Qin Lang met the lion's gaze, a chill rising in his heart. He gave a faint smile, meeting those eyes without flinching.
I am. What might Madame Jean wish to discuss?
Standing nearby, old lady Jean Yi sensed the tension escalating. A flicker of urgency crossed her eyes as she opened her mouth to intervene, but no words came out. The lion's lips curled slightly, emitting a low chuckle. I find you quite interesting, young man.
You managed to survive Silent Hill's trials, you've got some skill. But do you know? My intentions toward you go far beyond a simple meeting. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Then what do you want? Oh, it's simple.
A flicker of amusement crossed Boss Jin's eyes. I can grant you power, endless dungeon rewards even make you stronger than you could ever imagine.
All you need to do is serve me, become one of my minions.
Qin Lang listened quietly, a cold smile rising in his heart.
Wasn't this just the kind of manipulative talk a shady boss would use on an employee?
His goal was to lure Qin Lang in, perhaps even to turn him into a tool.
Mr. Jean, we're all adults here.
No need for this kind of nonsense to intimidate people. Qin Lang spoke in a low, measured tone. Everything you just said, I'll treat as wind passing through the hall.
I'm not someone you can buy off so easily.
Mr. Jin's smile grew more unrestrained. He licked his sharp claws, his eyes brimming with provocation.
You may refuse me once, but that doesn't mean you can refuse me twice. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the lion's body suddenly grew larger, its limbs thickening and its fur gleaming brighter, as if unleashing a powerful aura in an instant.
The oppressive tension in the air peaked instantly. Qin Lang felt a sharp threat, a flicker of alertness flashing in his eyes.
Grandma Golden Leaf finally couldn't hold back any longer. Mr. Jean, speak properly. Don't push people around like that.
The lion lowered its head to look at Golden Leaf once more, the mocking glint in its eyes undimmed. You really do enjoy butting heads with me, Golden Leaf.
But today, I don't like you provoking me.
Mr. Jin's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an oppressive weight. The lion's eyes were like sharp blades, piercing straight through Qin Lang as if seeing everything beyond him. The intensity of his presence seemed to freeze the air, distorting the surrounding space itself. Old Madame Jean Yi gripped her pipe nervously, her gaze complex as she watched Qin Lang. Mr. Jean never let anyone who challenged his orders off lightly. But Qin Lang didn't seem inclined to back down. She knew Boss Jin's capabilities well. Was Qin Lang really going to charge headlong into this? Qin Lang, let me make this perfectly clear. Your next task is to help me clear a dungeon. Mr. Jin's tone brooked no argument, as if he regarded this entire endeavor as Qin Lang's responsibility. Succeed, and we split the rewards 50-50.
That settles our accounts.
Qin Lang chuckled softly, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness.
Poof. What makes you think you have the right to order me around?
A meaningful smile curved Boss Jin's lips, a flicker of challenge dancing in his eyes.
His body began to glow faintly, as if his entire aura was amplifying his authority. Don't push your luck, he said coldly. I'm giving you a chance. Take everything you can carry and do what you must. Otherwise.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, the golden lion lunged forward. Its massive frame unleashed an unstoppable force in an instant, its razor-sharp claws lashing out so swiftly they sliced through the air with a piercing screech.
The lion's colossal form instantly overwhelmed Qin Lang with an indescribable pressure.
In that instant, it felt as though his entire world had been engulfed by the beast, leaving him utterly immobilized.
Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly.
Without a moment's hesitation, his body charged forward fearlessly. He drew a deep breath, his mind clearing to absolute calm.
His feet snapped backward, instantly evading the golden lion's lunging attack.
The lion's razor-sharp claws grazed his clothes as they flew past, the air vibrating violently from the speed, producing a ringing sound in his ears. You're fast. Mr. Jin's deep voice emerged from the lion's mouth, tinged with a hint of contempt, but such speed is no match for my control. Qin Lang's gaze sharpened.
Every nerve in his body tensed as he transformed into a gust of wind, swiftly evading the golden lion's charge.
The lion's speed was blinding, leaving Qin Lang scarcely any time to react.
But Qin Lang's reflexes were equally swift. His footwork was eerily unpredictable, and in an instant, his body vanished from its original position, evading the lion's lightning-fast pounce.
I didn't come here today for a beast fight.
Qin Lang asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Boss Jean. What exactly are you up to?
Mr. Jean smiled faintly, a barely perceptible chill flickering in his eyes.
Since you refuse to follow my orders, I'll show you the gap between us. Chapter 160, Little Kitty.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, the golden lion swung its paw again, instantly summoning a black shadow from behind him. The shadow surged like a tidal wave, rapidly coalescing into a potent mass of energy that seemed capable of devouring everything. With a flick of Boss Jin's finger, the shadow hurtled toward Qin Lang like a cannonball. The energy carried not only overwhelming speed but also a terrifying killing intent, as if it could obliterate anything standing in its path. A resolute glint flashed in Qin Lang's eyes. He leapt upward, soaring into the air to evade the energy wave's impact. Simultaneously, he swiftly drew the ghost-slaying blade. The blade traced a cold, sharp line through the air as he swung it toward the shadow summoned by Boss Jean.
You're asking for death.
Mr. Jean sneered coldly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The moment the shadow clashed with the demon-slaying blade, a powerful shockwave erupted. Qin Lang felt his body nearly lose balance from the immense force, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to halt the demon-slaying blade in his grasp.
This is but a fraction of my power.
Mr. Jin's voice came coldly, you're nowhere near enough.
Qin Lang's brow furrowed slightly, a fierce expression appearing on his face. Mr. Jean, do you really think I'm easy to bully?
The words barely left his lips when a flash of resolve lit his eyes. The blade of the ghost-slaying sword whirled through the air, emitting a piercing sonic boom as it locked onto Boss Jin's weak point. Yet, just as the blade was about to touch Boss Jin, his figure abruptly blurred, as if pulled and distorted by some strange force.
Give up. You'll never hit me.
Mr. Jin's voice echoed from all directions, no longer confined to any specific location. Your attacks are utterly insignificant to me. Mr. Jin's laughter echoed coldly through the empty hall, like a whisper from the abyss. Since you can't hit me, I'll just wait for you to strike. Qin Lang's tone was light, laced with fearless provocation, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam. Mr. Jin's expression darkened instantly, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he could see right through Qin Lang from head to toe.
You say you don't want to live anymore?
His voice was low, laced with a chilling threat. Qin Lang merely smiled faintly, showing no sign of tension, even appearing somewhat playful.
Well then, why don't you try it?
His words radiated confidence and provocation, as if he held no fear of Boss Jin's threats, even treating them as entertainment.
Rage boiled in Boss Jin's eyes, like a volcano ready to erupt.
With a fierce swipe of his hand, the golden lion lunged forward like a raging storm, its movements so swift it seemed to tear through every inch of space. Its eyes blazed with savage intent, jaws gaping to reveal razor-sharp fangs as it charged straight at Qin Lang. The pressure in the air was suffocating, as if the very space around them warped under the beast's presence.
Each step it took seemed to carry an endless aura of slaughter. You're dead.
Mr. Jin's voice carried an overwhelming aura of dominance, as if he considered Qin Lang's challenge insignificant, ready to crush him at any moment. Qin Lang, however, showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he stood his ground with an air of casual ease, a flicker of unwavering resolve in his eyes.
Bring it on. I'm waiting.
His tone carried the anticipation of a grand contest about to unfold, brimming with excitement for what lay ahead. The golden lion leapt into the air with lightning speed, lunging toward Qin Lang.
Its massive frame traced a terrifying arc through the air, its thunderous roar echoing as it aimed straight for Qin Lang's chest. Qin Lang's body instantly shifted into hyper-reactive mode.
His eyes narrowed slightly as his hands reacted with lightning speed. With a sideways leap, he evaded the golden lion's deadly strike. The lion's claws passed mere inches from him, yet failed to make contact. The oppressive pressure in the air still swirled around him, as if in that instant, his surroundings were filled with an invisible threat. The golden lion abruptly turned its head and lunged at Qin Lang once more. The fury and killing intent in its eyes seemed to solidify, bearing down on him with ferocious momentum. With each leap, the entire hall trembled in response to its movements. Qin Lang, however, showed no sign of panic. Instead, under this immense pressure, he grew even more composed. The golden lion's massive form lunged at Qin Lang with a deafening roar. Its razor-sharp claws lashed out, while its jaws, filled with razor-sharp teeth, snapped open in midair like a gaping maw, poised to swallow Qin Lang whole. Qin Lang showed no sign of panic, only a mocking smile curling his lips. The golden lion's jaws snapped shut, its teeth sinking deep into Qin Lang's arm. Instantly, the sensation of flesh and the searing pain of the bite washed over him. Yet Qin Lang merely chuckled softly, showing no reaction whatsoever to the agony. The golden lion clamped down tightly, every muscle taut, as if trying to tear through Qin Lang's arm with sheer force. But nothing happened. Eat, little kitty. Why stop now? His words carried a hint of provocation, his voice calm yet brimming with undeniable contempt. Qin Lang looked down at his arm, his gaze cold and unhurried. What? Bad teeth? The moment the words left his mouth, Qin Lang yanked violently. With a sharp snap, the golden lion's massive fang shattered and fell free. The lion's jaw slid off Qin Lang's arm, revealing its wide, staring eyes. Its expression instantly twisted into sheer terror. Its massive jaws could no longer hold Qin Lang, instead revealing a hint of reluctant panic. The golden lion stumbled backward several steps, its gaze filled with shock and confusion. It couldn't comprehend why today's prey proved so difficult to subdue, why its attacks had failed when it had always overpowered everything with sheer strength. Seeing this, a cold smile flashed in Qin Lang's eyes. He swiftly moved, both hands clamping down on the golden lion's neck, locking its massive body in place. The golden lion thrashed violently, its limbs flailing wildly, yet it couldn't break free from Qin Lang's iron clamp grip. How much longer do you plan to play this charade? Qin Lang's voice carried a hint of mockery and disdain. His strength was sufficient to toss the golden lion into the air, slamming it violently onto the ground. A dull thud echoed as the lion's massive frame slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves through the earth that seemed to ripple beneath their feet. Qin Lang didn't pause. Instead, he aimed directly at the lion's head and swung his fist down with a sudden, brutal strike. The thunderous collision of fist and skull reverberated deafeningly, followed by a spray of blood. The golden lion had no time to react.
Blood gushed from its head, instantly staining the ground crimson.
The lion's once savage gaze instantly dimmed, its body motionless. Clearly, it had lost all life.
Qin Lang chuckled. Mr. Jin, I suppose it's time for you to step out now? Chapter 161, Intelligence Exchange.
Qin Lang stood beside the corpse, his gaze cold and detached as he surveyed the dead golden lion. He wiped the blood from his hands, his expression serene.
Did you really think I'd be fooled so easily? Save your tricks for someone else.
He turned to face Boss Jin, his gaze sharp as a blade.
These tricks with body doubles and long-distance transmission are nothing new. Boss Jin, is that all you've got?
Qin Lang's voice dripped with provocation, as if he held Boss Jin's schemes in utter contempt. At that moment, Boss Jin, concealed in the shadows, visibly stiffened. He clearly hadn't anticipated Qin Lang defeating the golden-haired lion so effortlessly, let alone turning the tables in an instant. Beside him, the dark-skinned man seethed. Boss, let me teach this brat a lesson.
Shut up.
Mr. Jin shot him a glare. The dark-skinned man reluctantly took a step back.
Qin Lang gave a cold chuckle. Not saying anything now?
The golden lion's massive body lay sprawled on the ground, the scent of blood spreading through the air. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze instantly. But just as everyone thought the conflict had ended, a shocking scene unfolded. The lion suddenly trembled, its body abruptly springing upright. Its eyes, which had seemed lifeless, suddenly glowed once more. Those eyes, no longer belonging to a living creature, were filled with deathly coldness and indifference.
With slow, heavy movements, its mouth opened slightly, and a familiar voice emerged from within. Qin Lang, well done. You actually killed my strongest lion.
Mr. Jin's voice was low and icy, tinged with a hint of mockery, echoing throughout the hall. Qin Lang paused slightly, the cold smile in his eyes not fading but deepening instead.
This bastard can not only command beasts, but also manipulate corpses? This is getting interesting.
Mr. Jin, you're quite the talent, even resurrecting your own deceased pets.
His words were casual, yet carried an unspoken threat. But haven't you underestimated me? The golden lion stood rigidly upright, its eyes still gleaming with an unsettling coldness. Once more, Boss Jin's voice emerged from its mouth. You're a clever one, realizing you're merely a pawn in my game.
Mr. Jin's tone carried a hint of contempt and leisure, but don't rush to argue.
Today's matter is settled between us.
Qin Lang remained unmoved, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly.
You want me to help you clear the dungeon? You might as well tell me what you're really after. Enough with the nonsense.
The golden lion's body swayed slightly, as if its movements grew heavier upon hearing those words. You're clever. Seeing through everything I've done makes you worthy of my serious consideration. Mr. Jin's voice rang out calmly. I merely wish to ask for your help clearing a dungeon.
Once we clear this dungeon, I'll leave you alone.
Qin Lang stood his ground, his gaze locked onto the lion with intense focus, not a trace of fear in his eyes.
You think I'd risk my life for a single dungeon run? Let me repeat, I don't like being someone else's pawn.
Mr. Jin fell silent for a moment before smiling, his tone lightening. Your lack of fear that I'll cause you trouble is quite surprising.
And do you really think the Wudao Society's background is that simple? Haven't you heard of its true power?
At these words, Qin Lang's expression darkened abruptly, a vague sense of unease stirring within him.
But he still sneered coldly. The Wudao Society?
Speaking of which, I'm curious just how deep your ties to them really are. Mr. Jin's voice turned icy, tinged with an unquestionable authority. The Wudao Society, the true mastermind behind the scenes, is not something you can casually provoke. I'm merely a minor supporter of theirs.
Without their funding, my power and resources wouldn't have reached their current level. As for what you want to know, I do have some useful leads. He paused, seemingly gauging Qin Lang's reaction. But you must complete the task I've given you. Otherwise, even if you learn the truth, you might not live long enough to enjoy it. Qin Lang's expression flickered, but he quickly regained his composure. I don't believe you can threaten me. I'm not afraid of you coming after me. Mr. Jin emitted a soft chuckle from within the golden lion statue. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. You can't escape this now anyway. This dungeon was meticulously designed for you. Don't rush, accept the challenge first. Once you complete it, I promise to leave you alone and even grant you free passage in and out of this world. As for the Wudao Society, I can give you more of what you desire. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone still cold. You think a few words like that will make me truly believe you? Mr. Jin regarded Qin Lang, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. You will, Qin Lang. Because the Wudao Society's power isn't as simple as you imagine. Besides me, no one else dares to tell you much more. Even if others truly know something, they wouldn't dare reveal it to you. His words carried a clear note of provocation. Qin Lang's gaze swept coldly over the golden lion before returning to Boss Jin. His voice was low and resolute. I came here solely to cause trouble for the Wudao Society. If you can't give me some useful intelligence, I'm leaving right now. The sheer resolve and coldness in his tone seemed to freeze the air itself. Mr. Jin's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected Qin Lang to be so fearless. But he quickly regained his composure, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as if everything was under his control. Are you threatening me? His tone remained calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Do you truly believe you can escape the Wudao Society's grasp? Or do you think you can stand against them now? Qin Lang didn't back down, letting out a cold laugh. I'm not afraid of the Wudao Society. But if you won't give me the intel, I'd rather risk confronting them than stoop to working with someone like you. Mr. Jin's smile remained unchanged. Do you truly believe you can take on the Wudao Society alone? Qin Lang didn't answer directly. Instead, he stared coldly at Boss Jin, his eyes brimming with contempt. Since you want my help, you must have your own agenda. The secrets behind the Wudao Society, you know them better than anyone. If you want me to take risks for you, you'll have to offer something substantial. Our deal can't be based solely on your empty promises. Mr. Jin's voice turned slightly colder. However, I can consider the terms you propose. What kind of intelligence would you require to feel confident enough to lend me your aid? Chapter 162, Rainy Night Inn. Qin Lang replied, First, tell me what you know. I'll assess its worth. Mr. Jin chuckled softly, head bowed, as if Qin Lang's directness and persistence were no surprise. Alright, since you're so eager, I'll give you a bit of intelligence. His tone suddenly turned serious. The true core of the Wudao Society lies in a group of strategists operating behind the scenes. They excel at manipulating situations and orchestrating events from the shadows. The founder of the Wudao Society was the first player to clear 100 dungeons. You know, that achievement remains unmatched to this day. If not the strongest, he was certainly among the top 3. He paused, as if savoring the weight of his words. Back then, he was virtually unbeatable. Even the dungeon system itself might not have been a match for his abilities. Qin Lang nodded upon hearing this. Interesting. Go on. Seeing Qin Lang's lack of reaction, Boss Jin continued, as for how we met, it's because we're both obsessed with dungeon rewards. Frankly, the treasures and lost manuals within those dungeons are what we chase. The Wudao Society built its massive influence precisely by collecting resources from these dungeons. He paused briefly, seemingly lost in recollection, a smile deepening at the corners of his mouth. Members of the Wudao Society are scattered across major dungeons. Each member treats clearing dungeons as their mission while simultaneously expanding their influence and network. Mr. Jin waved his paw, etching a pattern onto the lion's body. This tattoo is the emblem of the Wudao Society. Every member bears this exact pattern. See? Like this. Qin Lang stared at the pattern, committing the symbol to memory. How many members does the Wudao Society have? Qin Lang asked, his tone measured yet his eyes betraying unmistakable curiosity and wariness. You say they're powerful, just how many members do they have? What's their structure? I want to know more. Mr. Jin smiled faintly, his expression still tinged with disdain and depth. What do you think? You want to know the true scale of the Wudao Society? You'll find their membership numbers staggering enough to leave you speechless. Whether it's elite players in dungeons or ordinary players across major cities, their influence has permeated every aspect of society. He looked at Qin Lang, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. If you want to know more, you'll need some real skill to get close to that level. Qin Lang pressed on, his tone unflinching. Then how large is the Wudao Society, exactly? At least give me some concrete information to help me prepare better. Mr. Jin replied, if you wish to find them, start by seeking clues within the dungeons I've arranged. He paused. The dungeon's difficulty isn't low. For you, it should be quite challenging. In short, to understand the inner workings of the Wudao Society, you must first overcome this obstacle. Qin Lang regarded Boss Jin, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes, yet a cold smile remained on his lips. After all that, you still want me to help you clear the dungeon? You must have other motives. Do you really think I trust you? Mr. Jin didn't rush to respond. Instead, he spoke slowly. You don't yet grasp the true value of this dungeon. Let me be blunt, I wouldn't dare attempt this dungeon myself. That's why I need your help to clear it. Qin Lang's brow furrowed slightly, but he held his tongue. At that moment, old woman Jin Yi whispered, you're not seriously considering risking your life for Boss Jin, are you? This dungeon must be incredibly difficult. Even with your current strength, you won't breeze through it. Her tone brimmed with concern, clearly disapproving of Qin Lang's choice. Qin Lang didn't respond directly to old lady Golden Leaf. Instead, he turned his gaze to Boss Jin, his tone as cold as ever. If I do go, you'll tell me more about the Wudao Society, right? Mr. Jin seemed unfazed by Qin Lang's questioning, replying indifferently, I've said it before, complete the dungeon, and you'll get plenty of what you desire from me. Trust me, it's in your best interest to, at the very least, you'll find what you're looking for. Qin Lang exhaled sharply. Enough with the small talk. Just tell me, which dungeon do you want me to go to? Mr. Jin chuckled, Rainy Night Inn. When Granny Jin Yi heard the words Rainy Night Inn, her heart jolted violently. That was an S difficulty dungeon. What did an S difficulty dungeon signify? It meant transcending ordinary dungeons. It meant the enemies inside weren't mere monsters, but formidable foes posing extreme challenges, possibly even exceeding players' expectations and capabilities. Every S-rank dungeon tested players to their absolute limits. Only those battle-hardened veterans with unfathomable strength could hope to conquer them. Qin Lang inquired, an S-rank instance? Sounds interesting. Mr. Jin smiled faintly at this, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Whether you can clear it or not depends entirely on your own ability.
You may be strong, but in my estimation, your chances of success are only 1%.
But if you want the information you seek from me, the only way is to clear this instance. Qin Lang pondered for a moment before replying, fine, I'll go.
But remember your promise, otherwise, I'm keeping the dungeon rewards all to myself. Mr. Jin's voice was filled with mockery. Well then, good luck to you.
Qin Lang pointed at old lady Golden Leaf. By the way, where are her teammates? Aren't you going to release them? Mr. Jin replied, so you like to meddle in others' business, do you? Qin Lang retorted, I'm not meddling. I'm demanding you honor your promise. A man without integrity is nothing, right? Mr. Jin said, fine.
For your sake, I'll release her teammates. Grandma Jean Yi breathed a sigh of relief upon learning her teammates were safe. Mr. Jin said, Jean Yi, your teammate will come find you. Then he added, but Qin Lang, remember this, if you don't join the rainy night hotel raid, I'll make you understand my terror.
With that, the lion's corpse began to mutate.
All flesh instantly peeled away, leaving only a pile of white bones.
The flesh and fur coalesced into a blood-red, pulsating mass.
Qin Lang frowned, thinking this technique was truly unnerving.
Moreover, Boss Jean could cast spells from afar even when not physically present. His power was truly unfathomable.
Soon after, Qin Lang and Granny Jean Yi stepped out of Boss Jin's villa.
Granny Jean Yi sighed, you're really going to the rainy night inn? That dungeon's difficulty might rival Silent Hill.
Silent Hill is tough because it has a hidden mission where you're guaranteed to die. But the rainy night inn is just plain hard.
Besides, didn't we agree to find an opportunity to assassinate Boss Jean? Chapter 163, There's a Mole Among Us. Qin Lang replied, attempting the assassination now wouldn't succeed anyway. Why?
Grandma Jean Yi's low voice carried a hint of displeasure, her eyes flashing with confusion.
Qin Lang paused briefly, drew a deep breath, and spoke in a low, measured tone, because Boss Jean already knows our plan.
Old woman Golden Leaf's expression shifted instantly, that familiar aura of danger spreading rapidly.
What? How could he know?
Qin Lang lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Golden Leaf Granny. His tone carried a hint of resignation, yet also a touch of shock. I'm extremely sensitive to a woman's scent. Just now, I caught a familiar fragrance on that lion.
Grandma Jean Yi's eyes widened abruptly, a flash of surprise crossing her brow before hardening into cold severity. You mean? Yes, that scent, I've smelled it before.
Qin Lang cut her off, his voice growing deeper and more composed. In other words, someone close to us is working for Boss Jean. Old lady Jean Yi's body trembled, her expression instantly turning more severe, a flash of murderous intent crossing her eyes. No wonder Boss Jean hasn't shown himself directly. Her gaze sharpened like a blade, as if trying to extract more clues from every word Qin Lang spoke.
Who is it?
Qin Lang shook his head, sighed, and murmured, we'll discuss that later. The most important thing now is that we find Bai Qinhu as soon as possible. Old lady Golden Leaf's heart tightened, as if she suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation.
You mean? Su Mubai and the others might be in danger? Su Mubai has already taken Yi Zi and Shenwanqing to find Bai Qinhu. Su Mubai couldn't possibly be working for Boss Jean. That leaves only Yi Zi and Shenwanqing as potential infiltrators.
Qin Lang nodded, his eyes flashing with urgency.
Exactly. If we don't act quickly, it might be too late.
If that mole has malicious intentions, or if Boss Jean has other plans,
Su Mubai could be in danger.
Qin Lang said, that's why I was in such a hurry to leave earlier.
Alright, I'm coming with you. Granny Jean Yi's voice was low and resolute. Meanwhile, Su Mubai arrived at Bai Qinhu's villa by memory.
But unlike last time, not a single one of Bai Qinhu's men was in sight. Instead, a thick, pungent smell of blood hung heavy in the air.
Su Mubai instinctively sensed something was wrong, while Yi Zi and Shenwanqing readied themselves for battle.
Something had clearly gone wrong.
Su Mubai gently pushed open the villa's front door.
The once elegant hallway was now shrouded in deep shadows, the stench of blood thicker and more nauseating.
Peering inside, Su Mubai instinctively covered his mouth, yet couldn't suppress his shock. Along both sides of the hallway, the carefully arranged artwork and paintings were now splattered with blood. Decorative pieces lay shattered on the floor, their fragments scattered everywhere. Yi Zi's eyes widened as her gaze swept the surroundings, each corner radiating a harrowing atmosphere. Blood-soaked corpses lay limp on the floor, their faces contorted, clothing stained with splatters of blood. The entire villa seemed transformed into a death altar, its stillness suffused with an oppressive, suffocating terror. A chill crept up Yi Zi's spine, and a thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She could scarcely believe what she was seeing. How could so many people have died? What on earth had happened to Bai Qinhu and the others? Shenwanqing hurriedly covered her mouth, trying desperately to stifle any sound. Yi Zi moved with stealthy steps, her heart pounding like a drum. She knew this was far more than a simple murder case. Su Mubai said, Bai Qinhu told us to go to the Silent Hill instance. Now, right after we exited the Silent Hill instance, Bai Qinhu is dead. There must be some terrifying conspiracy lurking behind this. But who could have done this? Boss Jean? Or the Wudo Society? Yi Zi murmured to herself, her voice faint, filled with doubt and fear.
She turned, swiftly pulling out her phone, just as she was about to dial Qin Lang's number, when suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the villa's entrance. Su Mubai's heart clenched violently. Before she could react, urgent voices echoed outside the door. Search warrant. Everyone, freeze. Immediately, a flood of officers in uniform surged through the entrance. Their eyes were cold and sharp, their movements decisive. Weapons drawn, they swiftly locked onto everyone present. You three. One of the officers bellowed, his voice icy and commanding, you're coming with us now. Su Mubai instinctively sensed something was wrong. He was currently in spirit form, yet this law enforcement officer had spotted him instantly. These enforcers are no ordinary lot. Hurry up and leave. Yi Zi and Shen Wanqing's faces instantly drained of color. They too recognized the officer's formidable power and understood the peril of their situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Zi decisively turned and sprinted toward the villa's entrance, Shen Wanqing close behind. However, the enforcers were clearly prepared. They reacted instantly, swiftly blocking the two women's path. Halt! The enforcement officer barked, his short knife gleaming coldly as it came dangerously close to Yi Zi's face. Run! Yi Zi took a sharp step back, yelling in alarm, then lunged toward the exit on the other side without hesitation. Shen Wanqing followed closely behind, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap from her chest. Su Mubai formed hand seals, blood demon technique, blood mist. In an instant, the air within the villa seemed to freeze solid, the temperature plummeting around them. A crimson mist surged from around her like a massive vortex, spreading rapidly. The blood mist coiled through the air. The enforcers instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, but unlike ordinary smoke, the mist refused to dissipate easily. Su Mubai immediately turned to leave, but before she could take a few steps, a cold, powerful hand seized her shoulder. Trying to run? The hand clamped down like iron pincers, pinning her body firmly in place, leaving her utterly immobilized. Su Mubai's pupils dilated sharply as she instinctively prepared to counter with blood demon arts. You think this measly blood demon art will let you escape? The voice was deep and ruthless, carrying an oppressive weight, as if a whisper from the depths of hell. Not a shred of emotion colored the words, don't struggle. Or I'll make you die again, you freak. Su Mubai struggled violently, but the hand clamped down like iron pincers, holding her fast. How could an A-grade supernatural being like herself be captured so easily? This person's strength was truly unfathomable. Yi Zi gasped in alarm, Miss Su. She turned to rush to her aid, but Su Mubai shouted urgently, go. Find Qin Lang. Chapter 164, The Missing Trio. Yi Zi glanced back towards Su Mubai, her eyes filled with reluctance and struggle. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into her palms, desperate to rush back and save them. But Shen Wanqing grabbed her arm with such force that Yi Zi couldn't move an inch. Yi Zi, don't be impulsive. Shen Wanqing's voice was low and urgent, if we go back now, we won't save anyone. You'll only end up sacrificing yourself too. Yi Zi glared at Shen Wanqing, her face twisted with fury, her teeth clenched. But Miss Su. She'll be fine. The enforcers won't just start killing indiscriminately. Shen Wanqing's tone was unwavering as she fixed Yi Zi with a gaze devoid of any hesitation. Yi Zi's heart lurched violently, her lips trembling slightly. She knew Shen Wanqing spoke the truth. Right now, they were outnumbered. The other party wasn't just an enforcer, they were also stronger than her. Su Mubai, an A-class anomaly, had shown no resistance whatsoever. Returning rashly would be nothing short of suicide. Yet knowing Su Mubai was in mortal danger while she turned and fled left her with an unbearable sense of guilt. How could I possibly explain this to Qin Lang? Seeing her hesitation, Shen Wanqing grabbed her wrist and pulled her swiftly away. Yi Zi's chest felt tight with pent-up frustration, her steps heavy. Only after they burst out of the villa and shook off their pursuers did she finally stop. Leaning against the wall, Yi Zi gasped for breath, her eyes filled with conflict and guilt. She turned to Shen Wanqing, her voice urgent, what do we do now? Before she could finish, a heavy blow struck. Thud. Blackness flooded Yi Zi's vision. A searing pain shot through the back of her head, instantly knocking her off balance. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. In the final moment before consciousness faded completely, she saw Shen Wanqing's cold, unflinching face, no hesitation, not a shred of wavering. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier as darkness swallowed her consciousness. Shen Wanqing stood rooted to the spot, coldly watching Yi Zi collapse to the ground. She gently withdrew her hand and let out a faint sigh. Yi Zi exclaimed in surprise, you. She murmured, I'm sorry, Yi Zi. Don't blame me. The moment Qin Lang and his group stepped into Bai Qinhu's villa, a pungent stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. Dozens of bodies lay scattered haphazardly across the vast courtyard. Dark crimson blood flowed in winding trails, and the air was thick with the heavy stench of death. Under the night sky, the entire villa appeared eerie and terrifying, like a living hell on earth. Grandma Genia's expression darkened instantly. Swinging her tobacco pipe, she slowly approached, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the scene. Her voice was grave. Looks like something major happened. The men from Bai Qinhu's group, almost every last one of them has been killed. Qin Lang's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he slowly scanned the area, his eyes filled with vigilance.
His footsteps left deep prints in the pools of blood beneath him. He crouched to examine a corpse, gently probing its skin with his fingers to check for warmth. "He hasn't been dead long," he murmured. "Half an hour at most." Old woman Golden Leaf said gravely, "It seems Su Mubai is." "I know." Qin Lang stood up, his expression grave as he scanned the surroundings. A flicker of unease crept into his heart. The slaughter here was too clean and efficient, leaving almost no traces of resistance. This indicated that the opponent was not only powerful but also acted swiftly. Su Mubai has likely fallen into someone's hands. Grandma Golden Leaf's gaze sharpened as she fixed it on Qin Lang. Could it be the work of that mole? Qin Lang pondered for a moment, his gaze deepening. It's highly possible. Grandma Golden Leaf leaned on her cane, her brow furrowing deeper. Who exactly is that mole? Just as Qin Lang was about to speak, steady footsteps echoed through the night, shattering the blood-soaked silence. Immediately after, a cold voice echoed from outside the villa. "Qin Lang, correct? You're coming with us." Several figures slowly emerged from the darkness. Dressed in black law enforcement uniforms, armed, and wearing stern expressions, they carried an air of authority that brooked no resistance. The lead officer was a woman with a cold, aloof expression. Her piercing gaze locked onto Qin Lang. "We are the law enforcement officers for this district. Offer no unnecessary resistance. Surrender peacefully." Qin Lang's eyes darkened. His hands clenched silently, his body tensing slightly as he prepared for any unexpected developments. He stared coldly at the officers, his tone hostile. "You say I must obey? On what grounds?" The female enforcer smiled faintly, slowly raising her hand. Instantly, a squad of enforcers closed in, encircling them completely. The female officer stated, "Because you appeared amidst this pile of corpses. Need I say more? You wouldn't claim you came here for an after-dinner stroll, would you?" Qin Lang's lips curved upward in a playful smile. His gaze remained fixed on the officers, showing no fear. "Officer, I have a peculiar quirk. I enjoy being around places with lots of corpses." "Is that a crime?" The female officer's eyes instantly turned cold, yet a trace of contemptuous amusement curled her lips. "Oh? Since you're such a pervert, we certainly can't let you go." Her voice was crisp, yet her tone carried a dangerous edge. No sooner had the words left her lips than her right hand shot out. A pair of silver handcuffs flashed with a cold, sharp gleam in the night, like a silver snake, whipping swiftly toward Qin Lang. The cuffs sliced through the air with such speed they left a silver afterimage. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. His feet shifted, his body leaning back just in time to narrowly evade the cuffs' frontal assault. Simultaneously, Golden Leaf Granny swiftly sidestepped, positioning herself to Qin Lang's left as they split apart, ready to defend against the enemy. "Interesting." Qin Lang let out a cold chuckle, his hand already resting on the hilt of his ghost-slaying blade, poised to draw and strike the moment his opponents moved again. Yet, just as he was about to strike, the silver handcuffs suddenly quivered midair, instantly swelling and transforming. The handcuffs transformed into a massive silver chain net, whipping back at him with blinding speed. "Whoa, interesting." Qin Lang's pupils contracted slightly as he instantly sensed something amiss. His body shot backward, attempting to evade. But the silver chains seemed to possess a life of their own, instantly expanding to tightly bind his entire body. Boom! The silver chains tightened violently, binding Qin Lang solidly. His arms were tightly bound, leaving him no chance to even draw his sword. Qin Lang frowned, instantly sensing an unusual force seeping through the silver chains into his body, causing his qi and blood to feel strangely sluggish. These shackles were strange. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, trying to break free. Yet the silver chains seemed possessed of a spirit. The more he struggled, the tighter they bound him. A faint energy fluctuation even emanated from them, severely restricting the power within his body. "Gotcha!" The female enforcer clapped her hands lightly, her eyes gleaming with amusement as she surveyed the bound Qin Lang. A smug smile touched her lips. Chapter 165, The Law Enforcer. "Qin Lang, you think we don't know your capabilities? Don't waste your effort. These spirit-binding chains were specifically designed to subdue dangerous individuals like you. There's no escape." As her words fell, the surrounding enforcers let out cold smirks, slowly closing in on Golden Leaf Granny. Qin Lang, however, was tightly bound by silver chains, utterly unable to break free. "Is that so?" "Not necessarily." Qin Lang channeled his energy with all his might. The stagnant qi and blood within him surged violently, unleashing a colossal force that instantly shattered the restraints like a raging torrent. His muscles tensed violently. The silver spirit binding chains instantly shattered, scattering into countless broken links that flew apart with a crisp metallic crack. "What?" The female enforcer's pupils narrowed slightly. A flicker of surprise flickered across her face before she swiftly regained her composure. Her figure flickered as she reached out, drawing 2 more pairs of silver handcuffs from her waist. These cuffs were even more intricate than the spirit binding chains, their chains faintly engraved with dense runes that glowed with a faint, eerie light. Clearly no ordinary criminal. This one would take some effort. She gave a cold chuckle, flicked her wrists, and the 2 sets of handcuffs shot out like living creatures, hurtling straight toward Qin Lang. Meanwhile, the battle with Golden Leaf Granny was equally fierce. Her movements were agile as she maneuvered against 2 enforcers. One was tall and imposing, while the other wore dark sunglasses, giving him an air of mystery. Poof! Grandma Goldenleaf's lips curved upward as she slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The pale white mist instantly spread like a flowing fog, completely engulfing her figure in an instant. Gone? The towering enforcer jolted in alarm, scanning his surroundings warily. Yet in that very instant, old woman Goldenleaf had silently glided to his side. Her fingers slightly parted, a thread of sharp, focused energy coalesced at her fingertips, darting straight for his throat. Thud! A sudden gust of force swept in, sending the tall enforcer reeling backward. Just as the old woman's palm was about to make contact, a hand clad in a black leather glove abruptly intercepted her attack. A sunglasses-wearing law enforcement officer charged precisely toward old lady Goldenleaf. Grandma Goldenleaf's eyes narrowed in shock. But how could this man pinpoint her location so precisely and intercept her sneak attack? The sunglasses-wearing enforcer's ears twitched slightly as he reached out to grab old woman Goldenleaf. Old woman Goldenleaf instinctively swung her long tobacco pipe, striking his sunglasses. The sunglasses lifted slightly, revealing a pair of lifeless eyes. Old woman Goldenleaf gasped, "So you're blind?" No wonder. The sunglasses-wearing law enforcement officer gave a faint, low chuckle, his voice calm and detached. "Your smoke has no effect on me. You'd better surrender peacefully. You're quite the humorist." Granny Goldenleaf chuckled softly, then suddenly drew in a deep breath before violently expelling an even denser cloud of white smoke. This time, the smoke didn't merely billow, it rapidly coalesced into tendrils in the air, like living creatures, swiftly coiling toward the two enforcers. What? The tall enforcer sensed danger and tried to retreat, but the smoke strands moved too fast, instantly binding his limbs. The sunglasses-wearing enforcer sensed something amiss, but in the blink of an eye, the smoke strands had already precisely bound his arms. "Heh, who told you to be blind?" Grandma Goldenleaf chuckled softly. With a flick of her fingers, the smoke chains tightened further, completely immobilizing both officers. Grandma Goldenleaf believed the smoke chains had securely trapped her opponents. Yet in the very next second, a fierce and overwhelming force erupted from within the mist. Rip! A sharp whistling sound filled the air as the old woman's smoke chains were torn apart. That force seemed to explode from within, instantly shattering every last bit of restraint. What? Old Lady Goldenleaf frowned and swiftly backed away, only to find the sunglasses enforcer closing in on her. His steps were steady and silent, seemingly unaffected by the smoke. With a slight flick of his wrist, a razor-thin black blade as delicate as a cicada's wing clipped between his knuckles, its cold gleam slicing through the night. TSK. A tough nut to crack, indeed. Old woman Goldenleaf cursed under her breath, retreating with grace, yet her steps faltered slightly. She was accustomed to enemies faltering and hesitating within the smoke, yet this man completely ignored her tactics. No matter how she dodged, that black blade locked onto her position with deadly precision, its intent to kill as cold as ice. Men who showed no mercy to women were truly the most detestable. Grandma Goldenleaf gave a cold laugh, her tone tinged with mockery. Yet her movements grew increasingly constrained as the sunglasses enforcer's attacks intensified. Each strike came like a sudden storm, leaving no opening. She had once maneuvered nimbly through the smoke, but now her opponent seemed to predict her every move, repeatedly sealing off her escape routes and forcing her into a defensive position. A flash of steel. A chill wind swept toward her. Goldenleaf Granny could almost feel the icy edge of the blade grazing her neck. A curse escaped her lips. She knew that if this continued, she would be cornered sooner or later. She had to find a way out. Grandma Goldenleaf drew a deep breath, then swept her sleeves wide. With a sudden surge, she channeled every last ounce of her remaining true energy into the mist. Instantly, the ethereal white mist erupted violently, surging outward like a raging tidal wave. Smoke mist array, thousand shadows escape. Her figure split into 10 within the thick fog, scattering in all directions like ghostly apparitions. The sunglasses enforcer froze, then lashed out with his blade, instantly slicing through 3 illusory forms. But just as he prepared to pursue further, Goldenleaf Granny's true form had already transformed into a fleeting afterimage, swiftly darting toward Qin Lang's position. "Qin Lang, let's take them on together." Her figure flickered, landing beside Qin Lang in an instant. She scanned the surroundings warily, preparing for the battle ahead. Qin Lang was still entangled by those silver handcuffs, his hands bound and unable to move freely. But the moment Goldenleaf Granny arrived, he gave a cold smile, his eyes suddenly sharpening with murderous intent. "You wouldn't seriously fight with this junk still on, would you?" Goldenleaf Granny panted, shooting him a displeased glance. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, violently jerking his arms as his true chi surged forth. The spirit-binding shackles shattered instantly. The silver light cracked like frost, scattering into flecks of light that vanished into the air. The female enforcer frowned, surprised that Qin Lang had broken free of her restraints, but she immediately sneered coldly, "Some skill, but nothing special." Qin Lang snorted coldly, too impatient for words. With a flick of his wrist, the ghost-slaying blade was already drawn from its sheath. "A protracted battle is unfavorable for us? Then let's settle this swiftly." Before the words faded, a fury-fueled aura erupted from Qin Lang's body. A violent gust surged forth, and a murderous intent swept like a hurricane, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Chapter 166, Bai Qi's Old Acquaintance.
Qin Lang's aura surged to its peak in that instant, like a divine blade freshly drawn from its scabbard, its edge bared, its icy glint piercing.
Boom! The earth trembled slightly as Qin Lang charged forward like a black lightning bolt. His ghost-slaying blade sliced through the air, trailing a series of piercing sonic booms as it locked onto the female enforcer. The female enforcer's expression changed. Qin Lang's speed was so blindingly fast it made her heart skip a beat, leaving her with only a fleeting moment to counterattack. Almost instinctively, she retreated while flipping her hands. Two silver handcuffs crossed midair, forming a silver barrier in an attempt to block the blade. Clang! The savage blade energy slammed down, causing the silver handcuffs to violently tremble. The female enforcer was forced back repeatedly by the immense force, the ground beneath her feet even cracking under her weight. On the other side, the sunglasses enforcer had intended to press his attack against Golden Leaf Granny. Yet when Qin Lang unleashed that terrifying killing intent, he paused, his black blade halting mid-strike. How could this kid be this strong? Sensing the battle intent in the air, the sunglasses enforcer tightened his grip on the blade, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes. Qin Lang forced the female enforcer back with a single strike. His blade pointed downward, his gaze cold as lightning. He slowly raised his head to survey the surrounding enforcers, a cruel curve forming at the corners of his mouth. What are you all standing around for? Qin Lang chuckled coldly, come at me all at once. The female enforcer, forced back by Qin Lang's strike, flushed with a mix of humiliation and fury. She prided herself on her strength and skill. How could she tolerate being dominated head-on by her opponent? Damn it! Gritting her teeth fiercely, her eyes flashing with intensity, she ignored the sunglasses officer's warning and leapt forward once more, charging at Qin Lang. Sir, calm down! The sunglasses officer shouted, his brow furrowed. But the female enforcer was already beyond reason. The silver handcuffs in her grasp flickered with an eerie glow, twisting and coiling like a serpent. With a flick of her wrist, the silver chain of the spirit binding lock transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward him. Qin Lang gave a cold laugh, poised to unleash another burst of power. At that moment, Bai Qi's voice suddenly rang out. Big brother, don't act. Deep within his mind, Bai Qi's voice exploded, carrying a hint of urgency and an unquestionable warning. Qin Lang froze abruptly. Before he could react, he felt the power within him suddenly stall. A strange, repulsive force churned violently in his dantian. Two distinct energies collided violently within Qin Lang's body, forcibly clogging his meridians. This. Qin Lang cursed inwardly as the energy within him instantly became chaotic, the explosive force he had been building up abruptly severed. In that split-second hesitation, the killing intent descended. A flash of triumph flickered in the female enforcer's eyes. The silver handcuffs abruptly expanded, transforming into several spirit binding chains. Like raging steel serpents, they instantly coiled around Qin Lang's limbs and body. Snap! The chains crisscrossed and tightened, binding Qin Lang completely, leaving him utterly immobilized. Qin Lang! Grandma Golden Leaf's expression darkened, bewildered as to why Qin Lang had been captured again. But before she could react, the sunglasses-wearing enforcer closed in. As if he had seen everything coming, the moment the female enforcer moved, he had already identified Old Lady Golden Leaf's weakness. Gotcha! The sunglasses enforcer declared coldly. His hand shot out with lightning speed, like a sudden storm, slamming down on Golden Leaf Granny's shoulder. The sheer force made her body tremble slightly. Old woman Golden Leaf's heart sank. Just as she tried to break free, a crushing weight descended upon her shoulder. A terrifying force, like a 1,000-pound boulder pressing down, rendered her agile movements utterly useless. Thud! Grandma Golden Leaf was slammed hard onto the ground, sending dirt flying and dust billowing. Enforcement officers nearby rushed over, their faces breaking into relieved smiles. Oomph, finally caught. Qin Lang, bound head to toe in spirit binding chains, was filled with confusion. Bai Qi, what the hell are you playing at? All this time, Bai Qi had never caused trouble for him. Why was he suddenly working against him today? Could something have changed? Qin Lang grumbled inwardly, but Bai Qi spoke calmly, brother, don't blame me. I'll explain everything shortly. Rest assured, if they harm you, I'll protect you. Qin Lang was speechless. The police car raced through the night, the darkness outside the windows as thick as ink. Streetlights along the route cast flickering shadows inside the cabin. Qin Lang and Old Lady Jinya were locked in the back seat, still bound by the silver spirit binding chains. Qin Lang slumped against the seat, his gaze deep and unfathomable. His expression betrayed little emotion, yet turmoil churned within his heart. Bai Qi, why did you stop me? He whispered the question in his mind. After a moment of silence, Bai Qi's voice echoed in his mind deep and complex. I sensed the aura of an old acquaintance emanating from that female enforcer. Qin Lang froze slightly, his brow furrowing. An old acquaintance? What does that mean? Bai Qi sighed slowly, as if sifting through distant memories. After several seconds, he continued. That woman might be the descendant of one of my former subordinates. This statement caught Qin Lang off guard. Your subordinate? Qin Lang repeated softly, his gaze shifting slightly. Which one? Anyone Bai Qi remembered couldn't have been a minor figure.
Bai Qi offered no reply, only falling silent as if unwilling to delve deeper. Since Bai Qi didn't wish to elaborate for now, Qin Lang decided not to press the matter. He lifted his head and looked toward the driver's seat ahead. Up front, the female officer drove the patrol car with focused concentration, the red and blue emergency lights occasionally casting a cold, sharp glow across her profile. Her expression was impassive, lips tightly pressed together. She cast occasional glances toward Qin Lang, radiating an intense self-discipline and vigilance, as if she never let her guard down.
Qin Lang's eyes flickered, and he spoke up. "Hey, officer, what's your name?"
The female officer turned her head slightly, giving him a cold, dismissive glance. Her eyes held no trace of emotion, as if she had no intention of acknowledging him.
The police car fell silent, the atmosphere oppressive and stifling. Yet Qin Lang merely curved his lips, continuing lazily. "What? You arrested me and won't even introduce yourself?" The female officer finally spoke, her voice clear and cold, devoid of any warmth. "Your curiosity is rather excessive."
Qin Lang shrugged, his tone casual, "Can't help it.
A police officer as beautiful and tough as you, how could I not be curious?"
Old Lady Golden Leaf rolled her eyes beside them, thinking to herself, this kid actually dares to flirt with the officer at a time like this.
He really is bold as brass. The female officer frowned slightly, clearly growing impatient with Qin Lang's smooth-talking attitude. "Why should I tell you? You're crazy." Qin Lang retorted, "If you won't tell me, I might just do something reckless." Chapter 167, Hidden Motives. "What are you going to do?"
The police car continued speeding along, the cabin thick with tension. The female officer kept a watchful eye on Qin Lang.
Qin Lang smiled.
Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Qin Lang's arms jerked as the spirit-binding chains restraining him shattered instantly. The silver chains slid off his body like broken snakes, clinking and clanking in a series of sharp metallic clangs.
"You!" The other officer in the passenger seat whipped his head around. The female officer slammed on the brakes, bringing the patrol car to an abrupt halt in the night.
The tires screeched against the pavement. The air inside the cabin seemed to freeze. The female officer slowly turned her head, her gaze sharp as she fixed it on Qin Lang, her hand already moving stealthily toward the weapon at her waist. Yet Qin Lang merely stretched his wrists leisurely, a faint smile curling his lips. Unfazed by her vigilance, he spoke casually.
"Relax, calm down.
If I really wanted to escape, it wouldn't take any effort at all.
Look, I'm being this cooperative. It's obvious I don't want any trouble."
Qin Lang deliberately spread his hands wide, signaling he had no intention of attacking.
The female enforcer gritted her teeth. "I advise you not to." Qin Lang retorted, "If I truly wanted to escape, do you really think you could stop me?"
The female enforcer took a deep breath, her eyes flickering slightly as she stared intently at Qin Lang, trying to find a crack in his expression. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated Qin Lang breaking free from the spirit-binding shackles so effortlessly.
Once locked on, no one had ever broken free. What kind of monster was he? But quickly, the female enforcer forced herself to calm down, suppressing her inner shock.
Her voice was low and steady as she asked,
"What exactly do you want?"
Qin Lang leaned casually back in his seat, his gaze fixed on her with a hint of amusement and a touch of deeper meaning.
"Nothing much, really. Just a bit curious about you. Wanted to have a proper chat." The female law enforcement officer's frown deepened, her tone icy. "Talk about what?" Qin Lang flicked his fingertips lightly, asking casually. "Like your name." Song Niancy's eyes flickered slightly, but she didn't hesitate long.
After a moment, she replied coldly.
"Song Niancy." Upon hearing the name, Qin Lang's eyes flickered.
Then, in his mind, he murmured.
"Bai Qi. Does it ring a bell now? The descendant of which of your subordinates?"
Bai Qi fell silent for a moment before sighing with resignation. 1,000 years have passed.
"Do you really think I'd remember just from hearing a name? I'm not a god."
Qin Lang shrugged, seemingly unsurprised by the answer, and casually remarked, "Too bad."
Song Niancy narrowed her eyes slightly, clearly sensing something peculiar about Qin Lang's reaction.
Her voice carried a hint of wariness as she asked,
"What exactly are you up to?"
Qin Lang suddenly curved his lips into a meaningful smile, his tone light and playful.
"What else could it be? Of course, I'm trying to pick you up."
The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the entire carriage froze.
Grandma Genia shot Qin Lang another withering glance.
The law enforcement officer in the passenger seat whipped around, staring at Qin Lang in utter shock, as if doubting his own ears.
Song Niancy froze for a moment, then her expression instantly turned icy.
She gritted her teeth and spat out 3 words.
"You're crazy."
Qin Lang, however, only smiled more brightly, as if he'd anticipated her reaction all along. Leaning back lazily in his seat, he drawled,
"Don't be so cold. We've got plenty to talk about." Song Niancy took a deep breath, forcing down the urge to slap him senseless.
Her gaze was as cold as steel, as if she were plotting how to shut this man up for good. Qin Lang folded his arms behind his head, eyes closed. "All right, let's get going."
"I need to catch some sleep." Song Niancy still felt uneasy. But old lady Genia interjected, "All right, drive on.
If Qin Lang truly wanted to leave, he wouldn't waste time with you.
Song Niancy snorted in defiance.
Inside the police station, cold white lights illuminated the metal desks and chairs, the air carrying a faint scent of disinfectant. Qin Lang leaned lazily against the bench in the holding cell, legs crossed, a smile playing on his lips. He looked more like someone dropped by for a casual chat than a suspect brought in for questioning. Grandma Goldenleaf sat cross-legged beside him, a slender pipe clutched in her hand, occasionally exhaling wisps of pale blue smoke. Grandma Genia narrowed her eyes, her gaze lingering on Qin Lang before she suddenly spoke.
Qin Lang, aren't you the least bit worried about Su Mubai?
Qin Lang smiled faintly, waving his hand with an air of ease.
Worried? Not at all. Granny Goldenleaf raised an eyebrow. Oh? You're quite carefree. I thought you were deeply concerned about that female ghost. Qin Lang chuckled softly, his gaze lingering meaningfully toward the police station corridor. A faint smile touched his lips as he said leisurely, "Did you forget what I said earlier? My nose is incredibly sensitive. Earlier, on Song Niancy, I caught Su Mubai's scent." Old woman Goldenleaf paused, then chuckled, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Well. So you already knew Su Mubai was in the hands of the law enforcement officers? No wonder you were so calm. I almost believed you really knew nothing. Qin Lang shrugged indifferently. If you hadn't been so convincing in your act, I wouldn't have played along. Granny Goldenleaf rolled her eyes. Well, you're the craftier one, aren't you? Qin Lang didn't respond, instead furrowing his brow slightly, a thoughtful look crossing his face. But there's one thing I still don't understand, he said, rubbing his chin as a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Why would the enforcers target me? I clearly have nothing to do with Bai Qinhu's case. Granny Goldenleaf's smile faded as she studied him thoughtfully. You suspect they have ulterior motives? Qin Lang nodded, his gaze darkening. The enforcers suddenly coming for me? There's definitely more to it. I only left Silent Hill 2 days ago. Bai Qinhu and his crew have clearly been dead for ages. There's no way I could have done it. The law enforcers must be looking for trouble where none exists. As the two discussed, a crisp, cool voice echoed from the doorway. Qin Lang, come out. Your interrogation time is up. Turning toward the sound, they saw Song Niancy standing in the doorway, arms crossed over her chest. She regarded Qin Lang with a cool expression, her eyes holding a hint of subtle scrutiny. Qin Lang smiled faintly, rose to his feet, adjusted his collar, and gazed at her lazily, his tone playful. Officer Song, missing me already? Song Niancy's eyes turned icy. Cut the chatter. Follow me. Chapter 168, her scent lingers on you. Qin Lang shrugged, gesturing to old lady Goldenleaf to wait for his return before strolling leisurely into the interrogation room. The interrogation room's lights were harsh and piercing, casting a pallid glow over the metal table that reflected in icy streaks. The room was starkly minimalist, devoid of any unnecessary furnishings beyond the desk, chairs, and a surveillance camera tucked into the corner. Qin Lang was led to a chair and sat down, his hands casually resting on the tabletop. His expression was lazy, seemingly unconcerned about the interrogation. Across from him, Song Niancy stood rigidly upright, arms crossed tightly across her chest. Her gaze was sharp and piercing as she fixed it on him, radiating an overwhelming aura of intensity. She slowly pulled out a chair and sat down, her gaze never leaving Qin Lang. Her first words were a direct interrogation. Qin Lang, what's your relationship with Bai Qinhu? Qin Lang smiled faintly at her words, his tone as casual as if they were chatting. He asked me to go to the Silent Hill instance, so I went. Song Niancy snorted coldly, her fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop as a hint of disdain colored her voice. That's all? Qin Lang shrugged. What else could it be? Song Niancy stared at him. After a moment, she spoke slowly, then why were you at Bai Qinhu's villa? Qin Lang blinked, as if hearing the most ordinary question, and replied matter-of-factly, because I came out of the Silent Hill instance, so I went to give him a report. Smack! Song Niancy slammed her hand on the table, her eyes widening in shock as her voice rose several notches. I didn't even bother exposing you, and now you're just making it up as you go? What did you say? You came out of the Silent Hill dungeon? Her pupils contracted slightly, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Qin Lang found her reaction amusing. Leaning back in his chair with an easy air, he offered a half smile. What? I'm sitting right here, aren't I? Song Niancy stared intently at him, as if trying to confirm whether he was joking or attempting to deceive her. Yet, judging by his demeanor, Qin Lang showed no signs of lying. Still, her hands clenched unconsciously, knuckles turning slightly white. Her voice was low and firm. Impossible. No one has ever survived the Silent Hill instance. How did you manage it? Qin Lang sighed softly, stretching lazily, utterly unfazed. How about you buy me a cup of coffee? I'll tell you all about it. Song Niancy's gaze grew colder. Her hands crossed on the table, her fingers tapping lightly against the cold metal surface, producing a low, steady click-clack. Her voice carried an unquestionable authority. Qin Lang, I advise you to take this seriously. The murder at Bai Qinhu Villa has already caused a huge stir. The entire city is watching this case. If you don't come clean now, you're in for a world of trouble.
Qin Lang shrugged helplessly, the smile fading slightly from his face, though his tone remained tinged with nonchalance.
I did clear the Silent Hill scenario. But if you don't believe me, what can I do?
Song Nianxi's gaze darkened, his eyes like razor blades scanning Qin Lang's face, searching for the slightest crack in his expression. Yet Qin Lang remained perfectly composed, even carrying a hint of languid indifference, as if he genuinely believed his words were perfectly reasonable.
Song Nianxi snorted coldly, clearly not buying his nonsense.
She knew better than anyone how terrifying the Silent Hill instance was, a forbidden zone where every entrant met certain death. Not only had no one ever cleared it, but no one had ever survived it. At that moment, Qin Lang suddenly narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. His tone was laden with meaning as he asked, Enforcement Officer Song, since you didn't ask me, I'll ask you a question instead.
What? Song Nianxi frowned. Qin Lang raised a finger, waving it through the air as he spoke leisurely, have you ever captured an A-grade anomaly? Song Nianxi paused, taken aback by the unexpected question. Her eyes sharpened, her tone sharp, no. Why? Qin Lang stared intently into her eyes, as if studying her reaction. After a moment, the smile on his lips deepened. He shook his head. You're lying. Song Nianxi's frown deepened. Her gaze toward Qin Lang held a thread of wariness. What do you mean? Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, lightly sniffing the air. A flicker of amusement crossed his eyes as he spoke slowly, because, you carry her scent. Song Nianxi's expression darkened abruptly, her pupils contracting slightly as the surrounding air seemed to grow colder. Her gaze sharpened, radiating an oppressive intensity. Her voice was low and unwavering, Qin Lang, you have no right to question me. Right now, you should be answering my questions obediently, not questioning me. Qin Lang, however, laughed unconcernedly, even carrying a hint of casual teasing. He shrugged indifferently and said lightly, that won't do, Officer Song. If you don't release Miss Su, don't expect to get any answers from me. As his words fell, the air froze for a moment. Song Nianxi narrowed her eyes, fixing them on Qin Lang with icy intensity. I did indeed capture a female ghost. If you don't tell me the truth now, you'll never see her again. Qin Lang paused, then a faint smile touched his lips. Oh? So Miss Su is indeed in this police station? Song Nianxi's brow furrowed slightly, yes. So what? Qin Lang's smile deepened. He leaned back in his chair, folded his hands, and sighed softly, in that case, I'll take my time searching. Before his words had fully faded, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Song Nianxi's pupils suddenly contracted. She watched helplessly as Qin Lang exerted a slight force, effortlessly snapping the special handcuffs securing his wrists. Simultaneously, the wooden interrogation chair shattered into splinters at the moment of his sudden exertion, sending fragments flying everywhere. Oh no! Song Nianxi's heart clenched. In a split second, she raised her hand and drew another spirit binding lock from her waist. But Qin Lang's figure flashed between the shattered chair pieces and was already sprinting toward the door. Trying to escape? Song Nianxi's eyes narrowed fiercely. With a flick of her wrist, the spirit binding chain shot forth like a serpent, whistling through the air as it coiled toward Qin Lang's retreating back. Oomph, interesting. Qin Lang heard the wind whistling toward him. A faint smirk touched his lips as his body abruptly halted. His feet shifted sideways, and he stopped like a ghostly apparition, narrowly avoiding the chain as it whipped past him. The spirit binding chain struck empty air, slamming hard against the interrogation room door with a dull thud that sent the entire door swaying slightly. Song Nianxi's expression darkened as she spun around, swiftly reeling in the spirit binding chain. Her eyes blazed with fierce combat intent. Qin Lang, don't think you can escape. Chapter 169, Rampage at the Law Enforcement Bureau. Song Nianxi followed closely behind Qin Lang, her icy voice echoing through the police station corridor. Qin Lang, do you really think you can escape? This is the Law Enforcement Bureau. It's teeming with experts. What you're doing is futile. Qin Lang didn't look back, his pace unabated. If anything, he accelerated. His eyes gleamed with excitement, a faint smile playing on his lips. Talented individuals everywhere? Sounds thrilling. Yet, moments after bursting out of the interrogation room, a towering figure stood firmly blocking his path ahead in the corridor. A man clad in black enforcement uniform stood there, sunglasses obscuring his face. His hands were casually tucked into his pockets, his posture rigid and unyielding like a statue carved from stone. It was the very same law enforcement officer who had apprehended old woman Golden Leaf. The sunglasses-wearing officer tilted his head slightly, his voice deep and oppressive, return immediately. Otherwise, you'll only add to your own sins. Qin Lang halted, appraising the man briefly before chuckling lightly. Guilt? That's quite the accusation. I've no interest in being a good boy. Just hand over my comrades, and we'll call it even. The sunglasses-wearing enforcer offered no reply, merely raising one hand in a standard combat stance. Qin Lang shrugged and sighed helplessly, guess we're not talking. The next instant, the air exploded with a deafening crack. The sunglasses-wearing officer lunged forward like a cheetah, leaving a fine crack in the floor beneath his feet. His entire body transformed into a dark shadow, closing the distance to Qin Lang in an instant. The fist tore through the air, a brutally powerful straight punch aimed squarely at Qin Lang's face. Qin Lang's pupils contracted slightly.
His feet shifted and he rolled backward, evading the punch. Yet where the fist had passed, the air seemed to shatter, even causing the corridor walls to tremble faintly.
Not bad. Qin Lang chuckled softly. But the sunglasses-wearing enforcer gave him no chance to catch his breath.
The instant he dodged the straight punch, his figure accelerated again, his other fist following through with a devastating strike aimed at Qin Lang's abdomen. The punch was fierce, carrying the force of a thunderous blow.
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, sensing the oncoming gust of force.
Finally holding nothing back, he flipped his wrist. In an instant, a cold gleam flashed as a long, narrow black blade shot out from his hand, the ghost-slaying blade. The blade flashed like lightning, striking toward the sunglasses enforcer's fist in an instant. Clang! The expected spray of blood didn't materialize. Instead, the demon-slaying blade struck the tip of the sunglasses-wearing enforcer's fist, erupting in a metallic clang. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. His fist is this hard? The sunglasses-wearing enforcer's expression remained unchanged. Planting his foot firmly, he seized the opening created by Qin Lang's slash, spinning abruptly and driving his shoulder forward with brutal force. Caught off guard, Qin Lang stumbled back 3 steps. Yet his reflexes were equally swift. Flipping his wrist, the demon-slaying blade shot forward again with a fierce, icy glint, aiming straight for the sunglasses-wearing enforcer's throat. Yet the sunglasses enforcer still drew no weapon, relying solely on his bare body to withstand the blow. He shifted his stance slightly, dodging the blade's edge by inches. His left hand shot out like a grappling technique, aiming to seize Qin Lang's wrist and wrest the demon-slaying blade from his grasp. Qin Lang snorted coldly. His blade twisted abruptly, forcing the opponent to release his grip. He immediately closed the distance, his blade flashing relentlessly as his assault came down like a storm. Yet the sunglasses enforcer countered solely with martial arts, relying on precision footwork and parries to exchange blows evenly with Qin Lang. Within mere seconds, dozens of exchanges erupted, sword flashes and fist shadows intertwined, each collision unleashing staggering force that seemed to make the surrounding air vibrate. The sunglasses-wearing enforcer breathed lightly, his feet planted firmly. His tone remained cool and confident. "Qin Lang, you're no match for me. Give up." Qin Lang heard this and a smirk touched his lips. "Oh? Is that so?" Before he could finish speaking, he swung his blade in a fierce horizontal slash, the edge cutting through the air with a sharp arc of light. The sunglasses-wearing law enforcement officer, expecting Qin Lang to press his attack, instantly tensed his body, crossing his arms in defensive readiness. But the next second, he was stunned to realize that Qin Lang's strike wasn't aimed at him at all. Boom! The blade of the ghost-slaying sword, razor-sharp beyond compare, sliced clean through the wall beside him. Bricks shattered, dust swirled, and the wall was cleaved open with a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. What? The sunglasses-wearing law enforcement officer paled in shock, instantly realizing he'd been played. Qin Lang hadn't been fighting him seriously at all. Instead, he'd been using their clash to study the internal layout of the enforcement bureau. Once he'd mapped out the environment, he'd wasted no time tearing open a passage and charging straight toward his target. Damn it! His roar came too late. Qin Lang's figure vanished like a ghost, darting through the breach and into the adjacent room. The moment he stepped inside, Qin Lang sensed a familiar aura, the aura belonging to Su Mubai. He was close. His gaze sharpened as he charged forward without hesitation. Yet, at that very moment, a light-hearted, slightly lazy voice echoed through the darkness. "Oh my, who's the little lost child wandering into my place?" Qin Lang's heart jolted, his footsteps halting abruptly. He whipped around, his gaze locking onto the corner of the room. In the dim light, a slender woman leaned casually against the doorframe. Her arms crossed, her long legs stacked one atop the other, her posture lazy yet radiating a dangerous aura. She wore a law enforcement uniform, a form-fitting black jacket outlining her graceful curves, paired with black stockings hugging her long legs, shimmering subtly in the hazy light. Her narrow, phoenix-like eyes held a hint of amusement, her red lips curled slightly, as if observing prey that had unexpectedly trespassed onto her territory. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, gripping his demon-slaying blade tightly as he studied her warily. Another roadblock? Wearing black stockings to work? Your enforcement bureau really is full of talent. The black-stockinged officer chuckled softly, pacing forward with deliberate grace. Each step carried an air of calm elegance, yet the oppressive tension in the air thickened with every step. Tilting her head, she offered a faint, ambiguous smile. "Oh? Talented? That's quite amusing coming from you." Qin Lang scoffed. "So, do you want to fight, or do you want to talk?" The black-stockinged officer's smile deepened. Her gaze studied him like a cat toying with a mouse before she lightly licked her lips. "What do you think? To have fought the sunglasses to a standstill means you're quite formidable yourself. I just love men who are both powerful and unyielding." Qin Lang chuckled. "Well then, let's see what you've got." Chapter 170, Surrender or Die. No sooner had Qin Lang spoken than he lunged forward like lightning. His demon-slaying blade, trailing a fierce blade aura, shot straight for the female enforcer's throat. Yet, facing such a fierce assault, the female enforcer merely smiled faintly, her lips curving slightly. Like a phantom, she flickered and vanished from her spot before Qin Lang's blade could touch her. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed sharply. His blade momentum unchecked, he forcibly halted his strike and took a step back, his gaze darting warily around the surroundings.
He knew this strike wasn't merely about speed, it carried a mental lock that ordinary evasion techniques couldn't fully counter. Yet this woman before him had not only evaded effortlessly, but her very presence had vanished entirely, as if she had never existed at all. What was going on? Qin Lang thought to himself, his mind on high alert. The truly dangerous foes were rarely the warriors who charged headlong into battle, but rather these elusive, unpredictable assassins who appeared and vanished like shadows. He was certain this woman wasn't invisible. If she were invisible, she would have left traces of her aura. Yet now, there was no trace of her anywhere in the entire room. Yet before he could react further, a piercing whistling sound suddenly tore through the air from behind. Qin Lang reacted with lightning speed, instinctively ducking to the side while spinning around. He met the sunglasses-wearing enforcer head-on, her fist carrying a powerful gust of wind aimed straight for his face. TSK. Qin Lang clicked his tongue in disdain. His hands flipped, and the ghost-slaying blade shot out horizontally, its edge blocking the oncoming iron fist. Boom! Blade and fist collided, erupting in a deafening roar. The surging shockwave instantly sent ripples of force rippling outward, causing the glass outside the interrogation room to crack with fine fissures. Qin Lang felt immense force surge through the blade. He used the momentum to slide backward, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. That sunglasses-wearing law enforcement officer's physical combat skills were truly terrifying. To be able to counter his demon-slaying blade with sheer physical strength alone meant this man was no ordinary opponent. But what caught his attention even more was... Ha! A light chuckle sounded abruptly from his side. Qin Lang glanced sideways, his pupils instantly contracting. The female enforcer had reappeared from nowhere, still clad in her form-fitting black uniform, black stockings outlining her long legs. She was watching Qin Lang with keen interest, her eyes brimming with amusement. This woman's movements were too bizarre. Qin Lang's expression darkened as he realized these two were working in perfect coordination to seal off his escape routes. The sunglasses-wearing enforcer attacked head-on, while the female enforcer moved like a ghost in the shadows, waiting for her chance. If he couldn't find a way out soon, he'd likely be dragged into a passive position. So, you really think you can stop me? Qin Lang took a deep breath, gripping his knife handles tightly as a wild aura began to surge from his body. Of course. The female enforcer chuckled softly as she approached slowly, tilting her head to study him while murmuring, "After all, you are a dangerous and fascinating man." Qin Lang snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on her with piercing intensity, yet a meaningful smile touched the corners of his mouth. Is that so? As he spoke, his foot slammed against the ground, propelling him forward at breakneck speed. But instead of charging at the female enforcer, he swung his demon-slaying blade with blinding speed. Boom! The adjacent wall shattered with a crash, sending fragments flying. Qin Lang had secretly memorized the internal layout of the enforcement bureau during the fight, breaking through the wall and charging straight towards Su Mubai's location. Both the sunglasses enforcer and the female enforcer were startled, clearly not expecting Qin Lang to be solely focused on the fight he had already secretly mapped out an escape route. Oh dear! The female enforcer sighed softly, then a flash of coldness flickered in her eyes as her figure vanished from the spot. The moment Qin Lang burst into the adjacent room, her low murmur reached his ears. What a cunning little creature! Qin Lang's footing faltered slightly. His body jerked backward, darting like a serpent beneath the female enforcer's razor-sharp handstrike. Simultaneously, the sunglasses-wearing enforcer's heavy fist, carrying a terrifying gale-force wind, slammed violently toward Qin Lang's side. The roaring wind and crushing pressure slammed into his face. But just as the fist was about to connect, Qin Lang's form flickered. With near superhuman speed, Qin Lang slid sideways, effortlessly dodging through the narrow gap between the two combatants. Like a shadowy figure, he slipped out of the fray and landed steadily several paces away. Poof! Qin Lang took a shallow breath, flexed his wrist, and a playful smile touched his lips. He glanced down at the slight indentation in the ground beneath his feet, recalling the details of the exchange. Suddenly, he murmured softly, He lifted his head, his gaze lingering meaningfully on the female enforcer as his voice carried a hint of contemplation. Something feels off about this. The female enforcer raised an eyebrow, a playful smile playing on her lips. She remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Lang. Qin Lang stroked his chin, his mind rapidly rewinding the battle sequence. His attack had clearly locked onto the female enforcer. Logically, even with her blinding speed, she shouldn't have vanished without a trace. More crucially, she hadn't merely evaded, her very presence had vanished entirely. As if she had never existed at all. It was as if. Qin Lang's eyes suddenly brightened, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. I get it. He slowly raised his demon-slaying blade, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it on the female enforcer. Slowly, he uttered a few words. It's not that you're fast. You possess some kind of spatial leap ability, right? The sunglasses enforcer's brow furrowed slightly, while the female enforcer's laughter grew even more joyful. She clapped softly, her eyes holding a mix of admiration and danger. How clever, Qin Lang. Qin Lang fixed her with an unyielding stare, his guard not lowered but his grip on the blade tightening instead, ready to counter her next move at any moment. Using spatial leap techniques to instantly relocate not only evades attacks but also conceals one's presence, creating the illusion of vanishing.
Qin Lang spoke slowly, his tone growing steadily more assured. No wonder you vanish without a trace every time I lock onto you. So what if I see through it? The female enforcer smiled faintly, parting her crimson lips as her voice drifted like a bewitching whisper through the night. Even if you knew, you'd still die. Qin Lang smiled faintly, a trace of scorn curling his lips. His eyes flashed with a piercing light, as if capable of piercing the darkness and seeing through all illusions. Who dies is still up in the air. He spoke with casual ease, seemingly oblivious to the danger surrounding him. Before his words faded, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the side. Song Niancy, spirit binding chains in hand, charged forward with a fierce glare. Seeing her two colleagues gain the upper hand, a surge of triumph washed over her. Her voice turned cold and resolute. Qin Lang, you have nowhere left to run. Surrender now, or you will die here. Chapter 171, Don't go to that dungeon. Qin Lang merely chuckled, a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he hadn't taken her words seriously at all. Is that so? Then let's see. He suddenly gripped the ghost-slaying blade in his hand, its edge glinting with a cold, sharp gleam in the dim light. The next instant, his form shot forward. The ground beneath his feet cracked instantly as he transformed into a blur, colliding head-on with the female enforcer. Looking for death. The female enforcer chuckled lightly, her figure vanishing eerily into the air once more, as if merging with the darkness, leaving not a trace of her presence behind. Yet just as she prepared to reappear behind Qin Lang for a fatal strike, a frenzied aura erupted from his body. Boom! That aura swept through the room like a hurricane, carrying an unmatched oppressive force that instantly filled the entire space. The air seemed to freeze solid, while surging, violent energy rippled outward, creating invisible waves. Song Niancy's expression changed abruptly. Her footsteps halted, and her hand gripping the spirit binding lock trembled slightly. The sunglasses wearing enforcer's fist froze mid-air, cold sweat trickling down his temple. Meanwhile, the female enforcer had just teleported behind Qin Lang, poised to launch a surprise attack. But in that instant, her body froze abruptly. Her pupils contracted sharply, and the smile on her face froze solid. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure locked onto her. What overwhelming aura! Song Niancy felt her legs begin to buckle. Qin Lang's gaze swept slowly across the crowd, his voice low and dangerous. Who dares move now? Song Niancy's eyes instantly turned cold. Her fists clenched involuntarily, and the rage on her face nearly boiled over. Her patience was nearing its limit. Just as she was about to rebuke Qin Lang for his arrogance, the interrogation room door swung open. Squeak! The heavy metal door swung open slowly, revealing a middle-aged man in a black law enforcement uniform stepping inside. Tall and imposing, he carried himself with a steady, commanding presence, the aura of a superior officer. Qin Lang noticed the gold braid embroidered on his cuffs and the more intricate badge on his chest compared to Song Niancy's, clearly indicating a higher rank. Upon seeing the new arrival, Song Niancy immediately stood at attention, suppressing all emotion. She saluted him respectfully, her tone deferential. Good morning, Chief. The chief gave a slight nod in acknowledgement of her salute. His gaze then settled on Qin Lang, scrutinizing him with a probing intensity. After a moment, the corners of his mouth lifted. His tone was calm yet unmistakably firm. Mr. Qin, I hear it took quite some time to secure your presence here. It seems, indeed, that it takes some skill to get you to come. Qin Lang leaned lazily back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the director with a hint of amusement rather than fear. He snorted, his tone casual. What? What do you want now? The bureau chief's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. His tone was gentle, even tinged with flattery. By all accounts, a master like you who conquered Silent Hill certainly possesses the capability to take down Bai Qinhu's entire gang. We invited you here for questioning, which is only reasonable. Please don't take offense. At these words, Song Niancy and the others jolted in surprise, whipping their heads around to stare at the chief. Song Niancy's voice betrayed unmistakable shock. Wait, you mean he actually cleared the Silent Hill dungeon? Qin Lang's gaze remained utterly unruffled. Didn't I tell you that already? What, did you think I was joking? Song Niancy clenched her jaw, momentarily speechless. She knew full well the horror of the Silent Hill dungeon, a death trap most dared not enter. What's more, to date, not a single officially registered challenger had ever returned alive. And Qin Lang not only walked out alive, but seemed completely unaffected? How was that even possible? The director sighed softly, tapping his fingers on the desk to refocus their attention. Alright, there's no point dwelling on this. He paused, the smile fading from his face as his tone grew solemn. Mr. Qin, I understand your concern for Miss Su's safety. So, let's make a deal. Qin Lang's gaze sharpened. His smile remained unchanged, but his eyes narrowed slightly, radiating a hint of danger. His voice was steady and cold. Oh? What kind of deal? The director's gaze remained steady as he spoke slowly. You need only agree to one condition, and I'll release her immediately. What condition? Qin Lang asked directly, his tone still casual, as if he had no concern whatsoever for Su Mubai's safety. The bureau chief's fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop as he murmured, Don't go to that copy at the Rain Night Hotel. Song Niancy and the others were startled once more. What? Qin Lang still intends to go to the Rainy Night in instance? Qin Lang's smile froze, his gaze instantly sharpening as the lazy expression vanished from his lips. He found a spot to sit up straight, folded his hands on the table, and fixed the director with a deep stare. His voice was low. Why? The bureau chief's expression remained calm, yet his tone carried an indescribable sense of pressure. His gaze fixed on Qin Lang like a burning torch as he spoke slowly. Our investigation has confirmed that you and Boss Jin have reached an agreement. Should you successfully clear the rainy night in, Mr. Jin's capabilities will be significantly enhanced. This is absolutely not the outcome we desire. Qin Lang's eyebrows arched slightly at these words, a playful smile curling his lips. He tapped the tabletop lightly, his tone laced with languid indifference. From what you're saying, the rewards for this dungeon seem even more generous than Silent Hills? The director didn't respond immediately, instead staring intently at Qin Lang as if weighing his words. After a moment, he nodded slowly, his voice low. You're absolutely right. The rewards from the rainy night inn are enough to change a person's fate. Qin Lang's eyes sharpened as he asked with keen interest, oh? What makes this instance so special? The director didn't answer directly, instead letting out a soft sigh as if lost in memory. Back then, one of the founders of the Wudao Society. It was precisely after clearing the rainy night inn that his power surged dramatically, ultimately allowing him to become a regional overlord and single-handedly establish the Wudao Society. The mere mention of the Wudao Society sent a wave of silence through the room. Song Nianxi's expression shifted slightly as she looked at the director with solemn eyes, a complex emotion flickering within them. It seemed she was hearing this news for the first time as well. Qin Lang's eyes lit up, his smile deepening. He tapped the tabletop lightly, his voice tinged with eager anticipation. The Wudao Society? Now that piques my interest. His gaze suddenly sharpened, a provocative curve playing at the corners of his mouth. After hearing you say that, I absolutely must go. The director's brow furrowed slightly, as if he'd anticipated Qin Lang's reaction all along. Still, he let out a deep sigh, his eyes clouding over with resignation. Song Nianxi, however, glared fiercely at Qin Lang and snapped angrily, Qin Lang. The director is speaking to you properly, and you're doing this on purpose? Qin Lang shrugged, arms crossed over his chest, the smile on his lips unchanged. Of course. What, you disagree? Chapter 172, The Power of the Enforcement Bureau. Song Nianxi's brow furrowed, her expression darkening as she coldly warned, Qin Lang, watch your tone. This isn't the place for you to act out. Her tone carried an unquestionable authority, the spirit binding lock in her hand trembling slightly, as if poised to unleash another attack at any moment. The moment she'd been overwhelmed by Qin Lang's aura had stirred a flicker of unease, even irritation within her. This man was simply too arrogant. Yet, in the very instant the air froze, a steady voice tinged with amusement cut through the tension. It's fine. The director slowly stepped forward, his gaze appraising Qin Lang as the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. His hands were clasped behind his back, his presence as steady as a mountain, making it impossible to gauge his true depth. Mr. Qin, your abilities are truly astonishing. The director sighed softly, a meaningful gleam flashing in his eyes. However, since you insist on entering that instance, you must bring our enforcement officers with you. Qin Lang's eyes flickered slightly at the words. With a faint, ambiguous smile, he asked, oh? Are you planning to assign me 2 overseers? The director smiled indifferently, not overseers. I'm not like Boss Jin. He turned to the 2 figures standing nearby and continued slowly, you've already crossed swords with them earlier, but allow me to formally introduce them now. He raised his hand, first pointing at the man in sunglasses. His name is Han Zhua. He excels at close-quarters combat, capable of withstanding any weapon with sheer physical strength alone. Even when facing extraordinary beings, he can easily hold his own. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, glancing at Han Zhua. He's certainly skilled, Qin Lang remarked with a light chuckle. Han Zhua seemed to notice Qin Lang's gaze and bowed his hands in greeting. Thank you for your guidance earlier. The chief smiled and turned his attention to the female law enforcement officer standing on the other side. As for her, Qin Lang's gaze also fell upon the woman in black stockings. I'll handle this. She crossed her arms, a playful smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang with a hint of challenge. My name is Ling Wei. I specialize in high-speed combat and spatial leap. The director nodded, many people lose before they even get a chance to fight her. Oh? Qin Lang's gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Ling Wei. No wonder you vanished so suddenly just now. So it was spatial leap after all? Ling Wei chuckled softly, her voice laced with lazy amusement. Why, Mr. Qin, you're quite sharp. But even if you figured it out, so what? She tilted her head slightly, extending a slender finger and giving a gentle flick. Care to try again? Qin Lang smiled, a flicker of combat intent flashing in his eyes. Let's try it then. The director cleared his throat softly, breaking the tense standoff between them. He spoke slowly, all right, now that everyone has met, we should discuss the matter of the copy. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. Sure, let's talk. The director stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm yet uncompromising. This time, when you enter the Rainy Night Hotel, you must be accompanied by someone from our bureau. Qin Lang's lips curved into a faint, ambiguous smile as he regarded the man, his eyes glinting with amusement. Oh?
Sounds like you're afraid I'll run away? Not afraid you'll run, afraid you won't.
The bureau chief sighed softly, his gaze deepening as he studied Qin Lang.
The dangers within the rainy night and far exceed your imagination.
While your abilities are formidable, facing this instance alone may not be the wisest choice. Qin Lang snorted lightly, shrugging casually.
So what's in it for me if your enforcement bureau insists on tagging along?
The director smiled faintly, his tone calm and measured. They can accept your commands and follow your directives. The words hung in the air, plunging the room into silence.
Song Niancy's expression abruptly changed.
She snapped her head up, staring at the director in disbelief.
Director! This is absolutely unacceptable.
Her tone brimmed with fierce discontent and resistance, her entire being radiating uncontrollable fury.
Making the law enforcement bureau take orders from an outsider? That's completely against protocol.
However, Han Zhuo and Ling Wei standing beside her showed no sign of objection whatsoever, appearing instead remarkably composed.
Han Zhuo pushed his sunglasses up his nose and said calmly, "It doesn't matter. It's just one mission. Whoever commands it is the same."
Ling Wei, meanwhile, watched Qin Lang with keen interest, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of her mouth.
She spoke lazily, "Follow his orders? Interesting. I don't like listening to those old farts anyway." Song Niancy shot them a fierce glare, "You too."
However, the director waved his hand, cutting off their argument. His gaze returned to Qin Lang, sharp as a blade.
"Mr. Qin, I'll be direct. My sole objective is to eliminate Boss Qin and the Wudao Society." His voice was low and resolute, carrying an unquestionable determination. "You have old grievances with the Wudao Society too, right? Then in this operation, you can fully leverage the Bureau's resources to achieve your goals. Consider this my commission to you and I'll ensure you receive the Bureau's full support."
Qin Lang gave a slight flick of his wrist, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes held an unwavering resolve. "Cooperation is possible.
But before that, I must see Su Mubai first."
The director nodded slightly, his expression as calm as ever, showing no hesitation, agreed. The moment the words left his mouth, Song Niancy, standing nearby, visibly stiffened. Her gaze flickered over Qin Lang with complex emotion. She clenched her jaw but ultimately said nothing more, turning instead toward the interrogation room. Moments later, the door opened from the outside, and a slender figure stepped inside.
Qin Lang.
The moment Su Mubai saw Qin Lang, the delight in her eyes was almost unrestrained. She hurried forward, a look of indescribable relief washing over her face.
"As long as you're safe." Qin Lang offered a faint smile and nodded lightly.
After briefly assessing her condition to confirm she hadn't suffered any harm, he withdrew his gaze and remarked casually, "Glad to see you're unharmed, Miss Su." Song Niancy, watching the scene unfold nearby, felt an inexplicable pang of unease in her heart, her expression tinged with reluctance. Qin Lang, however, paid no heed to her emotions. His gaze shifted to the chief, and a faint smile touched his lips.
"Now that Miss Su is safe, there's one more person who should be released." The chief furrowed his brow. "Which one do you mean?"
"The old woman Jin Yi, who was arrested alongside me."
Qin Lang's tone was calm, yet carried an air of unquestionable authority. "If we're to cooperate, shouldn't we first demonstrate sufficient sincerity?" Chapter 173, She was the undercover agent.
The chief paused briefly before nodding in agreement.
Moments later, another figure was escorted inside.
Upon seeing Qin Lang, old lady Goldenleaf smiled faintly.
Well, you've become the honored guest now, haven't you?" Qin Lang gave a slight nod and cut straight to the point. "We've reached an agreement with the Enforcement Bureau.
This time, I'll be joining them to raid the rainy night in instance." Granny Goldenleaf frowned slightly at this, while Su Mubai beside her widened his eyes in surprise.
"You're going with them?"
Qin Lang chuckled and shrugged.
"What can I say? They offered to help." Su Mubai and Goldenleaf exchanged glances, both eyes flickering with doubt. Just as they were about to ask more questions, Su Mubai suddenly remembered something, his expression shifting. "Wait, what about EZ?" Grandma Goldenleaf's expression darkened as well, her gaze turning sharp as she fixed it on Qin Lang. "Yes, where is EZ?" The atmosphere in the room instantly turned tense.
Qin Lang offered a faint smile, his tone tinged with detachment.
"Don't worry about her. She's probably already been taken away by Shenwan Qing."
Su Mubai froze, his brow furrowing instantly as confusion flashed in his eyes.
"Why?"
Old woman Jin Ye's gaze instantly sharpened. She narrowed her eyes, fixing them on Qin Lang, her voice low and carrying an undeniable sense of pressure.
"Young man, are you implying that Boss Jin's mole is actually Shenwan Qing?"
Qin Lang shook his head gently, his expression serene, a hint of amusement even curling his lips.
"Quite the opposite."
At those words, everyone froze.
Su Mubai's pupils contracted slightly, an inexplicable unease rising within her. She couldn't help but step forward, her voice tightening. "Then what are you implying?"
Qin Lang slowly scanned the group, finally letting out a soft sigh. His voice was low and laden with meaning. "Shenwan Qing is actually with the Enforcement Bureau."
"What?" Su Mubai gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Grandma Goldenleaf's expression also turned grave.
Her gaze fixed intently on Qin Lang, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. Song Nianzi, Han Zhua, and Ling Wei all furrowed their brows slightly. Clearly, this news had caught everyone off guard. After a moment of silence, Su Mubai took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty. Wait, Qin Lang.
Are you saying Ez is the one who's actually Boss Jin's mole?
Her voice carried disbelief, even a hint of unwillingness to accept it.
Granny Jean Yi was startled too. Never would she have guessed that unassuming Ez was Boss Jin's mole. She'd been hiding it too well.
The air seemed to freeze in that instant.
All eyes fixed on Qin Lang, awaiting his response.
Qin Lang lifted his chin slightly, his gaze sweeping over each face in turn. A faint curve touched his lips as he spoke with a hint of amusement. Actually, I already knew back at Boss Jin's house.
Su Mubai froze, furrowing his brow. Knew what?
Qin Lang sniffed the air lightly, his gaze lingering meaningfully on her. His voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable certainty. Ez sent.
The words sent shockwaves through the room.
Qin Lang crossed his arms, leaning against the wall as if lost in recollection, his tone laced with nonchalance. I smelled Ez scent in Mr. Jin's villa. His voice suddenly lowered. That place isn't somewhere ordinary people can just walk into. Only a select few confidants could leave traces there.
Su Mubai's eyes widened abruptly, his face instantly turning pale. You mean Ez has been by Boss Jin's side all along?
Qin Lang shook his head lightly, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Or rather, she's been by my side all along. The air seemed to freeze solid in that moment. Qin Lang continued slowly. At the time, I couldn't fully confirm her identity, but I knew at least this much: her allegiance was far from simple. His gaze darkened slightly, his eyes deep and unfathomable.
However, when I met Song Nianzi, everything became clear. Song Nianzi's brows furrowed as she fixed Qin Lang with a cold stare. What do you mean?
Qin Lang smiled faintly, his tone tinged with profound meaning. You carry Shen Wanqing's scent.
Song Nianzi's expression shifted slightly, her eyes wavering momentarily before regaining composure.
Qin Lang continued unhurriedly. Shen Wanqing's scent is faint, but I wouldn't mistake it. She spent considerable time with you. His gaze flashed with piercing intensity, as if he saw through everything. From that moment, I'd already pieced together the truth.
Shen Wanqing isn't Boss Jin's mole, she's one of you from the Enforcement Bureau. Everyone's expression changed.
Su Mubai covered his mouth in disbelief, speechless for a long moment. Qin Lang sighed softly and shook his head.
This explains a lot.
Why Ez has been following me all this time, why Boss Jin knows my every move so precisely, even down to my personal habits. He paused, the smile on his lips growing colder.
The answer is simple. Ez has been feeding intelligence to Boss Jin all along. Su Mubai's expression grew intensely complex.
Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to protest but couldn't find the right words. She looked at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible.
How could Ez be an undercover agent?
She's been through life and death situations with us countless times. She even saved us once, and... Her voice grew softer, as if she herself was beginning to waver. She recalled countless moments Ez accompanying them through life and death battles. If all this was a lie, what could she possibly believe in anymore? Song Nianzi, however, remained relatively composed. Crossing her arms, she shot Qin Lang a sidelong glance and snorted coldly.
What kind of freak are you? You can actually smell that? You're not really a dog's nose, are you?
Qin Lang chuckled softly, hands tucked into his pockets, seemingly unfazed by Song Nianzi's teasing.
Whether it's a dog's nose or not doesn't matter. What matters is...
He tilted his head slightly, a faint, ambiguous smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Is Ez currently being held captive by you two?
Song Nianzi's brows furrowed, her eyes flickering.
So what if she is?
Qin Lang shrugged, his gaze deepening. Then it proves my hunch was spot on.
You haven't told her she was captured by the Enforcement Bureau, have you? Song Nianzi asked. Are you up to something again? Chapter 174, My Identity.
Qin Lang glanced at Song Nianzi and smiled.
Not something bad. Something interesting. Grandma Golden Leaf tapped her pipe gently, her gaze deep as she fixed it on Qin Lang. Then how do you plan to deal with this traitor, Ez?
Qin Lang merely chuckled unconcernedly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Since the Enforcement Bureau has already captured her, I'll simply turn the tables on them. His words left everyone stunned, brows furrowing in confusion.
Play along? Su Mubai looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Han Zhua stroked his chin. Are you planning to use her to extract information about Boss Jin? Qin Lang nodded. Exactly.
Meanwhile, in the underground detention facility of the Enforcement Bureau, Ez was confined within an iron-barred cell. Cold metal bars confined her, her hands shackled by special spirit-sealing restraints that suppressed her spiritual power, rendering even her most basic abilities useless. She tugged fiercely at the shackles, her wrists reddened from the friction, yet it was futile. Her eyes blazed with fury and defiance as she glared fiercely at the enforcement officer outside the cell. Her voice carried a hint of suppressed rage. Hey! Who the hell are you people? Why did you arrest me? Let me out now. Her voice echoed through the empty cell, yet the law enforcement officer standing guard outside remained utterly unmoved, standing coldly in place as if waiting for something. Just then, the iron door creaked open, and steady footsteps echoed through the chamber. Ez looked up to see three figures entering.
Leading the way was Song Niancy.
Unlike her usual uniform, she now wore a black leather jacket, her long hair casually pulled into a high ponytail. A playful smile played on her lips, giving her an air of effortless danger. Beside her stood a burly man with his hands in his pockets, wearing sunglasses. Behind them followed a young man in his early 20s, clad in a slightly oversized hoodie with sleeves rolled up to reveal muscular arms. He wore a mask, his gaze sharp, exuding an air of effortless nonchalance. Yi felt uneasy looking at these three. Qin Lang tugged at his mask as he strode in alongside Song Niancy and Han Kuan. Their entire demeanor lacked any trace of law enforcement professionalism, instead resembling a small gang of street thugs. Yi froze, a sudden wave of unease washing over her. Who are you? Who are you? Why are you arresting me? Song Niancy halted, arms crossed over his chest, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Why don't you take a guess? Are you in cahoots with Xin Wanqing? Yi's pupils contracted slightly as her gaze locked onto Song Niancy's face, brimming with fury and wariness, as if she could see right through her. Yet Song Niancy merely smiled lightly, her expression both flippant and tinged with amusement, as if observing a small beast trapped in a snare. She spoke slowly and deliberately. We are Qin Lang's enemies. Her voice was lazy and light, carrying an air of unquestionable composure. Leaning forward slightly, she looked down at Yi with a faint, ambiguous smile. So, Miss Yi, we now need your cooperation to record a video to lure Qin Lang here. If you play along nicely, you might suffer less. Yi's breathing quickened slightly, a flicker of rage igniting in her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly, forcing herself to calm down, and sneered, Dream on. You can forget it. I won't let Qin Lang take any risks. Song Niancy shook her head slightly, her smile deepening. She sighed softly, shrugged her shoulders, and let a hint of contempt touch her lips. Ah, Yi, you're just too stubborn. Since you're so thick-headed, I'll just have to show you what I'm capable of. Yi's entire body trembled as alarm bells instantly rang in her mind. Her breath caught involuntarily, every muscle tensing as if bracing for the torment to come. Qin Lang watched Song Niancy from the side, thinking to himself, this woman really plays the part convincingly. Oh dear, how rough. Yi snapped her head up, her gaze locking onto Qin Lang standing nearby. He stood there with an air of leisure, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, yet his eyes flickered with an unsettling light. He strode forward, his pace leisurely and casual, hands tucked into his pockets. His gaze slowly swept over Yi's body before narrowing slightly, revealing a somewhat lecherous grin. Such a stunning beauty. Qin Lang deliberately drew out his words, his smile growing more pronounced. I wonder what lies beneath those clothes. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Yi's face instantly drained of color. Her eyes widened violently as if an invisible hand had clenched her heart, sending it plummeting to the depths. She instinctively took a step back, her breathing slightly hurried. Her voice carried anger and a barely perceptible edge of panic. Don't you dare do anything. Or I'll kill you. Yet Qin Lang paid no heed to her threat, his smile only growing broader. He took a slow step closer, leaning down to stare at her with a tone laced with playful mockery. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Yi's fingernails dug deep into her palms. Pale with fury and shame, her gaze sharpened like blades, as if she could tear this man before her to shreds. Song Niancy stood nearby, silently rolling her eyes inwardly. This man truly was no good. Others might act like thugs unconvincingly, but he didn't even seem to be putting on a show. Her back pressed tightly against the cold wall, Yi's gaze fierce, like a wild beast cornered. Her breath came in ragged gasps as her chest heaved violently. Her gaze swept over the three men before her, finally settling on Qin Lang's face, twisted in a mocking smirk. Her voice rose, sharp and furious. If you dare lay a finger on me, you'll have no place to bury your bones. Her voice echoed through the cramped cell, carrying an unquestionable ferocity and warning. Qin Lang merely raised an eyebrow, the smile on his lips deepening. He clapped his hands together, an air of amusement about him. Oh? Interesting. Then tell us, what kind of connections do you have that would prevent us from even retrieving your body? Yi took a deep breath, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. She knew there was only one way to make them stop. Stealing her emotions, she swept a sharp gaze across the room and declared in a low voice, my status is not ordinary. Oh? Qin Lang drew out the syllable with lingering meaning, his expression a mocking half-smile. What kind of status? Care to elaborate? Chapter 175, Let me see Qin Lang. Yi ignored his taunt and continued, if you release me and Qin Lang, I guarantee you'll get whatever you desire. Song Niancy crossed her arms, snorting coldly. Yi, do you think we're 3-year-olds? Who would believe empty promises like that? Exactly. Qin Lang tilted his head slightly, an amused expression on his face. You expect us to trust you based on mere words? Do you really think that's possible? Yi's expression shifted slightly. She knew that without presenting some real proof, these people before her would never believe her. She paused, clenched her jaw, and swept her gaze across the room before speaking slowly. You know Boss Qin, right? Qin Lang and Song Niancy exchanged glances. Qin Lang asked, who doesn't know Boss Qin? But so what? Actually. Her voice was low and deliberate, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. I am Boss Jin's daughter. The words exploded like a bomb, shattering the cell in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Song Niancy's body lurched forward, her face contorted with disbelief. What? You're Boss Jin's daughter? Han Koan couldn't help but clench his fists. Qin Lang, however, remained utterly unruffled. But deep down, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel a jolt. He had suspected Yi Zi played an unusual role within Boss Jin's team. But he never imagined Yi Zi would be Boss Jin's daughter. Qin Lang slowly raised his eyebrows and spoke calmly, HM? Boss Jin's daughter? With Boss Jin's influence and power, doesn't that make you second to none? Yi Zi's expression turned grim as she clenched her jaw. None of your business. Just let me go, and I'll lead you to him myself. Whatever you want, I can have him give it to you. Qin Lang stared intently at her face, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze was deep and unfathomable. His voice was low and measured, tinged with a hint of testing. Then what proof do you have? Yi Zi's heart tightened. She knew her words would be dismissed as nonsense without proof. Gritting her teeth, she declared firmly, I can prove it. But only if you release me and don't harm Qin Lang. The air in the cell seemed to freeze once more as all eyes converged on Yi Zi. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, a meaningful smile playing on his lips as if deep in thought, while Song Niancy's expression grew even more complex. Yi Zi straightened her back, her gaze sharp as she fixed it on the figures before her. Her tone was unwavering. In short, you cannot lay a finger on Qin Lang. Otherwise, I will not let you off the hook. Her voice rang out with unyielding force, carrying an undeniable ferocity that echoed throughout the entire cell. Yet upon hearing this, Song Niancy merely paused for a moment before a meaningful smile curved her lips. Ha! She chuckled softly, folding her arms and leaning against the cell door. Her eyes scanned Yi Zi up and down with playful amusement. You seem pretty invested in Qin Lang, huh? Yi Zi's fingers curled slightly, her gaze shifting nervously, though she forced herself to remain composed. Seeing this, the mockery in Song Niancy's eyes deepened. Her tone grew playful as she continued, What? Is there some secret you're hiding? She deliberately drew out the last syllable, her voice tinged with teasing. A jolt shot through Yi Zi's heart, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. She opened her mouth to protest, only to find herself momentarily speechless. Seeing her silence, Song Niancy's laughter grew more unrestrained, her eyes glinting with speculation. Or could it be, you like him? The words landed like a pebble dropped into a lake, sending ripples across the surface. Qin Lang glanced at Song Niancy, who wore a triumphant expression. Yi Zi's pupils suddenly contracted. She froze for a moment, then instinctively clenched her fists. Forcing herself to sound calm, she snapped, What nonsense are you talking about? Her voice was more urgent than she'd intended, as if desperately trying to distance herself from the accusation. Yet, her ears betrayed her, quietly tinged with an almost imperceptible blush. Song Niancy took in her reaction, the smile on his lips deepening. Oh? That reaction seems a bit suspicious, don't you think? Yi Zi's heart seemed to skip a beat, her gaze instantly sharpening. She drew a sharp breath, suppressing the strange emotion stirring within her. In any case, she said coldly, you cannot lay a finger on Qin Lang. She emphasized again, each word carrying an unwavering resolve, otherwise, no matter the cost, I won't let you off the hook. Qin Lang remained impassive, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth as his deep gaze fixed on Yi Zi. The way you look at him, you seem to care about Qin Lang quite a bit. But as far as I know, Boss Jin has always wanted Qin Lang dead. These words struck Yi Zi like a sharp blade, piercing straight into her heart and catching her breath. Yi Zi swallowed hard. That. Qin Lang leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on hers, sharp enough to pierce through every layer of her disguise. He continued, since you're one of Boss Jin's people, it seems you'd like him dead too, right? Yi Zi's expression abruptly changed. Her pupils contracted sharply, panic flashing in her eyes as if someone had violently seized her throat. No, that's not it. The words nearly burst from her lips, her voice tinged with urgency and anger as she vehemently denied, I never thought that. Never. Qin Lang is my friend. Qin Lang countered, then did he know your true identity? Yi Zi faltered, aye. Unbeknownst to her, her fingers curled slightly from the force, her knuckles turning white. Her body tensed instinctively, as if terrified Qin Lang wouldn't believe her. Qin Lang's expression remained utterly unchanged, still calm and composed. He simply watched her silently. You must know that Boss Jin just sent him to the Rainy Night Inn's copy, right? The word struck like a thunderclap, exploding violently in Yi Zi's mind. What? Her pupils dilated sharply, her entire body convulsing as if struck by lightning. The color drained from her face in an instant. The Rainy Night Inn dungeon. Her heart pounded wildly, her chest felt as though crushed by a boulder, and her breathing grew ragged. An uncontrollable wave of panic surged from the depths of her being. She stared fixedly at Qin Lang, her voice trembling slightly from sheer terror. Where is Qin Lang now? Tell me quickly. Chapter 176, She Values You. Yi Zi's hands gripped the iron bars of the cell door so tightly her fingertips turned white. An unprecedented agitation and tension radiated from her entire being, completely shattering her previous composure and calm.
Please, I beg you, don't harm Qin Lang, okay? Her reaction startled the others in the cell. Qin Lang looked puzzled. I didn't do anything. Is this really necessary? Song Niancy narrowed her eyes, watching Yi Zi with an amused smile. She then cast a curious glance at Qin Lang, as if suddenly sensing something unusual. Qin Lang regained his usual composed demeanor, slowly lifting his head with a gaze that was deep and icy. What exactly are you afraid of? His voice was low and deliberate. Yi Zi's rapid gasps echoed in the confined space. Qin Lang is my friend. I just want to protect him. I beg you. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her eyes reddened. Tears fell like beads from a broken string, rolling down her cheeks and splattering onto the cold floor. Qin Lang just emerged from the Silent Hill dungeon. His body isn't fully recovered yet. Don't push him, and don't harm him. Her voice cracked with sobs, betraying an unmistakable plea and anxiety. Qin Lang cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. Cough. Crying won't help. Why not tell us the truth? We'll decide if we'll listen to you. He began to wonder if Yi Zi had already uncovered his true identity, deliberately speaking these words to deceive him. Yi Zi took a deep breath, lifting her tear-filled eyes to meet Qin Lang's gaze. Her eyes held unwavering resolve and earnest pleading. Qin Lang is the most important person to me. Her voice was soft, yet carried an unshakable resolve, so I beg you don't harm him. Put. Song Niancy narrowed her eyes, her gaze shifting between Yi Zi and Qin Lang. The smile at the corner of her mouth deepened, seemingly amused by this sudden outpouring of deep affection. Han Kuan couldn't help but stroke his chin, as if pondering whether there was more to this statement than met the eye. Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat. What the hell does this woman mean? But before he could ponder further, Yi Zi urgently blurted out, also, don't let him go to the rainy night inn. He'll die. She practically shouted it, her voice thick with terror and unease, as if that place concealed something utterly dreadful, something that would claim Qin Lang's life the moment he set foot there. Yi Zi's breathing steadied slightly, but her eyes remained frantic. She gripped the iron railings tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Qin Lang frowned slightly before saying, repeating this over and over means nothing to me. You need to give me some intelligence that actually moves me, otherwise, it's all for nothing. Yi Zi took a deep breath, forcing her voice to remain steady. Fine. I'll tell you. I truly am Boss Jin's daughter. From childhood, I was trained as a dungeon running player. According to his plan, I was supposed to become his right-hand assistant, gathering resources and serving his ambitions. Unfortunately, my talent fell short. In his eyes, I was nothing but a useless waste. Plus, I couldn't stand how he treated players as tools for profit, using people's fates as bargaining chips. That's why I finally ran away from home. The room fell silent for a moment. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, studying her with keen interest. A faint, mocking smile played on his lips as he spoke, just your word? Who's going to believe you? Yi Zi took a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, I can prove it. Boss Jin has a base in the city, it's a liaison point between him and the Wudao Society. Only a handful of core members know about it. She then named a location. You can go check it out yourselves. You'll soon find out whether I'm telling the truth or not. The words had barely left her mouth when the others present exchanged meaningful glances. Song Niancy stroked his chin, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Oh? Why tell us about such a crucial place? Don't tell me you're trying to trick us or set a trap? Yi Zi didn't hesitate before speaking, because I don't want to be dragged into Boss Jin's schemes anymore. His affairs have nothing to do with me anymore. Besides, I would never risk Qin Lang's life for a joke. Qin Lang stood nearby, his eyes flickering slightly as if weighing the credibility of her words. After a brief silence, he gave a faint smile and turned to walk out. Just then, Yi Zi abruptly grabbed the iron railing, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Wait. Qin Lang halted but didn't turn around, merely asking in a lazy tone, what? Something else? Yi Zi's eyes burned with desperation. Her voice choked with emotion as she summoned every ounce of strength to shout. If you can reach Qin Lang, please deliver a message for me. Please, whatever you do, don't let Qin Lang go to the rainy night inn. Qin Lang glanced at her before saying, mind your own business. After leaving the cell, Qin Lang told Song Niancy, go check out that hideout. Song Niancy crossed her arms. Do you really think I'm your subordinate? Qin Lang replied, if you won't go, I'll go alone. You'll have to explain yourself to your chief later. Song Niancy gritted her teeth. You little brat. Ling Wei chuckled, Niancy, you really should go with him. If I didn't have things to attend to, I'd go with him myself. But be careful, that Yi Zi just now seemed to hold Qin Lang in such high regard. Don't end up like her. Song Niancy scoffed, me, like her? Only if I'm crazy. Soon, Qin Lang, Su Mubai, Song Niancy, and Han Kuan were seated in the police car, heading toward the base Yi Zi had provided. Song Niancy turned her head to glance at Qin Lang, a playful smile playing at the corners of her mouth. What? Are you really planning to check out that hideout, or is it because you don't believe that girl's story? Qin Lang gave her a lazy glance, his tone casual, I believe her. He raised his hand, flexing his fingers, and continued, but regarding the Wudao Society, I need to see for myself what they're up to. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease heading into that instance. Han Koen frowned slightly. You mean?
Qin Lang curved his lips, his voice low and laden with meaning. They'll definitely be coming for the rainy night in instance too.
Song Niancy burst out laughing upon hearing this.
He shrugged, a hint of teasing in his voice. I told you so.
That girl seems so devoted to you, how could she possibly lie to you?
Qin Lang halted in his steps, turning to stare at Song Niancy suspiciously, his gaze as if appraising someone not quite right in the head.
What on earth are you thinking? Chapter 177, Raid. Song Niancy spread his hands wide, grinning innocently. I'm just telling the truth.
That girl was crying so pitifully in jail, scared to death you'd die. It was enough to melt anyone's heart. Qin Lang frowned, his eyes tinged with resignation.
You may be a woman, but do you have some misunderstanding about women's tears? Song Niancy whistled softly, saying nothing more, though the smile on her face remained impossible to hide.
Han Kuan shook his head slightly nearby, clearly uninterested in their exchange. The stronghold was nestled within an abandoned industrial zone, surrounded by rusted steel frames and collapsed factory buildings. Dim lights cast shadows on the damp ground, the air thick with a mix of musty mold and the metallic tang of rust.
The stench hit them even before they approached.
Qin Lang led Song Niancy, Han Kuan, and the others to crouch behind an abandoned shipping container, silently observing the movements at the forward outpost.
The area was quite open.
If the people inside truly intended to escape, it would likely be easy for them to get out, making it even harder to locate them. Qin Lang whispered, Miss Su, you go in first to scout the situation.
Su Mubai nodded.
With a flick of her body, she vanished like a wisp of morning mist into the night, slipping silently through the gate and infiltrating the stronghold.
Watching the direction Su Mubai vanished, Song Niancy couldn't help but pout and mutter under her breath, Hey, Qin Lang, having a female ghost by your side, don't you think it's getting a bit too spooky? Without turning his head, Qin Lang casually tossed back, Haven't you gotten married yet?
Song Niancy nearly lost her balance, her smile instantly freezing on her face as she looked utterly bewildered.
What business is it of yours if I'm not married?
Only then did Qin Lang turn his head to glance at her, a faint smirk curling his lips as he replied nonchalantly, Then what business is it of yours that Miss Su is by my side? Song Niancy was momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing slightly. She raised her fist, ready to slam it into Qin Lang's shoulder, gritting her teeth and snapping, Qin Lang, are you asking for a beating?
Qin Lang had anticipated this.
He shifted his body slightly to dodge the punch effortlessly, the smile on his lips deepening. It's just the truth.
Why are you overreacting? Song Niancy took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger.
She silently reminded herself not to stoop to the level of someone as sharp-tongued as Qin Lang, otherwise, she'd be driven to her grave by his provocation sooner or later.
Han Koen, listening to their bickering from the side, couldn't help but shake his head. All right, he sighed helplessly. Stop arguing. We've got more important things to deal with.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Mubai's figure appeared silently behind them, carrying with it a crisp night breeze. Her expression was grave, clearly indicating she'd encountered something troubling. Qin Lang's expression shifted, his gaze darkening slightly.
Looks like things here aren't as simple as they seem.
The group instantly dropped their playful banter, all turning their attention to Su Mubai as they awaited the news she brought. Su Mubai's figure slowly materialized in the darkness, her expression grave. She had clearly uncovered crucial intelligence. Her brows furrowed slightly as her voice echoed faintly, There are indeed people conversing inside, but a barrier has been erected around the perimeter.
It's difficult for me to get close. However, I've memorized the approximate location and can guide you there.
Qin Lang stroked his chin thoughtfully upon hearing this. His gaze swept over Song Niancy as the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint, ambiguous smile.
Tell me, he asked, could we arrest them outright for illegal assembly? Song Niancy rolled her eyes and shot him a disapproving glare. Do you think law enforcement officers can just do whatever they want? Arrest people on any flimsy excuse?
Qin Lang's eyes lit up slightly as he replied meaningfully, So you're saying it's possible, right?
No, what do you mean?
Song Niancy froze, about to explain she hadn't meant it that way, but Qin Lang had already charged forward.
Guided by Su Mubai, Qin Lang raised his hand without hesitation.
A surge of energy shot skyward as he bellowed, enforcement officers conducting a surprise inspection.
Everyone inside, freeze. You're all surrounded by me alone. This sudden turn of events made Song Niancy's face instantly pale with shock. How dare he? Qin Lang, you're out of your mind.
Song Niancy cried out in alarm, lunging forward without hesitation to try and stop Qin Lang. But she couldn't match his speed, forced to trail closely behind. Furious, Song Niancy wanted to curse him out. Qin Lang's brazen actions were driving her mad. This guy was clearly abusing his authority as an enforcer.
But shouting warnings was too late now. Qin Lang's cries had already echoed like thunder throughout the abandoned factory. Those in the strongholds had surely sensed something was amiss. This is it. Everything's going to hell. Song Niancy gritted her teeth in silent curses.
Without pausing to think, she suddenly quickened her pace, charging straight toward the stronghold. The moment Qin Lang's shout faded, the tension in the room became palpable. After a moment of silence, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, two figures suddenly burst out the side door, attempting to escape amidst the chaos.
They're running pretty fast.
Qin Lang snorted coldly, thrusting his foot off the ground. His form shot forward like an arrow, leaving the bowstring, directly pursuing one of them. His speed was blinding, the wind whistling past his ears. The figure had barely taken a few steps when Qin Lang closed the distance, reaching out to grab the shoulder.
However, the opponent's reflexes were equally sharp.
Sensing Qin Lang's pursuit, he spun his feet and slid sideways like a fish, narrowly evading the grab.
Pretty quick. Interesting.
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curling his lips. He lowered his center of gravity, gathering power for another charge. At the same moment, Song Niancy also moved.
Standing behind them, she saw the two attempting to flee.
Without hesitation, she swung her arm. The spirit-binding chains on her wrist shot out like venomous snakes, emitting a sharp whistling sound. They traced silver arcs through the air, snapping precisely around both figures.
Don't run! Song Niancy's sharp command echoed as the spirit-binding chains instantly tightened, binding both men's limbs in an instant, rendering them utterly immobilized. The two struggled briefly, only to discover the chains faintly shimmering with a ghostly blue spiritual energy. It seemed to possess a sealing effect, binding the energy within their bodies and preventing them from channeling any power to break free. Oomph, this trick of yours works rather well.
Qin Lang halted his steps, observing the bound pair as he casually brushed his sleeves with a smirk.
Of course it is. This is my prized possession, specifically designed to deal with troublemakers like you. Song Niancy shot Qin Lang a glance.
Though her words were sharp, a flicker of satisfaction danced in her eyes.
Fine. Let's see who these two are first.
Qin Lang stepped forward, his gaze sweeping coldly over the two captured men, his eyes darkening slightly.
He demanded loudly, "Hey, which one of you is from the Wudao Society?" Chapter 178, The Interrogation Begins.
Qin Lang walked forward slowly, his gaze sweeping over the two individuals tightly bound by spirit chains. In the dim light, he could make out a man and a woman, both dressed plainly. Yet their fabrics bore special markings, subtle protective patterns that marked them as far from ordinary. The man had dark skin and a lean build, yet his eyes were sharp and fierce, radiating a savage, beast-like aura. At that moment, he glared fiercely at Qin Lang and Song Niancy, his face twisted with rage, seemingly oblivious to his predicament.
You law enforcers have some nerve. Release us this instant.
The man growled viciously, his voice laced with suppressed fury, ready to erupt at any moment.
The woman also spoke up. Do you even know what you're doing?
If you don't want to die in a gruesome way, release us immediately.
Otherwise, you'll regret it.
Oh? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, flashing a meaningful smile as he slowly crouched down. Looking down at the man's eyes, which seemed to spit fire, he asked, "Did I hear that right?
Are you threatening me? Don't you know what an enforcer does?
You lot are lurking around here in the dead of night, highly suspicious.
Isn't it perfectly normal to arrest you?" The man snorted coldly, clenching his jaw as his facial muscles twitched slightly, clearly holding back his rage. "What makes you enforcers so special?
I've got plenty of ways to deal with you lot."
Ha!
Qin Lang let out a soft chuckle, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a playful expression. "You make it sound so terrifying, but unfortunately, I'm not the type to be intimidated by threats."
He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping toward Song Niancy beside him as he chuckled softly. "Enforcement Officer Song, did you hear that?
This gentleman here says he'll make me regret it."
"MHM, I heard him loud and clear."
Song Niancy crossed her arms over her chest, her expression a mix of amusement and skepticism as she regarded the man.
"But somehow, I have a feeling the ones regretting things soon will be you."
The man clenched his jaw, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes before he forced himself back to composure. His voice turned icy.
"You'd better understand this, we are not ordinary people.
If you dare touch us, you won't end well."
Oh my, that was terrifying.
Qin Lang sighed mockingly, but the next second, his expression darkened abruptly. His gaze sharpened like a blade, piercing the man. "But what I enjoy most is dealing with people like you, those who think they have someone to back them up.
Go ahead, try threatening me again."
Qin Lang smiled, his voice gentle as if chatting with an old friend, yet his eyes were icy cold, radiating a bone-chilling, ruthless killing intent.
"I'm actually curious to see how long you can hold out."
The man's expression finally shifted from initial anger and disdain to a flicker of unease, even a hint of fear. The woman beside him, who had remained silent all along, finally couldn't hold back any longer.
What do you want?"
Her voice was hoarse, laced with a forced composure.
"Simple."
Qin Lang stood up, tilted his chin up, and said in a light tone, "I just want you to cooperate nicely.
That way, everyone will be better off.
If you refuse to cooperate." He paused, a cold smile curling his lips. "Then don't blame me for being too ruthless." The air instantly thickened with tension, as if the very temperature had dropped several degrees. Qin Lang chuckled softly, slowly extending his hand. A flash of cold light appeared in his grasp. Now lay the ghost-slaying blade, a blade as black as ink, faintly glowing with a blood-red aura. The blade was monstrous, coiled with visible black aura, as if countless vengeful spirits wailed upon it. The next instant, Qin Lang thrust the blade forward, plunging it directly before them. The man, who had been forcing himself to maintain his anger, suddenly felt his pupils contract. His throat felt as if something had clogged it, making even swallowing saliva difficult. The woman recoiled involuntarily, her face drained of color, her breathing ragged, her eyes filled with terror. A faint, ambiguous smile curved Qin Lang's lips as he slowly rotated the blade in his palm. His voice was low. "You can see this blade, right? It's no ordinary knife." His voice was soft, almost casual, yet that very nonchalance sent cold sweat trickling down the couple's spines. Qin Lang slowly crouched down, holding the blade horizontally before them. He gently stroked the edge, speaking with careless indifference. "If you don't cooperate, I'll use this to slice your flesh off piece by piece." The moment his words fell, a terrifying aura of death surged from the blade, tangible as it lunged toward the couple. The bone-chilling cold felt as though their very souls were being sucked into the blade. The woman's body jerked violently. She closed her eyes almost instinctively, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. The man gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his temples as his fingers began to tremble slightly. "Aren't you an enforcer? Abusing private punishment is..." Qin Lang rose slowly, sighing with feigned resignation. "What's this now?" he asked, his tone tinged with disappointment. "Just moments ago, you showed utter contempt for law enforcers and the law itself. Now you suddenly want to hide behind the law? Quite flexible principles and boundaries, aren't they? Ah, looks like you still refuse to cooperate." He tilted his head slightly, murmuring as if to himself, "Truth be told, I have a daily quota for killing. Once I reach that number, I stop." Hearing this, the woman's eyes snapped open. Her voice trembled as she asked, "How many do you kill each day?" Qin Lang lowered his gaze to meet hers, offering a gentle smile as he replied with casual nonchalance, "Not many. Just 100 each day." 100? The man gasped in shock, his face instantly turning ashen. "That's right." Qin Lang gently twirled the knife handle, musing thoughtfully, "You're quite lucky today, I've already killed 99. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. The woman's face grew even paler than before, her mouth slightly agape as if she wanted to speak, but her throat was too dry to make a sound. The man, meanwhile, wore an expression of utter disbelief, his eyes filled with struggle and terror. "You're lying." The man forced himself to speak, his voice trembling. "How could you kill that many people every day?" Qin Lang chuckled softly, glancing down at the demon-slaying blade in his hand. "If there weren't so many," he sighed, "then how else would this blade carry such heavy malevolence?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, he violently unleashed the blade's malevolent energy. Chapter 179, My Quota is Exhausted. Instantly, thick black mist surged from the blade like unleashed demons, coalescing into countless twisted shadows in the air. Piercing wails of ghosts seemed to explode in their ears. The temperature plummeted around them, a bone-chilling cold sweeping over them, creating the illusion of being trapped in a realm of ghosts. That intense killing intent and the stench of death pressed down upon the two like a crushing weight, instilling a bone-chilling terror deep within their very souls. It felt as though the very next moment, their souls would be utterly devoured by this bloodthirsty blade. The woman could no longer endure it. Trembling violently, she recoiled backward. The man, who had been gritting his teeth to hold on, finally broke completely. His face turned deathly pale, his breathing became ragged, and his pupils were filled with sheer terror. No, brother. Let's talk this out." The man's voice trembled, as if he might break down and weep at any moment. "Oh? Have you thought of what you want to say?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his tone leisurely, as if this entire scene were merely a trivial game he was casually toying with. Qin Lang smiled faintly, casually raising the ghost-slaying blade in his hand. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a streak of sharp, icy light, its aura of killing intent surging. The man swallowed hard. "Brother, I can give you something else." Qin Lang shook his head. "All right. Since I'm one kill short of my quota for today, you two can discuss who will fill that spot. After all, I went to all this trouble just to ask about the Wudao Society. You can't disappoint me now." At these words, the couple froze instantly. The air seemed to solidify, even their breathing becoming rapid and erratic. The man reacted fastest, pointing at the woman beside him without hesitation, his voice urgent, "Let her do it. Let her." The woman, who had been trembling, froze completely at his words. She whipped her head around to face the man, her fear instantly morphing into rage. Her voice was sharp and bitter. "You scumbag. Pushing me out like this at a time like this?" The man paid no heed to her fury, instead staring fixedly at the knife in Qin Lang's hand, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he hurriedly explained, "She's just a minor player. I know more than she does, really. I'm the one you need." Qin Lang lowered his gaze to the demon-slaying blade in his hand, running his fingers thoughtfully along its edge. He then lifted his eyes to the woman and smiled. "Oh? Since he says so, I suppose I'll kill you." The woman's face paled instantly. She waved her hands frantically, stumbling backward as panic seized her. No, don't kill me." She glared fiercely at the man, her teeth clenched in fury. "I don't know enough? Let me tell you, I'm the leader of the Wudao Society." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow at her words, a playful smile curling his lips. "Oh? A leader, huh?" He looked at the man with a half-smile, his tone unhurried. "Sounds like you're the one with no value." Seeing the situation turn dire, the man's face drained of color. He frantically waved his hands, protesting urgently, "No.
She's just a squad leader. I'm a special liaison for the Wudao Society, I know far more. Qin Lang nodded, smiling thoughtfully with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Oh? So your intelligence is more valuable, then? The man nodded frantically, pleading urgently, yes. Yes. I know more. Don't kill me.
The woman glared at the man through gritted teeth, her eyes brimming with rage and hatred, wishing she could strangle him with her own hands. Qin Lang, however, gave the hilt of his blade a light tap, seemingly quite satisfied with their display. A meaningful curve lifted the corners of his mouth.
He gave the demon-slaying blade a gentle shake.
Its edge glinted with a chilling, sinister light under the moon, its murderous aura still thick enough to make the man and woman hold their breath in terror.
A faint, ambiguous smile touched Qin Lang's lips as he swept a glance over the pair. Slowly, he spoke, I will ask a question. Whichever of you gives me a more satisfactory answer will walk away alive. The moment the words left his mouth, the man and woman frantically nodded, terror nearly spilling from their eyes. Qin Lang smiled faintly, seemingly reveling in the situation. He casually flicked his blade and asked leisurely, very well. Let's start with the simplest question. Who are you? The man blurted out first, his voice urgent, as if afraid the woman would beat him to it. My name is Wu Qi. I'm an outer member of the Wudao Society, responsible for intelligence relay. I handle all the crucial intelligence, I swear. I know most of what's going on. The woman shot Wu Qi a fierce glare, her expression shifting between anger and determination. She quickly suppressed her emotions, clenched her jaw, and spoke clearly and firmly, My name is Zhao Qingran. I'm the team leader of the third group within the Wudao Society. My primary role is to assist in arranging operations, but I'm also privy to many classified matters. I even know several core members personally. I can give you their names and contact details. Wu Qi's expression shifted, his Adam's apple bobbed as he hastily added, I'm not just a liaison. I know some of the Wudao Society's secret hideouts. Boss, some places even she doesn't know about. If you want intel, mine is more useful than hers. Zhao Qingran sneered coldly, meeting Qin Lang's gaze without flinching. I know the connection between the Wudao Society and Boss Qin. And I know the Wudao Society's true purpose at the Rainy Night Inn. Wu Qi's face turned ashen, panic gripping him. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he gritted his teeth. She's lying to you. She only knows the surface details. Only our liaison officers have access to the true plans for the Rainy Night Inn. I'm the one you really need. Qin Lang stood before them, calmly observing the two vying for his trust. A faint, meaningful smile touched his lips. Qin Lang gave the demon-slaying blade in his hand a gentle twist. The cold gleam of the blade flickered in the darkness like eyes opening in a deep, dark abyss, emanating a chilling aura. His gaze swept slowly across Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran's faces, his lips curving into a faint, ambiguous smile. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of pressure. What I wish to know next, he continued, is the story behind the Rainy Night Inn. Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran both flinched simultaneously, exchanging a glance. Hesitation flickered in both their eyes as they weighed their response. Zhao Qingran's fingers involuntarily twisted the hem of his shirt. His eyes flickered slightly, his lips parted, but no words came immediately. Wu Qi, meanwhile, broke out in a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. His Adam's apple bobbed as if he were carefully choosing his words. Brother, I can talk about anything else, but I really can't talk about that Rainy Night Inn. If I spill the beans on this, you might as well just kill me yourself. Chapter 180, the edited copy. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly at the scene, advancing the blade's edge an inch. The murderous intent radiating from the steel surged forth like a tidal wave, its invisible pressure bearing down on the two men. What are you still thinking about? Qin Lang's voice was low and icy, like a cold wind slicing across a razor-sharp blade, carrying an unyielding ferocity that brooked no refusal. You two aren't trying to trick me, are you? Zhao Qingran shuddered violently at the aura's impact, his eyes darting nervously toward Wu Qi, clearly flustered. No, big brother, stay calm. Wu Qi's expression darkened further. He drew a deep breath, lips pressed tightly together, clearly wrestling with inner turmoil. This. Wu Qi murmured, his voice laced with hesitation, as if searching for a less fatal answer. The Rainy Night Inn is indeed crucial. But as peripheral members, we don't know the specifics either. Qin Lang watched him impassively, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing colder by the second. Oh? You don't know much, but what about her? His gaze settled on Zhao Qingran, sharp as a silent blade. Zhao Qingran clenched her jaw, her eyes darting between Qin Lang and Wu Qi. Finally, she took a deep breath and murmured, The Rainy Night Inn does indeed hide something. But what exactly it is, I truly have no idea. The moment her words fell, Qin Lang let out a soft snort. His gaze grew icy, and the demon-slaying blade in his hand tilted upward slightly. A murderous aura once again filled the air, pressing down on the two of them so heavily they could barely breathe. Seems you've all decided you don't want to live. Wu Qi's face drained of color. He frantically waved his hands, his voice trembling. No. I really know very little. I can only tell you one thing. That dungeon has been modified. Qin Lang's brow furrowed slightly, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Altered?
Qin Lang slowly repeated Wu Qi's words, his tone tinged with confusion and wariness.
Wu Qi swallowed hard, seeming hesitant.
But under Qin Lang's steady gaze, he steeled himself and explained, yes. Actually, unlocking all achievements in an S-rank instance grants you permission to edit it.
Permission to edit instances?
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the blade's hilt.
Wu Qi nodded, cold sweat trickling down his temples.
His voice was slightly strained. Players with editing privileges can add or remove content within the dungeon. In other words, they could remodel dungeons, even designing stages and setting rules for players who entered later.
Moreover, if no one clears that instance, all the rewards go to the editor.
That rainy night in instance was previously cleared by our Wudao Society's leader, granting him editing privileges. At these words, before Qin Lang could speak, Song Niancy standing beside him suddenly paled. Her pupils contracted slightly, as if she'd suddenly grasped something. Her tone grew grave as she said, if that's the case, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for the Wudao Society to clear the dungeon? Wu Qi gave a bitter smile, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes.
Not exactly.
Those who edit dungeons are forbidden from revealing their contents, or they'll face punishment from the dungeon system. Editors can design targeted traps that make it impossible for outsiders to pass, or directly cause certain players to get stuck indefinitely. Zhao Qingran's expression darkened as she added quietly, more importantly, all rewards within the instance items, gold, hidden bonuses, even certain special privileges are prioritized for the editor. Song Niancy remarked, so basically, they're turning what should be a fair competition dungeon into their own private breeding ground.
Qin Lang's eyes turned cold. So Rainy Nightin has completely become the backyard of the lawless society?
Wu Qi avoided his gaze and murmured, to be precise, it's the chairman's private domain.
Qin Lang let out a cold laugh. The ghost-slaying blade spun lightly between his fingers, the lingering aura of death on its surface rippling faintly, reflecting the tense expressions of Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran. Interesting.
He murmured, a hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes. In that case, I really do want to take a look at that dungeon.
Afterward, Qin Lang ordered Song Niancy to detain Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran in the Enforcement Bureau's interrogation room, with several enforcement officers keeping a close watch to prevent any suspicious movements.
Qin Lang stood behind the one-way glass, his gaze cold and fixed on them. His fingers tapped lightly against the glass as if deep in thought.
Song Niancy stood nearby, watching the two being led away.
A faint smile touched her lips, clearly satisfied with the outcome of this operation. She stretched lazily, then turned her head to look at Qin Lang and said with a smile, well?
This proves Yi Zi wasn't lying, right? Shouldn't you go talk to her, put her mind at ease?
Qin Lang lifted his gaze from the glass and turned to face Song Niancy, his expression still cool and restrained.
Not necessary for now.
His tone was measured and low, carrying an unmistakable certainty.
Song Niancy frowned slightly, her voice tinged with displeasure.
She did help us, after all.
She's an ally, at the very least. Isn't your attitude a bit cold-hearted?
Qin Lang gave a light snort, his gaze deepening as he looked at her. His tone was calm, yet tinged with a hint of wariness.
She's Boss Jin's daughter.
Even if everything she said is true, her motives and intentions remain suspect.
Song Niancy rolled her eyes at this, crossing her arms and speaking with a hint of irritation, aren't you being overly suspicious?
She ran away from home, clearly she and Boss Jin don't get along. Why are you still guarding against her like this?
Qin Lang didn't respond.
He merely glanced at her before turning to leave. Song Niancy clenched her jaw, feeling a surge of defiance. Watching his retreating figure, she suddenly snorted coldly before adopting an indifferent tone, fine. If you won't go, I'll find her myself. I'll give her some news so she won't worry too much.
No.
Qin Lang's voice turned icy. He halted, turning to stare at Song Niancy with eyes as sharp as blades. Song Niancy froze under his stare, her mouth opening slightly before reluctantly closing. She finally just curled her lips into a perfunctory smile and replied casually, got it, got it.
I'm not stupid, I won't say too much.
Qin Lang watched her expression, as if trying to confirm whether she'd truly taken it to heart. Finally, he gave a light snort. Remember, don't you dare go looking for her.
Chapter 181, You've met.
Alright, I got it. Watching Qin Lang's retreating figure, Song Niancy felt even more defiant inside. She pursed her lips, a stubborn gleam flashing in her eyes.
Not letting me go?
You're overstepping, Qin Lang. Don't assume I'll give in to you like the chief does. She muttered to herself, her eyes darting toward the exit of the Enforcement Bureau, her mind already made up.
Yi Zi was confined in a solitary interrogation room within the Enforcement Bureau.
The windowless chamber was illuminated only by a cold-toned light, making her complexion appear even paler. Her hands were shackled behind her back as she sat on a metal chair. Though the position was uncomfortable, she maintained her usual composure, her gaze calmly fixed ahead. The door swung open, and a familiar figure stepped inside. Song Niancy strode in with a light step, a playful smile playing on her lips, seemingly quite amused by the scene. She walked up to Yi Zi, crossed her arms, and looked down at her. With a deliberately teasing tone, she said, "Your intelligence was accurate. It seems you truly are Boss Jin's daughter." Yi Zi lifted her gaze to meet hers, her tone level.
Now that you've confirmed my identity, can you release me in Qin Lang? Song Niancy chuckled softly, shook her head, and replied with lingering amusement. Of course not. She paused deliberately, watching Yizi's brows furrow slightly before adding slowly, but I can tell you this, Qin Lang is still alive and kicking. Yizi's gaze visibly softened, and her previously tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Clearly, she'd been worrying about Qin Lang's condition since earlier. Now, with confirmation, she finally exhaled in relief. Then, she frowned slightly and murmured, but this position is really uncomfortable. Could you guys loosen up a bit? Song Niancy tilted her head, seemingly pondering whether to grant Yizi's request. Observing Yizi's expression, she recalled how fiercely she'd fought for Qin Lang earlier, and an inexplicable feeling stirred within her. Fine. Since you've been so cooperative. Song Niancy shrugged, stepped forward, and deftly unlocked the shackles, freeing Yizi's hands. Yizi flexed her wrists, gently massaging the slightly numb joints, a faint look of relief washing over her face. Song Niancy placed her hands on her hips and said, I'll find you a different place to stay later. You shouldn't keep hanging around here. Yizi glanced up at her, a faint smile playing on her lips, her tone tinged with thoughtfulness. You law enforcement officers are surprisingly humane, aren't you? Song Niancy froze, her expression abruptly shifting. Her pupils contracted slightly as she took a sharp step back, fixing Yizi with a wary stare. Her voice rose a notch. How did you know I'm an enforcer? Yizi smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mockery as she replied calmly. You were in such a rush when you came in, you forgot to take off your military boots. Song Niancy's heart sank as she realized her grave mistake. She glanced down and saw them clearly, her regulation military boots. That was one of the hallmarks of an enforcer. Yizi laughed, so it was an enforcer who captured me. Oh no! Song Niancy thought to herself, immediately stepping back while reaching for the spirit binding lock at her waist, intent on subduing Yizi at once. But the moment her fingers touched the chain, Yizi had already struck first. Paper blizzard. With a flick of her wrist, Yizi's sleeves unleashed a swirling blizzard of snow-white paper fragments that instantly filled the interrogation room. Each paper flake spun through the air like a blade, whistling sharply as countless tiny flying knives swept toward Song Niancy from all directions. Damn it! Song Niancy cursed under her breath, swiftly retreating while crossing her arms in front of her. Simultaneously, she channeled her spiritual energy, attempting to withstand this overwhelming onslaught. But the paper blizzard moved far too fast, dense as a violent storm. Even as she barely dodged, several paper blades grazed her arms, leaving bloody streaks. You! Song Niancy sucked in a sharp breath, her expression shifting slightly, yet she had no time to tend to her wounds. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to force her way through. But just then, boom! A powerful gust of wind struck from the side. Before Song Niancy could react, Yizi seized the moment. She dodged the attack and shot forward like a whirlwind. Oh no, she's trying to escape. Song Niancy's heart sank. She immediately gave chase. But the moment she burst through the interrogation room door, before she could even assess the situation outside, suddenly, thud! A dark figure lunged at her from the side. Everything blurred before Song Niancy's eyes. Before she could react, a tremendous force slammed her to the ground. Her back slammed hard against the ground, the impact making her insides churn violently. She jerked her head up, meeting Yizi's gaze directly. Yizi's lips curved into a faint smile. One hand pressed down on Song Niancy's shoulder, her knee braced against her waist, while the other hand firmly pinned her wrists, preventing her from reaching for her weapon again. Sorry, but I won't be staying here quietly. Yizi chuckled softly, her voice tinged with teasing. Miss Law Enforcer, your arresting skills need some work. Song Niancy frowned, struggling briefly only to find herself momentarily unable to break free from Yizi's grip. Gritting her teeth, she fixed Yizi with a stare and demanded in a low voice, what exactly do you want? Yizi narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of impatient coldness curling her lips, though her tone remained casual and relaxed. Simple. Take me to Qin Lang immediately. You've arrested him, haven't you? Hearing this, Song Niancy found herself both amused and exasperated. Pinned to the ground by Yizi, she'd expected the other woman to flee or even attempt something more drastic. Yet her sole purpose was to find Qin Lang? Song Niancy took a deep breath, adjusted her posture slightly, and tentatively suggested, you don't need to go to such lengths to find Qin Lang. Yizi's eyes flickered with suspicion. What do you mean? I'll take you to him right now. How about it? Song Niancy sighed, adding with a hint of resignation in her voice, I'll take you there right now. Is that all right? Yizi narrowed her eyes slightly, maintaining her hold on Song Niancy. Clearly, she didn't fully trust her words. You think I'd fall for that? Song Niancy sighed softly, a hint of resignation at the corner of her mouth, yet her eyes held a touch of amusement. Qin Lang is at the Enforcement Bureau right now. You two have actually met before. Hearing this, Yizi's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. She quickly ran through her memories, a vague unease settling in her heart. Met? She murmured the words, her mind racing through the people she'd encountered over the past few days. Suddenly, her pupils contracted slightly.
That day, in the interrogation room, the person sitting across from her, scrutinizing her with that piercing gaze.
That familiar feeling.
Her eyes widened abruptly, as if struck by lightning. A chill crept up her spine.
Chapter 182, Women's Cooperation. Wait.
Yi Zi's voice trembled slightly as her lips moved faintly, as if desperately trying to recall the scene. Then, she abruptly looked up at Song Niancy, her expression instantly turning grave.
So you mean? She clenched her jaw, her breathing quickening slightly as her voice unconsciously lowered. Qin Lang already knows I'm Boss Jin's daughter?
Song Niancy observed Yi Zi's shifting expression and nodded, her tone flat.
Yes.
He's known for a long time. Yi Zi froze for a moment, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. She furrowed her brow and pressed her lips together. She lowered her head, deep in thought.
After a moment, she spoke slowly, her voice tinged with unease. Then what did Qin Lang say next?
Song Niancy considered for a moment, then shrugged nonchalantly.
Him? He didn't seem to care much.
Yi Zi snapped her head up, surprise flashing in her eyes, almost disbelief.
He didn't care? I'm Boss Jin's daughter, and he doesn't care? Song Niancy nodded.
Yeah, he's got his mind completely wrapped up in that rainy night in dungeon.
Who's got time for this?
Yi Zi's expression changed instantly. Her breathing quickened, and her entire body seemed to tense up.
Rainy night inn? He's actually going to the rainy night inn?
Her voice rose sharply, her eyes betraying a hint of panic.
That dungeon is off limits.
She grabbed Song Niancy's wrist so hard it made him wince slightly.
Quick! Take me to find Qin Lang.
Yi Zi urged urgently, her gaze unwavering, carrying an air of non-negotiable urgency.
Song Niancy sighed helplessly, gently pulling her hand away.
Crossing her arms, she shrugged innocently. Who do you think could persuade him?
Besides, don't you think it'd be awkward to see him in your current position?
Yi Zi took a deep breath, her gaze hardening as she clenched her jaw.
Then I'm going too.
Song Niancy frowned, her gaze complex as she looked at Yi Zi.
She couldn't help but ask, is a man like Qin Lang really worth this for you?
In her eyes, Qin Lang was crude and peculiar.
Yi Zi let out a bitter laugh. You don't understand.
Seeing her expression, Song Niancy felt puzzled but held back from pressing further, instead falling into deep thought.
Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Song Niancy.
The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile.
All right, she said, since you're so determined, we can work together.
She spoke slowly, her eyes gleaming with calculation. Yi Zi froze slightly, narrowing her eyes as if weighing Song Niancy's intentions.
Cooperation? Yes. Song Niancy nodded, her tone tinged with amusement. You want to find Qin Lang, don't you? I can help you, but you have to do things my way.
Yi Zi stared at Song Niancy for several seconds before finally uttering two words softly, all right. Meanwhile, inside the training grounds of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Qin Lang stood before a metal table as Ling Wei placed piece after piece of equipment on its surface. This is the Shadow Shield. It automatically releases a defensive barrier at critical moments to block a fatal strike. This is the psionic detector, capable of scanning for hidden traps and abnormal energy fluctuations within a 5-meter radius inside instances. This is the quantum communicator, enabling brief contact with the Enforcement Bureau even when signals are restricted within the instance. Ling Wei spoke while deftly handling each piece of equipment, all precision-engineered tools crafted internally by the Bureau. She looked up at Qin Lang with earnest focus and added, these are our Bureau's prized possessions, you know. Equipping these will significantly boost your survival rate once inside the instance. Qin Lang remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the gear as he examined it, his expression deep and contemplative, as if weighing something carefully. Seeing his silence, Ling Wei continued. We've already investigated the Rainy Night Hotel instance. It's classified as a high-risk S-level instance. As you know, it's been modified, so there are many unexpected traps. Rumor has it even the boss has been altered specifically to target high-level players. Qin Lang furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. Just then, the training room door burst open. Manhwa strode in, his expression grave. He walked straight up to Qin Lang and announced, Qin Lang, Yi Zi has escaped prison. Su Mubai's expression turned complex upon hearing this. Did Boss Jin send someone to rescue her? Manhwa replied, no. She managed to injure Niancy and then escaped. Qin Lang's gaze instantly sharpened as he slowly lifted his head. Is that so? I never expected her to possess such capability. Granny Jin Yi remarked, to escape from the Enforcement Bureau, she really kept her abilities hidden all this time. After hearing Manhwa's report, Ling Wei furrowed her brow and asked with a hint of concern. What about Niancy? Manhwa replied, she sustained minor injuries, but nothing serious. Relieved by the answer, Ling Wei's expression remained solemn. Her gaze shifted to Qin Lang. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed, do you think Yi Zi might flee back to Boss Jin? Qin Lang shrugged indifferently, seemingly unconcerned with the question. Let her go. His tone was calm as he said, we've obtained the intelligence we needed. Whether Yi Zi lives or dies is irrelevant to me now. His tone was cold and rational, as if stating a fact entirely unrelated to himself. Meanwhile, a miniature camera hidden within the ceiling vent silently trained its lens on Qin Lang. Song Nianzi crouched in the ventilation shaft's cramped space, propping the camera with one hand. A faint, mocking smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. She murmured softly, her voice tinged with schadenfreude. TSK, Yi Zi, now you see this man's true colors, don't you? On the other side of the screen, Yi Zi's gaze was fixed intently on Qin Lang's figure. After a few seconds, she murmured. I deceived him. It's only natural he'd say that. Her tone was calm, as if she were justifying her actions to herself. Song Nianzi sat beside her, chin resting on her hand, looking on with an amused expression. Hearing this, she chuckled lightly, her tone tinged with teasing. You really are a fool. Yi Zi remained silent, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang's image on the screen, her expression dark and inscrutable. Alright, it's time to put our plan into action. You clear the stage. I want Qin Lang. Next, I'll tell you exactly which part of the rainy night in dungeon has been altered. But you must relay this truthfully to Qin Lang. Song Nianzi smiled, alright, I will definitely tell him. Chapter 183, Screening from the Start. Inside the Enforcement Bureau, everyone was ready to depart. Su Mubai's gaze fell on Qin Lang as he asked, Qin Lang, when do you plan to depart? Without hesitation, Qin Lang uttered two words, tonight. At this, Manhwa furrowed his brow, slightly surprised. You're going tonight? Isn't that too risky? The rainy night in instance, modified by the Wudao Society, was far more dangerous than ordinary instances. Entering recklessly carried immense risk. Manhwa naturally didn't want to act rashly. Our coordination isn't solid enough yet. We should practice more. Yet Qin Lang remained composed, his eyes as deep as the night. He murmured softly, what you can't foresee, they can't foresee either. We're preparing, and they're preparing too. It's all about catching them off guard. The statement plunged the conference room into a brief silence. Ling Wei suddenly smiled, breaking the silence with a hint of admiration in her voice. I just love people who take risks. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes as she tossed Qin Lang a flirtatious glance. Qin Lang chuckled, as your director said, you'd better follow my instructions carefully from now on. Mr. Jin sent me to this operation, saying we'd work together against the Wudao Society. But after learning Yi Zi is his daughter, I grew suspicious. Su Mubai asked, what's wrong? Qin Lang shook his head. Nothing. I was just rambling. Let's go. Under a deep, cloud-heavy night sky, Qin Lang and his companions arrived at an abandoned mansion. Qin Lang stood before the gate, his brow slightly furrowed as he surveyed the dilapidated scene. He turned to Ling Wei and asked in a low voice, is this the entrance to the dungeon? Ling Wei crossed her arms, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she shook her head. No. A vehicle will pick us up shortly. No sooner had she spoken than beams of headlights pierced the darkness, drawing nearer with a low rumble of engines. Song Nianzi, they're here. Soon, several black minibuses glided slowly into the courtyard entrance. Their glossy black exteriors seemed to swallow the night. Qin Lang glanced around and noticed people already seated in the other vehicles, their expressions varied, some tense, others cold and steely. Clearly, they were all players about to enter the instance. Ling Wei pointed at the minibuses and said, according to intel, these vehicles will also come to pick us up after we clear the instance. In other words, if we can't board these vehicles, we might not make it back. That's the unique feature of the rainy night in dungeon. One by one, the group boarded the minibus. The door slammed shut with a thud, instantly making the interior feel even more oppressive. The driver in the seat wore a black cap, his head buried low in shadow, his face indistinguishable. He remained silent, seemingly performing his duties mechanically. The vehicle started and slowly rolled out of the compound. Outside the windows, the streets receded rapidly beneath dim streetlights. Occasionally, dilapidated buildings and shadowy figures lurking by the roadside could be glimpsed. Qin Lang shifted his gaze slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on his knee, a vague sense of unease stirring within him. Just then, a loud thud echoed as the vehicle jolted violently. Instantly, the entire car tilted sharply, emitting a shrill screeching sound. Manhwa grabbed Song Nianzi as she toppled sideways, watch out. Before he could finish speaking, the entire vehicle suddenly flipped sideways. Qin Lang felt his body lose balance instantly, slamming violently into the car wall. Others let out startled cries as chaos erupted inside the carriage. A heavy thud mingled with the screech of metal twisting. Seatbelts rendered useless by extreme inertia flung passengers into every corner of the carriage. The sound of shattering glass echoed repeatedly as the cold night wind instantly flooded the cabin, carrying a bone-chilling chill. Amidst the chaos, Qin Lang swiftly regained his footing, grabbing the seat back in front of him with one hand. His other hand steadied Ling Wei beside him, while his gaze swept out the window like a hawk's. After the violent impact, the entire carriage lay in disarray. Twisted metal structures scraped against the floor, emitting a shrill, grinding sound. Shattered glass littered the seats, the air thick with the acrid smell of burning plastic and the increasingly potent stench of gasoline. Hurry! I think the car's about to explode. Qin Lang's ears rang, but he forced himself to steady his breathing. He swiftly wiped the blood from his face, then shoved with all his might, kicking open the mangled door and flipping himself out of the vehicle.
Qin Lang glanced left and right. Quite the scene out here.
The overturned vehicle lay like a mangled corpse in the dim light, while several black minibuses lay askew across the road. Oil seeped slowly from the undercarriages, pooling into a dark, viscous liquid on the ground that faintly reflected the sickly pale flashes of lightning. Even more terrifying were the vehicles completely shattered beyond recognition. Doors gaped open, their passengers now utterly still. Qin Lang scanned the area, spotting several players now twisted corpses, some hurled from their vehicles, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. Another was wedged in a window, broken bones piercing through skin to reveal stark white bone. Further away, a few players struggled to their feet, pale-faced and still reeling from the shock.
Damn it! Song Niancy emerged from the wreckage on the other side, blood smeared across her face.
Her eyes darted around sharply as she muttered under her breath, "This dungeon is brutal.
It doesn't even give us a chance to prepare, just strikes without warning." The dungeon's trial had begun in that very moment. Qin Lang drew a deep breath, his expression grim.
He had suspected this mission wouldn't be simple, but he hadn't anticipated such bloody carnage right from the moment they entered.
Boom! A bolt of lightning split the sky, its blinding flash illuminating the night.
A deep, rumbling thunder followed, as if some colossal beast roared from the depths of the heavens. A fierce wind swept in, carrying damp, chilling air.
Raindrops fell like sharp blades, piercing the earth and saturating the ground in an instant. Qin Lang, a downpour is coming.
The icy rain pelted his face, carrying a bone-chilling cold. The air carried a mingled scent of earth, blood, and rust, stirring an uneasy feeling.
We need to find shelter quickly.
Han Zhuo raised his hand to shield himself from the downpour, his gaze darting warily around.
This rain isn't normal. Staying out here could be dangerous.
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and peered into the distance. Through the thick curtain of rain, the dim outline of a building flickered in and out of view. A dilapidated sign swayed precariously in the wind, while faint light seeped through the windows, casting an eerie glow as if the building itself was watching for intruders in the darkness. A faint smile touched his lips.
Looks like we've reached our destination and found shelter from the rain.
He pointed forward, his gaze fixed intently on the silent building standing in the rain.
That must be the Rainy Night Inn, right? Chapter 184, The Lodger.
Qin Lang and the others hurried to the hotel entrance. The exterior looked old and worn, a three-story structure with brick walls covered in green moss. The wooden window frames had rotted, looking as if they might fall apart at any moment.
In the courtyard ahead, weeds grew wildly.
The stone path, soaked by rain, had become slippery and wet. A broken stone lantern stood in the center of the courtyard, its lampshade askew, the wick inside long since extinguished. Evidence of the owner's taste and aesthetic sensibility remained, though now long gone. The moment Qin Lang and his companions stepped into the courtyard, the rain intensified suddenly. As the downpour fell, the sound of raindrops pounded densely against the roof and the ground.
Something's off about this rain.
Ling Wei furrowed her brow, raising her hand to shield her eyes as she strained to make out the distant scene. Just then, old woman Golden Leaf spoke slowly, "There are a few more people coming."
Following the sound, the group saw several dark figures running frantically through the rain curtain.
Their forms staggered, as if they might be swallowed by the downpour at any moment.
Qin Lang said, "Never mind. Let's go inside first." Song Niancy suddenly cried out, "Ah!"
Under the long corridor on one side of the courtyard stood a hunched old woman. She wore a patterned robe and a transparent raincoat, her hair gray-white, skin shriveled like dried bark, and her cloudy eyes half open. Her gaze swept slowly over the group, as if verifying their identities.
Song Niancy felt goosebumps rise all over her body. Why did this old woman look so unsettling? Qin Lang looked closely and realized she wasn't strange. Could she be a guest at this inn?
Then, the old woman tilted her head slightly, glancing toward the direction outside the inn. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched the corners of her mouth. Qin Lang followed her gaze warily, only to see the other end of the corridor, nothing else.
When he looked back, the old woman had already turned and walked away. Song Niancy asked, "Should we go check it out?"
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and said, "Forget about her. Let's go inside and see for ourselves." He stepped forward first, ascending the stone steps leading to the inn. His shoes creaked softly against the damp, slippery flagstones. The inn's door stood slightly ajar, a faint yellow glow seeping out like a silent eye watching the guests about to step inside.
At the entrance, a faint, chilling aura seemed to seep out. Song Niancy shivered. My goodness, the yin energy is so thick here. Many people must have died in this place.
Qin Lang and the others stepped inside, finding the lobby furnished in a simple, old-fashioned style. Several faded, yellowed paintings hung on the walls, and behind the counter sat a thick ledger. A staircase wound its way up the wall, leading directly to the second-floor corridor. The moment they stepped into the lobby, faint footsteps echoed from the wooden staircase. "Who's there?" A young man descended slowly from above. He appeared to be in his early 20s, lean in build, wearing a simple dark-colored long-sleeved shirt with the cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing a sliver of fair skin at his wrists. His face was delicate and well-proportioned, yet his expression was cool and distant. A hint of wariness flickered in his eyes, as if the arrival of Qin Lang and the others unsettled him. The man's gaze swept over the group, finally settling on Qin Lang at the front. He asked indifferently,
What brings you here? Qin Lang glanced at him and replied casually, staying at the inn. The young man's brow furrowed slightly before he nodded. Oh, all right. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ling Wei suddenly stepped forward with a playful smile, arms crossed over her chest. She eyed him up and down with a hint of teasing, a mischievous curve playing at the corners of her mouth. You're quite the handsome guy. Her voice carried a hint of teasing, her eyes flashing with mischief. What's your name? Got a girlfriend? The young man visibly shifted uncomfortably, his brow furrowing slightly, but he answered seriously, Feng Chao. Feng Chao? Ling Wei murmured the name softly, her smile deepening as her tone took on a deliberately suggestive edge. Why are you here alone? Don't you feel lonely? Feng Chao's expression stiffened slightly before he lowered his head and replied indifferently, the hotel belongs to my uncle. I'm just here to help out. His tone remained calm, yet it clearly betrayed a sense of reluctance, as if he wished to avoid further conversation. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze fixed on Feng Chao with a thoughtful expression. This place felt distinctly off, and Feng Chao himself seemed to be hiding something. Still, he didn't press further. Instead, he watched silently as Feng Chao walked behind the counter, pulled out a worn guestbook, and picked up an ink-stained pen. Register everything. Feng Chao murmured, his voice devoid of emotion. Song Niancy frowned. What era is this? Still doing handwritten registrations? Qin Lang and the others stepped forward one by one, leaving their names in the register. Outside the window, the torrential rain continued to pour down, a howling wind enveloping the inn in a damp, claustrophobic darkness. At that moment, no one noticed Feng Chao's fingers tremble slightly as he flipped through the register. After Qin Lang and the others had gone upstairs, Feng Chao swallowed hard. Only these few? Qin Lang and the others went upstairs to find the place equally quiet, with no one else present. Just then, a faint sound drifted up from downstairs. The sound carried a hint of chaos, as if someone had pushed open a door, mingled with the muffled, dull thud of raindrops hitting the floor. Qin Lang glanced downstairs, his gaze sharpening slightly. The dim, yellow light in the hall couldn't illuminate the entrance clearly, but he could sense someone had entered. Song Niancy asked, what do you think? Qin Lang shook his head. Can't see clearly. Must be the person from the rain earlier. Not many people. That car accident really took out quite a few. Ling Wei remarked, that's strange. Han Zhuo nodded in agreement. Yeah, everyone who dares to take on this dungeon is a high-level player. How could so many die or get injured right at the start? Song Niancy's heart tightened. Where was Yi Zi? Could she be gone too? Qin Lang said, never mind. Let's go check the rooms first. Everyone entered their respective rooms. Qin Lang pushed open the door and slowly scanned every detail, his gaze finally settling on the old wall clock beside it. The clock was broken, its hands frozen in place. Qin Lang frowned slightly, his gaze shifting around the room. Strange, really strange. Qin Lang stepped out of the room and walked straight into someone else's. Ling Wei saw Qin Lang burst in and asked, what's up? You had to come over so urgently? Couldn't you wait a little longer? Qin Lang ignored her, instead scanning her room. The same. Just as he spoke, Ling Wei beside him seemed to sense his unusual behavior. Following his gaze, she blinked and asked curiously, what's wrong? Chapter 185, Normal is Abnormal. Qin Lang didn't answer immediately. Instead, he slowly lifted his head and gazed at the slightly swaying chandelier on the hotel ceiling. The light reflected off the glass face of the clock, making the motionless hands appear even more eerie. The others gathered around, asking, Qin Lang, what's wrong? Qin Lang said, all the clocks show the same time. The group gasped, huh? Upon closer inspection, they realized it was true. The grandfather clock in the corner, the pendulum clock at the front desk, even the digital clock hanging at the end of the second-floor hallway all had stopped at the exact same time. 11:11. This discovery stirred an uneasy feeling in everyone's hearts. Qin Lang stared at the motionless clocks, his mind racing through countless possibilities. Coincidence? Decorative? Or? The rain outside intensified, the wind whimpering through the door cracks as if murmuring indistinct words. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze and murmured. The time here really is frozen at 11:11. Han Zhuo furrowed his brow and gently tapped a vintage clock at the end of the corridor, yet the hands remained utterly still. This couldn't be a coincidence. Han Zhuo's voice was low, tinged with alertness. Before he finished speaking, heavy footsteps echoed from the stairwell entrance. Everyone turned to look and saw three people slowly ascending from the first-floor lobby. Two men and one woman, their clothes drenched by rain, clearly recent arrivals. As they walked, they murmured complaints about the accident they'd just witnessed. Damn it, how did that crash happen so suddenly? One of the men rubbed his arm, still bearing scrapes from his fall. This place is freezing. It feels like no one ever lives here. The only woman clutched her coat tightly, glancing around at the dimly lit interior of the inn. Stop complaining. Let's find a room and rest first. The other man lowered his voice, his eyes darting warily around the room. However, the moment their eyes met Qin Lang and his group, the expressions of all three froze instantly. Their conversation abruptly halted, as if terrified of overhearing some forbidden secret. The atmosphere turned eerie in an instant, the air thick with an indescribable silence. The three exchanged a glance, saying nothing more.
Without so much as a greeting, they hurried back to their own rooms, closing the doors with extreme care, as if afraid of disturbing something.
Song Niancy frowned, staring at the tightly shut doors. Something's off about those three, she murmured. Why are they looking at us like we're ghosts? The corridor grew heavier with an indistinct, uneasy feeling. Then, Grandma Genia's voice broke the silence. Qin Lang, what do you plan to do next?
Qin Lang scanned the hall, his gaze settling on the motionless hands of the wall clock.
His expression was calm yet deep in thought. I just remembered something else. By all logic, the dungeon should have given us a hint the moment we entered the inn. But so far, there hasn't been a single sign. This isn't normal. Manhwa asked, are you saying the dungeon hasn't officially started yet?
Qin Lang nodded, his fingers tapping the wooden front desk unconsciously as if deep in thought. Lingwei folded her arms, her expression pensive.
That's exactly right. This rainy night inn is different from the ones we've encountered before. This instance has been modified.
It now requires a specific trigger condition to officially activate.
What if it can't be triggered? Song Niancy asked.
Then we might be stuck here until we find the right method. Lingwei spoke slowly, a hint of excitement creeping into her voice.
So, how about it? Sounds fun, right? Song Niancy's eyes widened. Fun? Fun my ass.
Qin Lang heard this, his lips curling slightly. His gaze swept deeply around the surroundings as he murmured lowly, interesting. Then we'll split up first.
Each of us will explore this hotel. Meet up in half an hour. Half an hour later, everyone gathered again in Qin Lang's room. Outside the window, torrential rain continued to pour down, thunder rumbling, reflecting the gloomy atmosphere of the hotel. Lingwei leaned against the desk, arms crossed, her tone tinged with puzzlement. This is so boring. I just walked around and only found one odd thing. It seems like the only other person in this hotel is that young guy named Feng Chao.
Her gaze swept over the group as she continued, I searched everywhere and didn't see any other staff members at all.
By all logic, even a family run-in should have at least a cook or a cleaner, right? But there really isn't. I haven't even seen a single extra attendant. Not only that, but there's a fully equipped kitchen stove, pots and pans, storage cabinets, yet it's completely deserted. Song Niancy asked again, what about that old woman from earlier?
Lingwei shook her head.
No, I can't see her either.
Qin Lang furrowed his brow slightly, tapping the tabletop thoughtfully.
So you're saying Feng Chao runs the entire inn by himself? That seems to be the case for now.
Lingwei nodded, a hint of wariness visible between her brows.
Su Mubai spoke up then, I checked thoroughly.
There are no hidden doors, secret passages, or hidden rooms in this hotel's rooms.
At least structurally, this is just an ordinary hotel with no hidden spaces. Qin Lang rubbed his chin lightly and asked, did you check on those two men and the woman? Su Mubai nodded. I did.
The three of them were together, likely friends.
Did they say anything unusual? Qin Lang inquired, his gaze deepening.
Su Mubai recalled for a moment, then shook his head.
No.
Their conversation was ordinary, just about this sudden car accident and how they ended up here. At that moment, Qin Lang's fingers stopped tapping the tabletop. He narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly, that doesn't sound right. At his words, everyone turned to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang lifted his head, his tone pausing slightly, a sharp gleam in his eyes. We went out and split up for half an hour.
Nothing happened. Too normal is abnormal.
Others agreed. At this point, even if something strange were to appear, they all knew how to handle it. But now that everything was proceeding normally, it actually made everyone feel a bit tense.
Qin Lang remarked, seems this dungeon is genuinely intriguing, full of unexpected twists. Lingwei added, it's normal now, but who knows when it might turn abnormal.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than a piercing scream echoed from outside.
Ah! Chapter 186, How Did They Die? Ah!
The sound was shrill and desperate, clearly the final wail before death, carrying an indescribable terror that made one's hair stand on end. Qin Lang and the others practically burst out of the room simultaneously, rushing toward the room at the end of the corridor as they followed the sound. A door stood wide open, corridor light spilling inside. Two figures stood frozen in terror at the doorway. It was one man and one woman from the group of three who had checked in with them earlier. Their faces were deathly pale, lips trembling, eyes filled with sheer terror. Upon seeing Qin Lang and the others approach, the pair instantly grew wary again.
What the hell? Song Niancy stepped forward quickly, her sharp gaze sweeping over the two before shifting to the gaping doorway.
The sight within the room made her frown sharply. A man lay sprawled on the floor, his death horribly gruesome. His body was unrecognizable as human, his abdomen ripped open, blood and entrails splattered everywhere. The walls and bedsheets were covered in horrifying bloodstains, and there were even some unidentified black fragments scattered on the floor. His eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at the ceiling, as if he had seen something terrifying in his final moments, unable even to utter a scream. Qin Lang's pupils contracted slightly as he demanded in a deep voice, what happened? The surviving woman clenched her fists, her body trembling violently, clearly terrified. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But just as she was about to speak, the man beside her suddenly thrust out a hand and clamped it over her mouth. "Don't say a word." The man's voice was low and urgent, carrying an unquestionable threat. Her eyes widened in terror. She struggled briefly but couldn't break free. A low, muffled whimper escaped her throat, her eyes filled with panic and anguish. Song Nianxi's gaze sharpened as she fixed it on the man, her tone calm yet icy. "What do you think you're doing?" The man shot a wary glance at Qin Lang and the others, his voice low and oppressive. "Mind your own business. Don't ask questions, and don't interfere. Or you'll die a miserable death too." An eerie silence instantly filled the hall. A flash of lightning outside the window illuminated the man's tense, warning-laden face and revealed the horribly mutilated corpse on the floor. Qin Lang didn't speak immediately. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deep and unfathomable, as if weighing something. Song Nianxi's hand had already reached for her credentials, her gaze sharp as she prepared to reveal her identity as an enforcer. But just as she was about to speak, Manhwa gently pressed down on her wrist. "Don't be impulsive." His voice was quiet, utterly composed. Qin Lang glanced at Manhwa, his gaze sweeping over the man whose expression was taut with tension. He clearly sensed the presence of some danger. Though displeased, Song Nianxi was no reckless woman. After a moment's hesitation, she suppressed her impulse and held back. Just then, a voice echoed from downstairs, shattering the thick, frozen air. "Dinner is served, everyone." It was Feng Chao. His voice carried its usual calm detachment, yet it felt jarringly out of place in this eerie atmosphere. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, glancing at the brutally murdered body on the floor before shifting his gaze to the still silent man and woman. A barely perceptible chill flashed in his eyes. "Let's go." He led the way downstairs. The others exchanged glances, temporarily suppressing their doubts as they followed. The first floor hall remained dimly lit, its wooden tables and chairs exuding an air of age. A faint scent of food lingered in the air. Yet this aroma did nothing to ease their nerves. Instead, it stirred an inexplicable unease within them. Seeing everyone descend, Feng Chao sighed in relief. "We'll provide dinner for everyone, but meals are only served morning and evening. If you want lunch, you'll have to pay for it yourselves." As Song Nianxi made her way toward the tables, her voice was cold and measured. Someone died upstairs. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it was enough to silence the entire hall. Feng Chao, who had just stepped out carrying a bowl and chopsticks, froze upon hearing this, nearly dropping the bowl from his hands. His brow furrowed as he looked at Song Nianxi in shock, clearly stunned by this unexpected news. "How did they die?" His tone carried a hint of disbelief, and his face paled slightly. Qin Lang gave him a leisurely glance, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, though without a trace of humor. "That question," he said, "you should be asking those too." He gestured with his chin toward a man and woman standing in the corner. Yet the pair kept their heads bowed, utterly silent, as if they hadn't heard a word Qin Lang said. An uneasy silence hung heavy in the air. Just as the tension seemed to solidify, an old woman dressed in worn gray cloth emerged slowly from the kitchen, carrying a large tray of food. Her steps were slow, yet carried an indescribable sense of eeriness. "Come, everyone, it's time to eat." Her voice was hoarse, and a peculiar smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, revealing several yellowed teeth. Grandma Golden Leaf's pupils suddenly contracted. She stared at her for a moment before murmuring, "It's her." At her words, everyone turned to look at Granny Golden Leaf. "Who?" the woman asked uneasily. Grandma Golden Leaf's tone carried a hint of hesitation. "When we arrived, she was standing at the inn's entrance, staring intently at us the entire time." Hearing this, the old woman's smile deepened, her eyes holding a trace of inexplicable meaning. She slowly approached the group, placing the food on the table with sluggish, mechanical movements. After setting everything down, she lifted her head and gave them a heh-heh chuckle, revealing more yellowed teeth. The smile held no warmth whatsoever, instead radiating an eerie chill. Qin Lang stared at her, his brow furrowing slightly as he asked, "Who is this old woman?" His question cut like an invisible blade, causing all eyes to turn toward Feng Chao in unison. Yet Feng Chao's expression turned strangely peculiar at that moment. His lips twitched as if he wanted to speak, but ultimately he chose silence. His eyes flickered with unease, as if avoiding something. She. Feng Chao finally spoke, "Never mind. Please continue your meal. I won't disturb you any longer." Yet, not a single person touched their chopsticks. Every pair of eyes darted back and forth between the food on the table and each other's faces. Qin Lang cast a faint glance around the table, a faint, ambiguous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What's the matter? Not hungry? Afraid it's poisoned?" Song Nianxi murmured, "That's obvious." But Qin Lang simply picked up his chopsticks and began serving himself. Chapter 187, The Capital of Arrogance. Qin Lang paid no heed, his gaze settling on a dish of braised pork on the table. He extended his chopsticks, picked up a piece without hesitation, and popped it into his mouth. After taking a bite, he chuckled, The meat is rich and tender, the sauce is thick and flavorful, blending salty and sweet. Surprisingly good." But in that moment, no one cared about the taste. All eyes were fixed on him, their breaths catching slightly. Su Mubai's expression shifted slightly as he murmured, "Be careful." Qin Lang merely chuckled softly, setting down his chopsticks and leaning casually back in his chair. His gaze swept playfully across every face at the table.
If this instance's death mechanic was just simple poisoning, that would be far too boring. He remarked casually, did the leader of the Wudao Association change the instance? They wouldn't stoop to such low tactics, would they?
The moment the words left his mouth, the air suddenly grew tense. The man and woman in the corner snapped their heads up, their gazes like two sharp blades, fixing Qin Lang with intense stares. Their gazes held shock, suspicion, and even a hint of unease.
You. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she were struggling to suppress some emotion. How did you know about the Wudao Society?
Her expression turned wary, even hinting at a flicker of panic. Qin Lang watched her calmly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips.
Interesting.
He narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped the tabletop, and spoke in a calm tone, you didn't tell me anything, yet now you want me to tell you something?
The single sentence plunged the room back into silence.
The man and woman exchanged awkward glances, their eyes meeting for a few seconds as if engaged in some silent communication. Qin Lang continued tapping the table lightly, his gaze sweeping indifferently between the two. A faint, mocking smile played on his lips.
You needn't be so guarded.
His tone was casual, yet his eyes held a hint of coldness. Our intelligence exchange operates on principles.
I'm not the type to divulge information lightly.
But as things stand, you haven't given me any reason to want to exchange intelligence. The man's expression darkened, his eyes flickering as he weighed the pros and cons. After a brief silence, he snorted coldly. Since you're here for the Wudao Society, there's even less reason for us to cooperate. His tone carried a hint of warning, even outright rejection. On the contrary, I advise you to stay out of our business.
The air seemed to freeze for an instant as the words fell.
Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, a faint smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he slowly reached out, picked up a spoon from the table, scooped a ladle of scalding soup, and without hesitation, flung it at the man.
Sizzle! The man instinctively sidestepped, avoiding a direct hit.
Yet the scalding liquid still splashed onto his sleeve, instantly soaking it and leaving a stinging burn.
His expression darkened instantly.
He glared fiercely at Qin Lang, a flash of anger in his eyes, his voice low and menacing. What do you think you're doing? Qin Lang ignored his fury, instead staring back with cold indifference. He tapped the spoon casually against the rim of the bowl, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound.
You'd better get one thing straight.
Qin Lang's tone turned icy, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing straight into the man's soul. Don't mistake me for a polite person. My courtesy and manners aren't something I hand out to just anyone.
He rose slowly, towering over the other man.
His gaze was deep and icy, his tone carrying a sharp, oppressive weight. The fact that I haven't killed you yet is already a sign of my restraint. The entire hall suddenly grew tense, as if the very air had grown thin. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice low and tinged with impatience. What I despise most are riddle makers.
The man's expression shifted slightly.
His fingers tightened unconsciously into fists, and his Adam's apple bobbed as if he were struggling to contain something.
Everyone around the table held their breath.
Even Feng Chao instinctively took a step back, seemingly afraid to intervene in this standoff.
You're quite the arrogant one.
The man's expression darkened to a terrifying shade, his lips pressed into a straight line as he fought back his rage.
Qin Lang retorted, because I have the capital to be arrogant.
The man shot Qin Lang a fierce glare, as if he wanted to say more, but in the end, he only gave a cold snort. He abruptly pushed back his chair and stormed out of the seat. The woman froze, clearly caught off guard by her companion's abrupt departure. Yet she swiftly rose and hurried after him. As she left, the woman couldn't resist glancing back at Qin Lang, her expression complex and impossible to read. The restaurant fell silent as everyone watched the pair leave. Only after their figures disappeared around the staircase corner did Ling Wei slowly turn her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Resting her chin in her hand, she grinned at Qin Lang.
Qin Lang, you looked so cool when you got angry just now.
Qin Lang offered no response, merely continuing to eat the food on his plate with a detached air, as if the earlier confrontation had been nothing more than a trivial interlude. Song Niancy frowned and murmured, those two really are strange.
It's good to call them out.
Han Zhuo turned to Qin Lang, his tone tinged with inquiry. Qin Lang, did you discover something just now? Qin Lang lifted his gaze slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He slowly set down his chopsticks, his eyes sweeping over the people at the table as he spoke in a leisurely tone. I discovered far too many things. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop as he pondered for a moment before speaking. First, Feng Chao. All eyes turned to Feng Chao, seated not far away. He was bent over, seemingly fiddling with something, his expression deep in thought.
Qin Lang withdrew his gaze and continued, did you notice that when we told him someone had died, his first reaction wasn't to ask where it happened?
Instead, he asked how it happened. At this remark, everyone froze. Ling Wei recalled the moment and nodded sharply.
That's exactly right. If someone found out a death had occurred in their own shop, wouldn't the natural reaction be to ask about the location first?
Song Niancy furrowed her brow slightly. But he skipped the location entirely. His first reaction was to ask about the cause of death.
What does that tell us? Qin Lang smiled faintly. It means he wasn't surprised by the death occurring in the inn. In fact, he's likely accustomed to it.
Different methods of death carry different messages.
The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Everyone exchanged instinctive glances, a faint chill settling in their hearts. Ling Wei suppressed her smile and said earnestly, "It is indeed unusual."
Qin Lang gently tapped his chopsticks, musing, and that man and woman were peculiar too.
Manhwa sat up straight and asked, "How exactly were they strange?" Chapter 188, The Sound of the Zither. Their companion died, but did you notice something?
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his voice slightly deepening.
They didn't show any signs of grief. That's clearly not normal either.
The group recalled the earlier scene. Indeed, the man and woman hadn't shown the slightest hint of grief from start to finish.
Instead, both seemed to be hiding something.
The man had even deliberately stopped the woman from speaking. Indeed, this was even more suspicious.
Song Niancy murmured. Ling Wei stroked her chin. Are they genuinely unaffected, or is there something they dare not reveal?
Manhwa leaned back in his chair, pondering before saying, either way, it proves they're inextricably linked to this hotel's secret.
Qin Lang's lips curved slightly, his gaze deepening. And the dungeon hasn't even officially started yet. Suddenly, Qin Lang interjected, right, the instance hasn't even officially started yet. How could someone die so soon?
The others froze.
Exactly. If the dungeon hasn't started, that means none of the strange phenomena or traps have been activated. It's unlikely anyone would be killed. Song Niancy asked, could it be that the two of them killed them? The group exchanged glances, silently pondering.
Outside the window, the rain continued to fall relentlessly, raindrops tapping against the glass in a steady, intermittent patter. Suddenly, a low, haunting piano melody drifted down from the upper floors. Like a ghost in the rain-soaked night, it rippled through the still air, creating layer upon layer of echoes. The melody was slow and eerie, its tone neither the muffled resonance of an old piano nor the synthesized sound of an electronic keyboard. Instead, it possessed a peculiar hybrid quality, tinged with an otherworldly ethereality.
Someone was playing the piano? Ling Wei snapped her head up, scanning the surroundings suspiciously before furrowing her brow. Wait a minute, I checked every room earlier and didn't find a piano. Su Mubai nodded solemnly. Not just you, I checked too. There's no piano in any of the rooms.
All eyes turned toward the upper floor as the melody continued, melodious yet tinged with an inexplicable strangeness that sent a chill down their spines.
Song Niancy's brow furrowed slightly.
Her right hand instinctively rested on the weapon at her waist, her eyes flashing with alertness.
I'll go check.
Just as she rose, Qin Lang reached out to stop her, his tone steady and decisive. Sit down.
Don't move.
Song Niancy paused, puzzled by Qin Lang's intent, but obediently stopped her movement. Qin Lang's gaze remained fixed on the upstairs direction, his deep eyes holding a hint of inquiry. He tapped the tabletop lightly, pondered for a moment, then spoke. Ling Wei, Manhwa, go fetch Feng Chao.
Understood.
Ling Wei and Manhwa exchanged a glance before rising and striding swiftly toward the kitchen. Yet the piano music upstairs didn't cease with their departure, it grew louder instead. The performer was utterly immersed in the music. Each note seemed imbued with a distinct emotion, echoing through the dimly lit inn and gradually seeping into everyone's ears. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingertips tapping lightly on the tabletop as if pondering some unsolved mystery. The others instinctively held their breath, the air thick with an indescribable sense of pressure.
Where exactly was this music coming from?
Ling Wei and Manhwa soon returned to the dining room with Feng Chao.
His expression seemed unnatural, his gaze evasive, as if avoiding something.
The piano melody continued to flow softly from upstairs, like an invisible hand plucking at people's hearts, adding an eerie atmosphere to the dimly lit hotel. Yet Feng Chao's expression remained largely unchanged, as if he were already accustomed to it. Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed calmly on Feng Chao.
His tone was measured and unhurried. What's with that piano music upstairs?
Feng Chao's lips trembled slightly as if gathering his thoughts, but when words reached his mouth, he only mumbled indistinctly, that?
Nothing, really. Just pretend you didn't hear it.
Ling Wei raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of amusement and skepticism.
Pretend we didn't hear it? But the thing is, it's playing right now. How can we pretend not to hear it? We have to live here. Feng Chao's expression grew increasingly uneasy. His eyes darted around, avoiding everyone's gaze as he stammered, just ignore it. You'll get used to it. Just get used to it?
Ling Wei suddenly smiled, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Hey, handsome, did you hear what Qin Lang just said? I live upstairs. If this piano wakes me up in the middle of the night, do you think I'll just let it slide? Feng Chao's expression shifted slightly. His lips parted as if to speak, but he ultimately sighed and murmured, well, actually, it stops on its own at 11:11 p.m. Before he could finish, Qin Lang's expression darkened, his fingers tapping the table absently.
11:11?
Qin Lang recalled, every clock in the hotel had frozen at 11:11. A hotel where piano music appeared inexplicably, a space where every clock pointed to the same moment. The connection between these two phenomena was too eerie to be mere coincidence. Qin Lang lifted his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Feng Chao as he spoke slowly. Then what about these clocks?
Why have all the clocks stopped at 11:11? Feng Chao visibly tensed.
His hand unconsciously gripped the hem of his shirt as his gaze began to wander, as if cornered. After a few seconds of silence, he shook his head firmly.
I don't know. Are you sure? Song Niancy interjected coldly from the side. I really don't know. Feng Chao's tone grew more urgent, as if afraid of further questioning. He paused, then abruptly took a step back, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now. You all continue eating. With that, he turned and practically fled the dining room, striding out without looking back. Everyone watched his retreating figure until he disappeared, leaving the table in sudden silence. Ling Wei let out a soft whistle, her smile fading slightly as she turned to Qin Lang. What are you going to do? Qin Lang's gaze remained fixed on the direction Feng Chao had vanished, his brow slightly furrowed as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the tabletop. Since he won't tell us, we'll just go up and see for ourselves. Qin Lang and his companions stepped onto the wooden staircase. Their footsteps echoed through the empty inn, mingling with the piano music to create an indescribable sense of eeriness. The melody flowed smoothly and melodiously, carrying a faint hint of sorrow, like some distant call that inexplicably tightened the heart. The sound came from the end of the corridor. Hanzhua murmured, his ears twitching as he scanned the surroundings warily. Just as they moved forward, a voice emerged from behind them. Don't go. Chapter 189, The Walking Clock. Qin Lang turned to see it was the girl from earlier. Her face tense, she pleaded, don't go. Another guy rushed out and yanked her back. Got nothing better to do, huh? Shut your mouth. The door slammed shut again, followed by the sound of a loud slap. Song Niancy stood with her hands on her hips. Is this guy crazy? Hitting a woman? Just wait till I deal with him. Hanzhua grabbed her arm. Niancy, don't act impulsively. What if this is a trap? We must remember our mission and not get distracted. Song Niancy reluctantly held back, but still declared, just you wait. If that guy makes it to the end, I'll personally deliver him to the Enforcement Bureau. Ling Wei turned her gaze back to the room at the end of the corridor, frowning as she said, I went into that room before. There's nothing in there, not even a bed. How could there be piano music? Hearing this, everyone quickened their pace until they reached the end of the corridor, where a tightly shut wooden door came into view. The music seeped through the door, as if emanating from another world. Qin Lang stood before the door, testing the handle. It wasn't locked. He pushed gently, and with a creak, the door slowly swung open. The room was pitch black, curtains thick with dust, the air heavy with a faint musty smell. Yet within this dim space, a black grand piano stood silently in the room's center, its ebony body reflecting faint light. The piano music abruptly ceased the moment the door opened. The room fell into an eerie silence. Su Mubai took a shallow breath, scanned the surroundings, and murmured, no strange aura. Her tone carried a hint of puzzlement. If any supernatural presence existed here, as one of its kind, she should have sensed it. Yet now, the room was completely empty. Qin Lang's gaze swept the room. After a moment's contemplation, he reached out, grasped the doorknob, and with a click, closed the door once more. The instant the door closed completely, the piano melody began again. The haunting melody filled the air once more, each note striking at the nerves of everyone present. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Everyone held their breath, standing at the doorway, staring at the tightly shut door. Qin Lang's expression darkened slightly, a meaningful curve slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. He pushed the door open again. The room remained as dim as before, the musty smell and the sense of deathly stillness in the air even more intense. However, this time Qin Lang's gaze didn't immediately fixate on the black piano. Instead, it lingered on the floor. A trail of blood-soaked footprints stretched clearly across the wooden floor, from the corner of the room all the way to the piano. The footprints were somewhat blurred, as if freshly formed, yet they carried an ancient aura, as though they had existed in this room for a very long time. The bloodstains were deep in color, dotted with black specks, clearly not fresh. Moreover, their shape was somewhat unusual. Song Niancy stepped forward to examine them. These aren't normal human footprints, she remarked. They look like they were left by someone dragging the victim while they struggled. Ling Wei's voice was grave. These footprints weren't here when I entered the room. How could they have appeared so suddenly? Ling Wei's expression darkened. She swiftly removed a delicate necklace from her neck. Suspended from it was a silver, teardrop-shaped crystal, clear and luminous, emitting a faint glow. This necklace helps me sense any anomalies in the room, whether human traces or strange presences, she explained, her gaze focused as her fingers tightened around the crystal. As she applied gentle pressure to her palm, the crystal's surface began to glow with a faint, eerie light. Closing her eyes, she seemed to be conducting some form of sensory connection. After several minutes, beads of sweat began to form on Ling Wei's forehead. Ling Wei snapped her eyes open, a look of surprise on her face. Strange, she murmured. There's absolutely nothing unusual here. She once again aimed the crystal at her surroundings, scanning meticulously, yet still received no response. Song Niancy and Hanzhua both looked surprised. Nothing at all? Qin Lang frowned slightly, crouching beside the footprints to examine them closely. He murmured softly, his fingertips lightly touching the damp bloodstain on the floor, then fell silent. Cold sweat beaded on Ling Wei's forehead. She still hadn't found any clues to explain these footprints. Impossible. There's absolutely no trace at all. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. Grandma Golden Leaf looked at Qin Lang, not human, not supernatural. Could it be some kind of illusion? Could we have already fallen under its spell? At this remark, Song Niancy and the others began to feel uneasy. If someone was indeed manipulating this, didn't that mean they'd already fallen victim to someone's skill?
Qin Lang said nothing more, instead circling the piano to inspect the surroundings, carefully examining the floor. Suddenly, Hanjua murmured, "These footprints seem to stretch from beside the piano to the other side of the room, but this room has no secret passages or hidden spaces whatsoever." In other words, these bloody footprints must have been left when the victim was forcibly dragged out from beside the piano by the killer. Then the question arises. Qin Lang paused for a moment, meeting Lingwei's gaze directly. How exactly were these footprints made? We were all outside just now. If there had been any commotion, we couldn't have failed to notice it. A moment of silence fell over the group. Qin Lang stood in the center of the room, his brow slightly furrowed as his gaze slowly swept over everything within. Wait! His gaze settled on an antique clock on the wall. The glass face had yellowed, and the hands moved slowly, their ticking clearly audible. Look at this. His voice was low and calm. The clock in this room is still ticking. At his words, everyone instinctively looked up at the clock. Song Niancy froze for a moment, then her pupils contracted slightly. It's true. Every clock downstairs, including the ones we checked earlier, has stopped at 11:11. But this clock in this room is still ticking. Her voice trailed off, as if sensing something deeper and more unsettling. This clock isn't just ticking, its time seems to be running slightly faster than the others outside. Grandma Golden Leaf took a step closer, scrutinizing the clock face intently. Could it be that this room itself isn't affected by some rule of the dungeon? Qin Lang pondered for a moment, then suddenly seemed to grasp something, his tone abruptly firm. I know. Quick, everyone, get out now. Chapter 190, The Rules of Time. No, it's not unaffected, it's experiencing its own flow of time. He slowly raised his head, his gaze deep and piercing, as if he had already uncovered the room's hidden secret. I understand now. As long as this room is closed, it will begin repeating events that have already occurred. Grandma Golden Leaf paused slightly, glancing down at the blood-stained footprints. Her expression instantly grew grave. You mean everything we've seen, the footprints, the piano music, even the flow of time in this room is a replay of events that already occurred? Exactly. Qin Lang nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with rationality. This explains why Lingwei's necklace detected nothing, because it's not happening now, but a scene that once existed. It's merely being perpetually reproduced by some underlying rule. It sounds like... Song Niancy couldn't help but whisper, a stuck tape? Qin Lang lifted his gaze, his eyes sweeping over every detail in the room. He spoke slowly. If that's the case, then everything here might just be some kind of residual temporal projection. This meant we couldn't possibly find any direct clues here. The atmosphere in the room grew stiflingly heavy, the air itself seeming to thicken and freeze. Everyone instinctively took a step back, staring at the jarring row of bloody footprints and the black piano standing silently in the corner. The piano music had long since faded, yet an intangible sense of oppression permeated the entire space, sending chills down their spines. If this room operated on its own independent timeline, endlessly replaying past events, what would unfold next? No one could predict. Lingwei couldn't help but rub her arms. Though the room wasn't cold, a bone-chilling chill crept up her spine. Song Niancy's fingers curled slightly as her gaze fixed intently on the trail of disordered footprints. The marks began beside the piano and stretched toward the door, trailing a dark crimson trail along the way. At the end of the trail, the blood became thicker, revealing clear signs of struggle, as if someone had tried to escape but been dragged back by something. Damn it, this is such a hassle. Song Niancy frowned, muttering under her breath. So, we have absolutely no idea what this room will recreate next, and the flow of time is completely beyond our control. As a veteran player of these instances, she'd navigated countless scenarios and challenges of varying types and difficulties. But in this moment, she grasped an extremely dangerous truth: they had no control over what unfolded here. They might be able to push open the door and observe echoes of the past, but if the time rules here truly meant constantly replaying past events, would the room replay someone's death? Would it replay some form of intangible terror? More crucially, when these scenes replayed, would they still be able to leave safely? Grandma Golden Leaf took a drag on her cigarette and asked, if that's the case, Qin Lang, you were right to call us out. We'd better not stay too long. Because we don't know if this replay process might drag us into it too. A heavy weight settled in everyone's hearts. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. As they pondered, a sudden clatter erupted from the room as if something had been knocked over, followed by muffled shouts. The sound wasn't loud, yet it carried an eerie, oppressive quality, as if it were a lingering echo from another world. It seemed trapped within this room, endlessly replaying a moment from the past. Rip. Accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing, the air in the room abruptly thickened, and the arguing grew clearer. Qin Lang and the others strained to listen, discerning the shouts of a man and a woman. Their voices seemed muffled by some invisible interference, making the exact words indistinct. Only intense emotional fluctuations could be discerned: anger and roars.
Song Niancy's brow furrowed slightly before she drew a spirit binding chain from her waist. Playing ghost games. Her gaze sharpened as she murmured, I refuse to believe it. Whatever ghostly thing is in there, I'll capture it first. With that, she started to charge inside. But just as she was about to step forward, Qin Lang grabbed her arm firmly. It's useless, he said with unwavering resolve. Song Niancy froze, her brows furrowing slightly. Why? Qin Lang stared at the room's furnishings, his voice cool and assured. Didn't I tell you? The rules of this room are set. Once the door is opened, time inside stops. You won't catch anything inside. Song Niancy froze, instinctively glancing at the black piano before scanning the room's furnishings. Sure enough, the quarrel she'd heard moments ago vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Song Niancy frowned. What's going on? Because the door is closed. Qin Lang replied calmly. This room only continues to replay past events when it's sealed. The moment we step inside, it pauses. He paused before continuing, this isn't a simple paranormal phenomenon, it's a peculiar temporal residue. The group exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. What should we do? Song Niancy gripped the spirit binding lock tightly, her eyes flashing with reluctance. Just wait here? Qin Lang's gaze darkened as he nodded slowly. We can't intervene directly, but we can wait. Manhwa frowned. Wait until when? It's not about waiting for a specific time. A faint smile touched Qin Lang's lips as he spoke with deep meaning. What I mean is wait for someone knowledgeable here to tell us the story of this room. Ling Wei paused, then caught on, tentatively asking, you mean force them out? Qin Lang's lips curved slightly as he nodded. Exactly. Ling Wei frowned, hesitating slightly as she spoke, but the question is, will they be willing? Especially Feng Chao, he was already stammering earlier, clearly unwilling to say more. And the fact that he seems so accustomed to the strange occurrences here clearly means he's no ordinary person. Even if he knows, he won't tell us. Just then, old woman Jinya chuckled. Qin Lang, you're planning to do something shady, aren't you? A hint of amusement flashed in old lady Jinya's eyes. Qin Lang didn't hide his intentions, nodding readily, you bet. Chapter 191, In Memories. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Lang drew the ghost-slaying blade from his back. Seeing this, Ling Wei, Song Niancy, Manhwa, and the others all flinched slightly. Su Mubai's expression shifted slightly as he murmured, you're not seriously planning to tear this place apart, are you? Qin Lang gave a cold chuckle, gripping the blade's hilt tightly as his gaze sharpened. If the things in this room refuse to speak, then I'll make them come out themselves. With that, he raised the blade without hesitation, the edge tilted slightly upward, clearly intending to cleave the wall. Yet, just as the blade was about to strike, faint footsteps echoed faintly from the corridor. Tap tap. The sound suggested someone approaching slowly, their steps steady yet oddly heavy, carrying an inexplicable sense of oppression that sent a chill down one's spine. Then, a hunched figure slowly appeared at the end of the corridor. It was the old woman from earlier. Her cloudy eyes glinted with an eerie light under the dim lamp, a faint, ambiguous smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she stared at Qin Lang. Ha, what a hot-tempered youngster. Her voice was low and raspy, yet carried an inexplicable depth of meaning. In the dim light, everyone finally saw that the old woman was draped in a soaking wet raincoat. Rainwater dripped incessantly from the hem and cuffs of her coat, splashing tiny droplets onto the wooden floor. The steady drip-drip echoed distinctly in the silent corridor. Ling Wei instinctively took a step back, muttering under her breath, wearing a raincoat indoors? What's wrong with her? Yet the old woman seemed oblivious to their murmurs. She lifted her head slightly, her cloudy eyes sweeping the room. Her voice was low and deliberate, you little ones, you'd better behave yourselves. Her tone carried no deliberate threat, yet it instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure, as if each word weighed 1,000 pounds, pressing down on one's heart. Qin Lang merely smiled faintly, his grip on the demon-slaying blade steady as ever. The blade's edge glinted coldly, poised to strike again at any moment. Want me to stop? Fine. Qin Lang's voice was calm. First, explain exactly what happened in this room. The old woman stared deeply at him, then shook her head. This room is one of the hotel's special features. You can't destroy it. Her voice carried a hint of resignation, as if she were speaking of something long predetermined. Manhwa frowned. Unique? What does that mean? The old woman didn't answer directly, but continued, if you learn about the matters within this room, there will be no turning back. Her tone was heavy, even tinged with a warning. Ling Wei couldn't help but speak up, no turning back? What does that mean? The old woman didn't answer, instead fixing her gaze on Qin Lang. Qin Lang, however, chuckled lightly and declared without hesitation, it doesn't matter. That's exactly why we came. His gaze was unwavering, not a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. The old woman stared at him for a few seconds before finally sighing, as if she had anticipated this response all along. Very well. She shook her head gently. Then wait until 10:30. Meet me downstairs, and I'll explain everything. With that, the old woman descended the stairs alone. Su Mubai and the others turned their gaze toward Qin Lang in unison. We'll wait. Be downstairs sharp at 10:30. Qin Lang sheathed his ghost-slaying blade. Let's see what the hell is going on here.
As 10:30 approached, Qin Lang and the others arrived downstairs as promised. Sure enough, the old woman was already waiting there, still clad in that damp raincoat. Water droplets trickled slowly down the hem of her coat, pooling into a small puddle on the floor that looked eerie and chilling.
Song Niancy stared at her for a few seconds before frowning. "Aren't you uncomfortable wearing that?"
The old woman kept her eyelids lowered, her voice still hoarse. "I've been out and about all year round.
"I'm used to it."
Her tone was calm and unruffled, as if the raincoat had become an extension of her body so much so that one might wonder if she had ever taken it off at all.
Qin Lang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the old woman, waiting for her explanation.
Slowly, the old woman lifted her head, her gaze sweeping over the group with a profound weight. She sighed softly before finally speaking.
"This inn used to be just an ordinary family-run place, managed by an elderly couple."
Her voice was low, as if carried from a bygone era.
The couple had lived a quiet life. Though their inn wasn't large, business was decent.
They had a bright, adorable daughter. The three of them lived in harmony, enjoying a simple yet happy life. At this point, the old woman paused, her gaze drifting out the window as if seeing some distant past.
Until one rainy night, everything changed.
Outside, the wind rustled the tattered curtains, their whispering echoing her words.
That night, torrential rain poured down, the inn's lights reflecting in puddles, appearing lonely and isolated.
Raindrops pounded the windows, and the sound of a bell outside echoed in the night as 10 guests knocked on the inn's door. The old woman's tone remained calm, yet the mention of 10 guests arriving sent an inexplicable chill through everyone present.
Song Niancy instinctively sensed something significant was about to happen.
The 10 individuals, clad in soaked garments, appeared to be merchants from afar. They explained that they had been caught in the downpour and had no choice but to seek shelter. The kind-hearted couple naturally welcomed them, providing rooms and warmly serving ginger tea, fearful the guests might catch cold from the rain.
Little did they know.
The old woman's voice trembled slightly, her eyes as deep as the night. In the dead of night, these 10 people revealed their true nature.
The air in the hall seemed to freeze.
The old woman spoke slowly. From the very beginning, they had never intended to merely seek shelter. They bound the elderly couple, gagging them to silence any cries for help.
Their daughter tried to resist, attempting to seek aid, but
the old woman paused, a shadow of profound darkness crossing her face. She was violated by several of the men.
In the end, all 3 family members were locked away by the bandits.
Her voice was light as a feather, yet it fell like a stone into an abyss, sending ripples through everyone's hearts. Manhwa frowned, sensing something amiss in her words.
He whispered, "Then what? What happened to them afterward? And what does any of this have to do with that room?" The old woman didn't answer immediately.
Instead, she glanced down at her raincoat, a faint, enigmatic curve playing at the corners of her mouth.
"Because,"
she murmured softly, her voice faint as a whisper in the night wind, "that family of 3 died in that very room."
Chapter 192, 3 more arrive.
As the old woman spoke, the lobby gradually fell into a deathly silence. Qin Lang's gaze grew intense as he asked slowly, "So everything that happened in that room, was it the same as how the hotel owner's family of 3 met their tragic end?" At these words, a peculiar expression flickered across the old woman's face, a half smile, half frown.
"Not entirely." Qin Lang frowned. "Then what was it? What did the incessant, repeating piano music in that room signify? And what about those sudden blood-stained footprints? What did they represent?"
The old woman slowly raised her head. The music in that room was played by the innkeeper's daughter. Her words seemed to settle on everyone's hearts, carrying a heavy weight.
Lingwei frowned. "So that girl's spirit is still there, right?" Having encountered countless eerie phenomena and spirits, she felt no fear.
But this phenomenon of time reversal occurring within a room was something she had never encountered before. Lingwei couldn't think of how to deal with this anomaly, so she was quite worried. The old woman sighed softly and shook her head. "It's not just her. The spirits of all 3 of them are here, and each has its own place of rest." At these words, everyone froze in unison.
"Each has one? Then there must be 2 more? So we've only encountered one of them?" Song Niancy's voice was dry.
"That's correct." The old woman nodded slowly. "You've only encountered one so far. And since just now, that family of 3 has already set their sights on you." The moment those words fell, Qin Lang and the others exchanged glances.
Qin Lang chuckled. "So they've already got their eyes on us?"
The old woman's lips curved slightly upward.
"Exactly." Qin Lang smiled. "Excellent. That suits me just fine."
Seeing Qin Lang's expression, the old woman looked slightly surprised.
Beep.
Suddenly, a short, urgent honk of a car horn sounded, particularly shrill. Qin Lang and the others paused briefly before instinctively heading toward the hotel entrance. Through the rain, 2 cars pulled up in front of the inn. Their headlights remained on as rainwater slid down the sides, pooling into small puddles on the ground. Soon, the doors swung open, and a man and a woman stepped out of the first car. The man, in his early 30s, was tall and thin, wearing a dark jacket, his face etched with anxiety. He supported a woman as she stepped out, clad in a gray trench coat. Her hair was drenched, her features twisted in pain as she clutched her swollen belly and moaned softly. Almost simultaneously, the door of the second car swung open, and a petite woman stepped out briskly. Her long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, her face dotted with raindrops, her expression tense. The man, too hurried to open his umbrella, raced up the steps and addressed Qin Lang and the others standing at the entrance.
Do you have any rooms available? Could you give us a room?
His voice carried a hint of urgency as rainwater dripped down his temples. His hands clutched the woman in his arms tightly, as if soothing her. The old woman slowly rose to her feet, her gaze sweeping over the three figures before turning to call out, "Feng Chao." Soon, Feng Chao descended the stairs. Spotting the two women and one man at the entrance, a flicker of surprise crossed his usually dull face before he regained his composure. Nodding, he replied, "There's a room available on the 3rd floor.
You can." "No." The man cut him off immediately, urgency in his voice. "I want a room on the 2nd floor. My wife is in terrible pain."
"Ah." As he spoke, the woman's face grew even paler, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead as her hands instinctively clutched her stomach. Clearly, her condition could not be delayed any longer.
Feng Chao hesitated slightly, seeming uncertain.
He glanced at Qin Lang and the others. There aren't many rooms on the 2nd floor of the inn, and one of them is particularly unsuitable for guests. But before Feng Chao could speak, Song Niancy, standing nearby, suddenly interjected, "We can give them a room." Her voice was crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation.
Feng Chao sighed in relief and nodded.
"All right, I'll take you upstairs right away." Qin Lang's gaze darkened, his tone calm yet carrying an unquestionable authority. "No.
We cannot give up our room." At this, everyone froze in surprise. Song Niancy frowned, unable to hold back her objection. "Qin Lang, you're being heartless. Can't you see she's not feeling well? What if she goes into labor soon?"
Her tone carried a hint of reproach, clearly displeased with Qin Lang's stance. The man immediately nodded, his voice urgent.
"Sir, we'll pay double the room rate. Any amount is acceptable as long as we can stay here."
As he spoke, he pulled a stack of bills from his coat pocket, spreading them open in his palm, his eyes pleading. But Qin Lang didn't even glance at it, coldly uttering 4 words, "No matter how much you offer, it's not enough."
The man's expression shifted slightly, his lips trembling, a hint of anger lingering.
Yet Qin Lang's expression remained unwavering, his eyes deep and resolute, as if his decision was final. After a tense standoff, the man finally sighed, gritted his teeth, and whispered to the pregnant woman beside him, "Honey, I'll take you upstairs first." Turning to Feng Chao, his eyes betrayed a restrained urgency. "This is a problem."
Feng Chao nodded and led them upstairs.
After taking a few steps, the man glanced back at Qin Lang, his expression complex, still unwilling to accept the situation. "For someone like you, I wish you all the best." Qin Lang glanced at him and chuckled, "No need for your concern." The man said no more and headed straight upstairs. Just then, the other woman standing nearby slowly stepped forward. She wore a form-fitting black dress. The rainwater clinging to the fabric accentuated her curves, while her delicate yet sharp features carried an icy elegance. Her skin was exceptionally fair, and the creases of her double eyelids were distinctly pronounced.
Qin Lang inquired, "Miss, are you staying here too?"
The woman ignored him, seemingly displeased with Qin Lang's earlier cold-blooded actions. She waited until Feng Chao came down before speaking. "A single room. Anywhere will do." With that, she pulled a thick stack of cash from her bag and slammed it onto the counter. "Quiet," she added flatly. Feng Chao glanced down at the stack of bills, his eyelid twitching slightly before he nodded. "All right, let's get you registered first." Without further ado, the woman picked up a pen and wrote her name cleanly and precisely in the register. Her handwriting was neat and austere, just like her demeanor devoid of any warmth. Suddenly, Feng Chao glanced at her name and asked, "Is that your real name?" Chapter 193, Different Eras. The woman flicked a strand of hair behind her ear. "What's the matter? You have to ask that too?" Qin Lang stepped forward to look and saw 3 characters written, "Little Strawberry." Feng Chao's expression suddenly hardened. "You're not here to sell yourself, are you?" Everyone's gaze shifted to the beauty. The beauty frowned. "What business is it of yours?" Feng Chao snapped, "Get out of here." Little Strawberry frowned. "What? You want me to leave in this downpour? Are you just as heartless as that man earlier?" Before Feng Chao could respond, the raincoat-clad old woman interjected, "Feng Chao, you're running a business. How can you refuse someone entry?" Feng Chao gritted his teeth, shot Xiao Chao Mei a glare, snorted, then tossed a set of keys before storming off. Little Strawberry muttered under her breath, "He's got issues." With everything settled, she lifted her hand to smooth her slightly disheveled hair and headed straight for the stairs. Once everyone else had left, Song Niancy finally couldn't hold back. She whipped her head around, her gaze burning with indignation as she fixed it on Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, you're just too cold-hearted, aren't you? Even if you're being cautious, you should at least consider how a pregnant woman feels. The way you acted just now was really over the top." Qin Lang merely gave her a dismissive glance, his expression dripping with contempt. "Song Niancy, did you get your head stuck in a door or something?" Song Niancy frowned. "What do you mean? I won't let this go until you explain yourself." Qin Lang's lips curved slightly, his gaze cool and sharp. "Look at the cars those people are driving." At his words, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the hotel entrance.
Amidst the rain, the two vehicles sat quietly on the muddy ground.
Judging by their models and appearance, they had a distinctly vintage feel. Ling Wei's brow furrowed slightly, her expression growing grave. These are at least a decade-old models.
They're practically antiques nowadays. Why would they still be driving these? Qin Lang nodded and continued, it's not just the cars. Did you notice the bills that woman pulled out earlier?
Those bills weren't the new series either, they were old currency from over a decade ago.
And who carries that much cash on them nowadays? Everyone froze for a moment. Yeah, we're in the age of electronic payments now.
Unless it's a special situation, almost no one carries around such a thick wad of cash. Ling Wei suddenly sucked in a sharp breath, her pupils contracting slightly. Her lips felt dry as she said, Qin Lang, are you implying
they and us aren't even from the same era? Qin Lang nodded. Exactly.
The 2 men and 1 woman we encountered initially might have been players.
But these people we've encountered now? They might all be staged people living in the past.
Everything about them might be orchestrated and pre-planned. Until we know who they really are, I don't want to get too involved with them. Song Nianzi felt a chill run down her spine, realizing her momentary softness might have led to unforeseen consequences. Anything happening in one place across different times and eras, this was truly the first time she'd ever seen such a situation.
Manhwa asked, so what are you planning to do?
Qin Lang's lips curved upward, his eyes flashing with a hint of playful sharpness. Simple.
Just go ask them directly. Ling Wei frowned and murmured, what if they refuse to cooperate like Feng Chao did? Qin Lang shrugged indifferently. Uncooperative? Then we'll just have to force the information out of them. With that, he gave a pat to the demon-slaying blade at his waist. Song Nianzi and the others exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing to this approach.
Ling Wei surveyed the group, then spoke after a moment's thought, I have a suggestion, let's split up.
Qin Lang, you go find out who those people are.
We'll search the other 2 rooms possessed by spirits. We need to figure out what's going on here as quickly as possible.
But one rule, without knowing what might happen, no one makes a move. All actions are postponed until everyone is present. Qin Lang didn't object. Agreed. Song Nianzi blinked, then casually stretched her arms as if yawning.
Alright then, you guys wait here for a moment. I need to use the restroom.
I'll be back soon. Ling Wei didn't think much of it, just casually replied, hurry back.
Song Nianzi smiled, turned, and left the living room, walking down the hallway toward the restroom. After pushing the door open, she closed it behind her and waited until she heard the lock click into place. Only then did she pull her phone from her pocket, swiftly swipe the screen open, and begin typing rapidly.
Song Nianzi sent Yizi a message, hey, how are you doing?
After sending the message, she held her breath, staring intently at the screen. Yizi and she had secretly agreed to a partnership, promising to keep it from Qin Lang and let Yizi enter the rainy night hotel dungeon.
Yizi should be hiding somewhere now.
After realizing the horror of this hotel, Song Nianzi began to worry about Yizi's safety. Seconds later, her phone vibrated as a new message popped up.
Yizi, I'm already inside the hotel.
Song Nianzi's pupils contracted slightly as she sucked in a sharp breath, immediately replying, where are you?
Have you seen anything? Yizi, there's a back courtyard. I'm hiding in the warehouse for now. As Song Nianzi considered her reply, footsteps suddenly echoed down the hallway outside the restroom. Creak.
The sound was neither fast nor slow, like someone walking barefoot on damp ground, dragging their feet slowly forward. Each step carried a faint splash of water, sounding especially clear inside the restroom.
Song Nianzi's heart tightened as she looked up toward the door with heightened alertness. Ling Wei?
She called out softly.
Yet, there was no response from outside.
The corridor was deathly quiet, even the sound of raindrops tapping against the window seemed swallowed up.
Could it be? Song Nianzi frowned, a flicker of unease rising in her heart.
She instinctively held her breath, pressing her ear against the door to listen intently for sounds outside, but the giggling persisted.
Song Nianzi took a deep breath and called out, who is it? Stop messing around.
The footsteps suddenly stopped. Her fingers tightened slightly, her heart skipping a beat. She quickly tucked her phone into her pocket, adjusted her breathing, and forced herself to calm down.
Among the people she knew, there were only 2 women, Ling Wei and Su Mubai. Su Mubai was a female ghost, she didn't need to use the bathroom and wouldn't make footsteps. If it wasn't Ling Wei outside, then who could it be?
Suddenly, the lights in the entire women's restroom dimmed.
Song Nianzi's heart raced as she pulled out her spirit binding lock. Who the hell is it? Come out here. Chapter 194, Eyes in the Dark.
The dampness in the restroom intensified, and the air grew even more deathly still.
Is anyone there?
Song Nianzi shivered, her heart racing faster and faster. Just then, Song Nianzi felt an icy, piercing gaze. It felt as though something was staring down at her from above. Her pupils contracted sharply, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on her spine. Her neck stiffened as she craned upward. A pair of deep, piercing eyes glowed in the darkness, fixed on her without blinking. Those eyes were dead and lifeless, instantly reminding one of the glazed, fish eyes typically seen in a morgue. Ah! In that instant, Song Nianzi felt her blood freeze in her veins. She screamed and stumbled out of the restroom, her entire body shooting out like an arrow released from its bowstring, nearly racing down the hallway. Thud! She slammed into someone's chest, the impact sending her reeling. Staring up, she realized she'd collided with Qin Lang.
Qin Lang frowned, narrowing his eyes as he demanded, "What the hell? Running like that out of nowhere? Did you see a ghost?"
Song Niancy gasped for breath, her face pale. She grabbed Qin Lang's sleeve tightly and stammered, There really was something in the bathroom."
Qin Lang's frown deepened. "What was it?" Song Niancy's voice cracked as she gestured incoherently.
"It was staring at me the whole time." She wasn't new to strange occurrences, but what she just witnessed still made her scalp tingle. Qin Lang shot her a skeptical glance, his eyes narrowing in scrutiny. "Calm down first."
"Calm my ass." Song Niancy was on the verge of exploding. "I'm scared out of my wits. I think." Qin Lang's tone remained calm as his gaze swept over her. Then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "No matter how scared you are, you should at least put your pants back on first." Song Niancy froze instantly, her heart racing faster. She looked down and realized she'd forgotten to pull up her pants when she came out. In her haste to flee, her loose sweatpants had slid down past her knees. Now she stood bare-legged in the hallway before Qin Lang. "Song Niancy."
The air fell into a deathly silence.
Then, in an instant, Song Niancy's face flushed crimson.
Qin Lang chuckled, "Who knew you were still such a newbie?"
Song Niancy pulled up her pants. You look again, and I'll fight you." Qin Lang merely chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "No worries. Being clean is a good thing. I have to admit, I'm really starting to see you in a new light. Get lost."
Song Niancy shoved him away, tugging at her pants as she yelled, "If you dare tell anyone, I'll kill you."
"I really will." Qin Lang raised his hands. "Fine, I'll never tell anyone I saw a wild animal today." "You still say that?" Song Niancy's face was still flushed. She glared fiercely at Qin Lang, her voice tinged with embarrassment and anger. "Why were you lurking outside the women's restroom?" Qin Lang chuckled.
"You were screaming so loud the whole hallway could hear you. If I hadn't reacted at all, that would be weird, right? I was actually heading upstairs to find that couple in Little Strawberry, but your screaming pulled me over. I'm just as flustered as you are." "You?" Song Niancy was speechless. Recalling her earlier embarrassing state, her face burned even hotter. Just then, Su Mubai arrived and asked what was going on. Qin Lang shrugged. "Just more weird stuff happening in this hotel, I guess." Su Mubai felt a twinge of unease upon hearing this, but after a moment she added, "But I didn't sense anything unusual." This was precisely what troubled her most. In previous instances, whenever similar entities or strange occurrences appeared, she could always sense them. Yet in this rainy night instance, her ability to detect the uncanny seemed completely disabled. Qin Lang turned his head toward the bathroom. "Miss Su, why don't you go in first and see if anything seems off?" Su Mubai nodded and immediately floated into the bathroom. Moments later, she emerged, her brow slightly furrowed. "Nothing at all. I can't sense even a trace of the uncanny." Hearing this, Song Niancy's expression shifted slightly, her hand unconsciously tightening around the hem of her shirt. She knew she hadn't been seeing things, yet Su Mubai's words sent a chill down her spine. If there were no ghosts inside, then what on earth had she seen? Qin Lang, noticing her unease, pressed further. "Are you absolutely certain you saw something?" Song Niancy affirmed, "Absolutely no mistake." Qin Lang pressed further, "Then describe it in detail. What exactly was inside?" Song Niancy took a deep breath, struggling to recall the terrifying scene. After a moment, she licked her dry lips and whispered, I saw what looked like a pair of man's eyes." Qin Lang pressed, "A man's eyes? What did they look like?" As she recalled, Song Niancy instinctively hugged her arms. "I don't know how to describe it, just terrifying. It was looking down at me from above." Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh. "Looking down from above? Sounds like it wasn't anything seriously spooky." Song Niancy playfully punched him. "You have the nerve to joke about it? I was scared out of my wits just now." Qin Lang stroked his chin. "Well then, looks like I'll have to go take a look. Let's go meet whatever's lurking in here." Under the dim, yellow light, the women's restroom was permeated with a faint, damp scent. Qin Lang led the way, with Su Mubai and Song Niancy following behind. The three of them slowly stepped into the restroom that had terrified Song Niancy. The lights had somehow come back on, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Only the occasional drip from an old pipe echoed as it hit the tiled floor. Qin Lang glanced around, finding everything in the restroom appeared perfectly normal, nothing particularly frightening. Song Niancy shrugged her shoulders uneasily, pointing toward the innermost stall with a tense voice. "It was right here. I was sitting on the toilet when I saw those eyes." Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, stepping toward the stall. He pushed the door open to find it empty, only the toilet lid half closed, the air still heavy with the pungent smell of urine. Qin Lang pressed the flush button and said, "Nothing there." "Think carefully, did those eyes have any other distinguishing features?" Song Niancy stared fixedly at the stall, her face still pale. She murmured, I really saw it. It was right there, staring at me. I can't quite remember the details, though."
But before she could say more, the bathroom light suddenly flickered off with a sharp crack. Chapter 195, Women's Restroom.
Qin Lang looked up, and the surroundings instantly plunged into pitch darkness.
Miss Su? Song Niancy? Qin Lang's first instinct was to turn and search for Su Mubai and Song Niancy's positions, but the area was completely empty. He couldn't hear a single sound.
He tried calling out again, but his voice echoed in the confined space, needing no response.
Poof. Finally my turn, huh?
Qin Lang immediately gripped the demon-slaying blade, a cold smile curling his lips. He pushed open the stall door and stepped out. It seemed he was the only one left in the restroom. Qin Lang licked his lips, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Yet deep inside, he felt not a trace of panic, only a surge of excitement. Rather than being kept in the dark, Qin Lang preferred this feeling of taking the initiative. It was like in a video game. Rather than getting lost and encountering nothing, it was better to face the monsters head-on. At least that way, he could be sure he hadn't taken a wrong turn. Come out and play with me. Qin Lang chuckled softly, his right hand tightening around the knife handle. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle gaze settling upon him. It felt like prey being watched by a lurking predator, stealthy yet oppressive, as if something was hiding in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Qin Lang didn't rush to turn around. He closed his eyes, exhaled slowly, then suddenly curved his lips into a smile. Not hiding anymore, he murmured. After watching for so long, it's about time you showed yourself. Yet the gaze behind him didn't waver. Instead, it grew colder. Qin Lang finally turned his head, his gaze settling on the shadowy corner behind him. Still nothing. He chuckled, twirling the knife handle casually as he remarked in a light tone, "Let me give you a hint. I don't have many hobbies, you see. I just love tearing things apart." He raised his demon-slaying blade, its edge reflecting a cold, sharp gleam in the darkness. "So stop playing hide and seek with me." His voice was low and threatening as the blade's tip pressed slowly against the wall, as if the slightest extra pressure would split the entire surface apart. "If you don't come out now, I'll really tear this place apart." Poof. A sinister laugh echoed through the dark restroom, sending chills down one's spine. Qin Lang snorted coldly, then without another word, swung his blade. Boom! The ghost-slaying blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, slamming viciously into the stall door. The blade sank deep into the wood. With a violent tremor, the door split apart, a deep gash running from top to bottom. But just as Qin Lang prepared to pull the blade free for another strike, a crack echoed through the air. Then, astonishingly, the cleaved door began to mend itself. The cracks seemed to be slowly smoothed by an invisible giant hand. The wood grain seamlessly rejoined, leaving not a trace of damage behind. It was as if Qin Lang's attack had been nothing but an illusion. Ha! And the laughter grew louder. The laughter was sharp and piercing, carrying an indescribable mockery, as if taunting Qin Lang's helplessness. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, the ghost-slaying blade once again held horizontally at his side. His tone was cold and detached as he asked, "What are you laughing at? Do you think I can't handle you?" Before the words had fully left his lips, Qin Lang abruptly closed his eyes. The blood within his body seemed to boil instantly, and a fierce killing intent erupted from the depths of his being. "Bai Qi! Come out and stretch your legs." The long dormant Bai Qi within him roused with a start at that very moment. In the darkness, a chilling, shadowy figure gradually materialized, clinging tightly to Qin Lang's back. Bai Qi's voice, tinged with lazy amusement, echoed in Qin Lang's mind, "Brother, it's been ages since you last called on me. If you hadn't called me out, my bones would have gone stiff." His tone carried a hint of savage mockery, but Qin Lang only gave a cold chuckle, a dangerous gleam flashing in his eyes. "Well then, today they'll see the might of you, the god of slaughter." The moment Bai Qi exerted his power, the entire restroom shook violently. The ceiling light flickered erratically, crackling with static as it dimmed and brightened, as if controlled by some invisible force. The floor trembled slightly, and the stall doors creaked eerily, as if invisible hands were shoving them violently. Black water stains seeped from the grout between the wall tiles, as if some ominous aura was quietly flowing. The killing intent and formidable combat power radiating from Bai's body surged relentlessly. Combined with Qin Lang's transformed physique, Bai Qi's killing intent overflowed even more intensely. "Big brother, how does it feel?" Qin Lang laughed heartily, "I feel my strength is greater than ever." Bai Qi replied, "It's not that you've grown stronger, you're becoming more proficient. As I absorb those treasures, I'm also benefiting you. So keep gathering more treasures like these, both you and I will grow stronger." Qin Lang retorted, "When you talk like that, you're basically ordering me around. Don't worry. Once we clear this dungeon, we'll get even more rewards. Plus, we'll find the Wudao Society, they've got plenty of good stuff." Their conversation continued as intense killing intent spilled out, causing the entire restroom's atmosphere to shift violently. Yet, mere seconds later, snap! All the strange phenomena abruptly ceased. The light stabilized, and everything returned to calm. Qin Lang scanned the surroundings, a mocking smile curling his lips. He casually slung the ghost-slaying blade over his shoulder and sneered, "So it was just a flash in the pan after all." "Qin Lang." At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Qin Lang turned to see Su Mubai and Song Niancy rushing into the restroom with tense expressions. Song Nancy's face was slightly pale, her eyes still holding a trace of lingering shock, as if she had just experienced something extraordinary.
Su Mubai frowned immediately and demanded, Qin Lang, where did you go just now? You vanished in an instant. We spent ages looking for you. Song Nancy followed closely behind, her voice tinged with unease. We were standing right at the restroom door just now, but in the blink of an eye, you vanished, even your aura disappeared. What happened?
Qin Lang heard this, gently brushed the dust off his ghost-slaying blade, and leaned casually against the sink. His tone was nonchalant as he replied. Looks like this hotel holds some strange power capable of transporting people to different timelines.
Song Nancy froze, then furrowed her brow. Different timelines? How can you be sure?
Qin Lang pulled something from his pocket. This can prove it.
You could say it's one of this hotel's secrets. Song Nancy and Su Mubai looked over, then gasped in shock. Chapter 196, The Horror of Time. Qin Lang pulled something out of his pocket. It was a steamed bun. Song Nancy and Su Mubai examined it closely.
The steamed bun was covered in deep green mold spots, its surface pitted and uneven, emitting a foul, rotten stench.
Song Nancy instinctively covered her nose and mouth. Is this the secret of the rainy night inn? Qin Lang explained, I put this in my pocket during dinner.
But in just a short while, it turned into this. Lucky I came out early, or who knows what would have happened to me.
Su Mubai's pupils contracted slightly as he murmured, how is this possible?
She considered herself quite powerful spiritually, yet she'd never encountered such eeriness or traps before. Qin Lang casually tossed the steamed bun onto the ground, shrugged indifferently, and remarked flatly, if I'm not mistaken, the peculiarity here not only transports people to different timelines, but after that timeline ends, it also makes them experience the passage of time. He looked at Su Mubai. For the anomaly, time holds no meaning.
But for the living, time equals lifespan.
Worst of all, this change isn't harmless.
It won't make you notice anything amiss immediately.
Only after several time jumps will you begin to see details start to shift.
Like your belongings, your body, or even your lifespan. Song Nancy's eyes widened abruptly as she covered her mouth in shock. Her expression turned utterly grave. Are you saying we're fighting them with time?
She realized she had just fallen into this trap. If Qin Lang hadn't arrived in time to help her escape, she would likely already be.
Song Nancy couldn't help but shiver.
Her face had already turned pale. She instinctively touched her arm, fearing she too might have aged silently. Her voice carried a thread of tension. Wait, so according to you, each time we undergo one of these jumps, our lifespans get shortened? Qin Lang flicked his fingers lightly, a faint smile playing on his lips.
Who knows?
So next time we have to be careful, or we might just grow old and die in some random timeline.
Song Nancy frowned, lowering her voice. Qin Lang, stop joking around. If this is really that serious, what are we supposed to do?
Her tone carried a hint of panic, clearly shaken by Qin Lang's earlier words. Just as Qin Lang was about to respond, a sudden, crisp ding pierced the air. It was the familiar dungeon system alert. Immediately afterward, rows of text appeared on the screen. Congratulations on activating the Rainy Night Inn instance. Dungeon name, Rainy Night Inn. Dungeon difficulty, SS. Dungeon background, and abandoned inn reopens its doors on a rainy night. Its owner and guests possess mysterious identities, while rumors of strange occurrences circulate within its halls. Main quest, within the allotted time, uncover the anomalous presence within the hotel and reveal its hidden truth. Qin Lang chuckled, finally, we've activated the system. Looks like uncovering the Rainy Night Inn's initial secrets is our true initiation. Interesting. This instance has been modified in a rather amusing way. Song Nancy's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Qin Lang and Su Mubai. Wait, are you saying that everything we just experienced wasn't even the official start of the instance? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, a playful smile curling his lips as he murmured, yep. You'd expect nothing less from a dungeon tweaked by the leader of the Wudao Society. Who could have guessed? Song Nancy shot him a disapproving look. What's so funny at a time like this? Qin Lang shrugged, about to say something. Ah! A sudden, piercing scream erupted above the inn. The sound was shrill and piercing, filled with heart-wrenching terror. Song Nancy shuddered violently, her face instantly turning pale. It's Ling Wei. Let's go! Qin Lang, Song Nancy, and Su Mubai practically charged up the stairs simultaneously. In the hallway, the cold white lights flickered on and off, as if they might go out completely at any moment, plunging the entire space into darkness. The screams had seemingly ceased, yet an oppressive tension still hung thick in the air. Ling Wei. Song Nancy spotted her first and rushed over. Are you okay? Ling Wei was huddled in the corner of the hallway, her face pale, eyes still haunted by lingering terror. She clutched her knees, her entire body trembling. Beside her, old woman Golden Leaf stood silently. She said nothing, silently puffing on a slender cigarette. Thick smoke obscured the complex emotions lurking deep in her eyes. Qin Lang asked her. Song Nancy's gaze immediately shifted to Manhwa, who was nearby. Manhwa sat slumped on the floor, his body slightly curled up, his expression utterly grim. His expression was agonized, his forehead covered in cold sweat. His teeth were clenched tightly, his right hand gripping his left wrist as if enduring intense pain. Qin Lang frowned, his gaze shifting to Hanhwa's clutched wrist. His expression changed. What happened to you? Song Nianzi also rushed over, crouching down and reaching for Hanhwa's left hand. Hanhwa, what's wrong? Hanhwa's body jerked violently, as if he didn't want anyone to see his hand. But he had no strength left to resist and could only let Song Nianzi pry his fingers open. The instant Hanhwa's left hand was fully exposed before everyone, Song Nianzi's pupils suddenly contracted and she sucked in a sharp breath. How is this possible? Hanhwa's left hand along with the skin covering his wrist and forearm had become incredibly aged, resembling the hand of a decrepit old man. The skin was sagging and covered in wrinkles, with prominent veins. Even the fingernails had turned dry and yellowed. It looked nothing like a young man's hand. It looked as if all its vitality had been drained away. Song Nianzi stared blankly at Hanhwa's hand, her mind going completely blank. She couldn't even form a complete sentence. How could this happen? Hanhwa breathed deeply, his voice hoarse and pained. Just now. I touched it. His throat moved as if to reveal some terrible truth, but the words froze on his lips. His entire body shuddered involuntarily, as if reliving the horror of the moment, his face turning even paler. As an enforcer, he maintained his composure relatively well. Plus, Hanhwa couldn't see the mutated hand, so he quickly regained his emotional footing. Qin Lang's gaze darkened as he spoke slowly. What did you touch? Chapter 197, The Abnormal Family. Hanhwa's breath came in ragged gasps as cold sweat trickled down his temples. His lips trembled slightly, as if struggling to recall the horror of the moment. He drew a deep breath, his voice low and urgent. Just now. Lingwei and I were heading to the next undead location when... His gaze drifted involuntarily toward Lingwei. Lingwei huddled in the corner, her face still pale. She hugged herself tightly, and at the mention of what had just happened, her entire body shuddered involuntarily. She bit her lip, saying nothing. She was noticeably calmer than Song Nianzi. Her state wasn't one of fear, but rather deep contemplation of the situation at hand. Hanhwa swallowed hard and continued. As we passed Qin Lang's room, we suddenly heard a sound coming from inside the wardrobe. The sound was faint, like something scraping lightly against the wardrobe door inside. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow slightly. My wardrobe? Hanhwa nodded. Yes. The sound was strange, intermittent, as if someone were inside. We hesitated for a moment, but decided to go check it out. His expression darkened further as he spoke, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. We stood before the wardrobe. I hesitated, then reached out to pull the door open. But the moment my hand touched the door's edge, Hanhwa's body jerked violently, his voice strained with suppressed terror. A hand suddenly reached out from the crack in the door. A woman's hand. Song Nianzi's eyes widened as she sucked in a sharp breath. A woman's hand? She remembered searching this room before. There was clearly nothing here. Hanhwa nodded forcefully, his voice trembling. Yes. Her hand. The wrist was slender, the skin deathly pale. Her nails were long, and... His eyes flickered, as if debating whether to continue, but he finally gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. Her fingers were cold as ice. What? Su Mubai's expression changed abruptly, while Song Nianzi immediately covered her mouth. What did a lifeless hand signify? It meant she wasn't human at all. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a deep voice, then what? Hanhwa's body trembled slightly as his speech quickened. That hand suddenly grabbed me. It was incredibly strong, I couldn't break free. Hanhwa described feeling as though his blood was being sucked dry. At this point, he couldn't help but lift his own withered-looking hand. After calming himself, he continued, I finally managed to brace myself against the wardrobe with my feet and yanked backward with all my strength to free my hand from hers. But after pulling my hand free, it ended up like this. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, scanning the group with their varied expressions before speaking slowly. Now, I think I understand. His voice wasn't loud, but in the deathly quiet corridor, each word felt like a hammer blow to everyone's heart. Hanhwa instinctively held his breath. Lingwei's face remained deathly pale, while Song Nianzi and Su Mubai stared intently at Qin Lang, awaiting his analysis. Qin Lang's gaze darkened slightly as he raised his hand and tapped the air a few times, as if organizing his thoughts. If we connect all the events that just happened, we'll see that the positions of these spirits follow a pattern. He paused, his tone settling into certainty. First, the eerie eyes that appeared in the women's restroom, they belonged to a man. That confirms it corresponds to the father of the family of 3 who died in this hotel. At this point, he turned to Hanhwa. Then there's your encounter. The hand that reached out from the wardrobe, that cold, lifeless woman's hand, must belong to the mother. Finally. His gaze swept across the dim hallway of the hotel. His voice paused slightly before continuing. There remains one final location, the very first room we saw. That is the daughter's territory. The air grew even thicker, as if an invisible hand had clenched everyone's hearts. One spirit trapped in the bathroom, one hidden in the wardrobe, and the last one lurking in some unknown room. Song Nianzi hugged her arms, shivering, then couldn't help but voice her confusion. Wait, the daughter being in her room seems somewhat normal, right? She clicked her tongue, her frown deepening. But why are father and mother's positions so bizarre? Father in the bathroom, mother hiding in the wardrobe, that's just too abnormal. Qin Lang chuckled softly, his tone matter of fact. Father appearing in the women's restroom is actually quite understandable.
Everyone's gaze immediately focused on him, waiting for his explanation.
He slowly scanned the room, a faint, almost imperceptible curve forming at the corners of his mouth.
Perhaps, he said, he enjoyed lurking near the women's restroom even in life, spying on unsuspecting guests.
The air froze for a moment. Song Niance's eyes widened as she recalled using that restroom herself, her face contorting with disbelief.
Disgusting. Are you saying he was a voyeur in life? Qin Lang nodded calmly and continued, as for the mother, there are two possibilities for her hiding in the wardrobe.
One is that she had a habit of peeping while alive, and the other is that she transformed into this ghostly form after death. Birds of a feather flocked together. Both husband and wife radiated a sense of darkness and sleaziness. No wonder something like this happened at a hotel like that. Song Niance crossed her arms, unable to suppress a scoff.
Are these two really that twisted? Her brow furrowed even deeper, a vague unease creeping over her. Didn't that mean the previous guests who stayed at the hotel were incredibly unlucky? If they hadn't noticed anything unusual, wouldn't they have been spied on the whole time?
Qin Lang remained silent, only curling the corners of his lips meaningfully. We always assumed it was those original guests who harmed the innkeeper and his wife. But there's another possibility, the owner's sleazy behavior was discovered by a guest, who then confronted them and beat them up.
Manhwa seemed to grasp something as well. If they'd chosen to settle with money, they'd have been idiots, he said. Those enraged strangers, tempted by money, would have killed them for sure. A brief silence fell over the hallway.
Even the motion of old lady Genia's cigarette paused slightly. Su Mubai remained impassive, while Manhwa's expression darkened further. After a few seconds, Lingwei suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with hesitation. Wow, every single one of them's a villain.
What about the daughter?
Qin Lang withdrew his pensive gaze, paused, then slowly shook his head.
As for the daughter. His gaze grew solemn, his voice slightly hushed. She was playing the piano in her room. And she left bloody footprints. That part one still can't figure out. But another question occurred to me. This question might just be the secret of the Rainy Night Inn. Chapter 198, The Secret Investigation Bureau.
Qin Lang's gaze fell upon Manhwa's withered, aged hands, his brow furrowing slightly. This wardrobe was placed in his own room, meaning he was more likely to be the victim. Manhwa was, to some extent, taking the fall for him.
Qin Lang's tone remained unhurried as he asked Manhwa, "Can you hold out?"
Cold sweat beaded on Manhwa's forehead.
Gritting his teeth, he forced a nod. No problem. Qin Lang patted Manhwa's shoulder.
Alright, then I'll go take another look at that wardrobe for you.
Qin Lang approached the wardrobe.
Its pitch-black wooden door stood slightly ajar, as if something was peering through the crack at him.
Bai Qi, it's your turn again. Qin Lang murmured inwardly, channel your power into the ghost-slaying blade. Confront this eerie presence. Bai Qi seemed preoccupied. Brother, can't you handle this yourself? Qin Lang, your killing intent is stronger. Besides, do you even know what showing weakness means? This is strategy. Bai Qi's icy voice echoed in his mind. I think you're just slacking off, brother. But Bai Qi didn't refuse. Soon, a chill spread up Qin Lang's arm. Eerie crimson patterns emerged on the surface of the ghost-slaying blade, its blade faintly glowing with a ghostly white aura. The intense killing intent felt like it could freeze the surrounding air to freezing point. Song Niance couldn't help but touch her own arm. What is this thing? Qin Lang's lips curved upward as he flipped his wrist, driving the blade deep into the wardrobe. Thud. The moment the blade pierced the wood, a shrill scream erupted. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air. Song Niance and the others felt their eardrums buzz. What was that noise? Immediately afterward, a stream of bright red blood seeped out through the slit cut by the blade, slowly trickling down the wardrobe door's crack. The blood dripped onto the floor, appearing thicker than oil. The wardrobe began shaking violently, its wooden panels creaking as if something inside was frantically struggling, trying to break free from the ghost-slaying blade. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, gripped the blade handle tightly, and let out a cold laugh. Quite the screamer, aren't you? Keep screaming. He twisted his wrist violently, plunging the demon-slaying blade deep into the wardrobe. Blood gushed forth instantly. The entire room instantly filled with a pungent, metallic stench. The screams grew even more piercing. Qin Lang watched the blood seeping from the wardrobe, a cold smile curling his lips. So this wardrobe itself is the supernatural entity. Before his words faded, his wrist flickered, and crimson patterns danced along the blade. A powerful ghostly aura instantly spread out. Gripping the hilt tightly, muscles taut, he prepared to strike again, intent on tearing the damned wardrobe door apart. But at that very moment, a deep, commanding voice boomed from outside the door. Stop! Qin Lang's blade froze mid-air. His brows furrowed slightly as his cold gaze swept toward the doorway. The door swung open, revealing a man and a woman standing in the doorway. It was the very couple who had checked into the inn first, the ones who had lost a companion. Qin Lang demanded, "What do you want?" The man's face remained expressionless as he held up a black credential for all to see. We're from the Secret Investigation Bureau. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his gaze settling on the black credential. Gold-embossed characters glimmered faintly under the dim light. The badge bore an embossed seal, and the name field read Feng Tao.
The woman also presented her ID, bearing the name Su Lily.
Ling Wei's pupils contracted slightly, her expression turning serious. You're actually from the Secret Investigation Bureau? Song Nianzi and Hanjua also froze at the name, clearly not expecting to encounter them here. Qin Lang blinked, his tone unconcerned. Secret Investigation Bureau? What's that supposed to be?
Ling Wei explained in a low voice, the Secret Investigation Bureau is a special agency independent of law enforcement.
Governments worldwide have long been curious about the origins of dungeon powers, even seeking to harness them. So nations formed secret investigation bureaus to carry out special missions within various copies. Song Nianzi added, the bureau's authority far exceeds that of ordinary law enforcement agencies like ours. In fact, if they issue an order, we have to comply. Song Nianzi's tone brimmed with astonishment. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated this organization would intervene in the current incident.
Qin Lang stroked his chin, his gaze lingering on the two figures by the door with a hint of amusement.
Oh? So they're your superiors, then? Feng Tao didn't respond, only glaring coldly at Qin Lang.
His gaze swept over the wardrobe in the room, still dripping with blood.
His tone was calm yet laced with warning. Qin Lang, do you realize that knife just now nearly ruined our plan?
Now, in the name of the Investigation Bureau, I demand you cease all operations immediately.
Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his gaze dangerous. Oh? What exactly is your plan here?
Feng Tao retorted, I owe you no explanation. Suffice it to say, this place is being sealed off for thorough investigation. Qin Lang snorted derisively, glancing sideways at Feng Tao with thick sarcasm in his voice. The eeriness of this place is right before our eyes, and only now do you decide to properly investigate? Sorry, but I see no reason to cooperate with you either.
Feng Tao's expression darkened instantly, his gaze sharp as a blade, his voice deep and menacing. What do you mean? He hadn't expected Qin Lang to be so ungrateful. What do you mean?
Qin Lang waved the ghost-slaying blade in his hand, pressing its tip against the wardrobe as he flashed a playful grin.
It's simple, I'm not giving this thing to you. The air in the room instantly froze. Feng Tao's eyes grew icy, his fists clenching slightly as he struggled to suppress his rage.
Su Lily, standing nearby, adjusted her glasses and regarded Qin Lang with a complex expression, seemingly unsurprised by his reaction.
Do you even know who you're messing with?
Feng Tao's voice was deep and menacing, laced with a hint of threat. We are the Secret Investigation Bureau. We have every right to decide whether you live or die.
Qin Lang, I've shown you exceptional leniency precisely because of your unique talents. Now you've interfered with our operation without authorization.
Not only could you ruin our investigation, but you're also risking a complete breakdown of the situation.
Qin Lang shrugged indifferently.
You're the professionals? His gaze swept over the blood-stained wardrobe as he sneered, then explained this. What happened to Hanjua's hand just now?
Looks to me like you're mostly standing by, watching to see how many people this weirdness can kill.
Your behavior seems pretty much on par with the Wudao Society.
Chapter 199, You Are the Prey. Feng Tao was momentarily speechless, his face darkening.
He drew a deep breath, struggling to suppress his rage, his voice growing deeper and darker.
Qin Lang, I warn you, this isn't a place where you can run wild. You think you can take on the Wudao Society? Qin Lang chuckled, oh? So it seems you're here for the Wudao Society too?
Su Lily spoke up, of course. We've been monitoring the Wudao Society for quite some time. In the Secret Investigation Bureau's files, the Wudao Society is listed as one of the most dangerous evil organizations. Rumors even suggest they've mastered terrifying abilities beyond comprehension capable of manipulating the very essence of the uncanny. This dungeon was modified by the Wudao Society's leader.
Many of our investigators have already fallen here.
This is our best chance, yet you'd better not get in our way. Qin Lang chuckled, but from where I stand, it's you who are standing in the way. Feng Tao stared coldly at Qin Lang, his tone steady yet laced with menace. The Wudao Society is our prey.
You're just an outsider.
Don't get too deeply involved, or you won't even know how you died. Qin Lang slowly let his smile fade, a trace of contempt still lingering at the corners of his mouth.
Wudao may be your prey, but he is also my enemy. I won't hand him over to you. Feng Tao finally lost his temper, lunging forward with a cold, furious shout. Are you looking for death?
His gaze sharpened like blades, and the aura radiating from his body grew razor-sharp. The air pressure around him seemed to drop suddenly. Yet Qin Lang remained rooted to the spot, a carefree smile playing on his lips.
What's the matter? Want to fight? Fine. Before dealing with that strange entity, I can use you as practice. The moment Qin Lang finished speaking, Feng Tao's expression darkened completely. You're asking for it.
He roared with fury, charging forward like a raging tiger as his right fist shot out. Just as his fist was about to strike, his entire arm was suddenly engulfed in a layer of blazing flames. The intense fire danced between his muscles and bones, its crimson glow illuminating the entire room. The intense heat instantly warped the air, even causing the walls to shimmer and tremble. Whoa, a fire user. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. Before he could react, Ling Wei had already struck. A black fissure suddenly ripped open in the air, revealing an entrance to another dimension. Feng Tao's flaming fist slammed directly into the alternate space, causing the intense flames to explode violently within.
Ah! Yet, though the alternate dimension successfully consumed the flames, Ling Wei herself suffered damage.
Her arm burned intensely from the extreme heat, forcing her entire body to stumble backward several steps.
Sis Ling Wei. Song Niancy cried out in alarm, rushing to support her. Are you okay? I'm fine.
Ling Wei gritted her teeth, though her palm trembled slightly.
Feng Tao's flame power had proven too much even for her to fully withstand.
This man's strength was clearly far beyond what they had imagined.
Song Niancy snapped, "Hey, aren't you guys taking this too far?"
Feng Tao frowned as his attack was deflected, his icy gaze sweeping toward Ling Wei.
As a member of the Enforcement Bureau, you dare obstruct me? Who is your superior?
Ling Wei replied, our superiors ordered us to follow Qin Lang's command during this operation.
Now that you're attacking him, it's my duty to intervene. A cold voice suddenly rang out, stop right there.
Su Mubai's figure seemed to transform into a black specter, slowly materializing from the shadows. Her eyes blazed crimson as her pale fingers slowly raised, their tips wrapped in a deep, blood-red aura.
Blood Demon Technique, release. Boom! The room's temperature plummeted as an unnatural crimson energy erupted violently. Su Mubai's form instantly blurred into an afterimage as the floor beneath her cracked from the shockwave.
Her ghostly figure darted toward Feng Tao, claws formed from her fingers, razor-sharp crimson nails slicing through the air. Each strike carried a soul-chilling intent to kill.
Feng Tao remained unfazed, continuing his counterattack with fiery fists. You think you're the only one who can play with fire? Su Mubai's voice was low and menacing. In the next instant, her claws lunged toward Feng Tao's chest.
Crimson energy surged wildly at her fingertips, dancing with blue ghostly flames that seemed poised to drain every last ounce of life from her opponent.
Feng Tao's pupils contracted slightly. He knew this blow couldn't be met head-on.
Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot and propelled his entire body backward in a sudden, explosive retreat.
Could he evade it?
Su Mubai's figure abruptly split into multiple phantom images mid-air, blood-red ghostly claws reaching out from all directions to seize Feng Tao. Feng Tao let out a cold laugh, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes, yet his lips still curled in a dismissive sneer. Truly worthy of an A-grade anomaly, it does possess some skill. His gaze locked onto Su Mubai as flames surged once more around his body. The blazing inferno reflected his slightly twisted smile.
But an A-grade anomaly is still beneath me.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure shot forward once more. Rolling flames trailed a searing path through the air, like a falling meteor carrying devastating force as it hurtled toward Su Mubai.
Su Mubai showed no fear.
A cold smile touched her lips as crimson mist swirled around her fingertips. With a slight twist of her wrist, her ghostly figure vanished abruptly, transforming into a blood-red afterimage that instantly evaded the frontal assault. Feng Tao prepared to strike again, but a vague sense of unease washed over him.
Qin Lang hadn't moved, yet why had none of his attacks landed? Lily, cover me. Seeing his assault falter, Feng Tao promptly called for backup.
Su Lily, standing nearby, frowned slightly.
She took 2 steps back, not immediately joining the fight.
Instead, she covered her eyes with 4 fingers. Moments later, she pointed toward a corner and warned in a low voice.
Watch out for that old woman with the pipe. Feng Tao's heart tightened slightly.
Just as he turned to look, he suddenly felt an unusual chill rising from beneath his feet. He snapped his head down to see grayish-white smoke coiling silently around his feet.
Like shackles from the underworld, it slowly tightened, binding his movements.
The coiling chains of mist radiated an eerie, sinister power, gradually draining the warmth from his body. Standing nearby, old woman Golden Leaf exhaled a puff of smoke. The tobacco in her pipe glowed faintly red. Her eyes flickered behind the haze, revealing a hint of sly amusement. Young man, don't play with fire. Feng Tao's expression darkened as he abruptly channeled his entire body's flame power, striving to break free. Yet the smoke chains seemed governed by some strange law. After absorbing his heat, they only grew more resilient. Granny Golden Leaf exhaled another puff of smoke, chuckling, what a secret investigation bureau, nothing special after all.
Poof. Feng Tao let out a cold laugh, you're the prey.